the soul lamp that has been dead for more than 100 years unexpectedly lit up. Master, the soul lamp of the junior apprentice is lit. An old man in the house was making tea and scolded. Nonsense! Your junior apprentice has been dead for over 100 years. It's true. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. In the corner of the soul hall, a soul lamp lit up with a faint light. The old man's body trembled slightly, filled with excitement. With the soul lamp reignited, is the junior apprentice really still alive? 100 years ago, there was a newly promoted senior disciple named Chen Qingyuan in the Xianqing sect, who was the strongest among the younger generation of the Xianqing sect. He entered the Tianyuan forbidden zone, where many experts from various sects went and never returned, perishing there. After 100 years, Yi Fan's soul lamp lit up, causing a stir among the high-level members of the Xianqing sect. Finally coming out, his clothes were covered in some mud, with no sign of vitality. This person is Chen Qingyuan, who has been thought to be dead for hundreds of years by the world, the former peerless evildoer, the closed-door disciple accepted by the supreme ancestor of the Xianqing sect before his passing. I don't want to go in again in this lifetime. Yi Fan turned back to look at the dark forest, where there was an ancient abyss, a hidden paradise. Just as Yi Fan uttered these words, an ancient female voice reached his ears. Boy, do not forget our agreement. Hearing this, Yi Fan shivered and quickly shut his mouth. Sigh. Yi Fan looked into the distance, sighed softly. My cultivation has been destroyed, and this place is at least 100,000 miles away from the Xianqing sect. How can I go back? Forget it, let's take a nap first. Yi Fan was too lazy to walk, so he found a shady spot and lay down. 1 hour later, Dong Wenjun arrived at this place with a group of people. Junior brother, wake up. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes and saw the crowd. At this moment, Yi Fan looked at Dong Wenjun with white hair, showing a happy expression, and softly called out, Brother Dong. Hearing the familiar voice, Dong Wenjun grabbed Yi Fan's arms. Junior brother, is it really you? It's me. Yi Fan smiled. Brother, be gentle. It hurts. Junior brother, what about your cultivation? I am now a useless person. Yi Fan's emotions didn't fluctuate much, and he kept smiling. Dong Wenjun was very surprised and a little heartbroken. Let's not talk about this. Let's go back first. Yi Fan waved his hand, interrupting the conversation. Soon, Yi Fan finally returned to Xianqing sect, surrounded by mountains and mist. Finally back home. Yi Fan grew up in Xianqing sect since he was young, but unfortunately, he was just accepted as a disciple by the Elder Supreme, who then passed away due to reaching the end of his lifespan. Yi Fan was brought to the council hall. Looking at familiar faces, he bowed and greeted. Greetings to all senior brothers and senior sisters. The sect master of Xianqing sect is named Lin Changsheng, who is Yi Fan's eldest senior brother. Junior brother, how did you survive? It's a long story, not easy to explain. Lin Changsheng said seriously. We have time. Take your time to explain. Seeing this, Yi Fan slowly began. That day, we entered the abyss. Next, Yi Fan recited the prepared story. In summary, the group entered the abyss, encountered various restrictions and unknown dangers, and only Yi Fan survived. Because Yi Fan used a secret technique, he was able to fake his death and escape, spending 100 years to come out. Although he narrowly escaped death, due to the backlash of the secret technique, all his cultivation was destroyed, and his spiritual roots were also severed. Junior brother, for safety reasons, we have to check your physical condition. Lin Changsheng said seriously. Understood. Please proceed. Xianqing sect was worried that Chen Qingyuan might have been possessed by someone else. After various mystical investigations, there was nothing unusual about Yi Fan's body. Could it be that we were overly cautious? Everyone found it hard to believe that their junior brother, who had been dead for 100 years, suddenly came back to life. Yi Fan couldn't help but say, Senior Dong, I remember 150 years ago, you took me to steal the 100 spirit fruits that senior sister he had carefully nurtured for many years. Hearing this, Senior Dong's face instantly turned red, avoiding eye contact. Senior Su, did you spend all the tens of thousands of spirit stones you hid from your wife? Senior Su's brows furrowed, his eyes widened, looking panicked as if afraid of being overheard. Senior Wang, you told me last time that the fairy ladies in Dongyi Palace were so beautiful, much more beautiful than your wife. Does your wife know about this? As soon as this was said, Senior Wang's ears turned red from being pinched by his wife sitting beside him, causing him to grimace in pain. Senior Shiman, you owe me 3,700 high-grade spirit stones. Have you paid it back? Senior Ling, have you opened the treasure box you left at home? What good things are inside? When Yi Fan wanted to continue speaking, the senior brothers quickly covered his mouth and signaled with their eyes. Junior brother, stop talking. I can confirm that this is indeed junior brother. No doubt about it. Yes, absolutely. It's definitely junior brother. Everyone expressed their support, affirming that Yi Fan was not possessed. You brat, didn't we agree to keep the secret forever? What are you doing? The senior brothers secretly communicated to Yi Fan, causing his ears to buzz. You forced me to reveal these secrets just to prove that I am who I am? Humph. Don't blame me for this. Junior brother, continue speaking. Why did you stop? On the right, the senior sister's faces darkened, their eyes sharp. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back and rest first. Yi Fan coughed a few times and quickly ran off. Afterward, a loud noise rang out in the great hall, and there was even a direct movement of weapons. Without his cultivation, Chen Qingyuan asked the disciple on duty to do him a favor and send himself to the cave that had been empty for 100 years. Chen Qingyuan ate something and lay on the bed thinking. Suddenly, a voice came out. Your kid just came back and made such a big commotion. What a headache. Eldest senior brother. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly got up and saw Lin Chongsheng, who had already walked inside. Lin Chongsheng wore a purple Taoist robe. His temples were white, and he was immortal. The noise in the great hall hurt his ears, so Lin Chongsheng was too lazy to pay attention to their respective family matters and found a reason to leave. Coming straight here. Your spirit root is broken. Senior brother can't help you. Confirming that Chen Qingyuan hadn't been seized, Lin Chongsheng put away the stern demeanor he had just displayed in the hall and looked worried. It's okay. It's good to be mortal. Chen Qingyuan grinned, indicating that he didn't care. Back then, elder brother should have forcibly stopped you, and it wouldn't have resulted in such a disaster. Alas, 100 years ago, Lin Chongsheng felt that the Heavenly Abyss Forbidden Area was very dangerous and had repeatedly advised Chen Qingyuan not to enter. However, Chen Qingyuan was determined and showed that he had to go. With no choice, Lin Chongsheng could only nod his head and agree. Until now, Lin Chongsheng couldn't figure this out. Why Chen Qingyuan insisted on traveling to the Heavenly Abyss? Obviously, with Chen Qingyuan's talent, even if he didn't obtain a shocking creation, he could still level the playing field and even ask for the pinnacle. It wasn't eldest brother's fault, so don't blame yourself. Chen Qingyuan poured Lin Chongsheng a cup of tea and smiled faintly. Back then, Chen Qingyuan seemed to be pulled by some sort of power, unable to control his desire to enter the Heavenly Abyss. With regards to this situation, Chen Qingyuan himself could not figure it out. What are you going to do in the future? Lin Chongsheng didn't have the leisure to drink tea. His mind was constantly occupied with Chen Qingyuan. I have my own arrangements. Don't worry about it, eldest brother. For his future life, Chen Qingyuan had long had a plan. Having his cultivation wasted and his spirit root broken was a disaster in the eyes of outsiders, but it was nothing to Chen Qingyuan. Good. Lin Chongsheng knew Chen Qingyuan's character. What he determined could not be changed by anyone. Senior brother will try to do everything he can to reshape your foundation. Chen Qingyuan pursed his lips and did not reply. There is one thing that I don't know how to say. This time, besides coming over to see Chen Qingyuan, there was also because of this matter. Senior brother is straightforward. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Chongsheng sat inside the courtyard with a pleasant breeze. The Dongyi Palace and the Heavenly Jade sect are preparing for a marriage. Lin Chongsheng pondered for a moment and slowly said, the object of the marriage is, Bai Shixue. At those words, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids fluttered slightly. Bai Shixue of the Dongyi Palace had a marriage contract with Chen Qingyuan. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was a famous pride of heaven in the northern wasteland, with countless women falling in love with him. In the past, Chen Qingyuan and Bai Shixue had met while they were practicing outside and had mutual feelings for each other. As a result, after both clans learned of this matter, they made a marriage contract, to be married at a suitable time in the future. Who knew that the matter of the forbidden area of the Heavenly Abyss happened later, and the world thought that Chen Qingyuan was dead, and the marriage contract was not mentioned. When Chen Qingyuan returned this morning, things would not be simple. Is this the decision of the two clans, or is it Shishue's own will? Chen Qingyuan's expression became a few degrees more grave. It is rumored that the Sky Jade sect's young patriarch gifted Bai Shixue with a spiritual pill to help her cultivation breakthrough, having reached the Jindan realm. In my opinion, since Bai Shixue accepted the other party's goodwill, she definitely has no intention of refusing. Lin Chongsheng spoke the news he knew. The path of cultivation is divided into the Hotian realm, the innate realm, the yellow spirit realm, the Xian spirit realm, the earth spirit realm, and the heavenly spirit realm. This is the 6 realms of the flesh, the foundation of the path of cultivation. Further up, there was the Jindan realm, Yuaning realm, transformation god realm, harmonization realm, ferrying realm, and Mahayana realm. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan was a cultivator of the Yuaning realm, and was known as the leader of the younger generation of the northern wasteland. When is the union official? Chen Qingyuan asked softly with complicated eyes. 1 year later, counting the time, Lin Chongsheng replied, I know, Chen Qingyuan nodded gently and did not say anything more. Senior brother, since you're still alive, then naturally your engagement with Bai Shishue isn't considered closed. Perhaps, Dongyi Palace will send someone over for a visit, and she might come as well. Lin Changsheng worried about this, fearing that Chen Qingyuan would be harmed. It's good to be here, to see how she chooses. Chen Qingyuan didn't show too strong emotional fluctuations, always maintaining a cloudy appearance. I'm afraid. Lin Changsheng wanted to say something. Elder brother, I'm tired and want to rest for a while. Chen Qingyuan interrupted Lin Changsheng and rubbed his eyebrows. Good. Then senior brother will leave you alone. Lin Changsheng looked deeply at Chen Qingyuan, stood up, and slowly walked outside the house. Within a few days, the matter of Chen Qingyuan's resurrection from the dead had spread to all parties, causing an uproar. At the same time, the matter that Chen Qingyuan had become a wasted body had also spread out, causing countless people to sigh and talk. This news, naturally, also reached the ears of the higher-ups of Dongyi Palace. In order to ensure that the marriage union was not interfered with, Dongyi Palace immediately sent someone to deal with it. A few days later, a highly respected female elder from Dongyi Palace arrived. The elder was named Yao Susu, middle-aged in appearance, with a lingering charm. The Xianqing sect's hospitality made it impossible for Yao Susu to pick a fault. However, what had to be said still had to be said, and it couldn't be a wasted trip. Patriarch, can I meet Elder Chen Qingyuan? It can be. Lin Changsheng inwardly sighed softly. While on the surface, he did not show any emotional fluctuations and sent someone forward to inform Chen Qingyuan. When Chen Qingyuan learned of this, he had the disciple who had sent the message harness a spirit treasure and bring himself all the way to the council hall. Inside the temple, the fog curls up, seemingly in the middle of the clouds. As Chen Qingyuan entered the room, everyone cast their gazes. Yao Susu sized up Chen Qingyuan, secretly probing, and said in her heart, it's really a waste. It's a pity. To think that back then, Chen Qingyuan's fame had moved the northern wasteland. How amazing it was. At this moment, reduced to an invalid, with his spiritual roots broken. Shifu. Chen Qingyuan bowed to Patriarch Lin Changsheng and turned around to sit on top of the empty seat on the side. Today, Chen Qingyuan was wearing a pale white robe, his long ink-like hair held tightly with a wooden hairpin. Elder Yao saw me. What's the matter? Chen Qingyuan asked knowingly. In front of all my fellow Taoists, I'll be straightforward. Please forgive me if I have offended you. The reason why this errand had sent Yao Susu over was because she was Bai Shishue's master. Speak. Chen Qingyuan nodded. The crowd was silent, leaving the handling of this matter in Chen Qingyuan's hands. Regardless of what Chen Qingyuan had become, he was still the junior brother of the crowd and could not be humiliated by others. If Dongyi Palace dared to speak disrespectfully to Chen Qingyuan, the Xianqing sect would not be afraid to turn the other cheek. Back then, Elder Chen and his beloved disciple, Shishue, had a verbal marriage contract, and originally, the marriage between the two families was a great joy. However, because Elder Chen entered the heavenly abyss 100 years ago when his soul lamp went out, the world thought that Elder Chen had met with misfortune. For this reason, Shishue was in a state of confusion for several years before slowly recovering as before. Yao Susu first placed the blame on Chen Qingyuan's head, and then expressed how much Bai Shishue cared for Chen Qingyuan and missed him. Immediately afterward, Yao Susu continued, we all thought that Elder Chen was unfortunately killed, and I'm sure that your clan thought the same. Thus, the verbal marriage contract back then was considered broken, and was not discussed in person. 2 years ago, Shishue met the young sect master of the Heavenly Jade sect, tied the knot, and set a wedding date. Emotionally speaking, my Dongyi Palace is not at fault, and Shishue did not intentionally break the agreement. This time, I came here, wanting to make this matter clear so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Yao Susu flipped her right hand and took out a Qianquan pouch. Removing the contents of the pouch, Elder Chen was able to return alive. Dongyi Palace is happy for your clan and has prepared some thin gifts. Please accept them. A medium-grade spirit vein hovered above the council hall. This was a spirit vein that had been shrunk by Qianquan means, and the real spirit vein was 100 miles long, capable of extracting a lot of spirit stones for many disciples and elders to carry out cultivation. That's not a thin gift. Although Yao Susu didn't make her words too clear, the crowd heard her clearly and couldn't pick the slightest fault. First, he explained the situation and then offered a heavy gift, which was considered to give the Xianqing sect enough face. If the Xianqing sect did not comply, it would in turn become the Xianqing sect's fault. After all, the year's marriage contract and did not set up a voucher. Dongyi Palace can make a special trip to the door to apologize. Has been very good. Dongyi Palace apologized. Firstly because the Xianqing sect could not be easily offended. Secondly, because they did not want the Xianqing sect to make trouble at that time. What do you think, junior brother? Lin Changsheng didn't make an immediate decision, but instead looked at Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 3, Break the Karma. Don't be regretful. Although the reconciliation between the two families was the best outcome, Lin Changshang was afraid of hurting Chen Qingyuan's dignity and had to handle it carefully. Since Elder Yao knows about the thin gift, then take it back. Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, his face expressionless. At the sound of the voice, the eyelids of the crowd lifted slightly, and their hearts tightened. Yao Susu's brows furrowed as she opened her mouth and asked, "What does Elder Chen mean by this?" The verbal marriage contract back then really can't be taken too seriously. However, if you want to end this karma, let Bai Shishue personally make a trip. As long as she comes, I promise not to pester, Chen Qingyuan said in a serious manner. Saying this, he wanted to see if Bai Shishue had volunteered or had been forced by the sect. Back then, before going to the heavenly abyss, Chen Qingyuan had spoken with Bai Shishue. At that time, Bai Shishue had said that she would wait no matter what the situation was, and that she would not regret it for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Moreover, Bai Shishue was only an ordinary disciple back then, and it was only because of Chen Qingyuan that she had received the key cultivation of the Dongyi Palace. It could be said that many of the things that Bai Shishue possessed were gifted by Chen Qingyuan. If she really volunteered, Chen Qingyuan wouldn't resent her. After all, in the eyes of the world, one is already dead and can't blame anyone. There are some things that it is better for the parties involved to speak clearly face to face. Speaking clearly in person. It should be so. Yao Susu thought that Chen Qingyuan wanted to play on the subject, but seeing that this was not the case, she nodded her head in agreement. I'll have Shishue come to see Elder Chen in a few days. In addition, if Elder Yao really wants to give a gift to celebrate my return, a medium-grade spirit vein is far from enough. Although Chen Qingyuan had no cultivation for the time being, his eyes were sharp, like knives sticking in Yao Susu's body, causing her to feel as if she were on pins and needles. Back then, when Bai Shishue and I explored the secret realm, the things gifted to her were all treasures, and there were as many as 3 top-grade spirit veins alone. And there's no need to say anything about the middle-grade spirit veins. Hearing this, Yao Susu gave an awkward laugh and hurriedly put this medium-grade spirit vein back. Lin Changsheng and the others, on the other hand, looked at Chen Qingyuan with complicated eyes. Back then, Chen Qingyuan had gone out many times, and each time he said that he didn't have much to gain and returned empty-handed, so he dared to give it all to someone else. It was only those few times, and the crowd did not pursue the matter. After all, most of the resources that Chen Qingyuan had gotten in the past had all been used to build the sect, or secretly stuffed to his senior brothers as personal money. Without anything else, I will leave first. Thanks for your clan's hospitality. After saying this, Yao Susu turned around and left. When Yao Susu had left, Protector Elder Dong Qianjun couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, you loser, you actually didn't bring back the good stuff you got in the first place." Senior brother Dong, don't be so concerned about things outside of your body. Chen Qingyuan pursed his lips. Over the years, Chen Qingyuan still took a lot of resources back to the clan and used them to build the clan and train his disciples. You boy. Ugh. The crowd shook their heads helplessly. Even though Chen Qingyuan had become immortal, the crowd still treated Chen Qingyuan as a relative and did not count or ignore him. Because of this, Chen Qingyuan treated the Xianqing sect as home. A few days later, another person came to Dongyi Palace. Several elders with more than 10 disciples, with Bai Shishue located among them. The Xianqing sect had arranged for the guests of Dongyi Palace to be alone with Bai Shishue and Chen Qingyuan. Bai Shishue was dressed in a light pink floor-length dress. Her 3,000 strands of green silk were held tightly by jade hairpins, and a pink belt was tied around her waist, and there was also a jade pendant hanging. Her features were carved like jade, her skin as white as snow, and her eyebrows as picturesque. Standing inside the room, Bai Shishue's pair of jade hands were placed at the location of her belly. Looking a little nervous, "Why don't you say something?" Chen Qingyuan sat on the side, looking at Bai Shishue who didn't dare to meet his eyes, his voice cold. "I'm sorry." Bai Shishue's heart actually had a lot of things she wanted to say to Chen Qingyuan, but there was no need to say them now, so she could only apologize. "Does it make you a bit of a handful that I came back alive?" Chen Qingyuan's eyes were calm, feeling that Bai Shishue had become very strange. "No, I'm very happy that Big Brother Chen has returned safely." Bai Shishue pursed her red lips and said with a lowered brow, "When the soul lamp goes out, your life is cut short. You can't wait for a dead person for the rest of your life. I can understand that. I only met with you today to confirm whether or not you were forced by the sect. By the looks of it, it shouldn't be." Chen Qingyuan really didn't blame Bai Shishue. He could only say that there was a destiny but no destiny. "If you had come back earlier, maybe things would have been different." Bai Shishue said softly, "If I wasn't an invalid, what would you and Dongyi Palace choose?" Chen Qingyuan gently shook his head. "This has nothing to do with me coming back late, but rather a matter of strength." Bai Shishue wanted to explain, But in the end, she didn't utter a single word and was silent. That's just it. It's all in the past, Chen Qingyuan said. Bai Shishua's expression changed slightly and did not reply. Looking at her, it was estimated that she didn't have much affection for the Skyjade sect's young patriarch, but more of a relationship of interest. If this time Chen Qingyuan still possessed a strong enough strength instead of being an invalid, Bai Shishua would definitely be a different story. For cultivators, 100 years is really not a long time. Just a flick of a finger. If Bai Shishua really loved Chen Qingyuan to the bone, it was impossible for her to change her heart easily. Moreover, now that Chen Qingyuan had returned, it was entirely possible to renew the relationship. However, Bai Shishua's intention of coming was not to talk about love with Chen Qingyuan, but to clear the air. Maybe she really did love him 100 years ago, only now everything has changed. From now on, you and I will have nothing more to do with each other, Chen Qingyuan mused. Inside the room, there was silence and a sullen atmosphere. An elder from Dongyi Palace knocked on the door gently, indicating that it was time to go back. Before leaving, Bai Shishua looked up at Chen Qingyuan and realized that Chen Qingyuan didn't have the same radiance as he did back then, and there was no aura fluctuation in his body. I don't know from which moment, Bai Shishua's eyes changed from the initial guilt to flatness, and the inner tension gradually dissipated. Gazing deeply at Chen Qingyuan, Bai Shishua did not say a word and pushed the door open. Although Chen Qingyuan had no cultivation, he had just seen the small movement in Bai Shishua's hand. It was Bai Shishua who crushed a jade talisman and notified the accompanying elders to come over and break the deadlock. Alas, all those years of suffering for nothing. Within the heavens abyss forbidden zone, the red-clothed girl had taken a liking to Chen Qingyuan and wanted to marry him as a Taoist couple. However, Chen Qingyuan stated that he was already married and refused without hesitation. For this reason, Chen Qingyuan was tortured in all sorts of ways, ultimately leading to the abolition of his spiritual roots and the loss of his cultivation. According to the words of the girl in red, it was all for the good of Chen Qingyuan. Although Chen Qingyuan's talent was high, he was ultimately a hair short of the highest position. If he wanted to have unlimited possibilities in the future, he had to reshape his roots. The matter is closed. It is time to go about your business. Chen Qingyuan hadn't forgotten about his agreement with the Heavenly Abyss existence and planned to depart in a few days. In recent days, the news of Chen Qingyuan's return from the Heavenly Abyss had spread throughout the north and south of the river. Many forces wanted to learn about the situation within the Heavenly Abyss and sent their senior officers to the Xianqing sect. In response, the Xianqing sect stated that Chen Qingyuan was unwell and would not see any guests. In the face of the coercion and lure of the various powerful parties, the Xianqing sect had always protected Chen Qingyuan and did not let him face these bad things. Secretly, Chen Qingyuan left the Xianqing sect unnoticed under the arrangement of his protective senior brother, Dong Qinjun. Even though the crowd was curious about Chen Qingyuan's whereabouts, they didn't ask too many questions and only hoped that Chen Qingyuan would be safe and sound. Chen Qingyuan's cultivation had been abolished, so leaving the Xianqing sect for the time being was also a good choice. Going to a nearby city, Chen Qingyuan bought some spirit talismans for catching up, which could be activated by just a spirit stone and did not require one to mobilize one's own spiritual qi. After spending an entire month, Chen Qingyuan finally arrived at his destination. Bright Moon City, located in a corner of the northern wasteland, was very remote. There was a courtyard at the end of one of the streets in the city, so humble that very few people passed by. Who? Chen Qingyuan knocked on the closed courtyard door, and an old voice came out from it. Open the door and you'll see, Chen Qingyuan said. Ka. The gate opened with a harsh creak. A dark-skinned old man with a cane and a stooped figure looked weak. The old man looked Chen Qingyuan up and down for a few moments and grinned, revealing a mouthful of old yellow teeth. Has the gentleman gone to the wrong place? No mistake. It's you I'm looking for. With that, Chen Qingyuan took out a palm-sized wooden tablet. The moment he saw this wooden sign, the old man's pupils spread rapidly, and his expression instantly changed, serious to the extreme. The old man then solemnly said, "Come in." This wooden sign was something that Chen Qingyuan had brought out from within the Heavenly Abyss, and it was said that the owner of the wooden sign had owed a great favor, and using this as a token, he could make the owner of the wooden sign do anything, including taking his life. Where did the gentleman get this thing? After entering the door, the old man looked like a different person. His eyes were sharp and he asked in a deep voice, "Tianyuan." Chen Qingyuan spoke bluntly. Upon hearing this, the old man put away his caution from earlier and bowed to Chen Qingyuan in respect. Immediately afterward, the old man thought of a recent incident. Could Your Excellency be Chen Qingyuan of the Xianqing sect? Exactly. Chen Qingyuan nodded his head in acknowledgement. Since Your Excellency has obtained the wooden plaque, then the old man should keep his word. May I ask what I am commanded to do? The old man was ready to sacrifice his life with all seriousness. Is there any way to help me rebuild my roots? Chen Qingyuan explained the purpose of his visit. Yes, the old man looked at Chen Qingyuan's physical condition and nodded. I thought it was something big, but I didn't realize it was so simple. Are you sure? Chen Qingyuan questioned in a skeptical voice. It's not hard, the old man said. May I ask your name, senior? All of the top echelons of the Xianqing sect combined could not figure out how to help Chen Qingyuan. However, the old man in front of him felt that this matter was not difficult, causing Chen Qingyuan to hold his fist in respect and ask, just a bad old man. The old man smiled to himself. Chapter 4, Remodeling the Roots. Mysterious Taoist Bones. Then how should I address senior? Chen Qingyuan was sensible enough not to pursue the matter. Your excellency can just call me cripple. The old man looked down, pointing at his broken right calf and the cane in his hand, and said blandly, how can that be? How could Chen Qingyuan dare to call a mysterious and unpredictable senior a cripple? It would easily offend people. No harm done. The old man didn't care about this kind of title and had an indifferent face. Next, the old man arranged a place for Chen Qingyuan to stay for a while. He had to go out for a trip to prepare some things for remodeling Chen Qingyuan's Dao route. Thank you, senior. Chen Qingyuan clasped his fists and said, it's what the old man should do. The old man returned the salute and turned out the door, cluttering the courtyard. Chen Qingyuan looked around and saw the cobwebs at the corners of the walls, the yellow dead leaves in the flower beds, and the stone slabs laid on the yellow mud floor. Along this stone path at his feet, Chen Qingyuan saw a firewood room with a lot of dried up firewood piled up inside. Strange, Chen Qingyuan muttered to himself in confusion. Why is the old senior's lifestyle no different from that of a mortal? After Chen Qingyuan's observation, the things furnished within this courtyard were all unusual things. Wooden tables, wooden chairs, and dusty floors. Taking a glance at the firewood room, Chen Qingyuan walked towards the other side. Compared to the humble firewood room, Chen Qingyuan was more willing to take a walk within the garden to delight the eyes. Chen Qingyuan was now a mortal and needed to go out daily to buy some food. After living here for 10 days, he had familiarized himself with the nearby streets. As the autumn winds were chilly and the coldness surged in, Chen Qingyuan decided to cook congee to warm up his body. Arriving at the firewood room, Chen Qingyuan prepared to burn the fire and found a broken sword from chopping wood sitting inside the pile of firewood. Instantly becoming interested. The broken sword was about 2 feet long, rusted and dark in color, with traces of age etched everywhere. Chen Qingyuan took a few close looks and realized that this broken sword did not look like an unusual object, yet he could not tell what was wrong with it specifically. Chen Qingyuan crouched down and reached out to grab the black broken sword that was placed on the ground. The touch of the fingertips caused Chen Qingyuan's body to sink violently, as if there were countless mountains pressing down on the position of his chest, and a sense of suffocation came over him. This feeling grew stronger and Chen Qingyuan's forehead broke out in a dense cold sweat. Just as Chen Qingyuan decided to use his undercard from the heavenly abyss forbidden area, a fresh breeze blew into the firewood room. In an instant, the oppressive feeling of the black broken sword dissipated without a trace, and Chen Qingyuan withdrew his hand, his expression tense. My lord, the old man is back. At the same time, the old man came out into the courtyard on his crutches, his hands empty. Chen Qingyuan walked out of the firewood room and met the old man face to face, and without hiding his face, he said bluntly, thanks to senior's hand just now, or else I would have been in trouble. A broken sword. How can it hurt his excellency? The old man's face was full of creases and he smiled slightly. If this is a broken sword, there will be no more precious swords in heaven and earth. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation now, he could still see the terrifying black broken sword. Your excellency is joking. If a sword is still like this, then how powerful should the old man who owns it be? Has senior gained anything from this trip? Chen Qingyuan didn't continue to delve into the matter and changed the topic. Don't worry, your excellency, everything is in order. The old man nodded slowly. Back then, within the heavenly abyss forbidden area, Chen Qingyuan had encountered a girl in red with mysterious origins and unfathomable strength. The red-robed girl chopped off Chen Qingyuan's spiritual roots and broke up his cultivation. Then, the red-robed girl gave Chen Qingyuan a wooden tablet, allowing Chen Qingyuan to seek out this old man after he left the forbidden zone, so that he could reshape his Dao roots and bring his natural talent to the next level. The old man opened a dusty chamber that had been sealed for years, and inside there was a bathtub made of ice and stone, and the cold air filled all corners of the chamber. Taking out the various medicinal herbs and things needed, the old man allowed Chen Qingyuan to take off his shirt and sit cross-legged within the ice bucket. Chen Qingyuan followed the old man's words and sat inside the ice bucket and waited with a calm face. I've recently heard of something. Dong Yi Palace and the Heavenly Jade sect are about to be united in marriage. Do you know about this matter, your excellency? The old man spoke in a hoarse voice as he pounded the herbs. I know. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently. Do you need anything from the old man? On this trip out, The old man had probed Chen Qingyuan's bottom line. On top of that, the old man also traveled to the borders of the heavenly abyss Forbidden Land. No need. Chen Qingyuan shook his head. Karma has been broken. Senior need not bother. That's good. The old man placed various valuable herbs inside the ice bucket, his cloudy eyes seeming to see through everything in the human world. Chen Qingyuan looked at these medicinal herbs and was astonished beyond measure. A little red rue, octagonal basil leaves, white moonvine. Sweeping through them casually, they were all extremely precious medicines in the world that could not be found. There were also a very few precious medicines that Chen Qingyuan couldn't name, but they were definitely worth more. Gongzi, remodeling your roots might be a bit painful, the old man kindly reminded. Just take a shot, senior. I can stand it. Chen Qingyuan nodded heavily and prepared himself. Thus, the old man's body began to surge with a majestic aura like a sea, and the floor of the secret room flickered with bright light as an ancient formation Dao pattern was revealed. Immediately after that, the old man slapped his right palm towards the ice bucket, and his left palm faced downwards to catalyze the great formation. Buzz! Thousands of stars seemed to appear above the secret room, swirling a vast and boundless sea of stars. For a moment, Chen Qingyuan felt that the sky was spinning and his body was imprisoned, unable to move. As time passed, Chen Qingyuan even felt that his soul was out of his body, being cut by countless small knives. The pain was so great that he couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. Chen Qingyuan clenched his teeth, sweating profusely. The pain was still intensifying, gradually making Chen Qingyuan somewhat unable to hold onto his heart. The old man didn't stop and looked coldly at Chen Qingyuan, who was suffering. After a full hour, Chen Qingyuan's face was so painful that it was hideous, and his skin was blooming and bloody. If you look closely, you can see his internal organs through the cracked flesh and blood. Shocking to the eye, a ray of golden light appeared at Chen Qingyuan's chest position, appearing to be a seed. The time has come. The old man's face changed and he rushed to the next step. A thick cold aura wrapped Chen Qingyuan, and the blood and herbs fused together, thick and scarlet, giving people the creeps after seeing it. Now, the old man made a seal with his hands and a black box appeared in front of him. Carefully, he opened the box, which held a bone, about a foot of black bone, as if it were charcoal. Can he handle it? The old man glanced at Chen Qingyuan, who had fainted from the pain, and slowly shifted his gaze to the black bones in the box, muttering. According to the old man's knowledge, this black bone was the Dao bone of an ancient existence that fell due to a shocking battle, and in the end, only this broken bone was left behind. Not long ago, when he went to the heavenly abyss forbidden area, the old man followed the red-clothed girl's orders and brought black bone with him. Remodeling the foundation was not a difficult task. What was difficult was allowing the black bone to be attached in Chen Qingyuan's body. Will it really work? In the beginning, the old man was a little confused as to what to do. Later, the red-robed girl transmitted a message that the old man only needed to run the Dao formation and see a golden seed appear in Chen Qingyuan's chest position, so that he could take out the black bone, and everything would have its own destiny. After a few moments, the black bones floated up. Wow! The layer of substance on the surface of the black bone detached, revealing the color of pure gold, with many ancient laws inscribed on it, baptized through the ages. The old man's pupils contracted and his entire body tensed as he watched the black bones fall onto Chen Qingyuan's body. Slowly, the black bone directly merged into Chen Qingyuan's body, going nowhere. No matter how much the old man probed, he failed to discover it. What a strange man. At first, Chen Qingyuan and the black bone were somewhat repulsed. This phenomenon quickly disappeared. The fit was perfect, and they truly fused into one. Several days later, Chen Qingyuan woke up. The old man had been guarding its side for fear that something might go wrong. Seeing Chen Qingyuan awaken, the big stone hanging inside the old man's heart could finally be put down. My body. Chen Qingyuan was free of pain and felt that his body was very light and without any injuries. In the next moment, Chen Qingyuan sensed the aura in the heaven and earth. His face changed and he hurriedly checked the condition of his body. A golden Dao bone? Chen Qingyuan was surprised, astonished and delighted, and looked up to lock eyes with the old man. Chapter 5, Chang'eng Sword Immortal. Retraining to the Yellow Spirit Realm. The previous Chen Qingyuan was extremely talented, yet he was only a mortal flesh. According to ancient texts, the golden Dao bone symbolized a perfect foundation without flaws, and had unimaginable benefits for future cultivation. Of the 5 domains under the heavens, the northern wasteland occupied an extremely vast territory with billions of stars. Once upon a time, Chen Qingyuan was considered a famous heavenly pride in the northern wasteland and had seen a lot. Even so, he had never heard of anyone who could cultivate the rumored flawless golden bones. The preciousness of this golden Dao bone was clear in Chen Qingyuan's heart. It was priceless. Senior. Chen Qingyuan didn't stay immersed in a state of joy. His expression gradually became complicated as he stammered. This is far too precious. Senior is ashamed to receive it. By order of the Exalted One of the Forbidden Zone, the Dao Bone will be gifted to the Duke. The old man shook his head to indicate that it wasn't his own doing, stating exactly what was going on. Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan thought of the girl in red, his heart palpitating, and inexplicably, there was a kind of longing. Your Excellency, have a good rest. The old immortal will go out first. After saying these words, the old man left this secret room. Within the silent chamber, Chen Qingyuan fell into deep thought. After a long time, Chen Qingyuan organized his thoughts and was clear about his own situation. No longer going on a wild goose chase. The Dao bones were flawless and the foundation was perfect. In the future, as long as Chen Qingyuan's Dao heart was strong, then his achievements would be absolutely limitless. Chen Qingyuan changed into a clean and tidy outfit and walked inside the courtyard. In the corner position of the courtyard, the old man sat on top of a wooden chair, his walking stick at his side, holding a broken sword in his hand to chop wood. Watching the old man chopping wood, Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a few moments, but still walked over. Senior, why spoil such a good sword? What good is a sword when it's broken? The old man said in disbelief. When my foundation was broken, Senior was able to repair it with great divine power. If the precious sword is broken, could it be that there is nothing that can be done? Chen Qingyuan really didn't want to see such a good sword used for chopping firewood, and couldn't bear to do so. Tried many times and failed. The old man's movement of chopping wood slightly lurched, and a complex look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan didn't know how to answer and fell silent. What is the name of this sword? After a while, Chen Qingyuan asked. Returning Sunday. The old man pondered for a long time and said the name of this sword. Return to the sun. It seems like I've heard it somewhere. Chen Qingyuan whispered a few times, always feeling that he had heard something, and lowered his eyebrows in thought. A moment later, Chen Qingyuan suddenly looked up. A flash of shock swept across his eyes, then turned into awe as he exclaimed, "You are the Chang'ing Sword Immortal." Upon hearing this title, the old man's body trembled slightly, his expression complex and his voice hoarse. It's been many years since I've heard someone address the old man in this manner. Obviously, the old man recognized himself. At the initial meeting, the old man was unwilling to reveal his identity. However, after seeing Chen Qingyuan fuse with the mysterious Dao Bone just now, the old man changed his mind. It's really you. Unbelievable. Chen Qingyuan was dumbfounded, his emotions fluctuating, and it was difficult to regain his composure for a long time. Chang'ing Sword Immortal. Real name Li Muyang, once a world-famous supreme powerhouse, a top swordsman from the northern wasteland. According to records, the Chang'ing Sword Immortal's last appearance was 10,000 years ago. It is rumored that he traveled to the Central State, also called the Imperial State. With one sword, he split the Purple Cloud Mountain, which symbolizes the will of heaven and earth, just to pursue the peak of the sword path. The sword cut down the Purple Cloud Mountain, angering the heavenly Tao and sending down divine punishment. In that battle, Chang'ing Sword Immortal lost, and the world thought that he was dead and buried by the laws of heaven. Since then, Chang'ing Sword Immortal's life experience became a legendary story, and was regarded as an unsurpassable monument by countless sword Dao cultivators. It's all just vanity, long since dissipated with the clouds. Li Muyang looked down on these things. Senior Sword Immortal is a supreme figure. How could he stay here? Chen Qingyuan had heard the story of the Chang'ing Sword Immortal since he was a child and respected it. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Li Muyang was willing, he could easily establish a top power. Sharpen your sword. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and no matter how downtrodden Li Muyang was, he was not something that an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Despite numerous failures, Li Muyang never gave up. Sharpening the sword in this way? Chen Qingyuan looked at the firewood all over the ground, unable to comprehend it for the time being. My lord, what do you think is the most important thing for a sword cultivator? Li Muyang put down the broken sword in his hand and said as he locked eyes with Chen Qingyuan. According to common sense, as a sword cultivator, it is important to have a sword that suits one's needs, as well as superior sword Dao techniques. Chen Qingyuan continued. However, I think that no matter which path one takes, the most important thing is still the Dao heart. To cultivate the Dao, first cultivate the heart. Hearing this reply, Li Muyang's eyes rippled and remained silent. For a long time, Li Muyang long sighed. Back then, if the old monument has a son as smart as this, certainly will not end up like this. Cultivate the truth of the first repair heart. The old monument to the late years of the time to really understand what Li Muyang sharpened was not the sword, but his heart of the Tao. When he was young, Li Muyang thought he was gifted, and he had a smooth ride all the way, which made his peers in the world not dare to raise their heads. Later, Li Muyang's heyday is even claimed to be the third in the world, so that countless strong sword Tao look up to and not as good as. Why is it third in the world? Heaven and earth are one and two. He claimed to be the third in the world, and no one in the world dared to call him the first or the second, lest he should offend the ways of heaven and earth. Then later, Li Muyang had difficulty in finding a suitable sword cultivator opponent, and believing that his own strength had reached an extremely high point, he headed towards the Purple Cloud Mountain, which the world feared, and drew his sword in a chopping motion, wanting to compete with heaven and earth. Unfortunately, Li Muyang lost and has since disappeared. Dare I ask, Senior, where did the other part of the precious sword go? Chen Qingyuan kept looking at the rusted broken sword. The reason why the precious sword rusted was because the spirit was asleep and transformed into a mortal soldier. One day when Li Muyang reorganized his sword heart, he would be able to revive the precious sword and show its former sharpness. Stayed on Purple Cloud Mountain, Li Muyang looked out into the distance, thinking, the Purple Cloud Mountain in Central State. That's a forbidden place. Chen Qingyuan gazed in the direction Li Muyang was looking while not saying a word. In the days to come, Chen Qingyuan began to cultivate. On the first day of recultivation, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the Hotian realm. The Hotian realm and the innate realm were the roots of cultivation, and both had 9 levels. In just 1 month, with the talent of the immaculate Dao Bone and his own enlightenment, Chen Qingyuan broke through the 9th heaven of the Hotian realm and ascended to the innate realm. After stabilizing his foundation for a few days, Chen Qingyuan continued to work hard to increase his cultivation. This life lasted for half a year, and Chen Qingyuan cultivated to the early stage of the Yellow Spirit realm, laying the foundation and cultivating to the Yellow Spirit realm in half a year. Unbelievable. If Li Muyang hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe. In his memories, without relying on spirit pills and strong installations, just by drawing on the aura of heaven and earth, there was really no one who could compare to Chen Qingyuan. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan's foundation was very solid and no flaws could be found. Finally, I have a cultivation level of the Yellow Spirit realm. Chen Qingyuan reached his first goal and was slightly able to breathe a sigh of relief. With that, Chen Qingyuan stayed inside the house and took out a dark-colored bracelet from the items he was carrying. When Chen Qingyuan was able to walk out of the heavenly abyss forbidden area alive, it was because he had made a pact with the red-clothed girl. If he helped the red-clothed girl accomplish 9 things, then the karma between them would be settled. For such a request, Chen Qingyuan was in no position to refuse. The only way to use the special secret method imparted by the red-clothed girl to unlock the bracelet's prohibition was to recultivate to the Yellow Spirit realm's cultivation level. What was the first thing she asked me to do? After half a day's work, Chen Qingyuan lifted the restriction and a wisp of his consciousness entered within the bracelet. Chapter 6, The First Engagement. Attending the marriage ceremony. Inside the bracelet was an independent space, with terrifying laws all over the void. Chen Qingyuan's consciousness swept a glance around and his soul could not help but tremble. Buzz! A law surged and a tightly closed white umbrella appeared in front of Chen Qingyuan. The appearance of the white umbrella touched some sort of prohibition within the jade bracelet, and a cold, icy voice came out. Chen Qingyuan, this is a congratulatory gift to your sweetheart for her marriage. You must be present. White umbrellas for weddings. It's a curse. By the sound of that, could it be that you're jealous? Chen Qingyuan lived in embarrassment. Having thought how difficult the first thing agreed upon would be, he did not expect it to be like this. Back then, when Chen Qingyuan had entered the heavenly abyss, the woman in red had wanted to form a Dao couple with him, flirting with him from time to time. In response, Chen Qingyuan stated that he already had a fiancé and directly refused. It wasn't that the woman in red was ugly, but a promise. If you really want to talk about appearance, the woman in red's face is extremely beautiful, not like a mortal man. Words are difficult to describe. Although Dong Yi Palaces by Shishua was a fish and wild goose, she was far less beautiful than the woman in red. That temperament alone makes a world of difference. Why does it feel like she's a bit of a bellyacher? Chen Qingyuan muttered in a small voice. Originally, Chen Qingyuan had already released his mind, and everything returned to the past. Who knows that the woman in red came to such a hand? Chen Qingyuan do not want to go also have to go. Don't think that you can be free after leaving the heavenly abyss forbidden area. If Chen Qingyuan doesn't fulfill his agreement, the consequences will be very serious. After resting for a few days, Chen Qingyuan planned to leave Bright Moon City and return to Xianqing sect. Calculating the time, there are still half a year to go before the day of the marriage between the Heavenly Jade sect and the Dong Yi Palace. Elder, I should go. Chen Qingyuan packed his bags and cupped his fists towards Li Muyang who was sitting in the courtyard. In the future, if you are in trouble, you can come here to find me. Li Muyang gave a promise. Good. Chen Qingyuan was not polite. This was a life-preserving talisman. When Chen Qingyuan left, Li Muyang looked into the distance, pondering. Xianqing sect, council hall. The people were discussing the normal matters within the sect, and talked about the matter regarding the marriage between the Heavenly Jade sect and the Dong Yi Palace. Intending to send one of the elders to go through the motions, The day of the union was getting closer and closer. Many representatives of the powers had already departed, and Dongyi Palace was gradually bustling with activity. Junior Master is back. Chen Qingyuan had just arrived at the Xianqing sect's main gate when the disciple guarding the gate reported the matter. In order not to cause trouble, Chen Qingyuan concealed his cultivation. As long as he had the jade bracelet on his body, he could trigger the prohibition within the bracelet to conceal his body's aura fluctuations. The Sword Immortal had repeatedly instructed that he could not tell anyone about the matter of the Dao Bone, or else he would be involved in extremely horrific karma and wreak havoc on those around him. Moreover, the Sword Fairy is unwilling to let its own whereabouts be exposed. Chen Qingyuan cannot explain that the spirit root has been repaired. Wait until later to find a suitable opportunity to speak with the senior brothers. Junior brother, where have you been for the past half year? Sect Protector Elder Dong Wenjun put down everything in his hands and rushed out to meet him. Went out for a break. Chen Qingyuan laughed lightly. The elders also came to the backyard and chatted with Chen Qingyuan. Last time, Chen Qingyuan hadn't returned for a long time before he went out to live, and the fellow disciples hadn't yet sat down properly to have a cup of tea together. At that time, Chen Qingyuan had just returned, causing quite a commotion, with many clans wanting to meet Chen Qingyuan and pry news about the heavenly abyss forbidden land from him. However, after hearing that Chen Qingyuan had become an invalid and faked his death to get away, coupled with the Xianqing sect's tough attitude, it would not be good for the various sects to force the issue. Now on the occasion of the marriage between the two clans, the forces of the Fu Lu Star domain diverted this attention from the Xianchang clan. The northern wasteland realm possessed an endless number of starfields. There were hundreds of thousands of clans in the Fu Lu Star region alone. The Xianqing sect was considered a first-rate power in this realm, and it had no small amount of prestige. Junior brother, that from Dongyi Palace repented of her marriage. That's her loss, so you shouldn't be overly concerned. We'll definitely think of a good plan to remodel your spiritual roots, and you'll be back to your former self by then. A white-bearded senior brother thought that it was the marriage between the two clans that caused Chen Qingyuan to go out for a break because he was in a bad mood, and rushed to comfort him. Many thanks to senior brother Su for his concern. Chen Qingyuan's heart was warmed and he wore a smile. Let's get together once in a while today. Don't talk about these troublesome things. Raise a glass and drink together. Patriarch Lin Changxing sat in the center seat and rose to raise his cup. The people rose and drank from their cups of wine or tea. The Xianqing sect was very united internally, unlike the other forces that fought with each other and were profit-oriented. Of course, there were still some occasional minor frictions within the sect, but none of them were major problems and could be easily dealt with. The unity of the sect's top echelons was the result of Elder Taishan's efforts, and he had gone through a lot of trouble. The core elders who could sit here today and sip tea and drink wine had all been favored by the Supreme Elder. About 200 years ago, the Supreme Elder carried back a baby that was still in its swaddling clothes and adopted the baby as a close disciple. Not long afterward, the Supreme Elder sat down and passed away. Since then, the elders attach great importance to the baby boy, on the surface as recognized a little brother. In fact, they are treated as sons and nephews, like blood relatives. If one really wanted to count, the Supreme Elder had only taken on one disciple in his life, and that was Chen Qingyuan. The elders addressed Chen Qingyuan as junior-senior brother because they respectfully addressed the Supreme Elder as senior uncle. Eldest senior brother, I want to go to the ceremony of the marriage between the two clans. After 3 rounds of wine, Chen Qingyuan explained what was in his mind. The moment these words came out, the hall fell silent, and the crowd shifted their gazes to Chen Qingyuan's body, not knowing what to do. Why? Lin Changxing asked. The crowd stared straight at Chen Qingyuan with puzzled and dismayed eyes. There's nothing to run away from, Chen Qingyuan said bluntly. The crowd is understandably contemplative. Have you really thought about it? Lin Changxing's eyes were filled with worry. Think about it. Chen Qingyuan pursed her lips. Then you should follow senior brother Yan and go forward together. Lin Changxing deliberated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Many thanks, senior brother. Chen Qingyuan thanked him. The Xianqing sect sent the 7th elder Yan Minghai to the Heavenly Jade sect to deliver a gift. No matter how awkward the relationship between the two families was, surface work still had to be done. 2 months later, Yan Minghai and Chen Qingyuan and a dozen others set off. On top of a spirit ship, Yan Minghai was wearing a dark gray robe, standing 7 feet tall with slightly white hair. Senior brother. Recently the patriarch has been busy for your matter and has sought out many famous physicians. However, as long as your physical condition is told, no physician is willing to make a move, and all of them feel hopeless. Yan Minghai stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Qingyuan, and had protected him with an arcane light. I'll let eldest brother take the trouble. Chen Qingyuan knew these things and kept them in his heart. Alas! Yan Minghai sighed softly and lamented. Back then, your elegance was unrivaled, and your fame spread throughout the northern wasteland. Now you have ended up like this. If we had known this back then, even if we tied you up, we couldn't let you travel to the heavenly abyss. Senior brother Yen need not worry. This may be my destiny. The experience within the heavenly abyss forbidden area. Chen Qingyuan could not tell anyone about it, lest it lead to great trouble. Furthermore, there were some things that were best known only to oneself. It didn't take long for the Xianqing sect's warships to arrive at the heavenly Jade sect's territory. Looking around, the void was filled with all kinds of spirit ships and treasures, and there were also flags of various sects and factions. It was so grand. The heavenly Jade sect was located in the cloudy mountains, with an ancient tree rooted within the rocks, towering into the clouds and covering the sky. At the foot of the mountain stood a mighty spirit beast, as well as a dark green python hovering in the air, a giant bird with flames burning on its body, a white horse with wings, and so on. There are only 3 more months left, and it will be the day of the marriage between the two clans. The representatives of the various sects were able to enter the heavenly Jade sect right now, or stay inside their own battleship spirit treasures and wait. Junior brother, let's stay here for now. When the day arrives, go in and take a walk. Yan Minghai intended to stay within the warship for the time being in order to take care of Chen Qingyuan's mood. Senior brother Yan, we've already entered the territory of the heavenly Jade sect, and as the representative of the Xianqing sect, it would be more or less unorthodox if you didn't show up all the time. You go and greet the Taoists from the various forces. I can do it alone. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to make things difficult for Yan Minghai. It's not right. The Xianqing sect's warship was parked here and could be seen by anyone. If Yan Minghai hadn't shown up, it would have looked like a bit of a show to outsiders, affecting his face. It's okay, I've got it covered. Don't worry. Chen Qingyuan gave Yan Minghai a reassuring look. After thinking for a long time, Yan Minghai nodded his head and agreed. Alright then, during this period of time, you will stay inside the cabin and do not go out. Aha! Chen Qingyuan watched Yan Minghai leave. Even if the Xianqing sect wasn't an ordinary sect, it still needed to maintain good relations with many of the top forces and try not to offend them. Thus, although this was a marriage ceremony between the heavenly Jade sect and the Dongyi Palace, it would also allow the various sects to gather together to communicate with each other and make good karma. Not more than a few hours later, someone suddenly leaned towards the Xianqing sect's warship and was accompanied by a voice. Chen Qingyuan, you actually came to participate in the marriage between the two sects. Aren't you afraid of being humiliated? Listening to this, it carried a few hints of sarcasm, deliberately coming to see Chen Qingyuan's jokes. Chapter 7, Whether I Stay or Go has nothing to do with you. Chen Qingyuan, who was sitting in the cabin, heard these words and pushed the door open, seeing a purple-clothed youth standing in the void. So it's Summer Bug, long time no see. The corners of Chen Qingyuan's mouth rose slightly, dressed in a light-colored tunic, standing with his hands in the air. You, the purple-clothed youth was named Xia Nanzhong, a member of the Snake Clan, who was once Chen Qingyuan's defeated opponent. Chen Qingyuan, you are still as unappealing as before. Having seen the Xianqing sect's warship just now, Xia Nanzhong came over to take a look at it, and surprisingly, he spotted Chen Qingyuan's figure and immediately walked over. You're not a human being. Chen Qingyuan disliked. At those words, Xia Nanzhong was a bit annoyed. On second thought, it seemed like he really wasn't a human being, so he held his curses back. However, what Chen Qingyuan said always had a bit of a scolding flavor to it, causing Xia Nanzhong to let out a cold snort in anger. More than 100 years ago, Xia Nanzhong and Chen Qingyuan had a dispute, and both sides fought. After that fight, Chen Qingyuan gave Xia Nanzhong a nickname, Little Bug, which made many people lose their laughter. Xia Nan was heavily defeated to Chen Qingyuan and was unable to refute it, so he could only admit it. Don't you know who the two families are joined in marriage? Xia Nan heavily endured a trace of anger and did not see eye to eye with Chen Qingyuan. I know. Chen Qingyuan looked indifferent, knowing that you still came. What a good heart. Xia Nanzhong gave Chen Qingyuan a thumbs up. 3 parts admiration, 7 parts ridicule. You were so magnificent back then. The Sky Jade sect's young patriarch Chen Qingyuan didn't suffer much from your anger. Now that Chen Qingyuan is going to marry by Shi Shui, you're not asking for humiliation. Summer Bug, are you concerned about me? Chen Qingyuan said with a smirk. Lousy will care about you. Dream on. Xia Nanzhong disliked this nickname, but it didn't have too much anger when it popped out of Chen Qingyuan's mouth, who was also an enemy and a friend. A word of advice. You're now an invalid. Staying in the Xianqing sect is the safest thing to do. Thanks for the reminder. Chen Qingyuan didn't take it to heart. I'll laugh at you a few times at most, not so much the others. After saying this, Shannon lost interest heavily and turned around to leave. After this meeting, Xia Nan reconfirmed that Chen Qingyuan was really wasted. Somewhat happily and with a hint of emotion. After walking for some distance, Xia Nanchong glanced back at Chen Qingyuan's direction and sighed lightly. Such a heavenly pride. What a pity. In just a few short days, the news of Chen Qingyuan's arrival at the heavenly jade sect's boundaries reached many people's ears. The cultivators of the various sects looked at the Xianqing sect's worship from afar and whispered, Chen Qingyuan, what is within the heavenly abyss? Have you ever gotten anything in the heavenly abyss? A certain young man questioned condescendingly. What's it to you? Chen Qingyuan glanced at the youth dressed in black and replied indifferently. He didn't recognize this person, presumably a figure who had risen to fame in the last 100 years. Back then, how many great powers of the God Transformation Realm and the Conjunction Realm died in the Heavenly Abyss Forbidden Area? And what makes you a Yuaning Realm cultivator, able to come out alive? The black-clothed youth complied, not putting Chen Qingyuan in his eyes. If it was 100 years ago, you would have been slapped against the wall by me. Chen Qingyuan rebuked and said, Humph, all you can do now is mention your former glory. The black-clothed youth had heard of Chen Qingyuan's battle results and knew that he was inferior. It was just that times were different now. Chen Qingyuan had already become an invalid, so there was no need to be timid. Chen Qingyuan smiled without saying a word. Talking to this kind of fool was purely a waste of time. Thus, Chen Qingyuan sat at the bow of the boat, brewing fragrant tea and enjoying the beauty of the surroundings, directly ignoring the chattering black-clothed youth. In fact, there were quite a few people who wanted to figure out exactly how Chen Qingyuan had come out alive, or to pry out some hidden secrets about the forbidden zone from Chen Qingyuan's mouth, which might be useful in the future. It was because of the Xianqing sect that the cultivators from all sides didn't use excessive means against Chen Qingyuan. What kept the crowd puzzled was that Chen Qingyuan had faked his death to get away. But by what means could he have lived in the forbidden zone for hundreds of years? If they obtained this method, they could try to enter the heavenly abyss forbidden area and seek opportunities. Time passed through his fingers and all of a sudden it was the day of the marriage between the two clans. Today, a group of elders and disciples from Dongyi Palace had arrived, ready to make their entrance. The bride, Bai Shixue, hadn't shown up yet, and would have to wait until the day of the official union. The leading elder of Dongyi Palace was none other than Bai Shixue's master, Yao Susu. Yao Susu was wearing a relatively simple light-colored cloth coat, with a snow-white brocade belt around her waist, her long hair pinned tightly with a jade hairpin, and her hands gently pressed against the position of her belly, dignified and classical, with an excellent temperament. Ha! Yao Susu heard some of the surrounding remarks and looked to the side in passing, gazing at Chen Qingyuan 100 miles away, and stopped in her tracks. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Susu decided to go over and take a look, followed by hundreds of people. How could Elder Chen be here? In front of all the great and powerful people, Yao Susu was more polite to Chen Qingyuan, arching her hand in salute. Hershey. Chen Qingyuan sat still and glanced up. The crowd of Dongyi Palace felt that Chen Qingyuan was very impolite and wanted to speak out to reprimand him, but they were stopped by Yao Susu. It's just a matter of complicated etiquette. Don't worry about it. Yao Susu was concerned about what Chen Qingyuan was running here for, whether he wanted to disrupt the marriage between the two clans, and asked tentatively, is it just a simple congratulations? Of course, I have a gift for that. Chen Qingyuan remembered the white umbrella within the jade bracelet. Although it was somewhat detrimental, it did not substantially harm the two clans. Besides, it wasn't like this was Chen Qingyuan's intention, but rather a compulsion. Compared to what Dongyi Palace had done, Chen Qingyuan was simply a living Buddha. Once upon a time, Chen Qingyuan had given quite a few treasures to Dongyi Palace. Now that the marriage contract between the two sides was voided, he actually didn't return it. And that day, he even used a medium-grade spirit vein to try to break everything, which was simply a door-to-door humiliation. At least in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, this was a humiliation. What was the gift? Yao Susu's heart sank, inexplicably feeling apprehensive. Since it's a gift, I'm sure I can't tell you. If it was before, Chen Qingyuan would have given Yao Susu a few points of face, but now he didn't take her seriously. Chen Qingyuan, if you dare to disrupt the marriage between the two families, don't blame me, Dongyi Palace, for not remembering old feelings. Seeing Chen Qingyuan belittling himself so much, Yao Susu no longer pretended and directly took off her mask, her eyes grimly warning. Oh, Chen Qingyuan was pleasantly unafraid, laughing lightly and saying, is there an old relationship between the Xianqing sect and the Dongyi Palace? You are truly pitiful. Chen Qingyuan's words sounded like nothing more than a stiff upper lip to Yao Susu as a way to preserve that pathetic sliver of dignity, her eyes contemptuous as she slowly shook her head. You should be very clear about one thing, cultivators live for 10,000 years, while mortals only have 100 years of time. Now you are already a wastrel. Even if the Xianqing sect renews your life, you won't be able to live for long. So, Chen Qingyuan's face was devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as flat as water. If you go back now, It will be beneficial to both you personally and the Xianqing sect. For the sake of safety, Yao Susu wanted to force Chen Qingyuan back. As long as Chen Qingyuan left the Heavenly Jade sect, then the marriage union would definitely not go wrong. Chen Qingyuan staying here was like a time bomb. There was no guarantee that he would say something untoward, thus creating an immeasurable impact. It doesn't seem like it's up to you to decide whether I stay or go. Chen Qingyuan smiled. This is a marriage between my Dongyi Palace and the Heavenly Jade sect, so naturally I have some decision-making power. Seeing that Chen Qingyuan refused to leave, Yao Susu's heart became more and more uneasy, and she simply gave the order to expel the guests. The Xianqing sect received an invitation from the Heavenly Jade sect and came from thousands of miles to celebrate. You're kicking me out? Seriously? How come I didn't realize before that Yao Susu, this old hag, was so obnoxious? I just want to ask Elder Chen to leave. I don't have any such intentions for the Xianqing sect. Yao Susu, as a core elder of Dongyi Palace, knew not to speak out of turn and hurriedly explained. Thousands of people watched the scene, and there was a responsibility for saying the wrong thing. Unbridled, without waiting for Chen Qingyuan to open his mouth to speak, there was suddenly an angry remark that came out from the inner cabin of the worship. Chapter 8, The Elder Brother Who Protects the Calf. Dong Wenjun, dressed in gray robes, pushed out the door with a gloomy expression. Meet Elder Dong. In an instant, Yao Susu and the others changed their faces and performed a great bow. Who was Dong Wenjun? That was the protector elder of the Xianqing sect, a top power in the transitional stage. The presence of such a figure in person scared many people into shivering in awe. The protector elder of the Xianqing sect has actually come. This is a well-known figure. A marriage between two clans isn't so great as to have a great powerhouse of the transitional succession stage present in person. It looks like it shouldn't be for the sake of a marriage union. Otherwise it would have shown itself long ago. So why hide? The crowd of cultivators on the sidelines were in an uproar, their jaws dropping. Dong Inquirer hadn't left the Xianqing sect for many years, and this time he had sneaked out because he was worried that Chen Qingyuan had been bullied, and had been hiding within the plywood of the cabin. Senior brother Dong, why did you follow me here? Chen Qingyuan was also surprised and turned his head to look at Dong Wenjun, who had a head full of white hair and a formidable appearance. Elder brother isn't afraid that you'll be bullied. When Dong Inquirer looked at Chen Qingyuan, he immediately put away his cold stance towards outsiders and revealed a kind smile as he spoke softly. He had already lost his youngest brother once. He must not have a second. Back then, when Chen Qingyuan's soul lamp went out, Dong Inquirer was struck by thunder as if by a thunderbolt, and he grieved inwardly. Later, Dong Wenjun knelt down in front of the tomb of the Supreme Elder and said bluntly that he had not taken good care of Chen Qingyuan and blamed himself deeply. Senior brother. Chen Qingyuan's nose was slightly sore and his throat tightened. Protector elders can only leave the clan when the clan is in danger or when something important has happened. However, in order to ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety, Dong Inquirer went against the rules of the clan. The crowd was surprised and envious when they heard Dong Inquisitor's words. To be able to have a senior brother of the transitional succession stage protecting the Dao, this was something that countless people would never dare to dream of. If it was before, it would have been just as well, because at that time, Chen Qingyuan was exceptionally gifted and was the hope of the new generation of the Xianqing sect. Now that Chen Qingyuan had been reduced to a wasted mortal, why would the Xianqing sect senior management be like this? No one can bully this seat's junior brother. Dong Inquisitor told Chen Qingyuan to stand aside and leave these matters to him. Afterward, Dong Wenjun stood above the 9 heavens and swept a glance over the cultivators of the various clans before finally landing his gaze on the crowd of Dongyi Palace. If the Xianqing clan is not welcome in the marriage of the two clans, then the Xianqing clan can leave now. Elder Dong rests his anger. The latecomer never had such an intention. Yao Susu's bent waist lowered a few more points, and the back of her shirt was dampened by a layer of cold sweat. Just now, Yao Susu dared to verbally bully Chen Qingyuan because she was looking at the fact that there were only a few inner sect disciples accompanying her inside the worship and paid no attention to them. If she had known that Dong Wenjun was staying in the cabin, she wouldn't have dared to say the words she just said. Having offended Dong Inquisitor's majesty, the current patriarch of Dongyi Palace would have to come to his door to apologize. A great power of the transition stage, placed in the vast northern wasteland, is also a top figure. Not to be offended. So what do you mean? Dong Inquirer questioned loudly. Late bloomer. The late bloomer. A terrifying pressure fell onto Yao Susu's body, causing Yao Susu to feel as if she was being pressed by 10,000 huge mountains, so heavy that it was difficult to catch her breath. In the past, for the sake of junior brother's face, I chatted with you a few more times and gave you some face. Truly speaking of seniority and strength, you don't even have the qualifications to see this seat. Today, you still dare to oppress my youngest senior brother, really stomping on your nose. Dong Qianjun watched Chen Qingyuan grow up, and has been pampered since he was a child. trying to satisfy all the good food and fun as much as possible. He himself does not even spare a few words to scold Chen Qingyuan, which allows others to bully. If not for the fact that there are still a few old guys in Dongyi Palace, Dong Wenjun would not be deterred by pressure, but would directly throw Yao Susu a few big ears. The younger generation came over to provoke. Dong asked Jun to turn a blind eye. Not good to intervene. The older generation dared to rely on the old. Then Dong Wenjun cannot tolerate it. The late generation knows that it is wrong. Yao Susu really couldn't withstand the pressure of the transitional stage anymore. Her bones seemed to have been crushed a few times, and she clenched her teeth to apologize. Humph. Dong Inquirer snorted coldly and dispersed his might. The next time, I'll educate you properly on behalf of Dongyi Palace. Thank you for your forgiveness, Senior. Even though Yao Susu had 10,000 grudges and dissatisfactions in her heart, she could not show them and had to pay her thanks. Get lost. Dong Inquisitor had his hands behind his back and didn't put Yao Susu in his eyes at all. If he wanted to, he could suppress him with a single finger. With that, Yao Susu and the others hurriedly left without looking back. This time, they had lost a lot of face, and soon they would definitely become the talk of countless people. No one expected this big brother of the Xianqing sect to come over, and the young man who had just verbally humiliated Chen Qingyuan was afraid of retaliation and ran out of sight in the blink of an eye. This place had caused quite a commotion, and Yan Minghai immediately rushed over when he learned that it was about Chen Qingyuan. Senior brother Dong. After a little inquiring, Yan Minghai figured out the ins and outs and returned to the top of the warship, first bowing his hand towards Dong Wenjun, then looking towards Chen Qingyuan with worried eyes. Junior brother, you're alright, aren't you? Put. Suddenly, Dong Wenjun kicked Yan Minghai's body, sending him flying 1,000 meters. Yan Minghai paused in the air, straightened his clothes, and dashed back to his original position. Shao Qi, why are you so brainless in doing things, leaving little senior brother alone on the ship? If I hadn't come along with you, I don't know how junior brother would have been bullied. Dong Wenjun pointed at 7th elder Yan Minghai's nose and cursed. It's all my fault for almost putting junior brother in danger. Yan Minghai blamed himself. Senior brother Dong, I'm not doing anything. Don't hold senior brother Yan accountable. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly stepped forward to admonish him, pulling Dong Wenjun to sit on a chair and pouring a cup of tea. Senior brother, have a sip of tea to dissipate your anger. Dong Wenjun's kick just now was so fast that Chen Qingyuan didn't even react to it as an afterthought. Junior brother didn't blame you, so forget it. After drinking a cup of tea, Dong Inquirer's anger dissipated for the most part. Yan Minghai threw a grateful look at Chen Qingyuan and got one less beating. Cultivators from all walks of life looked at this image in disbelief. The crowd couldn't understand why Chen Qingyuan was favored so much when it was clear that he had become an invalid. Elder Dong has come to the Heavenly Jade sect in person, so please come inside and have a seat. Just as the crowd was still puzzling over why Chen Qingyuan was favored, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Jade sect stepped forward with a smile on his face and a bow. This seat is going to play chess with junior brother. It's not available. Dong Wenjun had no intention of giving the Heavenly Jade sect this face, and directly refused. Hearing this reply, the Heavenly Jade sect's Grand Elder was stunned. Soon, the Grand Elder returned to his senses and smiled. When Elder Dong is free, he can come in at any time, and the Celestial Jade sect will be sure to give him a good reception. Dong Qianjun didn't like this kind of red tape and didn't bother to answer. Due to Dong Inquirer's appearance, it caused many old guys to show their faces and come over to say hello. All of these trivial matters were handled by Yan Minghai, while Dong Qianjun was sitting in the cabin playing chess and drinking tea with Chen Qingyuan, laughing and joking. Soon it was the day of the union, and a layer of auspicious haze appeared in the sky, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Many sects stepped over with great fanfare and sent congratulatory gifts. Coming, the Sky Jade sect's welcoming party arrived on time and with great pomp and circumstance, instantly causing everyone to cast their gazes. 7-headed augur dragons pulled a white jade chariot filled with cultivators, powerful and imposing. The white jade chariot was followed closely by a sedan chair. It was said to be a sedan chair, but it actually looked as if it was a small moving palace. The whole body is made of gold and jade inlaid. Many places are engraved with patterns of dragon and phoenix. The white mist transformed by spiritual qi surrounds the surroundings. Sitting in the sedan chair, Bai Shishui is wearing a long pink dress, wearing a phoenix crown on her head. Immortal mist curls up and haze colors fill the sky. The crowd of cultivators looked on from afar, unable to take their eyes off the ground. Chapter 9, Delivering White Umbrellas. Smashing the scene. Bai Shishui came with a cool demeanor, like a snow lotus on the top of an iceberg, making it unattainable. Welcome. Several elders of the Heavenly Jade sect carried the 100 disciples under their sect out to welcome them, and red flower petals floated up in the sky, finally coming together to form a road that led straight to the gate of the Heavenly Jade sect, seemingly an aesthetic picture scroll. Bai Shishue was dressed in a red dress, the tail of the dress dancing with the breeze. Wonderfully moving, she wore a phoenix crown on her head, her hands were plastered in front of her body, her snow-white skin was carved like jade, and her every move showed her delicacy. The chariot stopped, and the auger dragon roared low, shocking the many spirit beasts around it, bowing their heads in submission, not daring to charge the auger dragon's might. Immediately afterward, Bai Shishue walked out of the Flower Bridge Palace Hall, followed closely by a group of beautiful-looking female disciples. On top of that, there was a middle-aged woman standing on Bai Shishue's side, dressed in light-colored cloth, dressed simply, but looking exceptionally dignified and noble. This woman was called Du Ruosheng, the current sacred lord of Dongyi Palace. This time when the two clans were joined in marriage, it was of course impossible for the patriarch to be absent. Patriarch Du, please come in. The Heavenly Jade Sect's patriarch also appeared. His name was Qin Yang, and he was dressed in a brocade suit with a majestic appearance. The lords of the two clans coincidentally looked in the same direction, their gazes landing on the Xianqing sect's worship. They both knew that Dong Wengjun of the Xianqing sect had come, but Dong Wengjun's attitude wasn't very friendly, so there was no need to go over and ask for trouble. Thus, Qin Yang and Du Ruosheng and the others walked into the main hall together, and the faces of the elders and disciples of the two sects were overflowing with joy. After today, the Heavenly Jade Sect and Dongyi Palace would be able to form an alliance and have more say in the starfield. With an unshakable position, inside the warship, Chen Qingyuan looked at the crowds of silhouettes and muttered, "The row was big enough. Junior brother, be safe." Dong Wenjun wasn't sure what Chen Qingyuan was doing by insisting on coming to the marriage celebration between the two clans. It was most likely nothing good. "I'm not doing anything. Don't worry, senior brother." Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly. "No matter what happens, senior brother will protect you. Since elder brother is here today, he must bring you home safely." Regardless of what Chen Qingyuan would do, Dong Inquirer had already made all sorts of preparations. For this reason, Dong Inquirer had even quietly brought his protective Dao treasure with him, just in case. "Thank you, elder brother." Chen Qingyuan's heart warmed as he turned towards the Heavenly Jade Sect's temple gate. Dong Wenjun was a great man of the third realm of transition, who needed to cross the Dao tribulation every 1,000 years at the latest, and needed to undergo a total of 9 tribulations before he could step into the realm of the Mahayana, free of the heavens and the earth. In recent years, Dong Inquisitor had become increasingly unable to suppress the fluctuations of the laws within his body. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before Dong Inquisitor would need to face the next Dao tribulation. A 9 deaths. Elder brother is old. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive this. Dong Wenjun looked at Chen Qingyuan's departing back, and muttered to himself in his heart. Back then, senior uncle was kind to me. You are the only mantle inheritance from senior uncle. Even if I have to spell out this life, senior brother will have to protect your safety. 100 years ago, in the matter of the Heavenly Abyss foreign treasure, the people of the Xianqing sect who entered it were all wiped out. When he learned of this news, Dong Inquirer had trouble accepting it and his heart ached. Now that Chen Qingyuan had returned alive, there was no way Dong Inquisitor would let something similar happen again. The Great Hall of the Heavenly Jade Sect was overcrowded. The higher echelons of each sect could go to the inner hall and enjoy better service. Ordinary disciples could only sit in the front hall and converse with their peers of the same status. Chen Qingyuan, he really dared to come in. I heard that Chen Qingyuan had a verbal marriage contract with Bai Shishue of Dongyi Palace back then. Did he come over today with the intention of smashing the scene? The Heavenly Jade Sect and Dongyi Palace are not unusual forces. If Chen Qingyuan dares to cause trouble, he will have nothing good to eat. Guess there's a good show. The crowd saw Chen Qingyuan, who was walking from a distance, and were intensely interested in watching the fun. The representatives of the various sects took out their gifts, and the void above the Heavenly Jade Sect had been characterized by a haze of colorful visions manifesting themselves, a scene of auspiciousness. The Grand Elder was in charge of collecting the gifts, his face overflowing with joy as he thanked the guests and recorded the items presented by the various forces. Chen Qingyuan walked with Yan Minghai until they reached the entrance of the Grand Hall. Fellow Taoist of the Xianqing sect, please come in. The elders of the Heavenly Jade Sect took one more look at Chen Qingyuan and politely saluted. Regarding Chen Qingyuan's matter, the elders welcoming the guests had already been ordered not to stop them. This is a small token of appreciation from the Xianqing sect. Yan Minghai, the representative of the Xianqing sect, took out the gift box and slowly opened it. A bit of green light diffused out from within the gift box, a green-colored spirit bead, which was not colorful or shabby among the many gifts. Many thanks. The welcoming elder accepted the gift. Yan Minghai was ready to enter the hall, when Chen Qingyuan called a halt at this time. Senior brother Yan, wait first. What's wrong? Yan Minghai paused in his steps and turned back. I have prepared a separate gift. With that said, Chen Qingyuan took out a lower-grade spirit stone as a way to hide his face and took out a white umbrella from within his Tianyuan bag. By using a spirit stone to catalyze the Tianyuan bag, one would not reveal one's cultivation. If the news of Chen Qingyuan's remodeling of his Dao root spread out, it would definitely cause an uproar. Right now, Chen Qingyuan's strength wasn't high enough to be hidden as much as possible, and he hadn't even informed his fellow senior brothers. The welcoming elder and the group of disciples were confused, and then a pout appeared on their faces. On the big day of the marriage between the two clans, Chen Qingyuan actually sent a white umbrella, making it clear that he was unsettled. The white color is usually used for funerals. On closer inspection, umbrellas contain the meaning of scattering. What does Elder Chen mean by this? The welcoming elder's face was grim as he questioned. Gifts. If it wasn't for the sake of fulfilling his agreement with the Heavenly Abyss existence, Chen Qingyuan definitely wouldn't have come to the Heavenly Jade sect. As far as he was concerned, since Bai Shishua had chosen another person, she was not a good match, and everything was in the past. If Bai Shishua really held true feelings for Chen Qingyuan, then this time when Chen Qingyuan returned, she would definitely stand up to all the pressure to accompany him. This was not the case. When Bai Shishua confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had become an invalid, the guilt in her heart receded like a tidal wave, and there was no fluctuation in her heart. Giving away white umbrellas on the day of the union. This is not smashing the scene. Chen Qingyuan was so graceful back then, but now he has to use this way to maintain that shred of so-called dignity. How pathetic. I thought there was something big to see. For nothing I've been looking forward to this for so long. The disciples of the various sects who had been watching Chen Qingyuan shook their heads, their interest lacking. Originally, they had wanted to watch Chen Qingyuan's shrewish appearance and utter some unpleasant words. The material of this umbrella was simple, a mundane object. The welcoming elder was about to reprimand a few times when the Grand Elder's order suddenly came to his ears. Take the things, don't cause any trouble. Having received the order, the welcoming elder had no choice but to put away the white umbrella and put it aside, and said to Chen Qingyuan with an ugly face, "This gift from Elder Chen, the Heavenly Jade sect accepts it, please come in." A white umbrella was just a white umbrella, and the Heavenly Jade sect didn't want to make too much of a commotion, thus affecting the big picture. As long as Chen Qingyuan didn't make excessive times, the Heavenly Jade sect wouldn't pay any attention. After completing this matter, Chen Qingyuan and Yan Minghai walked forward side by side, settling down in a certain location in the inner hall. The inner hall was set up with thousands of tables and chairs, brilliantly decorated, with a layer of faint white mist flowing on the ground, while the tables were filled with precious fruits and immortal wines, and the smell of fragrant wine drifted to every corner with the breeze. "Junior brother, this is too reckless of you," Yan Minghai whispered. "Let senior brother Yan worry," Chen Qingyuan replied. "You have anger in your heart. Senior brother can understand that." Yan Minghai glanced at the direction where the Dongyi Palace crowd was and said in a deep voice, "Elder brother isn't blaming you, but rather, I'm asking you to discuss this with elder brother. If you really want to fight, you always have to make preparations in advance. The Heavenly Jade sect isn't going to go to war over this sort of thing." Chen Qingyuan laughed lightly. Being careful is a good thing. Yan Minghai was cautious in his endeavors. "Okay, I got it." Chen Qingyuan understood Yan Minghai's concern and was taught with an open mind. "The auspicious time has come. Please invite the two newlyweds to enter." On top of the high platform in the inner hall, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Jade sect faced the guests from all sides and said loudly. Chapter 10, The Devil's Cave Underground. Marriage Suspension. Dongyi Palace. Bai Shishue. Heavenly Jade sect. Qinyu Hall. The two men, dressed in red, appeared on top of the high platform in the inner hall, standing side by side. In the eyes of the crowd, Qin Yutong and Bai Shishue were a perfect match. I've heard that Mr. Qin is a young and handsome man, and when I see him today, his name is true. The elders of the various forces began to brag. Qin Yutong swept a glance over the crowd and spotted Chen Qingyuan sitting in the corner position, the corners of his mouth rising and his eyes provocative, obviously mocking. Chen Qingyuan and Qin Yutong glanced at each other without any emotional fluctuations. The clouds were light. Staying within the Heavenly Abyss forbidden area for hundreds of years had allowed Chen Qingyuan to receive many sharpenings, and was not so easily moved. "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your support." The Heavenly Jade Patriarch Qin Yang stood in the center with a smile on his face, clasping his fists in salute. After a tedious speech, Qin Yang stated that in the future, the Heavenly Jade sect would work together with the Dongyi Palace. Dongyi Palace's sacred lord Du Ruoxing also took the stage and said some words of scene. After these tedious processes were over, the two newlyweds were ready to offer heaven and perform the rites. Once the rite was completed, then the two would officially become Tao couples and share the same sorrows. A Taoist incense about 10 meters high was lit and the smoke rose to the 9 heavens in a ceremony of heavenly sacrifice. Looking at the impending rite of passage, A touch of joy flashed deep within Qin Yang's eyes, and there appeared to be a hint of something intriguing. It was reasonable to say that the Heavenly Jade sect had a deep heritage and was considered to be at the top in this starfield. Qin Yang, who was the sect leader, wasn't so happy because of the marriage with Dong Yi Palace. If the two clans join forces today, Dong Yi Palace will regret it. Suddenly, an icy voice came from the distance and fell into everyone's ears. As a result of this statement, the two couples who were going through the ceremony stopped. Patriarch Du doesn't need to pay any attention. It must be some petty people deliberately causing trouble. This seat will send someone to take care of it. Qin Yang's face instantly changed. He turned his head and smiled faintly at Du Ruoxing before transmitting his voice to the elders within the sect. Seal off the boundaries on all sides. Don't allow anyone to come in. Du Ruoxian's brows furrowed with a feeling of uneasiness. However, Du Ruoxing didn't stop the union ceremony for the time being, and looked in the direction from which the voice came, wanting to see what the situation was. The Heavenly Jade sect's boundary suddenly activated, drawing the attention of the crowd in confusion. Patriarch Qin, what is the meaning of this move? A certain monk questioned. To prevent certain villains from causing trouble, after the marriage between the two clans is over, the boundary will open itself, so all of you do not need to worry. Qin Yang pretended to be calm and said that he would let the guests from all sides understand a little. Most people nodded in agreement after hearing this reason. There were also a few who felt something fishy and frowned in deep thought. Go on. Qin Yang hurriedly looked at the Grand Elder and told him to hurry up and complete the ceremony of the union and alliance. The Grand Elder understood and intended to directly have the two newcomers exchange tokens, drop blood to receive the guide, sign a soul contract, and thus become Dao couples. Boom! Just at this moment, the eastern boundary was startled by a loud sound. The boundary was torn out, and a black-clothed man raised his voice with all his strength. The Heavenly Jade sect's underground suppresses the Devil's Cave, and once Dong Yi Palace joins hands with it, there will be great difficulties. Wow! At these words, the group boiled over. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Qin Yang, seemingly wanting to get an accurate answer. Wait, Du Ruoxing, who had remained silent, spoke up, stopping the ceremony. Patriarch Qin, aren't you going to explain this matter? Hocus pocus. Qin Yang denied it. Is it? Du Ruoxing's expression was serious. If it's false, does Patriarch Qin dare to swear by his Dao heart? For a moment, the scene was extremely quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Many elders from the Heavenly Jade sect traveled to the eastern boundary, wanting to suppress the thieves who had disturbed the union. The man in black came here with no intention of leaving alive. My name is Wang Ping. I was a core disciple of the Heavenly Jade sect 500 years ago, and because I mistakenly entered the Forbidden Land, I discovered the Demon Cave, causing the higher-ups of the sect to move in for the kill. However, I had better luck and escaped from death. In order to break open a gap in the boundary, Wang Ping had used all of his life-preserving aptitudes just to bring the Heavenly Jade sect into disrepute and take revenge. The Heavenly Jade sect tortured all of my loved ones to death in order to force me to come out, and was ruthless. I've been hiding for 500 years, and I've finally found an opportunity today to definitely tell all of this. 1,000 years ago, the Heavenly Jade sect was only a third-rate force in the Fu Lu Star region, but it rose to prominence in just a few hundred years. And the reason for this was the magic cave under the ground. The Heavenly Jade sect has been obtaining resources from within the Demon Cave, allowing the Demon Cave to grow larger and not exploding the matter. By now, the momentum of the Devil Cave can no longer be suppressed, and the Heavenly Jade sect wants to pull someone as a back. Wang Ping confronted the elders of the Heavenly Jade sect while blurting out what he knew. There were countless resources within the Devil's Cave, and the Heavenly Jade sect had only taken out a portion of it, and it had leapt to become the top power in the Fu Lu Star domain. In order to conceal the Devil's Cave and prevent news from leaking out, there were no more than 5 people within the Heavenly Jade sect who knew about the Devil's Cave. Having developed to the present day, the Devil's Cave became enormous, as if it was an endless mouthful of dark abyss. It was only then that the Heavenly Jade sect wanted to suppress the Devil Cave, only to realize that it was all too late. Thus, the Heavenly Jade sect went to great lengths to join forces with the Dong Yi Palace. Once the two families were allied, Dong Yi Palace would not be so easy to stay out of the way, and would have to help the Heavenly Jade sect to resolve the matter of the Devil's Cave. No way. I seem to remember that there used to be this person Wang Ping, and then he inexplicably disappeared. If I may say so, the rise of the Heavenly Jade sect is indeed a bit bizarre. Turning into a behemoth of the Fu Lu Star region in just a few hundred years is a bit strange. If it's true, as this person said, that there's a Devil's Cave underneath the Heavenly Jade sect, once the Devil's Cave breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. The crowd clamored as they listened to Wang Ping's exposition. Chen Qingyuan, who was sitting on the sidelines, did not expect things to develop to this point, and the fun was so strong that it was fortunate that he came and did not miss it. If that's really the case, things are going to get messy. Yan Minghai's brows furrowed as he muttered. The scene became somewhat anxious, and the faces of the guests from all sides were grave, and the deeper they thought, the more alarmed they became. Qin Yang's complexion became extremely ugly, his hands hidden under his sleeves clenched tightly as he looked towards the black-clothed man in the eastern boundary, itching to kill this person by 1,000 cuts. Seeing Qin Yang's delay in opening his mouth, Du Ruoxing felt that this matter was afraid that it wasn't empty talk, and hurriedly dodged next to Bai Shishue, forcibly cutting off this karma between Bai Shishue and Qin Yutong, and said in a cold voice, "If your clan doesn't give a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid that the matter of the two clans joining together will be very difficult to carry on. Patriarch Du, after the ceremony is over, allow this seat to slowly explain to you." Qin Yang still wanted to hold out for a while to see if he could reach an alliance with Dongyi Palace. Being able to sit in the position of the lord of a clan, Du Ruoxing wasn't that easy to fool, and said bluntly, "If you have anything to say, you can say it now. Why wait until later?" Boo! After a battle, Wang Ping was surrounded and killed by the elders of the Heavenly Jade sect, his body directly exploding and bursting into a mist of blood. No one would feel sorry for Wang Ping's death and look indifferent. The people of Dongyi Palace did look at the direction of Wang Ping's death one more time, and their hearts were grateful. If it wasn't for Wang Ping's death, Dongyi Palace would have definitely gotten on the Heavenly Jade sect's pirate ship by now. Patriarch Qin, don't you want to explain? The matter of the Devil's Cave is not a small matter. If it is true, and the Heavenly Jade sect hides it without saying anything, I'm afraid that it will become the enemy of all the sects in the Fu Lu Star region. Please also ask Patriarch Qin to be frank and honest and not to hide anything. Patriarch Qin, the representatives of the various sects had spoken out, giving Qin Yang extreme pressure. The many elders and disciples of the Heavenly Jade sect were in a state of confusion, not understanding why this marriage and alliance ceremony had developed to this point. No wonder the Heavenly Jade sect is in such a hurry to ally with the Dongyi Palace. There's an intention. Judging by Qin Yang's performance, no one thought that the Demon Cave incident could be fake. Dongyi Palace almost fell for it. Many people pinched a cold sweat for Dongyi Gong. If an alliance is truly made, Dongyi Palace will definitely be tainted with the karma of the Devil's Cave. So don't think about staying out of it. Dongyi Palace was considered a first-class force in the Fu Lu Star domain, and could very well apportion pressure for the Heavenly Jade sect. Originally, Dongyi Palace thought that after allying with the Heavenly Jade sect, it would enhance its own heritage and win more say in this starfield. It had never occurred to me that the Heavenly Jade sect was actually hiding so deeply. Since that's the case, then please move to discuss in detail. The matter has come to this point. Qin Yang knows that it is no longer possible to hide it, so it is better to pick it out with the people. Chapter 11, The Departure of the Crowd. Qin Yang led the way, and the higher echelons of the various sects followed. On one side, Qin Yutong's face was extremely ugly, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Regarding the matter of the Devil's Cave, Qin Yutong had no knowledge of it. Being a Taoist couple with Bai Shishue was ordered by his father, Qin Yang, coupled with the fact that Bai Shishue had been Chen Qingyuan's confidant. Qin Yutong was very happy and took great pains to pursue Bai Shishue. Qin Yutong had originally planned to have a good chat with Chen Qingyuan after the end of the union ceremony, saying a few hard words along the way, and was definitely in a happy mood. Unexpectedly, things changed suddenly, leaving Qin Yutong a bit confused. Bai Shishue was similarly bewildered and stood in the center of the Dongyi Palace crowd with a dumbfounded expression, seemingly not having figured out the exact situation. "Senior brother Yan, let's go over and take a look." Chen Qingyuan, dressed in a green long shirt, didn't want to miss the opportunity to see what was going on, pulling Yan Minghai along with the crowd. "Later on, you must not wander off and must follow beside senior brother." Yan Minghai was worried about Chen Qingyuan's safety and was thinking of sending Chen Qingyuan to the top of the warship, but he couldn't argue with Chen Qingyuan's nature and had to nod his head in agreement. "Don't worry, Chen Qingyuan definitely wouldn't sneak around. This wasn't in the Xianqing sect, and he needed to be cautious." Qin Yang unlocked a prohibition and led the crowd all the way to the forbidden area in the back of the mountain, a dense and vibrant forest. At first, there were core elders who wanted to argue with Qin Yang that the people from the various clans could not be brought to the Devil's Cave. However, after Qin Yang's reasoned argument, the informed elders lost their temper and had to agree. If a solution to the Devil's Cave was not found now, then once the Devil's Cave erupted, the Heavenly Jade sect would definitely be in jeopardy. At that time, not only would the Heavenly Jade sect be in bad luck, but it would also involve the entire Fu Lu Star domain. After passing through the thick forest, thousands of people came to a barren plain. Deeper into the plains, there was an abyss with a diameter of about 10,000 meters, and the location of the cave entrance was flashing with complex demonic patterns of laws, and strands of rich demonic chi emanated from within the abyss. The Devil's Cave was then located at the bottom of the abyss, right at the core of the Heavenly Jade sect's underground. Since the Heavenly Jade sect had placed heavy boundaries around the abyss, they didn't let the demonic aura spread out. Such a big devil's cave. Where does it lead? Is it connected to the demon realm? If something goes wrong in the devil's cave, the Heavenly Jade sect will plague the entire Fu Lu Star region. Damn it, Patriarch Qin. Why didn't you tell us the first time the devil's cave appeared? Now that the momentum of the devil's cave has taken shape, if it were to erupt, the consequences would be endless. The elders of the various clans began to be accountable, their faces grim, listening to the reprimands of the crowd. Qin Yang did not get angry and his expression was flat. He had long expected this day to come and was mentally prepared for it. Only when the crowd had tired of cursing did Qin Yang speak. Fellow Taoists, this matter is indeed the fault of the Heavenly Jade sect, and I am willing to accept the punishment. However, I would also like to ask you all to discuss with your sect when you return and deal with the issue of the demon cave together. You all should know very well that if the demon cave breaks out, it will spread to every part of the Fu Lu Star domain, and even other star domains, and no one will be able to stay out of it. Patriarch Qin, this is a disaster caused by your Heavenly Jade sect. Why should we be held responsible? Someone was furious. The Heavenly Jade sect is willing to take out half of its treasure trove's underpinnings and gift it to the various sections. Qin Yang rose up in the air and stood tall, raising his voice to the crowd. When this matter is concluded, the Heavenly Jade sect is willing to bear the accountability of the world's heroes. Immediately afterward, Qin Yang looked in the direction of the Dongyi Palace crowd. Patriarch Du, if the Dongyi Palace is willing to continue to be an ally with my Heavenly Jade sect, the other half of its reserves, I am willing to offer it with both hands. Although Qin Yang felt immediate pain, it had to be done. When the Devil's Cave rioted, the first one to be destroyed would be the Heavenly Jade sect. For the sake of the future of the Heavenly Jade sect, Qin Yang could only put down his face and disperse the sect's reserves so as to obtain the assistance of the various sects. Dongyi Palace doesn't have this blessing to ally with the Heavenly Jade sect. I think it's better to forget about it. Du Ruoxing refused without hesitation and would not gamble with the future of Dongyi Palace. If the Demon Cave rebellion was resolved, one would only receive a large amount of resources. If it couldn't be solved, Dongyi Palace would definitely be pulled down for eternity. Doesn't Patriarch Du think about it? Qin Yan wants to fight for it. To this, Du Ruoxing just looked at it coldly and did not reply. Seeing this situation, Qin Yang understood Du Ruoxing's determination and no longer forced himself. Then, Qin Yang said some more grandiose words, telling the guests from all parties to bring the news back to their respective sects and discuss a solution to the Demon Cave as soon as possible. What a thing to call it. Having us wipe our asses for the Heavenly Jade sect is really infuriating. The matter is important. We have to hurry back and discuss a countermeasure. Go! After some time of clamor, the crowd left angrily. Before leaving, the Heavenly Jade sect returned all the gifts. Since there was no marriage between the two sects, there was no need for this wedding banquet to continue. Fellow Taoists, I'm sorry. Figuring that they didn't want to offend the sects and wanted to get the help of the sects, the elders of the Heavenly Jade sect went from one to another to make amends and apologized, in stark contrast to their arrogance at the beginning. On his way back, Chen Qingyuan ran into the Dongyi Palace crowd at the entrance of the Heavenly Jade sect. Patriarch Du Yan Minghai was slightly lower in status and clasped his fists in salute. Elder Yan, Du Ruoxing nodded his head and bowed back, his expression indifferent. No one could see what was going on in his heart. Both parties exchanged a greeting, and Du Ruoxing dropped his gaze to Chen Qingyuan. Taking a deep look at Chen Qingyuan, Du Ruoxing didn't see anything strange, and inwardly sighed softly. It's a pity that a generation of heavenly pride has become an invalid in this way. Here, one of the elders returned the Xianqing sect's gift and left in disgrace. Chen Qingyuan looked at the white umbrella in his hand with a slightly strange expression, and muttered to himself in his heart. The gift was returned, but it wasn't because of me, and the first agreement should be considered completed. The crowd of Dongyi Palace couldn't even think of not seeing this eye-catching white umbrella. Earlier the Heavenly Jade sect didn't want to make too much of a commotion, and many people didn't know about Chen Qingyuan's sending of the white umbrella. At this moment, many pairs of eyes converged on Chen Qingyuan's body, whispering, Chen Qingyuan, this gift of yours is really coincidental, Du Ruoxing said with an expressionless face. Just a coincidence. Facing the leader of the Dongyi Palace, Chen Qingyuan was not formal and was bland. As far as I know, you're not this graceless. Du Ruoxing was more than 10 meters away from Chen Qingyuan and said softly. The faces of the elders standing at the back were ugly. This marriage had actually become a joke. Their faces were disgraceful. Bai Shixue, dressed in a red dress, surveyed Chen Qingyuan from the corner of her eye, with a few moments of shame, a few moments of embarrassment, as well as a few moments of helplessness. Whether or not the sects were joined in marriage, Bai Shixue had no power to decide. If she could, Bai Shixue would rather complete this marriage than be pointed at and lose face. Soon, Bai Shishue convinced herself in her heart and slowly raised her head, her eyes appearing to change. She had embarked on this path, so there was no turning back. From now on, she would still be a cultivator with great talent, while Chen Qingyuan would only have 100 years to live at most. The twinge of guilt inside was gone at the moment. There's no other meaning. Patriarch Du shouldn't think too much. Chen Qingyuan smiled blandly and slowly put the white umbrella away. You were lucky to make it out of the heavenly abyss alive. Can you tell us what happened in there? Regarding Tianyuan, Du Ruoxing was still very interested. When these words came out, many people heard them and stopped in their tracks, their gazes towards Chen Qingyuan becoming unfriendly. Chapter 12 Canceling the Alliance. All parties shake. Yan Minghai sensed a number of not-so-friendly pressures that clearly had a strong interest in the heavenly abyss, and hurriedly made preparations for defense, taking a few steps closer towards Chen Qingyuan. If anyone dared to make a move against Chen Qingyuan, Yan Minghai would protect Chen Qingyuan at the first opportunity. If Patriarch Du is so curious, why don't you go in and take a look yourself? Chen Qingyuan pursed his lips and smiled, not intimidated by Du Ruoxing's aura, and casually made a perfunctory remark. If there is an opportunity, this seat will definitely make a trip. In front of everyone, it was impossible for Du Ruoxing to bully Chen Qingyuan. Most notably, not far away within the worship sat the protector elder of the Xiancheng sect, a great power in the transitional stage. Du Ruoxing didn't want to offend. There was no need. Senior brother Yan, let's go. Chen Qingyuan ignored the crowd of Dongyi Palace and didn't even glance at Bai Shishue from start to finish. As Chen Qingyuan had said, his karma with Bai Shishue had been broken. Perhaps, Bai Shishue had once really cared about Chen Qingyuan, but there was a prerequisite. Chen Qingyuan had to be a heavenly pride that was famous all over the world. Since Chen Qingyuan's return, the world knew that he had become an invalid, and Bai Shishue had little emotional fluctuation towards him, and at most only had a few moments of guilt. On the path of cultivation, it is very difficult to really run into someone who is sincere. Although Chen Qingyuan can understand Bai Shishue's behavior, he will not forgive, and will be a stranger from now on. This kid is definitely hiding a secret. Du Ruoxing looked at Chen Qingyuan's departing back and muttered, if Chen Qingyuan had come out alive 100 years ago, the cultivators of the world would not have been interested, and would only have thought that the heavenly abyss was a place of great terror and not to be dabbled in. However, Chen Qingyuan had appeared after 100 years. How could he not make the cultivators of the world curious? Patriarch, is there really no room for discussion between Dongyi Palace and the Heavenly Jade Sect? Yao Susu asked as she gathered her courage. What? Elder Yao wants to be a lobbyist? Du Ruoxing turned his head and glanced at Yao Susu, his tone indifferent. Never meant to do so. Please rest your anger. Patriarch. Yao Susu hurriedly bowed and curtsied, admitting her mistake. Humph. Du Ruoxing snorted coldly and left with the people from Dongyi Palace. If the two sects were allied by marriage, Yao Susu's status as Bai Shishue's master would of course rise. That was why Yao Susu wanted to try and fight for it after a certain elder of the Heavenly Jade sect pleaded for it. The matter of the Devil's Cave was extremely serious, and Du Ruoxing would not be foolish enough to take on this responsibility for the Heavenly Jade sect. An alliance? Make a bull ***** alliance. Even though many people wanted to learn about the heavenly abyss from Chen Qingyuan's mouth, no power dared to force it. Not far away, the white-haired Dong Qianjun stood on top of the Xianqing sect's worship, his hands behind his back, his eyes always watching Chen Qingyuan's direction. If anyone dared to be unfavorable to Chen Qingyuan, they would have to think about whether or not they could beat Dong Wenjun. Why is an invalid so sheltered? A lot of people can't understand it and have doubts in their minds. If it were in any other clan, becoming an invalid would mean death and ignored. The heavenly cultivators would not understand how important Chen Qingyuan was in the eyes of the Xianqing sect's hierarchy. It was kinship, not a simple relationship of interest. With Dong Wenjun's intimidation, Chen Qingyuan safely returned to the worship. The group of people left the Heavenly Jade sect in great numbers, not running into any trouble on the way. It didn't take long for the marriage to be cancelled to spread throughout the north and south of the river, and it also included the matter of the magic cave. Damn it, the benefits were all taken up by the Heavenly Jade sect, and now that they've caused big trouble they're making us responsible. What kind of bull ***** reasoning is that? No wonder the Heavenly Jade sect wants to join alliance with the Dongyi Palace as soon as possible. It's trying to pull it back before dying. I told you how the Heavenly Jade sect could rise in a few hundred years. It turns out that they got a great chance from within the Devil's Cave. Now that the Devil's Cave has grown to an unmanageable point, the Heavenly Jade sect wants us to bear the consequences. It's really not doing anything. When the higher-ups of the various clans learned of this, they broke into a frenzy of curses, itching to raise the Heavenly Jade clan to the ground. It's just that the Heavenly Jade sect, after all these years of development, has many strong people who are not easy to deal with. and the cultivators of the various sects can only spray spittle behind their backs. Xianqing sect. Inner hall. A group of people were discussing the issue of the Devil's Cave, and although Chen Qingyuan had no cultivation, he could mention his opinions and sat on the sidelines drinking tea. After half a day of bickering, some people from the Xianqing sect advocated to deal with the Devil's Cave together with the strongest members of the various sects and settle the score with the Heavenly Jade sect in the fall. Half of the others felt that this matter was caused by the Heavenly Jade sect, and that there was no need to pay attention to it for the time being. Junior brother, what do you think? Lin Changsheng raised his hand, telling the crowd to remain quiet, and turned his head to look at the relaxed and cozy Chen Qingyuan. It's not a matter of concern. There's no need for us to quarrel. Chen Qingyuan voiced his inner thoughts. The one who should be in a hurry should be the Heavenly Jade sect, not my Xianqing sect. Taking a step back, if the Devil's Cave really breaks out, it's not too late to destroy the Heavenly Jade sect first, and then it's not too late for us to unite with fellow cultivators to deal with it. I agree with senior brother. If we really want us to make a move, we'll have to wait until after the Heavenly Jade sect is destroyed. Many senior brothers and sisters expressed their approval, extremely upset by the Heavenly Jade sect's behavior. If this is the case, it's likely that we'll miss the best time to tackle the Demon Cave. Once it goes out of control, I don't know how many innocents will die tragically. A certain elder frowned in worry. In my opinion, wait and see what happens. Understanding the worries of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan's expression became a few shades more serious as he murmured, "Let's not chat about this for now." Lin Changsheng interrupted the crowd's discussion so as not to start a strife. "Let's first see what the Heavenly Jade sect does, and we'll discuss it then." When the meeting ended, Lin Changsheng asked Dong Qinjun and Chen Qingyuan to stay behind, while the rest left on their own. "Senior brother Dong, you left the sect without authorization. Do you know you're wrong?" Lin Changsheng looked younger than Dong Wenjun, but he was actually much older and slightly half as strong. "Knowing the error of my ways." Dong Xianjun bowed his head and admitted his mistake without arguing. "I know you're worried about junior brother's safety, but as a sect protector elder, you have a great responsibility and must not leave easily. If I temporarily leave the sect due to certain matters and you are also absent, once some petty people invade the sect, the consequences would be unimaginable." Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun were in the same lineage of teachers, and both addressed Chen Qingyuan's master as their senior, having been favored by their senior brother is willing to be punished. Dong Xianjun thought of the consequences before he left. "You are punished to face the wall for 3 months, and you are not allowed to drink alcohol for 6 months. Lin Changsheng said seriously. "Ha?" Dong Wenjun froze and smiled bitterly. "Eldest senior brother, it's fine to face the wall. Can we be exempted from quitting drinking?" "Can't," Lin Changsheng said sternly. "Okay." Dong Qinjun had never been good at women's sex in his life, and only liked to drink wine. It was indeed very painful to let him not drink for half a year, but he had to recognize the punishment. "Junior brother, you've come back and haven't yet offered incense to senior uncle. Go there today." Having dealt with this matter, Lin Changsheng put away the stern look he had just worn, and his face softened a few points. Good. Chen Qingyuan's cheap master. In fact, he had never met. This was because after the master took Chen Qingyuan into his sect, he sat down and died shortly afterward. There was always something fishy about the master sitting down, but since it was Lin Changsheng who personally buried the master, and there were many other elders who saw it with their own eyes, they could only accept this fact. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was still in his infancy and knew nothing about the outside world. Due to the favors that master had once made, Chen Qingyuan had been benefited. More than half of the Xianqing sect's top echelons had received favors and opportunities from their masters, especially Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun, who had been plucked from the dead by their masters on multiple occasions. With this relationship, Chen Qingyuan had never been wronged, and even more so, he knew many of the secrets of his senior brothers. The last time he checked to see if he had been taken over, Chen Qingyuan had to sacrifice his senior brothers in order to prove his innocence. It really wasn't that he couldn't hide his secrets. Chen Qingyuan and the others arrived at the cemetery at the back of the mountain. The autumn wind was sluggish and spoke of a sense of sadness. Chapter 13, The Second Engagement. The Ghost Doctor's Trail. A monument stands in the southeast corner of the cemetery. The monument reads vertically, Tomb of Shangguan Rome, a once legendary figure of the Xianqing sect, and Chen Qingyuan's chief master. Since Chen Qingyuan could remember, he had never seen Shangguan Rong and only knew that he was picked up by Shangguan Rong. "Master, disciple has come to offer you incense." Even though Chen Qingyuan hadn't met the master, he had great respect for him and bowed, performing the ritual of offering incense. "Sure Fu." Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun also bent down and bowed, their eyes filled with respect. If it wasn't for Shangguan Rong's guidance and bestowal of grace, they would probably have died somewhere long ago, not to mention becoming the head of a clan and a clan protector elder. The three of them swept the dust from the grave, did some simple rituals, and then left the cemetery. While Dong Wenjun was punished to face the wall, Lin Changsheng stayed within a tightly closed cultivation cave with Chen Qingyuan. Talking about important matters, Junior brother, I've been inquiring about remodeling the spiritual root for a while now, and I've made some gains. Eldest senior brother, there's actually no need for you to bother so much. Everything has its own karma. Chen Qingyuan realized that Lin Changsheng's face was slightly haggard, and that he hadn't worried much about his own affairs these days. The world of cultivation was exceptionally dangerous, and the hearts of people were the most complicated. It wasn't that Chen Qingyuan refused to say anything about the remodeling of his Dao body, but he couldn't. Once the news leaked out, not only would Chen Qingyuan have to face a lot of trouble, but it would also pull the entire Xianqing sect down. After surviving in the heavenly abyss for 100 years, he had remodeled his flawless Dao root. When this news reached the ears of certain great powers, it would surely cause unimaginable shocks. This is what senior brother should do. Lin Changsheng gently shook his head. I've inquired about the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, and it's rumored to be located somewhere in the rhyming sea-star domain. This person is the most famous physician in the northern wasteland and has cured many difficult cases. It is even rumored that he has the ability to make flesh and bones from the living dead. I've heard of the ghost doctor's name before. Godlike. True face unknown. Chen Qingyuan knew of the ghost doctor's reputation when he was very young. It was the most powerful healer in the northern wasteland, and it was said that even the Mahayana cultivators had to give him a few moments of face and didn't dare to lose their etiquette. I've heard that a ghost doctor's trail has appeared in the Rhythm Sea-Star region, so I'll accompany you to try your luck. In order to find out this information, Lin Changsheng estimated that he had spent a lot of energy and financial resources. However, in order to be able to cure Chen Qingyuan, all the effort was worth it. Elder brother, will you be disappointed if I can't cure it? Chen Qingyuan raised his head and locked eyes with Lin Changsheng, his expression slightly grave. Nonsense. You're a blessing. A lucky man. There's no way you can't be cured. Lin Changsheng was afraid that Chen Qingyuan had lost hope and hurriedly comforted him. There are exceptions to everything. What if? Chen Qingyuan wanted to hear what was in Lin Changsheng's heart. Solemnly, seeing Chen Qingyuan look so serious, Lin Changsheng was silent for a long time. After a long time, Lin Changsheng said with firm eyes, if you really can't be cured, senior brother will let you live the rest of your life carefree, find you a suitable marriage, and leave behind an heir. After you pass away, senior brother will bury you next to senior uncle's grave, and go over every once in a while to sweep the grave and talk to you about interesting things within the sect. Regarding the worst outcome, Lin Changsheng's mind had actually thought about it many times. It was nothing more than watching Chen Qingyuan die of old age in his mortal body. No matter what, as long as Chen Qingyuan was still alive, then Lin Changsheng wouldn't let him suffer. It wasn't just Lin Changsheng who thought this way. All of the Xianqing sect's senior management were like this. Alright, Chen Qingyuan suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the dull atmosphere in the room. It hasn't gotten to the point where I'm going to die. Don't make it so serious. Wasn't it you boys who brought up the subject first? Why are you still fighting back? Lin Changsheng's eyes were sharp. My bad. Let's not talk about it. Hearing Lin Changsheng's words just now, Chen Qingyuan's heart warmed. The Xianqing sect was not as profit-oriented as other sects and had deep feelings, which was why Chen Qingyuan relied heavily on the Xianqing sect. The ghost doctor's whereabouts are very difficult to find. So early tomorrow morning, we'll set off for the Rhyming Sea-Star region, Lin Changsheng said. In such a hurry? Chen Qingyuan was surprised. If we miss this opportunity, it might be hard to find a ghost doctor for 100 years. The implication was that Chen Qingyuan only had this one chance to remodel his spiritual roots. After all, if one were to live in this world in a mortal body, there would only be 100 years of light. Elder brother, if you're going to accompany me, then what about home? Chen Qingyuan was worried that the Xianqing sect would go haywire and didn't want to implicate the sect because of himself. Master Dong is sitting at home. There won't be any problems. Don't worry about these things. Lin Changsheng had arranged these things before he could find the time to leave the Xianqing sect. As far as he was concerned, the matter of repairing Chen Qingyuan's spiritual roots was very important and could not be sloppy. Alright, Chen Qingyuan had no reason to refuse, so he had no choice but to nod his head and agree. Lin Changsheng sent Chen Qingyuan inside the cultivation cave and turned to leave. In the dead of night, Chen Qingyuan sat on the edge of the bed, took out the jade bracelet, and carefully examined it. As Chen Qingyuan's consciousness entered it, he once again felt the terrifying laws wrapping around his soul. The sense of suffocation was thick, and his heart sank slightly. The first engagement was barely completed. An icy voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. This jade bracelet contained a bizarre and inexplicable power, as if it could connect to the heavenly abyss and hold a conversation with that girl in red. Now you're going to do the second thing. Immediately after that, the girl in red said again. What is it? Chen Qingyuan asked. traveling to the North Canyon starfield. There is a gift for you. The cold words echoed in every corner within the jade bracelet space. What gift? Chen Qingyuan was curious. You'll find out when you get there. As these words fell, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was ejected from the jade bracelet. North Canyon starfield. Chen Qingyuan fell into deep thought, with both anticipation and a hint of apprehension towards this gift that the girl in red was talking about. Every time he recalled the 100 years of his life in the heavenly abyss, Chen Qingyuan had a pang of fear and his heart skipped a beat. On the following day, Lin Changsheng arrived outside Chen Qingyuan's door early in the morning, ready to take Chen Qingyuan and run to the rhyming sea star realm. Just as the two of them were about to set off, an inner sect elder arrived in a hurry. Patriarch, this is a total invitation from the 18 sects of the Fu Lu Xing domain, asking you to come in person and discuss the matter of the demon cave. There were a total of 19 first-rate and top-notch powers in the Fu Lu Star domain, including the Xianqing sect. The total invitation of the 18 sects had a conceivable weight. Seeing that the Devil's Cave was becoming larger and larger, the various Holy Lands had to come up with a solution. This seat is not available. Let the Grand Elder head there. Lin Changsheng frowned, and the first thought that popped up was to decline this invitation, not bothering to fight with the leaders of the sects. Patriarch, this incident is extremely serious. I'm afraid it's not right if you don't go. This elder said with a bitter smile. The woes caused by the Heavenly Jade sect. Why should this seat negotiate a solution? Lin Changsheng snorted coldly, thinking that it was good that he hadn't fallen on his sword. If the matter of the Devil's Cave becomes a big deal, our Xianqing sect will definitely be in bad luck as well. Patriarch, you must go and take a look. You might be able to secure a lot of resources from the Heavenly Jade sect. This elder was responsible for the internal and external matters of the sect, and had part of the authority to oversee the sect leader. Senior brother, you go and get busy. Chen Qingyuan understood the seriousness of the matter, and could also understand Lin Changsheng's desire to accompany him in his quest for the ghost doctor. However, in front of the great justice of the sect, Lin Changsheng, who was the sect leader, could not be absent. Change someone else to accompany me there. Lin Changsheng turned his head toward Chen Qingyuan, his face grave, and let out a long sigh. Alas! After thinking for a moment, Lin Changsheng could only focus on the greater good and summon someone by voice transmission. Who is it? Chapter 14, The Kind Lin Pingyan. Lin Changsheng really didn't want to go and solve the trouble caused by the Heavenly Jade sect, but the matter was so important that if he was absent, it might cause bad results. Let Haranian accompany you on your journey. After some deep thought, Lin Changsheng made a decision. Yes, Chen Qingyuan gently nodded, his heart slightly relieved. Without Lin Changsheng's accompanying him, Chen Qingyuan was able to find the time to do things on his own without worrying about exposing his body. It wasn't long before a young man dressed in white appeared, whose name was Lin Pingyan, the only son of Lin Changsheng. Lin Pingyan was an inner sect elder of the Xianqing sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Yuaning realm. He was hundreds of years older than Chen Qingyuan, but according to seniority he had to address Chen Qingyuan as junior uncle. Father, little master. Having received the transmission, Lin Pingyan put down the entire matter at hand and hurriedly arrived, bowing to the two. At the very beginning, it was really hard for Lin Pingyan to call out this young master uncle. Later, Chen Qingyuan showed amazing talent, crushing the pure prides of the Fu Lu Star domain, and even spreading his fame to many star domains in the northern wasteland, making Lin Pingyan convinced and no longer having any stigma in his heart. You accompany young master uncle on his journey. No matter what happens, you must protect young master uncle's safety. Understand? Lin Changsheng said solemnly as he flicked a point towards Lin Pingyan's brow, conveying the ghost doctor's whereabouts track. Child understands. Lin Pingyan nodded his head solemnly, secretly saying that as long as he did not die, he would not let anything happen to junior master uncle. Go! Lin Changsheng didn't arrange for too many people to follow him, lest he be noticed, letting Lin Pingyan escort Chen Qingyuan. As long as he didn't run into a great power that had been cultivating for thousands of years, general problems could be easily solved. Thus, Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan set off. Lin Changsheng discussed with some elders and prepared to go forward to discuss the matter of the Devil's Cave, a stone cart about 100 meters long, which could be urged by placing a spirit stone in a special location, traveled 100,000 miles a day, and was extremely fast. Chen Qingyuan sat inside the stone carriage, not feeling any discomfort and at ease. Junior Master, it's estimated that it will take a month to arrive at the Rhythm Sea Star domain. Although Lin Pingyan's talent was not comparable to the Chen Qingyuan of the past, it was still extremely high, and he was held in high regard by the elders of the Xianqing sect. If Chen Qingyuan had not appeared, Lin Pingyan would have definitely been able to become the young sovereign. 100 years ago, originally the Xianqing sect decided to let Chen Qingyuan take up the position of one of the young sect masters, so that in the future he would be able to carry the Xianqing sect's great mountain and lead the sect to glory. Unfortunately, it was not to be. After 100 years had passed, the senior management of the Xianqing sect, after much screening and consideration, planned to pick a good day for Lin Pingyan to officially become the young sect leader. Who knew that Chen Qingyuan had popped up at this time, disrupting the original layout of the Xianqing sect? Through the performance of the elders, it was still hoped that Chen Qingyuan could be cured and allowed to take over the position of sect leader. It's okay, there's no rush. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan were sitting inside the stone cart, with some spirit fruits and fragrant tea on the table. This time, Lin Changshang had asked Lin Pingyan to protect Chen Qingyuan's path, not on a whim, but after considering it again and again. Only if the two of them stayed together could the unnecessary troubles be resolved and even enhance the feelings of fellow disciples. Lin Pingyan was brought up by Lin Changshang. I believe that Lin Pingyan's character, it is not possible to do things that are out of line, at best, just a little unpleasant in the heart. Pingyan, I heard that the higher echelons of the clan intended for you to become the young patriarch, but due to my appearance this matter has been compromised. Chen Qingyuan heard about this and mentioned it directly, not wanting to hold it in his heart. The seniority was there. Chen Qingyuan could speak in the tone of an elder even if he was far below Lin Pingyan in age. No harm done. Lin Pingyan pursed her lips and smiled, looking like nothing had changed emotionally. If this were on my body, I would definitely not be able to swallow this breath, and I would have to beat the person in my way violently, or draw a circle and curse it. Chen Qingyuan spoke in a vicious tone, as if the one who was injured was himself. Looking at Chen Qingyuan in this manner, the sorrow and worry in Lin Pingyan's heart inexplicably disappeared a bit, and he couldn't help but lose his smile. Junior uncle. It's not that serious. Yes, of course. Chen Qingyuan spoke righteously. You have been practicing and cultivating hard for so many years for the position of young patriarch, and you lost an opportunity 100 years ago. Now that it was so hard to wait for a new opportunity, it was ruined by me again. To be honest, I feel unworthy and angry for you. Why don't you beat me up to take out your anger? Junior master, you have too much drama. Lin Pingyan wore a white coat, a modest gentleman, gentle as jade. He was very strict and usually silent. Junior senior uncle, I did secretly get angry, but this is all normal psychological factors. It's good to look away. Moreover, if I can cure your body, my achievements will definitely not be lower than before, and I will willingly assist junior master uncle to become the head of a clan, whether it was 100 years ago, or now. The only time when he stayed with Chen Qingyuan, this elegant temperament of Lin Pingyan could not be resisted at all, and soon broke the defense. What I can't stand the most is this about you. How can a cultivator be so reasonable? Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. You don't understand me, nor do you understand eldest brother and the others. What do you mean by that, junior master? Lin Pingyan gently frowned with a puzzled expression. I have never thought of becoming a young sect leader, nor do I have the ability to shoulder the responsibility of a sect. I can only do my best to guard it. This is something I've said before. Although the clan is big, it's not where I belong. What I aspire to is a life of freedom. There was still a lot of time left, so Chen Qingyuan decided to have a good chat with Lin Pingyan. Pingyan, do you know why your father and the elders want to force me to take the throne? Chen Qingyuan asked. Junior senior uncle is gifted. Suppressing his peers, and taking over the position of leader of a clan is well deserved. For the strong, Lin Pingyan had great respect, and thus willingly called this young master uncle. Sort of a reason, but not a fundamental factor. Chen Qingyuan gently shook his head. There are other reasons? Lin Pingyan asked in a skeptical voice. Is it because of the supreme ancestor? No. Chen Qingyuan shook his head again. What's that? Lin Pingyan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Since I was a child, whether outside or within the sect, I have never suffered a loss. Chen Qingyuan slowly said. You are different. Your nature is too soft and not ruthless enough. If you are allowed to lead the sect, it will definitely lead to the sect being restricted in every way, and the disciples within the sect will gradually lose their bloodlust. This is a fatal blow to a sect. Life is precious and I don't want to be a butcher. Lin Pingyan had lived for over 500 years and had killed no more than 10 people, all of whom were great traitors and evil. He was too merciful to be a person in power. This time, eldest senior brother asked you to protect the Tao for me because he trusts you, and secondly, he wants to sharpen your temperament. By following me out for a walk, you might be able to be influenced by me and change these bad habits. The most taboo thing in the cultivation world was kindness, and Lin Pingyan was on the contrary of a Confucian scholar's nature. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Pingyan was born in the Xianqing sect, where infighting was extremely rare, any other sect would definitely not be that good. People are good at being bullied. So are mortals. So are cultivators. Forget it. It wasn't that Lin Pingyan didn't want to be ruthless, but he couldn't do it. In his eyes, life was priceless, and unless that person had a sure way to die, he certainly couldn't lay down a deadly hand. It was because of this indecisive and overly benevolent character of Lin Pingyan that the higher echelons of the sect dared not allow him to become the young sect leader. As the leader of a clan, who hasn't had blood on his hands? For the sake of the clan's interests, sometimes you have to do it even if you know it's not the right thing to do. Only in this way could the sect thrive, deter the herd, and shelter its disciples. Change slowly. Chen Qingyuan lay on top of the rocking chair and slightly closed his eyes. If you can make a change, the future position of the sect leader will definitely go to you. As your junior uncle, he will definitely help you. Letting Chen Qingyuan teach a person to become good is expected to be a bit difficult, but becoming bad can be less stressful. I don't crave power. I just don't want to disappoint father. Lin Pingyan's painstaking cultivation of wanting to become a young patriarch was the only reason to be recognized by Lin Chongsheng. According to the direction and speed of this trip, we should be passing through the 100-leaf sect tomorrow. So remember to stop for a while then. Chen Qingyuan lay on the bed and whispered. Do what? Lin Pingyan asked. Collections. The corner of Chen Qingyuan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an evil smile. Chapter 15 Collecting Debts with a Strong Attitude. The next day, the chariot stopped at the 100-leaf sect's territory. Ping Yin, have the 100-leaf sect's steward come out. Chen Qingyuan sat and sipped his tea. Good. Although he didn't know what kind of account Chen Qingyuan was collecting, Lin Pingyan didn't ask more questions and flashed to the mouth of the 100-leaf sect's mountain pass. Lin Pingyan identified himself very politely and was waiting at the door for the disciple to inform him. Looking at Lin Pingyan with this kind of rules, Chen Qingyuan was a bit helpless and shouted, You are the inner sect elder of the Xianqing sect. How can you wait at the door in the sense that the guarding disciples of the 100-leaf sect don't know the rules and directly kick the door in? Chen Qingyuan stayed inside the chariot, and everything he said could fall into Lin Pingyan's ears. Junior uncle. This isn't right. Kicking indoors at the drop of a hat was not in line with Lin Pingyan's code of conduct. Not proper my ass. 100-leaf sect is only a second-rate sect, and as an elder of Xianqing sect, you actually didn't invite you in directly. That's not giving Xianqing sect face. If this matter spreads out, in the future, when my Xianqing sect's disciples go out, they will definitely be bullied, and anyone will want to come up and step on them twice. Chen Qingyuan deliberately exaggerated the seriousness of this matter in order to increase the pressure on Lin Pingyan. It's not that serious. Lin Pingyan glanced back at the chariot not far away and transmitted his voice. Pingyan, am I still your junior uncle? Seeing that Lin Pingyan was still so hesitant, Chen Qingyuan decided to use seniority to press people. Yes, Lin Pingyan said hurriedly. Then listen to the words of junior master and kick the door down. Chen Qingyuan snapped. If you don't kick down this door today, then I won't be going to the rhythmic sea star realm, and I won't be cured of my physical ailments. Hearing this, Lin Pingyan was a bit anxious. If Chen Qingyuan really refused to treat the injury, Lin Pingyan would live in guilt for the rest of his life. Boo! Having no choice, Lin Pingyan's heart was hardened and he directly kicked out. With a loud bang, the door of the 100-leaf sect was kicked open. In an instant, many silhouettes appeared in the sky above the 100-leaf sect, wanting to see who dared to come to the 100-leaf sect to wreak havoc so boldly. The atmosphere was tense. Elder Lin, what do you mean by that? An inner sect elder of the 100-leaf sect appeared. He learned of Lin Pingyan's arrival and came at a quick pace, just in time to see the kicking of the door, his face turning blue. It doesn't mean anything. Lin Pingyan was a little overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface he still had to put on a bashful face, just as the two sides were at an impasse. Chen Qingyuan inside the chariot spoke up. Chen Qingyuan took out a lousy object, a sound transmission cylinder. This object can amplify sound by 10s or even 100 times, which is of little use to practitioners. Chen Qingyuan stood at the front of the chariot, placed the sound transmission tube in front of his mouth, and shouted loudly in the direction of the 100-leaf sect. Pingyan is my Xianqing sect's inner elder, the patriarch's own son. He came to visit the 100-leaf sect and was actually shut out. Are you not putting my Xianqing sect in your eyes? Right or wrong? Let's put a big hat on the 100-leaf sect first. Chen Qingyuan, it's him. Many people from the 100-leaf sect recognized Chen Qingyuan at a glance, muttering in whispers and pondering in their hearts. The 100-leaf sect has absolutely no such intention. A certain elder hurriedly said, according to the rules, only after the gatekeeper disciple informs, can the person visiting be allowed to enter? Bull ******* rules. Chen Qingyuan directly scolded. If the elders of those forces from the Heavenly Jade sect had come over, would the 100-leaf sect not allow them to enter? The 100-leaf sect doesn't give this face to the Xianqing sect. It seems that they think that my Xianqing sect has fallen and is easy to bully. Right, don't be angry, Elder Chen. It was indeed the 100-leaf sect who lost their manners and slowed down Elder Lin. The 100-leaf sect's grand elder stepped in, telling the others to refrain from opening their mouths to speak. so as not to make the situation worse. It's good to know your mistakes. Chen Qingyuan's tone eased slightly. 2 elders, please come in. Tea has already been set up in the hall. The Grand Elder clasped his fists in salute. No need. Chen Qingyuan refused. I came here today to settle accounts, not to drink tea. Settling scores? What accounts? The Grand Elder was slightly puzzled, and he didn't know whether this look was real or feigned. Ask the 13th elder of your clan. Chen Qingyuan held the sound transmitter in his left hand and raised his voice. Immediately afterward, the Grand Elder immediately called out to the 13th elder, a middle-aged man with a thin figure. What's going on? The 13th elder told the past events one by one. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan invested in a business and opened a chamber of commerce with the 13th elder of the Hundred-Leaf sect, splitting the profits 50-50. However, since Chen Qingyuan's accident at the Heavenly Abyss, the 13th elder had failed to fulfill his promise to share out the chamber's profits. Chen Qingyuan had already investigated clearly. That's why he came over to collect the bill. In the last 100 years, the Chamber of Commerce has been running a bit rough, not making much spirit stones. The 13th elder lowered his head and said with some embarrassment, I don't care if you earn more or less, compensate for a medium-grade spirit vein and this will be settled. Chen Qingyuan was too lazy to clear the Chamber of Commerce's profit accounts, having thought about it before he came. A spirit vein? How is that possible? At those words, the 13th elder snapped his head up, unable to accept it. For 100 years you didn't inform the 2 clans of this matter, making it clear that you wanted to monopolize the benefits of the Chamber of Commerce. It's a pity that you're too much of a waste and poorly run, so there's no one to blame. Letting you compensate for just one medium-grade spirit vein is considered cheap. If I had put it aside 100 years ago, I would have personally scrapped you. Even though Chen Qingyuan was not as good as he was back then, he did not lose his majesty and broke into a rage. Elder Chen, why don't we sit down and talk? The Grand Elder didn't want to make too big a deal out of it and spread it out to affect the face of the clan. There's nothing to talk about. He's your Hundred-Leaf sect's man. The Hundred-Leaf sect must take the responsibility. Chen Qingyuan didn't give the Hundred-Leaf sect any semblance of face as he continued. If he can't give it out, then the Hundred-Leaf sect will be the one to pay back the debt. Is Elder Chen so unreasonable? The Grand Elder's face sank with some irritation. If I wasn't reasonable, then I wouldn't be coming over to collect a debt, but rather have the Xianqing sect's senior brothers and sisters come over to discuss the Tao. Chen Qingyuan wasn't afraid of being threatened. Some sects were just bullying and had to be treated in such a way. At those words, a hint of panic flashed through the eyes of the Grand Elder. He had heard about the way the Xianqing sect treated Chen Qingyuan, favoring him to the extreme. How could he dare to put down harsh words? Pinyin, I'll take a nap first. Half an hour later, if the Hundred-Leaf sect refuses to pay back the debt, then we'll have a good sparring session with the elders of the same age. And don't show any mercy. After saying these words, Chen Qingyuan returned to the chariot, eating fruit and drinking tea, no longer paying attention to the Hundred-Leaf sect's people. Lin Pingyan made a bow in the direction of the chariot. Yes. And then, Lin Pingyan turned to face the crowd of the Hundred-Leaf sect without any timidity. No matter how much the Hundred-Leaf sect's executives spoke kindly, Lin Pingyan only had one sentence. If you have anything to say, go and talk to my young master. Half an hour later, the Hundred-Leaf sect discussed a result. Give. I really don't want to throw out a medium-grade spirit vein, but I can't not give it. Chen Qingyuan's temperament was notorious in the Fu Lu Star region for being ruthless and doing what he said. Take it. And after today, the score is cleared. With a dark and sullen face, the Grand Elder delivered the spirit vein to Lin Pingyan. Looking at an entire medium-grade spirit vein, Lin Pingyan was in a bit of a trance, not realizing that the Hundred-Leaf sect had really compromised. I'm busy with business, so I won't keep Elder Lin inside for tea. The Grand Elder gave his expulsion order and left without looking back. Back inside the chariot, Lin Pingyan placed a spatial ring containing the spirit vein on the table and stared straight at Chen Qingyuan. Junior Master, the spirit vein is arriving. Chen Qingyuan stretched his back, seemingly knowing this result already, without any joy. After a while, Chen Qingyuan raised his eyebrows and said, Comfortable? What? Lin Pingyan froze. Chapter 16, You're fit to be a monk. How does it feel to collect? Was it good? Chen Qingyuan emphasized. This. Lin Pingyan hesitated. Don't be evasive. Be honest. Chen Qingyuan said. I won't hide it from little master. It feels a bit strange. Lin Pingyan said truthfully. At first there was some discomfort, feeling that it was too rude, but when I really got a spirit vein, I was very happy, as if I had gotten it for nothing. What do you mean you picked it up for nothing? It's an investment your senior uncle and I made 100 years ago. Chen Qingyuan never did anything to lose outside. Sometimes high and cold as ice stone. Sometimes a little dark. Strange character, let a person puzzled. Junior Master, are we really collecting debts? not robbing by force? Lin Pingyan's heart still had a trace of resentment. If it was a robbery, do you think the problem could be solved so easily? Chen Qingyuan took a sip of tea. The 100-Leaf sect was already at fault for first disrespecting you and deliberately concealing the Chamber of Commerce matter. A medium-grade spirit vein is compensation. Although it's painful, it's within the 100-Leaf sect's tolerance range, plus our Xianqing sect's prestige. It wouldn't dare not to give it. It wasn't that Chen Qingyuan didn't want to ask for more, but he couldn't. If he were to ask for more, not only would he not receive any benefit, but he would also become a mortal enemy with the 100-Leaf sect. The situation was different now. Although the 100-Leaf sect was dissatisfied with Chen Qingyuan's behavior, they still had to thank Chen Qingyuan for not blaming him on the surface, and they had to have a good relationship with the Xianqing sect. To ask for something is also a technical work. To more offended, to less of their own losses, have to be in the heart of a good calculation. Junior Master, this is not a long-term solution. It's better to do less. Lin Pingyan felt that he couldn't be bullied like that and said seriously, if everyone in the Xianqing sect was like you, there would be no northwest wind to drink. There are only so many spirit mines in the Fu Lu Star region, so how can there be any fair way to deal with them? Each according to their abilities. Chen Qingyuan is really speechless about Lin Pingyan's nature. So elegant and kind. How can he live in the cultivation world? It's okay, if we teach slowly in the future. We will always make Lin Pingyan change his mindset. Shortly afterward, Chen Qingyuan brought Lin Pingyan to collect a few more accounts. A certain elder of the Yuquan mountain had borrowed thousands of spirit stones from Chen Qingyuan, and after 100 years, he had to pay back 5,000 spirit stones plus interest. Don't you dare not return it? Chen Qingyuan directly let Lin Pingyan go over to call the battle. If he refused to cut, then the matter will be greatly publicized, and his reputation will be stigmatized. With a variety of methods, Chen Qingyuan took back his share of spirit stones, and continued on the road in a happy manner. Similar things happened a dozen times, with Chen Qingyuan sitting within the chariot while Lin Pingyan was in charge of the big picture. After many times of debt collection, Lin Pingyan inexplicably developed a strange feeling. Looking at the table full of spirit stones and treasures, it was enough to compare to the entire belongings of a third-rate power. Soon he was going to arrive at the rhyming sea-star domain. Lin Pingyan no longer let the chariot advance on its own, but stood in front and maneuvered it, so as not to touch the broken laws between the star domains and cause unnecessary trouble. Junior Master, sit tight. Lin Pingyan made seals with both hands and crossed the two realms of the Starsea. Terrifying realm laws came towards the chariot, and many times they almost broke through the chariot's protective boundary, but they were suppressed by Lin Pingyan. Chen Qingyuan leisurely sat within the chariot without the slightest discomfort, thinking about how to act behind him. Several hours later, the chariot left the broken starfield storm and stopped at a certain corner location of the Rhythm Sea starfield. Are we there yet? Sensing that the chariot had stopped, Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look outside. Here it is. Lin Pingyan surveyed the surroundings, looking in the direction of where the ghost doctor was according to the information he had gotten. The ghost doctor is probably located in the east of the rhyming sea star domain, in a place called the Seven Dust Star. Then let's take our chances. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to disappoint the crowd of the Xianqing sect, so he could only make this trip. When the time was right, Chen Qingyuan found an excuse to let Lin Pingyan go back, so he could act alone. The two of them continued to rush, and on the way, they came across some thieves who specialized in robbing the road, and were persuaded back by Lin Pingyan, who slightly punished them without hurting the thieves' lives. Chen Qingyuan had emphasized many times to tell Lin Pingyan to deal a deadly blow and not to show any mercy. However, Lin Pingyan always felt that life was precious and gave the thieves a chance. Chen Qingyuan hated the iron and flirted, a mouthful of benevolence, righteousness and morality, quite suitable for cultivating Buddhism. It's estimated that the group of monks in the Buddhist sect aren't as generous and benevolent as you are. You can totally go and become a sect host. Junior senior uncle, don't joke around. Lin Pingyan was just kind, not stupid, and could hear that the words were sarcastic in themselves. You've lived for so many years. Aren't you still unclear about a truth? Chen Qingyuan taught. The cultivation world hooks up and often happens to seek revenge. Either you are bullied to the end, don't fight back, and once you do, then you shouldn't show mercy and must put your enemy to death. Haranian understands this. It's just that it's easier said than done. Lin Pingyan sighed softly as he bowed his head in admonishment. Obviously Lin Pingyan's age is much older than Chen Qingyuan, but it is Chen Qingyuan who comes to speak this truth. If you are merciful, the unlucky ones may be the people around you. Remember, don't let a moment of weakness lead to lifelong regret. Haranian keeps this in mind. Lin Pingyan has his own way of dealing with things, and wanting to completely change over is not something that can be done overnight. It needs to be guided slowly. Say no more, and call me when you get to the place. Our Xianqing sect is a bunch of old foxes. How did we raise a little white rabbit? And it's outrageous that this little white rabbit's own father is still the slyest of the foxes. Could it be that Lin Pingyan was not eldest brother's biological son? Idle as he was, Chen Qingyuan began to think wildly. As soon as this thought popped up, Chen Qingyuan laughed. Absolutely impossible. With Lin Chongqing's skill, he could tell his own bloodline at a glance. And this would not happen. If it's really a bloodline issue, then it's just sister-in-law. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan suddenly remembered something. It seemed that he had never seen eldest senior brother Lin Chongqing's wife, and he had never heard any information about his sister-in-law's identity. Never mind. Don't think about that. Chen Qingyuan closed his eyes and recuperated. More than 10 days later, the chariot landed on the ground of the 7 dust stars. Junior Master, we've arrived at our destination. Lin Pingyan transmitted his voice into the cabin. Got it. After Chen Qingyuan heard that, he straightened his attire and walked out with slow steps. There was a huge city not far ahead, with 3 large dark golden characters faintly flashing in the void Pusu city. According to the information that the Xinqing sect had poked around, the ghost doctor was most likely within Puhu city. It was rumored that the ghost doctor had come to the rescue 2 years ago, and the clues all pointed to this city. Quite a few powerhouses had secretly come to Pusu city, hoping to meet the ghost doctor and beg for a chance to strike. Only, no one has found a ghost doctor in 2 years. When a ghost doctor makes a move, it all depends on fate. He does not focus on fame and power, but only on the word karma. Karma arrived. Beggars also save. Do not take a penny. If there is no fate, the top forces of the Holy Lord personally invited, promised all kinds of promises, but also never heart. Turn around and go. Because of this weird character of the ghost doctor, it made him famous and became a legend-level character. 7 dust stars. I seem to have an acquaintance here who might be able to help with something. Chen Qingyuan suddenly remembered something and raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly smiling. Acquaintance? A tinge of suspicion appeared between Lin Pingyan's eyebrows. Chapter 17, A Friend of Life and Death. Searching for the Ghost Doctor. 7 dust stars. Puhu City. Chen Qingyuan had a bit of an impression of this place and remembered a friend. Pingyan, make a trip to the nearby Qianlan Holy Land and deliver this letter to a person named Han Shan. There were some contents written within the letter, and Chen Qingyuan handed it over to Lin Pingyan. Junior uncle, what about you? Lin Pingyan's face had a few moments of worry. I don't feel comfortable leaving you here alone. I'll stay here and not go anywhere. If you're worried, then set up a few prohibitions, Chen Qingyuan said. Is this epistle important? Lin Pingyan asked. Once we find that acquaintance, it will be much easier to do things here, and the chances of finding the ghost doctor will be better. Chen Qingyuan slowly nodded his head. That's fine. I'll be quick. On his way out, Lin Pingyan truly blocked Chen Qingyuan inside the stone car and activated a special protection mechanism. When Lin Pingyan had left, Chen Qingyuan's face appeared a few moments of gravity as he muttered. I have to think of a way to trick little Yanzi back so that I can go about my business. So far, Chen Qingyuan hadn't told anyone about the remodeling of his spiritual roots. Only when oneself became stronger would one not be missed, much less cause turmoil. Let that Han Shan kid make a game of it. Surely he can fool Xiaoyanzi. Chen Qingyuan had made plans in his heart and lay in the car with his eyes closed, waiting for time to pass. A few days later, the white-clothed Lin Pingyan brought back a black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth is Han Shan. He saw the letter at first glance, know that it is written by Chen Qingyuan. The content is all about the details of an incident once. Cannot be false. Therefore, Han Shan put down all the matters in his hands and rushed here in a hurry. Brother Chen, it's really you. At the first sight of Chen Qingyuan, Han Shan was surprised and delighted. The incident at the Heavenly Abyss 100 years ago was so heated that Han Shan, who was far away from the rhythmic sea star domain, had heard the news. When he learned that Chen Qingyuan had died in the Heavenly Abyss, Han Shan even lamented for a long time. When he saw the letter just now, Han Shan was directly confused. After Lin Pingyan's narration, Han Shan realized that Chen Qingyuan had faked his death to get out of it, and that he was blessed with a great life. Old Han, I saved your life back then. It's time for you to return the favor. Chen Qingyuan opened the door, not bothering to catch up with Han Shan. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan came to a certain realm in the rhyming sea starfield, accidentally befriended Han Shan, and entered the secret realm with him to explore. The secret realm was so dangerous that Han Shan almost lost his life, and it was Chen Qingyuan who saved him. Give it back. Of course. Han Shan nodded heavily. Come in and talk about it. Chen Qingyuan pointed at the stone cart. The scene changes and the three of them are sitting in a stone cart, drinking tea and talking at length. In order to ensure that this conversation did not spread out, Lin Pingyan had imposed a few more prohibitions. Half an hour later, Han Shan was probably clear about the cause of the incident. During the conversation, Chen Qingyuan looked at Han Shan with deep meaning and intoned. Old Han, You're the local snake of the 7 dust stars. Surely the ghost doctor can be found. Right. I'll try my best. Han Shan and Chen Qingyuan looked at each other with serious expressions. Through Chen Qingyuan's eye gesture, Han Shan appeared to understand what was going on. Heartily. I have heard something about the ghost doctor's trail. It is said that that person is hidden in Puhu City, and there have been numerous great powers who have come to search for him. But unfortunately, they have found nothing. Han Shan slowly said, you guys are staying in the city for the time being. Give me some time to poke around. Once there is a trace, I will definitely inform. Okay. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Lin Pingyan got up and cupped his fists. I'm sorry to trouble you, fellow Daoist. You're welcome. Before leaving, Han Shan took one more look at Chen Qingyuan. When Han Shan had been gone for some time, Lin Pingyan's face showed a hint of worry and asked in a low voice, Junior Master, is this man trustworthy? Don't worry, Chen Qingyuan replied. Old Han and I are life and death friends. There won't be any problems. So be it. It was normal for Lin Pingyan to have this concern. When you are out and about, do not trust others lightly, as it may easily lead to trouble. Lin Pingyan received the chariot into his Tianyuan bag and walked into Pusu City with Chen Qingyuan as his companion. This city was huge, housing tens of millions of living beings, and was very prosperous. Trying to find the ghost doctor in the city was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The two of them found a safe cultivators inn to settle in, and in order to take care of and protect Chen Qingyuan, a larger cave was opened, with prohibitions on all sides, so that outsiders were not allowed to enter. After resting for the night, Chen Qingyuan planned to stroll around the city. Come all the way here. Have a good time. Junior Master. Let's play it safe and not go out and loiter. This place was very far away from the Xinqing sect, so if he ran into any trouble, it would probably put Chen Qingyuan in danger. To be on the safe side, that was to stay within the cave and not go anywhere. Why are you kids so cautious? Chen Qingyuan laughed and scolded. The city is guarded by an escort army. Normally no chaos will occur. It's safe as can be. Fear not. Fear not. It's always right to be cautious. Lin Pingyan said nothing to allow Chen Qingyuan to go out and sneak around, directly sealing off the various exits. Sayoko, you're going too far. Chen Qingyuan had wanted to go out for a walk and incidentally use a special means to send a message to Han Shan, telling him exactly what to do. Only, Lin Pingyan had directly blocked the gate, causing Chen Qingyuan to break off the idea. For the sake of Junior Master's safety, Pingyan is offended. Lin Pingyan put on a righteous demeanor. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to give up and lie down on a soft bed to rest. Forget it, don't go out. After half a month of tedium, Han Shan finally came. Han Shan and Lin Pingyan had exchanged sound transmission jade talismans, so it was simple to find out the other party's location. Junior Master, there's news. Lin Pingyan was delighted. Really? Chen Qingyuan was stunned, and a strange look appeared on his face, rather than a few joyful looks. Brother Han is located on East Street at the moment. Let's go over and find him. With that said, Lin Pingyan unlocked the prohibition and pulled Chen Qingyuan with a soft force, arriving at the East Street with great speed. East Street, the entrance to an alley. Han Shan is standing here, waiting quietly. Brother Han. Lin Pingyan flashed to him, clasping his fists in salute. Brother Lin. Han Shan returned his salute, glanced into the alley, and lowered his voice. After much probing, I've ruled out most of the aborigines and screened out the suspicious people who have come to Puhu City in the last 10 years. Get to the point, Chen Qingyuan said. At the moment, I have a dozen candidates. All of them could be ghost doctors. We can only try one by one, Han Shan said seriously. To be honest, Han Shan did make an effort to investigate the ghost doctor's trail and did not fake it. However, all of this was to dispel Lin Pingyan's concerns and prevent him from becoming suspicious. From Chen Qingyuan's previous eye gesture, Han Shan roughly understood its deeper meaning, to create a fake ghost doctor to fool Lin Pingyan. Although Han Shan did not understand what this meant, he could only do as he was told. Brothers in life and death, even after 100 years won't let the feelings fade. Chen Qingyuan actually had multiple plans. As long as he had the cover of the ghost doctor's treatment, he could externally claim that he had been cured without anyone questioning it, and he could reveal his cultivation in all but name. On top of that, after Chen Qingyuan sent Lin Pingyan away, he was able to go and deal with his own important matters, and could also seize the time to cultivate. To make everything reasonable, there had to be a prerequisite. One had to make Lin Pingyan believe that he had really found the ghost doctor and had also promised to be willing to go out and cure his injuries. Come on, let's go inside. Han Shan led the way forward, followed closely by Chen Qingyuan and the others. Chapter 18, The Mysterious Man in the Bamboo House. There is a mysterious old man living in the alley. I heard that he came to Puhu City 5 years ago, and rarely goes out, so few people see his real face. Han Shan gave out the general information that all of this was true, and Lin Pingyan was perfectly capable of investigating the authenticity. When they reached the end of the alley, there was a thatched cottage inside. The door of the house was tightly closed, and there were many firewoods placed within the courtyard, which looked like a place for mortals to live in, with no fluctuation of aura. Would the legendary ghost doctor live in a place like this? The crowd muttered in their minds. Walking to the door, Han Shan first bowed and spoke. Is there anyone in the house? Hearing that someone was coming, there were a few stray noises in the house. An old man pushed his way out of the door, a look of fear on his face. Immediately afterward, the old man realized that Han Shan and the others were not dressed badly, and directly knelt down and said, "Several adults. The little old man is just a commoner who can't afford to pay the spirit stones, so please don't drive the little old man out of the city. Come on." The old man thought that Han Shan and the others were the guards and shivered all over in fear. Obviously, he was just an ordinary old man with no semblance of spirituality in his body. Seeing the old man on his knees, the corners of Chen Qingyuan's and the others' mouths twitched slightly as they looked at Han Shan with strange eyes. This is too damn unreliable. Excuse me. Han Shan's face changed slightly and he turned around. Even if the ghost doctor was, no matter how low profile he was, it was impossible for him to kneel down towards someone. Obviously, Han Shan's first target could be crossed off. Exiting the alley, Chen Qingyuan joked, "Old Han, you're good at prying for information. Don't be shady, there's more behind you." Han Shan's face sank as he coldly grunted. Next, Chen Qingyuan and the others met all sorts of characters. There were strong men who worked iron and came up and asked if they needed weapons. Covered in stinking sweat, there was the old woman selling spiritual herbs with an ugly face, not a single tooth in her mouth, and her skin was dried out and blackened. There are also homeless people roaming the streets and so on. All in all, Chen Qingyuan ran into all sorts of strange characters. Half of them were stowaways with no identification who had entered the city by shady means, so they appeared mysterious. The other half were people who had just entered the city within a few years, and were more unfamiliar. Although many of these people had cultivation, the strongest was only in the Jindan realm, and could not be related to the ghost doctor in any way. "Brother Han, is this really going to work for you?" Lin Pingyan, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but ask, his eyes full of questions. "There's always a case-by-case screening, so don't be in a hurry. There are a few more behind you," Han Shan said with slight embarrassment. After 5 days of searching, 16 people were ruled out. Today, Han Shan once again led the way to a more remote end of South Street, where very few people frequented, but the scenery is beautiful. Blue waves of autumn water, willow leaves to welcome the wind. A house that seemed to be an ordinary house, made of green bamboo, with many fruits and vegetables planted in the yard, as if it was a paradise. On the left side of the bamboo door hangs a wooden sign, on which is written the phrase, "Because of an appointment. Stay until the rafters are rotten." Chen Qingyuan pondered carefully. This sentence, to explain, is not a fate word. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan felt that Han Shan was finally a bit more reliable, and it was definitely time for the main event. In Chen Qingyuan's opinion, this place was Han Shan's real layout, and everything he had done before was padding. In order to make Lin Pingyan understand that finding a ghost doctor was not an easy task, whether or not it could be concealed from Lin Pingyan's eyes depended on how clever Han Shan's layout was. At the very least, he had to find a strong person whose cultivation was far higher than Lin Pingyan's. Han Shan went up and knocked on the door, his voice slightly louder. "Is there anyone in the house? We have no ill intentions." After a long time, the crowd got no response. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Han Shan shouted again. The heavens and earth were still silent, so Han Shan had to use his divine thoughts to probe. God's mind probing. Very easy to offend people, so Han Shan just called out many times. See no one answer. Before this move, boom! When Han Shan's wisp of divine thought had just tried to probe into the courtyard door, it was interrupted by a terrifying law. His body fell back a few steps, and a blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he coughed softly. Cough! The divine idea was severed, and Han Shan suffered a backlash and some injuries. "Old Han, brother Han, are you alright?" Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan hurried over to assist them, their faces showing concern. Taking advantage of Lin Pingyan turning his head, Chen Qingyuan and Han Shan exchanged a glance, a look of admiration flashing in their eyes. Doing a full set of drama, willing to injure himself in order to fool Xiao Yanzi. "Old Han, you can do it." Han Shan was not clear about what was in Chen Qingyuan's mind. He was in a daze at the moment, and had not even noticed the law boundary around the courtyard. If he had known, how would he have dared to use his divine thoughts to probe? The taste of being injured would not be pleasant. "It's fine." Han Shan tempered his breath and stabilized the qi and blood that were rolling around in his body. Recovering, Han Shan stared at the bamboo house with a nervous expression and whispered, There might be a certain great power living here, so be careful and don't offend. Could it really be the legendary ghost doctor? Lin Pingyan was more excited and turned his head to look at Chen Qingyuan. As long as the ghost doctor was found, then Junior Master's injuries would have a chance to recover. Chen Qingyuan muttered in his heart, feeling that he had underestimated Han Shan's skills, and that he would definitely have to treat Han Shan to a drink afterward. It's very good to have set up such a mysterious land boundary in less than a month. With Chen Qingyuan's eyesight, he couldn't see the slightest break in the bamboo house. Senior Han Shan, a core disciple of the Qianlong Holy Land, I have no intention of offending just now, so please forgive Senior. Han Shan bowed in the direction of the bamboo house and told his own origin, thus allowing the other party to restrain his temperament and not be offended. What are you doing here? A voice that had been processed by the myriad arts came out of the house. Indistinguishable from a man or a woman. A close friend is seriously injured and would like to seek treatment from a famous doctor. I dare to ask if Senior is a ghost doctor? As the voice came out, Han Shan clearly felt a terrifying pressure that made it difficult for the body to move, as if he was being pressed by countless huge mountains on his shoulders, and said stiffly. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan bowed slightly, not daring to be rude. For a long time, no sound came from the house. The crowd didn't know the reason, so they could only wait. After a full hour, Han Shan ran out of patience, turned his head to look at Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan, and whispered, I guess this one might be a high-ranking person who lives in seclusion, not a ghost doctor. Should we leave first? There are still a few suspicious candidates. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Han Shan and secretly said, retreating in order to advance, pretending to be mysterious. That's a good move. I have heard that the ghost doctor's temperament is very eccentric, and this place is covered with such a subtle boundary, so I can't leave like this without confirming his identity. Lin Pingyan didn't want to let go of any possibilities and wanted to keep waiting. Really not leaving? When he said these words, Han Shan kept looking at Chen Qingyuan. Can't give up so easily. Wait, Chen Qingyuan said seriously. Okay. Han Shan could only grit his teeth. After waiting for another 2 hours, night fell and the full moon had shown an outline. At this moment, a voice without sorrow or joy fell into the ears of the crowd, and an arcane light pointed at Chen Qingyuan's body. This person stays, the others go. In an instant, Han Shan and Lin Pingyan were pushed by a softer force to the distance, unapproachable to the bamboo house. Chapter 19, The Woman in the Black Dress. The legendary ghost doctor. The door of the bamboo house slowly opened, and Chen Qingyuan was pulled inside by a force. Junior Master. Lin Pingyan looked worried and shouted. Due to the activation of the bamboo house's boundary, Lin Pingyan was unable to get closer even after using all his strength. Don't clamor here. If you dare to do so again, don't blame this seat for being merciless. A chortling voice came. Instantly, a cold wind came towards Lin Pingyan, knocking him back 100 meters. Lin Pingyan hurriedly shut up and didn't dare to say anything else. When it's really a ghost doctor, with such terrifying laws and pressure, Lin Pingyan had no doubt. On one side, Han Shan stood frozen in place, never imagining that he could actually seek out such a great power. Outwardly frozen. In reality, his heart was crying out, Brother Chen, the setup I set up isn't here. The next stop is the ah. One is to stall for time, and the other is to fail a few more times so it doesn't look fake. Han Shan had his own master pretend to be a ghost doctor somewhere in the west of the city. In order to get his master to come out and pretend, Han Shan had gone through a lot of trouble. However, without waiting for the master to show up, he actually ran into such a terrifying existence. According to Han Shan's speculation, the person inside the bamboo house was most likely the ghost doctor that the various forces had struggled to find. In recent years, there were as many people entering the city as there were people, and the dozen or so people Han Shan had looked for before had all been chosen at random, including this trip to the bamboo house. What was never expected was that it was actually outrageous for Han Shan to stumble upon them by mistake. Do not spread the news of this seat, do you know? Another transmission. The late generation knows. Lin Pingyan was sure that the person inside the bamboo house was the ghost doctor, and made a big bow. Please senior, save my little uncle. If you need anything, just order. Get lost. The person inside the bamboo house gave an eviction order. Thus, Lin Pingyan and Han Shan left the place with mixed feelings. Han Shan still couldn't believe that he'd actually stumbled upon a ghost doctor in a place he'd picked at random. Brother Han, you certainly went through a lot of trouble this time and were a great help. In the future, if you visit the Fu Lu Star domain and need Xin Chengsek's help, feel free to ask. In Lin Pingyan's opinion, Han Shan must have used a lot of resources and was very grateful, remembering the favor. No, it's fine. No need to be so polite. Han Shan said dully. I'm going to inform the clan elders of this matter, so I won't say much more. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely have a drink with Brother Han. After saying these words, Lin Pingyan rode away on the wind. not daring to waste time. It was useless to stay here, so it was better to hurry back to report and have the elders come over and wait to prevent accidents. The matter involved the ghost doctor, and with Lin Pingyan's status and strength he was completely unable to get on board. After Lin Pingyan left, Han Shan looked in the direction of the bamboo house with complicated eyes and muttered, "Brother Chen, don't offend anyone by talking nonsense. Seek your own happiness." It was said that the ghost doctor's personality was very abnormal, joyful and angry, and difficult to get along with. Han Shan didn't know what Chen Qingyuan would face, so he could only secretly pray that he would have another chance to see Chen Qingyuan. Meanwhile, inside the mysterious bamboo house, Chen Qingyuan was brought by a soft force to the depths of the courtyard, where there was a clear and transparent pool of water and a large bamboo forest with grass everywhere. Da, da, da. A slight sound of footsteps came from the depths of the bamboo forest, and Chen Qingyuan looked over. What does this old Han guy want by playing a trick? Chen Qingyuan thought that it was Han Shan who made the game, and emboldened, he found a stool and sat down. It didn't take long for a 6-foot-tall woman to appear. She was dressed in a long light gray dress, wearing a dark veil, and her hair was as black as ink, tied up with a black cloth. She was seen walking slowly, her hands pressed against the small of her back in a dignified and noble manner. The fact that she was wearing a veil added a touch of mystery. What is the girl's relationship with Han Shan? It was the first time Chen Qingyuan had seen a black-skirted woman, and he thought it was someone Han Shan had found. So he asked, "Han Shan? Don't recognize it." The black-skirted woman did not use Zuanjutsu to conceal her voice, revealing her true voice, as crisp as an oriole's chirp, and as the sound of trickling water. "Girl, there's no one else here, so we don't need to cover up. You find a chance to let me out." "Thank you." Chen Qingyuan stood up and clasped his fists. "What is the reason you came to find me and now you are leaving?" The black-skirted woman narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she was trying to see through Chen Qingyuan, because Chen Qingyuan had the jade bracelet law covering his body. The black-skirted woman couldn't see his cultivation and Dao bones, and thought that Chen Qingyuan was an invalid. Ha! Chen Qingyuan was stunned, realizing that the tone of the black-skirted woman was very serious and did not seem like flirting. Is there a mistake? It shouldn't. Chen Qingyuan began to think. His brows furrowed. At this time, a strand of subtle laws came out from the black-skirted woman's body. Wow! In a flash, this bamboo forest and meadow changed. An ordinary green grass turned into a 9-leafed spirit flower. The bamboo forest has evolved into a purple Dao bamboo with the flow of laws, and each bamboo leaf contains a very high spiritual flavor, which is unattainable. The spiritual medicines and Dao treasures all over the place caused Chen Qingyuan's face to change and he was dumbstruck. This was no ordinary grass, but an astonishing medicinal garden. Taking out a single herb at random could make countless cultivators in the world go crazy and willingly fight for their lives. Chen Qingyuan's brain was blinded for a moment, slowly turning his head to look at the black-skirted woman standing not far away. His eyes had changed, with more than a few moments of shock and respect. Looking at this situation, how could Chen Qingyuan not guess the identity of the woman in the black dress? Ghost doctor, what the hell is that old Han guy? Didn't he say he'd just fool around? How did he find his real father? At this moment, Chen Qingyuan was eager to have a face-to-face wave of communication with Han Shan. Having encountered the ghost doctor, this matter was troublesome and beyond Chen Qingyuan's expectations. Originally, he had planned to fool Lin Pingyan away, so he could claim to the outside world that he had been cured, and he could also head to the place the heavenly abyss existence had spoken of, to fulfill the second agreement. Senior Chen Qingyuan, a member of the Xianqing sect, meets Senior Ghost Doctor. After freezing for a while, Chen Qingyuan regained his composure and bowed towards the black-skirted woman. Originally thought that the legendary Ghost Doctor was a bad old man. Who knew it would be such a young woman? Although the black-skirted woman was wearing a veil, her figure was shapely and her eyes were like stars, so her appearance was certainly not bad. Looking at you, it seems that you are not here to seek this seat. Through Chen Qingyuan's performance, the Ghost Doctor was roughly able to tell something, his voice cold. The late generation was seriously injured. The elders of the clan tried every means possible to find the traces of the Ghost Doctor seniors, and wanted to let the late generation come over to take their chances. I didn't expect to really meet the seniors, so I was a bit at a loss. Of course Chen Qingyuan couldn't tell the truth. Oh, is that really so? The Ghost Doctor's eyes had been watching Chen Qingyuan, sensing a special flavor from his body. Of course, I don't dare to deceive Senior. Chen Qingyuan nodded heavily. Then let me examine you properly and see if I can treat you. Because of that particular flavor, the Ghost Doctor was moved to go out and explore. Chapter 20: Extremely Thick Skin. With the Ghost Doctor's ability, coupled with certain previous experiences, he could capture the traces of the Forbidden Zone that remained on Chen Qingyuan's body. The laws of the Forbidden Zone were very unique and very different from the traces of the Heaven and Earth Great Tao. The late generation knows that their body is already wasted, so they don't want to make the senior waste their efforts. Moreover, I'm afraid that I can't afford to pay for the treatment since I have no body, so I'd better forget about it. Hearing that the ghost doctor wanted to treat himself, Chen Qingyuan hurriedly said. Chen Qingyuan was hiding too many secrets and didn't want to expose them. I only care about a destiny when it comes to healing. Since I chose you, then I won't charge you a single cent. The more Chen Qingyuan did so, the more curious the ghost doctor became. Wanting to find out, sit down. The ghost doctor raised his left hand and flicked it toward his body. Swish! A stone table and 2 stone benches appeared in front of them. There was no way around it. Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to take his seat and think about what to do in the aftermath. If the ghost doctor had ill intentions, Chen Qingyuan would have to use his life-preserving cards. When leaving the heavenly abyss, the girl in red gave Chen Qingyuan a life-preserving talisman. In case of a life and death crisis, taking out the life-preserving talisman would surely turn the danger into success. Of course, Chen Qingyuan hadn't tried it and didn't know just how useful the life-preservation talisman was. There was also the fact that it was a bit strange that Chen Qingyuan didn't know why the red-clothed girl was being so nice to him. Every time he thought of this question, Chen Qingyuan would have a wave of narcissism. Could it be that he was too handsome and made her fall in love with him? Reach out. The ghost doctor gestured. Slowly, Chen Qingyuan lifted his hand up and placed it on the table. The ghost doctor's fingers rested on Chen Qingyuan's wrist and began to feel for a pulse. After more than 10 breaths had passed, the ghost doctor's brow wrinkled slightly as he said in his heart, "The pulse is smooth, not like an injured body." However, if not injured, how could this person's body be like a mortal's, with no aura fluctuation? It's really strange. While checking his pulse, the ghost doctor also secretly probed Chen Qingyuan's meridians and dantian, all to no avail. The more normal it is, the more bizarre it seems. Are you hiding something else? The ghost doctor withdrew his hand and gazed deeply at Chen Qingyuan, as if he wanted to cut him open from the center and study him properly. No. Chen Qingyuan inwardly snickered. Looking like this, the ghost doctor must not have realized that his body had recovered. On the surface there was no fluctuation of color and shook his head. You stay here for now. Allow me to treat you slowly. Troubleshooting. The ghost doctor is interested. It's not right. Chen Qingyuan's heart sank. Perhaps this is my destiny. I can't let senior bother. Why don't you just let me leave? You want to leave? I won't let you. The ghost doctor had an odd temperament and didn't want to make small talk with Chen Qingyuan, pointing to the empty room on the left side of the bamboo house. You can stay over there. After saying this, the ghost doctor turned his head and left, leaving Chen Qingyuan sitting awkwardly alone. What a thing to call it. Chen Qingyuan hadn't wanted to find the ghost doctor in the first place. His own body had already recovered, so he didn't need to. However, he couldn't reveal this matter to the ghost doctor, or else he would definitely be sliced up and studied by the ghost doctor, especially the flawless Dao bone in his body. Han, when I find a chance later, I'll make you look good. Brother for brother. I even saved your life back then, and you actually harmed me like this. Chen Qingyuan was furious in his heart and dumped all the black pots of this incident onto Han Shan. Unbeknownst to him, Han Shan was also in a daze. Who would have thought that he would find it in a sea of random people? If he had known this, he might as well have sold the ghost doctor's information, and he could definitely make a fortune. The ghost doctor had no malicious intent towards Chen Qingyuan for the time being, and was only trying to figure out the special marks on Chen Qingyuan's body. Thus, the ghost doctor blocked Chen Qingyuan inside the bamboo house and began to use all means to find out all the news about Chen Qingyuan. Living in the bamboo house, Chen Qingyuan was leisurely. Unfortunately, none of them are mine. Looking at the spiritual herbs and precious medicines all over the ground, Chen Qingyuan could only look at them but not take them. His heart itched inside. Want it? It had been 5 days since Chen Qingyuan had stayed here, and the ghost doctor had finally shown up. Think. Chen Qingyuan bowed towards the ghost doctor, not hiding it, and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Rather honest. Through these few days of investigation, the ghost doctor knew a lot of information about Chen Qingyuan like the back of his hand. Seeing as the latecomer is so honest, how about gifting the latecomer a few spirit medicines? Climbing up the pole. Chen Qingyuan is extremely thick-skinned. The ghost doctor gave Chen Qingyuan a look. Dream on. Yeah, dream on. Most of the spirit medicines within the medicinal garden were of the very best quality, and could not be found even after rummaging through the Xianqing sect's household. Not expecting Chen Qingyuan to pick up on this, the ghost doctor was slightly stunned and hurriedly changed the subject. You answer a few questions for me first, and if you are honest, there's no harm in gifting you a few spirit medicines. What does Elder want to know? Chen Qingyuan was worried in his heart. What did you experience when you visited the heavenly abyss 100 years ago? With regards to the forbidden zone, the ghost doctor was incomparably curious and opened the door to ask. There are many terrifying laws inside, and that time, The various holy lands of the Fu-Lu star domain sent strong people inside, and most of them died under the laws of the heavenly abyss. Their corpses and bones were left intact. I was lucky enough to escape, losing all my cultivation and being reduced to a mortal. What Chen Qingyuan said was half true. I don't know if Chen Qingyuan pretended well enough, or because he had the jade bracelet's protection, causing the ghost doctor to not be able to distinguish whether or not this statement was true. Questioning, if you got lucky, why did it take 100 years before you came out of the heavenly abyss? There are too many laws within the heavenly abyss. I accidentally touched an organ and was sealed for 100 years. Chen Qingyuan's eyes didn't even blink as he said seriously, when I unsealed the seal, my cultivation was completely ruined, only to realize that hundreds of years had passed in the outside world. Little fellow, if you dare to deceive me, you have to think about the consequences. The ghost doctor pretended to be menacing, his eyes flashing with blood. Don't dare, Chen Qingyuan said. After that you made a trip to Bright Moon City, what was the reason for that? The ghost doctor continued to press the issue. Going out for a walk, Chen Qingyuan replied. Bright Moon City is extremely far away from Xinqing sect. You ran there to take a break. Seriously? The ghost doctor was skeptical about this answer. Since Senior investigated me, then you should know that some time ago the Heavenly Jade sect and Dawn E Palace decided to join forces. Once my red face left me, I was in a low mood, and I traveled all the way to take a break, unknowingly running so far away. Chen Qingyuan had never thought that this matter could still be used as an excuse, and as he spoke, a look of sadness appeared on his face as he let out a long sigh. Hearing this, the ghost doctor actually found it very reasonable and couldn't pick half a fault. After a long time, the ghost doctor murmured, judging by my intuition, there is no half-truth in your kid's mouth. Even if what Chen Qingyuan said made sense, he couldn't make the ghost doctor believe it from the bottom of his heart. Elder, everything I said is true. You have to believe me. Chen Qingyuan solemnly stated that every word he said was in no way false. Chapter 21, The Sword Immortal Himself. All this talk is just wanting to pick a few spirit medicines. The ghost doctor saw through Chen Qingyuan's small mind and snorted coldly. He. Senior gives. I dare not resign. Chen Qingyuan laughed innocently. Senior promised something before. If Junior doesn't receive it, it would be disrespectful to Senior. Your kid's skin is not normally thick. After living for so many years, and having dealt with how many cunning people, the ghost doctor felt that there really weren't many people who could compare to Chen Qingyuan. Most of all, Chen Qingyuan's approach was moderate, making it impossible for people to feel disgusted with him. Not bad. Chen Qingyuan's eyes glanced towards the not-too-distant medicinal garden. His intentions very clear. Take it. For the sake of face, the ghost doctor had to give it even if he didn't want to. Thus, the ghost doctor casually picked 3 elixirs and threw them into Chen Qingyuan's arms. Thank you, senpai. Chen Qingyuan regarded it as a treasure and hurriedly placed the elixir inside his ordinary Qiankuan bag. Using this simple Qiankuan bag did not require the activation of aura. Little slicker. The ghost doctor grunted lightly and turned to leave. For the next 10 days or so, the ghost doctor conducted several tests on Chen Qingyuan, and none of them found any abnormalities in his body. Logically speaking, since Chen Qingyuan had suffered a serious injury, it would always leave scars. The strange thing was that Chen Qingyuan seemed to have been born as a mortal, without any traces of his Dao body having been destroyed. In Ghost Doctor's experience, there are only 2 reasons for this situation. For 1, the existence that had abolished Chen Qingyuan was extremely terrifying, directly erasing all traces of it. The second was that Chen Qingyuan had used some sort of secret method or treasure to hide the true condition of his body. Whichever possibility it was, it made the Ghost Doctor feel grave and not to be dealt with casually. We can't use soul searching. The Ghost Doctor dismissed the idea as inappropriate. She was only curious about Chen Qingyuan as a person, and did not want to become mortal enemies with him. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan being so mysterious made the Ghost Doctor more cautious and did not resort to underhanded methods. Elder, since you can't find out my physical condition, why don't you let me go? Chen Qingyuan made this request again. No, the Ghost Doctor refused without hesitation. It was at this moment that a figure descended outside the boundary of the bamboo house and transmitted, Nan girl, let him go. At the sound of the voice, the Ghost Doctor's petite body trembled slightly, her eyes flashing with excitement. At the same time, Chen Qingyuan also revealed a strange expression because the voice was too familiar. The Ghost Doctor hurriedly opened the boundary and welcomed the future person in. An old man dressed in cloth, with a walking stick in his hand, limped in. Sword Immortal Senior. At the first sight of the old man, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment and stepped forward to salute. The person who came was none other than the Changging Sword Immortal, Li Muyang. What brings you here? The Ghost Doctor had great respect for Li Muyang because this was her lifesaver. Thousands of years ago, when the Ghost Doctor's life was on the line, It was Li Muyang who stepped in and saved her, thus forming a bond. For his sake, Li Muyang looked at Chen Qingyuan and bluntly stated his intentions. Him? The ghost doctor turned to take a look at Chen Qingyuan, his face full of doubt and surprise. What happened to him? He's one of my little friends. For my sake, don't make things difficult. Let him leave. Li Muyang had been keeping an eye on Chen Qingyuan's movements, secretly defending him. Seeing that Chen Qingyuan had run into trouble, Li Muyang had to step in to solve the problem, and incidentally take a look at the ghost doctor, whom he hadn't seen in years. He is actually your friend. The ghost doctor was incredulous. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to him. Senior Sword Immortal, you guys know each other? Chen Qingyuan walked over quickly and was surprised. Recognize. Li Muyang grinned amiably. Her name is Gongsun Nan. I wish I'd known. It's keeping me on my toes these days. The stone in Chen Qingyuan's heart could be put down, and he took a long breath. Kid, I'm not bullying you. Don't make this hard look. Gongsun Nan, also known as the ghost doctor, said crossly. If he had known that Chen Qingyuan and Li Muyang had this heavy relationship, Gongsun Nan's attitude would have been very different. For the moment I don't have any problems. If it wasn't for Senior Sword Immortal's arrival at this moment, what would have happened back there would be unknown. Anyway, Li Muyang came. Chen Qingyuan was not afraid of Gongsun Nan in the slightest, pretending to be aggrieved. You, Gongsun Nan clenched his fists, itching to beat Chen Qingyuan violently, and coldly grunted. You brat can really pretend. You were quite courteous and respectful to me before, but at this moment, you're just flipping out. That's the commission, the compulsion. No matter how strong the ghost doctor was, he could not possibly compare to the Changging Sword Immortal who had once stood at the peak of the great world. Thus, Chen Qingyuan spoke with abandon, not afraid of offending Gongsun Nan. Alright, stop fighting. Li Muyang stopped the two from bickering. My lord, if you want to leave, you can do so at any time. Moreover, the old man will let girl Nan testify for you and cure your injuries, so there's no need to worry about the matter of your cultivation being exposed. However, about that matter, don't tell anyone, and don't show it in front of people, for fear of a great disaster. I see. Thank you, Senior Sword Immortal. Chen Qingyuan clasped his fists and thanked him. Although Li Muyang was looking at the face of the red-cloaked girl from the Heavenly Abyss Forbidden Area, which was why he took extra care of Chen Qingyuan. However, this favor Chen Qingyuan remembered in his heart, and would definitely repay it in the future if he had the opportunity. The thing that Li Muyang was talking about was the Dao Bone of mysterious origin. Gongsun Nan, who was standing on the sidelines watching, had an undisguised shock flashing in his eyes and was appalled in his heart. The Sword Immortal called him Gongzi? It's the first time I've seen such a salute to a young man. This fellow, Chen Qingyuan, what exactly is his origin? Senior Sword Immortal, Senior Ghost Doctor, the late generation bids farewell. Chen Qingyuan did not want to stay here for a long time. It would be better to leave first. With a salute, Chen Qingyuan was no longer stopped by the boundary and disappeared into the sky. Only after Chen Qingyuan left did Gongsun Nan retract his gaze, wanting to speak. Elder Li, why are you treating this kid? Karma. Li Muyang's reply seemed extraordinarily mysterious. Listening to what you just said, is the boy's health okay? Gongsun Nan asked again. I remodeled his Dao body for him, and he is already fine, Li Muyang said. So that's how it is. Gongsun Nan came to a realization. I told you why this kid's body is perfectly normal. So it was Elder Li who made the move. Gongsun Nan thought that it was because Li Muyang had hidden Chen Qingyuan's physical condition that he himself was unable to see through it. In response, Li Muyang did not explain and smiled without saying anything. I know that you have been seeking a cure for your appearance, but unfortunately there has been no progress for thousands of years, Li Muyang said in a deep voice. If you haven't given up yet, you can try to get in touch with Mr. Chen more often. Perhaps you can seek an opportunity. The reason why Gongsun Nam has been wearing a veil is because of an incident that happened a long time ago, which resulted in the disfigurement of his face. Is there still a chance? Gongsun Nan gently stroked his face as he looked in the direction Chen Qingyuan had left and muttered. Gone. Li Muyang did not intend to drink tea and sit for a long time, and turned around. Take care, Elder Li. Gongsun Nan owed a bow. Chen Qingyuan, you can make Elder Li think highly of you. What is your skill? Since today, Gongsun Nan had developed a strong interest in Chen Qingyuan, and he would definitely see him again in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan had arrived at the border of the Qianlan Holy Land, intending to have a good catch-up with Han Shan. Chapter 22, introducing you to someone. Qianlan Holy Land, a certain city. Chen Qingyuan used voice transmission and contacted Han Shan. Han Shan, who was mindlessly eating and drinking, heard Chen Qingyuan's voice and his body jolted, his mind instantly popping up with many thoughts. Since Chen Qingyuan could utilize the voice transmission technique, It was proof that the root had been repaired. It wasn't long before Han Shan ran to Chen Qingyuan in a flurry of fire, sizing him up with an incredulous expression. Brother Chen, your body has really gotten better. With the ghost doctor as a cover, Chen Qingyuan did not have to worry about being targeted and could state that he had regained his cultivation. Thus, Chen Qingyuan used the laws of the jade bracelet to hide the Dao bones in his body, showing only his ordinary spirit roots and early yellow spirit realm cultivation. The basic cultivation realms were divided into the Hotian realm, the innate realm, the yellow spirit realm, the Xian spirit realm, the earth spirit realm, and the heavenly spirit realm. Further up were the Jindan realm, Yuan Yin realm, transformation realm, harmonization realm, transition realm, and Mahayana realm. With Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation, he was placed in the cultivation world like an ant, easily trampled to death. How come the cultivation is so weak? After looking at it for a few moments, Han Shan's eyes had a look of shock and concern. Alas, this is fate. It's already a blessing to be able to retain this bit of cultivation. Chen Qingyuan sighed softly, pretending to be sad. In fact, Chen Qingyuan's original cultivation had long been abolished, and now he was just practicing anew. According to the girl in red within the heavenly abyss, although Chen Qingyuan's initial foundation was superior, it did not reach true perfection. Therefore, the operation of the red-clothed girl slowly turning Chen Qingyuan's entire cultivation into nothing, and without harming Chen Qingyuan's physical origin, was still very difficult. Why was the girl in red so attached to Chen Qingyuan? Even Chen Qingyuan himself wasn't sure about this matter, so he probably had to wait until later to figure it out. What a pity! Han Shan sighed. But it's not bad to have the spirit root repaired. When the ghost doctor strikes, it's really extraordinary, worthy of being a legendary figure. It's thanks to your help, old Han. Speaking of this, Chen Qingyuan was a little angry, his eyes sharp. If it wasn't for the appearance of the Changding sword immortal, the ghost doctor would have definitely taken his time to study Chen Qingyuan and wouldn't have let him leave so easily. Cough. Han Shan sensed the complaint in Chen Qingyuan's eyes and coughed lightly to cover up the embarrassment. Brother Chen, you can't blame me for this. Who knew that the random person I found would actually be a ghost doctor? Han Shan continued. If I had known earlier, I might as well have sold the news of the ghost doctor, and surely I would have made a huge profit. Besides, if I hadn't mistakenly found the ghost doctor this time, I'm afraid your body wouldn't have recovered. In the end, you can't blame me, you still have to thank me. You kids still dare to claim credit. How shameless, Chen Qingyuan said in a cold voice. Don't you say that. If you really want to say that I'm shameless, it's also because I learned from you. Think about when I was a good boy who was so upright and kind. Since I met you, alas, it's hard to explain in one word. The more he spoke, the sadder he became, and Han Shan let out a long sigh. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan didn't care how strong Han Shan was now. It was still the same as before. He directly kicked and scolded with a laugh. Old Han, you haven't suffered any losses following me, have you? That's true. It's just that it's easy to get blank stares. My reputation in the Holy Land has not been very good all these years. They all say that I'm deadbeat, and many of my senior sisters have avoided me. Han Shan's family was very rich, and it was estimated that even many of the inner sect elders of the Holy Land couldn't compare to him. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be as unpopular as you. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Han Shan with a feeling of looking down. I believe this. You said that you're obviously wasted. And the higher-ups of the Xianqing sect are still so protective of you. Moreover, even Lin Pingyan, who is the son of the patriarch, has great respect for you. It's really strange. Han Shan was curious. Brother Chen, do you still have a few moves you haven't taught me? You can't learn this stuff, Chen Qingyuan said. You said it. Han Shan was eager to enjoy this treatment similar to Chen Qingyuan's, and in the future, he wouldn't walk horizontally in the Qianlan Holy Land. Now it's a favor you owe me. Don't be so petty. It's my innate charm. Get it? The corners of Chen Qingyuan's mouth rose slightly as he said shamelessly. Han Shan was speechless and rolled his eyes. Then, the two of them found a quiet place by the mountain and the water, and sat down while sipping tea. The brothers chatted for a while and got down to business. Han Shan's face became serious for a few moments. Brother Chen, do you want me to notify my fellow Taoists from the Xianqing sect to fetch you back? Not for now. Chen Qingyuan shook his head. I have my own plans. What intention? Han Shan asked suspiciously. Don't worry about that. Chen Qingyuan pretended to be mysterious. I could care less. But with your current cultivation level, if you run into an outlaw, the consequences would be unimaginable. If such a thing really happens, the Xianqing sect will definitely settle the score with me. Han Shan shook his head vigorously, not wanting Chen Qingyuan to act alone. It was too dangerous. In all the years you've known me, have you ever seen me suffer once? Looking at the worried color between Han Shan's brows, Chen Qingyuan's heart warmed. This friend hadn't been made in vain. Having experienced life and death and disputes over interests, that was why Chen Qingyuan trusted Han Shan very much. That's not true. When Han Shan thought about it, he really didn't. Don't look at the fact that I only have the cultivation of the yellow spirit realm. I have plenty of means to save my life. Chen Qingyuan had to convince Han Shan, because he still had to let Han Shan cover up later. Calculating the time, the Xianqing sect must have already sent experts over to meet them. Once the Xianqing sect came, they would definitely pick up Chen Qingyuan and not allow him to be in any danger. Although everyone in the Xianqing sect cared about Chen Qingyuan, it became a shackle that made it difficult for Chen Qingyuan to act. That won't work either. Han Shan deliberated for a while, still unable to let Chen Qingyuan leave. No, why are you boys so unenlightened? Chen Qingyuan wanted to beat Han Shan up, but thought better of it. In the past, he could properly bully Han Shan, but not now. It would be easy to be taught a lesson by Han Shan in turn. Let you say all the good words you want. I won't let you go. When the Taoist friends of the Xianqing sect come, no matter what happens behind you, it's no longer my responsibility. Han Shan genuinely looked out for Chen Qingyuan's safety. Chen Qingyuan had come to find Han Shan in order to catch up on old times and have a good chat about the past, and secondly, to let Han Shan go and deal with the Xianqing sect's people, so as not to let the sect elders worry. If Chen Qingyuan slipped away without saying a word, he would definitely be scolded by a group of senior brothers and sisters when he returned. Old Han, let's talk it over. Chen Qingyuan stood up and poured Han Shan a cup of tea with a gentle smile. You came to me, you can't have an incident with me. No negotiation. Han Shan still shook his head, indicating that he would not drink the cup of tea. Old Han, I'll introduce you to someone. When it came down to it, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to use the killer. Upon hearing this, Han Shan's eyes unconsciously glanced at Chen Qingyuan, and his eyebrows twitched a few times as his expression became a bit strange. Chapter 23, Easy to Hold. Han Shan pretended to be reserved and stuck his hands in front of his chest as he snorted coldly. You said that 100 years ago, too, and then what? Chen Qingyuan had said this kind of thing many years ago, and had lulled Han Shan to the point where he couldn't find north and south. I didn't go to the heavenly abyss and run into an accident then, Chen Qingyuan said helplessly. This time I was able to come back alive. Part of the reason is that I didn't find a partner for you, and it was hard to feel at ease in my heart, so I persisted until the end. We are brothers. What we promised must be accomplished. Really? Han Shan looked at Chen Qingyuan's sincere look, and his inner defenses were gradually breached. Don't you dare fool me. Of course it's true. We're half-brothers. I can't lie to anyone but you. Chen Qingyuan nodded heavily, his expression serious and his eyes sincere. I don't believe you. Han Shan was still taut and solemn. You even almost followed someone else with your own confidant. But you still came to help me find a date. It's too unreliable. Hey, that was a special reason for me. Don't rub salt in my wounds. Chen Qingyuan's face sank as he began to brag. Thinking back to when I traveled across the north and south, how many saintesses fell in love with me at first sight? You followed me around. Didn't you see it? This. Han Shan was powerless to refute it because it was all true. Back then, Chen Qingyuan was very scenic, and a very few saint maidens even tried to drug him. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan slipped away quickly, which prevented a certain holy maiden from getting her way. With Chen Qingyuan's talent back then, being a Taoist couple with him would definitely be beneficial without any harm. The 7 fairies of the Flowing Flower Palace, each as beautiful as a flower. Have you seen them? Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow as his right hand carved out the general appearance of the 7 fairies in the void. The little princess of the South Sea Dragon clan. Is her heart not moved? The sheriff of the Northern Kingdom. The holy maiden of the Eastern Jade Holy Land. It's said that she has a stunning face that turns the world upside down and has charmed countless young talents. The ancient clan of the Moes. As he spoke, he carved out the figures of the heavenly daughters of the many holy lands, so marvelously that it was as if they were close at hand. Han Shan looked mesmerized and subconsciously reached out to touch it, but when Han Shan's finger had just touched it, the image in the void blurred, and then it was blown away by a breeze. Listening to Chen Qingyuan's introduction, Han Shan's little heart was a bit unable to withstand it, and without his initial reserve and indifference, he squeezed out an ugly smile. Brother, do you recognize all of these holy princesses? That's for sure. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Can we talk? Han Shan's heart trembled, and the joy on his face intensified a few points as he asked again. Can. Who cares if he could? His mouth was on Chen Qingyuan's face anyway. He. Hearing this reply, Han Shan moved his chair a few points towards Chen Qingyuan's position and began to serve Chen Qingyuan tea. Brother Chen, I don't have many requirements. As long as I can form a Tao couple with one of the heaven's cherished daughters, that would be the greatest blessing. It's too hot. Chen Qingyuan took the tea, put the cup down, and posed. I'll refill your glass. Han Shan hurriedly cast a Dao technique to keep the tea in the pot to a suitable temperature, re-poured the tea, and served it with both hands in front of Chen Qingyuan. The tea is a little worse. After taking a sip, Chen Qingyuan began to nitpick again. Han Shan didn't feel half as uncomfortable and hurriedly changed to a superior tea and rebrewed the tea. Chen Qingyuan was very clear about Han Shan's temperament. If he didn't put up a fight, Han Shan would definitely be skeptical. Therefore, the more difficult Chen Qingyuan was, the more comfortable Han Shan's heart was, because the matter of getting off was settled. I can carry anything as long as I get the dog problem solved. Han Shan's reputation wasn't too good in the Holy Land. Ordinary women couldn't get into his eyes, and women with ability and face value couldn't look at him, so it was too difficult to find a suitable Dao couple. Brother Chen, for the sake of us being brothers, you must fulfill what you promised me, Han Shan said fawningly. Good to say. Chen Qingyuan slowly nodded his head, and his words changed. However, there are some things that I need to deal with alone. If the people from the Xianqing sect come, you'll have to maneuver around and just let them know that I'm safe. As for how to do it, that's your problem. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Han Shan gritted his teeth and agreed, provided that nothing really happens to you, or else I'll be guilty of a big offense. If you're not sure, give a couple of defense treasures. Chen Qingyuan took advantage of the fire. You're being unkind, trying to do it to your brother? Han Shan's face changed and his heart went on the defensive. If you don't give it, you don't give it. I don't care. Chen Qingyuan gave a cut. After observing the aura fluctuations within Chen Qingyuan's body once again, Han Shan took out a jade talisman with a fleshly pane and placed it on the table. This is a jade talisman of protection, which I went through a great deal of trouble to get, and it is sufficient to withstand the full force of an unusual transformation spirit realm strike. Oh, to be able to block an attack from the god transformation realm, that was indeed a rare treasure. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly put it away for fear that Han Shan would backtrack. Old Han, you've been living quite richly all these years. Average. Han Shan's heart was dripping blood. The loss was too great. However, if one could really take this opportunity to have a suitable Dao partner, all the effort would be worth it. Alright then, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go first. Chen Qingyuan did not want to stay here for a long time, lest he ran into the elders of the Xianqing sect, and had to find a way to come out after being forced to take him back, which was too troublesome. Saying that, Chen Qingyuan catalyzed the flying boat spiritual treasure that he carried with him and hid it in the clouds. Brother Chen, don't forget what you promised me. Don't make me wait too long. Han Shan looked in the direction Chen Qingyuan had left and shouted. Long after Chen Qingyuan had left, Han Shan's heart inexplicably felt like he had been punked. However, even though Han Shan knew that he had been punked, he couldn't get half as angry. Could it really be personal charm? Han Shan pondered blindly, and even took out a mirror. Amidst his self-indulgence, this Chen Qingyuan guy isn't much more handsome than me. Why? The North Song Starfield was Chen Qingyuan's target location. According to the hints within the jade bracelet, the red-clothed girl had left a gift for Chen Qingyuan to make a trip in person. Chen Qingyuan headed in the direction of the North Song Star region, and wasn't in a big hurry, stopping to rest for a period of time along the way as he passed by bustling cities and towns all over the place. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had collected a lot of accounts, part of which he gifted to Lin Pingyan, and part of which he kept for himself. So many spirit stones were enough for Chen Qingyuan to squander for a long time. Passing through a certain place, Chen Qingyuan searched for a cave, paid a large sum of spirit stones, and went inside for seclusion. Inside the cave, there was an extraordinary spirit gathering array, and the spirit energy was more than 10 times richer than in the outside world. In just 1 month, Chen Qingyuan had let his cultivation level rise by a large margin, reaching the peak of the yellow spirit realm. Chen Qingyuan temporarily stopped and didn't continue to break through his cultivation. Do it all over again, then build the foundation, and don't rush it. On the other side, the Xianqing sect had sent 5 elders over, including Lin Pingyan. They were anxious when they realized that the 7 dust stars no longer had Chen Qingyuan sent. Han Shan stiffly contacted the people of the Xianqing sect, and after a long stalemate, he was able to send the people away. In short, Chen Qingyuan is now very safe and has important matters to deal with, so that the Xianqing sect should not worry. It was not easy for Han Shan to rack his brains over Chen Qingyuan. In the future, if you really come across the opportunity, Chen Qingyuan will certainly be for Han Shan Redline, depending on whether Han Shan can afford to wait. Finally, after spending several months, Chen Qingyuan finally arrived at the boundaries of the North Song Star region. Chapter 24, North Canyon Starfield. Deadly Domain. According to the Jade Bracelet's hints, Chen Qingyuan was now in the West Pole City in the North Song Star region. The girl in red said that she had left a gift here for Chen Qingyuan to come and collect in person, which was considered the second agreement. There's no specific location. Chen Qingyuan was a little embarrassed. The girl in red didn't specify where the gift had been placed, only that it was located in West Pole City. This area of West Pole City was huge, making Chen Qingyuan unable to find north and south. Thinking about it, Chen Qingyuan planned to live in West Extreme City for the time being, and figure out what to do later. Perhaps after a while, new clues would appear within the jade bracelet. Entered the city and sought out a very nice inn to stay at. Late at night, a strand of Chen Qingyuan's divine thought entered the jade bracelet, still in its original form. Go with the flow. Chen Qingyuan withdrew his divine thoughts and began to meditate and cultivate. Now that he had an intact and unblemished Dao bone, Chen Qingyuan had to hurry up and cultivate without slacking off. Just like that, Chen Qingyuan lived in West Pole City for 2 months. During this period, Chen Qingyuan had been in seclusion, allowing the foundation to be very solid. Within the closed cultivation cave, all sorts of strange colored stones grew at the corners of the walls, and the ground was covered with a faint layer of white mist that swam counterclockwise, centered on Chen Qingyuan's location. Chen Qingyuan took out thousands of medium-grade spirit stones and placed them in front of him, slowly refining them. A faint white light surfaced on the surface of his body, and the golden Dao bones in his body trembled slightly, the blurred Dao lines on top of the bones becoming a few points clearer. Buzz. A few moments later, Chen Qingyuan broke through his cultivation bottleneck and cultivated to the early Xianling realm. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes, which were like an abyss, hollow and deep, and with a hint of vicissitude. In this instant, it was as if he had gone through endless years and had seen through everything in the world. This feeling only lasted for an instant, and Chen Qingyuan immediately returned to normal, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. What exactly is the origin of this Dao bone? Chen Qingyuan became one with the golden Dao bone, feeling more and more that the Dao bone was extraordinary. After thinking deeply for a long time, Chen Qingyuan didn't come up with a clue, so he simply put the matter in the bottom of his heart and investigated it later when he had the chance. At this time, Chen Qingyuan realized that the jade bracelet he was carrying was trembling and immediately took it out. With that, Chen Qingyuan probed a strand of his divine thoughts into it. North of West Pole City, Deadlands. A line appeared in front of Chen Qingyuan's eyes. Soon, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. Dead domain? Chen Qingyuan muttered a few words in a low voice. Having spent 2 months in the West Extreme City, he controlled some basic information and knew that this place was very strange. It is said that the dead domain is a ruin left behind by a battlefield, surviving for at least 1,000,000 years, and the actual number of years can no longer be traced back. The dead zone of the North Song Star region, like the heavenly abyss forbidden zone of the Fu Lu Star region, is a forbidden place, and if you enter it, you will die. The heavenly abyss forbidden zone was slightly more famous than the death domain, and more people paid attention to it. Just out of the wolf's den, going deeper into the tiger's lair? Honestly, Chen Qingyuan really didn't want to visit the deadly domain. However, the agreement was in the first place, and if Chen Qingyuan did not fulfill his promise, there was no guarantee that something troublesome would happen. Ugh, it's too hard. A sigh of resignation was all that was needed. For countless years, I don't know how many powerful people had entered the deadly domain, but unfortunately, not many could come out alive. Chen Qingyuan knew that with his current cultivation level entering the deadly domain, he basically didn't have to think about coming out alive. If she wanted to kill me, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Looking down at the jade bracelet in his palm, Chen Qingyuan inexplicably felt a sense of security. Since the girl in red had already indicated the place, she had to go even if she didn't. 2 days later, Chen Qingyuan prepared to leave West Pole City and head to the north. The deadly domain occupied 1/3 of the North Songstar region and was very vast. Due to the special laws of the dead domain, it was able to breed many spiritual treasures and Dao medicines. As a result, many cultivators were bold enough to enter the deadly domain even though they knew it was dangerous. Many people were moving around in the outskirts of the Deadlands, seeking opportunities. There are quite a few people in the world who aren't afraid to die. Chen Qingyuan arrived at the boundaries of the dead domain and saw quite a few silhouettes in groups. Fellow Daoist, which sect and which disciple are you? On the way, more than a dozen Daoist priests flying on their swords stopped and gazed at Chen Qingyuan, who was riding the flying boat, and clasped their fists as they asked. Scattered cultivators. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to deal with people he didn't recognize. Hearing this reply, the group of Taoist priests from Imperial Sword stopped being polite and turned around. Every year, many loose cultivators came to the deadly domain, hoping that they could take their chances and soar to the heavens after obtaining the creation. This kind of thing happens so often that it inspired countless cultivators. Although people come to the deadly domain every year, why have so many people come during this time? Chen Qingyuan had done his homework before traveling to the deadly domain and was secretly puzzled. It doesn't make sense. In order to figure out the situation, Chen Qingyuan directly threw out hundreds of medium-grade spirit stones and looked for a cultivator to inquire about the news. Fellow Taoist, why have so many people come to the deadly domain recently? Rumor has it that the Taoist Qian ancestor has projected a change in the heavens, with the source coming from the Deadlands. All forces have caught wind of it, believing that some amazing treasure may have been born within the dead domain. The grey-clothed cultivator who had gotten the benefit of the doubt said truthfully, because of an uncertain rumor, cultivators from all sides are willing to risk their lives. This is too reckless. Chen Qingyuan spat out a sentence. The main thing is that all the forces of all parties have arrived, will disrupt their own plans. Not good action. The Taoist Xuanzu is a man of the world, and he has never been wrong in his deductions. If we can obtain the creation within the deadly domain, we have to put up a fight even if it's dangerous. The grey-clothed cultivator sized up Chen Qingyuan, who was sitting inside the flying boat, and actually doubted the projections of the Taoist Qian ancestor, who was definitely not a local, and inquired, fellow Taoist isn't from the North Song Star region, is he? Because of the concealment of the laws of the flying boat boundary, ordinary cultivators could not see through Chen Qingyuan's strength. Right, Chen Qingyuan nodded. It's no wonder that fellow Taoist said such a thing. The Taoist Qian ancestor is so powerful that it's impossible to miscalculate. The grey-clothed cultivator finished his words, clasped his fists in greeting, and then left. The fiery red space of heaven and earth ahead was the range of the deadly domain, and there were already quite a few people who were using their Tao techniques, trying to seek out traces of the creation. That's not pushing me into the fire, Chen Qingyuan grumbled, but his body was still honestly maneuvering the flying boat, slowly approaching the dead domain. In order not to be bullied by others, Chen Qingyuan had the jade bracelet conceal his own cultivation aura. In this way, the strongest people from all sides could not see through Chen Qingyuan's depths and categorically did not dare to provoke him. There were many people in the Fu Lu Star region who knew Chen Qingyuan, but not many here. After all, Chen Qingyuan was only a Yuaning realm cultivator 100 years ago, and hadn't yet reached the point where he was known by everyone in the world. To actually run into her here, it seems like she is indeed a heavenly pride of the North Song Star region. However, Chen Qingyuan knew many of the younger generation of the Northern Wasteland, and really saw a familiar face in the crowd. Chapter 25 Morong Wensi. The blood-red land stretched for countless miles with no end in sight. This was the fringe of the deadly domain, and Chen Qingyuan could see thousands of people from all sides of the North Song Star region with a casual glance. Not far away, there was a woman in a light-colored dress with a ribbon around her waist and a jade pendant. Her hair was pale yellow, and her eyes were like sapphires, sparkling and crystalline, skillfully crafted. Her name was Morong Wensi, and she had crossed paths with Chen Qingyuan 100 years ago. To be precise, she had been pitted by Chen Qingyuan. Once exploring the secret realm, Morong Wensi was fooled by Chen Qingyuan, and all the resources were taken by Chen Qingyuan. Afterward, although Morong Wensi was annoyed, he didn't retaliate against Chen Qingyuan, and even had a kind of admiration for him. The people of the Morong family admired the strong, and Morong Wensi had grown up with his ear to the ground, naturally adhering to the family's will. Since Chen Qingyuan was able to cheat away all the resources, that was also his skill, and he could only blame himself for being careless. Why is he here? The fringes of the deadly domain were very open. Morong Wensi casually glanced at them and saw Chen Qingyuan not far away. A strange color emerged in his eyes as he spoke to himself in surprise. The elders of the Morong family looked along, not recognizing Chen Qingyuan, and opened their mouths to ask, "Girl, who is this person?" Fu Lu Star Domain. Xian Xing Dao Sex person. Morong Wensi's face was like white jade. Her red lips were charming, and she slowly said, 100 years ago, I went to a secret realm in the Fu Lu Star Domain, and it was this person who made me return empty-handed. So it's this person, the heavenly pride that was famous in all the domains back then. I heard that he entered the heavenly abyss Forbidden Land 100 years ago and managed to come out alive not long ago. At the mention of this matter, the crowd came to a sudden realization and immediately recalled the matter of the secret realm 100 years ago. And that time Morong Wensi was still depressed for a long time. Chen Qingyuan did not hide his whereabouts, deliberately exposing himself to the eyes of the crowd. Anyway, to go deeper into the deadly domain, Chen Qingyuan wanted to follow his acquaintances. That would also save him a lot of trouble. However, Chen Qingyuan couldn't decide if his acquaintances were willing to help. Miss Morong, long time no see. Chen Qingyuan maneuvered the flying boat to the ground and got up to cup his fists towards Morong Wensi. Courteous and smiling, Morong Wensi took a few steps towards Chen Qingyuan, her eyes slightly complicated as she took a few glances. I didn't expect to be able to meet Mr. Chen here. What a coincidence. That means we are destined to be together, Chen Qingyuan said with a smile. Even if it's fate, it's still sinful. Morong Wensi made a sarcastic remark. Miss Morong, you're speaking with some barbs. Chen Qingyuan did not get angry and smiled brightly. Humph. Morong Wensi had never been able to forget about being snubbed by Chen Qingyuan back then, and was grudgingly upset. I heard that you accidentally survived and have become an invalid, but you actually didn't stay properly in the Xianqing sect, and ran here to do what? I found a ghost doctor the other day and accidentally cured the injury, letting the girl down. Chen Qingyuan said. Ghost doctor? Hearing these words, Morong Wensi's eyes shone with light, slightly excited. You know where the ghost doctor is? And also cured your injuries? That's natural. Chen Qingyuan nodded. I'm so pleasing to the eye that even the weird-tempered ghost doctor wouldn't be able to bear to see me reduced to an invalid. Seriously, Morong Wensi wanted to beat Chen Qingyuan up. However, with other thoughts in her heart, she had no choice but to go along with Chen Qingyuan's words and brag about him. Mr. Chen is so handsome that no one would hate him. At the sound, the smile at the corner of Chen Qingyuan's mouth froze. When things go wrong, they go wrong. This suddenly said that I was handsome. There must be a conspiracy, although I am indeed very handsome, and this is something that many people know, but for these words to come out of Morong Wensi's mouth is definitely not simple. Miss Morong, is there something you want me to do? Chen Qingyuan didn't want to beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. Yes, since the topic was picked out. Morong Wensi didn't cover it up, took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Let's make a deal. If you tell me the exact location of the ghost doctor, it will be considered that the Morong family owes you a favor, or give you a generous gift. Some days ago, the Morong clan had been sending elders to spy on the ghost doctor's whereabouts, but unfortunately, they had no luck. I heard that the ghost doctor was probably located on the 7 dust star in the rhyming sea star domain. However, the result was still the same. No trace of him could be found. The Morong family, which paid a great price, as well as various forces, searched hard for the ghost doctor to no avail. On the contrary, Han Shan, who had drawn the lottery at random, had really hit the jackpot, found the ghost doctor, and had sent Chen Qingyuan in. If it wasn't for the appearance of the Changding sword immortal, it was estimated that Chen Qingyuan would still be locked up by the ghost doctor and even sliced up for study. The Morong family wants to find the ghost doctor. Why? Chen Qingyuan came to be interested and inquired. No comment. It's a family secret. Morong Wensi can't tell. Even if Morong Wensi did not explicitly say so, judging by the faces of the powerful Morong family members on the side, Chen Qingyuan could guess a thing or two. It was estimated that the life of a certain old ancestor of the Morong family was threatened to see if they could get the ghost doctor to help. It would be a great loss if one of the family ancestors died. How about this? I'm quite interested in the deadly realm, so why don't the Morong family take care of me a little bit? When I come out from the deadly domain later, I will definitely inform the ghost doctor of his exact whereabouts. If Chen Qingyuan didn't take advantage of the Dao protector that was sent to his door, it would be a real loss. What are you doing in the death domain? Is it not because of the Dao Section ancestors' remarks? Morong Wensi asked curiously. He. Chen Qingyuan let out a laugh and turned very serious. No comment. Man. Morong Wensi was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't bring herself to judge Chen Qingyuan, her clenched fists turning a little purple. Do you agree? Chen Qingyuan coughed softly. If you dare to lie to me this time, you won't want to leave the northern Song Star region alive. Morong Wensi threatened, afraid of being tricked by Chen Qingyuan again. What am I lying to you for? If it wasn't for the ghost doctor's hand, I'd still be immortal. Do you think a mortal could come here? Chen Qingyuan lied without even frowning. Immediately afterward, Morong Wensi turned his head to look at the people of his clan and transmitted his voice to confer. Moments later, the Morong family agreed to the request. Good. As long as one of my Morong family is still alive, I will never let anything happen to you in the death domain. Morong Wensi made a promise. Sharp. Chen Qingyuan appreciated Morong Wensi's nature. Sharp and trustworthy. I'm also true to my word. I definitely won't let you down. The boundary of the Deadlands is about to loosen, so get ready and go in. The reason everyone stood at the edge of the dead domain and waited was because of a thick red mist that drifted ahead, making it very dangerous. Every few months, the red mist would dissipate for a few hours, making it the best time to enter the deadly domain. Chapter 26 Entering the Deadly Realm. The storm descends. There were a total of 15 people in the Morong family, including Morong Wensi. They also made this trip because of the words of the Taoist Shen ancestor, and wanted to try their luck in the deadly domain to see if they could obtain a shocking creation. Chen Qingyuan reached an agreement with the Morong family and stepped down from the flying boat. With the jade bracelet covering it, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation did not show, letting the Morong family's cultivators probe. They could not see through Chen Qingyuan's details. Through this matter, they were even more convinced of the ghost doctor's ability, and could actually cure even Chen Qingyuan, whose spiritual root had been abolished. With a high level of strength and mysteriousness, the red mist is lifting. Go! Morong Wensi was one of the strongest heavenly prides of the Morong family, and now had a cultivation at the late Yuaning realm. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan was a cultivator at the peak of the Yuaning realm, crushing his peers and having a notable reputation in the vast northern wasteland. Nowadays, the losers of that year had all surpassed Chen Qingyuan. However, with Chen Qingyuan's roots, he thought that it wouldn't be long before he would return to the top of the younger generation. Kid, stay close to us. One of the elders glanced back at Chen Qingyuan with a word of caution. With that, the crowd quickly walked into the deadly domain, not daring to waste any time. According to the experience summarized by previous cultivators who had entered the deadly domain, the 3 hours after the red mist dissipated was the safest time. If they didn't come out within 3 hours, 9 times out of 10, they would stay in the deadly domain forever. Miss Morong, why don't you take me with you? How bad would it be if I lost them? With Chen Qingyuan's Xianling realm cultivation, he couldn't keep up with the Morong family's crowd on foot. In this trip, the weakest of the Morong family were all Jindan cultivators, and the leader of the group was a respected elder who possessed the cultivation of the transformation god realm. Hold on. Seeing as Chen Qingyuan knew the ghost doctor's whereabouts, Morong Wensi had no choice but to agree and throw out a light-colored strip of cloth. As the cloth drifted in, a faint fragrance came to the surface. Chen Qingyuan grasped the light-colored cloth while the other end was held tightly by Morong Wensi. Whoosh! All forces set off into a continent of red earth like blood, with no end in sight ahead. As he went deeper, the land ahead became darker and darker red, and an inexplicably depressing atmosphere wafted between heaven and earth. The mountains, the boulders, the fields and the sea are all the color of blood. On the way, Chen Qingyuan and the others saw a set of chilling white bones, thought to be those who had entered the deadly domain before. The Longhorn Mirror. The leader of the Morong family was an old man named Morong Ping. He noticed a broken mirror stuck in a stone crack and recognized its origin. Venerable Longkong has been out of sight for more than 1,000 years, so it turns out that he's been sleeping in the deadly domain for a long time. It's a pity. Morong Ping sighed. The crowd's hearts trembled slightly as they heard these words. Cultivators who could be called venerable were at the very least transition stage powerhouses. In the 9 realms of transition, each level required facing life and death. Venerable Longkong definitely couldn't make it to the end and wanted to come to the death domain to fight. Only, he lost. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. This has been true since the beginning of time. Which of the top powers that could cross over into the realm of the Mahayana hadn't gone through 9 deaths? Although the precious mirror is broken, it still has great memorial value. Keep it. Morong Ping received the shattered eldritch mirror into his arms and bowed slightly in the direction of the void as a sign of respect for the eldritch venerable. The crowd then continued on their way. According to the remarks of the Taoist Xian ancestor, it was likely that a stunning treasure had been born within the Deadlands, the exact location of which was unknown and could only be encountered as fate dictated. According to the thoughts of ordinary people, it must be that the deeper one goes into the Deadlands, the greater the chances of finding the greatest treasure. It seems like the people from the Wangbo sect and the Yuqing Holy Land are in front of us, and they seem to be fighting. One incense stick later, the crowd found that there are 2 groups of people are fighting thousands of miles in a circle are collapsed. The killing aura is bitter, as if condensed into a substance. The temperature plummeted. The ground seems to be frozen frost, like for a Tao treasure. Looking from afar, there was a Tao treasure in the center of the 2 forces, with Tao rhythms still lingering on it, and it was worth a lot of money. Go around and don't interfere. Morong Ping didn't want to cause any trouble. Chen Qingyuan stayed silent, closely following the Morong family forward. With the shelter of the Morong family, Chen Qingyuan hadn't encountered any trouble along the way. Not long ago there were multiple forces that saw the Morong family picking up the long sky mirror and didn't dare to come forward to snatch it. Scornful, an hour had already passed, and the crowd still hadn't found any clues about the supreme treasure. If we still can't find it, we'll have to go out for the time being and wait until the next time the red mist clears before we can look for it again. It was suggested. Look for more. Morong Ping scanned the surrounding area for several eyes. The sky and earth were dark red. It was difficult to see the end. At the back of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan noticed that the jade bracelet on his body was trembling, and without moving, he used a wisp of his divine mind to probe carefully. The jade bracelet trembled in the direction of the right front, as if guiding Chen Qingyuan forward. However, Chen Qingyuan could not say outright that he was heading to the direction that the jade bracelet was pointing to, or else he would surely arouse the suspicion of the crowd. This place was already considered to be at the edge of leaving the Deadlands, and it was hard to see any other forces. We have to think of a way to separate from the Morong family, otherwise it's not a good idea to act later. The first part of the journey was indeed thanks to the Morong family. If not for that, Chen Qingyuan would have definitely run into a lot of trouble. Some forces come to the Deadlands to seek opportunities, while others specialize in killing people. Anyway, After killing someone, they dumped the body in the dead domain. No trace can be found, without worrying about being retaliated against. What was that? Just as Chen Qingyuan was thinking about how to part ways with the Morong family, Morong Wensi realized that some wind and sand had appeared ahead. The crowd immediately looked over and saw that the wind and sand had become stronger. It could be the rumored Deadland storm. Hurry up! Morong Ping's face changed and he said loudly. As soon as the words fell, a group of people ran towards the outside like crazy, extremely fast. The storm was small at first, but it soon swirled up into a huge windstorm that spread to the many realms of the Deadlands. In a short span of half an hour, a red mist mixed with a wild storm came towards Chen Qingyuan and the others to cover them. According to the usual pattern, the red mist would dissipate for about 5 hours. However, this time, after only an hour or so, the red mist descended, and a terrifying storm swirled up. The deadly domain storm would only erupt once in hundreds of years, and he didn't expect to be stumbled upon by Chen Qingyuan and the others. What bad luck! Finished, Chen Qingyuan glanced back at the storm of red mist that pressed over. His eyes glazed over. Defenseless. Rumble. This storm swept to the edge of the location, and countless people were engulfed by the red mist and killed by the laws of the death domain. Those who were lucky escaped and survived in a sorry state. As the storm descended, the Morong family's cultivators were too busy to care about themselves. So where did they care about Chen Qingyuan? The red mist shrouded everything, and Chen Qingyuan realized that he was actually not affected by the laws of the deadly domain, which was very strange. And then, Chen Qingyuan turned his head to see Morong Wensi, who was already unconscious. They were buried in the same place because there was a strip of light-colored cloth between them. Dead yet? Chen Qingyuan walked towards Morong Wensi, who was 100 meters away, as the wind and sand pounded his face and the red mist moved with the wind. Chapter 27, Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Walking up and taking a look, Morong Wensi's heart was still beating and her breath was slightly disorganized, so she should have been injured by the red mist storm. The reason why Chen Qingyuan was fine was definitely because of the body-protecting jade bracelet. If I had known that this thing could defy the laws of the death domain, why would I have made a deal with the Morong family? Chen Qingyuan looked at the unconscious Morong Wensi in front of him. The light-colored long dress was a bit wrinkled. The light yellow hair covered half of his cheeks. Some red soil covered his body, and he had a messy beauty. We can't just leave her here. If she abandoned Morong Wensi, she would surely die. However, if he were to guard Morong Wensi, Chen Qingyuan's subsequent actions would definitely be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Chen Qingyuan felt a little difficult. Just how should he choose? Ugh, what a nuisance. Glancing down at the light-colored strip of cloth on the ground. Before this was something Morong Wensi had used to pull Chen Qingyuan. Although the two sides were in a trading relationship, Chen Qingyuan could not just watch Morong Wensi die. Thus, Chen Qingyuan took out a jade bottle with precious spirit liquid inside. Where did this stuff come from? From the ghost doctor. Of course, Chen Qingyuan was extremely thick-skinned, and had not only shunned some spiritual herbs from the ghost doctor, but also spiritual medicines for curing injuries. Cheap. Chen Qingyuan poured the spiritual liquid into Morong Wensi's mouth, his heart aching with flesh. What a blood loss. Spiritual liquid into the body, so that Morong Wensi's body quickly reacted. Slightly trembling, issued a crackling sound of static electricity. A moment later, Morong Wensi opened her eyes, her vision a little blurry. It was only slowly that she saw Chen Qingyuan standing not far away. And then she looked around and didn't find anyone from the same clan. Suddenly, she looked at her clothes that were a bit messy, and hurriedly tugged a few times to cover her fair shoulders, and looked at Chen Qingyuan with wary eyes. Look at you like that. Would I take advantage of someone's danger? Chen Qingyuan instantly understood the meaning in Morong Wensi's eyes, and said without any good humor, Besides, with your appearance, I still can't look at you. You, Morong Wensi pointed at Chen Qingyuan, wanting very much to break out in curses. But he coughed because a breath didn't come up. His face pale. Cough cough cough. Let's just figure out how to get the hell out of here. Chen Qingyuan's mind turned, and he planned to discuss with Morong Wensi about leaving the dead domain on the surface, seek an opportunity to hide behind, and then head to the direction guided by the jade bracelet alone. In this way, he would be able to get rid of Morong Wensi, and what he had done would not be exposed. Didn't you see the rest of the Morong family? Morong Wensi meditated, slightly recovering some of her qi. No longer bickering with Chen Qingyuan, her complexion grave. Just now when she was meditating, she realized that there were a few strands of pure aura in her body, thinking that it was Chen Qingyuan who helped her, and she unconsciously glanced at it out of the corner of her eye. No, Chen Qingyuan shook his head. At the sound of the voice, a few glimpses of worry appeared in Morong Wensi's eyes, worried about the safety of his fellow clansmen. Why are you not affected by the laws of the Deadlands? By this time, Morong Wensi took a few careful glances at Chen Qingyuan before she noticed the clues and asked in a suspicious voice, "Maybe it's because I'm better looking." Chen Qingyuan shamelessly raised his eyebrows and said. Morong Wensi gave Chen Qingyuan a blank stare that was too beat up. Everyone had secrets. Morong Wensi did not pursue the question, only that her eyes became complicated as she looked at Chen Qingyuan. "The place where we are retreating has been covered by a large amount of red mist, so we definitely can't get out now. If we can make it through a few months here and wait until the red mist disperses again, only then will we have a chance of survival." Morong Wensi looked in the direction she came from. A blood-red fog. Her eyes filled with despair. "Just wait here," Chen Qingyuan said. "I'll see if there's another way out." "Wait." Morong Wensi forced herself to endure the severe pain in her body and slowly got up, calling out to stop Chen Qingyuan, who wanted to leave. "What's wrong?" Chen Qingyuan frowned slightly. "I'm with you." Intuition told Morong Wensi that the only way to have a chance to survive was to follow Chen Qingyuan. "I disagree." Chen Qingyuan didn't want to bring along a liability. "We agreed to enter the Deadlands together, and now you're abandoning me?" Looking at Chen Qingyuan shaking his head in refusal, Morong Wensi clenched her teeth and made a pitiful appearance, her eyes flashing with tears, making her heart feel pity. "Hey, there's nothing going on between us. Don't act like you've been abandoned by me." Chen Qingyuan really couldn't stand this expression on Morong Wensi's face, obviously a fierce tigress, but she had become so docile that goosebumps rose all over. 100 years ago you deceived me, not only appropriating the entirety of the opportunity, but also placing me in danger. Do you want to do the same thing now? Morong Wensi had once spent time with Chen Qingyuan and knew that Chen Qingyuan ate softness but did not do anything hard and pretended to be pitiful. "In order to stabilize the injuries within your body, it has already caused me to bleed heavily, and now you want me to carry you. It's too uneconomical," Chen Qingyuan said with difficulty. "You should be well aware of my character, never doing a losing deal. As long as I can get out alive, the Morong family is willing to offer a great gift." Morong Wensi said seriously. "Empty words, nothing substantial to gain." Chen Qingyuan was full of concern. If this were to be put on someone else's body, a favor from the Morong family would be a great creation. It was a pity that Chen Qingyuan didn't care about nebulous promises. Only real money was good. Besides, although the Morong family wasn't weak, it was just that. If it was the promise of the sword immortal, that would be the real deal. A great creation. What do you want? There was no other way. Morong Wensi had to lower her stance in order to survive. Chen Qingyuan looked Morong Wensi up and down, his gaze constantly scrutinizing. Being gazed at by Chen Qingyuan in such a manner made Morong Wensi feel uncomfortable and said through clenched teeth, "If you can really protect me, we can try to get along, and we may not be unable to become Dao couples." She thought that Chen Qingyuan wanted to get into it, but she didn't know that Chen Qingyuan didn't have any thoughts in this regard, and hurriedly said, "Stop. I've already said that I'm not half interested in you. Don't put gold on yourself." Hearing this, Morong Wensi's cheeks were suffocatingly red. 3 parts shame, 3 parts annoyance, and the rest was dissatisfaction. "I am at least the princess of the Morong family. I want to look good. I want to have a body. Is it still not worthy of you, Chen Qingyuan? Then why are you looking at me?" Morong Wensi's tone carried a few hints of questioning and anger. "That jade pendant on your waist looks good." Chen Qingyuan gave a look. "Take it." Where Morong Wensi didn't understand Chen Qingyuan's meaning, he removed the white jade from his waist and threw it to Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly followed it up and examined it with his head down, giving a satisfied smile. "Top quality white spirit jade, a rare thing, and the emerald bracelet on your hand." Putting away the white jade, Chen Qingyuan said again, "It's not convenient with my personal belongings inside." The emerald bracelet was Morong Wensi's spatial treasure weapon, which held many resources, as well as personal items. Chapter 28, Do people like you have friends? Who wants your personal belongings anymore? You take them all out and I get the rest. Chen Qingyuan was blunt. For some reason, Morong Wensi felt that her appearance had been greatly humiliated, and her eyes were about to burst into flames. If it wasn't for the sake of staying alive, Morong Wensi would have definitely drawn his sword by now, beating Chen Qingyuan to death and venting his anger. After hesitating for a moment, Morong Wensi used an ordinary Tianyuan bag to put away her own personal belongings before handing the emerald bracelet and all the resources within it to Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan was very satisfied, as if he were an adulterer. "That'll always do." Morong Wensi clenched her shell teeth and huffed. "I'll try to protect you during this time. When you owe me a favor, you can't ask for anything less than what you need. And naturally, you can't go without favors. How is it reasonable for you to ask me to remember your favor when you want my entire body?" Morong Wensi questioned loudly. "Words can't be said like that. Let me run it down for you," Chen Qingyuan said in a serious manner. "If I didn't save you just now, you would probably be dead by now, and these resources would definitely belong to me. However, I was kind-hearted and used extremely precious spirit medicines on your body. And all these resources together can't even cover it. You'll have to follow me for the next period of time, which has had a considerable impact on my life and safety. Shouldn't you owe me a favor? The spirit medicine was indeed precious, but Chen Qingyuan had begged for it with a deadpan face and hadn't paid anything. For some reason, listening to Chen Qingyuan's crooked reasoning, Morong Wensi actually felt that there were a few points of truth. Taking a deep breath, Morong Wensi once again compromised. Alright, even if this girl owes you a big favor, I will return it in the future. So understanding, Chen Qingyuan grinned and couldn't help but praise. A woman as intelligent and beautiful as Miss Morong is truly rare. Humph. Morong Wensi snorted coldly and gave Chen Qingyuan a blank stare. Sneering, I've rarely seen someone as greedy for money as you. It can't be helped. I grew up poor and scared. How can I compare to Miss Morong? Chen Qingyuan let out a light sigh. You're poor? The Shenqing sect has spoiled you to such an extent that you have the nerve to cry about being poor? These words made Morong Wensi very upset and questioned. You don't understand. Although the sect treats me well, but the resources are limited. What I'm given every month is just a little bit. It's not enough. In order to develop myself, I can only expand my career outside. To this day, Chen Qingyuan had only suffered a loss once, and that was by Shishui of Dongyi Palace. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was impressed by Shishui's persistence, and his heart was filled with love, willing to become a Taoist couple. And many of the resources he obtained at that time were gifted to Bai Shishui. Unfortunately, things have changed. There's not many people in the world as shameless as you. Morong Wensi scolded. Thanks for the compliment. However, Chen Qingyuan always did not follow the rules, and not only did he not get angry, but he also felt soothed. By this point, Morong Wensi was considered to have completely admitted defeat and did not say a word. Side by side, the two walked to a nearby mountain range and sought out a safe cave. Staying here can be slightly cleaner without having to suffer the cold winds of the Deadlands. Along the way, the two saw quite a few corpses, all of which had just died not long ago, presumably having their lives erased by the red mist storm. Looking at these corpses, Morong Wensi's inner worry worsened, and he didn't know what was the situation of the clan members now, and whether they were still alive. Hiding inside the cave, a fire was built to dispel the darkness. Morong Wensi thought back to what had just happened. There had been a few strands of red mist floating along with the cold wind, strangely avoiding Chen Qingyuan's position and heading in other directions. If you were to be tainted with the red mist, your fate would surely be miserable. That's weird, Morong Wensi muttered in her heart, and although she was extremely curious, she did not ask any questions. Let's just stay here for a few months and leave when the red mist clears. After thinking about it, Chen Qingyuan planned to send Morong Wensi out safely, then sneak back to the dead domain himself. Since he would not be affected by the laws of the deadly realm, there would be no worries, and he would disguise himself so that no one would recognize him. Thanks. Staying in Chen Qingyuan's vicinity, Morong Wensi was very relaxed as she couldn't feel the oppression of the laws of the death domain. If you really want to thank me, save any goodies for me in the future and give them to me the next time we meet. Chen Qingyuan didn't need a verbal thank you. There was no real meaning to it. Sure enough, you can't be polite with this guy. He's too much of a stomping ground. Morong Wensi wanted to meditate to heal her wounds, and realized that she didn't have a single spirit stone in her entire body, and it was difficult. After hesitating for a long time, Morong Wensi looked towards Chen Qingyuan, who was sitting on the side with his eyes closed, and called out in a low voice. Hey! Doing what? Chen Qingyuan did not open his eyes, his demeanor lazy. I've given you all the spirit stones I have on me. Can you lend me some? If possible. Morong Wensi really didn't want to open this mouth. Borrowing spirit stones is negotiable. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes. Coming to business. The reason why Chen Qingyuan could collect so many accounts. He wasn't a crooked businessman, but helping people while earning some hard-earned money. How much do you want to borrow? Chen Qingyuan asked. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Morong Wensi counted the time and asked for more as he might be staying for a while. Okay, Chen Qingyuan nodded. Let's talk first. After borrowing 1,000, you'll have to return 3,000 by then. You adulterer. Morong Wensi was not happy. So are you borrowing it? Chen Qingyuan ate up Morong Wensi and put on an appearance of love to borrow or not to borrow. Borrow. Taking a deep breath, Morong Wensi suppressed the restless emotions deep inside and nodded her head with gritted teeth. Empty words are no proof. Make a note. With that, Chen Qingyuan took out a pen and paper, as well as the red clay for pressing the handprint. Watching Chen Qingyuan familiarly take out this set of processes, Morong Wensi was stunned. You're like this. Do you have any friends? Yes. Chen Qingyuan instantly thought of a few damaged friends and said with a smile, do you want me to introduce you to them? Forget it, it's not necessary. Morong Wensi aggrievedly signed her name and pressed her handprint. She didn't want to know someone like Chen Qingyuan again. From now on I'll be your debtor. Miss Morong, you must live well and remember to pay back when you have money in the future. Chen Qingyuan put the note away. This is a voucher. Not afraid of people to deny. Looking at the 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones in front of her, Morong Wensi wanted to cry. Her heart was complicated to the extreme, because these spirit stones still had the Morong family's legal seal remaining. They were originally hers. Using one's own spirit stones, one still needed to make a note of indebtedness, and the interest rate had tripled. Chen Qingyuan, it's really bad luck for me to know you. With this anger, Morong Wensi began to refine the spirit stones and worked hard to repair his injuries. Nothing to do. Eat something. Chen Qingyuan was very good at enjoying life, taking an iron rack and placing it on top of the fire, then cutting up some meat from the spirit beasts and starting to barbecue. Chapter 29, Dogman. Chen Qingyuan ate the delicious food as if he had come to the Deadlands for a vacation. On one side, Morong Wensi was meditating to heal her wounds, and a piece of spirit stone in front of her was absorbed, its light dimming and turning into mortal stone. A month later, Morong Wensi's injuries had improved considerably, and stopped healing for the time being, opening her eyes to see Chen Qingyuan, who was leaning against a rock with his eyes closed. Seeing Chen Qingyuan so leisurely, Morong Wensi's heart was inexplicably angry. Picking up a stone on the ground and throwing it towards Chen Qingyuan. Snap! Chen Qingyuan's calf was hit by a stone and lazily glanced at Morong Wensi. What are you doing? It's nothing, Morong Wensi hummed lightly. Just looking at you is not pleasing. There are plenty of people who look at me funny, and you're not even close to the top of the list. In response, Chen Qingyuan did not care to have excessive emotional fluctuations because of other people's words. Chen Qingyuan was probably already pissed off and couldn't live until today. I really can't get in line. You're such a nasty person. You must have offended a lot of people, Morong Wensi said. Yeah, it's a shame those guys couldn't get me killed. They could only watch me do it. Chen Qingyuan picked up the conversation. I'm curious, haven't you ever suffered a loss in your entire life? Morong Wensi asked. If you don't count special circumstances, there shouldn't be any. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan remembered the many resources gifted to Bai Shishue back then. It was truly a bloody loss. Other than this matter, Chen Qingyuan had never done a losing deal before. What special circumstances? Tell me. In response, Morong Wensi developed a hint of curiosity. Why should I tell you? Chen Qingyuan gave a blank stare and suddenly shifted his tone again. Flirting? If you're willing to pay something for listening to the story, I can begrudgingly have a chat with you. Why are you like a scoundrel? How did the Xinqing sect train you? Unable to leave here in a short period of time, Morong Wensi was a bit bored and wanted to learn about Chen Qingyuan's past. After all, Chen Qingyuan was once an extremely famous figure in the northern wasteland. Free range, Chen Qingyuan answered truthfully. You're a cattle rancher, and you're herding. Hearing this, Morong Wensi was amused. The two were 10 meters apart, sitting diagonally across from each other. The fire within the stone cave had long since been extinguished. It was a dark white spirit bead suspended in mid-air, illuminating all corners of the cave. If you have nothing to do, close your eyes and meditate. Don't disturb my sleep. The spirit bead was naturally Chen Qingyuan's thing. He forgot where he got the small object from and didn't bother to recall it. This girl will not obey you. What can you do about it? Morong Wensi let out a pout. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan stood up and walked slowly towards Morong Wensi. Seeing the approaching Chen Qingyuan, Morong Wensi's body subconsciously tilted towards her back and made preparations for defense. Her eyes sharp and her expression serious. What do you want? Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan crossed over Morong Wensi and bent down to grab a long flat stone behind her. Afterward, Chen Qingyuan took the stone and returned to his original position, leaning his head on top of it comfortably. After lying down, Chen Qingyuan did not forget to sneer. What's the point of reacting so greatly? You, Morong Wensi was once again fooled by Chen Qingyuan, really thinking that Chen Qingyuan would do something to herself. So angry that her cheeks were delicately red and a few points of anger. It's just a rock, can't you just pick it up? To have to make such a big deal out of it must have been intentional. Once again, I'm not interested in you. A word of warning. Although I'm handsome and charismatic, don't make a move on me or you'll definitely be out of luck. As he said these words, Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at Morong Wensi and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Morong Wensi huffed. How can you be so narcissistic? It's a fact. You can't change it. It was as if Chen Qingyuan's ears could automatically filter, and any sarcastic words became compliments. Don't worry, even if my old lady liked a pig, she wouldn't be able to think half as much about you. The meaning of Morong Wensi's words, Chen Qingyuan couldn't even compare to a pig. That's good. Chen Qingyuan didn't care about the mocking words, and the corners of his mouth always wore a light smile. By the way, you said that you have extraordinary charisma. So why did Bai Shishuai abandon you? Suddenly, Morong Wensi thought of this matter, which was the best way to use to refute Chen Qingyuan. At the sound of the voice, the smile at the corner of Chen Qingyuan's mouth slowly disappeared. His expression became slightly complicated, and he pondered for a long time. There is a fate, but there is no fate. If she really loved you, even if you had an accident in the heavenly abyss, she shouldn't have had another new love in just 100 years. Perhaps, from the very beginning, she didn't have a few moments of admiration for you. It was more of a relationship of interest. Morong Wensi had managed to find a topic to deal with Chen Qingyuan, so of course he couldn't stop and ride the wave of victory. I know. Chen Qingyuan slowly sat up and turned his head to stare at Morong Wensi, his eyes deep as if they had come from the end of the long river of years, carrying a sense of vicissitude that one could not see through. In this instant of locking eyes with Chen Qingyuan, Morong Wensi's consciousness seemed to have been taken into a long river of rushing yellow sand, somewhat blurred and inexplicably heavy. The sneering look on Morong Wensi's cheeks dissipated at some point, becoming somewhat grave, curious, and puzzled. This was the first time she had seen another side of Chen Qingyuan, his eyes full of stories and long-traveled. In the past, Chen Qingyuan was a rogue, extremely narcissistic, and somewhat dark. You know, why did you even decide to couple with her back then? At this moment, Chen Qingyuan seemed to have turned into a different person, causing Morong Wensi to feel a trace of strangeness. She looks a lot like a deceased person of mine. Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at the dark and depressing sky outside the cave. A deceased person? Morong Wensi's eyes flashed with a curious color. It was the red face of my dreams. Very real, yet unreal. Sometimes I would think wildly, wondering if the experience in my dream actually existed or not. Chen Qingyuan murmured, "What are you talking about?" Morong Wensi was listening to the clouds. "Do you believe in past lives?" Chen Qingyuan suddenly asked in a very solemn manner. "Believe." Morong Wensi nodded while saying, "Extremely powerful mighty people can live a second life and reincarnate. Although this kind of thing is not common, it is recorded in ancient books. However, looking at you, you don't look like a reincarnation of a great power. Don't you think of fooling me? This trick doesn't work well now. If I were a great power reincarnated, would I still be in this situation today?" Chen Qingyuan stems from my sarcasm. "Also," Morong Wensi said, "listening to you, Bai Shishue looks a lot like your confidant from your previous life. That's why you're so good to her?" "That's pretty much what it means." Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "It's just a pity that they aren't a person after all, merely similar in appearance. My karmic bond with Bai Shishue is over. The memories of a dream are like bubbles that you reach out and shatter." Chen Qingyuan also did not dwell on these. When he first learned of the news of Bai Shishue's marriage to another person, there was not much anger or sadness. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of relief. At the very beginning, Chen Qingyuan shouldn't have promised Bai Shishue. However, since he had given his promise, he had to stick to it, and for this reason, he had even dared to offend the red-clothed girl from the Heavenly Abyss forbidden area. Only, the one who didn't last until the end wasn't Chen Qingyuan, but Bai Shishue. "Sorry." Looking at Chen Qingyuan in this saddened state, Morong Wensi apologized. "There's no sincerity in apologizing. If you're really embarrassed, show me something." Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan shifted his demeanor and seemed to smile. Morong Wensi's sympathy from earlier instantly disappeared without a trace. Cursing in her heart, "Dog man." Chapter 30, Deep in the Deadly Realm. Going alone. Just now Chen Qingyuan also a vicissitude of the sadness of the kind, without any sign of the return of the original appearance. Open mouth is to benefit. Really let a person speechless. Morong Wensi actually felt a trace of sympathy for Chen Qingyuan at that moment, cursing herself for almost being deceived by Chen Qingyuan's surface again. For the next few months, Chen Qingyuan and Morong Wensi rarely chatted, each meditating. Time passed quickly, and the moment came when the red mist receded. Looking at the red mist heading towards the depths of the deadly domain, Morong Wensi's face showed joy. "Finally, I've waited until this time. Go!" After a few moments, Chen Qingyuan confirmed that the red mist had dispersed and the boundary had loosened. Turning his head to Morong Wensi, the two set off, ready to leave. After spending about 2 hours, Chen Qingyuan and Morong Wensi arrived at the border of the dead domain. The moment she stepped out of the deadly domain, Morong Wensi felt that her body had become much lighter, and that inexplicable pressure suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly contacted the people of her clan. Chen Qingyuan, who was standing by the side, was silent and saw a trace of grief appear on Morong Wensi's face. Ending the conversation with the elders of the same clan, Morong Wensi glanced in the direction of the deadly domain. During the last deadly domain storm, more than half of the people traveling with him died. Bad luck. Unfortunately, Chen Qingyuan lamented. Maybe there really is some kind of supreme treasure within the deadly domain. but my Morong family has no chance, so I can only give up. This time, they encountered the deadly domain storm, and the Morong family died several elders. Although it could not be said to be hurtful, but it also affected their morale, so they could only give up. You've been injured, so it's best to hurry back, so you don't get backstabbed by sinister and cunning people. After all, the cultivation world is chaotic. Not everyone is as kind as me. The first half of Chen Qingyuan's sentence was still relatively polite, but the second half made Morong Wensi cry and laugh. Said he, Chen Qingyuan kind bar, indeed okay, did not take advantage of Morong Wensi, willing to help. However, the word kindness in Chen Qingyuan is somewhat unrelated. Money-grubbing narcissism is very apt. If you really want Morong Wensi to comment on Chen Qingyuan, a ventriloquist narcissist with a bottom line and an intriguing past to hide. Hey, even though my Morong family didn't protect you from me, but instead let you protect me. However, I'm eager to get the ghost doctor's whereabouts. So name your price. Morong Wensi didn't forget about the main event and was solemn. For the sake of knowing each other, I'll tell you for free. Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, so he wouldn't settle the score with Morong Wensi this time. Rhyming C-star domain. 7 dust stars. Afterwards, Chen Qingyuan drew the exact location of where the ghost doctor had been before in midair. Many thanks. Morong Wensi hurriedly memorized it and said gratefully, whether or not you can invite the ghost doctor, that's your Morong family's business. Moreover, I can't guarantee whether the ghost doctor is still around or not. It depends on fate, Chen Qingyuan said. It's nice to get such a detailed lead. This time, the Morong clan entered the deadly domain in hopes of obtaining certain creations and then going to save one of the elders of the clan. Since the path of the deadly domain was not a good one, then they could only go in search of the ghost doctor. Thus part, Chen Qingyuan left behind a sentence, turned around and left without looking back. Looking in the direction Chen Qingyuan left, Morong Wensi hesitantly withdrew her gaze and muttered, Chen Qingyuan, will you still be able to stand at the center of the stage of the great world and recreate your former style? 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan was so strong that he made Morong Wensi feel ashamed of himself. Using his own strength to press down the peers of more than 10 neighboring star domains who were unable to raise their heads. At that time, some good people will be the strongest young demons in the Northern Wasteland made a list, called the Northern Wasteland 10, on which the people are not ranked in order. Chen Qingyuan is listed. Northern Wasteland 10. This name was not simple. The demons that were ranked among them were all more terrifying than one another. It was a pity that just after Chen Qingyuan had been chosen as one of the Northern Wasteland 10 masters, he had suffered the Heavenly Abyss Scourge. It was rumored that back then, there were quite a few demons who wanted to challenge Chen Qingyuan in order to rise to the top. After 100 years, how many of the younger generation still remembered Chen Qingyuan? After parting ways with Morong Wensi, Chen Qingyuan pretended to head to other places, but in reality, he took a detour and returned to the Dead Realm. This time, Chen Qingyuan disguised himself and used the power of the jade bracelet to conceal his movements. He made sure that no one was around and dove headfirst into the deadly domain. By this time, the red mist had once again spread to all parts of the border. However, Chen Qingyuan did not intend to wait until the red mist dispersed before entering. Anyway, with the jade bracelet's protection, entering at this time could instead avoid meeting others and save a lot of trouble. In the beginning, if he had known that the jade bracelet could also be fearless of the laws of the death domain, why would Chen Qingyuan bother dealing with the Morong family? Re-entering the deadly domain, Chen Qingyuan sensed the jade bracelet's guidance and headed in a deeper direction. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan saw quite a few corpses and bones, as well as some Dao treasures with residual spiritual chimes, or items such as Tianyuan bags. Get rich! For all of these things, Chen Qingyuan collected all of them with a wide smile and his mouth never closed. A place as dangerous as the deadly domain. Countless great powers feared it to the extreme, while Chen Qingyuan looked like he had returned home, unimpeded and not feeling any pressure. After walking slowly for several months, Chen Qingyuan not only picked up many treasures, but also allowed his cultivation to be refined to the peak of the Xianling realm. Having a flawless root bone allowed Chen Qingyuan to cultivate quickly and with a solid foundation. The main thing was that Chen Qingyuan originally possessed the cultivation of the Yuaning realm, so there was no hindrance. When the red-clothed girl had abolished Chen Qingyuan's cultivation, she had not injured his body. Recultivating now was very easy for Chen Qingyuan. This place should have already left the fringe realm of the Deadlands. Chen Qingyuan looked at the dark red land and glanced back, muttering to himself. Walking here, Chen Qingyuan could hardly see the bones and Dao treasures anymore, because no one could break in here, not even someone who was bent on death. It was unusually silent, desolate everywhere, and not a trace of life could be seen. It was as if Chen Qingyuan could hear his own heartbeat, or even the beating of his pulse in every part of his body. Gradually going deeper and deeper caused Chen Qingyuan's inner pressure to skyrocket as he cautiously moved forward. Still in there? Taking out the jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan looked at the direction that the jade bracelet's movement was pointing to and looked up into the distance. His brows furrowed. Having already come this far, there was no reason for Chen Qingyuan to return without accomplishing anything. Besides, this was his second agreement with the red-clothed girl, so he had to fulfill it no matter what. Since she let me come here, she definitely won't harm me. If she really wants to kill me, just blow on my breath. It won't take so much trouble. Chen Qingyuan believed that the red-clothed girl would not set a trap. There was absolutely no need for that. After another 2 months of traveling forward, Chen Qingyuan's eyes lit up and he finally made a new discovery. Chapter 31, Cemetery. Silver Gun. What discovery? The land, not far ahead, was no longer dark red, but pitch black. Chen Qingyuan slowly moved forward, realizing that the sky was covered in a dark veil, and an invisible pressure fell on his body. Tombstone? Walking forward for some distance, Chen Qingyuan was dumbfounded when he saw a graveyard. As far as the eye could see, there were countless tombstones of different sizes, both high and low. The tombstones were all deep black, vaguely with a few wisps of murderous flavor, as well as the sadness that could not be buried by the years. Some of the tombstones were upright, others were slanted, and still others had fallen to the ground and were buried in the black soil and yellow sand. For some reason, when Chen Qingyuan saw these tombstones, he was not just inwardly shocked, but more saddened. Yes, it's sad. Why are you a little uncomfortable? Chen Qingyuan covered his chest, his brows furrowing gently, not knowing the cause. Tick-tock. Inexplicably, a tear slipped from Chen Qingyuan's eyes. Feeling the taste of tears across his cheeks, Chen Qingyuan's vision became a little blurry, seeing many silhouettes in this cemetery, as well as an extremely tragic battlefield. As Chen Qingyuan blinked, the blurry scene from just a moment ago had suddenly disappeared. Buzz. The jade bracelet shook gently, causing Chen Qingyuan to break free from his complicated thoughts. Following the jade bracelet's guidance, Chen Qingyuan walked towards the depths of the cemetery. After a long walk, the headstones became fewer and fewer. Until the end of the cemetery, there were no unusual tombstones in a radius of 10,000 meters. There was a dark red coffin at the end of the cemetery, and every part of it bore traces of age, as if it had gone through an unimaginable war. To the side of the dark red coffin stood a stone pillar about 3 meters tall. Coffins? Pillars? Chen Qingyuan stood to the side, his body seemingly petrified as he stared blankly, perhaps because of the endless years it had endured, or perhaps due to Chen Qingyuan's arrival. The stone pillar began to crack, the cracks spreading to every part of the stone pillar. Seeing this situation, Chen Qingyuan fell back a few steps, his entire body tense and more or less worried. Boom! Wow! The stone pillar transformed into countless tiny pieces that fell off, and what was located within the stone pillar was clearly reflected in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. This is... Chen Qingyuan opened his mouth slightly, wanting to speak, extremely surprised. A silver-white spear, about 9 feet long, with a sharp and dragon-shaped head, and a smooth and flawless body. The end of the spear was a round ball, resembling a budding snow lotus. The moment he saw this silver spear, Chen Qingyuan froze. In his memory, there is no weapon Dao treasure that can be compared to the silver gun, which invariably exudes the power of the weapon. Rolled up a gust of wind, so that the original silent and gloomy cemetery became lively, the wind whistling, as if the battlefield hissing. The jade bracelet in Chen Qingyuan's hand suddenly levitated and floated to the side of the silver gun. The meaning of the jade bracelet was clear. This gift that the girl in red was talking about was this silver spear. Really a gift for me? Chen Qingyuan had always been greedy for money, but at this moment, he hesitated and hesitated. Buzz. The jade bracelet radiated a gentle fluctuation of Dao lines, as if answering Chen Qingyuan's question. Steadying his mind, Chen Qingyuan slowly walked forward, only half a meter away from the silver gun. After a long mental struggle, Chen Qingyuan apprehensively stretched out his right hand and gripped the silver spear. Boom! The moment Chen Qingyuan gripped the silver gun, a terrifying force erupted from above the gun, surging in all directions. Such a horrifying pressure had already exceeded the scope of what Chen Qingyuan knew, and it was estimated that even a great power of the transition stage would have to kneel down if they were to be contaminated by a single point of the pressure. Strangely enough, the pressure raised by the silver spear did not injure Chen Qingyuan in the slightest. Several breaths later, the cemetery became unusually quiet. Chen Qingyuan slowly exerted himself and realized that he could actually lift the silver spear without much pressure. At this, Chen Qingyuan was puzzled and very agitated. By all rights, such a divine weapon should have birthed a spirit, and unusual cultivators were not qualified to harness it. However, not only did Chen Qingyuan easily hold the silver spear, but he was also able to dance it effortlessly. Take advantage of it. Chen Qingyuan kept looking at the silver spear held tightly in his hand, and after holding his tongue for half a day, he spat out 2 words. since the silver spear did not reject himself. Then Chen Qingyuan slightly relaxed his guard and decided to communicate with the silver spear's spirit. Thus, a wisp of Chen Qingyuan's spirit drilled within the silver spear. It was only at this moment that Chen Qingyuan realized that the silver spear's spirit was shattered and turned into dozens of pieces, making communication impossible. The spirit is destroyed and the gun body is actually still intact. Unbelievable. Chen Qingyuan marveled. Then, Chen Qingyuan lamented. What a pity. A broken spirit meant that the power that the silver spear could exert was less than 1% of its original power. Even so, it could still shock Chen Qingyuan greatly. I am not capable of fixing you. Whether or not I have this opportunity in the future, that will depend on fate. After studying the silver gun for a long time, Chen Qingyuan tried to activate the jade bracelet's prohibition and received the silver gun within the bracelet. After obtaining this silver spear, it was considered to be the fulfillment of the second agreement with the girl in red. Chen Qingyuan wanted to end his karma with the red-clothed girl as soon as possible and contacted through the jade bracelet. What is the third agreement? Getting rid of the girl in red before it was too late was Chen Qingyuan's greatest wish. Wait until you've recovered the Jindan realm. The arcane space within the jade bracelet pieced together a sentence. Seeing these words, Chen Qingyuan could only refrain from thinking about the engagement for the time being. Forget it, let's go home first. Having left the Xianqing sect for some time now, Chen Qingyuan planned to go back and take a look. After all, the matter of the Devil's Cave in the Fu Lu Star region had yet to be resolved, and the experts of the various sects were definitely busy right now. Chen Qingyuan turned around and left according to his original route, looking back at the desolate cemetery before he left, bowing with a heavy heart. And then, Chen Qingyuan set out on the road back. After half a year of rushing, Chen Qingyuan had finally gotten out of the deadly domain. When he came back, Chen Qingyuan took a slight detour and picked up quite a few treasures, and was very happy. Picking up and searching for treasure is one of life's great blessings. When he walked out of the deadly domain, Chen Qingyuan was still in disguise, not revealing his true appearance. Waiting for a safe place, Chen Qingyuan took off his disguise and restored his original face, took out his spiritual treasure flying boat, and headed in the direction of the Fu Lu Star domain. What's with the cemetery deep in the Deadlands? And that coffin? And whose weapon is the silver spear? Sitting inside the flying boat, Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but think about these questions, his brows filled with a look of grave doubt. A few days later, Chen Qingyuan realized that a person had appeared in front of his flying boat, blocking his way. Chapter 32 Northern Wasteland 10 Heroes. Wu Junyan. Chen Qingyuan walked to the front of the flying boat and saw the visitor's appearance clearly. His expression changed slightly. It's you. The visitor was dressed in a purple brocade garment, 8 feet tall, with long hair and a crown, and was handsome and martial. Heard you were alive. Came by to check. His name was Wu Junyan, the number 1 demon of the North Song Star region. Wu Junyan had another identity, one of the Northern Wasteland 10. Time to get out of the way when you're done watching. Chen Qingyuan signaled Wu Junyan to get out of the way. In these 10 or so nearby starfields, only Chen Qingyuan among his peers dared to speak to Wu Junyan like this. If it were any other peer, Wu Junyan would have definitely suppressed it with a slap, without any care. Back then, you and I made an appointment to fight, and you went back on your word. Same as the Northern Wasteland 10, Wu Junyan wanted to split the difference with Chen Qingyuan. One day 100 years ago, the two met, drank a few glasses of wine, and pulled some talk. At the time of parting, Wu Junyan made a request for a battle. In order to send Wu Junyan away, Chen Qingyuan casually set a time to send off. Big brother, I almost lost my life back then. How can I still fulfill my promise to fight you? Who knew that Chen Qingyuan had an accident in the heavenly abyss shortly afterward, and the appointment between the two was naturally nullified. A promise is a promise, and as long as you're not dead, you must fulfill it no matter what happens. When you weren't there, that was your problem. Wu Junyan is a person who is very commitment-oriented and values it more than his life. Why are you unreasonable? Chen Qingyuan complained. I can understand you, but you have to fulfill the appointment back then. You can't make me wait so many years. Wu Junyan's expression was cold, as if anyone owed him money. I've just gotten a ghost doctor to cure my spiritual roots, and you're going to come and bully me now? Chen Qingyuan said impatiently. Count me as a loser, okay? No way. Wu Junyan shook his head. I won't bully you and will definitely fight you fairly. There is not so much fairness in this world, Chen Qingyuan said. You pick a new time and I'll suppress my realm to fight you. The appointment from 100 years ago had always been kept in Wu Junyan's mind. If he didn't share a victory with Chen Qingyuan, it would definitely evolve into a heart demon over time. Is that necessary? Chen Qingyuan couldn't understand Wu Junyan's brain circuits. Why was this necessary? Yes. Wu Junyan spared his words and nodded slowly. A battle at the same realm. It's fine if you win. If you lose, then how humiliating. Listen to my brother. The appointment back then has already passed. Let's not look ahead, okay? Chen Qingyuan admonished. How can a promise be a child's play? Wu Junyan snorted lightly, his gaze like a torch. Those who break their promises have only one death. With that, a wisp of Wu Junyan's aura locked onto Chen Qingyuan. The words were said to this point. Chen Qingyuan, how dare he refuse? And quickly said, okay, according to you. Aha, hearing this, Wu Junyan nodded in satisfaction. Time for the next appointment? How do you feel 10 years from now? Chen Qingyuan said. Originally, Chen Qingyuan had planned to say 100 years, but on second thought, it would definitely make Wu Junyan think too much. 10 years? A little while is a little while if you can drag it out. Yes, after deliberating for a moment, Wu Junyan nodded his head in agreement. When the time comes, I will definitely go and find you. You, this person, are really stubborn. Chen Qingyuan was helpless. It's just a date. Make it so serious. You don't understand. Wu Junyan stood in the world with his faith, and ordinary people would not understand. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly and took out 2 jugs of good wine, signaling, do you want to come in for a drink? Yes. Wu Junyan was nonchalant and walked directly inside the flying boat. The 2 men face each other, drinking and gossiping about the past. Suddenly, Wu Junyan pulled on Chen Qingyuan and said bluntly, I heard that you were dumped. Chen Qingyuan was annoyed that someone had brought this up recently. It was simply adding fuel to the fire, none of your business. Just ask. Wu Junyan had a cold personality, as if he had never made deep connections with anyone. For one thing, his character was hard for people to get along with. For another, he was a northern wasteland 10, and unusual celestial pride wasn't even qualified to sit on an equal footing with him, let alone make friends. She will regret it. The she in Wu Junyan's mouth naturally referred to Bai Shishui, who had abandoned Chen Qingyuan. I'm not what I was back then, so what does she have to regret? Chen Qingyuan smiled to himself. No, although Wu Junyan could not see the Dao bone within Chen Qingyuan's body, with that perception that a demon should have, he could say with certainty, as far as I'm concerned, you're just taking a trip down the mountain, and you'll soon return to the top of the mountain, overlooking 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. What makes you so confident in me? Chen Qingyuan wondered. If you don't have that, you don't deserve to be my opponent. Wu Junyan took a sip of his drink and mused. Are you complimenting me? Or yourself? Chen Qingyuan drove the flying boat onward, the rich aroma of wine diffusing to all corners of the boat. Both, Wu Junyan answered honestly. Speaking of the appointment with me, have you run into any other Northern Wasteland 10 over the years? Regarding this matter, Chen Qingyuan was still very interested. Yes, Wu Junyan nodded. Ever exchanged blows? Chen Qingyuan stared straight at Wu Junyan and opened his mouth to ask. There's no chance of that. In this regard, Wu Junyan slightly regretted. There are so many demons in the world. Why do you just catch me? Chen Qingyuan's eyes were a bit sultry. If you fight them, you will be divided between victory and defeat, as well as life and death. With you, there is no need for that. In Wu Junyan's heart, although Chen Qingyuan loved money and had a lot of devious ideas, he was a very principled person who was worth dealing with. Most of all, when Wu Junyan stayed with Chen Qingyuan, he could take off his mask and was very relaxed. This feeling was something that Wu Junyan had never felt before. You're afraid of death? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. Impossible. Death is nothing to fear. It's just not the time to fight to the death. Wu Junyan said in a deep voice. That's right. There are still infinite possibilities in the future. And when it really comes to the time of a deadly battle, one must also travel to the stage of the great world, and not stop his advance here. The northern wasteland was huge, but it wasn't the end. It was rumored that it was in the extremely distant imperial state that was the center of the world, with countless powerful people and a collection of demons. The only way to see the colors of the world stage is to arrive in the imperial state, and not to live in vain. Chen Qingyuan, I heard that you came out of the heavenly abyss alive. Won't you meet up with an old acquaintance? Just as Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan were talking about the future, an unkind word came from the distance. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had appeared in the deadly domain with his true self and dealt with the Morong family. The news of his arrival in the North Songstar region had reached the ears of many acquaintances, and those people naturally wanted to come over to take a look. I'm afraid that the people who came this time were not as nice as Wu Junyan, and were mostly here to throw stones. Chapter 33, Get Lost. Which one is in the way? Chen Qingyuan cursed in his heart and raised his eyes to look outside. With a sweeping glance, Chen Qingyuan's expression changed slightly as he sat still and said aloud, Who did I think it was? So it's the Lotus Spectre Holy Land's alternate Saint Sun. When he said this, Chen Qingyuan deliberately emphasized the word alternate. There were a total of 4 alternate Saint Suns in the Lotus Spectre Holy Land, and one of them was named Li Jinqing. 100 years ago, Li Jinqing and Chen Qingyuan had a conflict and fought. As for the outcome, Naturally, Chen Qingyuan won. Due to this battle, the matter of Li Jinqing being formally appointed as the Saint's son was infinitely delayed. After all, the Lotus Spectre Holy Land didn't want to let a loser dominate the younger generation and tarnish its reputation. In the past 100 years, Li Jinqing's strength had risen a lot, and he was a bit stronger than the other 3 alternate saints. According to many people's speculations, Li Jinqing might be able to get rid of the word alternate in the past few years. Chen Qingyuan, don't have the guts to come out and meet me? Looking at the flying boat with its knot tightly closed, Li Jinqing, who was dressed in a dark-colored brocade robe, let out a cold smile. I am indeed a timid person, and I never do dangerous things. Today you are here. Could it be that you want to take advantage of my weakness to strike and get back what you did back then? Chen Qingyuan let out a light laugh. Your guts are still small? Li Jinqing lightly hummed. How many people did you offend back then? But I didn't see you being timid and afraid. Moreover, you dared to step into the heavenly abyss. A very human move. Stop babbling about all this and just tell me what you're doing in my way. Chen Qingyuan was not considered a friend of Li Jinqing, and did not have the free time to tangle with him. I would like to invite you to the Lotus Spectre Sacred Land to take a seat, and I will be sure to treat you well. Perhaps in order to retrieve the lost face from 100 years ago, or perhaps it was because the Lotus Spectre Holy Land was curious about the situation inside the heavenly abyss. Li Jinqing blocked off the surrounding void so that there was no way for the flying boat to break through the void. Not going. Chen Qingyuan bluntly refused. It's up to you to go or not. Since Li Jinqing is here, he definitely won't stop. You're going to make a move on me. Seriously? Chen Qingyuan put down his wineglass and his voice carried out. You don't have the elegance you had back then, so don't pose in front of me. Chen Qingyuan, the Lotus Spectre Holy Land won't take your life. It's really just an invitation for you to come over for a cup of tea. Come out. If it was before, Li Jinqing wouldn't dare to make an enemy of Chen Qingyuan. Avoiding it. Nowadays, Chen Qingyuan had fallen from the altar, as if anyone could walk over and step on a few feet. You're so arrogant. Did you ask my friends? Chen Qingyuan was not the least bit afraid and raised his voice. Friends? Li Jinqing laughed. Does someone like you have any friends in the North Star region? Even if there are, I don't care in the slightest. After hundreds of years of operation, Li Jinqing's voice in the Lotus Spectre Holy Land was a lot higher, and he considered himself to be a #1 figure in the North Star region. Inside the flying boat, Chen Qingyuan deliberately lowered his voice. Old Wu, it's your turn. Wu Junyan stared straight at Chen Qingyuan without saying a word. Don't look at me like that. It's weirdly scary. Chen Qingyuan pointed at the fine wine on the table and said seriously, this wine is something that I've spent countless hours brewing. You drank my wine. Shouldn't you do me a favor? 5-spice mixed brew. Sold in many restaurants. Wu Junyan said in a salty manner. Although he was told by Wu Junyan about the origin of the liquor, Chen Qingyuan did not blush, but instead spoke up with words. Liquor is easy to come by, but sincerity is hard to find. Old Wu, if it wasn't for the sake of drinking with you, thus delaying some time, I would have definitely left the North Star region by now, and wouldn't have been able to run into this Li Jinqing fellow at all. At this moment, I'm in trouble. Shouldn't you step forward? It has nothing to do with me. Wu Junyan didn't bother to intervene in this matter. It's just, alas. Chen Qingyuan sighed and pretended to look sad. If I had known that you were so heartless and uncaring, why would I bother to wine and dine with you? If I die today, the engagement between us will be null and void. I only have one request. If I die, you should not dig up the grave and complain that I did not fulfill my promise. The words had come to this, and Wu Junyan just couldn't take it anymore. Thus, Wu Junyan put down his wineglass and slowly got up. Old Wu, I knew you were a helpful and good young man. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan's heart rejoiced as he complimented. It's hard to say goodbye to you. Wu Junyan turned his head to look at Chen Qingyuan, his eyes complex and cold. No matter what Wu Junyan said, Chen Qingyuan wore a smile on his face. In short, as long as Wu Junyan was willing to make a move, whatever he said was right. Hey, why isn't there any movement? Outside, Li Jinqing hadn't heard Chen Qingyuan's voice, and waited a bit impatiently, saying loudly, Chen Qingyuan, have you thought about it? If you don't come out again, don't blame me for being impolite. Buzz. At this time, the flying boat's boundary loosened. A hint of a triumphant smile appeared on Li Jinqing's face, as if he was in a soothing mood as he saw Chen Qingyuan's deflated appearance. However, the facts did not unfold as Li Jinqing thought they would. The person who walked out from the flying boat was not Chen Qingyuan, but Wu Junyan. Upon the first sight of Wu Junyan, the smile at the corner of Li Jinqing's mouth stiffened, and his pupils gradually dilated. Dumbstruck. Wu, Mr. Wu, why are you here? Li Jinqing was incredibly surprised, not expecting to see Wu Junyan here at all. Do I need to report to you where I'm going? Wu Junyan said in a cold voice. No need. Being disliked by Wu Junyan, Li Jinqing didn't dare to show his anger even though his face was not shining. Scram! Looking at the nearby starfield, the only one among his peers who could be valued by Wu Junyan was Chen Qingyuan. For the others, Wu Junyan was very cold and arrogant, not putting the slightest bit of attention on them. Mr. Li came here to invite Chen Qingyuan to be a guest at the Lotus Spectre Holy Land. Just like that, Li Jinqing was very unwilling to leave in disgrace, and directly brought out the name of the Holy Land. Don't think I don't know what's in your heart, let alone you. Even the Holy Lord of the Lotus Spectre Holy Land wouldn't dare to threaten me. The Lotus Spectre Holy Land was an extremely powerful force in the North Song Star region, but Wu Junyan was not afraid in the slightest, and dared to say such words with a strong backbone. Hearing this, Li Jinqing gazed deeply at the flying boat and clenched his teeth and clasped his fists. Farewell. Li Jinqing didn't have the courage to call out to Wu Junyan and turned around. No matter how much he thought about it, he did not expect Wu Junyan to stay by Chen Qingyuan's side, and was even willing to stand up for Chen Qingyuan. In the perceptions of countless people in the North Song Star region, Wu Junyan preferred to be alone, did not care about anyone, and had not made any friends. The leaders of the various holy places had said something to the disciples under their sects, that if they encountered Wu Junyan outside, they should not make an enemy of him, or else they would bring trouble to their sects. Wu Junyan's background is extremely mysterious and few people know about it. Chen Qingyuan wasn't too sure about this matter. Old Wu, you can do it. You scared this kid away with just a word. Chen Qingyuan praised. Chapter 34, Returning to the Xianqing sect, Daoi School Palace. Wu Junyan did not reply back, her attitude indifferent. Still coming in for a while? Chen Qingyuan walked outside. Forget it. Wu Junyan didn't want to give Chen Qingyuan a call, and refused without hesitation. You're too treacherous, and it's easy to be fooled after spending a long time with you. That said, I'm not like that. Chen Qingyuan pretended to be annoyed. It wasn't the first time Wu Junyan had known Chen Qingyuan, and he had long been familiar with his temperament and must not be deceived by its surface. Let's go. Leaving behind a sentence, Wu Junyan rode away on the wind. It's so dashing, enviable. Looking in the direction Wu Junyan had left, Chen Qingyuan muttered in a low voice. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan set off on his journey back to the Fu Lu Star domain, accelerating his speed. This time, Chen Qingyuan used the jade bracelet to conceal his aura, preventing a situation where he would be stopped. As long as he wasn't particularly unlucky, he shouldn't run into trouble. After several months, Chen Qingyuan finally stood on top of the land of the Fu Lu Star domain, feeling relaxed. Go home first. Not long after, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the Xianqing sect. Upon learning of Chen Qingyuan's return, the elders showed up in droves, rejoicing. Qingyuan, where did you kid run off to without saying a word? Ha! Your body has aura fluctuations now. Did you really repair your spiritual roots? Brat, you still know to come back. If it weren't for the sake of the already immortalized senior uncle, I would definitely give you a good thrashing today. How dangerous it is out there now. What are you blindly running around for? And still refusing to tell me and the others. Dozens of people spoke towards Chen Qingyuan, their words filled with concern. Waiting until the senior brothers and sisters had subsided and slowly quieted down, Chen Qingyuan then told the lies he had made up beforehand. The ghost doctor has stepped in and cured himself, and needs to go and do something for the ghost doctor, and not tell anyone about it. Chen Qingyuan pushed this black pot onto the ghost doctor. It wasn't like he could verify it face to face anyway. Was what the ghost doctor asked you to do difficult? A certain senior sister got worried and went up to survey Chen Qingyuan's body to see if there were any injuries anywhere. It's okay, not difficult. It's done. Chen Qingyuan was now like a good boy with a bright smile. Very healing. It's good to come back safely. The crowd no longer scolded Chen Qingyuan. After all, it wasn't Chen Qingyuan's fault, but rather the cost of allowing the ghost doctor to step in and treat him. Junior brother, how much of your cultivation has been restored now? The crowd respected Chen Qingyuan and did not use their Dao magic to check it out. The previous cultivation can't be found back, so I can only start from scratch. Chen Qingyuan displayed an earth spirit realm cultivation. As long as the spirit root is repaired, the glory that was once there will soon be taken back. Don't be anxious. Although it was a bit of a pity, the crowd didn't have much sadness. Instead they were happy. With Chen Qingyuan's skills, even if he started over again, he would still be able to walk to a very high position. After a long chat, the elders left one after another. Through conversation, Chen Qingyuan was roughly clear on the matter of the Devil's Cave. The Heavenly Jade sect was willing to take out all of its resources and invite all sects to join them in suppressing the Demon Cave. Originally, the Xianqing sect didn't want to help, but many sects had agreed, making it impossible for the Xianqing sect to do it alone. After deliberating for a long time, The Xianqing sect still agreed and was willing to help. The clans had received benefits, so of course they would do their best to help. And there was much less grumbling against the Heavenly Jade sect. The Xianqing sect alone had been allocated a very high-grade spirit vein, more than 10 medium-grade spirit veins, as well as many spirit medicines and Dao treasures. There were a total of 19 first-class forces in the Fu Lu Star domain, and the rest of the sects would definitely not get anything less than the Xianqing sect. One could imagine how much money the Heavenly Jade sect had made over the years by relying on the Devil's Cave. When will the Devil's Cave be resolved? Inside a smoky courtyard, Chen Qingyuan and senior brother Lin Changsheng sat opposite each other sipping tea. It is said that the Heavenly Jade sect has invited a formation master, and when the formation is set up, we will strike together to fill in the Devil's Cave. According to the time given by the Heavenly Jade sect, I think it won't take more than 10 years. For cultivators, 10 years is really not a long time, just a snap of the fingers. For some great powers, it would take hundreds or thousands of years for them to close their doors once. Are you sure you can fix it? Chen Qingyuan had flipped through ancient books and knew the horror of the Devil's Cave. That one Devil's Cave under the Heavenly Jade sect's ground had reached an unmanageable point after many years of incubation. It's hard to say. Lin Changxing's face was grave as he slowly shook his head. Once the demon cave erupts, it will definitely spill over to every part of the Fu Lu Star domain, with endless consequences. Senior brother doesn't have to worry too much. As long as you're here, you're safe. In Chen Qingyuan's opinion, the one who should really be worried was the Heavenly Jade sect. If something went wrong in the Devil's Cave, the first one to suffer bad luck would be the Heavenly Jade sect, and they couldn't even run away if they wanted to. Well, let's not talk about these troublesome matters. Lin Changsheng didn't think about these things in detail for the time being, and shifted the topic to Chen Qingyuan. Junior brother, there's something that senior brother has to talk to you about. What is it? Chen Qingyuan's heart inexplicably tightened when he realized that Lin Changsheng was somewhat serious. Now that you've repaired your spirit root, it's impossible for senior brother to keep you locked up in the Xianqing sect. The path of the future still has to be taken by you. However, senior brother has taken the liberty of making a decision for you. I hope you won't be angry. Lin Changsheng kept looking at Chen Qingyuan's eyes and mused. Decide? Chen Qingyuan's expression was puzzled. Take the test at the Daoi Academy. Lin Changsheng said. Daoi Academy? What is this place? After thinking for a long time, Chen Qingyuan sent out a question. In his mind, there weren't any fragments of memories of the Daoi Academy. A very mysterious place. In the past, my brother had only heard of it and had never been there. There isn't much about the Daoi Academy Palace in the ancient books, so I can only surmise that it has a longer heritage. Lin Changsheng had gone out for training before and had heard of the reputation of the Daoi Academy. Mysterious and unpredictable, with traces that were hard to find. Senior brother, why didn't you tell me before? Chen Qingyuan let out a bitter smile. To be honest, in the past, I didn't even know where the Daoi Academy Palace was, so how could I tell you? Lin Changsheng said helplessly. So what's going on here today? Chen Qingyuan was surprised. A few days ago, an abnormal fluctuation of laws appeared in the cave where senior uncle used to cultivate, so I went over to take a look and found a box with a letter and an ordinary-looking wooden plaque inside. Lin Changsheng's thoughts went back to the past and slowly said, the box was left behind by senior uncle during his lifetime. The content of the letter was very simple. I hope that you can take the wooden plaque and head to the Daoi Academy Palace. If you can obtain a position within the Academy Palace, it will be of great benefit to yourself and to the Xianqing sect. Previously, the top of the box had the sealing laws of senior uncle on it, so it was placed in a corner unnoticed. It was only some time ago that the law loosened, and that's how I came to know about this. The wooden plate is the token of the Daoi Academy. With this object can find the location of the academy. As for where the Taishang elder ancestor had gotten the wooden plaque from, that was unknown. Speaking of this, Lin Changsheng also felt strange. Back then, after his senior uncle sat down, he had clearly cleared out his senior uncle's cultivation cave and didn't find this box, so how did it suddenly appear? Although it was strange, Lin Changsheng could be sure that the envelope's handwriting came from the hand of his senior uncle, and traces of the Xianqing sect's unique Taoist techniques remained on it, so it couldn't be faked. I see. Where is that wooden sign now? Chen Qingyuan understood. Crushed by me. Lin Changsheng answered truthfully. At the sound, Chen Qingyuan's astonished expression froze. Chapter 35, A Glance of 5 Years. Cultivation has reached the heavenly spirit realm. Lin Changsheng hurriedly said. According to the epistle left behind by senior uncle, as long as you crush the wooden plaque, you can carve your name and send a message to the Daoi Academy. Elder brother, you could have at least asked me. This came quite suddenly, leaving Chen Qingyuan at a loss. I was going to wait until you came back, but the moment I took out the wooden sign, I accidentally crushed it. Speaking of this matter, It was a bit strange. It is assumed that Senior had set up a prohibition a long time ago, and once the box was opened, the prohibition would be activated, thus shattering the wooden plaque. In this way, even if Chen Qingyuan didn't want to go to the Dawi Academy, there was no way to refuse. Lin Changsheng told Chen Qingyuan what had happened, stating that he was also rather helpless. The shattering of the wooden plaque means that you have become a candidate for the Dawi Academy. When a specific time comes, the people from the Dawi School Palace will come to find you and go forward for the examination. Junior brother, do you have any more questions? Lin Changsheng said. It's done. What can I say? Chen Qingyuan laughed bitterly. This is the last wish left by senior uncle. I hope you won't let his old man down. What kind of origin the Dawi School Palace had, no one knew. Lin Changsheng didn't have much to worry about as he believed that his senior would not harm Chen Qingyuan. I know. Chen Qingyuan gently nodded his head with a complicated expression. That cheap master of his own can really find trouble. The so-called Dawi Academy was not sure when it would come over. Your body has just recovered. Rest well. Lin Changsheng instructed. The Fulu Star region is getting more and more unsettled, so don't go out in recent days. Stay at home. Good. Chen Qingyuan returned to his cave and pondered over the recent events, as if there was a large invisible hand driving all of this, allowing him to embark on a new path. Whether it was the cemetery and silver spear in the deadly domain, or the Dawi Academy that he had just learned about, it all meant that Chen Qingyuan's future would not be smooth sailing, and he might have to face a lot of trouble. I'm afraid that the free days of staying in the Xianqing sect won't be long. In this way, Chen Qingyuan lived peacefully and quietly for 5 years. Over the past 5 years, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation had skyrocketed and had already reached the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. Only one step away, Chen Qingyuan would be able to cross over into the Jindan realm. Once they reached the back, it would not be so easy for Chen Qingyuan to enhance his cultivation. The further back you go, the more difficult it gets. Countless cultivators in the world have spent hundreds of years to cultivate to the Jindan realm, while Chen Qingyuan remodeled the Dao Bone so far. Full counting is not 10 years. This step, it was thought that Chen Qingyuan wouldn't need too much time. During this period, Chen Qingyuan, apart from practicing cultivation, drank wine and tea with his senior brothers, living a cozy life. No matter where he went, the disciples within the sect treated him with the utmost respect, with one mouthful of junior uncle. Junior master, this is the account that was just recovered. Take a look. Lin Pingyan pushed the door and placed a top-quality Tianyuan bag on the table. In order to change Lin Pingyan's indecisive nature, Chen Qingyuan took out many of the old bills and asked Lin Pingyan to go out and collect the debts. At first, Lin Pingyan was very reluctant, thinking that he would definitely not be able to handle this. However, under the pressure of Chen Qingyuan's position as a junior uncle, Lin Pingyan could only comply. Sometimes when Lin Pingyan could not collect some debts, he would come back and tell Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan then instructed Lin Pingyan on what to do, such as challenging him at home, hiring people to scold him, and blocking the gate. After a while, Lin Pingyan gradually familiarized himself with this kind of operational process. After a few years, there was no need for Chen Qingyuan to step in at all. Lin Pingyan could easily arrange these things. Sayoko, it's all yours. Take it. In order to make Lin Pingyan deeply realize his own past mistakes, Chen Qingyuan gave Lin Pingyan all the resources he had obtained. At first, Lin Pingyan squirmed and bluntly said that he didn't want it. However, under Chen Qingyuan's reasoned argument, the resources were forced into Lin Pingyan's hands. Thank you, Junior Master. Looking at so many resources, Lin Pingyan suddenly had a feeling of being a tycoon. You're welcome, we're nobody. Chen Qingyuan stepped forward and patted Lin Pingyan's shoulder, speaking in a serious tone. I'm optimistic about you. The future is promising. Through Lin Pingyan's eyes, Chen Qingyuan knew that his cultivation over the years had not been wasted. The gentle and refined Lin Pingyan from before was gone, and his temperament had become quite a bit more refined. Back then, Han Shan was also a good young man, and then he met Chen Qingyuan and slowly became greedy for money and stingy. Today's Lin Pingyan is the same. However, Chen Qingyuan had always had a bottom line in what he did. Greed for money was greed for money, and being a human being was being a human being, not to be confused. Besides, the resources that Chen Qingyuan got are all debts that were put out years ago, only the interest is slightly higher, and when it was lent out it had been made clear to the borrower. A willingness to fight. Junior Master, then I'll leave first. Lin Pingyan's heart rejoiced as he returned with a full load. After these days of spreading the word, many people knew about Chen Qingyuan's spiritual root repair in disbelief. Having been tainted with the laws of the heavenly abyss forbidden area and having become a ruined body, how could he suddenly be able to cultivate? Although the ghost doctor's medical skills were said to be superior, it didn't make sense that he would be able to resolve the forbidden zone law that remained on Chen Qingyuan's body. Many powerhouses felt that there was something fishy about this matter and lurked around the Xianqing sect many times, trying to figure out the exact cause. They thought that this was a play that the Xianqing sect had intentionally made in order to cover up what chance Chen Qingyuan had gotten from the heavenly abyss. As long as Chen Qingyuan didn't go out, even if the various powerhouses had their suspicions, they wouldn't dare to make a blatant move. On this day, the powerhouses of the various clans in the Fu Lu Star region deliberated on the matter regarding Chen Qingyuan and made a decision. Together, they went to the Xianqing sect and questioned them face to face. That visionary arcane light within the heavenly abyss forbidden area 100 years ago must have been some sort of heaven and earth supreme treasure descending into the world. For Chen Qingyuan to have stayed in the heavenly abyss for 100 years, he must have known many secrets. On this day, a total of 10 first-class sects sent out powerful individuals, totaling hundreds of core elders of the God transformation realm, to gather together. Patriarch, something big has happened. After the elders who had been poking around learned about it, they immediately reported the matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Changxing's face was grave, his right hand gripping the armrests of his chair tightly as he murmured, "Summon all the elders to go to the council hall, and have all the disciples who are out come back." After giving this order, Lin Changxing turned his head to look at one of the elders at his side. "Prepare tea and welcome the guests." Yes, everyone in the Xianqing sect was on first-level alert, ready to face any situation that might arise. Chen Qingyuan, who stayed inside the house, naturally knew about it and muttered, "Back then, when I first came back, the various clans had the idea of pressing the issue. In the past, my spiritual root was broken and I had the clan's shelter, so the various forces didn't dare to make excessive moves. Now that I can cultivate again, those people all thought that the great chance of the heavenly abyss had fallen into my hands, or someone who knew about it. The visitor is not good." Chen Qingyuan stepped out of the cave and stood at the top of a mountain, gazing into the distance with a frown on his face. After 2 hours had passed, the strongest members of the clan showed up. Chapter 36, All the heroes arrive, pressing the heavenly abyss. The weakest of those present were all great cultivators of the God transformation realm, and among them, there were also a few old fathers of the ferrying stage. The Heavenly Jade Sect, Dongyi Palace, Nanming Deju Temple, 10,000 Spirit Sect, North Sea Jialong Clan, and so on. More than half of the first-class forces of the Fu Lu Star region had come, and secretly, they had already reached an agreement to work together to pressure the Xianqing sect to make Chen Qingyuan reveal all the circumstances within the heavenly abyss. "Fellow Taoists, please come in." Sect protector Elder Dong Qianjun personally went out to meet him, dressed in black brocade robes. Although he was already old, he was heroic and unordinary. In order to protect Chen Qingyuan, Lin Changxing had dispatched Lin Pingyan over to watch and not allow Chen Qingyuan to leave the cave. Hundreds of great cultivators slowly walked into the mountain gate of the Xianqing sect, and along the way, they saw disciples on both sides, all holding sharp blades in their hands and looking cold. These disciples knew that the people who were present were all big names that they would not normally see, but they did not have the slightest bit of timidity. Their eyes were divine, their bodies were like mountains, and they did not tremble. If the clan is in trouble, the full disciples are willing to fight to the death and will never regret it. Seeing that the disciples of the Xianqing sect had this kind of essence, the hearts of the strongest people could not help but marvel, and there was even a hint of envy. Above the great hall, all the powerful people were seated on the right side, while the elders of the Xianqing sect sat on the left. Outside the hall, tens of thousands of disciples were dressed in white, waiting in tight formation, without anyone exchanging words, unusually quiet. "What is the purpose of your visit today?" Lin Changxing sat on a high place, looking down at the strongest members of the clans, his face expressionless. "Patriarch Lin is a smart person. He should know where we are coming from." The old man at the head was named Shin Shiji, the Heavenly Jade Sect's supreme ancestor, a genuine transition stage powerhouse. "This seat doesn't know, so please be frank." Lin Changxing pretended to be puzzled. He had to take the initiative into his own hands, and couldn't be led by the nose by the cultivators of the various sects. "In that case, then the old man will speak. Please forgive me if I have offended you." Shin Shiji stroked the white beard on his chin. "I heard that your clan's elder Chen Qingyuan has recovered his spiritual root, so we send our blessings. In addition to that, we would also like to know information about the heavenly abyss from Elder Chen's mouth." "So it's this." I remember that the Xianqing sect had already given an answer back then. Back then, Junior Master was sealed within a boundary and survived for 100 years before he managed to escape. Lin Changsheng said, "Patriarch Lin, do you think we would believe such words?" Shin Shiji laughed. "Believe it or not, it's up to you guys. Anyway, this seed is done with its words." Lin Changsheng's expression was indifferent and his tone was flat. The eyes of the elders sitting on the left side were sharp, and they kept staring at the strongest members of the various clans across from them with a serious expression. Why don't we invite Elder Chen out, and we'll leave once we figure all this out, so as not to hurt the friendship between the sections, Chen Shiji proposed. Elder Chen, this seat advises you to manage your own affairs first, don't let the devil's cave erupt, otherwise, I'm afraid the Heavenly Jade sect will have a hard time surviving in this world. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Changsheng represented the face of the Xianqing sect, he wouldn't have been so nice and would have just broken into a rage. The matter of the Devil's Cave will naturally be resolved. Don't bother Patriarch Lin, Shin Shiji said with a smile on his face. Today, we will only talk about Elder Chen and the matter of the Heavenly Abyss, and we will talk about the rest later. Right. It's better to let Elder Chen come out for a meeting. The person who spoke sat next to Shin Shiji. Was the protector elder of Dongyi Palace, whose name was Lu Ruoi, a middle-aged woman dressed in light-colored cloth, with a lingering charm. Back then, our clan suffered heavy losses in the Heavenly Abyss, so it's reasonable for us to want to know what's going on within the Heavenly Abyss now. Another person spoke up. The three transition stage powerhouses looked at Lin Changsheng together, causing the pressure to multiply. If it was an ordinary sect leader, they would probably have been scared into a panic, and in all likelihood, they would have agreed in order not to offend these powerhouses. Lin Changsheng was not an unusual person. He directly stood up, his eyes as sharp as swords and knives, and said in a low voice, "My youngest junior brother escaped from death, and it was only after the ghost doctor's healing that he was able to set foot on the path of cultivation again, regardless of whether you all choose to believe it or not. This is the truth." Swish, Dong Inquirer and the others rose up in an aggressive manner. As long as Lin Changsheng gave the order, they dared to expel the guests. As for consequences, fear the hammer. Other people are bullying us at home. If you still care about the past, why don't you dig a hole and bury yourself, so you don't have to suffer from this kind of anger? Patriarch Lin, don't get excited. We have no intention of being rude to the Xianqing sect. As long as Chen Qingyuan lets go of his mind to allow us to search his soul for a moment, it won't hurt his fundamentals. If this matter is settled, leave immediately. The art of soul searching could see the lifetime experiences of others, and would have a considerable impact on the person being cast. Of course, if the cultivation is extremely strong, and the person being cast does not resist, the body will not be greatly impaired. Cultivators who didn't have secrets. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for someone to willingly allow others to conduct a soul search on themselves. Unbridled, Dong Inquirer really couldn't help himself, and his powerful aura erupted, directly overturning the table in front of the crowd of powerhouses and shattering the teacups on the table. Seeing that Dong Inquisitor had such a big reaction, the crowd was slightly startled, but they quickly regained their calm demeanor. Upon hearing the proposal for a soul search, it was only natural for the always short-tempered Dong Inquisitor to act in such a manner. Fellow Daoist Dong, if Chen Qingyuan is truly sealed in a Xian realm for hundreds of years as he said before, it would also prove that the Xianqing sect did not conceal anything, and we will definitely apologize. If Chen Qingyuan has concealed something, there are quite a few people from the various sects who have died in the Heavenly Abyss and also have the right to know. Shin Shiji's cultivation was no weaker than Dong Wenjun's, and he dissolved Dong Wenjun's pressure between laughs. The Xianqing sect gave you face, didn't they? Dong Wenjun pointed at the crowd's noses and cursed. Lin Changsheng turned his head and glanced at Dong Qingjun, which caused Dong Qingjun to swallow back the vulgar words that followed. Immediately afterward, Lin Changsheng stood high above the ground with his arms folded, his eyes looking out of the hall, his voice sounding like a bell. Listen up, Xianqing sect disciples. If someone wants to oppress Junior Master, do you agree or not? No promises. Tens of thousands of disciples spoke in unison, and their voices spread to the four seas, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the old days, Chen Qingyuan would also give a lot of benefits to the disciples in the door when he got rich, accumulating popularity. There were also some useful things built for the sect, such as improving the accommodation of the House of Chores, increasing the spirit stones needed by the inner disciples for cultivation every month, giving some gifts to the outstanding disciples every year, and so on. As a result, the disciples of the Xianqing sect have great respect for Chen Qingyuan, and the little uncle they call out is all from the heart. It's not easy to make money. It's all about the family. Chen Qingyuan rarely had too many resources in his possession. They all had a purpose. Han Shan of the Rhythmic Sea Star region had only learned from Chen Qingyuan's greed for money, but had not seen Chen Qingyuan's dedication, so he had caused his own reputation to stink within the sect. On the contrary, even though the disciples of the sect all knew that Chen Qingyuan was greedy for money, none of them would speak ill of Chen Qingyuan behind his back. You guys don't agree? Fine. Lin Changsheng placed his gaze on the strongest members of the various clans. His tone lulled, and he raised his voice to rebuke, because I won't agree either. As the words fell, Lin Changsheng's furious hair flared up, emitting an extremely terrifying pressure of a transitional apparitional stage powerhouse. directly shattering the floor of the hall. The wind and clouds shifted, and a huge vortex formed above the 9 heavens. Chapter 37, Chen Qingyuan's appearance. The situation is tense. Lin Changqing's sudden outburst was not expected by anyone, and the crowd's hearts and minds tightened and their faces changed drastically. Patriarch Lin, what are you doing? Shen Shiji of the Heavenly Jade sect questioned with a hoarse voice. It's not what this seat wants to do. It's what you all want to do. Lin Changsheng, with a solemn face, retorted. Don't think that just because you and the others are all gathered here, you can instill fear in the hearts of my Xianqing sect. If you and the others don't know how to advance or retreat, then let's fight. We're just trying to find out the truth. Chen Qingyuan's soul searching won't hurt his foundation if he cooperates, so why make it to such a stalemate? Shen Shiji and the others furrowed their brows. They really didn't expect the Xianqing sect's people to be so hard-headed and ride the tiger. If this seat's master and senior apprentice were still alive, if you and the others dared to act so recklessly in the Xianqing sect, you would have already suppressed them with a slap. Lin Changsheng was nostalgic for the past, when the Xianqing sect was very powerful and could be called the strongest force in the Fu Lu Star domain. The Xianqing sect didn't like to fight for power, never caring about false names or infringing on other people's resources and territories. Moreover, the Xianqing sect had cultivated disciples within the sect from a young age to unite and help each other, and not to injure the friendship of fellow disciples because of interests. This was the tenet of the Xianqing sect, which no one could violate. If put aside in the past, Xianqing sect's big brothers are still alive in the world. Directly Shen Shiji these people kicked one by one. Do not allow them to be arrogant and domineering. No room for negotiation? Shen Shiji, as the representative figure, asked with a grave face. If Elder Shen is willing to let this seat search his soul, it's something to consider. Lin Changsheng sneered. When the words came to this point, Shen Shiji understood Lin Changsheng's meaning. His face was gloomy, and the aura in his body began to flow rapidly. How could Shen Shiji say yes? He had too many secrets, not just the demonic caves underneath the Heavenly Jade sect's ground, but also many things he had done in the past. He didn't want to be searched for his soul, yet he tried to search Chen Qingyuan's soul memories by all means. It was really ridiculous. Rubbing, everyone stood up, and both sides faced each other, threatening to go to war at any moment. Once the fight started, the Xianqing sect would be doomed. However, the Xianqing sect was pleasantly unafraid, and the disciples all over the sect had even formed a killing formation, ready to meet the battle. The strongest members of the various sects couldn't understand how they could go to such lengths for the sake of a Chen Qingyuan. If this matter had been placed in other clans, they would have already handed over their disciples, taking the big picture into consideration. In fact, even if it wasn't Chen Qingyuan who was in trouble this time, but any disciple within the sect, the Xianqing sect would not compromise. People can die, but their dignity cannot be trampled. The successive forefathers of the Xianqing sect passed on their will with practical actions, doing their best to make the sect a haven for all disciples, with their hearts belonging to them. Without faith, the sect would collapse in an instant when faced with difficulties. Open the clan protector formation. Lin Changsheng gave an order. The protector elder Dong Wenjun raised his hand and pointed, activating the Xianqing sect's grand formation. The laws of the Great Formation locked onto Shen Shiji and the others, and the great battle was imminent. Although the overall strength of the sect's powerhouses was higher than that of the Xianqing sect, this was the Xianqing sect's home turf, and if an uncontrollable battle really broke out, the end result would definitely be a defeat for both sides, with countless deaths and injuries. Even a great power at the transitional stage would find it hard to guarantee that nothing would happen to them. The situation was somewhat stalemated, with no one daring to take the lead, lest it lead to a major disaster. What to do? Originally, we thought that as long as we pressurized the Xianqing sect, the Xianqing sect would definitely compromise. However, how did things develop to such a state? The Xianqing sect is all hardcore. It's hard to gnaw down. Honestly speaking, becoming a disciple of the Xianqing sect is indeed a blessing. Not being afraid of being bullied outside. The strongest members of the clans exchanged voice communications with their acquaintances. Their eyes kept watching the people of the Xianqing clan, their entire bodies tense. At this moment, a trace of envy arose in the hearts of many of them, and they couldn't help but think of the collusion within their own clans when they were young. Lin Changsheng slowly walked down from the heights and kept gazing at Shen Shiji, standing with his hands behind his back, calling him by his name, Shen Shiji. When you were young you were suppressed all your life by my master and senior uncle. Now this seat wants to try it as well. What's the use of your master being strong? He still died in front of the old man. Shen Shiji was already very old and probably did not have many years left. Thus, he hoped to obtain a chance from Chen Qingyuan to refine his cultivation and prolong his life. At least he lived a wonderful life. 100 times better than you, Lin Changsheng said. I'd like to see if your fists are as hard as your mouth. With that, Shen Shiji took a step forward, ready to have a good fight with Lin Changsheng. At this time, Xin Shiji as the leading figure certainly cannot retreat. Otherwise the strongmen of the various clans will certainly centrifugal. Easy to plant in the Xianqing sect. Yoo-hoo! Quite lively. Just as the two sides were about to go to war, Chen Qingyuan walked in slowly from outside the main door. Chen Qingyuan was closely followed by Lin Pingyan on his side, looking at the floor with lowered eyebrows, afraid to meet the eyes of his elders. In order to get Lin Pingyan to let himself out, Chen Qingyuan took great pains. After a lot of pestering, Chen Qingyuan finally succeeded. In an instant, all eyes converged on Chen Qingyuan, Junior Master. The tens of thousands of disciples outside the door clasped their fists and saluted, dressed in white and neatly organized. Hello everyone. Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at the disciples and nodded with a smile. Afterward, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the grand hall. Junior brother, why are you here? Worry appeared on the faces of Lin Changsheng and the others. If they went to war at this moment, it was likely that they would not be able to protect Chen Qingyuan. Come to elder sister. A female elder with a creased face looked at Chen Qingyuan and transmitted a voice. Chen Qingyuan did not go over, but told Lin Changsheng and the others not to worry. There's no need to be so nervous. Leave this to me. Lin Changsheng frowned tightly and looked at Lin Pingyan, questioning. Lin Pingyan, Laozi told you to guard your young master. Why did you disobey orders? Father, I'm sorry. Lin Pingyan apologized first and prepared to open his mouth to explain. Without waiting for Lin Pingyan to explain the cause, Lin Changsheng cursed in a broken voice. Sorry is of no use. At such a close distance, once the strongest members of the various clans were determined to lay their hands on Chen Qingyuan, even though Lin Changsheng had the clan protection formation as a cover, it would be difficult for him to ensure that there were no accidents, and his heart burned within him. Eldest senior brother, don't scold little Yanzi. This is my problem. Today, Chen Qingyuan was wearing a light-colored tunic, his long ink-colored hair tied tightly with a wooden hairpin. Jueya Rumei, trust me. Lin Changsheng and Chen Qingyuan looked deeply at each other, unable to refuse, and slowly nodded. Aha! Then, Chen Qingyuan turned around to face the strongest members of the various clans. Not a trace of timidity visible on his face cloudy and relaxed. Chapter 38 Robbing money. Isn't this outrageous? The moment Chen Qingyuan had just walked in just now, Xin Shiji and the others were sizing up, and they had really discovered the aura flowing within his body, implying that Chen Qingyuan was already able to cultivate again. Xin Shiji inwardly rejoiced, thinking that Chen Qingyuan had most likely obtained some astounding creation within the heavenly abyss forbidden area. If he could keep this kind of creation for himself, there would definitely be infinite possibilities in the future. You've traveled all the way to my Xianqing sect because you want to know about my experiences in the heavenly abyss. Chen Qingyuan moved a stool and sat in the center of the hall, his back to his senior brothers and sisters, facing the strongest members of the clans. Yes, an elder of a certain sect admitted it. I said it before and you guys don't believe me. So what's the deal? Chen Qingyuan let out a somewhat troubled sigh. If Elder Chen is willing to open his mind and let the old immortal search his soul, all problems will be solved. Xin Shiji made the request. When the elders heard such words again, their faces were filled with anger. They could not wait to directly go out and fight. If they were afraid of death, they would not be considered people of the Xianqing sect. However, since Chen Qingyuan had already stepped forward, the elders were willing to trust and remain silent. Soul searching? Good point. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, indicating that there wasn't much of a problem. Junior. Dong Wenjun on the side couldn't help but open his mouth to call out, signaling Chen Qingyuan not to do anything foolish. The matter of soul searching could be big or small. If Chen Qingyuan really wanted to have any secrets, it would definitely be inappropriate to expose them to the eyes of everyone. Taking a step back, even if Chen Qingyuan didn't have any secrets, he couldn't let anyone search his soul. Not only was it detrimental to the face of the clan, but the process of searching the soul could be planted with a compulsion or injure the origin, which would not be conducive to Chen Qingyuan's future development. Elder Chen's great righteousness is admirable. Xin Shiji revealed a smile and pretended to be admiring as he cupped his fists and said, You guys didn't come to the Xianqing sect today as guests, but you want to use your power to oppress others. Since that's the case, let's settle the score. Chen Qingyuan said. Reckoning? What do you mean? The people of the various sects looked at each other in disbelief. You guys look at the spilled tea on the ground. It was all made from my Xianqing sect's finest tea leaves. All of you are not here as guests, but have other plans? Then this tea is not free. After all, no one's family would invite someone who came here to drink tea. Chen Qingyuan pointed at the tea on the ground and revealed a heartbroken look. I should have heard and understood that the Xianqing sect is trying to collect tea money, Xin Shiji said. This old grandpa is so smart. Chen Qingyuan actually recognized Xin Shiji, though he did not address him with respect. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's praise, Chen Qingyuan was uncomfortable, as if he had been gnawed on by an ant. However, in order to get useful information within the heavenly abyss in a peaceful manner, Chen Qingyuan could only endure. The Xianqing sect has a large family. Could it be that it still lacks this amount of tea money? It's lacking. Of course it's lacking, Chen Qingyuan emphasized. The Xianqing sect isn't like the Heavenly Jade sect in terms of wealth and power, so it can only live on a careful budget. Just this cup of tea alone requires 100 top-grade spirit stones. It's very precious. Little doll. A cup of broken water costs 100 top-grade spirit stones. Are you bull ting me? A great cultivator from a certain sect frowned and sneered. The ratio between spirit stone qualities was 1 to 100, with 1 top-grade spirit stone being equivalent to 100 medium-grade spirit stones. In other words, a cup of tea would cost 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to the income of many third-rate forces for an entire year. There were hundreds of great cultivators present, and after pouring hundreds of cups of tea, it was more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. This is a money grab. The real price of the tea was probably less than a top-grade spirit stone. Lin Qiansheng and the others who heard Chen Qingyuan's words all had their mouths twitch without moving. In this situation, Junior brother was still thinking about fooling people and doing business. It was really hard to change one's nature. I'm not bull ting. This is true. Chen Qingyuan pulled a lie. His face did not turn red. His words were solid. The piece of tea grove in the back of Xianqing Sect's mountain. Every day there are people who go to fertilize and water it, take care of it, nourish it with spiritual water every month, and from time to time, they also use the finest spiritual herbs to grind into a powder and apply it on top of each and every leaf bud. 1,000 years to blossom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, 1,000 years to mature. When Chen Qingyuan still wanted to continue talking nonsense, Chen Qingyuan couldn't take it anymore and directly called a halt. Stop. I haven't finished yet. Chen Qingyuan was speaking with vigor, and I haven't even counted the broken tables, chairs, and benches, as well as the cracked floor. Kid, we didn't do these things, but your clan's protector elder broke them. Someone was exasperated and said, that said, would this have happened if you all hadn't come? Chen Qingyuan put all the blame on the cultivators of the various sects. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones is too much of a ripoff. There's no way the old immortal will agree to it. It was clear in everyone's minds that Chen Qingyuan was trying to use the issue to his advantage. Forget it then. Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. Alas, you guys don't have the slightest bit of sincerity either. You're not guests and you refuse to pay even after drinking tea. It's just that. Just that. Let's fight then. With that, Chen Qingyuan stood up and very kindly cautioned. After today, I'm afraid that the Xianqing sect will be in ruins, and not many of you present will be able to survive. All of you are prominent figures in the Fu Lu Star region, but you actually refuse to even pay for the tea. How can you make me believe that you didn't tamper with the soul search? After deliberating for a while, Chen Qingyuan gritted his teeth and agreed, Elder Chen, it's just tea money. Just give it to you. In fact, it was not a matter of tea money. But knowing that this was Chen Qingyuan's flimflam, but had to give. This feeling was as if Chen Qingyuan had stretched out a foot, and a group of people were begging to stick to the bottom of their feet, allowing them to humiliate their intelligence, and it was very difficult to feel inside. Thus, under Chen Qingyuan's gesture, everyone took out hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. Chen Qingyuan, who received the spirit stone, immediately changed his expression and was all smiles. Seniors are really polite. Thank you. Immediately after that, Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at Lin Pingyan who was standing outside the door. Xiao Yanzi, what are you waiting for? Don't you see that the tea has been spilled on the ground? Don't you hurry and go to the seniors to serve new tea. Don't. Your clan's tea is a rare treasure. We can't afford to drink it. The crowd hurriedly waved their hands in rejection, their words filled with mockery. Although Chen Qingyuan heard the sarcasm, he pretended to be confused. Although the tea is precious, but for the sake of all of you seniors who are so generous, you can get a 50% discount later. No. The crowd was infuriated. Was this kid really stupid or was he deliberately disgusting? Forget it then. Chen Qingyuan had wanted to continue exploiting this group of landed rich people, but it looked like he didn't have that chance. Seeing with his own eyes that Chen Qingyuan had made a large sum of money, Lin Pingyan's eyes appeared with a strong sense of admiration, thinking that he was still too shallow in the doorway of making money, and that he simply could not reach 100% of what his youngest uncle had done. Gotta learn, and learn well. Lin Pingyan had been living a constrained life since he was born, and it wasn't until not long ago, after Chen Qingyuan's teachings, that he realized how comfortable it was to be a rich man. It's time for us to talk business. Chen Qingyuan's expression was serious, and he said in a low voice, if Chen Qingyuan still dares to engage in anything, Chen Qingyuan can no longer tolerate it. Indeed. Chen Qingyuan put away the smile at the corner of his mouth and looked solemn. Now we have to talk about the moral damage fee. What? After Shin Shiji and the others heard it, they were filled with question marks and almost didn't die of anger. If it wasn't for the deterrence of Lin Changsheng and the others, who didn't want a great war to break out, the great powers of the various sects would have already made their move. Chapter 39, The Compassionate Gaze. Moral damages. What's that? Not only were Shin Shiji and the others dumbfounded, but even the crowd from the Xianqing sect was dumbfounded. Countless pairs of eyes gazed at Chen Qingyuan, and the scene was once awkward and silent to the core. After a long time, the elder of a certain sect broke the deadlock and spoke. Chen Qingyuan, do you mean we still have to pay you? That's what it means. After all, you all tried to conduct a soul search on me, and it had an impact on my personal safety. If I can't make up for my spiritual loss, how can I say anything? Chen Qingyuan gave this elder a pleased look and said with a smile, it was just given to you, wasn't it? At this moment, Shin Shiji didn't have much anger, and his brain still couldn't turn around. The old-timer is old and a bit forgetful. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly explained. What was just there was tea money. Everyone is messed up. You kids are too greedy. Chen Qingyuan, don't go too far with things. Lu Ruoi of Dongyi Palace spoke angrily. Old woman. A large group of you ran to the Xianqing sect to use your power to oppress others. Who exactly is going overboard? Chen Qingyuan put away the smile on his face, cold as ice. For the people of Dongyi Palace, Chen Qingyuan was not polite. Back then, for the sake of Bai Shishui, he was all over Dongyi Palace, sending more resources than he could count. However, how did Dongyi Palace treat Chen Qingyuan? The last time Chen Qingyuan had just returned, Dongyi Palace was afraid that due to Chen Qingyuan's sake it would affect the matter of the marriage and sent Yao Susu over with a medium-grade spirit vein to dispatch it. Too disgusting. If it wasn't for Chen Qingyuan's good education, he would have cursed at that time. The so-called spiritual loss fee, this seat will never agree to it. Hearing the name Granny, Lu Ruoi's anger increased by a few points, although she was really old, but she was very well maintained, with a middle-aged appearance and a lingering charm. No? Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at Lin Changsheng, very serious, eldest senior brother. If we really have to fight, can we carry it off? If my Xianqing sect is destroyed today, absolutely not many of those present will be able to leave alive. For my brother, I guarantee that not a single person from Dongyi Palace will survive. Lin Changsheng instantly understood Chen Qingyuan's meaning and said loudly, that's good. When we fight later, ignore my death. If the sect is destroyed, there's no point in me living. Senior brothers and sisters, later on, let's kill the old demoness from Dongyi Palace first. Don't show any mercy. Even if she's a great power in the transitional succession stage, we can drown her with a mouthful of spittle. Chen Qingyuan turned to Dong Wenjun and the others. Good. Old me has long been looking at Dongyi Palace with displeasure. A cranky senior sister took a step forward and glared angrily. If you want to gnaw on this bone of my Xianqing sect, it is necessary to make the majority of the forces in the Fu Lu Star domain regret it. As a protector elder, Dong Wenjun's strength was second only to that of Patriarch Lin Changsheng, and he was definitely qualified to say these words. If it wasn't for the fact that our masters and uncles of this generation had died out, even if all the forces of the Fu Lu Star domain had gathered, they wouldn't have been able to shake the Xianqing sect's foundations. Listening to the remarks of the Xianqing sect's elders, one was more impulsive than the other, and a certain elder even shattered a white jade pillar behind him in a mighty manner. The powerhouses of the various sects watching this scene were slightly terrified in their hearts. They had thought that this trip was very easy, and that they would definitely be able to make the Xianqing sect bow their heads and agree. But who knew that the bones of the people of the Xianqing sect were harder than one another? The Xianqing sect disciples outside the hall had already formed a killing formation. Looking at this situation, they were afraid that they would have the guts to fight with the old man who had cultivated for thousands of years, and they were not afraid of death at all. The elders of the various sects had come here merely to spy on the heavenly abyss, not thinking of actually fighting for their lives. If they started to fight at the drop of a hat, thus burying their lives, wouldn't that be a bloody loss? Holy, senior martial brother, the fight hasn't even started yet and you've destroyed a spirit pillar. What a loser. Watching a senior brother's might being too strong and shattering a white jade spirit pillar, Chen Qingyuan's heart was dripping blood as he opened his mouth to accuse. Sorry got excited earlier. Senior martial brother who was accused by junior senior brother didn't feel that he had lost face. Instead, he touched the back of his head with some embarrassment and smiled awkwardly. If we're still alive after this fight, you'll have to use your own personal money to fix the pillar. From a young age, Chen Qingyuan had begun to do a lot of business, earning a lot of family business for the Xianqing sect. Elder brother's private money is not enough for the repair. I'm afraid, can we owe a little when the time comes? Senior martial brother's aura instantly dispersed. discussing in a small voice, directly ignoring Chen Shiji and the others. Don't I remember you having a lot of personal money? Chen Qingyuan asked in surprise. Don't mention it. Your sister-in-law found out 2 years ago and took it all away. Speaking of this, the tiger-backed senior martial brother commiserated. The Xianqing sect's male elders who heard this looked at senior martial brother, casting sympathetic gazes. The private money that had been hidden for thousands of years was ransacked in a single day. It was really miserable. The senior sisters, on the other hand, snorted lightly, secretly saying that they deserved it. They had already formed a Taoist couple, but they still dared to hide their private money, and they had hidden it for thousands of years. Chen Qingyuan also didn't have the good sense to lose his temper anymore. Instead he sympathized and said, Senior martial brother, in the future, you can follow Xiao Yanzi to make money. This kid is barely considered a master, and will definitely allow you to make a big profit. Really? Thank you, junior brother. Senior martial brother's eyes were glowing as if he saw a lot of spirit stones coming towards him. Just as the camaraderie between masters and brothers was slowly rising, the strongest members of the clans were filled with iron faces and could not stand it any longer. Hey, we are still here. Do you guys really not put us in your eyes? It's all going to be a bloodbath. Who cares about you guys? Chen Qingyuan glanced back at Chen Shiji and the others, gave a blank look, and said without any good humor, Can't you have a few words with my senior brother before you die? Seriously. Many of the strongest people were panicking in their hearts and really didn't want to fight for their lives. The people of the Xianqing sect are too fierce. None of them are afraid of death, and they will definitely fight very fiercely, the kind that can't be blocked. Little friend, don't be grumpy. The old man and the others didn't say they wouldn't pay for the mental damage. Chen Shiji suppressed his anger and squeezed out a smile. Didn't this old hag say she wouldn't give it? Chen Qingyuan glanced at Lu Ruoi of Dongyi Palace, and the corner of his mouth flickered. Lu Ruoi had been gripping the armrests of the chair, leaving deep palm prints on the armrests. She was the protector elder of the Dongyi Palace. Her status was honored and respected by no one, but she had never expected to be humiliated by Chen Qingyuan multiple times in front of the elders of the various sects. Originally, Lu Ruoi was eager to have a fit, but she was admonished by the other's voice transmission. For the sake of the greater good, Lu Ruoi had to hold back her anger and try not to let the situation become serious. Kid, you must not fall into the hands of this seat. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to die. Lu Ruoi held a grudge against Chen Qingyuan and couldn't wait to dismantle him. Chapter 40, teasing a group of bigwigs with swords drawn. Elder Lu just said something in anger. It wasn't the result of our deliberation. Chen Shiji thought in his heart that it would not be too late to turn the tables after getting the information within the Heavenly Abyss forbidden area. Right now, it was the best option to not start a fight. After all, more resources are all empty talk if you don't have a life. Most of all, if he really wanted to start killing, Chen Shiji did not have absolute certainty that he could leave Xianqing sect alive. In that case, the seniors are actually willing to pay for my moral damages. Chen Qingyuan instantly changed his face from the cold and unfeeling earlier to a warm, smiling face. Yes, Chen Shiji pursed his dry, cracked lips and nodded. How much do you want? It all depends on the sincerity of the seniors. Chen Qingyuan must hold the initiative in his own hands and not speak out the bottom line of his heart. A few moments later, the strongest members of the clans gathered a total of 20,000 top-grade spirit stones through voice transmission. Just this? Chen Qingyuan looked at the large pile of spirit stones hanging in the air in front of him without much of a smile. You're all big shots of the Fu Lu Star region. How can you be so stingy? And what do you mean? Chen Shiji endured and asked in a low voice. 10 times more at the very least, or no deal. Chen Qingyuan said seriously as he pretended to be thinking. So much money has already been given. It wouldn't hurt to add some more. Thus, everyone gathered some more. A total of 220,000 top-grade spirit stones, all of which were placed in front of Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan took out a large Qiankuan bag, which could only hold a tenth of it. Eldest senior sister, borrow your Qiankuan bag. Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at an older senior sister. Take it all. Eldest senior sister simply threw out all of her Qiankuan pouches. Little master, use mine, and mine. Senior brother, we lent you the Qiankuan bag but there is interest. You can't renege on it later. With such a large amount of spirit stones, senior martial brother and the others looked dumbfounded, scrambling to take out their respective spatial artifacts and even doing business. Lin Changsheng, who was the patriarch, had the corners of his mouth gently twitching. He really couldn't stand this group of brats. Each one of them was out of tune. What kind of scene is this? How can one be so greedy for money? They all look like guys who have never seen the world. But then again, Lin Changsheng was slightly moved. So many spirit stones were enough to buy several second-rate powers. A spirit vein mined in its entirety would only be $100,000 at the top. This place was equivalent to the total production of 2 top-grade spirit veins, a staggering amount. After Chen Qingyuan finished loading the spirit stones, he tucked them into his body, and his clothes bulged. Now you can let the old man search your soul. Shin Shiji's face was grave, and his level of patience had reached its limit. The main event is here. After all, the Xianqing sect's crowd was immediately on alert, ready for a bloody battle. Lin Changsheng smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if Chen Qingyuan had snubbed so many resources, in the end, it wouldn't be able to change the final situation. No matter how many resources there were, it was all for naught without a life. At the very beginning, Chen Qingyuan had intentionally thrown out a smokescreen, giving the strongest members of the various clans the idea that they could achieve their goals without having to fight. Immediately after, Chen Qingyuan began to slowly fish for the spirit stones out of their pockets, a willingness to fight. After all, the overall strength of the Xianqing sect was here, and with a strong attitude, no one wanted to fight for their lives. At this point, what should Chen Qingyuan do? Chen Qingyuan seemed to have prepared a response long ago, clearing his throat and saying in a serious manner, "Previously, I did say that the matter of soul searching could be talked about. There is something to discuss. It's good that little friend Chen keeps his promise, or else the consequences will be very serious." Shin Shiji and the others who heard this thought that Chen Qingyuan had agreed and were satisfied. Lin Changsheng and the others, on the other hand, were a bit anxious in their hearts. Could they really let their youngest senior brother have his soul searched? We had promised our master that we would take good care of junior brother. How can we push him into the fire? Although the art of soul searching would not injure the lives of others, there was no guarantee that it would not be secretly practiced by people with ulterior motives. Furthermore, this was not only a matter of Chen Qingyuan's safety, but also a matter of Xianqing sect's dignity. If he really wanted to let this matter go on, Lin Changsheng felt that he wouldn't be able to meet his elders after he died, and wasn't qualified to be buried within the clan cemetery. Lin Changsheng and Dong Wengjun glanced at each other and decided to step in, making sure to protect Chen Qingyuan at the first opportunity. After my consideration, I decided to refuse the soul search thing. The situation between the two sides was very tense. Chen Qingyuan said seriously. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from Shin Shiji and the others as he let out a low roar. Chen Qingyuan, are you teasing the old man and the others? At the same time, Dong Wenjun appeared in front of Chen Qingyuan, blocking the terrifying pressure. That's not true. Chen Qingyuan was not affected in any way. From the beginning to the end, I didn't promise to definitely let you guys search your souls. I just said that there was something to discuss. Through the mental damage fee that you guys gave, I felt that it was still too little. So after some internal thought, I decided to reject the rude request of all of you. No one has ever dared to tease an old immortal before. Chen Qingyuan, do you really think that we don't dare to make a move here? Shin Shiji took a step forward, and the pressure of the transitional apparitional stage swept over every corner of the Xianqing sect, and its sound was deafening, like a thunderclap that shocked the world. Kid, this seed won't let you die. I will definitely make your life worse than death and regret it. Lu Ruoi stood side by side with Shin Shiji, her level of patience having long since reached its limit, her expression slightly grim as her eyes kept gazing at Chen Qingyuan. The rest of the people were urging their Daojutsu, their swords drawn. Right at this moment, Chen Qingyuan received a voice transmission and let out a long breath, finally dragging his feet until this moment. With that, Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look outside the hall and shouted, Old Han, this way. Not long ago, after learning the news that various sects had dispatched powerful men who were about to arrive, the Xianqing sect immediately shut down the Chen Qingyuan as a way to protect it. Chen Qingyuan immediately utilized the extremely precious two-realm sound transmission stone, allowing his good brother Han Shan, who was far away in the Rhyme Sea star domain, to go and search for the ghost doctor. In order to make Han Shan a little more heartfelt, Chen Qingyuan explained the importance of the matter and promised that he had already found a good match for Han Shan. Thus, Han Shan spent 9 cows and 2 tigers to go to the location where the ghost doctor was. Han Shan didn't know if the ghost doctor would help, so he could only say the name Chen Qingyuan out loud. With Chen Qingyuan's previous experience, and with the relationship of the Chang'ing sword immortal, he believed that the ghost doctor would definitely help. As a result, everything Chen Qingyuan did just now was mainly to stall for time and earn some pocket money along the way. Anyway, they were all enemies, so they should be fooled. There was no need to be merciful. At this time, everyone looked into the void outside the hall, where 2 silhouettes were arriving at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 41, The Ghost Doctor Appears. For the sake of his own happiness and also for the safety of his brothers, Han Shan had spared his family's money for this trip, greatly reducing the time, like what is used to escape the big teleportation talisman. One use is a dozen, all used to catch up, the rest of the treasure is even used a lot. Many great cultivators were estimated to not have as much family money as Han Shan, And this kid was a stealthy tycoon. More than 10 breaths later, the ghost doctor dressed in a long black dress appeared, wearing a dark-colored veil, with only her eyes due and forehead exposed, appearing very mysterious. Han Shan panted and followed behind the ghost doctor, tired as a dog, greatly emphasizing the ghost doctor's noble temperament. Sister Ghost Doctor, you're finally here. Chen Qingyuan quickly walked towards the ghost doctor standing at the entrance of the hall and began to complain. I told these people many times that my injuries were cured by Sister Ghost Doctor, but they all don't believe me. They even wanted to search my soul. It's really too bullying. The ghost doctor and Chen Qingyuan glanced at each other, listening to his mouthful of sister, and were slightly stunned, their minds filled with question marks. Chen Qingyuan, do I know you well? The ghost doctor remembered that when there was a Changing sword immortal around, Chen Qingyuan's attitude was not like this. Now what? Chen Qingyuan's sister, fearing that no one would not know how close he was to the ghost doctor, was clearly a fox pretending to be a tiger. This kid, he's so shameless. The ghost doctor felt that his heart was already better, but when facing Chen Qingyuan, it was still easy to break his defense. She's a ghost doctor? The ghost doctor is a woman? The crowd kept sizing up the ghost doctor, puzzled and with a look of shock. Shouldn't the rumored ghost doctor be a bad old man? No one has ever seen the real appearance of the ghost doctor. It is said that she never shows her real face when she treats people, using Zuanjutsu to hide her appearance. Very mysterious. It might be an imposter that this brat Chen Qingyuan found. Don't fall for it. Deep down in the world's heart, it was recognized that the ghost doctor was a temperamental and ugly old man. After all, the public opinion about the ghost doctor was not very good in the outside world. Chen Qingyuan had a lot of ghostly ideas and liked to fool people. The crowd would not easily believe that the person in front of them was a ghost doctor. Not only were Xin Shiji and the others skeptical, but even a group of people from the Xianqing sect expressed their disbelief, thinking that this was a fake person that Junior Brother had created to deter the various sects. The protector elder Dong Wenjun said a dark sentence in his heart. Junior Senior Brother is too negligent. Even if we want to deter the Holy Lands from all sides, we can't let a delicate woman play the role of a ghost doctor. At the very least, it was an old man on the verge of dying, looking very old, and that would make the heart grow fonder. It's hard to be convinced by a woman and extremely well built. Chen Qingyuan, are we that familiar? The ghost doctor, named Gongsun Nan, directly ignored the crowd present, keeping his eyes fixed on Chen Qingyuan as he said in a cold voice, all right. Chen Qingyuan was deadly shameless, not caring about his image. Grinning, humph, Gongsun Nan let out a cold snort, really unable to withstand Chen Qingyuan's look of a dead pig. If you want the seat to testify for you, then shut your mouth. Hearing your voice annoys me. If it wasn't for the face of the Changing sword immortal and the words the sword immortal had said in the first place, Gongsun Nan would never have come all the way here. Who was she? Gongsun Nan, relatively famous in the northern wasteland's various star regions. Rumor had it that even the godless Mahayana cultivators had to give her a few moments of face. For the sake of all this Chen Qingyuan crap, Gongsun Nan still had to come over and perjure himself. Unbelievable. It was because the ghost doctor's status was extremely high, so the crowd would not believe that Chen Qingyuan could invite the ghost doctor over at all. Chen Qingyuan hid behind Gongsun Nan, fearing that some ungrateful fellow would suddenly strike and thus injure himself. With Gongsun Nan present, the stone hanging in Chen Qingyuan's heart slowly let go, and emboldened, he said to the strongest members of the clans, seniors, I went through a lot of trouble to invite the ghost doctor's sister to testify, and I'm more or less embarrassed to have charged you for your spiritual loss. So let's make it clear once and for all, and you can raise any questions you may have. However, I won't necessarily answer. The crowd held their faces red. They really couldn't stand Chen Qingyuan's belabored and expression, wanting to slap them over. A milquetoast little girl. I don't believe she's the ghost doctor. An old man let out a cold laugh and directly stated his inner thoughts. How dare you impersonate a ghost doctor to fool us? How dare you? The crowd didn't believe it and looked at Chen Qingyuan with eyes filled with hatred. Not long ago, the crowd's intelligence had been rubbed hard by Chen Qingyuan, and now they had to deceive them. Intolerable. Although this seed cannot see the depth of your cultivation, you must have used some sort of secret method or treasure. How many favors did this brat Chen Qingyuan give you, to actually dare to deceive us? Don't you think about the consequences? Dong Yi Palace's Lu Ruoi heavily slapped the armrest of the chair at her side and stood up, a piercing chill emerging from her eyes, her expression icy cold. Chen Qingyuan revealed a teasing look. This time he really didn't fool around. He really invited the ghost doctor's real father. If you guys don't want to believe it, what friction and disputes arise later on? That's none of my business. Anyway, I've already made it very clear. Consequences? Gongsun Nan took a few steps towards Lu Ruoi, his hands gently affixed in front of him, an invisible force breaking through Lu Ruoi's intimidation. I'd like to hear about it. Strange. Lu Ruoi's eyes tightened inwardly as she realized that her pressure had been inexplicably swept away. Now if you reveal your collusion with Chen Qingyuan, we may be able to forgive your ignorance. If you persist in your ignorance, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to live until tomorrow. However, Lu Ruoi still wouldn't believe that Gongsun Nan was the ghost doctor. She just thought that this was all a trick by Chen Qingyuan. The strongest members of the various clans watched intently. They didn't want to be teased by Chen Qingyuan again and again. It's time for this farce to end. They were just very afraid of going to war with the Xinqing sect. It didn't mean that they didn't have the guts to do so. Previously, the crowd thought that they could solve this problem with spirit stones. So of course they held their tongue and let Chen Qingyuan fool around. Who knew that Chen Qingyuan was so rogue? Igniting the anger in the hearts of the crowd. No one's threatened me in years. Gongsun Nan laughed. Perhaps because he felt that these people in front of him were rather ignorant. Or perhaps because he felt a hint of anger in his heart. Sister Ghost Doctor. They're really stupid and don't believe anything they say. Chen Qingyuan stood diagonally behind Gongsun Nan and whispered. Give them a little lesson so that they understand that there is a heaven beyond the heavens. And there are people beyond the people. You boys are trying to use me as a gun. Gongsun Nan glanced back at Chen Qingyuan. His eyes grim. How dare you? Chen Qingyuan hurriedly shook his head and loudly denied it. If it wasn't for the sake of that one, I'd even clean you up. Gongsun Nan whispered a warning. Chapter 42 Terrifying Strength. The crowd trembles. He. If Sister Ghost Doctor wants to teach me a lesson, I will definitely not resist and be at your disposal. Chen Qingyuan was as good as a scoundrel. Gongsun Nan silently recited the meditation skill a few times to keep himself from being affected by Chen Qingyuan. The thickness of this kid's face skin had surpassed everything in the world, and no divine weapon could cut through it. If you think this is a threat, then it is a threat. Just when Gongsun Nan was more furious, Lu Ruoi jumped out. Then you can try. Gongsun Nan wouldn't let go of the punching bag that was delivered to his door, not seeing the coffin. Until now, Lu Ruoi still believed that all of this was Chen Qingyuan's layout, in order to bluff the powerful people present. Her Lu Ruoi's face had been stepped on several times by Chen Qingyuan, but she didn't believe in this evil, and she was determined to expose Chen Qingyuan's trickery and torture him severely. With that, Lu Ruoi slapped her palm at Gongsun Nan with a chilling intent that directly froze the surrounding void. The moment he saw Lu Ruoi strike, the joy on Chen Qingyuan's face was hard to hide, and in his heart, he said, this old demoness has finally fallen for it. Asking for trouble, bad luck is not my business. In the next moment, the cold ice palm had already reached Gongsun Nan's face, and the cold wind was so strong that it overturned many tables, chairs, and pillars in the hall. The people of the Xinqing sect prepared to meet the battle and summoned their respective Dao soldiers. Just as Lin Changsheng and the others were about to make a move, Gongsun Nan waved his sleeve, shattering Lu Ruoi's chilling palm intent and, like a ghost, arrived in front of Lu Ruoi, choking his neck at a speed that was uncatchable by the naked eye. With Gongsun Nan's right hand slightly exerting force, Lu Ruoi's body was lifted in midair. 16 silver needles appeared on Lu Ruoi's body, sealing her entire body's meridians. She could not move, nor could she mobilize the spiritual qi in her body. In other words, at this moment, even an ordinary person with a knife could kill Lu Ruoi. Gongsun Nan's strikes were so fast that none of the people present could see them clearly. After Lu Ruoi was lifted up by Gongsun Nan's neck, the crowd panicked. Like thunderbolts and cardiac arrests, everyone present was horrified. Their bodies stiffened for a few moments, seeing the scene in front of them in disbelief. Lu Ruoi, who was a transitional succession stage powerhouse, had been instantly suppressed, and life and death were all at her people's whim, which was hard for anyone to accept. However, this is indeed an indisputable fact. 16 silver prancing needles, the ghost doctor's specialty. Xin Shiji was very knowledgeable. Just by taking a look at the silver needle inserted in Lu Ruoi's body, he knew its origin and exclaimed in shock. The ghost doctor's silver spirit needle can save lives and kill. She really is the rumored ghost doctor. Everyone was dazed and confused. At this moment, no one dared to disrespect Gongsun Nan anymore. Trembling in awe and fear, Lin Changsheng, head of the Xinqing sect, meet the ghost doctor venerable. Lin Changsheng was the first to come back to his senses and step down from the high platform, bowing to Gongsun Nan. Greetings, Your Holiness. Dong Inquirer and the others were stunned for a moment, forcing the shock within them to be suppressed, and hurriedly saluted. Who was not clear about the ghost doctor's specific cultivation reached which step. Just once there was a rumor that certain Mahayana cultivators have to give the ghost doctor a few thin face, unwilling to offend. Plus, the fact that the ghost doctor had subdued Lu Ruoi with a thunderous force was enough to prove the terror of the ghost doctor. Your Holiness is here in person. Please forgive us for being so blind that we were not able to salute in time to welcome you. Xin Shiji lost the prestige he had at the beginning and bowed his head. The strongest members of the various sects also hurriedly saluted, not daring to have the slightest doubt anymore. Things had changed too suddenly. No one had expected Chen Qingyuan to really invite the ghost doctor here, and the relationship seemed extremely close. Otherwise, if another person were to address the ghost doctor as sister, they would be beaten to death. The ethereal ghost doctor really knew Chen Qingyuan. How did this kid have such a skill? Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Chen Qingyuan from the corner of their eyes every now and then, unable to comprehend. No need to be polite. Gongsun Nan's tone was clear and cold. The people got up and carefully looked at Gongsun Nan, not daring to scrutinize him as recklessly as they did at the beginning. Chen Qingyuan, this dog thief. Why can let the ghost doctor in person? His face is so big? I'm afraid today's trip is going to be a big trouble. The strongest members of the various clans cursed in their hearts, itching to chop Chen Qingyuan up and feed him to the dogs. Since you like to fool around, then fool around to the end. Why did you suddenly get serious and really invite the ghost doctor's real father? The crowd was trembling, not knowing what to do. Shin Shiji wanted to open his mouth to plead for Lu Ruoi, but he didn't want to provoke the ghost doctor, so he could only shut up and keep quiet. His forehead was covered in a dense cold sweat. Moreover, if the ghost doctor is concerned, his own situation is also very troublesome. How can he still care about others? Lu Ruoi could not say a word as she was being strangled and could not perform her Dao techniques. Her face was red, her chi and blood were clogged, her expression was slightly hideous, and her eyes were filled with the color of fear. If she had known that the person in front of her was not a fake, she wouldn't have dared to speak such disrespectful words even if she was beaten to death. Lu Ruoi's heart was about to cry. This time she was pitted by Chen Qingyuan. Threatening me? Who gave you the courage? Gongsun Nan gazed into Lu Ruoi's eyes, causing the fear deep inside to become heavier. Lu Ruoi opened her mouth vigorously, wanting to speak very much, but she couldn't make any sound. With a plop, Gongsun Nan threw Lu Ruoi to the ground. Cough cough cough. Ruoi Lu coughed and covered her neck with both hands, combing her blocked meridians. Immediately after, Lu Ruoi put down her dignity and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. I didn't know that it was Senior Ghost Doctor. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Since the silver prana spirit needle was still inserted in her body, Lu Ruoi didn't dare to make too much movement for fear of letting the silver needle get stuck in, which would most likely injure her life. Lu Ruoi's life or death was at Gongsun Nan's whim. As long as she wanted to, she could take Lu Ruoi's life in an instant. It wasn't that Shin Shiji and the others didn't want to help, but they couldn't. The ghost doctor's strength was above the crowd, and even if they all made a move, it would definitely not change anything. But instead, it would also bring the situation to an unmanageable point. The only way to do that at the moment, and that's to bow down and admit you're wrong. Gongsun Nan glanced at Lu Ruoi and ignored it. Afterward, Gongsun Nan turned his head to look at Chen Qingyuan at his side and said in a cold voice, "Kid, what do you think should be done with her?" "I don't know. It's just up to the ghost doctor's sister to decide." Chen Qingyuan didn't want to take the blame for this, although he wanted to kill Lu Ruoi, but he couldn't say it in front of so many people. It would be easy to hold a grudge. "Oh yeah?" Gongsun Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Aha." Chen Qingyuan nodded gently. Gongsun Nan was more than aware of Chen Qingyuan's little mind and was unwilling to be used as a gun. "Then forgive her for her insolence." "Ha? This is not good." Chen Qingyuan egged on. "She was so rude to you just now. If you just forgive her, how disgraceful it would be to spread the word." Lu Ruoi stared at Chen Qingyuan in death, wanting to eat him alive. This kid's heart is so dark that he wants to kill people with a knife. The crowd murmured. Chapter 43, Digging a Pit for Chen Qingyuan. How does Gongsun Nan not know Chen Qingyuan's small mind? Did not point out just. Although Chen Qingyuan's words carried a few personal grudges, they were not unreasonable. If you really want to let Lu Ruoi off so easily, where will Gongsun Nan's face go in the future? Thinking about it, Gongsun Nan decided to take some punishment and snapped his fingers. "I won't kill you, but I have to let you suffer." An arcane light emerged from Gongsun Nan's fingertips and landed on top of a silver prana spirit needle, causing it to vibrate slightly. Ah! At that moment, Lu Ruoi let out a heartbreaking cry. The pain that hit her soul directly was too much for her to bear, and she declared it. Hearing the sounds of screams, the crowd's scalps tingled and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. They didn't want to try the ghost doctor's means of torturing people. After it lasted for a quarter of an hour, Gongsun Nan extended his left hand and spread out his palm. Phew! The spirit needles inserted into Lu Ruoi's body all detached and flew back into Gongsun Nan's hand, disappearing. Lu Ruoi's body was still gently trembling, immersed in the pain she had just experienced and unable to extricate herself. However, after Lu Ruoi had tempered herself for a while, it didn't take long for her to regain her senses. Even after being subjected to such torture and humiliation, Lu Ruoi didn't show any anger or hatred. Instead, She very respectfully bowed to Gongsun Nan and said breathlessly, "Many thanks to your holiness for being merciful." Gongsun Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly saying that Lu Ruoi was still able to keep her composure and was indeed not a simple woman. "This brat has a destiny with me, and it took me a lot of effort to remake his Dao body for him. If you and others were to waste him, would it not be a slap in my face?" Sweeping a glance at the strongest members of the clans, Gongsun Nan slowly said, "We have no intention whatsoever of doing so." Shin Shiji and the others bowed and said, "We're all old men with one foot in the coffin, so don't bully the youngsters and save yourself some face. Of course, if this kid is stepped on by his peers, then he deserves it. I will never ask." Gongsun Nan warned the crowd, and in the process, he set Chen Qingyuan on top of the fire to roast again. "The older generation cannot move you, Chen Qingyuan, but the younger generation can. The elders of the various clans had lost a lot of face today, a debt they didn't dare to hold on Gongsun Nan's head, and could only look for Chen Qingyuan to settle. "Your Holiness, is that true?" an elder from a certain sect had the audacity to ask. "True," Gongsun Nan nodded. "If Chen Qingyuan had planted himself in the hands of someone his own age, regardless of life or death, wouldn't your Holiness have asked about it?" This elder took advantage of the situation to pursue the question. "A peer-to-peer fight. Not as skilled as a man, and deserved to die. I don't have the heart to seek justice for a wastrel." As Gongsun Nan uttered these words, he turned his head and glanced at Chen Qingyuan, who was standing at his side, his eyes carrying a few hints of provocation. Obviously, Gongsun Nan was taking revenge on Chen Qingyuan, making Chen Qingyuan's future days not so good. Listening to this conversation, Chen Qingyuan's face turned ugly. "Your Holiness is profoundly wise, and we are far inferior," Shin Shiji complimented. "Let's go." Subsequently, the strongest members of the clans left the Xianqing sect in ashes. On her way out, Lu Ruoi stared viciously at Chen Qingyuan, counting all of today's shame on Chen Qingyuan alone. Chen Qingyuan is actually very aggrieved, and it is not his hand. What does it matter to him? He is only slightly promoting the development of the situation. Besides, Chen Qingyuan had clearly told the truth that the visitor was the ghost doctor, who told this group of people that none of them believed it. Now it's my fault for losing face. After the strongest members of the sects had finished walking, Lin Changshan walked up to Gongsun Nan and invited him with an arch of his hand. "Your Holiness has come a long way. Why don't you sit down and rest for a while? I've already had someone prepare fragrant tea and precious fruits." "It's not necessary," Gongsun Nan coldly refused. After saying that, Gongsun Nan took a step towards the door. At this time, Chen Qingyuan quickly followed, and glanced back at Lin Changxing and the others, giving a reassuring look. "Sister Ghost Doctor, let's discuss something." Chen Qingyuan had a fawning face. "Speak." Gongsun Nan was as shy as gold, really not wanting to create too much communication with Chen Qingyuan so as not to affect his state of mind. "Why don't you become an offering elder in my Xianqing sect?" Chen Qingyuan didn't beat around the bush and spoke straight from his heart. "An offering?" Gongsun Nan's footsteps paused as he glanced at Chen Qingyuan and sneered. "Although the Xianqing sect has a bit of fame in the Fulu Star region, it is not yet able to invite me. If you give me a superb spirit vein every year, you can consider it." The two hadn't even stepped out of the hall yet, and Lin Changsheng and the others could hear the conversation. At first, when they heard envoy, everyone's hearts trembled, and a few moments of excitement and anticipation appeared in their eyes. If the ghost doctor could really be invited to serve as an enshrined elder, it would be of great benefit to the Xianqing sect. However, Gongsun Nan's reply made the hearts of the crowd fall to the bottom, and they laughed bitterly inwardly. One extreme spirit vein a year. Who could afford to raise this? Extremely high-grade spirit veins could be encountered but not sought. The huge Xianqing sect only has one extremely high-grade spirit vein, and it is still the foundation of the sect, and it can only be mined every few years, so that the origin of the spirit vein cannot be harmed. One extreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 top-grade spirit stones, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Its preciousness was self-evident. Meeting is destiny. Let's not talk about cheesy stuff, Chen Qingyuan said with a smile. "Then why are you so tacky?" Listening to Chen Qingyuan's words, both want Gongsun Nan to be an offering, but also do not want to pay too big a price. Typical empty gloves. I am a commoner. Of course I can't avoid being common, but Sister Ghost Doctor is different. You are a heavenly immortal descending from the earth, out of the mud but not stained. The cup is clear but not demonic. It would be blasphemy to Sister Ghost Doctor if we were to discuss spirit stone resources between us. Chen Qingyuan patted the horse's ass with a serious face. Humph. Gongsun Nan's heart was flattered, but he couldn't show it and snorted coldly. Flowery words, meaningless. Sister Ghost Doctor, just think about it. Chen Qingyuan chased Gongsun Nan all the way and persevered. It wasn't until Gongsun Nan quickened his pace and disappeared into the sky that Chen Qingyuan stopped and sighed softly a few times as he looked into the distance. Even if you're here, you didn't leave me any precious medicine or anything. You're really stingy, Chen Qingyuan muttered in a small voice. For this bit of crap from Chen Qingyuan, Gongsun Nan ran to the two-realm star realm, and it would be nice if she didn't ask for some hard-earned money. But she actually had to hitch a ride on quite a few things. If this was heard by her, she would definitely not be able to suppress her inner rage and slap her over. Returning to the Xinqing sect, Chen Qingyuan realized that Han Shan was still staying in place, gazing at him with an expectant face. Old Han, is everything alright at home? Why aren't you leaving yet? Chapter 44, We're brothers, we won't lie to you. The corners of Han Shan's mouth gently twitched, and his face clouded over for a few moments. Laozi ran all the way in order to save you, and now that it is over, it is even if you don't say a word of thanks, and you actually have a disgusting face to drive people away. Han Shan took a deep breath, suppressed the thought of violently beating Chen Qingyuan, and squeezed out a smile. Brother Chen, won't you treat me to a cup of tea? Oh, got to please. Chen Qingyuan greeted Lin Pingyan next to him. Xiao Yanzi, hurry up and serve old Han tea. The hall of deliberation was now rather chaotic, and several people sat in the side hall. Not long after, Lin Pingyan walked over with a cup of tea. Brother Han, please use it. Thanks. Han Shan gave a polite cry and took a sip of his tea. When Han Shan finished the cup of tea, Chen Qingyuan said, Is it good? It's okay. Han Shan subconsciously returned. That's for sure. This cup of tea can be worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Han Shan's subconscious action was to gouge his throat and hurriedly spit the tea out of his stomach. 100 upper-grade spirit stones. Why don't you just go and grab it? What are you doing? Chen Qingyuan looked at Han Shan, who was forcibly dry-heaving, with a look of disgust. This tea is too expensive for me to drink. Spit it out and give it back to you. Han Shan has a large family but is unusually stingy. I didn't say I wanted you to pay for it, so stop it and don't gross me out. Chen Qingyuan was afraid that Han Shan had spit it out and despised it. Told you so. Han Shan stopped dry heaving, and turned his head to Lin Pingyan. Brother Lin, please serve me 10 cups of this kind of tea. Ha? Lin Pingyan froze and nodded. Good. Wait. No money. Han Shan called out to stop Lin Pingyan, who was about to go out, and inquired. No money? Look at you being stingy. Chen Qingyuan was close to carving the word dislike on his face. Save what you can. But your tea is too expensive. Receiving the answer that he didn't want any money, Han Shan signaled Lin Pingyan that he could go prepare the tea and leaned back in his chair and said. Thus, Chen Qingyuan told Han Shan exactly what had happened previously. When Han Shan heard it, he was astonished and admired. Worthy of being you. You can still snub a fortune at a time like this. What do you mean by snubbing? It's the cost of tea. Chen Qingyuan gave Han Shan a blank stare. Fine. Whatever you say. Han Shan was well aware of his segmentation and could not possibly compete with Chen Qingyuan, and did not dwell on it. If you're fine after your tea later, see yourself out. I still have a lot of things to do and don't have the free time to entertain you. While saying that, Chen Qingyuan got up and prepared to bolt. Wait. Han Shan hurriedly pulled back Chen Qingyuan, who was planning to leave, and narrowed his eyes. Brother Chen, are you forgetting something? What is it? Chen Qingyuan pretended to be puzzled. Weren't you going to introduce me to a Taoist couple? Looking at Chen Qingyuan pretending to be confused, Han Shan directly picked it out. Oh, this matter. Chen Qingyuan slapped his head and made an appearance of sudden realization. I was scared by those old guys just now. I almost forgot. It's not too late to think about it. If it wasn't for the sake of finding a suitable Taoist couple, Han Shan wouldn't necessarily have been so diligent. In order to catch up, he had used a lot of the great teleportation talismans that others regarded as life preservers. As long as I can find a daughter-in-law, these costs can be borne. Han Shan doesn't want to die alone. That would be too painful. Brother Han, please enjoy your meal. At this moment, Lin Pingyan came with 10 cups of tea and placed them on the table. Han Shan stared straight at Chen Qingyuan and questioned. Chen Qingyuan, are you fooling me again? No, Chen Qingyuan hurriedly denied. If he deceived Han Shan again and again, it wouldn't be easy to find Han Shan's help in the future. We are brothers to the death. How could we fool you? What about the Taoist couple you introduced me to? Where is it? Just in case he flipped out with Chen Qingyuan. After Han Shan first drank all 10 cups of tea, he burped and stood up, pointing at Chen Qingyuan and asked. Chen Qingyuan's mind turned, directly slapping away Han Shan's finger. Serious, I'll have her come to see you later, and I definitely won't let you down. However, you have to take care of your own image. If you mess up it's also your problem. Really? Really? Han Shan was stunned. Originally he didn't even have any hope. Nonsense. You think I'm swindling you? Chen Qingyuan coldly snorted. No matter. Han Shan had been watching Chen Qingyuan, and realizing that he looked serious and did not appear to be faking, he gave a fawning smile. Brother Chen has been so kind to me. If I were to be skeptical, then I would still be a human being. Wait, Chen Qingyuan said. How long do we have to wait? Han Shan was a bit impatient. Which ferry is it? That's a lot of crap. Just wait when I tell you to. Chen Qingyuan turned and walked away. This time, Han Shan didn't go up to stop him, his eyes glittering in anticipation. This old Chen guy talks so tough. It surely can't be a lie. Han Shan's heart thought, took out a mirror, and began to organize his grooming in an extremely tawdry manner. After leaving the side hall, Chen Qingyuan went straight to the Xianqing sect's western mountain. Jade Bamboo Peak, West Mountain, is inhabited by female disciples. In the heat of the moment just now, Chen Qingyuan thought of someone. Jade Bamboo Peak's young generation's eldest sister was known as one of the three beauties of the Fulu Star region, to be poised and gifted. Greetings, Junior Master. More than a dozen female disciples in white dresses stood at the foot of the Jade Bamboo Peak, owing about at Chen Qingyuan who had appeared. Be excused. Chen Qingyuan put on the appearance of an elder, nodding his head. I have something to discuss with Xiaoran. Take me to her. Yes. A female disciple led the way forward, through the dense jungle, crossed a clear Lake Jade Bridge, came to the top of the Jade Bamboo Peak. Stood a palace made of jade, hidden in the clouds. Seems to be real. Contains mysterious, subtle glory. The Jade Bamboo Peak's senior sister's name was Lu Lingran. She was known to have arrived at Chen Qingyuan and stood at the entrance of the Jade Hall waiting. Lu Lingran was wearing a light white long dress. The ribbon tightly tied around her waist was hanging down at her side, dancing with the wind. She was 1.7 meters in height. Her long hair was tightly bound. A small head with a small eyebrow, red lips and teeth. Every move could touch the heart and turn the world upside down. How did Junior Master come to Jade Bamboo Peak? Lu Lingran saluted and inquired. There is something to discuss with you, Chen Qingyuan said with his hands in the air. Please come in. Lu Lingran pointed at the open door of the Jade Hall. The two of them sat within the Jade Palace, and Lu Lingran personally poured tea and water for Chen Qingyuan, her eyes watching the entire time. Chen Qingyuan signaled all the female disciples around to go down. It was not a good idea to let other people hear about this matter. Soon, only Chen Qingyuan and Lu Lingran were left in the hall. Please be frank when you have something to say, Junior Master. Lu Lingran was puzzled in her heart, not knowing Chen Qingyuan's intentions for this trip. Chen Qingyuan was strangely embarrassed, and after stammering for a while, he opened his mouth and said, Little Ran, is Little Master Uncle good to you? Not bad. When Lu Lingran had just started, she had once received guidance from Chen Qingyuan, and the rewards for carrying out missions had all been handed down by Chen Qingyuan, and many people within the sect had benefited. Uncle Shifu is in trouble now. Can you do me a favor? Chen Qingyuan whispered. What favor? Intuition told Lu Lingran that this favor might not be simple, and her willow brows furrowed. Go and send someone for me to meet him on a blind date and get acquainted. Chen Qingyuan smiled. At the sound of the voice, Lu Lingran immediately changed her face. Chapter 45. You're a real dog. You change your face too fast. Junior uncle. There's something wrong with the matchmaking thing. When she said this, Lu Lingran's eyes stared and her tone was unkind. Don't worry. Just fool around on the line. Definitely won't damage your reputation. Moreover, Xiaoran is so beautiful, gentle and understanding. It cannot be cheap to that. Chen Qingyuan knew that this was somewhat inappropriate, but in order not to hurt the brotherhood and make himself a backstabber, he had to come up with this plan. If it's a blind date with Junior Master, I can consider it. Other people, it's not suitable. Lu Lingran said with a smirk, not knowing how much truth there was in this statement. Don't make fun of me. Do me a favor, please. Chen Qingyuan put down his own face and begged in a small voice. Junior Master, do you think Xiaoran is pretty? Looking at Chen Qingyuan in such an anxious manner, Lu Lingran's anger dissipated for the most part. Of course it's beautiful. There's no one else in the world who can compare to you. Sinning and sinning. Chen Qingyuan prayed in his heart, hoping that this unspoken statement would not be met with misfortune. Although it was true that Lu Lingran was a national beauty, she was still half a step behind in terms of ravishing the world. At least in Chen Qingyuan's memories, there were still a few people who were stronger than Lu Lingran in all aspects. Then why did you allow Ren to be matched with someone else? Lu Lingran pressed. It's just an act. You don't have to take it seriously. Chen Qingyuan emphasized. Even if it's an act, it shouldn't be like that. I've heard that men are very possessive, and even if it's not theirs, they can't cheapen it for someone else. If you really think Xiaoran is pretty, it's unlikely that you would do something like this. Unless, speaking here, Lu Lingran intentionally paused for a moment, the corner of her mouth rising slightly, her eyes teasing. Unless the little master uncle's temperament has changed drastically and is no longer a normal male. What are you trying to say? The more Chen Qingyuan listened, the weirder it became. Junior uncle. Is it because of Bai Shishua's matter that you've changed and are no longer interested in women? Lu Lingran deliberately made a surprised expression. No wonder junior uncle has been so close to senior brother Lin Pingyan lately. You guys wouldn't have anything, right? At the sound of the voice, Chen Qingyuan's face instantly changed and he cursed angrily. Stinky girl, talking nonsense? Be careful, I'll beat you up. Junior master, you can't beat me right now, so it's better to put that idea to rest. Lu Lingran was emboldened, her red lips smiling like 100 flowers blooming. Chen Qingyuan was actually speechless. As it turns out, you have to beat your kids before it's too late, or else in the blink of an eye they'll grow up and it won't be a good time to beat them. After drinking a cup of tea, Chen Qingyuan dissipated his anger and decided to hemorrhage. Originally, Chen Qingyuan intended to let Lu Lingran make a friendly appearance and earn hard-earned money for herself. Who knew that Lu Lingran was not on the hook? In this case, Chen Qingyuan could only give a truthful explanation. Little Ran, I guarantee that this matter will not damage your reputation, and it will also allow you to make a big profit. Oh, tell me about it. It seemed that all of this was under Lu Lingran's control, and there weren't too many surprises. With her understanding of her own young master uncle, she was never a loser, and was definitely profitable. You met up with Han Shan. He has to give you a meet and greet gift, right? I've worked so hard to find him a suitable blind date. I have to be paid for my hard work, Chen Qingyuan said bluntly. It's just a meet and greet gift. I'm not a money grubber. Willow Spirit Ran was unimpressed. This kid is like a landlord. I'll encourage him a little, and the meet and greet is sure to be generous. Chen Qingyuan had long been eyeing Han Shan's family fortune and had to exploit it, robbing the rich to help the poor. Consider it, but I'll also need half of your hard-earned money. Lu Lingran made a lion's mouthful of money. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan wasn't happy and brought out old memories, crying, Little Ran, you've changed. Thinking back to when you were just starting out, junior uncle gave you the jade bamboo peak token, and pointed you in the direction of cultivation, and also told you about the various rules of the Xianqing sect, and gifted you with some resources to use for cultivation. Little master uncle, you just don't pretend. Lu Lingran hurriedly interrupted with her words, really convinced her own young master uncle. She just teased. Is it so serious? I won't covet the hard work fee. Okay. A promise is a promise. Chen Qingyuan instantly changed his face. Serious and earnest. You're a dog. You're so quick to change your face. Lu Lingran was speechless. Little Ran, I'm taking care of you. Don't think that I'm taking advantage of you. Chen Qingyuan put on a look of looking out for you and spoke in a serious tone. Our Xianqing sect has a large family, and there are exceptionally talented female disciples all over the place. For example, Sun Lan of Bixia Peak, Gu Yuxiu of Luyin Peak, and so on. Although they are not as good looking as you, not as understanding, gentle and generous, and beautiful, they are still enough to make that Han Shan brat's heart fall in love. I'm taking care of you and letting you earn some cultivation resources. Little Ran, you have to thank me. You know, the more Chen Qingyuan spoke, the more excited he became, as if it was just like the real thing. On the surface, Chen Qingyuan's words were cautioning Lu Lingran not to feel aggrieved. There were many candidates for blind dates, but in reality, they were praising Lu Lingran. Lu Lingran was amused. Okay, thank you young master for taking such good care of me. It's good to know. Chen Qingyuan finished all the words he could think of using to praise a woman in his life, luckily impressing Lu Lingran with his sincerity and willingness to act. The only thing that's beautiful is that Lu Lingran is not a friend of the show, so it's a shame. Junior uncle, isn't Han Shan your brother? Why are you doing this to him? At this, Lu Lingran couldn't understand. How can brothers treat each other like that? This kid is a landlord. We are poor and ringing. We must find a way to make money to use for our livelihood. Chen Qingyuan is not clear about how thick Han Shan's family background is, only knowing that this kid is so rich that he can use money to smash down his family's old man, letting his master cooperate in acting as a ghost doctor as a way to fool others. Only, no one thought that random people used to carry out the patting actually really found the ghost doctor, taking money to stun the master, and let the master put down the face of the play. Based on this matter alone, it can be seen that Han Shan is rich, walking big Volta. Junior uncle, didn't you just fool the elders of the various sects and make a huge profit? So many spirit stones, aren't they enough for you? Lu Lingran said. Spirit stones are something that no one can have too much of. Besides, the money earned isn't mine alone. It's all for the sake of the clan. Chen Qingyuan was righteous. This statement was believed by Lu Lingran, because many of the buildings and rules of the Xianqing sect were created by Chen Qingyuan. benefiting all the disciples within the sect and distributing the resources in a more reasonable manner. Surface brother, Willow Spirit Ran spat. Nonsense. I am a life and death brother to Brother Han. Chen Qingyuan glared at Lu Lingran. This matter will not only allow me and you to earn some spirit stones, but it will also allow Brother Han to experience the feeling of a blind date. His heart is beautiful. 3 birds with 1 stone. No one has suffered. Lu Lingran looked at Chen Qingyuan with a strange look. This girl would be a cutie if she believed you. Get ready. We'll see you perform later. Chen Qingyuan was ready to leave. He had to go and discuss the matter of hard-earned money with Han Shan. Chapter 46 Han Shan's Mysterious Origin. The Real Landlord. Little Master. You're so bad. When she thought about Han Shan being fooled, Lu Lingran couldn't help but smile. Your little master, I'm an honorable man. Don't judge nonsense. Chen Qingyuan puffed out his chest and took large strides towards the side hall where guests were entertained. Promised Chen Qingyuan to do this matter. Of course, Lu Lingran could not slack off. Had to think clearly about what to say first and be mentally prepared. In the Xianqing sect's side hall, as time passed, Han Shan was more agitated and simply couldn't sit still. Walking around, Han Shan looked up and saw Chen Qingyuan, who was coming on clouds and mist, and rejoiced. Brother Chen. Having taken care of Lu Lingran, Chen Qingyuan walked with a chest full of air. Brother Chen, when will the ferry come over? Han Shan smiled fawningly. Wait. Chen Qingyuan walked inside the side hall and sat on top of a closer chair. Han Shan followed with his ass and settled down next to him. You have to tell me who it is. Otherwise I don't have a clue in my heart. Have you heard of the 3 immortals of the Fulu Star Realm? Chen Qingyuan didn't say it directly, but had to guide it slowly. I've heard about it. It's said that the 3 fairies of the Fulu Star region are all heavenly daughters with worldly looks. On the topic of beautiful women, of course Han Shan could interject. The one I'm introducing you to this time is the Spirit Ran Fairy of the Xianqing sect. That's the unattainable holy maiden in the hearts of countless young juniors. Chen Qingyuan strongly praised it. This, Han Shan was so excited that he couldn't speak anymore. And only after a long time did he calm down and directly took Chen Qingyuan's hand. Brother Chen, I was wrong about you. It turns out that you really did your best for me and didn't just find someone to fool me. Let go. Chen Qingyuan shook off Han Shan's hand. The look of disgust on his face undisguised. We're blood brothers from different fathers and mothers. It's impossible to fool anyone but you. Makes sense. Han Shan nodded heavily. Although I introduced you to Fairy Spirit Ran, whether or not there will be a result depends on your own skills. Don't be too stingy when you meet for the first time. Prepare a passable meeting gift. Chen Qingyuan began to goad. Yes, the meet and greet must be generous. First impressions are important. Han Shan couldn't agree more. There's one more thing. Chen Qingyuan cleared his throat, his eyes signaling, I've been running around for you, and I'm exhausted. Han Shan instantly comprehended, directly took out a Tianyuan bag and extremely generously handed it to Chen Qingyuan. Brother Chen, take it. The hard work fee was sent in front of him. Chen Qingyuan had no reason to excuse himself. While snatching the Tianyuan bag into his hand, he politely said, this is all embarrassing. Just mean it, don't ever give more. With that, Chen Qingyuan opened the Tianyuan bag and a strand of divine thought probed into it. It was fine if I didn't look at it, but I was really shocked when I did. A medium-grade spirit vein. If the mining was completed, it was estimated that there were 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. If it was mined slowly, as long as the origin of the spirit vein was not harmed, it could produce a steady stream of output over time. Big deal. Back then, when Dong Yi Palace came over to dispatch Chen Qingyuan, it was only a medium-grade spirit vein. Compared to Han Shan, Dong Yi Palace, which was a first-class power, was simply too petty. Chen Qingyuan looked up suddenly and looked at Han Shan with dismayed and shocked eyes. Old Han, when did you become so rich? We may be greedy for money, but a gentleman loves money and takes it in the right way, so don't do anything to steal it. Where do you think you're going with this? It's all my own money. It comes from a clean source, at least 100 times cleaner than yours. Han Shan grunted lightly. What have you done in the 100 years I've been trapped in the heavenly abyss? To be honest, if it is any legitimate path, Chen Qingyuan would love to step across the line. After all, following a brother to make money without chilling, it's a bit complicated. Han Shan sighed as he recalled. Say it. Chen Qingyuan couldn't wait. Long story short, Han Shan didn't try to hide it, and while turning his back to Chen Qingyuan and preparing his meet and greet gift, he slowly said, I was picked up and raised by my master since I was young, and 100 years ago, I suddenly came across a group of mysterious people who said that I was the son of some power, and that I was stranded here because of an accident. I thought they were too ugly, at least not 1/millionth as handsome as me, and must have had ulterior motives, and didn't go back with them. Then, they said the family was understandable, and gave me a few properties to take care of. As a kind of test, Han Shan continued. If I fail the test, I'll have to go back to be taught and inherit part of the family business. Anyway, they said a lot and I didn't care much. Later on, those people introduced the person in charge of the industry to me to get to know them. A bargain delivered to my door. Don't take it for nothing. Chen Qingyuan was a bit confused as he listened to the passage. What the hell is this? If you fail in business, you have to go home and inherit the family business. Has this guy learned a few things from me and is fooling me? With a hint of skepticism, Chen Qingyuan kept sizing up Han Shan. On second thought, if it wasn't what Han Shan had said, how could it be so wealthy? It's just that what Han Shan said is too outrageous. It's hard to be convinced. Old Han, what kind of industries are they? Chen Qingyuan asked in a small voice. According to the rules they set, it can't be told to the public, or else I'll be judged to have failed, and then I'll be mandatorily taken somewhere. At that time, I was only focusing on looking at the ledger and the room full of treasures to go, and I didn't hear it clearly. It's almost like this. Han Shan replied. You kid, suddenly become so beaten up. Chen Qingyuan's appetite had been whetted, but he couldn't get an answer. It was a difficult feeling. You can't beat me now, so if you do, I'll beat you up in turn. Han Shan turned his head and glanced at Chen Qingyuan, revealing a beatific smile. If I have a result with Fairy Lingran, I'll give you another big red packet. Scram! Chen Qingyuan kicked Han Shan's body. Han Shan gently patted his clothes, unconcerned. An hour passed and dusk fell. Lu Lingran strolled through the air from the Jade Bamboo Peak, wearing a long snow-colored dress with a hemline that was about 3 meters long. Dancing with spirit, she wore a plain-colored veil. Her long hair was tied behind her, and her hair hung down to her waist along her white dress. Seeing Lu Lingran, who was coming with every step, Han Shan's eyes were glazed over as every step landed in its heart. Worthy of being one of the 3 fairies of the Fu Lu Star region. It was true that her name was true. What are you looking at? Why don't you go over and show it? When Lu Lingran landed in the doorway of the side hall, Han Shan was still frozen, and Chen Qingyuan, who was standing at the side, hurriedly said. Han Shan came back to his senses and suppressed his inner excitement, courteously arching his hand and smiling. Hello, fairy spirit Ran. I'm Han Shan. I'm sure Brother Chen has already told you. Fellow Daoist Han. Courteous. Lu Lingran owed a bow as a sign of respect. This is some token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Han Shan took out an exquisite Qingyuan bag, his heart beating non-stop. Thanks. Lu Lingran wasn't polite and accepted it directly. Let's talk inside. Han Shan pointed inside the hall and made a pleased gesture. Good. Lu Lingran walked in and gave Chen Qingyuan in the room a wink. Brother, it's not that I'm punking you. It's that I just can't help it. Chen Qingyuan casually found an excuse and directly skipped out. Inside the side hall, Lu Lingran and Han Shan were left chatting. Junior brother, stop right there. Just as Chen Qingyuan was just about to go back, many of his senior brothers showed up after they were busy cleaning the hall. Chapter 47, I despise your thuggish face. Blocked by his senior brothers, Chen Qingyuan was awkwardly in place. Senior brothers, is there something wrong? You kid made a huge amount of money. Don't you know to give your brothers a share? The crowd of senior brothers was also a straight-tempered person, and directly stated their intentions. Oh, so that's what this is about. Good to know. Chen Qingyuan pretended to have a sudden realization. We can all borrow your Qingyuan bag. We have to charge interest. Little brother, it's not that we're cheap. We really don't have any money. The senior brothers present were all guys who had lived for thousands of years, and with no body. They were shorter than others when they went out. If not for the fact that their hands were really tight, they wouldn't be able to pull off the face to ask Chen Qingyuan for spirit stones. Glancing at the arriving brothers, most of them have families and it's not easy to save some private money. One of the senior brothers, wearing the Xian clothing Taoist robe, actually hit a patch, so that Chen Qingyuan saw after a slight inner trembling. Secretly, we are at least the Xian Cheng sect's inner elders, the great powers of the realm of the transformation of the divine. There is so shabby well. The Xianqing sect did not encroach on the resources of other sects, nor did it engage in stealing chickens and dogs or looting and robbing. As a result, don't look at this group of senior brothers with high cultivation levels, but in reality, they don't have much in the way of family assets. The secret realms of the Fu Lu Star domain were pretty much mined out, and nowadays, one rarely heard of new secret realms appearing, causing the senior brothers to live in a tight spot. Fortunately, with the sisters-in-law in charge of financial power, it seems to have long anticipated that there would be such a day. Every once in a while will give the senior brothers enough resources for cultivation. As for drinking and playing with spirit stones, then absolutely do not give. Find their own way to go. Take that. Chen Qingyuan had just made a fortune from Han Shan, and was so wealthy that all the senior brothers present had a share. A certain senior brother looked at the 800 medium-grade spirit stones in his hand, and then looked at the magnificent Chen Qingyuan, using the most ruthless expression to say the most abject words. Junior brother, the 8th senior brother is really fed up with your thuggish face. If you have the patience, you can take more spirit stones to smash to death as a senior brother. Everyone glanced at the 8th senior brother and cursed a stinking shamelessness. It's not that I'm bragging, push it forward 1,000 years. Just this bit of spirit stone of yours, I won't even take a look at it. Even if it fell on the ground, I wouldn't even bother picking it up. It's too tiring. It's been hard to consume a bit too many resources in these recent years and have nowhere to go to make money with such a small monthly salary. Actually, our Xianqing sect isn't poor. There are many good things in the treasury. However, the need to maintain spirit formations everywhere and to be prepared for emergencies can only make our lives a little more miserable. Junior brother, why don't senior brother serve as your Taoist protector for a while? And you pay senior brother some hard-earned money every month. The brothers spoke to each other, telling of the poverty of recent years. In fact, as cultivators with high levels of cultivation, they had many ways to earn spirit stones if they wanted to. It was just that none of them wanted to leave the Xianqing sect, nor did they want to become offerings to certain chambers of commerce, and they only relied on their monthly salary and silver to make ends meet, which was why they appeared to be in such a downtrodden state. To summarize in one word, lazy. Never go out and make money until you have to. Almost enough to keep you entertained for a while. Chen Qingyuan didn't worry about the cultivation resources of his senior brothers. His sisters-in-law had it in their hearts. When they got the spirit stones, they just went to buy fine wine or take a stroll around the lively places. How petty. The crowd had gained benefits from Chen Qingyuan, and on their way out, they were still unhappily detrimental. Chen Qingyuan saw this and shook his head with a lost smile. Next, Chen Qingyuan distributed a portion of the spirit stones to his senior sister, kept some for himself, and placed the remainder in the Hall of Tasks, raising the rewards for the sect disciples after completing their tasks. The quests in the temple are relatively normal. For example, if there is a murderous robber in a certain place, mark out his cultivation, and the disciple who is sure about it can take the quest. This would not only improve the reputation of the Xianqing sect, but also allow the disciples within the sect to increase their practical combat experience, and also allow the disciples to earn additional cultivation resources on their own, which was a multi-purpose endeavor. This mission hall was established by Chen Qingyuan, greatly improving the overall level of disciples within the sect. On top of that, Chen Qingyuan had come up with a lot of things to gradually increase the disciples' sense of belonging. An hour later, Han Shan arrived at Chen Qingyuan's cultivation cave. How was the conversation? Chen Qingyuan poured Han Shan a cup of tea and asked with a smile. Ugh, somewhat inappropriate. Han Shan sighed softly. What? Chen Qingyuan was more curious. Fairy Ling Ran is quite excellent in all aspects. It's just a bit of a pity. Han Shan sighed softly. I want to find a Taoist couple who likes jasmine, but Fairy Ling Ran doesn't like jasmine, and prefers roses instead. And then? Chen Qingyuan asked. And then I left, ending the marriage that was meant to be. Han Shan felt sorry for it, but didn't regret it in the slightest. You're good. Chen Qingyuan gave a thumbs up in admiration. Dao couples accompany each other throughout their lives and must not be sloppy. If the two of them don't share the same interests, they definitely won't be happy in their future lives. At first, Lu Lingren didn't know how to say the words of rejection. Who knew that Han Shan was the first to say it, confessed that the two were not very suitable, said an apology and left, leaving Lu Lingren sitting in the house with a dumbfounded look on her face. Han Shan's requirements for a Taoist couple were very high. Not only did they have to be superior in talent and appearance, but they also had to be compatible with their own interests. Old Han, I hope you can find the right Taoist couple of your heart. Chen Qingyuan patted Han Shan's shoulder, truly convinced. You can't force something like destiny, just let it take its course. In fact, Han Shan felt that Lu Lingran was very good in all aspects, but he couldn't give birth to that feeling of falling in love at first sight, and at most, he was just appreciating the beauty. Makes sense, Chen Qingyuan said. Came by to say hi, I'm going back. After saying this, Han Shan waved his hand and took a big stride. Take your time, I'll leave you to it. Witnessing Han Shan's departure, Chen Qingyuan's heart was more or less guilty. After all, he had pitted his own brother for a sum of money. It didn't take long for Chen Qingyuan's mood to become much more comfortable. Occasionally pit brother. Not a big problem. Han Shan is not pit Chen Qingyuan. Each other. If it involves dangerous things, both sides still know how to behave, and won't joke around. Meanwhile, as the strongest members of each clan returned to their corresponding forces later, the news of the Ghost Doctor's personal visit to the Xianqing sect spread to all corners of the Fu Lu Star region, setting off an uproar. The rumored Ghost Doctor is actually a woman. I've heard that the Ghost Doctor has a strange temperament, so why would he be extraordinarily attached to Chen Qingyuan and personally visit the Xianqing sect to back him up? It is said that Chen Qingyuan addressed the ghost doctor as her sister and gained the ghost doctor's tacit approval. In order to deter the group, the ghost doctor suppressed the Dongyi Palace's protector elder with a flip of her hand, forcing her to kneel and beg for forgiveness, and luckily retrieving her life. This time, when the major clans put pressure on the Xianqing sect, not only did they fail to force out any useful information within the heavenly abyss, but they also lost face. There was a lot of buzz about it everywhere. The matter about Chen Qingyuan being able to cultivate was also punctured all of a sudden, causing the hearts and minds of many cultivators to tremble. Bai Shixue of the Dongyi Palace, dressed in a long plain-colored dress, was lost in thought as she looked into the distance. Chapter 48. Bai Shixue steps into Yanshue city. Confused, Bai Shixue heard that Chen Qingyuan had once again embarked on the path of cultivation, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Ever since Dongyi Palace and Tianyuan sect cancelled their marriage back then, Bai Shixue was in a more awkward situation, and there were often gossips that reached her ears, making her heart not feel very good. Even so, Bai Shixue still didn't regret the decision she had made at the beginning, because she thought that even without the appearance of the heavenly jade sex Qingyuan, it would be very difficult for herself and Chen Qingyuan to have a result. Although Bai Shixue was not the top heavenly pride of the world, she had a great future ahead of her. As for Chen Qingyuan, who had been reduced to an invalid, but with a lifespan of 100 years, his life was already doomed. Thinking clearly about this point, Bai Shixue has been unwilling to recall the past with Chen Qingyuan little by little, insisting on the choices made. The heart is hard as iron. No remorse. However, at this moment, Bai Shixue's heart was rippling with different waves, and her eyes flickered with a complex light as she looked into the distance. She stayed silent, her hands gripping her shirt tightly, showing her inner unrest. She clenched her red lips and didn't let go of her shell teeth even after biting through her lips. After an unknown amount of time, she finally withdrew her gaze, her eyes becoming a bit firmer as she murmured, "Even if he managed to set foot on the cultivation path again, he definitely won't be able to reach the heights he reached back then. All of the prideful peers who were once trampled under his feet have already left him far behind." Bai Shixue still refused to bow her head and didn't think she had done anything wrong. "I will go higher and watch you climb step by step. Even without your help, I'll be able to break through and see the world in a more beautiful light." Bai Shixue certainly couldn't deny her choice. That would surely affect the heart of the Tao, and her divine soul would be misplaced. No matter what, she couldn't admit this mistake and walk one path to the end. She understood Chen Qingyuan's temperament very well. The karma between the two had already been severed, and there was no going back to the past. Since it was impossible to go back to the past, the only way to not feel remorse and give up on herself was to make herself even better. "Girl, you already know what happened recently in the Xianqing sect." At this time, Yao Susu came riding the wind and landed beside Bai Shixue. "Master." Bai Shixue made a bow and rose. "Disciple already knows. Chen Qingyuan has hitched a ride with the ghost doctor. His spiritual root has been repaired, and his fortune is truly extraordinary. If you still have lingering thoughts about him, you can try to re-engage with him," Yao Susu said softly. Hearing this, Bai Shixue didn't hesitate in the slightest and sternly refused. "Please don't say anything else. Master, I am no longer related to Chen Qingyuan." "Fine." Seeing Bai Shixue's resolute appearance, Yao Susu froze for a moment, not expecting Bai Shixue to react so strongly. "Master, I want to step into Yanshue city." Immediately afterward, Bai Shixue made a decision. "Are you crazy?" Yao Susu frowned in surprise. The disciple isn't crazy. He just wants to try. If Bai Shixue wanted to make herself stronger, she could only take this path. Yanshue city, a secret area of Dongyi Palace, which was full of organs and dangers. Since the establishment of Dongyi Palace, the founding ancestor had set up a rule. The only way to become the holy son or holy daughter of Dongyi Palace was to pass the test of Yanshue city. Counting the time, it had been more than 3,000 years since Dongyi Palace had established the position of Saint Son and Saint Daughter. The corpses of many core disciples were piled up in Yanshue city, and not many of them managed to walk out alive. It's not that Master has underestimated you, but Yanshue city is exceptionally dangerous and not a good place. Yao Susu admonished. "My mind is made up. Please help my disciple report to the sect." "Master." Bai Shixue's gaze was resolute. Instead of putting up with others' secret accusations, it would be better to gamble on your life and fight once, either through all the difficulties from the Wild Goose Snow City out, glory plus body. One step to ascend to the position of the Holy Maiden, either die in the Wild Goose Snow City, or better than suffer from the inner depths of the torment. Bai Shixue had managed to stabilize her Tao heart without letting her heart feel remorse. However, once more time passed, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to carry it off and end up having a loss of heart and soul, completely falling into the laughingstock of others. Good. Looking at this pair of Bai Shixue's eyes, Yao Susu seemed to understand why Bai Shixue was like this. no longer dissuading her and nodding heavily. A few days later, under the watchful eyes of a group of executives, Bai Shishue stepped into Yanshue city within the secret territory. One wrong step. One wrong step. The Saint Master of Dongyi Palace was named Du Ruosheng, and back then, she had broken out of Yanshue city and had risen high along the way to her current achievements. With her knowledge of the extent of the crisis in Yanshue city, she thought that the chances of Bai Shishue surviving were slim to none. No one would have thought that Chen Qingyuan would actually be able to set foot on the cultivation path again. Not only that, but he has also gained the favor of the ghost doctor and is willing to protect his path. An inner sect elder let out a long, saddening sigh. Without this seat's orders, no one may deal with the Xianqing sect or Chen Qingyuan. Those who disobey the order will be dealt with by the rules of the sect. Du Ruosheng smelled a hint of uneasiness, fearing that the protector elder Lu Ruoi would go to Chen Qingyuan for revenge after being humiliated, thus plunging Dongyi Palace into a whirlpool of trouble. Yes, the crowd led the way, not daring to go against the Holy Lord's will. Somewhere in the Fu Lu Star domain, after the ghost doctor left the Xianqing sect, he didn't immediately return to the rhythmic Sea Star domain, but instead headed to a more remote city. The Long Gung Sword Immortal lives in seclusion, and the ghost doctor comes to pay his respects. The last time they met, Changing Sword Immortal revealed his place of residence to the ghost doctor and told him to come and find him if he had anything to do. Knock, knock, knock. The ghost doctor stood outside the door, slightly agitated inside, and knocked gently. Come in. Changing Sword Immortal knew that the visitor was the ghost doctor, and a thought fell, and the gates slowly opened. Walking inside the courtyard, the ghost doctor saw the plainly dressed Changing Sword Immortal holding a rusty broken sword in his hand, chopping sun-dried wood. Seniors, the ghost doctor saluted. Something wrong? Changing Sword Immortal didn't look up and kept doing his job. After helping Chen Qingyuan solve the problem earlier, I thought that since I've come to the Fu Lu Star domain, I have to greet Senior. There's nothing going on with the ghost doctor. What trouble has Mr. Chen encountered? The Changing Sword Immortal had been locking himself inside the house, not deliberately inquiring about what was happening in the outside world. Unless Chen Qingyuan had encountered a life-threatening situation, the Long Gung Sword Immortal could not perceive it. Here's the deal. Next, the ghost doctor explained the general situation in extremely brief words, and spilled the beans on Chen Qingyuan's invitation to himself as a confessor elder. You refused? Through the ghost doctor's tone of voice when he spoke of the offering elder, Changing Sword Immortal deduced this point. Aha, the ghost doctor nodded. Confused, Changing Sword Immortal put down the work in his hand, slowly raised his head, exchanged a glance with the ghost doctor, and sighed softly. Chapter 49, The Ancient History of the Xianqing Sect. Ah, the ghost doctor was stunned and very confused. The Xianqing sect's offering elders. It's hard work, so what's wrong with rejecting it? Besides, I'm used to being alone. I don't like being tied down. If Mr. Chen extends an invitation for an elder offering to the old man will definitely agree. Sword Immortal Changing pondered for a long time and spoke bluntly. What? At those words, the ghost doctor's petite body gently trembled. Dumbfounded. Elder Sword Immortal. You're joking with me. Do you think the old man needs to make this joke? Sword Immortal Changing asked rhetorically. But you were once an honored one who suppressed countless powerhouses in the imperial state. The third most powerful swordsman in the world. A figure such as you. Even if your strength isn't as good as it was back then, that's still not something the Xianqing sect can afford to offer. The Changing Sword Immortal was nominally the third in the world, but in reality, he was the strongest sword Dao powerhouse of that era, with no one being able to surpass him, for he called himself the third in the world, and heaven and earth were one and two. That year, the Changing Sword Immortal wanted to take a step forward and become the veritable number one in the world, and issued a challenge to the Heaven and Earth Avenue. Unfortunately, the Changing Sword Immortal lost, resulting in a damaged foundation and a broken sword. Since then, the world thought that Changing Sword Immortal had died, leaving behind a legendary story. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, no sword cultivator in the world dared to claim to be the third in the world, let alone the first and second. The source of all this was attributed to the Changing Sword Immortal. The influence left behind was simply too great. Girl, you don't understand. Long Gung Sword Immortal looked up at the sky, his voice hoarse. You haven't reached that level. If the old immortal told you, it would only harm you. Elder, the ghost doctor's mind was now so confused that he was stumbling over his words, not knowing what to say. Whether it's for you or for the old man, becoming an envoy of the Xianqing sect is definitely a creation. Unfortunately, you have pushed out the creation that was at hand. Now that I have pointed it out, if Mr. Chen no longer extends an invitation to you, you must not take the initiative to bring this up. Otherwise, a chance may turn into a calamity. Sword Immortal Changgung mused. If you say this is a chance, why can't I take the initiative? The ghost doctor didn't think about why it was a chance for the moment, but rather couldn't figure out how a chance could turn into a calamity. In matters of karma, when encountered smoothly, it is peaceful, and when it goes against the grain, it is dangerous. The old immortal has already pointed out this chance, so you can't take the initiative to mention this matter, or else you will be tainted with heavenly karma that you can't afford. Sword Immortal Chang'ing admonished with a serious expression. Then if Chen Chang, Mr. Chen extends an invitation to me again? Even Chang'ing Sword Immortal addressed Chen Qingyuan as Your Excellency. So of course the ghost doctor had to speak up. Then it can be promised that there will be no danger at all. Sword Immortal Chang'ing nodded his head. Is there a difference? The matter of cause and effect was ethereal and vague, and with the ghost doctor's ability to see it for the time being, he could not understand it. The difference is great, Sword Immortal Chang'ing said. The fact that Mr. Chen invited you is good karma. If you only go for the chance, your purpose is too obvious, and I'm afraid you'll run into a lot of trouble in the future. There's something I don't understand. The ghost doctor looked like a child being disciplined and stood still at a loss for words. It's okay, you'll get it later. Chang'ing Sword Immortal smiled faintly. Isn't the Xinqing sect just a power in the Fulu star domain? How could it be involved in such a great cause and effect? To this, the ghost doctor expressed deep puzzlement. Silly girl, the one with the greatest karma is not the Xinqing sect, but Chen Qingyuan. However, these words were not uttered by the Chang'ing Sword Immortal. Let the ghost doctor misunderstand if he does, because the Xinqing sect really wasn't as simple as it appeared to be either. Do you recognize Taoist Song Xian? Chang'ing Sword Immortal changed the subject. Of course I know him. That was a powerful person who was famous in the imperial prefecture 10,000 years ago, pressuring many ancient holy lands to apologize. The ghost doctor had been to the imperial state and had heard about this. Then do you know the origin of Taoist Song Xian? Afterwards, Chang'ing Sword Immortal continued to guide. I don't know. The ghost doctor shook his head. Please speak plainly. Taoist Song Xian is the previous holy lord of the Xinqing sect. Chang'ing Sword Immortal slowly said. What? At those words, the ghost doctor directly froze, his mind going blank. After being stunned for a long time, the ghost doctor asked in a horrified voice, how is this possible? If the Xinqing sect had such a background, why would they need to stay in the Fulu star domain? This matter is a long story to tell, and it was only by coincidence that I learned of it, and I deeply admire the Xinqing sect. The previous holy lord of the Xinqing sect was named Feng Changxian, and his personal great disciple was Lin Changsheng. A long time ago, Feng Changxian suddenly left, and it didn't take long for news to spread that he had sat down. The Xinqing sect was without a leader, and people were on edge. Immediately after that, only Shangguan Rong was left of the older generation of the Xinqing sect, stabilizing the situation, elevating Lin Changsheng to the throne of the sacred lord, and telling the disciples within the sect to make sure that they were in harmony and help each other, and not to be blinded by benefits. It was also Chen Qingyuan's chief master. However, not long after Shangguan Rong accepted Chen Qingyuan as his disciple, it was rumored that his cultivation went awry and he fell. Thus, all of the strong men of the older generation had sat down, and the burden of the Xinqing sect had fallen on the shoulders of Lin Changsheng and the others. As far as I know, the previous saint master of the Xinqing sect was called Feng Changxian, and he can't be halfway related to the famous Taoist Songxuan, can he? The ghost doctor inquired about Chen Qingyuan's origin and incidentally learned about the history of the Xinqing sect. Taoist Song Xian is just an alias, unwilling to expose his true identity so as not to involve the clan's descendants in endless karma. Sword Immortal Chang'ing intended to nudge the ghost doctor and spoke in detail. The Xinqing sect has a long history of inheritance, and its ancestral land is located in the imperial prefecture, which has a deep heritage. Once, the ancestors of the Xinqing sect discovered a demonic abyss, and united the forces of the 10,000 clans in the imperial prefecture and decided to suppress the demonic abyss. However, somewhere in the corner of the imperial prefecture was a devil's abyss that was far more terrifying than the world could imagine. About 300,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Xinqing sect, along with hundreds of powerful people, finally sealed the demonic abyss. Since the Xinqing sect's founding ancestor had endured the greatest karma, he fell within a few years after this incident. Before sitting down, the patriarch had left his last words that the matter of the devil's abyss had not yet been truly resolved, and that the seal must be deepened every 10,000 years. The major forces of the imperial state naturally agreed at first. After all, the devil's abyss will affect the safety of all if it breaks out. However, as time passed, other than the Xinqing sect, which had been fulfilling this responsibility, the rest of the forces gradually stopped paying attention, because those powerful forces are not willing to risk their lives to do this thing. They have been training hard for a lifetime to get to the top of the great world, have not yet enjoyed a good getaway to run to the devil's abyss. The heart cannot accept. Although the top powerhouses of the Xianqing sect were furious, there was nothing they could do. Since the forces of the clans didn't want to take the risk, then the Xianqing sect would go on their own. What the patriarchs left as their last words, future generations will fulfill. Slowly, all of the leaders of the Xianqing sect went to the Devil's Abyss, and very few of them came back alive, and the strength of the sect was greatly reduced. 100,000 years ago, a holy lord of the Xianqing sect made a decision to move away from the imperial state and find a suitable place to settle down again. If it was possible, the Xianqing sect would certainly not want to leave the spiritually rich imperial state. Xianqing sect, will it be able to return to the imperial state in the future? The holy lord looked at the sky and sighed, heading to the northern wasteland with reluctance and regret. In this situation, the only way to leave a trace of bloodline for the clan was to do so. Chapter 50. I want to strangle you. At one time, the Xianqing sect possessed a lot of resources, but after running out of top combatants, countless forces in the imperial state pounced on the Xianqing sect like tigers, leopards, and jackals. If the Xianqing sect didn't leave yet, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to hold on to the foundation of the sect. 10,000 years ago, Taoist Song Xian broke through the Mahayana realm, inheriting the will of his ancestors, and his strength skyrocketed in a short period of time. At the same time, he also learned about the history of the Xianqing sect. As soon as he entered the imperial state, Taoist Song Xian struck at all the forces, provoking them one by one and suppressing a number of notorious powerhouses. The various forces were perhaps justified, perhaps unwilling to get tough with the madman like Taoist Song Xian, or wanted to utilize Taoist Song Xian to continue to go to guard the demon abyss, and didn't make a big deal out of it. After venting the anger in his heart, Taoist Song Xian still didn't forget the legacy of the patriarch and headed towards the devil's abyss. Since then, Taoist Song Xian had never appeared again. The Xianqing sect is surprisingly this big. The ghost doctor had no doubt about this history that Chang'ing Sword Immortal was talking about, because Sword Immortal had no reason to deceive her. Today's Xianqing sect is not what it used to be. Sword Immortal Chang'ing sighed a sentence. I once made tea with Taoist Song Xian and discussed the world, and talked about this matter. Taoist Song Xian disappeared without setting up the next Saint Master. Intentionally so, not wanting future generations of descendants to take on this responsibility anymore. According to the Xianqing sect's ancestral training, the matter about the demon abyss must not be spread out, and could only be told to the next holy lord through a special method of inheritance. Taoist Song Xian had selfishness, not wanting the already fallen Xianqing sect to break this trace of bloodline, wanting all karma to stop there. Thus, when he left, he did not tell Lin Changsheng about the memory inheritance. Don't those forces in the imperial state really care? Through Chang'ing Sword Immortal's account, the ghost doctor developed a strong admiration for the Xianqing sect's generations of sages and felt unworthy for Xianqing. If you were asked to die, would you go? Chang'ing Sword Immortal asked a rhetorical question. The ghost doctor was silent, unable to give an affirmative answer. There are not many people who can hold on to their hearts. Looking into his heart, Sword Immortal Chang'ing thought that he was no match for the generations of sages of the Xianqing sect. Are those people from the Xianqing sect still alive? The ghost doctor asked in a small voice. I don't know. Sword Immortal Chang'ing gently shook his head. I've never been to the demon abyss, so I'm not sure about the specifics of it. To guard the demon abyss for more than 300,000 years is marvelous and admirable. The former flourishing power of the imperial state could now only become a first-class sect in one of the starfields of the northern wasteland, making people feel a great deal of emotion. This merit, this thieving god should see it. Chang'ing Sword Immortal looked at the boundless sky and said in his heart. After this conversation with the Sword Immortal, the ghost doctor no longer had contempt for the Xianqing sect. She thought that Sword Immortal was so polite to Chen Qingyuan because of the face of the Xianqing sect's generations of sages, but it was not the case. The various forces in the Fu Lu Star domain had already given notice that their peers could go and find trouble with Chen Qingyuan to recover their face. Chen Qingyuan would not leave the Xianqing sect for the time being, not giving those people a chance to bully him. Inside the cultivation cave, Chen Qingyuan had been thinking about one thing, Daoyi Academy. What exactly is the origin? When will it come looking for me? According to what Lin Changsheng had said, the Daoyi School Palace was an extremely mysterious force in the northern wasteland, with an ancient heritage and unfathomable depth. How did my chief master get involved with the Daoyi Academy? That's weird. Chen Qingyuan couldn't figure this out. If the Daoyi Academy Palace really had great origins, then with the Xianqing sect's ability it shouldn't be able to get the qualifications for enrollment. This matter was naturally the work of Shangguan Rong, who had dealt with the Daoyi Academy and secured an enrollment opportunity for Chen Qingyuan. As long as Chen Qingyuan stood firm in the Daoyi Academy, in the future, even if the historical underpinnings of the Xianqing sect were exposed, he wouldn't be afraid of being victimized by those top forces in the imperial state. Moreover, Shangwan Rong and the previous Holy Lord Feng Changxian had conferred, so that this responsibility of the Xianqing sect would end in their generation and could not continue to spread. If the Daoi school palace was willing to make a move, it should be able to sever the relationship between the Xianqing sect and the demonic abyss to preserve the continuation of the sect's bloodline. The letter left behind by Master states that after crushing the wooden plaque, the people from the Daoi Academy will descend on the Xianqing sect in about 10 years. Now that 5 years have passed, it seems that we have to be mentally prepared. Chen Qingyuan couldn't figure out those questions, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Instead, it was time to try and impact the Jindan realm. One day, Chen Qingyuan was meditating when he suddenly felt a slight ringing in the house and immediately opened his eyes. Startled, he saw Ghost Dr. Gongsun Nan pouring tea for himself, bringing it next to his red lips beneath the veil. Taking a sip of tea, Gongsun Nan smiled faintly at Chen Qingyuan. "Sister Ghost Doctor, what brings you here?" Chen Qingyuan exclaimed. "Came by to see you." Gongsun Nan wore a veil, making his real appearance invisible and mysterious. "How did you get in here?" Faced with Gongsun Nan's visit, Chen Qingyuan was more surprised and cautious, not much elated. "It shouldn't be possible for this old hag to find trouble with me," Chen Qingyuan muttered in his heart. "Do you think the Xianqing sect's protective formation can stop me?" Gongsun Nan laughed. "Also oh." Chen Qingyuan instantly understood and tentatively inquired. "Sister Ghost Doctor, did you come to find me for something? I am upright, charitable and cynical. It seems that I have not offended my sister in any way. You told the Morong family in the North Tsang Star region about me, didn't you?" Gongsun Nan spoke up about it. "I didn't reveal anything about the whereabouts of the Ghost Doctor's sister. Beating to death cannot be admitted," Chen Qingyuan righteously said. "For your sake, I helped the Morong family. When the Morong family first approached Gongsun Nan, they were unwilling to help. Later, after hearing the name Chen Qingyuan from the Morong family, he decided to help after thinking about it. Later, Gongsun Nan learned the reason. An old ancestor of the Morong family was in critical condition because his cultivation had gone wrong. After Gongsun Nan's rescue, that old ancestor recovered his life and stabilized his injuries. The Morong family was very grateful to Gongsun Nan and sent a lot of gifts. At this, Gongsun Nan didn't refuse, having consumed a lot of energy in order to save people. It has nothing to do with me." Chen Qingyuan wanted to know about the Morong family's situation, but he couldn't ask, so he could only pretend to be confused. "Don't you boys ever thank me?" Gongsun Nan narrowed his eyes. "Sister Ghost Doctor, I'm poor as a bell. I really don't have any money." Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was instantly anxious. "I don't need spirit stones." Gongsun Nan gave Chen Qingyuan a look of contempt. "Don't you hit on me. I'm a cleaner person. If you don't want spirit stones, what else do you want? I want to strangle you to death. Now you're inviting me to be an elder. I will definitely agree. Why don't you kids invite anymore?" However, Gongsun Nan couldn't pick on the matter, or it wouldn't be a blessed relationship. Scram! Gongsun Nan's face sank. "Sis, this is my place. Isn't it a bit inappropriate if I roll?" Chen Qingyuan muttered in a small voice. "So you mean to tell me to get lost?" Gongsun Nan, who was sitting on a chair, gave Chen Qingyuan a fierce look. "Don't dare. I'll get the hell out of here." Chen Qingyuan was afraid of being persecuted by Gongsun Nan and ran to the door in a flash. Chapter 51, If you're shameless, you're invincible. For Gongsun Nan's visit, it made Chen Qingyuan feel a lot of pressure. After wandering around the sect for several hours, Chen Qingyuan returned to the house and muttered in a low voice. "It's been so long, it should be gone." Who knows that the truth is not what Chen Qingyuan expected? Gongsun Nan is still sitting in the courtyard, with a fresh breeze, enjoying the flowers and tea. "Sis, you haven't left yet?" Chen Qingyuan's body trembled. "I've had some recent commitments and occasionally have to visit seniorly, so I'll be staying in the Fu Lu Star realm for the time being." Gongsun Nan made an excuse that the seniorly in his mouth was the Changging Sword Immortal, whose real name was Li Muyang. "Oh, so that's how it is." Chen Qingyuan understood and gently nodded. "Sister Ghost Doctor, you want to use the Xianqing sect as a landing place, right? I have a strange personality and am unwilling to deal with strangers. Since I am acquainted with you, it is more appropriate to stay here for the time being." Gongsun Nan was outwardly cool and his tone was flat, but in reality, he was slightly delighted inwardly. "Bastard, my meaning should be clear. If you don't take the opportunity to extend an invitation to me as a consecrated elder, when are you going to wait?" The depths of these eyes gazing at Chen Qingyuan were filled with a hint of anticipation. This time, as long as Chen Qingyuan opened his mouth to invite him, Gongsun Nan would definitely agree without hesitation. On that day, Changging Sword Immortal had said that if Chen Qingyuan took the initiative to invite him, he would willingly become an envoy of the Xianqing sect and make this good karma. If Chen Qingyuan knew about it, he would have definitely invited Changging Sword Immortal in a palanquin with 8 carriers. banging the gong and beating the drums, fearing that others would not know about it. It's just that this kind of karmic good karma thing must not be done on purpose, or it will backfire. All things in this world emphasize the word fate and cannot be forced. It's a good thing. Chen Qingyuan mistakenly thought that Gongsun Nan wanted to live on loan in the Xianqing sect, and did not think of anything else, smilingly said, "Sister, I can arrange for an elegant and quiet place to stay. What do you think?" Could be. The children are teachable. Gongsun Nan was very satisfied and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, Chen Qingyuan's next words directly caused Gongsun Nan to break his defense and couldn't help but slap Chen Qingyuan. "Seeing as we are destined to be together, charging you 100 medium-grade spirit stones per day for your services. This price is already very cheap. Of course, if Sister Ghost Doctor doesn't have any spirit stones, spirit medicines and Dao herbs are also acceptable." Obviously, Chen Qingyuan had hit on the idea of the elixir in Gongsun Nan's hand. The smile under Gongsun Nan's veil froze. Her veiled hands tightened slightly, and she glared angrily. "What did you say? You're asking me to pay?" Cough. Being glared at by Gongsun Nan, Chen Qingyuan was so frightened that he took 2 steps backwards, ready to bolt at any time. "Sister, I'm shy in my pocket. You definitely don't want others to know your whereabouts and don't want to be disturbed. Although there are many empty halls in the Xianqing sect, you need to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to stay there. This time when you were besieged by the many forces of the Fu Lu Star region, wasn't it me who stepped in to break the siege?" Gongsun Nan snorted coldly. "Thank you, sister, for your help. In the future, if I become rich, I will definitely repay you properly," Chen Qingyuan said with a solemn face and clasped his fists. "By the time you get rich, the yellow flowers will be cold," Gongsun Nan said without any good humor. "Arrange a suitable place for me to stay, but I won't give you any money. Don't even think about it." "Alright," Chen Qingyuan had a helpless face. This rental fee could only be paid by himself. If the Xianqing sect knew that it was Gongsun Nan who was living on borrowed time, they would certainly not charge a penny and would serve them well. The key is that Chen Qingyuan can't figure out Gongsun Nan's intentions, and definitely can't expose his whereabouts, so he can only deal with it covertly. Therefore, the spiritual stones that should be produced must be produced. "Look at you. You're so stingy. Don't you have to pay? There's no other way?" Gongsun Nan guided tentatively. "Sister, you have sneaked here by stealth, and surely you don't want others to find out. I'm going to arrange a very nice place for you to stay, and I'm sure I can't borrow your name, so I'll just have to pay for it myself." Chen Qingyuan sighed softly. "Alas, if elder sister could become an enshrined elder of my Xianqing sect, everything would be fine, as long as the request is not very excessive. The Xianqing sect will definitely do its best to fulfill elder sister. Unfortunately, the Xianqing sect's temple is too small to accommodate elder sister. It's just that. Let's not talk about the matter of being an offering elder anymore, or else it won't be good to make you angry." Afterward, Chen Qingyuan bowed to Gongsun Nan, said something and left. "Sister, I'll go arrange a place for you to stay." Just now, when he heard about the elder provider, Gongsun Nan's eyes lit up and his mouth was already open, waiting for Chen Qingyuan to issue an invitation. However, this brat Chen Qingyuan did not follow the rules, causing Gongsun Nan's mood to be messy. Glancing at the direction Chen Qingyuan left, Gongsun Nan crushed a teacup on the table, puffing up and saying darkly, "Chen Qingyuan, you kid really owes it to yourself." Where did Chen Qingyuan know the little plan in Gongsun Nan's heart? He really believed Gongsun Nan's excuse, thinking that she was just trying to find a place to land so that she could go and visit the Sword Immortal Senior. The last time Chen Qingyuan had a cheeky invitation, Gongsun Nan had said that he needed an extreme spirit vein every year, so perhaps he could consider it. The Xianqing sect was so poor that it couldn't afford to support a great Buddha like Gongsun Nan. In order not to make a fool of himself, Chen Qingyuan certainly wouldn't invite again and again so as not to make Gongsun Nan's heart sick. Chen Qingyuan's efficiency was very fast, and in just 1 hour, he had arranged for Gongsun Nan to secretly move to an elegant and quiet cultivation palace, with a boundary around it so that he would not be disturbed. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan put a lot of precious fruits and fragrant tea for Gongsun Nan. "Sis, you'll be staying here lately. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Chen Qingyuan didn't want to stay with Gongsun Nan. There was too much pressure. "Don't you have anything to tell me?" Dressed in a black dress, Gongsun Nan narrowed her eyes slightly with intent. After thinking for a long time, Chen Qingyuan didn't feel that there was anything wrong and shook his head. "There's nothing to tell." "Okay." Gongsun Nan's heart was tired. Had he known that the Xianqing sect's origins were so great, that day Gongsun Nan would have definitely agreed to become a contribution elder. Unfortunately, the opportunity was missed, and there was no telling how long one would need to wait. Gongsun Nan decided to live in the Xianqing sect for a long time and believed that he could definitely wait for an opportunity. "Then I'm leaving," Chen Qingyuan also said before he left. "Sister, If you think my efficiency is better, you can reward me slightly. If you don't have a face, you're invincible. At the sound, Gongsun Nan's face sank. Get lost. Alright. Chen Qingyuan didn't feel ashamed and turned his head to run. When Chen Qingyuan had just walked to the door, Gongsun Nan casually threw a jade box over. It can help you shape a better foundation, which will help with cultivation. Take the stuff and hurry up and get out. Thank you, Sister Ghost Doctor. You are so beautiful. A fairy has descended to earth. Chen Qingyuan was delighted and put the jade box away, saying words of praise before leaving. Chapter 52, Don't ask me to fight if you don't have money. It's a headache dealing with this kid. Gongsun Nan covered his forehead with a helpless expression. It wasn't long before Gongsun Nan suddenly let out a soft laugh, his eyes softening a few points. For many years, she had been withdrawn in nature, with no fluctuations in her mood. Ever since she met Chen Qingyuan, Gongsun Nan seemed to feel the rhythm of life again, with joys and sorrows and complex emotions. Back inside the cave, Chen Qingyuan carefully opened the jade box, which contained a white-bearded jade spirit root, the root of an extremely high-grade Dao medicine, containing the entire essence of the entire precious medicine. Wealthy, Chen Qingyuan was overjoyed. A complete and intact extreme jade spirit root. The Shenqing sect's treasure trove doesn't even have this. Why is she so generous? After being happy, Chen Qingyuan was a bit wary and secretly said, could there be some small action? With that said, Chen Qingyuan took out the jade bracelet and borrowed its special laws to inspect the jade spirit root. After some careful examination, the jade spirit root had not been tampered with, and everything was normal. How strange. Chen Qingyuan frowned slightly. Could it be because of Senior Sword Immortal? Or is it because I'm overly handsome, causing the ghost doctor to have some crooked thoughts as well? Why also? The red-clothed girl within the Heavenly Abyss Forbidden Area had made a request to become a Dao couple as soon as she saw Chen Qingyuan, causing Chen Qingyuan's heart to palpitate even now. What the hell? There's a bargain to be had. Chen Qingyuan stopped thinking about these issues and had a bit of a headache. If he had finished refining the jade spirit root, Chen Qingyuan would definitely be able to cross over into the Jindan realm in one fell swoop and stand on the stage of the great world again. However, Chen Qingyuan did not do so for the time being, intending to stabilize his cultivation for a period of time, and it was most important to build his foundation well. There was no need to be in such a hurry to break through the Jindan realm. It would be said in a few years. Collecting the jade spirit root, Chen Qingyuan prepared to meditate. Junior uncle, there are many people looking for you outside. Come out and take a look. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from outside the cave. Will you stop it? Chen Qingyuan was angry and annoyed in his heart. Walking outside the house, Chen Qingyuan saw an inner disciple and opened his mouth to ask, what's wrong? There are hundreds of people calling for battle outside the mountain gate. All of them are the heavenly prides of various holy lands, wanting to compete with Junior Master. The inner disciple reports truthfully. All who? Chen Qingyuan continued to pursue the question. Tianyuan sect's young patriarch Qin Yuton, monk Pu Xing of Nanling Deju Temple, and the three sacred mountains. This disciple named a dozen names, just a former underdog. Back then, Chen Qingyuan had suppressed his peers in the Fu Lu Star region, suppressing these people so much that they didn't dare to raise their heads, and now he actually dared to call out to the door. The matter is rather complicated. We can't directly bombard people. We can only let Junior Master step in to solve it. The elders of the Shenqing sect tried to blow these people away, but unfortunately to no avail. They couldn't bully the little ones with the big ones, and the Shenqing sect would definitely be laughed at if word got out. Furthermore, that day when the clans arrived they had already made it clear that if the peers were to turn on Chen Qingyuan, the older generation would not stop them, each according to their own abilities. Fine, Chen Qingyuan said impatiently. On the cliffside of a certain mountain peak, a group of white-haired elder brothers stood, gazing at the mountain entrance. Can Junior Brother fix this trouble? Even though Junior Brother is recultivating his cultivation, don't underestimate him. If he can't even suppress his former defeat, he wouldn't be called Chen Qingyuan. Junior Brother has so many devious ideas that it's impossible for him to suffer a loss. Let's enjoy the fun. The elders watched with interest, not worried in the slightest that something would go wrong. At the mountain entrance of the Shenqing sect, hundreds of richly dressed youths stood in the air, cursing and swearing all the time, wanting to force Chen Qingyuan to show himself, in order to retrieve the lost face of their elders. In addition, back then, they were trampled under Chen Qingyuan's feet. This grudge had always been in their hearts, and now that there was such a good time, of course they could not miss it. Chen Qingyuan, are you going to be a shrunken head turtle for the rest of your life? In my opinion, it's not like we can't leave if you come out and bow to us and apologize. I thought you were so spirited back then, but now you are cowering within the sect and don't dare to show your head. Could it be that you don't even have the courage to face us? The crowd mocked while letting out harsh laughter. Chen Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of the mountain and looked up at the group of acquaintances, feeling very bored. Regardless of whether it was in the past or nowadays, Chen Qingyuan had never treated these people as opponents, just stepping stones on the path of cultivation. With all due respect, even if you were able to recultivate, you would no longer be worthy of the title of Northern Wasteland 10. Qin was wearing a dark-colored brocade suit, and back then, he almost managed to marry Bai Shixue. He didn't have much love for Bai Shixue. Firstly, for the sake of marriage with Dongyi Palace, and secondly, to disgust Chen Qingyuan. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan swept away his peers in the Fulu Star region, which included Qin Yutong. However, Qin Yutong did not give in and challenged Chen Qingyuan many times and was defeated. Over time, not only did Qin Yutong not rise to the occasion, but he also held a grudge against Chen Qingyuan. Aren't you tired of cursing for many days? Chen Qingyuan was bland and unaffected by the words of others. You finally showed up. When the crowd saw Chen Qingyuan, their eyes stared and the atmosphere instantly became grave. How can I be tired of scolding you? It's a delightful thing to do. Qin Yutong sneered. To come all the way to the Xianqing sect to find trouble with me. Your brains are more than likely a bit faulty. Chen Qingyuan moved a stool and sat down, looking up at Qin Yutong and the others in the void and said loudly, "We are here to challenge the former Northern Wasteland 10. Do you dare to answer?" At that time, Chen Qingyuan's reputation was enviable and awe-inspiring. Since his death, the Northern Wasteland was recognized only as the Nine Jia. When Qin Yutong spoke of the Northern Wasteland 10, there was only sarcasm, not admiration. Why did I answer the battle? Chen Qingyuan asked rhetorically. Peer-to-peer cutting and arguing. Qin Yutong said. And then? Chen Qingyuan took out tea from within his Tianyuan bag and took a sip. Do you dare or don't you dare? Qin Yutong questioned loudly. There must be something wrong with your brain. In front of many people, Chen Qingyuan pointed at Qin Yutong and cursed. Is this the first day you've known me? Don't you know my rules? If you want to challenge me, you can't do it empty-handed. You have to place some bets. Addicted to greed for money. Sooner or later you'll become obsessed with this matter. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's curses, Qin Yutong's face turned blue as he cursed. That's my business. None of your business. Chen Qingyuan disliked. Too lazy to nag at you. A bunch of poor bastards. What do you want to bet? A youth couldn't stand this attitude of Chen Qingyuan and was eager to step forward to fight with one of them. At the very least, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones for the bottom. The top is not capped. A hint of teasing flashed under Chen Qingyuan's eyes. The fish had taken the bait, and he could make a big profit again. Or a little cutie from the Fulu Starfield. Much ah! When the crowd heard this, all their faces changed. So many spirit stones. Not a small amount. Sure enough, they're all poor bastards. Don't come to me for a fight if you don't have money. Seeing that the crowd revealed a look of difficulty, Chen Qingyuan deliberately sneered and used a provocative method. Chapter 53, Preparing for a Battle with Qin Yutong. In the face of Chen Qingyuan's mockery, Qin Yutong and the rest of the group's faces turned blue with anger. This was the Xianqing sect's territory, so the people didn't dare to make a direct move, and after deliberating, they made a decision. No one wanted to bear a large betting fee alone, and each person took out a portion and put together 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Who goes to war? The hundreds of people looked at each other in dismay, and could only choose one person to fight against Chen Qingyuan, taking this opportunity to teach Chen Qingyuan a good lesson. I'll go. Qin Yutong volunteered. He had held a grudge against Chen Qingyuan for not a day or two. We won't doubt young patriarch Qin's strength. It's just that this fellow Chen Qingyuan is not a simple character, so we must not be careless. Someone glanced at Chen Qingyuan with a hint of uneasiness in his heart. Chen Qingyuan was so confident that he might be hiding some undercard. Moreover, the crowd sized up Chen Qingyuan and did not discover his specific cultivation level, and their hearts were fearful. With the jade bracelet protecting his body, Chen Qingyuan's body looked like it was shrouded in a layer of white mist that no one could see through. I understand everyone's concerns. I will be able to suppress Chen Qingyuan this time. Qin Yutong was the young sect leader of the Heavenly Jade sect, and his talent naturally needed no introduction. 100 years ago, he ran into the extremely perverted Chen Qingyuan and was suppressed at every turn, making it difficult for him to display the elegance that a heavenly pride should have. In fact, Qin Yutong had a cultivation level of the Jindan realm 100 years ago and was currently at the peak of the Jindan realm. His delay in crossing over to the Yuanying realm was not due to a lack of resources and talent, but rather a knot in his heart that had yet to be untied. Only by defeating Chen Qingyuan would Qin Yutong be able to have a clear Taoist mind and ascend to Yuanying in one step. Today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Qin Yutong had to earn. Since that's the case, then I'm counting on young Sovereign Qin for this battle. The crowd thought for a moment and agreed. Among their group, Qin Yutong's strength was considered top-notch. and he thought that he wouldn't lose to Chen Qingyuan, who had just recultivated his Tao body. Even if Chen Qingyuan was no matter how demonic he was, it would be impossible for him to cultivate to the Yuaning realm in just a few years. Qin Yutong threw the Chen Qingyuan bag filled with tens of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones towards Chen Qingyuan, his eyes as sharp as knives. Take it! Chen Qingyuan also took out an equal amount of spirit stones and placed the two Chen Qingyuan bags aside. Whoever wins can take them. Now do you dare to meet the battle? Regarding the spirit stones, Qin Yutong didn't care. There was only one thing in his heart right now, pouring all his strength into defeating Chen Qingyuan and humiliating him by trampling him under his feet. Let me ask first, is this battle a ruleless fight? Life and death regardless, or is it a fair battle with equal cultivation? Chen Qingyuan could feel the hostility in Qin Yutong's eyes. The cultivation world is incredibly cruel. There's no such thing as fairness. The implication is that if you fight without rules, you deserve to die. Qin Yutong would rather lose face than fight Chen Qingyuan at the same realm, as that would easily capsize the ship. He could obviously use his cultivation advantage to crush his opponent, so why would he need to suppress his cultivation? It's understandable if it's a friend cutting between friends. However, Qin Yutong and Chen Qingyuan were enemies, and suppressing his cultivation was a cutie pie behavior. I see what you mean. In response, Chen Qingyuan didn't have much of an emotional change, and the corners of his mouth were always hung with an intriguing smile. Whichever way Qin Yutong chose, it would have no effect on Chen Qingyuan. In a battle at the same realm, it could be said that Qin Yutong had no chance of winning. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Yutong did not make this foolish choice. Only, did Qin Yutong really think that he could defeat Chen Qingyuan just by virtue of his cultivation advantage? Chen Qingyuan dared to respond to the battle today. Naturally he had a bottom in his heart and would not hastily agree. If you don't dare and beg for forgiveness from me, perhaps I will agree and leave the Xianqing sect with all of my fellow Taoists. Qin Yutong sneered. The crowd stared closely at Chen Qingyuan, their faces overflowing with the joy of victory, as if they had already seen the image of Chen Qingyuan's defeat. Qin Yutong, you were defeated by me many times back then. You still haven't grown a memory. Chen Qingyuan laughed lightly and shook his head, letting out a sigh. Alas, you sent yourself to the door for me to beat your face in, so you can't blame me. Gentlemen, please also step back into the distance. Qin Yutong turned his head to look at the youths of the clans, and a sword appeared in his hand. The great battle was imminent, and the crowd immediately stepped back, standing upright in the void to watch, unable to take their eyes off the ground. Chen Qingyuan slowly walked out, dressed in a long green shirt, his long inky hair tied tightly with a thick rope, and his slender fingers gently tapped the void at his side. Buzz! The void twisted slightly, seeming to ripple like water, spreading all the way to Qin Yutong's body. Every time Chen Qingyuan took a step forward, the aura on his body would change, and his cultivation level would gradually reveal itself. Hotian realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, all the way to the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. The cultivation aura no longer changed. Truly feeling the fluctuations in Chen Qingyuan's cultivation, everyone was shocked. Projecting time, it's only been 5 or 6 years since Chen Qingyuan's injuries were cured by Senior Ghost Doctor. So why has he already recultivated to the heavenly spirit realm? Not only were the clan's heavenly prides surprised, but even the Xianqing sect's crowd was startled, their complexions suddenly changing. When did Junior Brother cultivate to this point? Do any of you know? Inside one of the Xianqing sect's palaces, Lin Changshang looked at a group of elders, hoping that someone could give him an answer. I don't know. The elders shook their heads. When Chen Qingyuan returned 5 years ago, he displayed an earth spirit realm cultivation. Later, Chen Qingyuan continued to use special means to hide himself, not allowing others to discover his growth rate. In just 5 short years, Chen Qingyuan had leapt from the earth spirit realm to the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, which really surprised Patriarch Lin Changsheng and the others. Junior Brother's cultivation speed is even faster than it was back then. It's truly terrifying. The elders secretly marveled. At the entrance of the mountain, after being surprised, the heavenly prides of the various clans came up with a reasonable explanation. Chen Qingyuan's talent is already extraordinary, and there was already a foundation previously, so it wouldn't be difficult to recover to this point in a short period of time. With a cold face, Qin Yutong was situated high above the ground, overlooking Chen Qingyuan, who was slowly walking towards him, as if he had everything under control. Qin Yutong was a cultivator at the peak of the Jindan realm, so even if Chen Qingyuan had superior means, he would not be able to escape him. The shame of the past must be washed away this day. Gazing at Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong secretly said in his heart, tightly gripping the sword in his hand, the sword swirling a gale towards Chen Qingyuan. The sword was majestic and pounding. Chen Qingyuan did not dodge or retreat, and kept moving forward. Scatter! Chen Qingyuan whisked his sleeve and directly dispersed Qin Yutan's powerful sword momentum. Seeing this, many people's faces changed drastically, not daring to believe it. Although the crowd hadn't thought that Chen Qingyuan would be suppressed by a sword force, but he was only a cultivator of the heavenly spirit realm now. How could he dispel the pressure of the peak of the Jindan realm so easily? Chapter 54, Astonishing Strength. Chen Qingyuan dispersed the sword might lightly, causing many to feel dismayed and shocked. Originally, many people thought that Chen Qingyuan would struggle a bit, but who knew it would be so easy? Qin Yutan's eyes slightly condensed, not daring to underestimate Chen Qingyuan. He intended to go all out, not giving any chance. Even this kind of pressure wants to cause harm to me. Ridiculous. Unable to help it, Chen Qingyuan recalled the 100 years of life within the heavenly abyss, which was truly called a day that felt like a year. The red-robed girl often threw Chen Qingyuan into dark and terrifying secret realms to sharpen Chen Qingyuan's heart and overcome his fear. Or, she would let Chen Qingyuan use his mortal body to withstand an unknown and terrifying pressure, exercising his ability to withstand it. All in all, don't look at the fact that Chen Qingyuan had walked out of the heavenly abyss as a wasted body. The gains he had gotten couldn't be described in words. It's tricky, but not enough to give me a headache. Ever since Chen Qingyuan had fused that one golden Dao bone, he had never really put up a fight. This time, he intended to fight Qin Yutan, not only to deter the curmudgeons from all sides, but also to verify his true battle power. At first, Chen Qingyuan had obtained a silver spear in the dead domain of the North Song starfield, and had been studying it all these days without the slightest clue. The only thing he could be sure of was that the silver spear was a supreme Dao treasure that should not be easily revealed as a last resort, lest it cause others to covet it. In the battle with Qin Yutan, Chen Qingyuan hadn't thought of using all of his cards. A slight display would do. All watching the fun. Whoever is handy, borrow a weapon. Chen Qingyuan glanced back at the fellow disciples standing near the mountain gate and said loudly, "Junior Master, this is my saber. Take it and use it. This is the Xian Ice Blade, a spiritual treasure I obtained in a secret realm. Use mine." A group of core disciples and inner disciples threw their own weapons into the air and scrambled to be the first. The battle between Junior Senior Uncle and the young sect master of the Heavenly Jade sect attracted everyone in the Xianqing sect. Other than those elders and disciples who had to be on duty, everyone was secretly watching with excitement. Junior Uncle and Qin Yutan are considered love rivals. There must be quite a few people paying attention to today's battle. Our little master uncle is simply perfect except for being a bit greedy for money and poisonous. Okay, Dong Yi Palaces by Shishui is simply blind, actually daring to look down on Junior Uncle. This time, if Junior Uncle wins, he will definitely raise his eyebrows and make Dong Yi Palace regret it. I heard that when the Heavenly Jade sect and Dong Yi Palace joined forces, Junior Master Uncle gave away a white umbrella. Do you guys think that Junior Uncle is still in love with Bai Shishui? Impossible. Little Master isn't a dog licker. He can't afford to hold himself back for a thin-skinned woman. There is no shortage of people who like to chat about gossip wherever they are. The disciples of the Xianqing sect used to just discuss it in the dark, but now it was directly out in the open. Even certain elders joined in and started discussing the gossip. Looking at the thousands of spiritual treasure weapons in the void, Chen Qingyuan swept through a few glances and selected a jade sword from amongst them, about 3 feet long and crystal clear, like a perfect work of art. "It's my sword! Yay!" A certain female inner disciple was overjoyed. "Junior Master, beat Qin Yutan violently. Don't show any mercy." The crowd shouted. "Yeah, Junior Master, let the world know how powerful you are." Not to mention, Chen Qingyuan's reputation was really not small in the Xianqing sect, and a group of people were looking forward to seeing the image of Chen Qingyuan showing off his skills. The disciples of the Xianqing sect looked excited and more or less worried inside. Even if Chen Qingyuan was no matter how demonic he was, for the time being, he was still only a heavenly spirit realm cultivator after all. Could he really beat Qin Yutan, who was at the peak of the Jindan realm? Chen Qingyuan held his jade sword in his hand as he confronted Qin Yutan. "Change the place. Don't disturb the Xianqing sect's mountain gate." After a few moments of stalemate, Chen Qingyuan uttered these words and turned around to run towards a nearby clearing. Qin Yutan immediately chased after him, as if he was afraid that Chen Qingyuan would slip away. Everyone cast their gazes, some casting out Dao techniques to watch, while others took out spirit mirrors and projected images of the battlefield. "Chen Qingyuan, you're dead." Suddenly, Qin Yutan let out a cold laugh. Noisy. Chen Qingyuan did not spoil Qin Yutan and directly chopped out with a sword. Swish! A sword light emerged from above the jade sword and landed where Qin Yutan was. Qin Yutan raised his sword and blocked. "Unharmed. If you fight me with someone else's saber, you won't be able to utilize the full power of this saber at all, and you're asking for death." Weapons had spirits. Chen Qingyuan and this jade sword did not have a soul contract. It was equivalent to holding a sharper mortal weapon. not much lethality. Chen Qingyuan smiled without saying anything, deliberately doing so in order to make Qin Yutong feel true despair and make him regret being his enemy in this life. Clang! Qin Yutong's sword came out like a dragon, and a long sword mark appeared in the void in front of him as the sea of clouds rolled over, spreading for 10,000 miles. Chen Qingyuan parried in the simplest way possible, stopping Qin Yutong's powerful strike without suffering the slightest damage himself. How? Seeing Chen Qingyuan standing with his sword, Qin Yutong was shocked in his heart. He had mobilized his entire body's aura for that sword just now, and thought that it would be difficult for even the many heavenly prides of the same realm to block it. Too weak. Chen Qingyuan smiled contemptuously. Could it be that his cultivation is not just at the heavenly spirit realm? Qin Yutong couldn't help but speculate. However, when Chen Qingyuan struck out, the aura that emanated from him was a genuine heavenly spirit realm. It shouldn't be able to be faked. I didn't understand what she meant before, but now maybe I understand a little. In a trance, Chen Qingyuan's ears rang with the words of the girl in red, breaking the foundation and dispersing the cultivation, all for the sake of Chen Qingyuan, laying down a perfect and flawless foundation again, 10,000 feet high. In order to go to a higher position in the future, the foundation must be built well. There can be no flaws. It must be a falsehood. Qin Yutong stabilized his heart and struck again. Rumble. For a while, the battle became intense, with Qin Yutong attacking and Chen Qingyuan defending. No matter how fierce Qin Yutong's attacks were, Chen Qingyuan was able to catch them with ease. After half an hour had passed, Qin Yutong had used most of his cards and still failed to suppress Chen Qingyuan, and was more or less flustered inside. From start to finish, Chen Qingyuan maintained a breezy appearance. You made me do it. Qin Yutong had only wanted to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson, but now he had changed his mind, pouring out his all and leaving no stone unturned. Buzz! A Taoist chorus resounded through the 9 heavens. A golden light emanated from Qin Yutong's body, and a golden Dan's silhouette hovered above his head, incomparably dazzling. Chapter 55, Chen Qingyuan started to get serious. The battle intensified. The golden Dan vision was like a round of blazing sun, about 10 miles in diameter, with golden patterns flowing, dazzling and brilliant. Qin Yutong no longer held back and exposed his own Jindan vision, so that anyone could feel out his true strength. Most importantly, if the Jindan vision was damaged, it would definitely injure Qin Yutong's foundation. The battle had reached this moment. Qin Yutong's heart only wanted to kill Chen Qingyuan, willingly taking the risk of damaging his foundation. Young sect master Qin is trying to fight him to the death. The heavenly prides of the various sects instantly understood, and their hearts tightened. The flawless golden Dan is a superior foundation. Young patriarch Qin's strength is truly terrifying. I am far inferior. A youth was ashamed of himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. Chen Qingyuan is only a heavenly spirit realm cultivator after all, and will surely not be able to carry young patriarch Qin's next attack. Hotian realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, Xian spirit realm, earth spirit realm, and heaven spirit realm. This is the 6 realms of the flesh, laying the foundation. The Jindan realm and Yuanin realm and so on, is the way to heaven, can change heaven and earth, has a mysterious and unpredictable power. If you enter Jindan, your life will be prolonged for 1,000 years. If one enters Yuaning, one's lifespan can be up to 10,000 years. If you can cultivate to the Mahayana realm, with many precious medicines and resources, you may be able to live for 30,000 years. Want me dead? Chen Qingyuan felt the killing intent in Qin Yutong's eyes, and it was difficult to hide it. Inside the Xianqing sect, a group of elders looked grave, not wanting to let the situation develop to an unmanageable point. Patriarch, let me go and terminate this battle. A female elder looked towards Lin Chongsheng, not wanting Chen Qingyuan to have any slip-ups. This brat Qin Yutong is going to fight for his life, clearly wanting to kill junior senior brother. With junior senior brother's current cultivation, I'm afraid it'll be hard to resist. The elders spoke up, worried. Lin Chongsheng had been observing the change in Chen Qingyuan's face and pondered for a long time. Junior brother is not a mortal. Let him handle it on his own. If he can't even solve this little trouble, how can he go higher in the future? In fact, Lin Chongsheng's heart was also very worried. He just didn't show it. In these few years, Lin Chongsheng had been thinking about the Dawi Academy. If Chen Qingyuan couldn't withstand this pressure brought on by Qin Yutong, it would only be more difficult to go to the Dawi Academy in the future. It wasn't that Lin Chongsheng was ruthless, but he could only trust Chen Qingyuan. On top of that, Lin Chongsheng had a guess that perhaps an emissary from the Dawi school palace had already come to the Xianqing sect's territory and was located in the shadows observing Chen Qingyuan's performance. If Chen Qingyuan's performance was too poor, it might jeopardize becoming a student of the Dawi Academy. With Lin Chongsheng giving the word, the elders could not act even if they wanted to stop the battle very much. Inside an elegant hall, Gongsun Nan used a secret method to project the battlefield image in front of him. How do you handle a contest that spans a great realm? Gongsun Nan was interested in Chen Qingyuan's natural strength and secretly paid attention. In the middle of the battlefield, Qin Yutong struck again. The sword's sharpness, like a thunderbolt, cut through the 9 heavens and chopped at Chen Qingyuan's heavenly aura. The mighty aura of the Jindan vision kept on coming, pressing down on the void around Chen Qingyuan and causing the atmosphere to become distorted and oppressive. Facing Qin Yutong's attack, Chen Qingyuan gripped the jade sword in his hand and gently swung it out. Clank! The sword light flashed, and the aftermath swept out to the 8 directions. I was going to have some fun with you, but unfortunately you passed. Chen Qingyuan's expression became unusually serious and extremely rare. All along, Chen Qingyuan gave people the feeling of a dark and jumpy character, as if he was an uninitiated playboy. When he really got serious, he was ruthless and never showed any mercy. Qin Yutong clearly intended to take Chen Qingyuan's life, and his killing intent was soaring. In response, Chen Qingyuan would not tease Qin Yutong anymore, and would make him understand what was meant by true despair, as well as disparity. Swords, that's not how they work, Chen Qingyuan whispered, his eyes sharp to the extreme. Steeply, Chen Qingyuan no longer focused on defense, but took a step towards Qin Yutong, his sword might flooding the space like a tidal wave. The last 100 years of life in the Forbidden Zone, the red-clothed girl had forced Chen Qingyuan to read countless ancient books and secret methods, and had also allowed him, Chen Qingyuan, to be cognizant of all kinds of weapons, even to the point of reaching the realm of denizenship. If Chen Qingyuan did not fulfill the requirements of the girl in red, he would be thrown to the bottom of the 10,000 feet deep abyss, enveloped in endless darkness and solitude, to reflect and ponder. Or, he would have his meridians broken and renewed by the girl in red, enduring inhuman pain. It was because Chen Qingyuan had been subjected to years of devastation that day when the red-clothed girl said she wanted to marry him as a Taoist, it scared him to the core. 100 years of torture was long enough. To be married to a Taoist couple would be terrifying to think about. Thus, under the kind request of the girl in red, Chen Qingyuan had to fulfill 9 agreements in order to end the karma of both parties. To use the heart to control the sword is superior. Although Chen Qingyuan couldn't communicate with the jade sword in his hand, he could feel the jade sword's Dao pattern trajectory, followed the trend and amplified it, then performed a special sword Dao divine ability. Swish! At this moment, Chen Qingyuan appeared in front of Qin Yutong, just 1,000 meters apart. Chen Qingyuan stabbed out with his sword. There was no flashy and colorful sword technique, nor was there any oppressive might. A simple stance that seems like a mortal swinging a sword. Qin Yutong had fought against Chen Qingyuan many times and knew that Chen Qingyuan was not as simple as he appeared to be. He didn't dare to be careless and switched from attack to defense, raising his sword to block. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan stabbed his sword at Qin Yutong's chest. Fortunately, Qin Yutong had prepared his defense in advance and held his sword to block the blow. The moment the two swords touched, Qin Yutong realized how correct his decision had been. Boom! It appeared to be a simple attack, but in reality, the way of the sword returned to its true form, and only when it touched a physical object would it blossom into its proper glory. The jade sword in Chen Qingyuan's hand erupted with heart-stopping sword might, as if a giant mountain had exploded, overturning this void and knocking Qin Yutong back dozens of miles. Junior-senior brother's sword Dao realm has actually reached the point of returning to the basics. This, as far as I remember, junior brother is not a sword cultivator. Don't look at me. I don't know. The elders were dumbfounded, and no one was clear about the situation at hand. Normally, only sword cultivators who had practiced for thousands of years and were extremely talented could reach this realm. However, Chen Qingyuan used to be a cultivator proficient in arts and crafts, and had not dabbled much in the sword path. Could it be? The crowd snapped to the heavenly abyss forbidden area and looked at each other, wanting to speak. Don't say anything you shouldn't. Just watch, Lin Chongshen warned. The crowd understood the importance of this matter and their faces were grave. If the outside world knew that Chen Qingyuan had no knowledge of the sword Dao in the past, it would surely lead to many speculations and trouble. Chapter 56 Standing on High. Looking down on peers. Back then, when junior-senior brother was young, he followed me to cultivate the Dao of the sword for a few months. Junior-senior brother is a natural talent, and to have this achievement today, he truly did not let me down. A sword cultivator elder who had been practicing swords for many years began to make up nonsense, stroking his beard with a relieved look on his face. Aha! The elders nodded heartily. Outside, the heavenly prides of the various clans looked at Chen Qingyuan's earnestly wielded sword, and their faces changed in terror. Chen Qingyuan is actually still a top-notch sword cultivator. Why have I never heard of him before? The crowd was surprised. For the first time, all of these skills, naturally, were learned by Chen Qingyuan under duress. Chen Qingyuan almost broke down back then. Why? the girl in red allowed him to learn many things, so many that he couldn't even speak for himself. Then one day, the girl in red suddenly struck out and slowly abolished Chen Qingyuan's cultivation, leaving him lifeless. I don't believe it. Chen Yutong had already gambled on his own foundation, but he actually couldn't crush Chen Qingyuan. His emotions fluctuated more, and he roared in a low voice. Ignorant! Chen Qingyuan's face was expressionless as he directly loosened the jade sword in his hand, causing it to move with his heart and emit a creepy aura of sword might. Both sides fought again and neither retreated. A round of Jindan visions like a blazing sun flickered, causing Chen Yutong's strength to be gradually rising, and causing Chen Qingyuan to truly feel a considerable pressure, his soul having a feeling of suffocation. Go! Not wanting to stall for time, Chen Qingyuan maneuvered the jade sword so that it stabbed at Chen Yutong. Ding! Dong 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 dong! Chen Yutong was temporarily held back by the jade sword and had no way to get close to Chen Qingyuan. His Jindan's might couldn't affect Chen Qingyuan too much, as if it didn't exist. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingyuan had been mobilizing the power of that golden Dao bone hidden within his body so as to make up for the gap between the two realms. The golden Dao bone had extremely complex ancient text patterns on it, with a large portion of the Dao patterns being covered by a layer of white mist, and only a few strands of the patterns flickering with golden light, nourishing Chen Qingyuan's body, making the aura in his body particularly pure, and naturally increasing the strength he exerted by a great deal. If I had a different body, I wouldn't have been able to do it at all, Chen Qingyuan secretly said in his heart, sighing at the benefits brought about by remodeling his foundation. Although the Chen Qingyuan of the past was demonic, the gap between him and the heavenly prides of all walks of life was not too great, and it was difficult to fight across a large realm. The phase of the Golden Dan can be shattered with the snap of a finger. Chen Qingyuan used his heart to control his sword, putting Chen Yutong on the defensive for a short period of time. Immediately afterward, Chen Qingyuan operated the spiritual qi in his body and silently recited the mantra, converging his power on the fingertip of his right index finger. Boo! A few moments later, Chen Yutong sent the jade sword flying, and was disturbed when he realized that a thick vortex of aura had come out from under Chen Qingyuan's feet. Chen Yutong hurriedly killed towards Chen Qingyuan, not wanting any accidents to happen. With Chen Yutong's killing, the terrifying aura had already covered the space where Chen Qingyuan was, and the ground below cracked like a spider's web, spreading up to hundreds of miles, as if it had become a ruin. Without the sword in his hand, he is like a lamb to the slaughter. Many people followed this battle, thinking that Chen Qingyuan would definitely not be able to fight Chen Yutong head-on after losing his sword. When Chen Yutong was about to come to Chen Qingyuan's body, Chen Qingyuan suddenly looked up at the round of Jindan blazing sun hanging above the 9 heavens. Phew! Chen Qingyuan snapped his fingers and a white light flashed, landing on top of the Jindan blazing sun at a speed that was uncatchable to the naked eye. Just with you. You want to hurt my foundation? Don't dream of it. Chen Yutong didn't feel anything unusual for the moment and taunted loudly. Clank! A sword roar was particularly piercing. Chen Yutong did not stop and stabbed his sword at Chen Qingyuan's brow. Clank! In the nick of time, Chen Qingyuan's body slanted, dodging the sword while extending his right hand, using his index and middle fingers to clamp down on the stabbing sword. Just as Chen Yutong wanted to use other sword moves to take advantage of the situation and cut Chen Qingyuan's right hand off, a strange change occurred. A crack actually appeared in the scene of the Jindan fiery sun hanging high in the sky. Chen Yutong's body sank violently. Looking back, his face changed dramatically. Dumbfounded. No. Impossible. Just now when Chen Qingyuan pointed out a finger, it was clearly blocked by the boundary of the Jindan vision, so how could it have injured the vision? This was unacceptable to Chen Yutong. As he watched, the crack became longer and longer, and spread out more cracks, covering many parts of the Jindan vision. Now, Chen Yutong clearly felt that his body was in an abnormal condition and began to panic. Ding! Chen Qingyuan clamped down on the sword and flicked it with a little force, causing it to emit a shuddering sound. Chen Yutong immediately loosened the sword in his hand, fearing that the aftermath might injure him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Qingyuan slapped his left hand at Chen Yutong. Without hesitation, Chen Yutong similarly threw a punch. At first, the two sides were still at a standstill, but as the cracks in the phase of the Jindan became more and more numerous, it directly affected Chen Yutong's foundation, causing him to spit out blood from his mouth, his breath disorganized, and he flew backwards for tens of thousands of meters, his body slamming heavily onto the ground. With a thud, a deep pit appeared, and Chen Yutong was lying in the pit, with several wounds appearing on his body. Unable to stop the flow of blood, the phase of the Jindan in the void began to shake and gradually became blurred. In a few short breaths, the vision disappeared. Chen Yutong's roots were damaged and his face was pale. High above, Chen Qingyuan threw the sword that he had seized into his hands towards the ground. sticking it into Chen Yutong's side. He towered over Chen Yutong below, his eyes cold, radiating a thick chill that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Chen Yutong, defeated. He lost to Chen Qingyuan, whose cultivation was only at the heavenly spirit realm, and his Jindan had cracked, damaging his foundation. The crowd was dumbfounded as they witnessed the scene. Young Sovereign Chen actually lost. The heavenly pride of each clan couldn't believe it and had a wide range of expressions. Why is that? Many people couldn't accept it and looked up at Chen Qingyuan, who was standing on the clouds, finding his figure especially piercing and difficult to look at directly. There's no way to lose. No way. Chen Yutong had lost face this time and kept repeating the words, unable to bear it in his heart. Previously, Chen Yutong had lost to Chen Qingyuan, creating a knot in his heart. This time, he even lost to Chen Qingyuan, whose cultivation was far inferior to his own, and his heart not transformed into a heart demon. In the future, if Chen Yutong didn't clear away his heart's demons, he wouldn't be able to take a step forward for the rest of his life, and his cultivation would stop here. The young master who gets serious is really handsome. The elders of the Xianqing sect were also stunned, never imagining that the battle would end in such a way. They felt that even if Chen Qingyuan had used his very strong undercard, he would at most be able to fight Chen Yutong to a draw, but they had never imagined that Chen Qingyuan would have Chen Yutong pinned down the entire time, and that his strength far exceeded the range of his cultivation realm. Do you guys still want to come and try? Chen Qingyuan shifted his gaze to the heavenly prides of the various clans, and wherever his gaze passed, no one dared to meet his eyes. The people of the various clans bowed their heads, stunned by Chen Qingyuan's aura, and did not say a word. Chapter 57, Unrivaled Style, Shocked by the World. The strength Chen Qingyuan displayed stunned everyone. Chen Yutong had exerted all his strength and failed to defeat Chen Qingyuan, and naturally, the others couldn't do it either. So how could they dare to fight? In the deep pit below, Chen Yutong's gaze was dull, his Jindan shattered, creating a heart demon. Today's battle had completely shattered his pride, causing him to deeply feel the taste of despair. Chen Qingyuan, you're so ruthless. At that moment, an old man appeared, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Jade sect. The Grand Elder had been hidden at the back watching the battle, originally thinking that Chen Yutong had exploded into full strength and would surely be able to defeat Chen Qingyuan. Things went in the opposite direction, leaving the Grand Elder confused for a long time. Chen Qingyuan shattered Chen Yutong's Jindan foundation with a single finger, striking too quickly for anyone to stop. What? Chen Qingyuan stared at the Grand Elder without fear and indifferently said, is it only permissible for you, the Heavenly Jade sect, to be able to kill people, and others are not allowed to resist? This was the Xianqing sect's territory, so the Grand Elder didn't dare to put out harsh words, and after gazing deeply at Chen Qingyuan, he left the place with Chen Yutong, who had already become stagnant and numb. You guys are still not leaving. Do you still want me to treat you to tea? Chen Qingyuan glanced at the heavenly prides of the various sects and said in a cold voice, the tea of the Xianqing sect isn't cheap. Can you guys afford to drink it? Chen Qingyuan's words not only disgusted the hundreds of heavenly pride who had come with bad intentions, but it also once again stomped the faces of the strongest members of the various clans on the ground. Go! The crowd's faces turned blue as they turned to leave, not daring to arrogantly call for battle like before. After waiting for the crowd to leave, Chen Qingyuan immediately put away the 2 Tianyuan bags that were placed near the mountain gate, and his icy indifference instantly disappeared, turning into a satisfied smile. Then, Chen Qingyuan picked up the jade sword that had fallen somewhere on the battlefield, returned it to the original owner of the sword, and gifted some spirit stones. Thank you, Junior Master. You were so cool just now, receiving the jade sword. This female disciple looked at Chen Qingyuan with a face of adoration, her eyes glittering with starlight. Speak the truth as much as you can. Chen Qingyuan was happy in his heart and gave some more spirit stones. A reward for you, Junior Master. I want it too. Some excellent-looking female disciples ran over and extended their hands with smiles. What? What's that sound? I can't hear it. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly pretended to be deaf and looked up at the sky. With a heavenly spirit realm cultivation that disabled Chen Yutong, who was at the peak of the Jindan realm, Junior Master is truly a pervert. The disciples of the Xianqing sect let out sounds of emotion as their offer Chen Qingyuan became a few shades thicker. Little Master. Many people called out to Chen Qingyuan, chattering and buzzing. Chen Qingyuan couldn't stand this kind of scene and slipped away with a random excuse. Most of all, Chen Qingyuan was afraid that the spirit stones he had just earned would be divided up by a group of girls. Thinking about it gave him a headache. It was better to leave first. Worthy of being the only personal disciple that senior uncle took on his deathbed. The talent is so high that even we together are inferior. An inner sect elder exclaimed. As long as we can protect junior brother from growing up, the future Xianqing sect will surely be famous and prosperous. the elders began to fantasize about the days ahead with great anticipation. This kid has quite a few secrets in him, Lin Changxing said in his heart. Whether it was the sword intent that Chen Qingyuan had unleashed, or the finger divine ability that had destroyed Qin Yutan's foundation, they were all means that had not been displayed before. According to Lin Changxing's speculation, these abilities should be inseparable from the heavenly abyss forbidden area. However, in order to protect Chen Qingyuan's safety, Lin Changxing and the others had concocted many lies as a way to conceal them from the world. A certain sword pavilion elder had intentionally or unintentionally bragged to his disciple, saying that Chen Qingyuan had practiced with him for several months as a child, and that his talent for swordplay was superb and amazing. Saying that, the sword pavilion elder himself believed it and took pride in it. To cover up Chen Qingyuan in order to be proficient in so many Taoist techniques, the first thing he had to do was to fool his own people. As a result, many disciples within the Xianqing sect were instilled with the matter of Chen Qingyuan's bitter cultivation from a young age, using Chen Qingyuan as a target to strive for excellence. Actually, Chen Qingyuan didn't cultivate much at all when he was a child, often pulling the beard of Dong Wenjun, the protector elder, or stealing the spirit fruits of his senior sister in the medicine garden, or making slingshots to hit the windows of his senior brother's homes. All in all, Chen Qingyuan had nothing at all to do with studying hard, since Chen Qingyuan was the only heir left behind by the supreme elder ancestor. Coupled with his cute appearance, his senior brothers and sisters doted on him and rarely beat him up. At most, they would just scold him. If this were anyone else, their ass would probably have blown up already. How could they be so naughty? Fu Lu Star Domain. Various sects. Chen Qingyuan is actually so terrifying. Unbelievable. Even if the ghost doctor cured him, I heard that he would have to recultivate. However, it's only been a few years. Why was he able to exert such terrifying strength and directly waste the young master of the Heavenly Jade sect? Back then, Chen Qingyuan was known as one of the 10 masters of the Northern Wasteland. His name is true. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. There are more than 10 million starfields in the Northern Wasteland, and there are as many heavenly pride demons as there are horses. Back then, Chen Qingyuan was ranked as one of the 10 masters. It really wasn't something that could be compared to ordinary people. This battle caused a great impact and set off a storm, causing countless people to talk about it. Chen Qingyuan, who had originally been ignored by the world, had once again ascended the stage, vaguely showing signs of regaining his former fame. Looking at the Fu Lu Star Domain, amongst people of the same age, it was feared that there weren't many who could fight against Chen Qingyuan. What a sick! The cultivator who had once fought against Chen Qingyuan heard about this battle and first froze for a long time before stifling a sentence and looking at the sky. Even if Qin Yutan was invalidated, the Heavenly Jade sect did not send anyone to the Xianqing sect to cause trouble. For one thing, peer competition. Defeat is defeat. There is no reason to go looking for trouble. Secondly, the matter of the Devil's Cave has not yet been resolved, and the Heavenly Jade sect does not dare to make trouble with the Xianqing sect anymore. In order to solve the problem of the underground Devil's Cave, the Heavenly Jade sect had not only invited extremely famous Formation Dao masters, but also traveled to other star realms to seek help, scattering their family's wealth. Although the reserves were depleted and empty, the Heavenly Jade sect had plenty of ways to obtain resources if they could survive this crisis. Relying on the resources within the Devil's Cave, the overall strength of the Heavenly Jade sect had improved by leaps and bounds. As long as the people were still there was hope for everything. Ugh! Many people in Dongyi Palace were silent for a long time as they heard the news of Chen Qingyuan's rise to power once again, turning it into a long sigh. It's fortunate that Shishua has already stepped into the secret realm, or else if she heard about this matter, I'm afraid that her Dao heart would be lost, and the consequences would be hard to predict. Yao Susu was by Shishua's master, and she was also the one who had set up the marriage between the Heavenly Jade sect and Dongyi Palace. However, because of the matter of the Devil's Cave, the marriage between the two clans failed. Bai Shishua had entered Yanshua city, and so far no news had returned. If she could return alive from the secret realm of Yanshua city, then she would be the holy maiden of the Dongyi Palace, and could receive the inheritance and leap in status. In fact, Chen Qingyuan had never hated Bai Shishua. At that time, the world thought that Chen Qingyuan had died in the heavenly abyss, so he couldn't let Bai Shishua die alone. Let's just say it was meant to be and not loved enough. Having severed his karma with Bai Shishua, Chen Qingyuan was also a lot more relaxed and had one less thing to worry about. However, Chen Qingyuan still had a sad face and a headache. The matter of the Daoi Academy, and Wu Junyan's challenge. Wu Junyan, one of the 10 masters of the Northern Wasteland, the #1 demon of the North Song Star region. The last time Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan met, they agreed to compete in the same realm 10 years from now, and they were determined to separate a winner and a loser. Ugh, there's nothing to fight about. I'm a great lover of peace. Chen Qingyuan sat inside the house and let out a soft sigh. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded outside the cave. Chapter 58, The Morong Family Comes to Give Thanks. New list of the Northern Wasteland's 10 Masters. Chen Qingyuan moved his divine mind to check it out and realized that it was an inner disciple on duty, and transmitted his voice. What is it? Junior Senior Uncle. The Morong clan from the North Song Star region has come and said they want to thank you. The inner disciple reported. Oh, got it. Chen Qingyuan muttered in his heart. The Morong family had not traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here, so it shouldn't just be a verbal thank you. Inside the guest hall, Lin Changsheng personally entertained the Morong family's honored guests, and the table was filled with fine wines and delicacies. The Morong family was still very established in the North Song Star region, so Lin Changsheng must not be slowed down. Many thanks to the Xianqing sect for their hospitality. This time, the Morong family had sent an extremely powerful clan elder, as well as more than 10 core figures, which also included Morong Wensi. It should. Lin Changsheng was courteous and smiling. It didn't take long for Chen Qingyuan to walk slowly. This is Elder Chen Qingyuan, isn't it? The Morong clan's clan elder immediately rose and lowered his stance, cupping his fists at Chen Qingyuan. On behalf of the Morong clan, I would like to thank Elder Chen for his assistance. Without Chen Qingyuan's connections, the ghost doctor would definitely not have stepped in to help. In that case, the Morong family would surely face a great deal of trouble. An old ancestor of the Morong clan had gone off the rails in his cultivation and could lose his life at any time. Looking at the surrounding star fields, only the legendary ghost doctor had the ability to save them. In order to cure the old ancestor's injuries, the Morong family sent many people out to seek a solution, and a group of people went to the deadly domain and met up with Chen Qingyuan. On that trip to the deadly domain, the Morong family had lost a large portion of their people, suffering heavy losses. As for Morong Wensi, if it wasn't for the shelter of Chen Qingyuan, it would have been difficult to escape death. You're welcome, Chen Qingyuan politely returned. In order to show our gratitude, the Morong family has prepared a small gift. Please don't mind if Elder Chen doesn't mind. With that, the clan elder took out a spatial ring and handed it to Chen Qingyuan's hand through the air. Although he didn't know what treasures were placed inside the ring, the Morong family was a first-class family, so it certainly wouldn't be shabby. Chen Qingyuan was not polite and tucked the ring into his pocket. His smile became very bright as he hurriedly thanked. The Morong family is really polite. Since this is a piece of the Morong family's heart, then I will shamelessly accept it. You boy. Lin Changsheng, who had been watching the whole show, secretly covered his forehead, crying and laughing. Elder Chen is really bold and deserves to be a handsome young man. The clan elder gave a heartfelt word of praise, thinking that Chen Qingyuan was good in every way. Ha ha ha. The group from the Morong family laughed out loud and toasted towards Chen Qingyuan to show their appreciation. They gave Chen Qingyuan enough face, causing Chen Qingyuan to be a bit at a loss for words as he hastily returned the salute. After 3 rounds of drinking, Chen Qingyuan sat under a tree in the side hall to cool off. Hey, you actually didn't say a word to me just now. Isn't that a bit much? Suddenly, a sultry voice fell into Chen Qingyuan's ears. Chen Qingyuan turned his head to see that it was Morong Wensi. Today's Morong Wensi wore a light blue long dress, trailing on the ground, such as the turquoise blue starry sky long skirt will be her beautiful body all out. Light yellow long hair tied with a light red rope, agar nose high, 3-dimensional features, seems to be a fall into the mortal world of the elves. I have nothing to talk to you about. Chen Qingyuan skimmed his lips, not worrying about offending anyone. Stinky man, sit over there some. Morong Wensi gently kicked Chen Qingyuan's back and coldly snorted. Why? Chen Qingyuan turned his head and said, I think you're in a good position for review. Morong Wensi gave a reason. Not all the same. Chen Qingyuan said casually. Are you getting through? Seeing Chen Qingyuan's lack of movement, Morong Wensi's tone turned cold. Good men don't fight with women. Chen Qingyuan honestly moved his butt, moving a meter towards one side. Thus, Morong Wensi sat in Chen Qingyuan's original position, and could still feel a trace of residual warmth. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and she didn't move to cover it up. The two of them were silent for a while, and Morong Wensi put on a cold expression. I heard that you disabled an opponent at the peak of the Jindan realm with your cultivation at the heavenly spirit realm. Is that true? Fake, Chen Qingyuan replied without hesitation. Dog man, will you chat? Morong Wensi took a deep breath to keep herself calm and not to get angry. I inquired about it. It's not fake. You know it's not fake. So why are you asking? Is it sick? Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at Morong Wensi, his eyes carrying a few hints of pity. Chen Qingyuan, do you believe that I will poke you to death? At those words, Morong Wensi broke her defense and directly grabbed a branch on the ground and threatened. Let's talk this out. Don't get angry. Chen Qingyuan smiled awkwardly. Humph. Morong Wensi lightly hummed. She didn't know where she went wrong. actually wanting to come over and chat with Chen Qingyuan. She was really asking for it. If you dare to crowd me again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Ugh, I'm too hard. Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly. Miss Morong, isn't there anything else to say? The two of them were silent for a long time before Chen Qingyuan broke the silence and asked in a small voice. There is. Morong Wenxi's tone was cold. But I don't want to talk about it now. Don't. Chen Qingyuan and Morong Wenxi sat under the tree in close proximity, and from time to time a breeze drifted in, allowing a wisp of fragrance to drill into the tip of the nose. Intoxicating. I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have spoken like this. Okay. Seeing as you admit your mistake, this girl will tell you all about it. What Morong Wenxi needed was a step down. She was at least a girl with a thin skin, unlike Chen Qingyuan who was so shameless. Wash your ears, Chen Qingyuan said. 100 years ago you were named as one of the Northern Wasteland Tenjie, and although news of your death in the Heavenly Abyss was publicized later on, it didn't cancel your title of Tenjie, but it also existed in name only. Not long ago there was another publicity about a new Northern Wasteland Tenjie, and several of the people who were once Jie were removed and reappointed. When talking about this matter, Morong Wenxi's face was grave and seemed to have a few worries. What does this have to do with me? Chen Qingyuan's brows furrowed gently. Of course there's a relationship. And it's not a small one. Morong Wenxi turned his head to lock eyes with Chen Qingyuan and mused. Your name? Heck, it's on the list. What did you say? Hearing this phrase, Chen Qingyuan was directly dumbfounded, doubting that he had heard it wrong. At first I didn't believe it either, but then after many verifications, you were indeed ranked on top of the list of the new Northern Wasteland 10. Morong Wenxi was actually puzzled. Chen Qingyuan was clearly wasted. Even if he counted his strength after reconditioning, he was still completely unable to stand up to the name of the Northern Wasteland 10. However, something so outrageous happened. What son of a made that list? Isn't that going to hurt me? Chen Qingyuan cursed. Chapter 59. A gentleman's revenge is not too late for 500 years. I advise you to be careful with your words. The list of the Northern Wasteland's 10 masters has been around since ancient times, and the forces that secretly laid out the list have heavenly skills. So far, no one knows who promulgated the Northern Wasteland 10. The power is mysterious and incomparable. What makes the world feel horrible is that every era has a similar list, all from the handwriting of the same power. The inheritance is ancient, the depth of the unfathomable. I'm too hard too. Chen Qingyuan just wants to live a few years of peace and quiet. How is it so difficult? I heard that there are quite a few people who want to come to the Fu Lu Star region to seek you out and then fight you. If they can defeat you, they can step on your stepping stone and ascend to the list of the Northern Wasteland 10. This time, when he rushed to the Fu Lu Star domain, Morong Wenxi was there to say thank you, and also to remind Chen Qingyuan to be safe and take precautions in advance. Why did you come to challenge me? Chen Qingyuan subconsciously let out a disgruntled question. What do you say? Morong Wenxi gave Chen Qingyuan a look of self-regard. The Northern Wasteland 10, with the exception of Chen Qingyuan, all of them were top-notch demons, none of them good and convincing. Only Chen Qingyuan, who was indeed a demon in the past, was now a wastrel, and was not qualified at all in the eyes of the heavenly prides of the major star domains. Many people were thinking of both teaching Chen Qingyuan a lesson and using this opportunity to make a name for themselves. After all, but all talented people were young and arrogant, refusing to give in. They were terrified of the rest of the Northern Wasteland 10, but they were not afraid of Chen Qingyuan in the slightest. My life is so miserable that even the simplest peace of mind is out of reach. Chen Qingyuan spat out. Chen Qingyuan, there will surely be many demons coming for you after a while. So take care of yourself. Morong Wenxi couldn't help Chen Qingyuan and could only pray silently. Chen Qingyuan hadn't left the Xianqing sect these days, so he was naturally unclear about the latest news from the outside world. However, with the Xianqing sect's scouting report, it is reasonable to say that they definitely know the matter of the Northern Wasteland 10, and it is estimated that Lin Changqing and the others are unwilling to inform them so as not to let Chen Qingyuan be distracted. Can I withdraw myself from the list of the Northern Wasteland 10? Chen Qingyuan really didn't want to be chased by a group of people. Thinking about it made his scalp numb. Do you know who made the list? Morong Wenxi's soul asked. In response, Chen Qingyuan shook his head, indicating that he did not know. How do you automatically quit when you don't even know who's behind it? Seeing Chen Qingyuan's bitter face, the corners of Morong Wenxi's mouth rose slightly, gloating. Let you dislike me just now. This is retribution. Morong Wenxi hummed arrogantly in her heart, but the worry between her brows became a few points thicker. If anything really happened to Chen Qingyuan, Morong Wenxi's heart would definitely not feel good. No, I have to hurry and slip away. I can't stay in the Xianqing sect. Chen Qingyuan did not want to sit and wait for death. 36 plans. Walking is the best plan. Hey, why are you such a wimp? Morong Wenxi was speechless. You were able to defeat your enemy across a large realm. Can we have some face? You're standing and talking. What more face do you need at this point in time? Wait until a large group of demons rounds me up and beats me up, then I'll have a lot of face? Chen Qingyuan gave a blank look. That being said, you're at least one of the new Northern Wasteland 10 now. If you retreat without a fight, it would be too embarrassing to spread the word. Morong Wensi said. It's not scary to be humiliated. It's scary to be brutally beaten up. If Chen Qingyuan had the cultivation of the Yuaning realm right now, he would count one as one, suppress them all, and never take half a step back. However, he only had the cultivation level of the heavenly spirit realm now, and he had no chance of winning against that group of true top demons from the Northern Wasteland. 100 years ago, the group of top demons had already had many of them step into the Yuaning realm. Now that 100 years had passed, hell knows how much their strength had increased. Countless times stronger than the heavenly jade sects Qingyuan. Makes sense. Still have to hold off on showing your face until you get stronger. After thinking about it, Morong Wensi felt that Chen Qingyuan was right. If he didn't slip away at a time like this, it would be too late the moment he was surrounded. Hurry up and pack up and run. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 500 years. Chen Qingyuan spoke viciously. After saying that, Chen Qingyuan directly ran back to the cave in a puff of smoke, leaving Morong Wensi to stay under the tree and froze. Dog man, that's a fast run. Morong Wensi looked in the direction Chen Qingyuan had left and muttered in a low voice. Then, Morong Wensi glanced down at where she was sitting, her fingertips gently touching it as her cheeks reddened. In the beginning, she had sat on top of the seat that Chen Qingyuan had stayed in without much thought, and clearly felt that hint of warmth from Chen Qingyuan's body. What's wrong with me? After a long time, a fresh breeze came to his face, waking up Morong Wensi, who was fidgeting and shook his head slightly, no longer thinking wildly. At this moment, inside the cave, Chen Qingyuan packed up all of his family's belongings and prepared to bolt. Just as he pushed the door open, he bumped into Lin Chongsheng, who had come here. Eldest senior brother. Junior brother, what are you doing? Looking inward along the open door, which was empty, Lin Chongsheng immediately asked a question. I'm going to go out and practice for a while. Chen Qingyuan lied. Practicing at this moment? Lin Chongsheng frowned and lowered his voice. Have you forgotten about the matter of the Dawi Academy? It's not forgotten. I'll be back when the time is right. The fire is burning. Chen Qingyuan does not want to care about this. Let us talk about it later. Nonsense, Lin Chongsheng sternly reprimanded. This is the last wish of senior uncle. If you leave, if the emissary from the Academy Palace arrives, how will my brother explain this? Eldest brother, didn't you say that the Doyle School Palace is very powerful, so you will definitely be able to find where I am at that time? Chen Qingyuan gave an awkward laugh. That won't do, my brother can't let anything go wrong with this. Lin Chongsheng shook his head and refused the offer. Eldest senior brother, do you know the list of the Northern Wasteland's 10 masters that recently came out? There was no way around it. Chen Qingyuan had to tell the truth. Just found out not long ago. Since Chen Qingyuan had singled it out, Lin Chongsheng couldn't hide it either, and gently nodded his head. I don't know what asshole made that list and put me in the fire. If I don't hurry up and slip away now, I don't think there's going to be much peace. Chen Qingyuan hated the ranked list. So it's because of this. Lin Chongsheng was actually clear in his heart and pretended to have a sudden realization. The credibility of the Northern Wasteland 10 was extremely strong, and the young people were high-minded and proud, especially the demonic generation with extraordinary talent, and did not wish to be weaker than others. Looking at the entire 10 Jie, only Chen Qingyuan was good enough to be bullied and could step on Chen Qingyuan to get to the top. Such a great opportunity. More than enough people want to get it. Eldest brother, you shouldn't want to see me being surrounded by others. Chen Qingyuan let out a bitter smile. Honestly, I'm still looking forward to it. Coughing softly, Lin Chongsheng muttered in a small voice. Chen Qingyuan was confused and stared blankly. Chapter 60, Girl, don't ever fall in love with me. Is that something a senior should say? Do you want me to jump into the fire so badly? The top demons of the Northern Wasteland. That wasn't something that could be compared to their peers in the Fu Luxing domain. There were quite a few Yuaning realm cultivators in there. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation was so weak that others could easily suppress him. Don't worry. As long as you don't step out of the Shinqing sect, those people can't break in. Lin Chongsheng couldn't let Chen Qingyuan go. If the emissary from the Dawi School Palace came over, he wouldn't be able to explain. That being said, it's still too dangerous. Allow me to go out and cultivate for a few hundred years and come back to suppress all those. Chen Qingyuan is not afraid of losing his face in a short period of time. He is only afraid of not having a chance to turn around. Cultivators should not care about the honor and dignity of the moment, but should set their sights on the long term. No. After considering it for a while, Lin Chongsheng shook his head and refused once again. Senior brother. Don't force me. Chen Qingyuan's words carried a few threats. Oh, what do you want to do? In response, Lin Chongsheng wasn't the least bit afraid and provoked with amusement. If you don't let me go, I'll pester Sayoko every day and teach your baby boy a lesson. Chen Qingyuan had thought about it for half a day, and it seemed that this was the only method. Yes, go with it. What did I expect? Just this? Lin Chongsheng's heart just ding-dong a moment. Thought he did something by Chen Qingyuan caught the handle. Don't you regret it? Chen Qingyuan said. Never regret it. Lin Chongsheng nodded. Okay. After saying that, Chen Qingyuan turned around and stepped inside, closing the door of the room heavily, shutting Lin Chongsheng out. Years later, Lin Chongsheng was very regretful whenever he thought of today's events, and even began to miss Lin Pingyan, who had a kind and refined character. In the following days, Chen Qingyuan often played with Lin Pingyan and taught him his money-making tips without reservation. Lin Pingyan is no longer the kind boy he was at the beginning, and has become a man of the city and a man of the heart. Many elders noticed the change in Lin Pingyan's personality and called out that it was impossible. Over the years, the higher-ups of the Xianqing sect had repeatedly taught Lin Pingyan not to be merciful, and that he had to have certain means in order to become a leader and lead the Xianqing sect forward. However, at that time, Lin Pingyan was too oily to change. During the years of following Chen Qingyuan, Lin Pingyan seemed like a different person, fooling certain elders into limping. You can't let Pingyan keep following junior brother. It's easy to teach the child, a certain elder suggested. I don't think so. Most of the elders didn't believe that Lin Pingyan would turn bad. After all, Lin Pingyan's image of a good boy was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. From my point of view, it would be a good thing if Pingyan really learns the hard way. When the time is ripe, let's conduct an examination on Pingyan, and then we can allow Pingyan to take the position of junior patriarch. Protector Elder Dong Wenjun stroked his beard and spoke out. Although junior brother is greedy for money, he never does anything out of the ordinary. Pingyan follows him. Even if he learns bad things, he won't touch the bottom line, so there's no need to worry too much. Over the matter of Lin Pingyan and Chen Qingyuan, the elders had a 3-hour-long meeting. The Morong family's VIPs had spent half a month in the Xianqing sect and were ready to depart back. Before the trip, Morong Wensi came to Chen Qingyuan's residence. Hey, I'm leaving. Aren't you going to come out and give me a ride? Morong Wensi looked at the closed door of the cave and said loudly. It's not like you don't have legs. Do you need me to deliver them? Chen Qingyuan's voice came out quietly. Chen Qingyuan, if you dare to speak to this girl like that again, I won't tell you any news in the future. Seriously, if this were someone else, Morong Wensi would have already done it. Sometimes she is not clear. Obviously Chen Qingyuan, this person is very annoying, but it is very difficult to give birth to their own disgust, at most some annoyance. Clunk. The gate opened. Chen Qingyuan slowly walked out. What's the latest news? Humph. Morong Wensi gave Chen Qingyuan an icy look, very unhappy, and snorted coldly without saying a word. We're good friends who've been through life and death together. Can't we just joke around? Seeing that Morong Wensi was angry, Chen Qingyuan had to give her a step down and said with a smile, Wang Xiushan from the Tianqi Star Realm, Yan Xianling from the Stranger Void Star Realm. The two of them used to be the Northern Wasteland's 10 masters 100 years ago. Because of the emergence of the new list, which eliminated the two of them. If someone really wants to deal with you, these two must be your archenemies. Adults don't remember small people. Morong Wensi was no longer silent and said seriously, why didn't you tell me about something so important last time? Chen Qingyuan recognized these two men. Both were more famous demonic figures in the Northern Wasteland, with cultivation levels at least at the Yuaning realm. Last time you ran off before I could finish my sentence, and you have the nerve to blame me. Morong Wensi glared at Chen Qingyuan without any good reason and pouted. What other important news? Due to Lin Chongqing's obstruction, Chen Qingyuan couldn't leave the Xianqing sect, or else he would have slipped away long ago. Nope, Morong Wensi said. Alright. Chen Qingyuan turned around and walked towards the house. You? Morong Wensi watched Chen Qingyuan turn around so decisively, and kicked a small stone on the ground, bouncing it onto Chen Qingyuan's body. What's wrong? Chen Qingyuan glanced back at Morong Wensi, pretending to be puzzled. It's okay. Morong Wensi lightly bit her red lips, her expression indifferent as she turned away. After waiting for Morong Wensi to leave, Chen Qingyuan put away that unconcerned attitude and muttered to himself, Girl, don't ever be attracted to me, or else it won't do you any good. The reason why Chen Qingyuan treated Morong Wensi this way was that he didn't want Morong Wensi to get emotional and keep a certain distance from her. At least Chen Qingyuan should be clear about this and not delay people. After thinking for a long time, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the remote and secluded palace, which was inhabited by none other than Gongsun Nan. The matter of Gongsun Nan staying in the Xianqing sect was only known to Chen Qingyuan. Sister Ghost Doctor, have you been living comfortably lately? Chen Qingyuan smiled fawningly. There's nothing to do. Ask me for something. The corners of Gongsun Nan's mouth, who was sitting in the courtyard with his eyes closed, rose slightly as he flirted. Worthy of being a ghost doctor whose name has been spread in all walks of life. He saw my mind with a single glance. I'm impressed. Chen Qingyuan obediently patted a horse's ass. You want me to take you out of the Xianqing sect? No way. Without waiting for Chen Qingyuan to explain his intentions, Gongsun Nan directly pointed it out. With Gongsun Nan's strength, it was too simple to find out what had happened recently. Don't! Chen Qingyuan became a bit anxious and took a few steps forward. Sister, do you want to see me being bullied? Think. Gongsun Nan nodded and said, Chen Qingyuan. When Chen Qingyuan still wanted to plead, Gongsun Nan suddenly opened his eyes and laughed lightly. Kid, it's too late for you to leave now. In the moment just now, Gongsun Nan sensed that many not so uncommon auras had appeared in the vicinity of the Xianqing sect, and 9 times out of 10, they were running towards Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 61 Heaven's Pride from every region gathering at Xianqing sect. Stormy days ahead. Through Gongsun Nan's narration, Chen Qingyuan roughly knew the situation in the vicinity of the Xianqing sect, and that there were a lot of top celestial pride who had come with not weak cultivation levels. There's really no chance of slipping out now. Chen Qingyuan had a headache. If you go out at this moment, you're bound to be stopped by the guys who are coming. If you don't want to fight, the only way to go is behind closed doors. Leaving Gongsun Nan's place, Chen Qingyuan locked himself inside the house and didn't see anyone. By the way, forgot about the big event. When Chen Qingyuan was organizing his belongings, he found an IOU, and the borrower was none other than Morong Wensi. Back then, when she was in the deadly domain, Morong Wensi had suffered a very serious injury and needed spirit stones for recovery. Thus, Chen Qingyuan borrowed some spirit stones from her and made a note. Why didn't you ask her for it last time? Careless. Because of more recent troubles, it caused Chen Qingyuan to forget to ask for money. Although the Morong family gave a lot of thank you gifts, that was a courtesy, not to be confused with a loan. Did she forget too? Or do you want to use it as an excuse to come back to me next time? Chen Qingyuan really didn't want to have too many encounters with Morong Wensi and let out a light sigh. Although brother is very handsome, but don't be attracted to brother, or the one who will be hurt is definitely yourself. Having put away the note for the loaned money, Chen Qingyuan no longer thought about this issue. The money owed has to be paid back. Find a chance to ask Morong Wensi for it later. A few days later, an on-duty disciple came to the door and gently knocked. Junior uncle, there's someone outside who wants to meet with you. Who? Chen Qingyuan didn't open the door, and his voice traveled outside. That person claimed to be from the stranger void star realm and was called Yin Shenling. The disciple on duty said, closed. No time, no see. Chen Qingyuan's eyes twitched and he said decisively, yes. The disciple on duty didn't ask any more questions and left there. Inside the house, Chen Qingyuan was lying on top of a rocking chair with a lazy look on his face. What a nuisance, Chen Qingyuan muttered, not wanting to go out and get beaten up at all. Who is Yin Shenling? 100 years ago, he was on par with Chen Qingyuan as the Northern Wasteland 10, a top demonic figure. This time, in the new list of the 10 masters, Yin Xianling's name had been replaced by a certain heavenly pride. When Yin Xianling learned that Chen Qingyuan, who had become an invalid, was still able to be on the list, his heart was very unconvinced, and he came from hundreds of millions of miles away, wanting to compete with Chen Qingyuan. Why didn't Yin Xianling as well as many demons go after the other 10 yet? Because from the looks of it, only Chen Qingyuan was better to bully. After all, there weren't many stepping stones as good as Chen Qingyuan, and this opportunity to make a name for himself couldn't be missed. Outside the mountain gate of the Xianqing sect, a young man in a sky blue brocade suit stood in the air, his hands on his back, showing off his heroic aura. The blue-clothed youth was Yin Xianling, and he was the only one who showed his face, while the rest of the top celestial pride hid in the shadows and watched. Since Yin Xianling had taken the lead, those people naturally couldn't steal the limelight and waited to see what would happen. Your Excellency, please return. The disciple on duty shouted towards the door. Junior uncle is in seclusion and doesn't have time to receive outside guests. It's okay, I can wait until the day he comes out. Yin Xianling had thought of many possibilities before he arrived, anticipating that Chen Qingyuan might be a shrinking turtle. After poking around, Chen Qingyuan definitely stayed within the Xianqing sect and did not go anywhere. As long as he guarded the vicinity of the Xianqing sect, Yin Xianling believed that Chen Qingyuan would reveal himself, unless Chen Qingyuan never intended to go out in his life. This guy is no mundane. Junior brother is afraid that he's in big trouble. Inside the hall of deliberation, the faces of the elders were grave as they pried out all the information about Yin Xianling's identity. The holy son of the Chao Bird Sacred Mountain, cultivation at the Yuan Ing realm. This kind of cultivation, placed inside many first-rate forces, could be qualified to be an inner sect elder, and could even become the head of a third-rate force. Yan Xianling was once one of the Northern Wasteland's 10 Jia, his strength and talent crushing countless Northern Wasteland's heavenly prides. Due to the emergence of several very strong demons in the last 100 years, the list of the 10 masters changed slightly, squeezing Yan Xianling out. Even so, Yan Xianling's strength cannot be underestimated. There's one thing I can't figure out. Our junior brother just came back from the heavenly abyss and remodeled his Tao body and spiritual roots not too long ago. The shadowy forces that compiled the list should know everything about the Northern Wastelands. They shouldn't have left junior brother's name on it. Don't look at me. I can't figure it out either. I'm getting depressed. Young people are competitive and will definitely not be convinced of junior master, wanting to be junior master out of the list and use it to make a name for themselves. The crowd discussed the matter with furrowed brows. There was no reason for the older people to interfere in the battle of the new generation of demons. Thus, in the face of Yan Xianling's provocation outside the door, the Xianqing sect really couldn't kick them out and could only pretend to be invisible. Regarding Chen Qingyuan's ranking on the list of the 10 masters, it wasn't just the crowd of the Xianqing sect that was dumbfounded, but it also left the powerhouses of the major star domains in a daze of confusion and bewilderment. Since ancient times, anyone who has managed to ascend to the list of the 10 masters has a cultivation level that starts at the Yuaning realm. Chen Qingyuan did have this qualification in the past, with exceptional talent and superb strength, convincing the world. However, the current him, does he deserve it? It's outrageous. Is there a shady list this time? Some time ago, Chen Qingyuan seemed to have defeated Qin Yutan, who was at the peak of Jindan, with a cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm. Defeating an enemy by spanning a large realm is indeed extraordinary, but this reason is not enough to ascend to the 10 masters list, is it? It's said that the top celestial pride of the major star domains are dissatisfied with this matter and are preparing to come to the door to invite Chen Qingyuan to battle. I'm afraid our Fu Lu star domain is going to be bustling with activity. The list of the 10 masters had already spread to the major star fields in the northern wasteland, causing a commotion. The great clans of the Fu Lu star region looked at the names on the list, among which was Chen Qingyuan, and fell into silence for a while. Chen Qingyuan was currently displaying a cultivation level that was only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, yet he could become one of the 10 Jia, making it impossible to accept. It was the first time in countless years that such a thing had happened. Patriarch, why don't you let junior senior brother leave early? As long as we give junior senior brother a long enough period of time for cultivation, we can definitely plug the mouths of the world. A certain elder raised this query. This seat has its own plans. Lin Chongsheng couldn't speak out about the Daoi Academy. The cause and effect was too great. The less people knew about it, the better. Although junior senior brother will not be in danger if he stays within the sect, but if he keeps avoiding the battle and doesn't come out, I'm afraid that he'll be a laughingstock and affect his Dao. Moreover, our Xianqing sect won't have any more peaceful days. The elders had more headaches than one another. This matter was too difficult to solve. Of course, if Chen Qingyuan defeated all of the people who challenged him, everything would be fine. Just that a cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm defeating many top demons of the Yuaning realm was outrageous and heavenly when one thought about it. At the very least, such a thing hadn't happened in the last 100,000 years. After another 10 days or so, Yan Xianling was still standing at the mountain entrance of the Xianqing sect, his eyes closed as he drew in the aura of heaven and earth. He was waiting for Chen Qingyuan to come out and also practicing. Nothing in the outside world concerns me. Inside the cultivation cave, Chen Qingyuan directly closed off the house so that he couldn't hear the gossip outside. Cootie, just went out to die. Chen Qingyuan had the certainty to deal with heavenly pride within the Jindan realm, but could not help Yuaning cultivators. After all, his own cultivation level was too weak, and the gap was too wide. If I get stronger in the future, I'll find out who messed with me like that and get revenge. The list of the 10 northern wastelands pushed Chen Qingyuan to the top of the wave. Unable to pull away, more and more celestial pride gathered at the boundaries of the Xianqing sect, some coming over to watch the spectacle, while others wanted to find an opportunity to defeat Chen Qingyuan, thereby gaining fame and benefits. All in all, many unfamiliar faces had appeared within the boundaries under the jurisdiction of the Xianqing sect, and it was estimated that the origin of any random fellow would not be small. On this day, a certain man dressed in light-colored robes appeared at the entrance of the Xianqing sect, causing countless cultivators to let out cries of surprise, their hearts pounding and making it difficult to remain calm. The person who came was Wu Junyan, one of the Northern Wasteland 10. Chapter 62, Wu Junyan appears. Are you trying to be evil? The list was changed, but Wu Junyan's name was still on it, and it didn't move. Originally, the Baitsong Starfield was not very famous in the Northern Wasteland, but because of Wu Junyan, the word Baitsong was noticed by many people. Wu Junyan's life is extremely legendary, similar to a mythological story. Rumor has it that it was carried away by a crane when it was young and disappeared for 3 whole years. 3 years later, Wu Junyan returned to the North Song Star region, leaving his peers far behind. The strength of his strength was so strong that people of his generation were unable to look up to him and were convinced. You're here too. Yan Xianling, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, opened them and looked toward Wu Junyan, who was not far away. With complicated eyes, Wu Junyan turned his head and glanced at Yan Xianling, silent. Regarding Wu Junyan's high spirits, Yan Xianling had heard about it and was not displeased. Moreover, Wu Junyan had this qualification to be proud, so that people could not feel the slightest bit of anger and took it for granted. Holy, actually even Wu Junyan is here. Did he come to the Xianqing sect for Chen Qingyuan as well? When did this guy Chen Qingyuan offend Wu Junyan? Now there's a good show to watch. Rumor has it that Wu Junyan has received the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse and has never lost since he entered the world. This is a genuine Northern Wasteland 10. Frighteningly strong. The crowd looked at Wu Junyan's back, shocked and dumbfounded. The senior management of the Xianqing sect learned of the news and felt that this matter was making more and more noise, to the point where it was not easy to deal with. A demon like Wu Junyan would be a guest of honor in any sect and would need to be treated well. As long as Wu Junyan didn't die, he would definitely become a top power in the Mahayana realm in the future, free between heaven and earth. What to do? The higher echelons of the clan were deliberating. This would be very disrespectful to turn people away. I'll take care of it, the great elder grossed out. Okay, over to you. Lin Changsheng nodded in agreement. Thus, the great elder dressed in plain clothes walked to the entrance of the mountain and cupped his fists at Wu Junyan. What is the purpose of little friend Wu's visit to my Xianqing sect? A battle with Chen Qingyuan. Wu Junyan looked indifferent and spared no words. Sure enough, the many cultivators on the sidelines tightened their hearts and guessed correctly. Trouble. The grand elder was worried and doubled his headache. After a moment of contemplation, the grand elder said, since little friend Wu is not here as a guest, then my Xianqing sect has nothing to offer. Wu Junyan didn't say a word, standing in the clouds, cold and arrogant like an unattainable snow mountain. Although the Xianqing sect didn't want to offend the future top powerhouse, compared to Chen Qingyuan's safety, none of this mattered. With Wu Junyan's arrival, it made the Xianqing sect a focal point of the great world, with countless pairs of eyes gazing in. Chen Qingyuan, who had sealed off his cave with a boundary, had not yet known about this and was meditating on his knees, stabilizing his foundation and waiting for the right opportunity to break through to the Jindan realm. Kid, Wu Junyan of the Northern Wasteland 10 is here. You have one more opponent. Gongsun Nan ignored the power of the boundary and transmitted his voice, a hint of gloating mixed in his tone. At those words, Chen Qingyuan suddenly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. If it was any other Ten Jie, Chen Qingyuan would definitely feel bad. However, the person who came was Wu Junyan, so things were much better. Buzz. Chen Qingyuan directly unlocked the boundary and pushed out the door. Not long after, Chen Qingyuan stood at the entrance of the Xianqing sect and was seen by many people. It's him. This Chen Qingyuan fellow actually showed up. Is this his intention to answer the battle? The show is on. It's really something to look forward to. This fellow really only has the cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm. Why would he be ranked as one of the Northern Wasteland's 10 masters? It's really confusing. Anyway, his own cultivation had already been exposed. Chen Qingyuan no longer used the jade bracelet's power of law to conceal it, and showed it greatly. The crowd was very excited to watch Chen Qingyuan's appearance, moving small stools to sit aside and watch. Yan Qianling's expression was cold. His eyes erupted with a sharp, refined light, his battle intent like a blazing fire. Chen Qingyuan, do you dare to fight with me? Regarding Yan Qianling's invitation to fight, Chen Qingyuan directly ignored it. What the hell do you call a battle? Of course, this sentence Chen Qingyuan only muttered in his heart and did not say it out loud. Yo, old Wu, you're too much of a hoot. Chen Qingyuan looked over to Wu Junyan and greeted him with a heart full of joy. There are still a few years to go before the date of your and my appointment, so come over and wait in advance so that you don't run away. The last time Chen Qingyuan traveled to the deadly domain, he was blocked by Wu Junyan on his way back. Then, under Wu Junyan's compulsion, the two of them made an appointment to fight for a 10-year period. Because Chen Qingyuan had been in the limelight lately, Wu Junyan was worried that Chen Qingyuan had run away or had lost to someone else. Therefore, Wu Junyan came over a few years in advance, lest something go wrong. To Wu Junyan, this was an extremely important battle that could not be sloppy. He had wanted to fight Chen Qingyuan many years ago, but it was a pity that Chen Qingyuan had gone to the heavenly abyss at that time and missed the appointment. I'm a man of my word, Chen Qingyuan said. Is that so? Wu Junyan took this statement with a few moments of skepticism. Don't look at me with such skepticism. We've known each other for so many years, and if it wasn't for the accident that happened, we certainly wouldn't have gone back on our word. Being gazed at by Wu Junyan's gaze, Chen Qingyuan was a bit uncomfortable. Aha! Wu Junyan chose to believe it and nodded slowly. It's still a few years until the date of the appointment, so come in for a drink and a chat. Chen Qingyuan extended an invitation. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan fell silent and began to think. What? Are you afraid that I will drug you? Chen Qingyuan sarcastically said. Come or not. One word. Lead the way. Wu Junyan dropped his guard and took a step forward. According to the prying eyes of various forces, Wu Junyan was withdrawn and did not have any friends. However, in front of countless people, Wu Junyan was not only willing to communicate normally with Chen Qingyuan, but also intended to drink and chat as if they were friends. A lot of people were dumbfounded and unsure of the situation. Listening to the conversation between the two just now, there is both an appointment to fight. That is a rivalry. Why is the relationship between the two sides so amicable? It doesn't seem like a situation of rivalry. From the beginning to the end, Chen Qingyuan had ignored Yan Shanling and the group of celestial pride that had come running from all over the place. As long as he didn't go out, those heavenly prides couldn't help him. As for fame, what's the point? Can you eat it? Chen Qingyuan never cared about false names. If he had a choice, he would have long ago taken off the name of the Northern Wasteland 10. Inside the courtyard of the mansion, Chen Qingyuan took out the finest liquor and personally poured it for Wu Junyan. Old Wu, this is my Xianqing sect's precious brew. Try it. Chen Qingyuan, are you trying to be bad? Wu Junyan felt that Chen Qingyuan was overly enthusiastic and narrowed his eyes slightly as he questioned. Chapter 63. If you are not convinced, you may fight with me. Nonsense. Am I like that? Chen Qingyuan boarded up his face. Aren't you? Glancing at the drinks on the table, Wu Junyan refrained from drinking them for the time being, sending out a tortured question from the depths of his soul. Brother Wu, although we are rivals, we are also friends. There's no need to be so tit for tat. Chen Qingyuan said. Wait, when did we become friends? Wu Junyan frowned slightly. Our relationship hasn't reached this point yet. The last time we met, we sipped wine and talked. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qingyuan replied. You think too much. I'm a man without friends. Wu Junyan said in a cold voice. Not really. You don't even have a friend. That's too pathetic. Chen Qingyuan seemed as if he didn't hear the meaning of Wu Junyan's words. Instead he put on a sympathetic look. It's okay, we'll be friends from now on. My intention was to keep you at a distance, to treat you only as a strong opponent, so that you would recognize that our relationship is not yet at the level of friends. Why are you pitying me instead? Don't you understand human language? Wu Junyan froze slightly, staring straight at Chen Qingyuan in silence. Here, dry up. Without waiting for Wu Junyan to speak, Chen Qingyuan picked up the drink on the table and drank it all in one go. Looking at Wu Junyan's lack of movement, Chen Qingyuan signaled, Drink! Don't worry, it's not poisoned. After a long while, Wu Junyan withdrew his gaze on Chen Qingyuan and looked down at the glass of wine in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Junyan picked up his wine glass and took a sip. For some reason, when she heard Chen Qingyuan say the words "we will be friends from now on," a strange feeling inexplicably arose in Wu Junyan's heart, which was hard to describe. Since Wu Junyan was born, he seldom talked to people, even relatives of the same clan, like a mountain ice lotus, making people untouchable. Old Wu, we need to talk business. Chen Qingyuan grinned. Speak. Wu Junyan spared his words, his eyes wary. There are still more than 4 years is the date of our appointment. If before I was defeated by some guys, after you and I in the same realm battle, you accidentally lost or we tied, is not letting others trampled on our heads to become famous throughout the world. Chen Qingyuan pulled his chair and moved slightly closer to Wu Junyan. So, Wu Junyan wanted to see what Chen Qingyuan was trying to pull with an indifferent face. That's why you've got to go out and set those guys straight. At least not for a couple of years. Chen Qingyuan spoke what was in his heart. Don't. Wu Junyan refused. Don't. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly spoke. Those guys can't possibly fight me at the same realm. That would be bullying. They're blocking my doorstep. If I can't suppress my fire and go out to answer the battle, I guess I won't be able to win. So will you still have the need to spar with me at that time? I don't care about that. Cultivation crushing, that is the behavior of the weak. As far as I'm concerned, only by defeating you in the same realm can I truly count it as a victory. Solidify my Tao heart, and aspire to the mountains. Wu Junyan didn't care about fame and fortune. He only wanted his mind to be enlightened, and walk step by step towards the peak of the great Tao. Alas, because of this I'm mentally exhausted. When we fight then, my state will definitely decline a lot, and your chances of winning will probably increase a lot. In the face of this kind of oil and salt guy, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to seize its soft underbelly. Hearing this, Wu Junyan's face became grave. If it wasn't a fair fight, it would be meaningless even if Wu Junyan won. He was a person who valued promises the most, and as long as he guaranteed something, he would fulfill it even if it cost him his life. Therefore, he had set a 10-year appointment period for the battle with Chen Qingyuan, and had not initiated the challenge now, willing to wait until the day of the appointment. The engagement from 100 years ago was nullified due to Chen Qingyuan's entry into the heavenly abyss. This time, Wu Junyan didn't want any more changes to happen. Speaking of the matter of the heavenly abyss, it really wasn't that Chen Qingyuan wanted to go in and risk his life, but rather that he had to go. During that period of time, he felt like his entire being was in a trance, as if some invisible force was guiding him, making him have to go. No one will disturb you until you and I fight. Wu Junyan pondered for a moment and made a promise. Right, that's what friends are for. Chen Qingyuan smiled happily. Hard to drink. Taking another sip of his drink, Wu Junyan said in a serious manner, as if he was talking about the displeasure in his heart. This is my Xinqing sect's best rare brew, Chen Qingyuan said. It tasted fine a moment ago, but not now. The implication is that it is not the wine that is hard to drink. It is because you, Chen Qingyuan, are in front of you that it has become hard to drink. Wu Junyan scolded people more politely, causing Chen Qingyuan to freeze for a moment. For such words, Chen Qingyuan didn't take it to heart at all. As long as Wu Junyan could solve these problems, just go? Watching Wu Junyan get up and prepare to leave, Chen Qingyuan asked, promise you won't go back on your word. Leaving behind a sentence, Wu Junyan stepped out of the courtyard door and left in style. So handsome, Chen Qingyuan praised. Honestly speaking, when dealing with Wu Junyan, Chen Qingyuan was more comfortable and did not have to think about hooking up. If he were to deal with an old fox like that, he would be walking on thin ice and be careful. Fighting with him at the same realm. At the very least, you don't have to be abused and have a high chance of winning. If one fights with those guys who don't talk about fairness, the difference in cultivation realm is too great, and one is completely beaten up. Chen Qingyuan was prepared to fight a fair battle with Wu Junyan. Both of them wouldn't fight to the death anyway. As long as they split the winners and losers, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Outside the mountain gate of the Xinqing sect, Wu Junyan stood in the clouds and swept a glance at the 8 directions. His expression indifferent, his voice transmitted to all walks of life. From this moment onwards, people of the same generation may not invite Chen Qingyuan to battle, and may not block the mountain gate of the Xinqing sect. If there are those who are not convinced, they may fight with me. Wow! When these words came out, there was an uproar and a thunderous cry of surprise. What's going on? The Heaven's Pride characters who came from all sides were dumbfounded. Is Wu Junyan trying to support Chen Qingyuan? What is the relationship between the two of them? Those celestial pride who wanted to step on Chen Qingyuan to get to the top were filled with question marks. In my impression, Wu Junyan rarely stands up for others. The cultivators from the North Songstar region knew Wu Junyan better, and knew that Wu Junyan was an aloof person, solitary and unwilling to get along with anyone. One of the most outrageous things, it was rumored that a certain sect's holy maiden in the North Songstar region had gone to great lengths to lay out a plan to lock herself up in a secret room with Wu Junyan, igniting a mesmerizing incense to stimulate the male's instinctive beastly nature. The holy maiden didn't have any bad intentions. She only wanted to make a dewy marriage with Wu Junyan, preferably as a Daoist couple. In the future, if Wu Junyan went to the pinnacle, for the sake of today's Divine Souls meeting, she hoped that she would still remember her. However, what the holy maiden did not expect was that Wu Junyan restrained himself and remained conscious. Looking at the naked holy maiden in front of him, Wu Junyan did not say a word, his eyes clear. Afterward, Wu Junyan walked to the entrance of the secret room and threw punch after punch. Knowing that this secret room was very sturdy and had countless ancient laws engraved on it, Wu Junyan still didn't stop. With a pair of bloody hands and the qi and blood in his body constantly surging, Wu Junyan hardened and punched through the stone door of the chamber, leaving behind a lonely and despondent back. There was no impermeable wall in the world, and this matter reached the ears of many people. By now, the news of Wu Junyan's lack of proximity to women had spread and caused quite a stir. A certain great powerhouse let out an exclamation. If this son doesn't die young, he will definitely be a figure standing at the top of the current world in the future. This shows that Wu Junyan is notoriously lonely and cold, and does not pay too much attention to anyone in the world. However, Wu Junyan's behavior at this moment overturned countless people's perceptions. What the hell? Many people even start to freak out, quite literally. In the void, Yan Xianling, who was once ranked as one of the 10 masters of the northern wasteland, frowned as he turned his head to look at Wu Junyan and opened his mouth to ask. People of the same generation must not challenge him. What do you mean by that? Chapter 64, The Day of the Battle is Coming. Someone from the Dawi Academy. Literally. At the sound of his voice, Wu Junyan turned his head to lock eyes with Yan Xianling and said in a cold voice, I've never heard of not allowing peer-to-peer competition. Are you trying to protect him? Yan Xianling was very jealous of Wu Junyan and said in a deep voice, He is my opponent. Wu Junyan spoke bluntly. Before fighting me, no one may disturb. A battle with you? Yan Xianling was stunned for a moment. You have always been the Northern Wasteland 10, the top demon of the world. If the Chen Qingyuan of the past could have been your equal, does the current one have the qualifications to be your opponent? The weak will never understand. Regarding this matter, it was pointless for Wu Junyan to give no explanation. The face of Yan Xianling, who heard these words, became extremely ugly. The crowd of cultivators watching from the sidelines also widened their eyes. Yan Xianling was a famous figure in the Northern Wasteland, extremely gifted and strong. If a pride like him was weak, what were we? Nothing. The crowd felt like they were being mocked as well, but they were powerless to refute it. You are indeed strong and have the capital to be arrogant. However, there are many people in this world who are stronger than you. These words were the same words that came from Wu Junyan's mouth. If it was an unusual cultivator, he would have been trampled under Yan Xianling's feet by now. There are indeed quite a few people who are stronger than me. I won't deny that. Wu Junyan stood with his hands behind his back, his voice flat. At least you don't count. You. Yan Xianling clenched his teeth, eager to compete with Wu Junyan. However, Yan Xianling did not have this certainty, and even the hope of winning was extremely slim. Controlling his emotions, Yan Xianling had no intention of going to war with Wu Junyan for the time being. When he stepped on Chen Qingyuan first, and was a little stronger in a few years, he would definitely see Wu Junyan as his next target. People like you only know how to regard people whose strength is temporarily inferior to yours as opponents, enjoying that feeling of winning. No matter how far you go in the future, it is impossible for you to become a truly strong person. Wu Junyan never bullied the weak. His eyes were only for higher mountains. If he fought with Chen Qingyuan at the same realm, Wu Junyan had no certainty of winning. Everything was unknown. It was this kind of unknown that made Wu Junyan keep on stabilizing his foundation, thinking of getting stronger every moment in order to have the ability to face the unknown. Listening to Wu Junyan's remarks, Yan Xianling's face turned blue and did not reply. Don't stand too high. Be careful of falling. Wu Junyan continued. After pondering for a while, Yan Xianling no longer stood in the void above the Xianqing sect's mountain gate, turning around and landing on the ground, staying within a nearby city and waiting for the right moment. If Yan Xianling didn't leave, he would probably be attacked by Wu Junyan the next moment. After chasing away these people who were blocking the doorway, Wu Junyan found a comfortable place at the foot of the Xianqing sect's mountain, sat on the ground, and closed his eyes to recuperate. No cultivator of the same generation dared to ignore Wu Junyan's words. In the next 4 years, whoever dared to come to the door to provoke Chen Qingyuan and disturb his life would definitely end up extremely miserable. When did junior brother become so close to Wu Junyan? The elders of the Xianqing sect looked at each other, unsure of the situation. Young people's matters should be resolved by young people. Once Wu Junyan stepped in, the boundaries of our Xianqing sect instantly quieted down without any noise. Many elders sighed with a sigh of relief. Worthy of being ranked among the top 10 Jiejia's top heavenly prides, the intimidating power was great. Wu Junyan is going to fight against junior brother. Can junior brother do it? Quite a few of the elders developed a sense of crisis, and for the first time, they felt that Chen Qingyuan might not be able to carry it off. There was no way around it. The sense of oppression brought about by Wu Junyan was simply too strong. Same as the Northern Wasteland 10. Why does our youngest brother look so lame? Sect protector Elder Dong Qianjun spat out a sentence. Look at other people's Wu Junyan. A sentence is put out. How many people among his peers dare to disobey? On the contrary, Chen Qingyuan, anyone who wants to come over to step on a foot, scrambling to be the first, afraid of being half a step behind others. For the next 4 years, the Xianqing sect was calm and quiet, and none of the pride of the same generation dared to come to the door to call for battle. A figure as strong as Yan Xianling also needed to temporarily avoid Wu Junyan's sharpness and give him a few points of face. In the place of an ordinary heavenly pride, of course they wouldn't dare to be reckless. Inside the house, Chen Qingyuan was stabilizing his cultivation, building his foundation further. He did not intend to break through to the Jindan realm for the time being, waiting until after the battle with Wu Junyan. Only 10 days left. After projecting the time, Chen Qingyuan was ready for a battle, his essence reaching an excellent state. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Junyan slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "This time, I will definitely split the difference with you." Whether he wins or loses, Wu Junyan is considered to have cleared his mind, and will be able to take a step forward and become even more powerful. Another 8 days had passed, and there were only 2 days left before the date of the appointment. Suddenly, there was a guest from the Xianqing sect, an 8-foot-tall youth, dressed in a white robe, with a pattern of a flower on the other side of the river embroidered above his left breast. The youth was elegant, avoiding the gazes of countless people and stepping straight into the Xianqing sect's gate, ignoring the barrier of the boundary. The Shenqing sect's guarding elders and disciples did not perceive the youth's presence and brushed past him. In the next moment, the youth arrived in the depths of the back hall and slowly walked in front of Lin Changsheng. It was only until the youth approached the range of 10 feet from his body that Lin Changsheng noticed it, turning back like a tiger frightened, a few wisps of cold sweat appearing on top of his forehead. At such a close distance, Lin Changsheng actually only reacted. If the youth wanted to take Lin Changsheng's life, he could do so with a snap of his fingers. Daoi Gakuan. The youth's body was somewhat transparent, as if he was not in this side of space, and his appearance seemed to be covered by a layer of white mist, making it impossible to see clearly. Hearing these words, Lin Changsheng's body shook slightly and his face changed greatly. With that, Lin Changsheng arched his hand and bowed. So it's the emissary of the Academy Palace? I am disrespectful. Where is the person who is assessed? Since it was a token wooden tablet that Lin Changsheng had crushed, the white-clothed youth could pinpoint it. It's just 100 miles to the west. In the temple of Yunxia, Lin Changsheng pointed in a direction. People, I'm taking them away. The white-clothed youth's tone was flat, but it was not to be disobeyed. Without waiting for Lin Changsheng to reply, the white-clothed youth's figure disappeared. Immediately afterward, the white-clothed youth arrived at the Yunxia hall and saw Chen Qingyuan, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Time to go. A mysterious voice came, waking up Chen Qingyuan, who had his eyes closed. Who are you? Chen Qingyuan looked at the white-clothed youth who suddenly appeared in front of him, alert to the extreme, the hairs of sweat on his entire body standing up. Someone from the Daoi Academy. The young man in white replied. Stunned for a moment, Chen Qingyuan still didn't let his guard down and said, what are the proofs? Long-winded. The white-clothed youth was too lazy to explain, and pointed a finger at Chen Qingyuan, directly sealing the aura in his body, making him unable to move. Then, the white-clothed youth took Chen Qingyuan and left the Yunxia hall, piercing through the Shenqing sect's protective boundary like a ghost without being noticed by anyone. Gongsun Nan, who was originally sitting inside the house, suddenly opened his eyes and his face changed drastically. Where is Chen Qingyuan? It wasn't until Chen Qingyuan was taken away from the Shenqing sect that Gongsun Nan realized that Chen Qingyuan was no longer there, as if he had evaporated without a trace. Is this the Shenqing sect's blindfold, or is it man-made? If it is a blindfold, Gongsun Nan's heart can slightly accept it. After all, the former Shenqing sect is a behemoth, more or less left a little bit of heritage. If it was man-made, then Gongsun Nan didn't dare to imagine what kind of existence it was, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Senior, I have a very important duel. Can I finish it before I leave? Chen Qingyuan's body couldn't move and his mouth could still speak. Pleading. Chapter 65, forced to delay the engagement. Going to the Daoi school palace. The white-clothed youth looked at Chen Qingyuan with flat eyes, temporarily stopping his forward steps and slowly shaking his head while saying, the period of the examination has arrived. One must not be late. Can't you accommodate me? Chen Qingyuan pleaded again. The rules of the academy are unbreakable. If you are half a moment late, you will lose your qualification for the entrance examination. The white-clothed youth refused this request from Chen Qingyuan and explained the seriousness of the matter. But, Chen Qingyuan wanted to speak, not knowing what to do. After thinking for a while, Chen Qingyuan changed his approach. Senior, can you allow me to speak a few words with a friend? There will be no delay. I promise. Good. If Chen Qingyuan passed the examination, then he would be a member of the Daoi Academy. Remembering that there was a slight possibility of a fellow disciple, the white-clothed youth nodded his head in agreement. As long as it didn't delay business, it was fine to let Chen Qingyuan say goodbye to his friends. Please also let me regain my mobility. Senior. There was a hint of joy on Chen Qingyuan's face. Buzz. The white-clothed youth snapped his fingers towards Chen Qingyuan's body and unlocked the prohibition. Immediately afterward, Chen Qingyuan took out the strand of voice transmission laws with Wu Junyan and said to him, Old Wu, come over here. Wu Junyan, who was standing at the foot of the Shenqing sect's mountain, heard the familiar voice and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's voice? Why isn't it within the Shenqing sect? With this doubt, Wu Junyan followed the guidance of the voice transmission and headed to a deep mountain within the vicinity of the Shenqing sect. Where did Wu Junyan go? The cultivators from the various parties surrounding the area began to stir, realizing that Wu Junyan had suddenly headed in a certain direction. Unaware of the situation, entering the deep mountains, the white-clothed youth closed this void, and those in the outside world may not probe with their divine sense. Why are you here? Wu Junyan saw Chen Qingyuan standing under a large tree. His brows furrowed as he questioned. It is very complicated to say, so I will talk with you slowly later. Seeing you at this moment is to tell you one thing. Our battle is estimated to be delayed. As he uttered these words, Chen Qingyuan gave an awkward smile. It really wasn't that he wanted to pigeonhole himself, but he had no choice. Chen Qingyuan had been preparing hard all these years, not thinking that this would be the situation. The people from the Dawi school palace had also really come at a coincidental time, showing up 2 days before the two of them were scheduled to fight. What did you say? Hearing these words, Wu Junyan's eyes condensed and a cold aura erupted, causing the temperature around him to plummet. Old Wu, I'm sorry about this, and I'll definitely fight you properly in the future. If you're not in pain, you can fight a few more times in the future until you're satisfied. Chen Qingyuan actually wanted to fight with Wu Junyan at the same realm to fulfill this wish. Unfortunately, it was such a bad coincidence that things didn't turn out the way he wished. Chen Qingyuan, you should know my character very well. A promise made is more important than life. Wu Junyan's face became very cold, and his tone was filled with a sharp flavor as he exuded an extremely strong pressure. The last time Chen Qingyuan failed to honor the appointment because he was in danger. Wu Junyan could understand that, so he forgave him. This time, Chen Qingyuan actually wanted to release the pigeon again. Wu Junyan just couldn't bear it anymore and was furious. I understand. That's why I was planning to have a good fight with you. Who knows that there's been another change of heart? Alas! Seriously, Chen Qingyuan's heart wasn't good either, and his heart felt guilty. A change of heart? That's your excuse, isn't it? Wu Junyan didn't believe it. Really? I don't have to lie to you. Chen Qingyuan nodded his head heavily, indicating that what he said was in no way false. Ha! Wu Junyan sneered. If I wanted to slip away, why would I even bother to send a message to you? Seeing that Wu Junyan was unwilling to believe it, Chen Qingyuan explained. You're a trickster, and who knows if it's a false pretense. Hearing that Chen Qingyuan didn't have the chance to fulfill the appointment this time around directly annoyed Wu Junyan, disbelieving every word Chen Qingyuan uttered. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to give a good explanation, a cold voice came from not far away. Time's up. Time to go. Who? When he came just now, Wu Junyan didn't find any trace of a third person and could only see Chen Qingyuan. The voice that suddenly appeared made Wu Junyan's heart sink. His whole body tensed up, alert to the extreme. The white-clothed youth had been standing at Chen Qingyuan's side the entire time, only using arcane techniques to conceal his physical body and hide his aura. Elder, can you give some more time? Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at the white-clothed youth. There's no time. Can't. It wasn't that the white-clothed youth was inhumane, but time was really running out, and he had to head to the Dawi Academy as soon as possible, lest he delay important matters. As he spoke these words, the white-clothed youth revealed his true form, allowing Wu Junyan to finally see it. Who are you? Wu Junyan looked at the white-clothed youth who suddenly appeared, and his soul inexplicably trembled, giving an extremely dangerous signal. Even so, Wu Junyan maintained his composure and no look of fear appeared on his face. The white-clothed youth glanced at Wu Junyan and did not reply. Just a single look caused Wu Junyan's body to sink violently, as if it was being crushed by countless huge mountains, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Old Wu, you can understand my plight, Chen Qingyuan said with a bitter smile on his face. Helplessly, how could such a terrifying figure appear in the Fu Lu star domain? Wu Junyan did his best to be able to raise his head, memorizing the general figure of the white-clothed young man as waves of shock rolled over his heart. I can understand that, but you still broke your promise. The first half of Wu Junyan's sentence makes Chen Qingyuan more touched, thinking that this matter can be resolved peacefully. The next half of the sentence caused Chen Qingyuan's heart to tighten, giving birth to a trace of uneasiness. The next time we meet, I won't give you any excuses to weasel your way out of this. The day we meet will be the day of battle. You can't blame me for that. Don't you hold it against me. Chen Qingyuan was very helpless, gazing deeply at Chen Qingyuan. Wu Junyan said nothing. Whoosh! The white-clothed youth didn't want to waste any time and disappeared with a finger pointing at Chen Qingyuan. In the middle of the deep mountains, only Wu Junyan was left, and the inexplicable and terrifying pressure slowly disappeared. Taking a few breaths, Wu Junyan looked into the distance with firm eyes. When we meet again, there will be a battle. With such a terrifying existence, Chen Qingyuan was truly incapable of resisting. However, Wu Junyan understood, but she was still angry. You can't go back on a promise, no matter what. This was Wu Junyan's faith in this life. After resting for a while, Wu Junyan quietly left the Fu Lu star domain in an unknown direction. Cultivators from all star realms were still waiting for Chen Qingyuan to show up, expecting him to battle Wu Junyan. However, when it came to the day of the appointment, both of them had disappeared, causing countless people to be at a loss as to what to do. Senior brother, where did junior brother go? The elders gazed at Lin Changsheng, worry written all over their faces. Chapter 66, Backdoor? Don't you need to take a test? Lin Changsheng sighed and after some deliberation, he decided to tell the matter of the Dawi school palace. This matter was extremely important, so Lin Changsheng blocked off the surrounding void and only let the core figures of the sect in to prevent certain forces from overhearing it. Do you know the one school palace? Lin Chongqing swept a glance at the crowd, his face grave. The elders looked at each other and shook their heads. Then, Lin Chongqing began to tell the ins and outs. At the same time, a lot of outer domain cultivators emerged within the boundaries of the Xianqing sect, all wanting to come and find trouble with Chen Qingyuan and use this to make a name for themselves. The crowd had spent a great deal of money on prying, but they still hadn't been able to figure out why Chen Qingyuan hadn't fought with Wu Junyan. After thinking about it, the crowd decided to wait a little longer. However, it was useless even if they waited for another 2 years because Chen Qingyuan had already left the Fu Lu Star domain. Chen Qingyuan's body was uncontrollable and was brought to the broken void rift by the white-clothed young man, crossing the sea of stars with extreme strength, taking a step of countless miles, moving forward faster than the great teleportation arrays of many top powers. 3 hours later, Chen Qingyuan arrived at a place that was like a fairyland. There were 10,000 high mountains connected to this place, and a faint mist drifted from every corner, adding a bit of mystery to the place. The land was lush and green, the lakes were crystal clear, and from time to time, there were spirit fish leaping out of the water, leaving a graceful arc in midair. Chen Qingyuan looked into the distance, as if there was a huge palace above the center surrounded by mountains, suspended in the air and impregnable. Don't just stand there, let's go. The white-clothed youth undid the restraints on Chen Qingyuan's body and stepped forward. Oh, Chen Qingyuan returned to his senses and followed the white-clothed youth's lead. While walking, Chen Qingyuan admired the scenery of this mysterious space, which was simply a paradise. Old Wu, it's really not that I want to go back on my word. I'll definitely fight you next time we meet. As soon as he thought of Wu Junyan's eyes that were serious to the core, Chen Qingyuan let out a long sigh in his heart and said darkly. Chen Qingyuan knew that Wu Junyan valued his promise more than his life, so he didn't think of bailing and prepared to fight with all his might. What he never expected was that the people from the Dawi Academy had suddenly arrived, and once again, he missed the duel. At the foot of the mountain, there was a jade staircase leading to a higher place. Each step was not connected, suspended separately in mid-air, surrounded by a thick fog, as if stepping on the clouds and going straight up to the green clouds. The white-clothed youth walked ahead, leading Chen Qingyuan all the way to the high ground. Up close, a huge palace came into Chen Qingyuan's eyes, his heart shaking. Above the exterior of the temple, 2 large characters were vaguely engraved, Dawi. Whether it was the palace or the buildings within it, a large portion of it was white, made of precious and incomparable jade. The gate of the Academy Palace was about 30 meters high, and there was a transparent boundary in the void at the entrance, with a few wisps of light golden Dao lines flowing occasionally, mysterious and arcane. At the entrance, hundreds of extremely talented young men and women stood. These people came from all over the place. Chen Qingyuan didn't recognize a single one of them, and they definitely weren't in and around the Fu Lu Star domain. The people were destined to be with the Dawi Academy and were given the qualifications for the entrance examination. Every 1,000 years, the Dawi Academy will select the right person with the right destiny, and the final enrollment will only take the top 10, which is particularly competitive. Chen Qingyuan had just arrived when he heard an ancient voice that echoed throughout the void. Time's up. The examination officially begins. The white-clothed youth leapt to a high place, his hands on his back, overlooking the hundreds of examiners. Afterwards, the white-clothed youth snapped his fingers towards his side, and a dark black vortex appeared, leading to an unknown secret realm. Enter the secret realm and begin the examination. The white-clothed youth was the examiner of this entrance test, and as he made a point towards the bottom, a bit of bright light flickered on the eyebrows of the crowd. Instantly understanding the exact rules of the test, this examination was able to test each person's heart, talent, perseverance, character, and so on. There are many tests within the secret territory, which are ranked by points. The 10 people with the most points would end up becoming students of the Dawi Academy, and the examination would last for 5 years. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, a portion of the people plunged headlong into the secret realm, looking forward to the content of the next examination. As Chen Qingyuan prepared to enter, he was suddenly blocked by a soft force. What's wrong, little one? You don't have to perform the test. A kind voice fell into Chen Qingyuan's ears and was not heard by the others. Why? Chen Qingyuan was slightly stunned, guessing that the voice must have come from one of the great powers of the Dawi School Palace, and asked in a low voice. In the void, the white-clothed youth had sent the other examiners to the secret realm already, leaving only Chen Qingyuan. When the white-clothed youth saw the laws emerging around Chen Qingyuan, he immediately understood who was interfering and looked in the direction of the depths of the academy, seemingly questioning. Ichikawa, this person doesn't need to be tested. A phrase echoed in the ears of the young man in white. Why? Zhao Ichuan, the name of the young man in white. His status in the Dawi Academy was not low, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to become an examination officer. He's from the Imperial State's Green Sect. Is that reason enough? The old man inside the palace of learning transmitted his voice. At the sound of the voice, Zhao Huan's pupils dilated slightly, and a hint of shock that was hard to hide showed between his brows. Immediately afterward, Zhao Huan glanced down at Chen Qingyuan, and his eyes became a few points softer. Enough. Having received the answer, Zhao Huan agreed that Chen Qingyuan did not need to take the test and had no pangs in his heart. The Qing sect of the imperial state was reduced to the Xiancheng sect of the northern wasteland Fulu Star domain. The higher-ups of the Daoi Academy Palace were well aware of how much the Qing clan of old had contributed to the stability of the world. A long time ago, the Green sect gradually declined, and the Saint Master of that term did not want the Green sect's inheritance to be cut off, and made a choice to give up all the resources in the imperial state, gather the few remaining reserves of the sect, and cut off the karma between heaven and earth, so that the Green sect disappeared in the eyes of the world, and no one could know where the Green sect was going. After many years, countless people in the imperial state believed that the Green sect had become extinct, and only a very few of the top forces knew that the Green sect still existed, only that they did not have the bond of the laws of causality and could not find out the exact location of the Green sect today. Unbeknownst to him, the Green sect had been renamed the Xianqing sect and was located in one of the more remote starfields in the northern wasteland. No wonder you wanted me to pick up this kid in person. I see. All the doubts in Zhao Huan's heart disappeared as he gazed deeply at Chen Qingyuan and turned around to head to the secret realm of assessment to prevent any accidents from occurring. Chen Qingyuan stood in place with a confused look on his face. What was the situation? Little one, walk in along this path. The old man's voice once again fell into Chen Qingyuan's ears. As soon as the words fell, the clouds dispersed to the sides, forming a white cloud road that led deep into the Daoi Academy. Chapter 67 Old Man in Black, Mysterious Identity. Chen Qingyuan sluggishly followed this path through the Jade Gate boundary and slowly walked towards the depths of the Daoi Academy Palace. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan didn't run into a single person. Both sides were blocked by the thick fog, and he could only see the road in front of him. After walking for an incense stick of time, Chen Qingyuan still hadn't reached the end of the road. The old man somewhat disliked Chen Qingyuan's speed being too slow, and used his Xianfa to cause Chen Qingyuan to penetrate through space and land in a courtyard with a pleasant scenery, small bridges and 100 flowers. Sometimes the breeze is fresh, sometimes the birds are chirping. Hundreds of willow trees were planted around the lake, with countless willow branches hanging above the water. The breeze blew the willow branches, causing the water to ripple endlessly. There was an ancient pavilion by the lake, where an old man in black cloth sat, savoring the fragrant strong tea with a look of enjoyment. Chen Qingyuan suddenly appeared outside of the ancient pavilion, slightly stunned, returned to his senses, and bowed towards the black-clothed old man seated within the ancient pavilion. Senior Chen Qingyuan, greetings to Senior. Come in and sit down. The black-clothed old man was very kind and turned his head to Chen Qingyuan with a faint smile. Yes. Chen Qingyuan didn't excuse himself and slowly walked inside the ancient pavilion, carefully sitting across from the black-clothed old man. After taking his seat, Chen Qingyuan boldly glanced straight at the black-clothed elder and asked in a low voice, Senior, why don't I have to undergo an examination? Is it because you don't intend to let me become a student of the Daowan Academy, or is there another reason? From the moment you crushed the token wooden plate, you were already a student of the Daoi Academy. The black-clothed old man did not assume the posture of a top powerhouse, like a kind elder, and personally poured a cup of tea for Chen Qingyuan and gently pushed it in front of him. Ha! Chen Qingyuan was startled for a moment, an unbelievable look flooding his eyes. You've somehow become a member of the Daoi Academy? Didn't you say there's still a test? What's going on? Chen Qingyuan was dumbfounded, and only after a long while did he calm down a little. Senior, you're not joking with me. What do you think? The corners of the black-clothed old man's mouth rose, his eyes as deep as an abyss as he asked rhetorically. A great power like Senior has no reason to joke about this with a junior like me. It's just that. Chen Qingyuan's tone faltered, deciding to reveal all the doubts in his heart. It's just that I always feel a bit uncomfortable when I enroll in school without doing anything. It's true that you didn't do anything, but someone else did it for you. The old man in black smiled deeply. Someone did it for me? Hearing these words, the suspicion on Chen Qingyuan's face intensified a few more points. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan thought of that cheap master of his, regarding the token of the Dao Yi Academy and that letter. They were both left by the cheap master. Does this have something to do with master? Speaking of which, Chen Qingyuan had never really seen his master in his life, but had only seen his portrait. Please solve the problem. Senior. Chen Qingyuan immediately got up and curtsied to plead. Be excused. The black-clothed old man pressed through the air, causing Chen Qingyuan to sit back down. Worship the old man as your teacher first, and I'll clear up your confusion later. Worship a master? Chen Qingyuan's pupils dilated. His body trembled gently as he stammered. Senior, you should know very well where I came from. I already have a master. The old man knows. The black-clothed old man let out a light laugh. 200 years ago, the old man met with your master and talked about you. At that time, it was made clear that if the old man had a destiny with you, he could take you as a disciple, and your master would not object. You have met with my master? Chen Qingyuan was very surprised. Counting the time, 200 years ago was not exactly the time when he was just born. Nothing to remember. Of course, that was the first meeting with him, and the last. Speaking of this, the black-clothed old man let out a long sigh, with a feeling of hating each other, as well as a hint of regret and lamentation. You didn't lie to me, Chen Qingyuan muttered in a small voice. I'm a big old man, do I have to lie to you? The black-clothed old man grunted lightly. I don't know about that. The older you get, the better you get. You can't fool anyone. This was something that Chen Qingyuan only dared to think about in his heart, and would not really say it out loud. It makes sense. Chen Qingyuan said something against his will. Through the subtle change of expression on Chen Qingyuan's face, the black-clothed old man could tell that Chen Qingyuan definitely did not believe it, and continued. Back then, your master made a trip to the Daoi Academy Palace and took away a piece of the token. In his day, as long as the token is broken, it will be the time for you to travel to the Dao One School Palace. So it is. With regards to this point, Chen Qingyuan did not have any doubts because it was the truth. This is the letter your master left back then in the special Dao Seal laws of the Xianqing sect. Take it and take a look. The old man in black took out a jade slip and a letter. With a few moments of curiosity and doubt, Chen Qingyuan first opened the letter. The handwriting was indeed the master's. Exactly the same. Chen Qingyuan had seen Chief Master's portrait and calligraphy and could recognize it. Then, a strand of Chen Qingyuan's mind entered the jade slip, which was inscribed with the Dao marks of the Xianqing sect's core secret art, which was the former Qing sect's great divine ability that was not to be spread out. Even the Daoi Academy couldn't fake it. The content of the letter is very simple. If a certain great power in the Daoi Academy wants to take you as a disciple, feel free to agree. Favorable and harmless. Finished reading? The black-clothed old man looked at Chen Qingyuan, who was fuming, and asked in a hoarse voice. Read all about it. Chen Qingyuan returned to his senses and gently nodded his head. Could it be fake? Looking at the letters and jade slips in front of him, Chen Qingyuan thought so more than once. However, Chen Qingyuan thought on second thought that there was no need for the old man in front of him to fool himself. If he really wanted to count on him, there was no need to go to great lengths. If you don't dislike my junior's foolish qualifications, then I would like to worship you as my master. With that, Chen Qingyuan performed a kneeling ritual. Knock. After kowtowing, Chen Qingyuan waited for the old man in black to reply. As of today, you are the old man's disciple. The old man in black stroked his beard and smiled in satisfaction. Afterwards, the black-clothed old man helped Chen Qingyuan up through the air, and the more he looked at Chen Qingyuan, the better he looked at him. Master. Chen Qingyuan slightly lowered his eyebrows and called out in a small voice. A look of relief appeared in the black-clothed old man's eyes. At this moment, the black-clothed old man thought of the events of that year. As if it was yesterday, it was vivid in his mind. 200 years ago, Shangwan Rong came to the Daoi Academy and exuded his own terrifying pressure, forcing out the black-clothed old man. Who is the Taoist? The old man in black asked. Let's have a fight first. As soon as the words fell, Shangwan Rong made a direct move. In order not to cause too much of a stir, the two traveled to a secret territory to duke it out, and fought for a full 3 days. As for the outcome, it was scoreless. Tired of fighting, Shangwan Rong revealed his name and the Xianqing sect from the Fulu Star domain. Fellow Daoist is of heavenly strength. Why have you never heard of all of them before? The black-clothed old man was very puzzled. With the ability of the Daoi School Palace, he actually didn't realize that such a powerful existence was hidden in a remote star field in the northern wasteland. You don't know about the Xianqing sect, then do you know about the Qing sect in the Imperial Prefecture? Shangwan Rong didn't intend to hide his identity and spoke bluntly. You're an heir of the Imperial Prefecture's Green sect. At those words, the black-clothed old man was shocked and immediately filled in that blank history in his mind. After some chatting, the black-clothed old man confirmed Shangwan Rong's identity and was very courteous. Fellow Daoist should have something to do when you come here, the old man in black said, trying to get the Daichi Gakkai to protect someone. Shangwan Rong was dressed in light-colored cloth, with crane hair and an immortal style. The two of them looked at each other, and the black-clothed old man's face was grave and serious. Chapter 68, The Vice President of the Academy. A promise made 200 years ago. I just took on an apprentice. When he said these words, an extremely complicated look surfaced in the depths of Shangwan Rong's eyes. Fellow Daoist's disciple, why do you need my Daoi Academy to protect him? Can you tell us in detail? The old man in black had fought with Shangwan Rong and knew how terrifying Shangwan Rong's strength was. If even Shangwan Rong couldn't solve the trouble, I'm afraid that the Daoi school palace would have enough trouble as well. I'm heading to the demon abyss. Originally, Shangguan Rong didn't want to get involved in this matter, but he already knew the beliefs that the Xianqing sect's generations of sages had shouldered, and couldn't just sit back and do nothing. So he ended up stepping onto the same path as his senior brother. Shangguan Rong's senior brother was the previous Holy Lord of the Xianqing sect. 100,000 years ago, the Holy Lord of the Xianqing sect consumed all of his reserves and not only severed the traces of karma with the imperial state and relocated the sect to the Fu Lu Star domain, but also blocked the green sect's inheritance technique so that future generations would not have to inherit their ancestors' legacy and live in peace. Although this move was a bit selfish, that one Holy Lord had no choice but to do so. If he didn't, the Xianqing sect was afraid that it wouldn't even be able to keep the last trace of its bloodline. However, what followed was very different from that Holy Lord's presumption. Perhaps the heavens refused to spare the Xianqing sect, or perhaps the Xianqing sect's successive disciples were too demonic. Every 10,000 years or so, an extremely talented disciple would appear in the Xianqing sect, breaking through the invisible seals and activating the inherited memories by virtue of his own strength. Having been baptized with the memories of the inheritance, one would be able to raise their cultivation level in a short period of time and perceive all the laws. The Xianqing sect's Holy Lord Feng Changxian from the previous era had allowed his cultivation to reach an astonishing level in just 100 years after activating the inherited memories. Thus, Feng Changxian faked his death to get away and set aside his relationship with the Xianqing sect, and traveled to the imperial state under the name of Daoist Songxuan. Before suppressing the Devil's Abyss, Daoist Songxian first beat up the many forces in the imperial state, feeling unworthy on behalf of the ancestors of the Xianqing sect throughout the generations. Finally, he realized that the seal of the Devil's Abyss was a bit loose and rushed over without any hesitation. Nowadays, Shangguan Rong, like Feng Changxian, had awakened his inheritance memories and chose this path. Before leaving, what Shangguan Rong was most relieved about was the Xianqing sect. Therefore, Shangguan Rong came to the Daoi Academy, hoping that the academy could look at the merits that the Qing sect had accumulated over countless years and shelter the Xianqing sect. I promise that I will not let the Xianqing sect go into decline, and I will also take good care of your disciple. The black-clothed old man figured out the ins and outs, and his respect for the Xianqing sect rose a few more points. For endless years, how many forces would be able to make it to this point in the Xianqing sect? In the beginning, the Devil's Abyss was suppressed by the top clans of the imperial prefecture together. As time passed, the strongest members of the clans refused to sacrifice themselves, and the pressure was all given to the Green clan. If it wasn't for the generations of sages of the Green sect, the seal of the Devil's Abyss would have been broken long ago, and I don't know how many living beings would have died. In the future, if that child is enrolled in the school, let him cultivate on his own, and do not interfere with his cultivation path. Moreover, that child's karma is terrifying. Shangguan Rong kindly reminded. The Daoi school palace has existed for even longer than the Green sect that you are a member of, and won't be afraid of any karma, the black-clothed old man said in a confident manner. Believe it or not, there were some things that Shangguan Rong couldn't say. According to the rules of the Daoi Academy Palace, those enrolled in the school must follow a teacher for their studies. Fellow Daoist's disciple will have to do the same when he comes to the Dao One school palace in the future. The black-clothed old man declared in advance that this was not robbing a disciple, but a rule. If you're not afraid to take on karma, then take it. I have absolutely no opinion, Shangguan Rong said. Although this karma is terrifying, there is a slight possibility that it could turn into a heavenly creation. Oh, then I'm looking forward to meeting your disciple. The black-clothed old man's interest was piqued. Later, the black-clothed old man and Shangguan Rong chatted for a while longer, and Shangguan Rong left behind a letter and jade slip and left. After waiting for 200 years, the token wooden plaque finally shattered, and the black-clothed old man was quite expectant. The first moment he saw Chen Qingyuan, the black-clothed old man began to observe, trying to feel his way through. For some reason, whenever the black-clothed old man felt that he had a clear view of Chen Qingyuan's bottom line, a layer of unbreakable mist would appear in front of his eyes, which was very bizarre. This kid is really something, the old man in black secretly thought in his heart, looking forward to Chen Qingyuan's future. Returning to reality, Chen Qingyuan had another cheap master, and asked a bit uncomfortably, "Master, I still don't know what your old man's name is." "My name is Yu Chenran, the vice dean of the Daoi Academy." The old man in black introduced himself. "You are the vice president of the academy." Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. The teacher he just worshipped came from such a horrible source. Vice president. That title alone is impressive. Lay low, lay low. Yu Duanran looked at Chen Qingyuan's surprised expression and stroked his beard, pretending to be modest. "Master, can you answer my disciple's doubts now?" Chen Qingyuan bowed his hand and inquired. "Back then, your master, also known as Shangguan Rong, came to the Daoyi Academy 200 years ago. Next, Yu Chunran roughly explained what happened back then. However, regarding the news about the Qing sect of the Imperial Prefecture, which was the predecessor of the Xiancheng sect, Yu Chunran did not mention it. The karma involved in the Qing sect was immense, and telling Chen Qingyuan now would only increase his burden. For countless years, although the Xiancheng sect had suppressed the demon abyss, it had also offended quite a few forces, especially the demon race. If news of the Xiancheng sect's exact origin was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thank you, second master, for clearing up the confusion. Chen Qingyuan understood what had happened. It turned out to be that Grandmaster Shangguan Rong had asked for a token wooden tablet by forceful means and then left it to himself. What does second master mean? Yu Duanran had a stern face. Doesn't the disciple have two masters? So it's better to call it a distinction. Chen Qingyuan grinned and explained. Don't get all twisted and save that two-letter word. Yu Duanran said seriously. Yes, master. How could Chen Qingyuan dare to retort? Sit and talk. Yu Duanran nodded in satisfaction. Yu Duanran is actually an old boy. Originally he did not have much interest in Chen Qingyuan. But on the contrary, Shangguan Rong has repeatedly emphasized that Chen Qingyuan has great karma, causing Yu Duanran to be so interested that he is determined to take him as a disciple. I'll do what you won't let me do. It's just so arbitrary. Sitting on top of the stool, Chen Qingyuan slowly relaxed and took a sip of the tea in front of him. Suddenly there's another master. Life is unpredictable. Master, is my grandmaster still alive? Regarding this issue, it had been bothering Chen Qingyuan, not believing that Shangguan Rong had suddenly sat down. It was too fishy. Yu Duanran looked into the distance, his expression grave, his eyes showing complex emotions of admiration, shame, a hint of worry, and so on. Chapter 69, The Unpredictable Underpinnings of the Academy Palace. I don't know. After a long time, Yu Chunran replied softly. Once you go to the Devil's Abyss, you don't know if you'll live or die. Yu Chunran admired the generations of sages of the Xianqing sect, knowing that there was a place of death in front of them, but still sticking to the last words passed down from their ancestors and willingly going to their deaths. Master, is the Xianqing sect hiding a secret? Do you know? Chen Qingyuan always felt that the clan has some abnormal places, such as other clans have abdicated the old ancestor, hiding in the dark and not come out, while the Xianqing sect's old generation all disappeared, leaving only a grave. The new generation of disciples had grown up, and then the older generation all fell in a short period of time. Why was it so coincidental? You're not qualified to know that right now. Yu Chunran didn't tell the history of the Xianqing sect and murmured. When you get to that point, you will know everything. Even if master tells you now, you won't be able to experience it. The founding ancestor of the Xianqing sect had uniquely created a secret technique, and if someone with exceptional talent appeared behind him, he would activate the inherited memories and know everything about the demon abyss, as well as the location of the array eye. Moreover, the will of successive generations of sages would instill aura for the inheritor, allowing the inheritor to grow in a very short period of time. Most of the inheritors of the Xianqing sect had reached the late stage of the transition realm before they could perceive the Xianqing sect's ancestral lineage and understand everything. How far does it need to go? Chen Qingyuan was very interested in the secrets of the Xianqing sect, and also wanted to know where Grandmaster Shangguan Rong had gone and if he was still alive. At the very least, you must step into the transition. Yu Duanran had talked with Shangguan Rong for some time and was generally aware of these things. I see. Thanks for the guidance, master. The current Chen Qingyuan was only at the cultivation level of the heavenly spirit realm, and was still 100,000 miles away from the transition realm. Let's not chat about this. Yu Chunran changed the subject, and with a flip of his palm, a dark black ring appeared in his palm. Handing it to Chen Qingyuan, this is a meet and greet gift for you from your master. Keep it. Thank you, master. Chen Qingyuan nonchalantly put the ring away with a smile on his face as he hurriedly thanked him. In the future, don't lose face for your master, or else break your legs. This was Yu Chunran's first time accepting a disciple, and if this matter were to spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Daoyi Academy. Over the years, Yu Chunran had seen as many top demons as he could, and had never moved to accept a disciple. Only this time, Yu Chunran made an exception. Only by becoming Chen Qingyuan's master would Yu Chunran have enough reason to shelter him in the future. Yu Chunran thought that he could not compare to the countless heroes of the Xianqing sect, but he could not let the heir of the Xianqing sect be humiliated. This era was vaguely different from the past, and it was likely that the bottom of the Xianqing sect would be dug out. At that time, the countless forces that the Xianqing sect had offended would surely come sniffing around. Although the Xianqing sect had suppressed the demon abyss for countless years, and their merit was immense, but when everything was exposed, how many people would truly be grateful to the Xianqing sect? Most of the top forces in the imperial prefecture treated the Xianqing sect as a plaything they could utilize, allowing each generation of Xianqing sect's strongest members to go forward to suppress the demonic abyss and sit back and enjoy the benefits. It was already considered good that these forces didn't step on the Xianqing sect. Yes, disciple will definitely not disgrace master. Chen Qingyuan clasped his fists and said, "Get lost." Yu Chunran waved his hand, signaling that Chen Qingyuan could leave. Master, where am I rolling to? Chen Qingyuan had just arrived at the Dawi Academy Palace and was unfamiliar with the place and had nowhere to go, so he could only stand still, for the master to forget. Yu Chunran came to a sudden realization, and his right index finger pointed towards the void at his side, causing a passage to appear in that one spot of the void, leading to who knows where. You can get lost. Okay, you old man, sip your tea slowly. Thus, Chen Qingyuan took a step into the circular passage and arrived at a very elegant place. It was a manor house, with a 3-meter-high fence made of white stones piled up and coated with a layer of smooth white paint, without any gaps. Gazing through the open door, one could see that there were more than 10 bamboo houses inside, with a clear pool on one side, a few willow trees planted at the water's edge, and stone tables and chairs under the trees. The deepest one, a bamboo hut with 3 floors, was supposed to be the resting place, while the rest of the bamboo huts had their own purposes. Yunqi residence. Above the gate, an elaborate plaque hung. Every corner of this place seems to be filled with a scholarly and elegant atmosphere, isolated from the world, like a paradise. Kid, you'll live here from now on, and you'll be assigned a place on duty in 5 years. Yu Qinran's voice fell into Chen Qingyuan's ears, instructing Chen Qingyuan to hurry up and improve his strength in the near future, or else he would definitely get beaten up later. If the contemporaries of the examination knew that Chen Qingyuan had taken the back door, they would definitely want to come to the door to ask for a reason for the scuffles between the juniors. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, the higher-ups of the Academy Palace wouldn't interfere. Yes, Chen Qingyuan walked into Yunqi residence. Whoosh! Suddenly, a token appeared in Chen Qingyuan's hand with the word Yunqi engraved on it. The first moment he gripped the token, Chen Qingyuan bound himself to the token's laws, understanding how it was used, and the usefulness of each bamboo house in Yunqi residence. Seal. Holding the token in his hand, Chen Qingyuan's mind moved, and an invisible boundary blocked off the Yunqi residence, so that outsiders were not allowed to enter. Each bamboo house looks ordinary, but if you push the door, you will enter a mysterious space. This was the case with every cultivation cave in the Dawi school palace, where the laws were so subtle that ordinary people simply couldn't understand the mechanism of how the laws worked. The book depository. Go inside. Moving forward along the green stone path, Chen Qingyuan walked to the door of a simple thatched bamboo hut, used his token to undo the prohibition on it, and pushed the door in. Buzz! Opening the door, there was a white vortex in front of him. Chen Qingyuan hesitated and took a step forward. At once, Chen Qingyuan's eyes were filled with images that would last a lifetime. As far as the eye could see, it seemed like a 3-meter-wide corridor with no end in sight, with towering bookshelves standing on both sides. There was a layer of bookshelves with yellowed ancient books, a layer with jade slips, and another layer with fragments of remnants and so on. The books here contained the history of the northern wasteland and even the various star regions such as the imperial state, from the life deeds of the top powers down to some extraordinary things done by ordinary cultivators. Weapon refining books, Dao magic jade slips, formation tips, puppet refining techniques, alchemy methods, and so on. After a cursory glance, Chen Qingyuan estimated that the sum of the books and jade slips in this place would not be less than 1 million. Moreover, this was only the books that Chen Qingyuan could read at will. Those core things were definitely located in another part of the Dawi Academy Palace. Is this the depth of the Dawi Academy? Chen Qingyuan's throat tightened in disbelief. Even if one could not forget the books and watch them day and night, it would take hundreds of years to finish them. If you want to comprehend it in depth, or even integrate it, you can only choose a small part of it to learn. What about the other bamboo huts? Chen Qingyuan did not peruse the books for the time being and exited the book collection, looking to his side with a curious gaze. Chapter 72 Vice Presidents. Preparing for a cultivation breakthrough. On the left side of the bamboo house of the book depository, there was a humble plaque hanging, the Hall of Practicing. Chen Qingyuan used the same maneuver to enter the Hall of Practices and went to a small space where all kinds of various types of spiritual treasures and Taoist weapons were placed, with special prohibitions engraved on them that could not be taken outside. In addition to that, there were also special buttons within the space to be able to choose some puppets with different cultivation levels to spar with, enhancing the ability to fight in real life. These puppets came from one of the teachers of the Academy Palace, and their strength in the same realm was top-notch, not to be underestimated. There's actually even a transitional stage puppet. This is too outrageous. Chen Qingyuan was dumbfounded as he looked at the button in front of him that had been sealed. With his cultivation level, he was not qualified to activate all the puppets for the time being, and only the Heavenly Spirit Realm button was on, an existence that can refine a transitional succession stage puppet. Wouldn't that be? Chen Qingyuan wanted to speak. His eyes filled with astonishment. The depths of the Daoi school palace were truly unfathomable. Immediately afterward, Chen Qingyuan went to look at the layout of the other bamboo houses. The meditation hall, which had special laws in it, could be used to come here to stabilize the Dao mind if one's mind was unsettled. Frequently coming to the meditation hall to meditate for a few hours has great benefits for the Dao mind, and can even enhance the power of the divine soul. The cultivation hall, which was rich in aura and had an extremely sturdy defense boundary, would not be disturbed. The hall of weapon refining, within which were placed many precious ores, as well as sharpening tools for swords and other weapons, all the way down. Chen Qingyuan was truly shocked. This is real wealth. I was really too petty before. When Chen Qingyuan entered the cultivation hall, below was a transparent boundary, and one could clearly see an extremely high-grade spirit vein placed below. No wonder it could make the aura inside the hall so pure. Not only that, there was also an extremely powerful spirit gathering array inscribed in the cultivation hall, greatly increasing the speed at which those who practiced cultivation could draw in spiritual qi. What about here? Finally, Chen Qingyuan walked into the only 3-story attic. Finally normal, plain pantry and kitchen, as well as putting in closets and plank beds. There were also some flowers and plants planted in the compartments of the house, and from time to time the scent of flowers came to the nose. A pig staying and living here can also easily be born with spiritual wisdom and embark on the path of cultivation. Chen Qingyuan lamented. After resting for a few hours, Chen Qingyuan entered the cultivation hall and began his seclusion. Those extremely talented fated people selected from all over the northern wasteland were fighting within the secret territory of the examination, and there was no shortage of young celestial pride at the Yuaning realm among them. Meanwhile, inside the ancient pavilion by the lake, Yu Chenran was sipping tea when an old man in purple came treading water and sat directly in front of Yu Chenran, taking out a pot of fine wine and drinking it painfully. The purple-clothed old man was named Lin Wenshou, and he was on equal footing with Yu Chenran, the vice dean of the Daoi Academy Palace. There were a total of 2 vice deans, and they had been the ones who managed the Daoi Academy all these years, ensuring that there was no chaos in the academy. As for the dean, he has disappeared for many years to nowhere. It's strange that you old clapper has actually taken on a disciple. Lin asked Cho to drink, while Yu Chunran preferred to sip tea. The two sometimes spoke freely like good friends, and sometimes they were like enemies, fighting at the drop of a hat. The two of them had a relationship that couldn't be explained in a few words. To hell with you. Yu Duanran disliked it. What's this kid's story? No? Regarding the Xianqing sex matters, Lin asked Cho to not know for the time being. See for yourself. Yu Chunran didn't bother to explain and took out a jade slip, throwing it over. The jade brief contained most of the things about Chen Qingyuan, such as how old he was and what realm he had cultivated to, the people he had fought with, and so on. Even the ghost doctor and the Changgang sword immortal were recorded in it. The only thing that hadn't been probed within the heavenly abyss was that the rest was basically correct. To actually have a good relationship with the Longgung sword immortal, this little guy's destiny is extraordinary. Lin Wenxian didn't put the ghost doctor on his mind. A physician from a small place was just a physician who couldn't get on the stage. However, when he saw the Changgang sword immortal, Lin Wenxian was indeed startled. Changgang sword immortal was an overwhelming figure 10,000 years ago. That was a fierce man who dared to draw his sword and fight to the sky. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Wenshou and Yu Chun Ran together probably couldn't beat the Changgang sword immortal at his peak. He's an heir to the green sect, Yu Duanran said in a flat tone. What did you say? At those words, Lin Wenxian choked on his drink, dumbfounded, suspecting that he had heard wrong. Upon seeing this unusually serious pair of Yu Chenran's eyes, Lin Wenxian couldn't muster the slightest bit of skepticism and muttered, so that's how it is. I'm just how this old man of yours suddenly took on a disciple. Nothing can happen to the boy. When Yu Chenran spoke these words, his expression was majestic and unquestionable. The inheritor of the green sect really can't go wrong. Lin asked Cho with a grave expression, and suddenly thought of something. This little guy had been to the heavenly abyss. What happened? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Regarding the situation within the heavenly abyss, Yu Chenran also wanted to know, but unfortunately, there was nowhere to go to inquire. Was it difficult to travel to the heavenly abyss? What's the difference between that and looking for death? Ordinary people didn't know just how terrifying the heavenly abyss forbidden area was, and as a high-ranking member of the Daoi Academy Palace, he certainly had some knowledge of it. It was rumored that a powerful figure who had lived for many years resided within the heavenly abyss. This little guy must have a secret if he was able to come out alive from the heavenly abyss. Lin asked Cho to frown. A word of advice: don't pry into some things, and beware of getting into trouble. Although Yu Chenran was also curious, he wouldn't deliberately investigate news about the inside of the heavenly abyss. I know. I'm not stupid. Lin Chichio, who was dressed in purple, spoke. You're not stupid? Ha! Yu Duanran gave a look and sneered. Say what you have to say. Don't be a. Lin Wenxian came to his temper and pointed at Yu Chenran's nose. I'm so annoyed right now. I have nothing to say to you. You're really an eyesore here. Hurry up and go. Speaking with his old brother, Yu Chenran was just so nonchalant. I'm still not leaving. Let's see what you can do to me. Lin asked Zhou to blow his beard and eyes. Yunqi Residence, Cultivation Hall. Chen Qingyuan sat in midair and took out the precious medicine that the ghost doctor had gifted him back then, deciding to further his cultivation. Countless strands of pure spiritual qi floated around Chen Qingyuan, and whenever he needed something, the spiritual qi would drill into his body. The foundation is already very solid. It's time to take a step forward. The supreme Dao bone in his body trembled slightly for a few moments, causing Chen Qingyuan to feel the pain of his flesh and blood tearing apart. Refine the precious medicine and draw on the aura. Chen Qingyuan's body was changing, and the aura he emitted gradually changed as well. Chapter 71 3 Golden Pills. Unparalleled Torment. Soon after, a bright moon appeared behind Chen Qingyuan, gradually becoming materialized from transparency. After several more hours, the bright moon began to shrink, forming a fist-sized golden dan. Obviously, Chen Qingyuan had already condensed a Jin Dan, and his strength had been greatly increased. However, Chen Qingyuan hadn't stopped and was still cultivating. Buzz. The golden Dao bone in his body seemed to radiate an extremely dense force of law, wrapping Chen Qingyuan's body, causing a layer of mysterious Dao patterns to be attached to the surface. That's not even my limit. Chen Qingyuan could clearly perceive that the body still contained great potential. To be precise, it was from that mysterious Dao bone. Thus, Chen Qingyuan continued to stabilize his foundation, deducing a Jin Dan Dao that he had never known before. A month later, a slightly dark red bead manifested, located at the center of Chen Qingyuan's brow. Slowly, the red bead floated behind him, blossoming with the aura of the laws of the Jin Dan realm. 2 Jindans now. However, this was not the limit of Chen Qingyuan. Ancient texts recorded that if a great demonic person made a breakthrough, it was very likely that he or she would mold 2 internal golden pills. However, this kind of demon is extremely rare, and it is hard to find one among millions of cultivators. The Jindan represents the foundation of the way of Tianyuan, and is generally categorized into lower, middle, and upper grades. While the world recognized ordinary heavenly prides, they were able to easily condense upper-grade Jindan. And Qin Yutong, who had fought against Chen Qingyuan at the beginning, was of this kind of qualification. On top of that, there are the earthly, heavenly, and sacred products. The difficulty of trying to mold a Jindan root of earth grade and above was extremely high. Not only was it a strict requirement for one's talent, but it also tested one's heart, perseverance, and chance. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan was a heavenly grade level Jindan root, and was expected to impact the Mahayana realm in the future. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the red-robed girl from the heavenly abyss forbidden area, there were still some flaws in the roots of the heavenly grade level, and she directly scrapped Chen Qingyuan, allowing him to retake his training without leaving any hidden dangers. The 2 Jindans that Chen Qingyuan had condensed at the moment were currently in a strange state, not yet finalized, and it was unknown what level they could reach in the end. When Chen Qingyuan felt that this was already his limit, something bizarre happened. The golden Dao bone seemed to be activated, causing Chen Qingyuan's body to tremble slightly for a few moments as a powerful force swept through all parts of his body. Clang! A faint Dao sound emanated from within the bones, echoing all the way to the edge of Chen Qingyuan's ears. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes, and it was as if there was something in the depths of his eyes, a pattern of laws from the end of the ages. Buzz! Immediately after that, the golden Dao bone caused Chen Qingyuan's talent to rise even higher, causing him to break through his own limits. A few days later, the 3rd golden elixir was molded, with a luster flowing from it. A total of 3 Jindans, suspended side by side above Chen Qingyuan's back. Return! Chen Qingyuan made a seal with both hands and whispered a cry. The golden Dan was all returned to the body and became an inseparable part of the body. At the same time, the vague laws above the Jindan became clearer and clearer, and Chen Qingyuan was trying his hardest to resist the pressure of the Jindan's laws, unable to allow the Dao mind to falter in the slightest. This was the final hurdle in shaping the quality of the Jindan. As long as there was one wrong step, the 100 years of torture in the heavenly abyss would be wasted. Back then, the red-robed girl first instructed Chen Qingyuan to learn a lot of Dao arts and aptitudes, teaching him the true Jindan Dao. When Chen Qingyuan comprehended this, The red-clothed girl wiped out his cultivation without harming the fundamentals of his body and prevented it from aging. If you don't meet my requirements, I'll waste you again. The girl in red once said this. Whenever Chen Qingyuan recalled these things, he felt uncomfortable with countless ants crawling in his body, wasting away once more. Just thinking about it felt agonizing. At that time, Chen Qingyuan had asked the red-clothed girl, "Why must I mold a perfect and flawless jindan root?" For the answer to this question, the girl in red did not answer positively, but looked into the distance, her eyes filled with stories. Wait until later. You will understand. Okay. Chen Qingyuan no longer pursued the question and could only go along with it. Countless pressures came towards Chen Qingyuan's cover, causing him to feel a sense of suffocation, and many parts of his body appeared bloodstained. His skin split open, and blood flowed out from the wounds, staining his clothes red. Molding 3 golden dan made Chen Qingyuan a bit overwhelmed. Get through it and all is well. Chen Qingyuan gritted his teeth and held on, sucking in the pure spiritual chi from the void and performing the root techniques of the Jindan Avenue. This technique was taught to him by the red-clothed girl, and it had taken Chen Qingyuan a full year to learn it in the first place. In his memories of the 100 years of life within the heavenly abyss, the first 90 years were spent struggling to cultivate, and then when his cultivation was nullified, he spent another 10 years cultivating his body and letting what he had learned before become his body's instincts. In short, the cultivation within the heavenly abyss was too brutal, and if he could, he wouldn't want to go in for the rest of his life. Buzz buzz. The 3 jindans in his body trembled incessantly, emitting Dao sounds. The physical pain, the kind of tearing sensation in the soul, all kinds of flavors mixed together, causing Chen Qingyuan to break out in bean-sized beads of sweat, holding on with clenched teeth. The higher Chen Qingyuan's own talent and heart, then the better the quality of the jindan would be. The quality of the 3 jindans was breaking through the shackles, going from lower grade to middle grade, and then quickly jumping up to upper grade, wanting all of his jindan to leap to earth grade in one go. Chen Qingyuan still needed to slowly agonize without the slightest bit of relaxation. As long as there was a moment of relaxation in his spirit, he would surely lose all his previous efforts. In this way, Chen Qingyuan had hardened himself for 3 months, allowing the quality of the jindan to be promoted to earth grade. For this reason, Chen Qingyuan gnashed 2 of his teeth, and had become numb to the pain in his flesh, as if he had lost consciousness. Can't hold out? Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was somewhat blurred, but he still didn't relax his spirit. Once upon a time, Chen Qingyuan only had 1 golden pill and broke through to the heavenly grade level by his own strength. Now that he possessed 3 golden pills, his difficulty factor had doubled countless times. At least in the ancient books recorded today, there had never been a demon with 3 golden dan. Moreover, it was still an extremely high-quality golden dan. No, I don't want to spend any more time with that pussy. It's too painful. Chen Qingyuan's ears seemed to be filled with countless voices telling him to give up. And at a certain moment, he suddenly thought of the red-clothed girl, and his mind instantly cleared up a bit, carrying on once again. Don't look at the red-clothed girl's enchanting and charming figure. The extent of her ruthlessness made Chen Qingyuan chill to this day. At that time, the girl in red also gave him 2 choices, whether or not he wanted to become a Taoist couple with her. In response, Chen Qingyuan decisively chose 2. The brain lacked a root muscle before becoming a Tao couple with the girl in red. I'd like to see if forcing myself to stay up will kill me. If he couldn't pull through, Chen Qingyuan would definitely be captured by the girl in red and return to the heavenly abyss, experiencing another torture. Instead of starting all over again, it would be better to gamble with his life this time and make it through to the end. 3 earth-grade golden pills. If this matter were to spread out, it would certainly shake the world. However, Chen Qingyuan was still not satisfied. According to what the girl in red said, anything less than a holy product was a waste. Chen Qingyuan could only have a slight chance if he worked hard to move forward, even if he had to fight for his life to try and touch the level of the holy jindan. As to whether or not it will succeed, it depends on its own creation. Chapter 72. I don't deserve to be the saintly maiden. Northern Wasteland, Fu Lu Star Domain. The battle between Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan was not followed up, causing countless people to be confused. After this period of time of prying, and learning that Wu Junyan had long since left the Fu Lu Star Domain, the heavenly prides of all parties had no more worries and began to come to the door to provoke. Chen Qingyuan, don't you dare to fight? The Northern Wasteland 10. Nothing more than that. How does someone like you, who is as timid as a mouse, qualify to be ranked among the 10? Many people began to talk loudly, and all sorts of unpleasant remarks reached the ears of the Xianqing sect's senior management. Certain Xianqing sect disciples were furious and wanted to step in to resolve the matter. However, this behavior was suppressed by the elders. They are all the top of the younger generation. You are not yet opponents. The disciples were angry, but it was true, and hated why they were so weak. Cultivate hard. One day, You will surpass those guys and stand higher. With the help of the pressure from the outside world, the elders motivated the disciples within the sect, making them deeply realize the importance of strength. Of course, the Shenqing sect still had a few demonic disciples that weren't scheduled to go out and spar either, because there was no need for that. Those people were rushing towards Chen Qingyuan. If the young disciples of the Shenqing sect did not have the ability to suppress all of them, it would be useless to win one or two of them, and the end result of going out would just be a disgrace. Chen Qingyuan is not in the Shenqing sect. All of you retreat. One of the elders went out and said. As for whether or not the celestial pride of the various forces would believe it, that would be up to them. This fellow Wu Junyan left all of a sudden, so perhaps Chen Qingyuan really has gone. It's just that we are surrounding the Shenqing sect. When did Chen Qingyuan run away? Secretly, Yan Xianling pondered over the matter. With his understanding of Wu Junyan, it was impossible for him to have disappeared without a word. There must have been a change of heart. After thinking clearly, Yan Xianling left the Fu Lu Star domain, preparing to head to a suitable place for closed-door cultivation to take his strength to the next level. Chen Qingyuan, if you can hide for a time, can you still hide for a lifetime? Before leaving, Yan Xianling gazed deeply in the direction of the Shenqing sect and muttered, we will meet one day, and at that time, we will definitely see what you, the Northern Wasteland 10 Masters, can do. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Jade sect. Since the battle between Qin Yutong and Chen Qingyuan back then, Qin Yutong's Jindan foundation had been ruined, and his entire person was muddled, completely losing his old spirit. How's it going? Patriarch Qin Yang looked at the dozen or so physicians in front of him and asked in a deep voice. The young patriarch's Jindan has been shattered, and there are heart demons within, so we can't do anything about it. A physician sighed softly and stepped forward. Not a chance in hell? Qin Yang cultivated Qin Yutong for many years. Who knew that Qin Yutong died prematurely before he could grow up, and could not accept it? If the ghost doctor makes a move, there's definitely room for maneuver. The physicians agreed with this point of view. Qin Yang was silent. It was said that the ghost doctor had a better relationship with the Shenqing sect, and last time, he even made a special appearance to relieve Chen Qingyuan. If he wanted the ghost doctor to make a move, he was afraid that there was little hope. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Yang heckled the group of physicians and looked at Qin Yutong, who was lying on the bed in a daze. His face was filled with anger and he cursed in a low voice. When Qin Yutong sought trouble with Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yang did not stop him because he felt that with Qin Yutong's strength, surely nothing would happen. How could he know that it would turn out to be like this? On the other hand, Dongyi Palace. The senior members of the sect were discussing important matters when they suddenly heard a bell ringing, and everyone stood up and looked in the same direction with shock in their eyes. The bells of Goose Snow City. Someone from our Dongyi Palace has finally passed the Yanxue City test. Is it that girl Shi Shue? The ringing of the ancient bell means that it has been recognized by the will of the ancestors. It had been a long time since Bai Shi Shue had set foot in Yanxue City, and if it wasn't for the fact that her soul lamp was still on, it was estimated that the people within the sect would have long thought that she was dead. Check it out. Patriarch Du Ruoxing was dressed in a long blue dress, taking a step of 100 miles, heading straight to the secret realm of Yanxue City. Yanxue City, at the end of which stood an ancient black bell. Bai Shi Shue stood in a white dress, with little joy on her face. Her eyes were very complex, ashamed, regretful, pained, and a hint of longing. When going through the trials, Bai Shi Shue had actually fallen into danger a few times, making it difficult to break free. With her talent, she could be considered excellent at best, not even reaching the level of an ordinary heaven's pride. After practicing for hundreds of years, Bai Shi Shue hadn't been able to break through to the Jindan realm with her own strength, and still needed to use pills to do so. When faced with death, an arcane light surged out from within Bai Shi Shue's body, protecting the foundation of her Dao body and sparing her from a disaster. She smelled something familiar, the scent of Chen Qingyuan's Dao. At that moment, the memories that she had forcefully sealed instantly flooded into her mind. I've left a Dharma seal in your body, which fits with your body and will slowly change your physique, and will also protect you once and for all. 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan had spoken of this matter in a calm tone, but it had actually cost him a great deal. Another image surfaced in front of Bai Shi Shue's eyes. It was her conversation with Chen Qingyuan. Brother Qingyuan, why are you refusing to help me raise my cultivation? Your talent isn't at an excellent level, so you need to spend some more time to stabilize your foundation. Pursuing the speed of breakthroughs will do little good for the future. Brother Qingyuan, you are a top demon of the world, while I am an ordinary disciple. Are you really willing to be a Taoist couple with me? Willing. Why? Karma. In the beginning, Chen Qingyuan had only treated Bai Shi Shue as a stranger who looked like a cool deceased friend. Later, Bai Shi Shue fell in love with Chen Qingyuan and kept following closely. The two grew familiar with each other and became romantically involved. It wasn't long before Bai Shishue was accepted as a personal disciple by an inner sect elder named Yao Susu. With Bai Shishue's talent, she wasn't even qualified for this. Yao Susu's willingness to take him on as a disciple was purely for Chen Qingyuan's sake. Both sides of the clan know the relationship between the two. Set up a verbal marriage contract, to be in the future to find a good day to complete the marriage. Sure Shue, I may have to go to a dangerous place. I don't know if I can come back alive. Must we go? Well, it has to go. I'll wait for you to come back. If I accidentally die, you have to live. No nonsense. No matter what happens, I will wait for you, for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, until I die of old age. 100 years ago, when Chen Qingyuan was preparing to travel to the heavenly abyss, he met with Bai Shishue. When I come back, let's officially get married. If I can't return, you can find a good match and live a good life. Chen Qingyuan was pulled by an inexplicable force and had to make a trip to the heavenly abyss. Without being married to a Taoist couple, naturally there was no cohabitation. When Chen Qingyuan had spent time with Bai Shishue, he had often used spiritual medicines to lay the foundation for her, hardening her talent by several steps. If you die, I will guard your grave and never leave you. At that time, Bai Shishue reddened her eyes and said. However, when it was time to really face the test, Bai Shishue reneged on her promise. After Chen Qingyuan returned, he did not blame her, which is understandable, but not forgivable. This marriage is destined to have a destiny, right? Everything I have, I owe to him. Glancing back at the crisis-ridden ordeal, Bai Shishue's eyes glistened with tears and her heart stung. That year, came the news of Chen Qingyuan's fall. She was heartbroken. Her teacher Yao Susu could not bear to see her in such pain, forcibly sealed a part of her past memories, which slowly improved. With a solid foundation, only then are you qualified to strike higher realms and see more beautiful landscapes. It wasn't until now that Bai Shishue understood the meaning of these words. If it wasn't for Chen Qingyuan's help, Bai Shishue's foundation would definitely have a lot of cracks in it, and it would be impossible for her to pass this test. Sure Shue, you really did it. At this time, the higher-ups of Dongyi Palace came. Looking at Bai Shishue's tearful eyes, the crowd was puzzled, but their faces still overflowed with joy that was hard to hide, especially her master, Yao Susu. According to the ancestral system, the one who passes the Yanshue city test will be the holy maiden of my Dongyi Palace. Yao Susu was very excited. When Bai Shishue became a holy maiden, she as a master would also have face and her status would definitely rise. Patriarch, master, I don't deserve to be this holy maiden. Looking at the group of executives, Bai Shishue recognized her ability and smiled to herself. What? The faces of the people changed drastically. Chapter 73, The Matter of the Devil's Cave Unresolved. A strange dream. Girl, do you know what you're saying? Yao Susu walked to Bai Shishue's face and asked anxiously with a worried expression. I know. Bai Shishue slowly nodded her head. Her 6 gods in a daze. Being able to pass this test is not my skill, but luck. In this world, luck is part of strength, Yao Susu said. Bai Shishue didn't reply and turned her head to look into the distance. The direction of the Xinqing sect, her eyes, glistening with tears, stung like needles inside. Maybe, she really did adore him. Perhaps she had once expected him to return alive. In the past, she was an ordinary woman who was not very eye-catching. After meeting Chen Qingyuan, she became what people called a heavenly belle, attracting the attention of many people. It was my mistake to not fulfill my promise to you. Between you and me, I'm afraid there is no more fate in this life. Could it really be that Bai Shishue's memory was deficient, and that was why she didn't react much to Chen Qingyuan's return? It's not. One could only say that Bai Shishue's love for Chen Qingyuan was mixed with too many factors of interest. On that day, when Bai Shishue met with the returning Chen Qingyuan, originally, she was still somewhat ashamed and self-condemned. However, when she confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had become an invalid, the trace of guilt in her eyes faded away instantly and became very bland, as if she were a stranger. Once Bai Shishue and Chen Qingyuan's dots and dashes, could it be that all of them were sealed by Yao Susu? How is that possible? Individually sealing the memories with a certain person without harming the sealed person's body and roots. If Yao Susu had this kind of skill, then she wouldn't be an inner sect elder anymore. She could probably run the world. In other words, it was her, Bai Shishue, who was the cause, not anyone else's fault. She knew that Tianyuan was not sincere in treating her, but she still agreed to the matter of marriage back then, in order to climb up to the Heavenly Jade sect and gain benefits from it. Master, is there any news of Chen Qingyuan lately? Bai Shishue turned her head to look at Yao Susu, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke his name. This, Yao Susu stammered, not knowing how to speak. Patriarch Du Ruosheng, who was standing to the side, answered for him. According to reliable sources, Chen Qingyuan is still one of the 10 masters of the northern wasteland. Not long ago, he fought with Qin Yutong and crippled him with his heavenly spirit realm cultivation, and he is still recuperating from his injuries. Hearing these words, Bai Shishua's delicate body trembled slightly. Sure enough, he was still as graceful and peerless as he was back then, and worldly mortals could not compete with him. I broke karma with him. Maybe it was meant to be. People like me are not qualified to be by his side. Besides, it was me who didn't hold on and deserved what happened to me. Thinking of this, Bai Shishua laughed, laughing at herself for being so foolish and ignorant, so thin-skinned. The life and death experience in Yanshui City had made her profoundly realize just how good Chen Qingyuan had treated her in the past. Unfortunately, everything had passed and could never be returned. With a poof, Bai Shishua's eyes went black and she fainted. After countless trials and tribulations and suffering inwardly, Bai Shishua couldn't carry on. Take her down to rest. She can't be damaged in any way. Du Ruoxing looked at the collapsed Bai Shishua and ordered. Immediately, an elder went over to check Bai Shishua's body and brought her back to the sect for treatment. From today onwards, Bai Shishua was the holy maiden of Dongyi Palace, with an honorable status above the many elders. Those disciples who had been initiated with Bai Shishua were shocked when they learned of this. To think that when Bai Shishua was just an ordinary inner disciple, in the blink of an eye she actually became a holy maiden. Unbelievable. In recent days, the matter of the Devil's Cave and the Fu Lu Xing domain had reached an extremely anxious point, and there was already a very obvious devilish aura coming from the depths of the Devil's Cave, causing dozens of disciples of the Heavenly Jade sect to be demonized. Inhuman and ghostly, the Heavenly Jade sect ruthlessly wiped out all the demonized disciples to avoid causing a major disaster. Quickly go and notify the holy lords of all the sects to come to the Heavenly Jade sect immediately to discuss the matter of the demon cave. Patriarch Qin Yang gave the order, his heart racing. According to this trend, the Devil's Cave would explode in a few years, and the consequences would be unimaginable. About 10 years ago, the Heavenly Jade sect invited a formation master in various sect powerhouses to solve the problem of the Devil's Cave, and laid down various large formations, thinking that this formation could effectively suppress the laws of the Devil's Cave, but who knew that it didn't have much of an effect? Nowadays, the interior of the Devil's Cave was undergoing great changes, and several cracks appeared in the surrounding great formations as a crisis approached. A few days later, the first-class forces of the Fu Lu Star region were all discussing the matter of the Demon Cave, and a depressing and dreary atmosphere filled the air. Once the Demon Cave erupts, it's likely that monstrous demonic chi will pour out, causing countless living beings to become demonic creatures. If it's just that, it's just that. I'm worried that there are demons of terrifying strength hidden within the Devil Cave. In the Xianqing sect, an elder with a worried face expressed his opinion. If we want to truly resolve the Demon Cave, we must kill our way into the bottom of the Demon Cave and smash its interior. However, the danger level of this move is too great, not to mention whether or not it will be successful. I'm afraid that I won't have the life to come back if I enter it. In fact, many people are very clear about this, and if they want to completely solve the Devil's Den, they can only go deeper into the Tiger's Den. There is no other way. I thought that the great formation that was set up last time could temporarily suppress the Devil's Cave, but who knew that only after 10 years there would be upheaval? A great disaster is coming. However, the experts of the Heavenly Jade sect refused to give up their lives to deal with this matter, and it was even more unlikely for the other sects. Sacrificing oneself for others is a nice thing to say, but when you actually do it, I wonder how many people will be cursing the little cutie behind their backs. Elder brother, what do you think should be done? Dong Wenjun looked towards Lin Changsheng, who was sitting high above him. The elders turned their heads in unison, hoping that Lin Changsheng could give a reasonable solution. Once the Devil's Cave erupted, it would definitely affect everyone in the Fu Lu Star region, and the Xianqing sect couldn't avoid it. Let's first see what the Heavenly Jade sect plans to do. Lin Changsheng didn't say what was in his heart. If it really came to the point where he had to go deeper into the Tiger's Den, and the others were unwilling to send themselves to their deaths, he, Lin Changsheng, was willing to gamble his life to give it a try. He wasn't doing it for the Heavenly Jade sect, but for the Xianqing sect and those innocent beings in the Fu Lu Star domain. In these recent years, Lin Changsheng had gotten sleepy from time to time and then started dreaming. He dreamt of a place that was countless times larger than the Heavenly Jade sect's Devil's Cave, and great cultivators vaguely dressed in the Xianqing sect's garb rushed forward and back into that place. The images in the dream were blurry, making Lin Changsheng somewhat unable to see clearly. Every time Lin Changsheng woke up, he inexplicably shed 2 lines of tears. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. Had he gone off the deep end? Or did the cultivation go awry? Lin Changsheng was a cultivator of the 5th realm of the transition stage, and his talent was the highest among his peers in the Xianqing sect. As his cultivation slowly rose, the number of times he dreamed increased. No matter what method Lin Changsheng used, he couldn't stop the dream. At first, he felt that he was bewitched, and then he slowly realized that something was wrong, because he saw a rather blurry figure in his dream, and although it wasn't too clear, he was certain that the person was an ancestor of the Shenqing sect, because he had seen the portrait of this ancestor within the ancestral hall. There was absolutely no mistake. Master, uncle, are you really dead? One day, Lin Changsheng had the same dream again, and the picture was a few degrees clearer. After he woke up, he had a moment of doubt about his master and uncle suddenly sitting down. Thus, Lin Changsheng dwelled on it for a long time and made a bold decision. Chapter 74, Digging a Grave. Sacred Golden Pill. Lin Changsheng traveled to the ancestral cemetery and laid down a special boundary to prevent anyone from discovering it. Immediately afterward, Lin Changsheng kowtowed 3 times in front of his master Feng Changchuan's tomb. Master, your old man must not blame me. If I disturbed your peaceful sleep if I guessed wrong, I will definitely kneel for 100 years in front of your tomb. After saying that, Lin Changsheng took a deep breath and whisked his sleeve. Wow! A huge force lifted the tomb, revealing a black and gold coffin. Afterwards, Lin Changsheng slapped his palm across the air, unlocking the Xian seal on top of the coffin and opening it up. There was a loud thud and the lid flew off to the side. Looking at what was inside the coffin, Lin Changsheng directly froze. It wasn't a body in there at all, but a rotting scarecrow, the art of faking death to get away. After freezing for a long time, Lin Changsheng's eyes flashed with different colors: excitement, uncertainty, and a hint of worry. In that case, back then, the master faked his death by special means and got the soul lamp of the Destiny Soul Hall extinguished, and it is likely that he is still alive. Thinking of this, Lin Changsheng looked towards the grave of his senior. Shangguan Rong, senior, disciple is offended. Lift the coffin and see that it is not flesh at all, but a withered blade of grass. For the next hour, Lin Changsheng opened the tombs of those ancestors who had died suddenly in the history of the sect. Of the 10 coffins, 9 were empty, and one was literally flesh and blood. Lin Changsheng put back the bones of that truly seated old ancestor and kowtowed 3 times as an apology. What the hell is going on here? After tidying up the cemetery and restoring it to its original state, Lin Changsheng sat dumbfounded, unable to think about these things. Good guy. Since the Shenqing sect relocated to the Fuyu Star domain for 100,000 years, it was the first time that someone dug up a grave and exhumed it, checking the authenticity of the elders' bones. In the beginning, the incarnation had extremely strong arcane laws, and of course, the people within the door could not see it, and buried their elders in style. After many years, the power of the laws subsided and the incarnation manifested its original appearance. Some ancestors used stones as incarnations, others used weeds, and some even used a fish bone, presumably leftover. Does it have anything to do with that dream I had? Lin Changsheng dreamed from time to time that he might receive the inheritance of the clan ancestors' will in a few years. At that time, Lin Changsheng would understand everything. As for now, Lin Changsheng was at a loss and looked at the sky. He hoped that Shifu and Master were still alive and prayed silently. Some mysterious space in the northern wasteland. Daoyi Academy. Chen Qingyuan was still in torment, suffering severe pain every moment, without a moment's rest for his body or soul. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan was like he had turned into a bloody man. The skin and flesh of his entire body had blossomed, and one could clearly see the white bones. Frightening and terrifying. The 3 Jindans had already reached the earth grade and were on their way to the heaven grade. Other than staying up, Chen Qingyuan had no other way. The Dao bones in his body were slowly improving Chen Qingyuan's body and the 3 Jindans. As long as Chen Qingyuan could withstand the pressure, nothing would be a problem. Whenever Chen Qingyuan was about to be unable to bear it, he immediately recalled the years when he was tortured by the red-clothed girl, and his fighting spirit was so high that he was able to carry it for a while longer. Old me would rather die on the path to shaping the Golden Dam than go back and stay with that. Holding on to this belief, Chen Qingyuan supported himself bitterly and froze for more than 5 months. Thus, a mysterious light surged out from Chen Qingyuan's body, and the 3 Jindans were promoted to heavenly grade, blossoming with an extremely powerful Jindan might, causing the void within the chamber to distort for a few moments. Heavenly golden pill. It's not enough. If it was the Chen Qingyuan of the past, he would definitely stop in moderation. The red-clothed girl's requirements were very strict, and all bodies were wasted if they did not enter the holy product. Only when Chen Qingyuan raised the quality of his Jindan to a holy product would he not be captured by the girl and read back in the heavenly abyss. If he was wasted once more, Chen Qingyuan would want to die. If you're that reliable, then don't let me die. I'll take care of the rest. Chen Qingyuan tried to have a conversation with the golden Dao bone in his body, intending to fight his way through. The law Dao patterns on top of the golden Dao bone flickered a few times, as if in response to Chen Qingyuan. Immediately afterward, Chen Qingyuan took out a large amount of top-grade spirit stones, and drew on the pure spirit chi floating in the void. "Bet on it." As the words fell, Chen Qingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly raising the quality of his Jindan. Buzz. In an instant, many terrifying visionary shadows appeared behind Chen Qingyuan's back, as well as age-old Dao diagrams. At a certain moment, Chen Qingyuan felt that his soul was pushed out by the power of the Jindan and wandered away from his body. Extremely weak. In the next moment, the golden Dao bone played an extremely important role, sucking the soul back into the body and stabilizing the foundation. Daoi Gakuan, the ancient pavilion by the lake. The two vice deans who were sipping tea and drinking wine, at the same time, noticed the change in the laws of heaven and earth, and coincidentally looked at each other, their faces extremely grave, and then pinched their fingers and projected. "Anything?" After a long time, Yu Chunran looked at the old fellow and asked solemnly. "No trace." Lin Chichio, who was dressed in purple, shook his head, his eyes deep with a bit of sadness. It was not good news that the laws of heaven and earth had changed, and that the exact cause was unknown. "Let's hope there won't be any big mess." Yu Duanran let out a long sigh. "The dean has disappeared for 5,000 years, and I don't know when he will return." "Alas," Lin asked Chota mused. "The storm is coming. This era is different from the past. We may not be able to hide in the shadows at the Daoi Academy." 5,000 years ago, the dean of the Academy Palace projected a trace of abnormality, and only instructed the two vice deans to keep the Academy Palace under guard, and disappeared to this point. In the meantime, the associate dean and some of the lecturers had gone out poking around several times, but no trace of the dean had been found. With the dean's skill, no one under the sky should be able to kill him. However, it is feared that the dean has touched some forbidden karma. Don't think about that. It's as good as it gets. The two vice presidents stopped discussing these issues and looked at the slanting reflection of the sun in the lake, each thinking, after more than a year, Chen Qingyuan has been in seclusion for 2 years. His body is nowhere intact. His flesh and blood shed part of his body. His bones are exposed, and his golden Dao bones emit a faint light, wrapping around his organs and bowels. Chen Qingyuan could no longer perceive the pain in his body, and only his blurred consciousness was left to hold on. Every minute and every second passed extremely long for him. Dang! Dang! Knock! At this moment, the beating of that heart felt much stronger, like the sound of a drum vibrating. Chen Qingyuan's eyes seemed to have been washed by a rainbow and blossomed into a haze. Boom! A hot current flowed from the heart as the starting point to all parts of the body. At the same time, the three Jindans underwent a metamorphosis at the same time, spinning within the Dantian as their quality was promoted, crossed over to the level of a holy product. Chapter 75. The world is shocked by the appearance of a vision. 3 golden pills, all of them holy. This situation has never been recorded in ancient texts. Never before. 2 Jindans in one body was already an extremely rare situation, let alone someone like Chen Qingyuan. If this news was exposed, it would surely stir up the entire world, and all the cultivators in the imperial state, the northern desolate, the western border, the southern domain, and the eastern lands would surely place their eyes on Chen Qingyuan. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was afraid that there would be no peaceful days to live. Standing at the center of the great world vortex, the slightest carelessness would be swallowed up by the terrifying vortex, with no bones left. There are many evil techniques in this world that can graft another person's jindan onto their body. Once all 3 of Chen Qingyuan's sacred golden pills were exposed, although they were mighty over their peers and unmatched in honor, they were likewise accompanied by great danger. Really? Success! Looking internally at the 3 Jindans, a hint of excitement and delight gradually appeared in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. At this moment, he was covered in blood, his wounds were hideous, and his breath was slightly disorganized. Back then, Chen Qingyuan, with his heavenly Jindan foundation, had already swept through the Fu Lu star domain and the neighboring heavenly prides of the same generation, making it difficult to find opponents, and he was known as one of the 10 masters of the northern wasteland. Now that Chen Qingyuan had reshaped his roots and condensed 3 Saint-grade Jindans, his future achievements were hard to imagine. Within Chen Qingyuan's memory, he had never seen a similar situation in an ancient book. This world was so big that even the top powers had a hard time seeing the whole picture of the world. The 5 states were vast, with each state occupying thousands of starfields which contained countless stars. Rarely, the root of a sacred golden dan was extremely rare, and basically, there would not be more than 100 people in an era. The existence of such a foundation, as long as it does not die halfway, he will be able to become the existence of the peak of the Mahayana in the future. Life up to 30,000 years, free in the world. When the golden dan was molded, the cultivation level naturally increased. Jindan realm, early stage. Chen Qingyuan didn't have time to ponder over the 3 golden pills in his body and hurriedly repaired his injuries. The spirit stones surrounding Chen Qingyuan had already been consumed by more than half. And if it wasn't for the fact that this closed chamber had a pure spiritual qi, the resources consumed would definitely have to be multiplied several times over. The moment the molding of the sacred golden pill was completed, many visions appeared in the heavens and earth, startling countless living beings. A large part of the northern wilderness area, the 9 heavens above the golden light flashes, seems to have auspicious things in the clouds soaring. There are also stars and rivers of bright light pierced through the endless void, descending to the place where the mortal spirit lives. The aurora borealis colorful, captivating the eyes, causing the world to shocked amazed. What is the reason for the heaven and earth anomalies that are spreading across the star fields of all walks of life? Those with high cultivation levels vaguely heard the sound of ancient bells coming from the depths of the starry sky, and every sound went straight into their souls, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. Is that 3 suns in the sky? Not long afterward, the sight of 3 days shining together appeared in a certain star field in the northern wasteland, frightening countless people who exclaimed in shock, their expressions horrified and appalled. Spiritual veins are moving, laws are disorganized, and this direction is Daoi School Palace. Yu Chenran sensed the changes in the northern wasteland and was surprised, and then, he actually discovered that this separate space of the Dao Yi Academy had also been in an abnormal condition, and using his great divine power technique to project, he followed a trace of laws that were not visible to the naked eye, and rested his gaze in the direction of the Yunqi residence. With that, Yu Chenran flashed to the Yunqi residence and immediately blocked off the space, preventing anyone from discovering the abnormalities here. Even the other vice dean, Lin Qiqiu, had no way of learning about it. It's not that master wants to steal your secrets, but you've made too much noise, so I'm sorry. Yu Chenran detected that Chen Qingyuan was located in the cultivation hall, and in his heart, he used his Xian technique to observe. It was better not to look, but to look directly confused. At this time, Chen Qingyuan was repairing his injuries and also stabilizing his Jindan foundation, so he didn't use that special jade bracelet for concealment. Yu Duanran easily saw the 3 Jindans within Chen Qingyuan's body, and froze as if he were a wooden chicken, his trembling voice whispering, 3 dawns standing together. The holy product is flawless. Even though Yu Chenran had seen great storms before, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The Daoi School Palace had an extremely deep heritage with a long time of inheritance, and the books within the library cabinet recorded many historical things. However, Yu Chenran had flipped through all sorts of important ancient books, and had never seen a record of 3 sacred golden pills. This kid, still human? Yu Duanran froze for a long time, not knowing what to do. In that instant, Yu Chenran's eyes were shocked and envious. If it were anyone else, seeing the saint-grade Jindan within Chen Qingyuan's body that had yet to be completely stabilized, they would definitely have a crooked mind, and would want to take the Jindan for themselves no matter what the cost. The merit of the Green Sect, is this falling to you? Yu Chenran secretly speculated, looking forward to the future of Chen Qingyuan, his disciple. In order to keep Chen Qingyuan's secret, Yu Chenran falsely claimed that he had made a bit of noise while practicing, causing the laws of this space in the Daoi Academy to show signs of disturbance. As for the visions occurring all over the northern wasteland, perhaps they are certain exotic treasures coming out. The people within the Academy Palace had no doubt about what Yu Chenran had said. The 3 Dan sacred products were rare in the ages. Before Chen Qingyuan had truly grown up, Yu Chenran had to do everything possible to hide the secret in order to ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety. If certain old guys who want to go further know about this, Chen Qingyuan is afraid that he won't have a good time in the future. For this reason, Yu Chenran didn't even tell his old buddy Lin Wenxian. One less person knows, one less point of danger. Meanwhile, in the northern wasteland, the heavenly abyss forbidden area, this was a bizarre space, with a simple bamboo hut built on the vast and incomparable land, next to a slowly flowing blue stream, the end of which could not be seen. The courtyard of the bamboo house was planted with strange flowers and plants, not of the human world. The round of sun in the sky somewhat illuminated the land. Strangely enough, no matter how much time passed, the sun would not set and seemed to stay in the air forever. Upon closer inspection, it could be discovered that this sun was not real, but had been illuminated by a spiritual treasure. Ka! At that moment, the closed bamboo door opened, and a woman in a red dress walked out of the house. She was the owner of the heavenly abyss, the red-skirted girl who had been guiding Chen Qingyuan forward. She was tall and had picturesque eyebrows. It was only because she was wearing a dark-colored veil that she couldn't be seen in full. Even though she was covered by the veil, through her high nose and starry eyes, it was enough to imagine that her appearance underneath the veil must be very stunning. The red dress trailed, and the tightly bound gown accentuated her perfect figure, as well as her noble temperament. A delicate jade pendant was tied around its waist, and red ribbons hung down its side, fluttering from time to time, as nimble as the wind. The red-skirted girl's black hair was held tightly in place with a wooden hairpin, and it was this wooden hairpin that seemed to have pulled her from the 9 heavens above to the mortal world, tainted with a hint of red dust. With her bare feet, she stepped on the ground, unable to get any mud, dust, or dirt on her feet for fear of defiling this holy thing. Did it work? The red-skirted girl looked at the holiday in the sky, as if she had pierced through this illusory world of the forbidden zone and saw the scenery of the outside world, muttering a smile at the corners of her mouth and a touch of longing in her eyes. Chapter 76, Chen Qingyuan's True Origin. Red Dress Girl's Thoughts. I don't know when the next time we meet is going to be. If she could, the red-skirted girl wanted to stay with Chen Qingyuan all the time, not moving an inch. However, she couldn't do so, and could only stay in the heavenly abyss, hoping that one thought could slowly drift away into Chen Qingyuan's heart with the clear wind. You've smiled more in this life than you ever have combined. Removing your mask so you don't have to live so hard is one of the few things I can do to help you, and may you never blame me for it later. Every time she recalled the smile on Chen Qingyuan's face, the red-skirted girl's heart warmed, feeling that she was no longer so lonely and cold in the middle of this withering heavenly abyss forbidden area. Thoughts drifted slowly along with the wisp of a thought, reminding the red-skirted girl of something that happened over 200 years ago. 200 years ago. The girl in the red dress looked at the sleeping baby in her arms with tears in her eyes. She gently stroked the baby boy's cheek and murmured, "In this life, let me be in charge." Later, the red-skirted girl transmitted a message to Shangguan Rong of the Xianqing sect to come to the outskirts of the heavenly abyss. Shangguan Rong had just awakened his inherited memories, and was surprised and very curious when a voice suddenly appeared in his head. By the time Shangguan Rong arrived somewhere in the heavenly abyss, he saw the red-skirted girl walking with a baby boy in her arms. "And you are? You don't need to know." The red-skirted girl did not reveal her identity, but placed the baby boy on top of the stone beside Shangguan Rong. "Hold this child and leave. In the future, he will fulfill the will of the Green Sect." Hearing Qing sect, Shangguan Rong's entire body tensed. He had also just learned about the history of the Xianqing sect, which was a top secret, but he didn't expect it to be revealed by the mysterious woman in front of him. This child? However, Shangguan Rong thought for a moment that the heavenly abyss forbidden area was a place of great terror, and the mysterious woman in front of him was certainly not simple in her origins, so there was no need to be overly surprised to know about Qing's own. God ignores the merits of the Green Sect, and when the time is right, he will do justice to the Green Sect. The red dress woman's eyes have been watching the sleeping baby boy, very reluctant to part with him. The land of the heavenly abyss is too dangerous, and the woman in the red dress is afraid that she will not be able to take good care of the baby boy, and she is also unwilling to let the baby boy grow up without happiness. Traveling to Earth and allowing baby boys to live some normal life was what the woman in the red dress was hoping for. At least, don't make him suffer so much in this life. Dare I ask, Elder, how should I take care of him? Shangguan Rong didn't dare to refuse. His soul inexplicably trembled just by looking into the eyes of the red-skirted girl. Even if he had awakened his inherited memories, he didn't have the slightest bit of courage to dare to show disrespect. Moreover, Shangguan Rong wanted to fight for the clan, but his own power was too weak. Learning from the red-skirted girl's mouth that in the future, this baby could seek justice for the Green Sect, there was hope in his eyes. "Whatever you want," the woman in the red dress said. "Do you have any more requests?" Shangguan Rong asked again. "Be nice to him." The red-skirted woman believed in the Green Sect inheritor's character. She was relieved to place the child in the hands of the people of the Green Sect. This would allow the child to live a carefree life in the Green Sect, and also allow the Green Sect to be tainted with a trace of good karma. "Yes." Shangguan Rong nodded heavily and gave his assurance. Then, Shangguan Rong carefully picked up the baby and left on that note. The red-skirted woman looked into the distance, reluctantly, her eyes moist for a second. This time, can it go all the way? The red-skirted woman's emotions were so complicated that she couldn't withdraw her gaze for a long time. She could never forget the Chen Qingyuan of the first life, clad in silver armor and holding the back of a silver spear. The Chen Qingyuan of that time had a cold personality and had never smiled a few times in his life. In order to break the cage of this heaven and earth, in order to repel the foreign beings, he had never rested a day. He lost that battle. Not long afterward, the Devil Abyss appeared in the Imperial State, wanting to devour everything. It was fortunate that the martyrs of the Green Sect had laid down a shocking array, sealing and trapping the Devil Abyss and not letting the situation develop to an unmanageable point. It was because of this reason that the red-skirted girl decided to let Chen Qingyuan travel to the Xianqing sect. Without the Xianqing sect's more than 300,000 years of vigilance, the Devil's Abyss scourge would have erupted long ago, and Chen Qingyuan's wisp of a residual soul would certainly not have lasted until today. Where would it be possible for it to have a second chance? After 8 lifetimes of reincarnation, Chen Qingyuan's strand of residual soul was gradually repaired. The red-skirted girl spent a long time molding a flesh and blood body for it, ushering in the 9th life. This body was too fragile, and the red-skirted girl had to let Chen Qingyuan grow for a while first. When the opportunity was right, he would use a special technique to call Chen Qingyuan back to the heavenly abyss. For one thing, the red-skirted girl could finally be alone with Chen Qingyuan, which was the happiest period of her countless years. Secondly, she also had to do her best to help Chen Qingyuan rebuild his foundation, so that she would have the ability to accomplish the things that she had once failed to do. As for bullying Chen Qingyuan, it was purely a personal vendetta, a proper act of revenge. If I don't bully you now, I won't have a chance later. Every time she bullied Chen Qingyuan, the red-skirted girl's heart was very happy. On the surface like an ice lotus, uninviting, but behind her back, she was smiling. I don't know if I'll ever be able to leave the heavenly abyss in my life. Within the heavenly abyss, the red-skirted girl slowly closed her eyes, looking forward to the next time she would meet Chen Qingyuan. After living for so many years, the red-skirted girl had already merged with the laws of the heavenly abyss, and was unable to leave by half a step. If she were to force her way out, she would definitely touch the karma of the laws of the ages, and thus be condemned by heaven and die. It doesn't matter. As long as you're alive, there's hope for everything. The red-skirted girl's eyes were filled with anticipation as she turned around and went back inside the bamboo house. In all walks of life in the northern wasteland, the visions lasted for several days, causing a great impact. Many forces thought that there was some kind of exotic treasure descending into the world, and sent many experts around to investigate, but unfortunately to no avail. Other forces thought that there was a demon favored by the heavenly Tao had been born, and searched for a demonic figure that met the corresponding conditions. All in all, the northern wasteland was getting more and more chaotic, and there were gradually more fights among the younger generation. Chen Qingyuan, who was the person involved, knew nothing about these things. Time kept passing, and Chief Master Yu Chunran kept guarding the outside of Yunqi residence, waiting quietly. It wasn't until the 4th year of Chen Qingyuan's seclusion that he completely stabilized his Tao body and cultivation. Chen Qingyuan knew the importance of the 3 Dan sacred products and immediately used the jade bracelet to conceal the original appearance of the golden Dan, forging the appearance of a heavenly grade golden Dan. After exiting the gate, Chen Qingyuan spotted Yu Chunran standing at the entrance of Yunqi residence and exclaimed, "Master, why are you here? Go inside and talk." Yu Chunran sized up Chen Qingyuan for a few moments and realized that it was actually the aura of a heavenly grade Jin Dan, secretly saying that this brat really had a lot of secrets and could actually hide them from his eyes. Looking at Yu Chunran's grave expression, Chen Qingyuan slowly nodded his head and welcomed him in. Chapter 77, The Third Pact. Don't ever regret it. Inside the room, Chen Qingyuan poured Yu Chunran a cup of tea and asked in a low voice, "Master, do you have anything to say? The human heart is unpredictable. Do not show your true side until you have to." Yu Duanran didn't point it out, but only implicitly cautioned. At those words, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids fluttered slightly. He was not stupid. He could hear the meaning of Yu Chunran's words, and his heart was a little apprehensive. Chief Master should not be able to secretly harm himself. Don't get any ideas, kid. If I wanted to harm you, could I have waited until now? Through Chen Qingyuan's eyes, Yu Chunran guessed what was going on and gently kicked and scolded with a laugh. "Hey, disciples, don't mess around." Saying something reasonable, Chen Qingyuan's heart was much more at ease. Grinning, "Che." Yu Chunran gave Chen Qingyuan a blank stare and lightly hummed, "Your brat's mind." Master saw through it with a single glance, but then again, seeing, first glance, Master was also taken aback and envious. "If Master wants it, disciple will dig it down and give it to you." Chen Qingyuan joked. Asterisk 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 off. Don't come and disgust me. With Chen Qingyuan's joke, the feelings between master and disciple rose a bit, and the atmosphere was much more soothing. "I also ask master to keep my disciple's secret," Chen Qingyuan requested. "Nonsense. Do you think master is stupid?" Yu Chunran crossed his legs and took a sip of tea. "Master personally protects your path for fear of making a mistake." Regarding the matter of the 3 Dan holy products within Chen Qingyuan's body, even if it was someone close to him within the Academy Palace, Yu Chunran would not inform him, intending to rot in his stomach. "Thank you, master." Chen Qingyuan felt a hint of warmth and bowed. "Alright, if you really want to thank me, go get some good tea later. This tea is awful." Yu Duanran spat and decided to get up and leave. With Chen Qingyuan's intelligence, he definitely wouldn't do anything stupid. Therefore, Yu Chengyan only needed to come over and mention it. There was no need to say too much. "Yes, master." Chen Qingyuan let out a bitter smile and escorted him all the way. "Take care, master." After sending Yu Chunran away, Chen Qingyuan sat inside the house with a pang of fear. This time, It really was a scare. And it was fortunate that the breakthrough was carried out in the Dawi Academy Palace. If it was placed outside, it would definitely have already caused a huge trouble. Phew. Letting out a long breath, Chen Qingyuan's spirit loosened up a bit. Then, a wisp of Chen Qingyuan's consciousness entered the jade bracelet space. He hadn't forgotten about his agreement with the red-skirted girl, and last time, he said that he would wait until he had broken through to the Jindan realm before he could find out about the third agreement. Now that it was time, Chen Qingyuan entered with a hint of curiosity and apprehension. Conscious. Buzz. Within the mysterious space of the jade bracelet, a line appeared, suppress the northern wasteland 10 except you. What? When he saw the third engagement, Chen Qingyuan's face changed and he let out a cry of surprise. Isn't this agreement a bit much? The northern wasteland 10 Jie. That is the strongest group of people among their peers. If Chen Qingyuan suppressed them all, it would be the equivalent of trampling the entire northern wasteland cultivators of his generation under his feet. Can we negotiate a different engagement? Chen Qingyuan whispered. Yes, then let's take back what we agreed on. You marry me and everything is negotiable. As long as Chen Qingyuan touched the jade bracelet's prohibition, then the red-skirted girl would be able to have a short conversation with Chen Qingyuan through the jade bracelet. Suddenly I think the agreement is still appropriate and not subject to negotiation. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan immediately changed his words, fearing that he had entered the tiger's den again. Are you kidding me? If you get married to this, you won't be able to live in peace in this life. Chen Qingyuan's strand of consciousness immediately left the jade bracelet space and sealed the bracelet's prohibition for fear of hearing the red-skirted girl's voice. Suppressing the northern wasteland 10, this is not a good thing to do. Chen Qingyuan felt a headache over this matter and sighed softly. Sigh. Even though Chen Qingyuan had shaped the roots of the 3 Dan Saint grade, his own cultivation was still relatively weak, so he definitely shouldn't think of fighting those top demons in a short period of time. Unless Chen Qingyuan exposed his entire Jindan, there was no chance of winning. However, once the matter of the Golden Dan was revealed, countless troubles would ensue. It's not like she set a deadline anyway, so just drag it out slowly. Chen Qingyuan originally only wanted to live a low-key life and earn some spirit stones by legitimate means. He didn't care about the false titles in the world. The Dao Yi Academy's examination should be almost over. Counting the days, there's only a year left. If they knew that Chen Qingyuan had entered the gates of the Academy Palace without having to take an examination, they would definitely feel that it was very unfair and would not be kind to Chen Qingyuan. After all, people in this world only respected the strong. If Chen Qingyuan didn't show some real skills, it would be hard to convince the public. Furthermore, it was impossible for the 2 vice presidents to reveal the fact that Chen Qingyuan was the inheritor of the Qing clan, and it was up to Chen Qingyuan to face everything on his own. If he couldn't even solve these troubles, let alone inherit the will of the Green Sect, soldiers come and go. Chen Qingyuan didn't think about these troubles anymore and continued to meditate and cultivate, stabilizing his cultivation while also going to learn about the wonders of the sacred golden pill. Time passes quickly, and a year seems to pass in the blink of an eye. There were hundreds of people who participated in the examination, and only the top 10 were taken as disciples of the Academy Palace, while the rest were sent back to their original locations. Since the Dawi School Palace was in an independent and mysterious space, even if those people wanted to come and find the location of the school palace, it was impossible for them to have the slightest gain. Today, the examination had ended, and hundreds of people stood at the entrance position of the Dao Yi Academy Palace. The injuries on their bodies recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their disordered breath gradually smoothed out. Some had joy on their faces, while others were disheartened and clenched their fists, with resignation in their eyes. There was no one who suffered more than the 11th place, who was only a dozen points away from the 10th place. As long as he was a little more careful and made one less mistake, he could have the 10th place in his pocket. It's just a shame that there's only one chance, and it's impossible to start over. First place, Song Ningyan, Zhao Ichuan, dressed in white and also the examiner this time, read out the final results. Zhao Ichuan stood in the void, looking down at the young woman standing at the very front. Song Ningyan, mid-yuaning cultivation, wearing a dark black long dress, excellent appearance, cold eyes, withdrawn personality, do not like to talk to people. You have the right to choose your own teacher. The first place is always a bit of a privilege. Zhao Ichuan introduced some information about the lecturers and let Song Ningyan make her choice. Who knew that Song Ningyan raised her head and locked eyes with Zhao Ichuan, saying in a cold tone, I choose you. Hearing this answer, Zhao Ichuan froze slightly and quickly recovered, the corners of his mouth rising. Yes, but you mustn't regret it. Chapter 78, the examination ends. Chen Qingyuan becomes a target. Zhao Ichuan was notoriously strict in the Dawi Academy. It wasn't that no one had become his student before, but they were all forced to leave later. That day Chen Qingyuan had just arrived at the academy. Yu Chunran directly let Chen Qingyuan skip the examination. Zhao Yichuan was not happy and directly questioned Yu Chenran, who was the vice dean. When he was told that Chen Qingyuan was the inheritor of the Qin clan, Zhao Yichuan relented, thinking it was reasonable. If it wasn't for this causal relationship, Zhao Yichuan definitely wouldn't have agreed, and might have even fought hard with the vice dean to the end. I won't regret it. Song Ningyan, who was able to achieve first place in the examination, was naturally very powerful, crushing her peers and being high-minded. Hopefully, Zhao Yichuan lost his previous serious demeanor and laughed lightly. At this time, Yunqi residence. Yu Chenran's voice transmission fell into Chen Qingyuan's ears. Brat, the entrance examination has ended. You have to go over there. Master, what am I going to do? Chen Qingyuan asked in the direction of the void. Even though you're enrolled, there are still a lot of processes left to go through. Go when you're told to go. Don't ink. Since he had already snubbed Chen Qingyuan as his disciple, then Yu Chunran would definitely not be polite. So what if it's the inheritor of the Qing sect? It's still not my disciple. So beat it up, scold it, and don't show any mercy. Yes. Chen Qingyuan let out a bitter smile as he changed into a clean, light-colored outfit and headed towards the location of the mountain gate. It didn't take long for Chen Qingyuan to have arrived at the mountain entrance. Looking at Zhao Yichuan, who stood in the void, Chen Qingyuan bowed in respect. Zhao Yichuan nodded his head in return, a hint of softness flashing in his cold eyes. This guy is treating me a lot better. I guess it's for master's sake. Chen Qingyuan muttered in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yichuan didn't even take the face of the vice dean to heart. But because of the Qing zone, get in the line. Zhao Yichuan signaled Chen Qingyuan to stand in the first row. On Chen Qingyuan's way here, Zhao Yichuan had already read out the names of the top 10 finishers of the test and had them stand at the front. Together with Chen Qingyuan, there were 11 people in the first row. The gazes of the crowd all converged on Chen Qingyuan's body, their eyes filled with doubt. Where did this guy come from? I've seen this person standing next to me before the test, and it seems like he didn't take the test. He stood in the line of those who passed the test. On what grounds? Does anyone know him? The crowd frowned and whispered. The northern wasteland was very vast, and although Chen Qingyuan was famous, there were still many people who had never seen him. Hello, who are you? What's your name? The celestial pride named Wang Cheng, who was in the 11th place, was very unwilling in his heart and asked loudly. Regarding the discontent of the crowd, Zhao Yichuan stood high above and watched the drama, with no intention of stepping in to resolve it. Me? Chen Qingyuan realized that everyone's gazes were gathered and didn't hide anything. Answering truthfully, I'm from the Xianqing sect, and I'm called Chen Qingyuan. Hearing this, many people revealed surprised expressions. Wang Qing's eyes coalesced into a line as he gazed at Chen Qingyuan and exclaimed, the Northern Desolate 10, Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan let out a laugh and acquiesced. The black-skirted woman standing on Chen Qingyuan's right side was Song Ningyan. Her brows furrowed as she asked in a cold voice, according to the rules of the Daoyi Academy Palace, anyone who enrolls in the examination cannot be named as one of the 10 masters of the Northern Wastelands, and they need to act in a low profile. What's the matter with you? Is there this rule? How come I didn't know? Chen Qingyuan was stunned, really hearing about it for the first time. You don't know? The crowd looked at Chen Qingyuan with strange eyes, unable to figure out why Chen Qingyuan had no knowledge of the rules of the Academy Palace and didn't have to take the test. Students and examiners from the Dao Yi Academy could not participate in the Northern Wasteland 10. It had been this rule for countless years. With the remote location that the Xianqing sect was in, it really wasn't clear about this. Moreover, no one had told Chen Qingyuan about it from Master Yu Chunran. I really don't know. Chen Qingyuan looked bewildered and spat out. I was wondering which asshole had chosen me as the Northern Wasteland 10, so that I didn't have a few days of peace. However, what does the Northern Wasteland 10 Jia have to do with the Daoyi Academy's examiners? When the crowd heard Chen Qingyuan's spiel, they truly believed that Chen Qingyuan was unaware of the situation, and quite a few of them cast gazes of admiration, as well as a hint of sympathy. You're done. Song Ningyan sized up Chen Qingyuan for a few moments, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as she sneered. What do you mean? At the sound, Chen Qingyuan was even more confused. I just spouted off about the Northern Wasteland 10. How come it's over? Can't you get it straight? When Chen Qingyuan was about to ask a follow-up question, Zhao Yichuan, who was standing high above, suddenly spoke. The asshole you're talking about is me. The moment he heard this, Chen Qingyuan's body stiffened. Then, Chen Qingyuan's expression became abnormally rich as he raised his head and locked eyes with Zhao Yichuan, his voice slightly trembling. Senior, what did you say? The list of the 10 Northern Wastelands of the last few times was picked by me, Zhao Yichuan said with an indifferent expression. Boom! Having received the confirmation, Chen Qingyuan was like a thunderbolt. His mind was blank, dumbstruck, petrified in general. temporarily somewhat slowed down. Since ancient times, the list of the Northern Wasteland's heavenly pride was enacted by the Dawi Academy, in order to inspire the new generation to fight and grow up as quickly as possible. Those who are related to the Dawi Academy are eligible to participate in the examination for successive enrollment. Then these people are not allowed to enter the list. Dawi Academies has been in the shadows, not known by the world. Naturally do not want to let the students of the academy to show their faces, so as not to violate the ancestral training. For countless years, Chen Qingyuan was considered a special case, being both a Northern Wasteland 10 master and a student of the Academy Palace. 200 years ago, Yu Chenran knew that the Xianqing sect of the Fu Lu Star region was the Qing sect that had disappeared for many years. However, he did not tell anyone about this, nor did he say that the Xianqing sect was related to the Dawi Academy. Thus, Zhao Yichuan felt that the Chen Qingyuan of 100 years ago was highly talented and chose him as one of the Northern Wasteland 10. As for the newly enacted list of the 10 masters, Zhao Yichuan hadn't considered Chen Qingyuan at first, but Yu Chenran had forced his way onto it. Thus, Chen Qingyuan, who was still at the heavenly spirit realm at the time, inexplicably became one of the Northern Wasteland 10 again, causing countless people to want to use him as a stepping stone. The love from the master is so passionate. Yu Chenran had to give Chen Qingyuan enough pressure to grow up as quickly as possible and shoulder the responsibility of the Qing clan. The original Chen Qingyuan pondered for a long time and came to a realization. Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that just now. Returning to his senses, Chen Qingyuan hurriedly apologized. It's okay. There are plenty of people who call me names. Zhao Yichuan smiled at Chen Qingyuan, causing Chen Qingyuan's scalp to tingle with an extremely unpleasant feeling. Immediately afterward, Zhao Yichuan called some people over, intending to send the eliminated back to their original places. After leaving the Dawi Academy, there would be no chance to become a disciple of the academy in the future. Senior, I'm not convinced. Wang Cheng, the 11th place finisher, gathered his courage and said loudly. Ha! Zhao Yichuan glanced at Wang Cheng without anger. Why doesn't he need to take the examination? Moreover, according to the rules of the Academy Palace, the Northern Wasteland 10 masters are not related to the Academy Palace and may not enroll. Wang Cheng pointed at Chen Qingyuan, venting his dissatisfaction. Anyone who participated in the examination had extremely high talent and strength, and many of them were not weaker than the Northern Wasteland 10 Jia, and the top few in the examination were even a bit stronger than the 10 Jia. Only because of his connection with the academy, he could not participate in the selection of the 10 masters. Do I need to explain to you when the Dawi Gakkai is doing its job? Zhao Yichuan was condescending and unquestionable. No need. Wang Cheng didn't dare to get tough with Zhao Yichuan, so he could only aim his spear at Chen Qingyuan. I just think that it's hard to convince the public that this person didn't take the test. It's not like I don't want to take the test. It's none of my business. Chen Qingyuan was depressed as he was stared at by hundreds of pairs of unkind gazes. Chapter 79, Can Face Be Eaten? Chen Qingyuan had become a student of the Dawi Academy without an examination, which was very unfair to the others. Those who had lost to the top 10 were convinced and ashamed of themselves. However, there was no way to make them convince Chen Qingyuan. Wang Qing had a lot of guts and spoke the minds of the crowd directly, staring at Chen Qingyuan with sharp eyes, making Chen Qingyuan feel uncomfortable. What do you want? Zhao Yichuan asked in a flat tone. I want to spar with him, and if he can beat me, willingly admit defeat. There was only one chance, and Wang Qing had to fight for himself. He wasn't willing to lose the election, and seeing Chen Qingyuan was like grabbing that last straw. If Chen Qingyuan lost to Wang Qing, there was no reason for the Dawi Academy to expel Wang Qing, unless the Academy's face that had been accumulated for countless years was not wanted. Taking a step back, Wang Qing did not have anything to lose even if he lost. If he won, even if he didn't become a student of the Dawi Academy, he could still pull Chen Qingyuan as a mat. All in all, Wang Qing's math was good, and no matter what the outcome was, it did him no harm. Chen Qingyuan, what's your opinion? Zhao Yichuan did not reject the offer, but left the decision to Chen Qingyuan and inquired. It's not a bad thing for young people to be competitive, as long as they don't go over the line. It's none of my business if he's not convinced. Chen Qingyuan didn't care. Your Excellency is afraid? Wang Qing sneered. Cut. Chen Qingyuan gave Wang Qing a look of disdain and said, why should I fight you? You give me a reason. Prove that you are qualified to become a person of the Dawi Academy and convince us. Wang Cheng knew that the cause and effect of this matter could not be borne alone, and that he had to pull in everyone in order to give Chen Qingyuan tremendous pressure. Right. You didn't take the test yet, you were able to enroll. We are not convinced. Chen Qingyuan, you were listed as one of the Northern Wasteland 10 masters, and you were also allowed to enter the Dawi Academy Palace, which would have been against the rules. However, as long as you have the ability to do so, we definitely have nothing to say. Those celestial pride who had lost were already lost in their hearts. And now with this matter of Chen Qingyuan, they vented all of their emotions. Now, the pressure was all on Chen Qingyuan. In response, Chen Qingyuan still looked indifferent, clearly not the slightest bit angry. I don't need to prove myself. I'm already enrolled anyway. So if you're offended you can go to the higher-ups of the Daichi Academy and make the situation clear. There was no way Chen Qingyuan would be so easily provoked and then foolishly meet the battle. What can he, Chen Qingyuan, do without benefits? What's the point of proving yourself? As for face, can it be food? Wang Qing was confused and didn't know what to say. According to common sense, shouldn't Chen Qingyuan be eager to prove himself and then fight Wang Qing? Why did Chen Qingyuan not follow the rules? Wang Qing held his tongue for a long time before saying again, you actually don't even have the courage to fight me. So what qualifications do you have to become a disciple of the Dawei Academy? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Chen Qingyuan couldn't take it anymore and directly stated what was in his heart. What good would it do me to win against you? Fighting you, that's me giving you a chance. But I don't want to give you a chance. What can you do to me? Many of the lecturers in the Dawei Academy were secretly watching the action, feeling that Chen Qingyuan was very different from previous disciples. If he were a previous student, he would have rolled up his sleeves and started fighting in the face of this kind of provocation. Wang Qing's mouth was open and he didn't even know how to retort. You want me to fight you with just a few words? You're out of your mind. There are so many people behind you. If anyone who looks at me unfavorably wants to fight, won't I die of exhaustion? Besides, if you beat me, that means you can step on me and enter the Dawei Academy. Do you think this kind of opportunity is free? Chen Qingyuan showed his true colors, and it was time to make money. If he could, Chen Qingyuan wouldn't want to go through the trouble of earning money. There was no way around it. The Xianqing sect was really too poor, or at least it didn't look very wealthy on the surface. The task halls and buildings everywhere in the sect are Chen Qingyuan from the pocket, and occasionally have to give some pocket money to the senior brothers. To raise a large family, it is not easy. Most of the money that Chen Qingyuan had earned over the years had been used to build the sect. Back then, when the strongest members of the various sects tried to force Chen Qingyuan to reveal the situation within the heavenly abyss, the Xianqing sect was filled with anger, and that was a true intention to fight for their lives. Never false. After all, up and down the Xianqing sect, who hadn't had the benefit of Chen Qingyuan, especially those who have just entered the disciples, every month increased some cultivation resources are Chen Qingyuan gift. What do you mean by that? Wang Qing seemed to understand and asked with a serious expression. Are you really stupid? Or are you just pretending? I'll give you one more chance to worship the entrance palace. You have to pay something. If I lose, this position will be given to you, and I can also get some benefits to comfort myself. Chen Qingyuan picked it out directly. He made so much sense that I actually couldn't argue with it. Wang Qing blinked his eyes and pondered for a long time, unable to generate the slightest bit of hatred towards Chen Qingyuan. It wasn't just Wang Qing, but also those unsuccessful celestial pride. If it was them, they definitely wouldn't have given up the opportunity to enroll in the school. If Chen Qingyuan was willing to face the battle, it was equivalent to becoming a stepping stone, so taking some benefits seemed understandable. How much do you want? This was an opportunity that Wang Qing categorically did not want to miss. That's up to you. It's a chance to enroll in the Dawei Academy. I don't know how much it's worth in your heart. Chen Qingyuan could not name an accurate number. Here is in the boundaries of the Dawei Academy. Too much is not good. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing fell silent and began to think. In the void, Zhao Yichuan looked at the situation suddenly changed. On the surface of the clouds light, but inside the ripples, secretly said, Chen Qingyuan, this kid how with an old fox like. Not a bit of young people's hot blood arrogance of the gas. I like this little guy. Not stupid. No wonder Vice Dean you took this kid as his disciple ahead of time. At the very least, he's not a loser. However, can this kid win the fight? If he loses, not only will he lose face for himself and Vice President Yu, but it will also have an impact on the reputation of the Dawei Academy. In the dark, a group of lecturers discussed the matter with interest and a hint of concern. It was fine if Chen Qingyuan won, but if he lost, things would not be easy to handle. Have you thought about it yet? I don't have time to wait for you. Seeing that Wang Qing had been frothing, Chen Qingyuan spoke out to urge him. This is all I have. All of it, given to you to beg for a chance to fight you. To give less would be to not take the opportunity to enroll seriously. Thinking about it, Wang Qing took out all the spirit stones from his entire body, put them in a Qiankuan bag, and threw them to Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 80, Defeating the Opponent. Shocking the crowd, Chen Qingyuan received this Qiankuan pouch, and was slightly surprised when a strand of his divine thought probed into it. Thousands of extremely high-grade spirit stones, more than 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and so on. This kid is rich too. Chen Qingyuan's eyes were glowing. Blood money. Wang Qing, this guy's background must not be simple. Otherwise, where did he get so much family money? That place in the Fu Lu Star domain was indeed a bit more remote. Not as good as these guys who lived in the central region of the northern wasteland. Seriously, Wang Qing was also very needy when he threw out his entire family fortune. However, in order to get a chance to enroll in school, the price was worth it. Very sincere. Chen Qingyuan put the Qingyuan bag away and said seriously, Your Excellency wants to fight with me in order to prove that you are not bad, and thus enter the Daoi Academy, right? Right. Wang Qing thought for a moment and nodded. Since we are proving ourselves, we definitely need to excel. Therefore, you and I will fight at the same realm in order to truly show which is stronger or weaker. Chen Qingyuan dug a hole for Wang Qing and put a cap on him first. Wang Qing was a Yuaning stage cultivator, while Chen Qingyuan had just stepped into the Jindan realm. If Chen Qingyuan didn't expose his sacred Jindan roots, he would definitely not be an opponent. A battle in the same realm would be a good deal. According to you. In front of everyone, Wang Qing cared about face and did not dare to press Chen Qingyuan with his cultivation realm. Moreover, he felt that if he beat Chen Qingyuan by virtue of his cultivation advantage, there was no guarantee that Chen Qingyuan would backtrack. Worthy of being a contemporary heavenly pride. Bravado! Chen Qingyuan praised and smiled faintly. This guy is really stupid. High cultivation is also your own cultivation. Why do you want to fight in the same realm? Chen Qingyuan praised him on the surface, but inwardly, he felt that this person was a bit of a fool. The cultivation world was very cruel, with people dying every moment. Those who are simple-minded don't have much of a chance of making it to the end, and even living in peace is a luxury. Come on, fell for it. The secret lecturer was speechless at Wang Qing's behavior. It wasn't a sparring match between friends. What was the point of talking about a battle in the same realm? This kind of behavior was giving the opponent a chance and was too stupid. It seems that the Wang family has taken care of him too much. After cultivating for hundreds of years, he still looks like a fledgling who doesn't know the dangers and evils of the world. Many people in the Academy Palace secretly shook their heads. There was nothing more to see in this battle. If he relied on his cultivation advantage, Wang Qing might still raise his eyebrows, but now it's hard to say. It was probably because Wang Qing was too eager to prove himself, so he didn't reject Chen Qingyuan's offer. Zhao Yichuan also wanted to see the action and waved his hand to build a ring in the void for the two to go up and spar. The ring was vast, like a small space world. Come on! Chen Qingyuan radiated his cultivation at the early stage of the Jindan realm and took up a battle stance. Wang Qing was an honest person and truly suppressed his cultivation. Then, Wang Qing transformed into a stream of light, dodging to Chen Qingyuan's face and blasting his fist. Chen Qingyuan immediately dodged and pointed out a finger, striking Wang Qing's side. Boom! Wang Qing was knocked back by a finger, and a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. With only one move to test the waters, Wang Qing was at a disadvantage, leaving him feeling incredulous. Obviously, they were both at the early stage of the Jindan realm. Why was the gap in strength so obvious? Now, with no time to think, Wang Qing directly revealed his Jindan root, intending to fight with all his might. A round of dazzling golden dan light appeared behind it, like a blazing sun that had landed on earth, and the laws strewn across it were clearly traces of the veins of the heavenly grade golden dan. Having the qualifications to participate in the Daoi Academy's examination, Wang Qing's talent was naturally very high. A heavenly grade Jindan had surpassed countless cultivators in the world. Immediately after that, Chen Qingyuan also displayed the vision of a heavenly grade Jindan and engaged Wang Qing in a close-range physical fight. With the jade bracelet given by the red-skirted girl, Chen Qingyuan concealed the true condition of his body, so that even the top powers in the world could not see it. After engaging in a battle for dozens of moves, Wang Qing found a suitable opportunity to utilize a divine ability, Taishan Sangshan Seal. Wang Qing slapped out his palm, and a Dao diagram appeared in the center of his palm with a mountain peak inscribed on it. After activating the Dao art, the palm Dharma seal was projected above the void, blending with the vision of the heavenly great golden pill, like a 10,000 meter mountain, and ruthlessly smashing into Chen Qingyuan. The giant mountain fell with great speed, leaving Chen Qingyuan with nowhere to avoid it. In an instant, the space around Chen Qingyuan became dim, and a terrifying pressure hit the soul. I was going to play with you for a while, but who knew you were in such a hurry? Chen Qingyuan secretly said in his heart, deciding to stop fooling around and had to get serious. On the surface, Chen Qingyuan was the root of a heavenly grade Jindan, but in reality, he was a 3-Dan sacred grade Ah. Even if he didn't make use of the 3-Dan Saint Pin's visions, he could still exert a power that far exceeded the heavenly pin level. With a solid foundation, the power of the Dao arts that were cast out would also be strengthened. On top of that, the body's various functions were greatly enhanced, including the degree of utilization of aura. The the speed of drawing in the aura of the heavens and earth, and a higher level of enlightenment. Break! Chen Qingyuan's right hand merged his fingers into a sword and stabbed the top of his head. Swish! A sword shocked the world and directly chopped the Taishan mountain seal into pieces. Wang Qing suffered a backlash from the Dao technique and fell back a few steps, his body's qi and blood churning unceasingly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Qingyuan arrived in front of Wang Qing as if he were a ghost, and the invisible sword was pressed against the center of his brow. Everything happened too fast for Wang Qing to think and dodge. I lost. Wang Qing felt the cold sword intent at the center of his brow, and although he was unwilling to do so, he still bowed his head and admitted defeat in a very convincing manner. Chen Qingyuan's right hand relaxed, and the 3-foot sword that had coalesced naturally dispersed. Giving Wang Qing a smile, Chen Qingyuan exited the ring. After this battle, those who were dissatisfied with Chen Qingyuan shut their mouths. To be accepted as a disciple by the Daoi school palace on an exceptional basis was indeed no simple figure. The crowd was very surprised. They had thought that this was a vicious battle. Who knew that there would be an outcome so soon? The way they looked at Chen Qingyuan's eyes became very scornful, and there was a hint of shock that was hard to hide. Anyone else want to give it a try? If there was money to be made. Of course Chen Qingyuan was eager to fight a few more times, smiling as he looked at the group of dropouts. The crowd was silent. How could they dare to come forward to fight with Chen Qingyuan? If I don't have to fight at the same realm, I would be willing to give it a try. Someone in the crowd spoke up. That won't do. You are trying to prove that you are not weaker than others. How can you take advantage of your cultivation? Chen Qingyuan rejected the offer without hesitation. What's the point of letting you guys bully me with your Yuaning realm cultivation? Although Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation level was indeed inferior to the people present, with that battle just now, the crowd did not dare to underestimate him. Wang Cheng, who had returned to the crowd, kept looking at Chen Qingyuan with no hatred, only unwillingness. If he could run into Chen Qingyuan next time, he would definitely fight again. Until now, Wang Cheng did not know where he lost. Obviously both sides had the same cultivation level. Why did he lose so easily? Wang Cheng didn't understand this, and neither did anyone else present, including the group of old men from the Academy Palace. This little fellow is by no means as simple as he appears on the surface. Zhao Yichuan sized up Chen Qingyuan several times and said in his heart. Chapter 81, could it be a bastard child? Chen Qingyuan had shown his strength, and the crowd didn't have much of an objection. Although Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation level was no match for the crowd, it was known that Chen Qingyuan had entered the Heavenly Abyss Forbidden Area to recultivate. Given enough time, Chen Qingyuan would soon be able to catch up. Send them out. This matter came to an end as Zhao Yichuan headed towards the void. At that moment, several men dressed in white came out of the void and waved their sleeves in the direction of the unsuccessful candidates. Whoosh! The hundreds of people who had failed to be selected were taken away by a soft force, leaving this small world of the Daoi Academy. Kid, daring to make money on the entrance day of my Daoi Academy. You're the first one in countless years. Zhao Yichuan landed below and took a few steps towards Chen Qingyuan, smiling but not laughing. After being stared at by Zhao Yichuan for a few moments, Chen Qingyuan had an ominous feeling. Just now, Chen Qingyuan had cursed the person who had promulgated the Northern Wasteland Tenjie, but he hadn't realized that that person was Zhao Yichuan. Had he known that the list of the Northern Wasteland 10 masters came from the Daoi Academy, how would Chen Qingyuan have dared to say such words? The words had already been said. Chen Qingyuan had to find a way to make up for it, or else he would easily get his shoes worn. Senior, I didn't intend to make money. This is to minimize the trouble, so that those who failed the test will stop pestering. While speaking, Chen Qingyuan pulled out his Qiankuan pouch. Afterwards, Chen Qingyuan handed the Qiankuan bag to Zhao Yichuan and said in a serious manner, now that there's no more trouble, disciple would like to hand over the accidentally gained spirit stones to senior. Zhao Yichuan glanced at Chen Qingyuan and thought that this guy was a little fox. The academy isn't that petty. Keep it to yourself. Zhao Yichuan said with indifferent eyes. If Zhao Yichuan received the Qiankuan bag, that is not in Chen Qingyuan wear a pants. After what shall not be a little care. If he didn't accept it, Chen Qingyuan could keep the Qiankuan bag with peace of mind. No matter what the situation was, it would not be bad for Chen Qingyuan. This son has played a good game. If you really want to turn it in, why don't you just give it to the academy? The group of people who were secretly watching the show discussed, and all felt that Chen Qingyuan was too cunning to do anything, and that he would definitely not be fooled when he went out. Chen Qingyuan's hand of retreating to advance was deeply memorized by Zhao Yichuan. If there was a chance in the future, Zhao Yichuan would definitely take good care of Chen Qingyuan. All come with me. Zhao Yichuan walked in front of him, stepping through the gates of the academy and heading towards a palace surrounded by clouds. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan and the others followed closely behind. Along the way, Song Ningyan and the others had been sizing up Chen Qingyuan. curious as to what allowed him to make an exception and become a disciple of the Academy Palace without taking the test. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Yichuan led the crowd to a place called the Yuxia Hall. The Yuxia Hall was very empty, not even tables, chairs and benches. With a wave of Zhao Yichuan's sleeve, 11 costumes and 11 jade tags appeared in the void. The clothes are pure white, better than snow. The jade plate was crystal clear and engraved with the words Daoi. Drop the blood and congeal the contract. Zhao Yichuan scanned the crowd with a serious expression. Chen Qingyuan and the others looked at the jade tablet suspended in front of them, reached out and held it in their palms, making a contract with it as Zhao Yichuan had said. Jade metals symbolize the seal of identity for each person and cannot be forged. Those enrolled in the school were 7 men and 4 women. The white clothes of the males were long shirts, and the females were long skirts, and all of them were embroidered with a design of a flower on the other side of the river, containing a hint of the law that demonic evil may not invade. Li Zhixing, you have a bond with formations. Enter the formation extreme hall. Mo Yanning, enter the alchemy room. Tianyuan, enter the puppet hall. Zhao Yichuan began to announce where everyone was going. There were a total of 7 veins in the Daoi Academy Palace: the main vein, the sword hall, the formation pole hall, the alchemy room, the puppet hall, the art sect, and the talisman palace. Chen Qingyuan was the vice dean's personal disciple, and was definitely in the main vein, so as long as he was energetic, he could cultivate any Dao technique. General branch disciples, on the other hand, must be proficient in their own learning, and every once in a while if the assessment is not qualified, light punishment, heavy expulsion from the palace. Soon, the elders of each vein took the newly enrolled disciples away. Some of the elders gazed deeply at Song Ningyan as they left, sighing in their hearts, this girl is extremely talented, but it's a pity that she chose the wrong master. Quite a few of the elders began to make bets. How long do you think girl Song can hold out? The old man is sitting on the bank, and the game is open. Zhao Yichuan was the chief lecturer of the Daoi Academy Palace, and his strength was second only to the 2 vice deans. There were once quite a few demonic people who wanted to become Zhao Yichuan's disciples, but they couldn't bear Zhao Yichuan's cultivation style, and all of them switched to other branches or directly withdrew from the Daoi Academy. Severe. This is the word that best describes Zhao Yichuan as a person. Many of the elders of the Daoi Academy Palace were afraid of Zhao Yichuan and didn't dare to snicker in front of him and be honest. I think there's something wrong with this matter. This time it was Elder Zhao who presided over the examination. Knowing that this son Chen Qingyuan didn't participate in the examination, why did he turn a blind eye to it? This isn't like Elder Zhao's style. Chen Qingyuan is Vice President Yu's hand-picked disciple. Elder Zhao is probably giving Vice President Yu some face. Bull ********. Back then, Elder Zhao even dared to dislike the dean. Although he was suppressed by the dean for 100 years afterward, his temperament still hasn't changed. This time, Chen Qingyuan clearly went through the back door and violated the rules of the Academy Palace. How could Elder Zhao possibly give face to Vice Dean Yu? Say it like it's oh. Many people were muttering about this matter, feeling that Zhao Yichuan seemed like a changed person, and actually didn't care about pulling strings and taking the back door. Could Chen Qingyuan be Elder Zhao's illegitimate son? I don't know which guy uttered this speculation, which caused a commotion. Although this is highly unlikely, it can't be ruled out. The crowd really couldn't think of any other reason than this one. You can't say such things. I'm certain that Elder Zhao is still a virgin. No rumors. A respected elder of the alchemy room came out to dispel the rumors, hurriedly stopping such remarks before they reached Zhao Yichuan's ears, thus leading to a one-sided thrashing. Elder Zhao has lived for tens of thousands of years, but he's still a child. No way. With the alchemy room elder's explanation, the topic was smoothly led to Zhao Yichuan. A bunch of assholes. Don't lead the trouble to the old man. Seeing that the situation was not good, that alchemy elder directly announced that he was closing down and would not show his face in recent years. The people only dared to talk about it behind their backs, but they didn't have the guts to say such things in front of Zhao Yichuan, and it was easy to break bones. Inside the Jade Cloud Hall, Zhao Yichuan was still unaware that the elders of the various veins were discussing his boyhood body, and looked at Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan with a solemn face. From today onwards, the 2 of you are the people of the main vein, and you will cultivate with me. Chapter 82, the child has grown up. It's not easy to beat him up. Cultivate with Zhao Yichuan? Chen Qingyuan stared at his eyes, extremely uneasy, and hurriedly voiced out a question. Senior, shouldn't I be following my family's teacher's cultivation? Just now your master sent a message asking me to help teach you. Zhao Yichuan gave Chen Qingyuan a kind smile. It's not. It's really cheap. Do you want to screw your pupil like this? Originally, Chen Qingyuan was still thinking that even if he accidentally called Zhao Yichuan an asshole in front of everyone, he would stay in Yunxi residence to cultivate, so he didn't have to worry about being put in small shoes by Zhao Yichuan for the time being. However, Chen Qingyuan, thousands of counting, also did not expect the master Yu Chunran will come to such a hand. Directly handed himself into the hands of Zhao Yichuan. This is not a harm to people. Senior is busy. So let's forget about it. I can do it alone. Don't bother Senior. Chen Qingyuan smiled awkwardly and tried to escape. This seat only has one disciple. Song Ningyan. So it's not troublesome to teach her while watching you in passing. There was no way Zhao Yichuan would let Chen Qingyuan escape from his palm. Kid, it's true that there are quite a few people who have called me names. However, other than the dean and the two vice deans, you are the first one who dares to call me an asshole to my face. Even though you are the inheritor of the green sect, I still have to teach you a good lesson. And in the process, improve your personal abilities. Zhao Yichuan's smile gave Chen Qingyuan the creeps. He wanted to run, but there was nowhere to run. Master, I hate you. With a hint of grudge, Chen Qingyuan was forced to follow Zhao Yichuan to a mysterious place. Hey, you're miserable. Song Ningyan came from one of the top forces in the core region of the northern wasteland, with a top power within her clan, and she had some knowledge of the Dao One School Palace. She had come to the Dao One School Palace with the purpose of becoming Zhao Yichuan's disciple. You're no better. Chen Qingyuan cut out. The two had already changed into the attire of the academy, white and immaculate. Who is your master? Until now, Song Ningyan was not clear about Chen Qingyuan's situation in the Daoi Academy. Through the conversation between Chen Qingyuan and Zhao Yichuan just now, Song Ningyan could vaguely learn that Chen Qingyuan's master was not a small person. Otherwise, how could he possibly ask Zhao Yichuan to do a favor and incidentally teach Chen Qingyuan? Not telling you. Chen Qingyuan was wary of this woman. Song Ningyan loved to talk. Song Ningyan narrowed her eyes slightly and stopped asking. After walking for half an hour, he came to a mysterious space where an ancient tower stood. The tower was 33 floors high, and each floor had a special law, which was one of the foundations of the Daoi Academy. Follow me. Zhao Yichuan unlocked the ancient tower's prohibition and walked with his hands behind his back. The first floor of the ancient tower was pitch black, as if it was a dark space with no end in sight. Zhao Yichuan snapped his fingers towards the depths of space, instantly dispersing the darkness and letting the light shine into every corner. Immediately afterward, a black river swirled and flooded the space. Zhao Yichuan grabbed one with one hand, keeping Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan from being swallowed by the black water for the time being. This is the Black River. It can raise your spiritual power. When you have reached the end of the Black River, it means that your spiritual power has reached a qualified level. The Black River raged, forming hundreds of whirlpools. If you want to walk to the end of the Black River, you can only rely on strong spiritual power. Good luck. The next moment, Zhao Yichuan let go. Flop, flop, two sounds of falling water. Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan fell into the water at the same time. The laws of this space had already been activated by Zhao Yichuan, and the cultivation of the two of them had already been sealed, as if they were mortals who couldn't perform Taoist techniques, much less think of rising up into the air. I'm not ready for this. Chen Qingyuan cried out in his heart and was instantly engulfed by the river as his body kept sinking. On the other side, Song Ningyan also didn't expect that she would have to face this kind of test just after she was initiated. It was really torturous. However, she didn't have time to think about this kind of problem. Hurry up and find a way to pass the test. Chen Qingyuan's body kept sinking as if there was no end to it. Stay calm. Closing his eyes, he began to feel everything around him. Slowly, Chen Qingyuan's descent became slower. At a certain point, Chen Qingyuan's body finally stopped. Invisible spiritual power wrapped around all parts of Chen Qingyuan's body, defending him against the laws of this space. And then, Chen Qingyuan vaguely sensed that his own spiritual power was slowly being upgraded as he endured the immense pressure. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan stood in white, his face expressionless. Is it too much to ask for you to throw them into the tower when they've only been initiated for a short time? Vice President Lin Wenxian came and didn't quite agree with Zhao Yichuan's behavior. Those of the main vein must have the strength to crush their peers. By surviving this, they can truly become a core disciple of the Daoi Academy Palace, and this kind of requirement is not too high. Zhao Yichuan said in a deep voice. Well, at least let them understand what it means to enter the ancient tower. Lin Wenxian let out a bitter smile and opened his mouth. The ancient pagoda was treacherous, and if one did not have strong enough skills, one's life would be in danger. Over the countless years, there were quite a few heavenly prides that had died in the ancient pagoda, and they were all resounding figures in any land realm. When they have gone to the top, I will tell them myself. If they can't go far enough, there's no point in saying anything. Zhao Yichuan didn't take Lin Chao's words to heart and was indifferent. You kid has a stinky face all day long, and you like to dislike people when you talk. I really want to beat you up. Lin asked Chou to blow his beard. You beat it. Zhao Yichuan was unimpressed. I'll beat it back in a few years when I become a bit stronger. Lin Wenxian was so exasperated that he was speechless. If it was someone else, Lin Wenxiao would have punched him without any psychological pressure. However, Zhao Yichuan was different. He was the dean's personal disciple, and his talent was so high that it was scary. After a while, maybe Zhao Yichuan would be able to take over the position of dean of the academy. Oh, boy. It's not good to get your hands dirty when your kids are older. If I had known this would happen, I should have taken advantage of his young age to give him a good tutelage. Lin asked Cho to sigh helplessly. You should know the background origins of Girl Song and Kid Chen. Don't screw these two up, or else this good karma will turn into bad karma. And we are afraid that none of us at Dawi Academy will be able to carry it off. I know it in my heart. Zhao Yichuan still looked cold. You have a load of numbers in your mind. I'd rather stay here. If something really goes wrong, it can still be remedied. Lin asked Cho to really worry that something had happened to Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan, so he came directly to the ancient tower to prevent accidents from happening. Whatever. Zhao Yichuan's attitude was cold, with indifference written all over his face. Inside the ancient tower, Chen Qingyuan felt like his body was going to be torn apart, and his soul felt as if it was being stabbed by countless fine needles. The stinging pain was unbearable. It could really cost you your life. Chen Qingyuan didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax, enduring the severe pain and sharpening his spiritual power. Chapter 83, Proving Yourself. The ancient tower was something extremely important to the Dawi Academy Palace, with a total of 33 layers, each of which contained a different law. For countless years, not many people could stand at the top of the tower. Reaching the top meant that talent, qi, Tao heart, enlightenment, and so on were the best in the world. Such a character hadn't appeared in the Dawi school palace for tens of thousands of years. One must know that anyone who could become a disciple of the Academy Palace was already an extremely outstanding heavenly pride and talent under the heavens. Unsurprisingly, the next dean should be Zhao Yichuan, who couldn't reach the top of the tower even when he was young, and only reached the 30th floor at most. The pain is tapering off. Chen Qingyuan, who had been swallowed by the river, adapted to this law, and his spiritual power was greatly enhanced. Half an hour later, Chen Qingyuan surfaced and could finally see the road ahead. For her to be number one in the examination, she shouldn't be so bad that something happened here. Sweeping a glance around, Chen Qingyuan did not see any sign of Song Ningyan, presumably still suffering under the water. Chen Qingyuan looked ahead, unable to see the end of the river for the time being, and could only feel the endless pressure of the laws coming at him. This space suppressed Chen Qingyuan's cultivation, and if he wanted to walk into the depths, he had to use his spiritual power to resist the pressure, and all other means were ineffective. Wow! Chen Qingyuan began to swim, slowly. With every distance his body moved, Chen Qingyuan could clearly perceive that the pressure of the law became stronger and stronger. Every half a moment, Chen Qingyuan had to stop and rest. After another moment, Song Ningyan showed her head out of the water, opening her red lips and panting heavily. Her hair was dripping wet, only one of her heads poking out of the water, and her expression looked a bit rushed and tense. Staying down in the pitch-black river, Song Ningyan's soul nearly suffocated. Luckily, she found the method as soon as possible and did her best to break the surface of the water, and the pressure plummeted. This guy actually beat me to it. Song Ningyan saw Chen Qingyuan 100 meters ahead of her. A pressure from her opponent arose within her. Her eyes were heavy, and she immediately adjusted her condition and prepared to move forward. Song Ningyan is a proud person, refused to give in within the family. Pressed the many prides of the same generation did not dare to raise their heads. Came to the Dawi school palace. Also passed the examination with the first place. She knew that Zhao Yichuan was famous for his strictness, and had even had disciples accidentally die because of his intense cultivation style. Even so, she still chose to become Zhao Yichuan's disciple. According to the Song family's reliable sources, Zhao Yichuan would most likely be the next dean. If Song Ningyan truly got Zhao Yichuan's recognition, it would definitely be of no small help to her in the future when Zhao Yichuan became the dean. She did all of this for one purpose: prove yourself. Since ancient times, the Song family was all about men being the head of the family, while women were mostly used for marriages. Song Ningyan didn't want to become a victim between families. There was only one way to go. Convince your peers in the same clan to change the stereotypes of the family elders. It's just that it's a tough road to travel. I won't lose to anyone. Song Ningyan clenched her teeth and held on as she traveled towards the front. It was only by becoming the Song family's lord that she was qualified to decide her own destiny. Therefore, despite the opposition of a portion of her elders, she resolutely came to the Dawi Academy, just to become stronger in the shortest time possible. When you are strong in yourself, you will not be oppressed by others. What a strange feeling. It doesn't seem as unpleasant as it did earlier. Chen Qingyuan turned his back to Song Ningyan, keeping a distance from her. After swimming for a while, Chen Qingyuan realized that the laws here had a hint of familiarity. After thinking about it, he suddenly realized that it was déjà vu with his experience in the heavenly abyss. Back then, Chen Qingyuan had spent hundreds of years in the heavenly abyss, suffering greatly. Of course, although those days were very painful, Chen Qingyuan had gained a lot. The red-clothed girl's personal tutelage made Chen Qingyuan understand what it meant to be in hell on earth. Compared to the heavenly abyss, the pressure of the laws on the first floor of the ancient pagoda seemed somewhat inadequate. Not to mention, it's kind of cozy. As time passed, Chen Qingyuan felt that his entire body was tingling, as if there was a faint electric current traveling through his body. In the beginning, Chen Qingyuan did feel a bit uncomfortable, as if there were countless huge mountains pressing down on the location of his heart. By now, that kind of pressure could no longer stop Chen Qingyuan from moving forward. How? At the back, Song Ningyan watched Chen Qingyuan advance much faster, the distance between the two becoming farther and farther away. Dumbfounded. The next image, Song Ningyan would be even more shocked, even doubting herself. Chen Qingyuan recalled an experience from the past, and his spiritual power was greatly enhanced. Then, Chen Qingyuan felt his body become very light and slowly floated out of the water. In the next moment, all of Chen Qingyuan's body floated into the air, his feet stepping on top of the black river surface. Witnessing this scene with her own eyes, Song Ningyan's body trembled slightly before she stopped in place, forgetting to move forward. Her eyes were filled with an unbelievable look, and her expression was unusually rich. After a long time, Chen Qingyuan's figure gradually disappeared into the black mist, and only then did Song Ningyan come back to her senses, suddenly awakening, and muttering to herself in amazement, "Is this guy Chen Qingyuan's spiritual power so powerful? Worthy of being a disciple recruited exceptionally by the Daoi Academy Palace. He really is different." Soon, Song Ningyan stopped thinking wildly and gritted her teeth as she moved forward. After more than 10 days, Song Ningyan crossed the river that was covered by a thick black fog and finally saw a huge stone platform. The circular stone platform, about 500 meters in diameter, was surrounded by steps. Song Ningyan's mental condition had gone out of proportion. As if she saw a person sitting on top of the stone platform, the silhouette blurred and somewhat less real. With an unyielding will, she dragged her body, which was exhausted to the point of exhaustion, from the water to the top of the cold ladder, then slowly got up and walked step by step along the ladder to the high place. Standing on top of the stone platform, Song Ningyan finally got a good look at the silhouette that had just been there. It turned out to be Chen Qingyuan, who was brewing and drinking tea, leaning on top of a large rock with a leisurely demeanor. Finally arrived. "Come over for a cup of tea now?" Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at the mentally exhausted Song Ningyan and smiled faintly. "First time I've ever invited you to drink tea, free of charge." Song Ningyan wanted to speak, opened her mouth but could not say a word. With a thud, her body collapsed to the ground. "That sucks." Spitting out a sentence in a low voice, Chen Qingyuan continued to sip his tea. Chen Qingyuan spent 3 days before he reached the stone platform. The restrictions on his body lifted, and his cultivation restored. According to Chen Qingyuan's speculation, it was estimated that the only way to make Zhao Yichuan appear was to wait until Song Ningyan arrived at the location of the stone platform. Thus, the 10 days Chen Qingyuan waited for were used to stabilize his spiritual chi for the first few days, while the latter days were spent brewing tea and drinking wine, and tasting the immortal fruits and delicacies that he had brought along with him. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan had already learned about the specifics of the tower and flashed into it. Buzz. The void above the stone platform became distorted, and Zhao Yichuan appeared. Chapter 84, the second level of the ancient pagoda, suppressing cultivation for a battle. Zhao Yichuan flicked his fingers towards the fainting Song Ningyan to protect her mind and soul, lest she fall into the aftermath. Then, Zhao Yichuan looked towards Chen Qingyuan without saying a word, a flash of color in his eyes. Outside, Vice Dean Lin Wenxian's face was filled with a look of surprise, knowing very well what had happened in the ancient tower. The green sect's inheritor of this era is not simple. Chen Qingyuan's performance had shocked Lin Qiqiu. In just 3 days, he had broken through the first level and was treading water with ease, breaking the record of the Daoi Academy. At first, Yu Chenran was too lazy to tell Lin Xiangqiu about this matter, but Lin Xiangqiu couldn't resist. Under no circumstances, Yu Chenran had to tell the truth. In the entire Daoi Academy, only the 2 vice deans and Zhao Yichuan knew Chen Qingyuan's true background. Unable to help it, Lin asked Zhou to recall the image of himself entering the ancient tower back then, and his situation was no better than Song Ningyan's. Gotta, sure die land boundary. With Zhao Yichuan's intervention, Song Ningyan quickly awoke. Her body's injuries mostly healed. Originally you didn't have to suffer so much. The spiritual realm didn't reach that point, but you forcefully accelerated your pace. Do you want to die? Zhao Yichuan sternly scolded. Disciple has made a mistake. Please punish master. Song Ningyan was unwilling to lose to Chen Qingyuan and used all her strength to resist the pressure of the laws here, ultimately causing herself to suffer a backlash of spiritual power. If Zhao Yichuan hadn't appeared in time, Song Ningyan would have needed at least a few months to repair herself. Only when you have met my requirements will you be qualified to become my disciple. Zhao Yichuan didn't consider Song Ningyan as a disciple for the time being, and said with a cold expression, I know what you came to Dawi Academy for. If your mind is so unstable, it's better to give up on it before it's too late. Being reprimanded by Zhao Yichuan, Song Ningyan bowed her head, powerless to retort. She wasn't willing to become a pawn in the clan, and no matter what the cost, she had to take control of her life. Boy, you look laid back. Immediately after that, Zhao Yichuan looked at Chen Qingyuan and said in a cold voice, No. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly put away the table along with the delicious food with a solemn face. When you are ready, ascend the tower on your own. For the rest of the journey, I won't appear again, so it's up to you to see how far you can go. If you can't hold on any longer, just crush this jade to leave the ancient tower. Zhao Yichuan left after saying this. The two jade slips fell into the hands of Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan respectively. A wooden door appears at the end of the stone platform, and opening it will allow you to walk to the second level. You first? Chen Qingyuan put away the jade slip and looked towards the wooden door, turning his head to Song Ningyan. Want me to scout for you? Song Ningyan's voice was icy cold. I'm not that kind of person. I just want you to go ahead. Chen Qingyuan shook his head and said, Since you don't appreciate it, I'll go first. Girls aren't easy to fool these days. Alas. Chen Qingyuan was worried that there was some kind of prohibition at the location of the wooden door, and asked Song Ningyan to go and test it. Unfortunately, Song Ningyan was unwilling to go one step ahead, so Chen Qingyuan had to go over and take a look himself. Walking up to the door, Chen Qingyuan was very cautious and slowly pressed his right hand on the door with a push. Boom! In an instant, an extremely strong suction force engulfed Chen Qingyuan, allowing for no resistance. Chen Qingyuan cursed in his heart. His eyes went dark and he felt the sky spinning. Watching Chen Qingyuan being swallowed by the wooden door, Song Ningyan hesitated for a moment and gritted her teeth as she walked over. Whoosh! Song Ningyan also left the stone platform and entered the second level. By the time Chen Qingyuan's eyes were bright with light, he realized that he was in a strange space and carefully surveyed it, not daring to act recklessly. After waiting for half a day, Chen Qingyuan didn't see Song Ningyan's figure and had a guess. She and I must have entered different spaces. The first level was a test of spiritual power, and if one didn't meet the standard, they wouldn't be qualified to enter the higher levels of the ancient tower. Down the road, both men face different dilemmas and are unlikely to meet again. This space, a snowy white, could not be seen at a glance. Empty, quiet. Chen Qingyuan's mind was tense, always paying attention to the changes around him. Half an incense stick later, a shadow appeared in front of Chen Qingyuan's eyes. Tianyuan realm cultivation? Chen Qingyuan sized up this shadowy figure and saw its realm. The first realm of the cultivation path. This was too weak, whether Chen Qingyuan wanted to or not. His body floated uncontrollably into the depths of space, confronting the blurry shadow 100 meters apart. At the same time, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation was all suppressed, and was similarly at the Hotian realm. At this time, he couldn't perceive the existence of the Jindan in his body anymore, as if an extremely terrifying force had severed the Jindan karma. War! The blurred shadow shouted towards Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan was ready for a battle and was fully focused. Hotian realm. The first foundation on the path of cultivation. It was estimated that not many people would pay attention to the Hotian realm, all wanting to raise their cultivation as soon as possible and become stronger. Once Chen Qingyuan was like this, always feeling that his foundation had reached a very high level and was overly ambitious. Later, when he molded his Jindan foundation, it was only of heavenly quality. Boo! Chen Qingyuan and the Void launched their fists at the same time and went head-to-head with a hard punch. In a flash, Chen Qingyuan took half a step back. His fists soar. That silhouette, on the other hand, stood still, unaffected, and struck again. The will of the shadow within the ancient tower was in its most perfect state. Simply put, the true battle power of this shadow was enough to sweep away countless Hotian realm cultivators since the beginning of time. Those who could draw with them would be able to claim that their Hotian realm roots had reached perfection. As for winning the fight, it's basically not possible. At least since the founding of the Guta, there had never been such a character. What a hard punch! Chen Qingyuan's fighting spirit was ignited and he fought with the Void. After hundreds of rounds of physical combat, Chen Qingyuan's body ached from a few punches thrown by the Void Shadow, while he himself was unable to touch the Void Shadow in the slightest. According to the rules of the ancient tower, as long as one could battle the Void Shadow for 500 rounds, one would be considered to have passed the level. Unconsciously, Chen Qingyuan had been fighting with the Void for a long time, dressed in rags and in a slight state of disarray. At this time, Chen Qingyuan saw a wooden door appear not far away. However, he had no intention of heading to the wooden door, but instead, he barred himself against this shadow, punching me and trying to get me to leave. Are you kidding me? If he didn't fight back, Chen Qingyuan couldn't swallow this breath. In another space, Song Ningyan, covered in wounds, lasted through 500 rounds, and the shadowy opponent in front of her stopped for the time being, and the path to the third level appeared around her. Song Ningyan is not like Chen Qingyuan, who was so axial. Since she passed the test, she must have hurriedly left. Thus, Song Ningyan's speed temporarily led the way, while Chen Qingyuan wrestled with the second layer of shadows. Outside, Lin Wenxian and Zhao Yichuan both revealed a hint of suspicion. This kid has already passed. Why isn't he leaving? Lin asked Zhou to mutter in a small voice. Maybe it's trying to sharpen itself that way, Zhao Yichuan said. That's probably highly unlikely. He's most likely not willing to take a beating and simply wants to get back at it. Seeing the picture inside the ancient tower with his unique technique, Lin asked Zhou with a strange expression. Zhao Yichuan held his tongue for half a day, unable to say a word because he felt that Lin Wenxian's opinion was correct. For 7 long days, Chen Qingyuan had finally fought his way from being the underdog at the very beginning to the point where he was evenly matched. Finding the right opportunity, Chen Qingyuan kicked the imaginary shadow in the face. Satisfied. Stop. I'm not fighting. Chen Qingyuan shouted towards the shadow and immediately ran to the edge of the wooden door. Chapter 85, The Devil's Cave is about to break out. The situation is urgent. Stepping into the third level of the ancient tower, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation was suppressed to the innate realm, while his opponent was at the same strength. Come on! Chen Qingyuan took the lead and exerted his strength at the limit of the innate realm. Just like that, Chen Qingyuan began his training within the ancient tower. Song Ningyan was temporarily ahead of Chen Qingyuan and had already made it to the 5th floor. As for Chen Qingyuan, he didn't want to take a beating for 500 rounds and then slink away. He had to fight back before he was willing to ascend to the higher levels of the tower. Outside of the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan and Lin Xiangqiu stood guard, not moving an inch. The two were very clear about the situation inside the tower. The inheritor of the Green Sect is truly gifted and has a solid foundation. According to this trend, he may ascend to the 30th floor and won't be weaker than you. Lin asked Zhou to praise. This is just the beginning. The road behind is very difficult. Don't jump to conclusions. Zhao Yichuan's heart was actually surprised by Chen Qingyuan's performance, but on the surface, he remained indifferent. Want to make a bet? Lin asked Zhou to raise his eyebrows. Boring. No bet. The offer was rejected by Zhao Yichuan without hesitation. You kid is really uninteresting. Can't you have some other hobbies besides cultivation? Wine, beauty, power, gold and silver, and so on, could not enter Zhao Yichuan's eyes. There are times when Lin Qianqiu thinks that Zhao Yichuan is not a normal person, and that there is something wrong with his heart. 10,000 years of child body in the northern wasteland is not to say that it is the only one, but it is almost the same. All matters of red dust are stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. In Zhao Yichuan's life journey, there was only cultivation. All other things in the world were excluded. Alas, what are you trying to cultivate for if you don't have some interest? Lin asked Zhou to ask. Getting stronger, Zhao Yichuan replied. And then what? Lin asked Sadness to ask again. Pursue the higher path and see beyond. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Yichuan said with a strong will. Come on, I don't have your kind of awareness. Lin Wenxian shook his head and savored a sip of the wine, his expression enjoying it. Meanwhile, in the Fu Lu Star Domain, the Heavenly Jade Sect, underneath the sect's ground, there was a huge formation, with countless spirit stones piled up at the location of the formation's eye, preventing the formation from failing due to the depletion of aura. At the center of the formation, a huge devil's cave was sealed. The demonic chi has already surged out of the grand formation, and it's going to be out of control in 2 years at most. We've done our best, and we still can't fix it. In this seat's opinion, the demon cave rebellion can no longer be stopped. So while there's still some time left, hurry up and organize your respective resources and bring your clan to relocate to another starfield. What to do? All of the higher-ups of the various sects had gathered here, and had tried various things without being able to resolve the demon cave. At this moment, all of them did not hold any hope of solving the demon cave, and many of them decided to leave the Fu Lu Star Domain as soon as possible to minimize their losses. As for those ordinary cultivators and hundreds of millions of unusual living beings who were incapable of hiding, they could only stay here and wait for death. The various Holy Lands were so preoccupied with themselves. How could they possibly have the free mind to pay attention to mundane beings? If any fellow Taoist is willing to enter the Devil's Cave and give it a try, it might be possible to solve the current dilemma. An elder of the Heavenly Jade Sect gritted his teeth and said, This woe is caused by you, Heavenly Jade Sect. To enter the Devil's Cave is also for you to enter. Is it possible that you still want us to sell our lives? When these words came out, it instantly angered the strongest members of the various sects, and the eyes that looked at the people of the Heavenly Jade Sect became especially sharp. The elders of the Heavenly Jade sect were shocked by the aura and hurriedly explained, "Please calm your anger. We don't mean this." "What does that mean?" "In the beginning, if the Heavenly Jade sect said the matter of the Devil's Cave, while the Devil's Cave has not yet grown, it must be very simple to deal with it. The development has come to the present. The Devil's Cave is already impossible to solve. The Heavenly Jade sect doesn't want to find a way to make up for it, but instead still lets us go in to die. It's simply laughable. Don't think that the sins of the Heavenly Jade sect can be washed away by giving some benefits to the various sects back then. Those benefits are just compensation, and they can't cover up the stupid behavior of the Heavenly Jade sect." Since the words had already been spoken, the representatives of the various sects no longer gave the Heavenly Jade sect any more face, and shouted their accusations. Facing the reprimands of the various clans, Patriarch Qin Yang did not have any emotional fluctuations and his face was expressionless. It was only when the crowd's voices gradually subsided that Qin Yang spoke. "Everyone, please listen to a few words from this seat." Seeing that Qin Yang had finally spoken, the crowd stopped their voices and cast their gazes. Just by placing this formation boundary spirit bead in the deepest part of the demon cave, the formation can be strengthened and delayed. At that time, this seat will be able to head to the core region of the northern wasteland and beg the top powers, or there may be a ray of hope. Whoever dares to go, regardless of success or failure, is willing to give the most precious treasure and is grateful. Saying that, a dark-colored spirit bead appeared in Qin Yang's palm, a treasure that had been refined by a formation master who had spent 10 years refining it. By simply placing the spirit bead in the deepest part of the Devil's Cave, the mutated Devil's Cave could be suppressed, ushering in 100 years of precious time at least. "Why is Patriarch Qin refusing to go in?" someone asked in a cold voice. "This seat knows that it is not strong enough to take on this task." Qin Yang was unashamed and said without changing his color, "To put it bluntly, it's a fear of death." A ring was thrown into midair by Qin Yang, using his Shen technique to project the space within the ring, which contained 3 complete extreme-grade spirit veins, as well as various Dao herbs and precious medicines, and top-grade Dao artifacts. After the crowd saw it, they were shocked and a hint of greed appeared in their eyes. Not to mention the various miscellaneous treasures. These 3 extremely high-grade spirit veins had already suffocated countless powerhouses. The ancestral veins of many of the top clans in the Fulu Star domain were just a single extremely high-grade spirit vein. However, Qin Yang had actually taken out 3 extreme spirit veins with his hands. The sheer size of his handiwork could be imagined. The Heavenly Jade sect has reaped a lot of benefits in the Devil's Cave over the years. Damn it, the Heavenly Jade sect took advantage of the heavens, and now that they've played it down they want us to solve the problem. It's really infuriating. Last time, the Heavenly Jade sect then said that it had distributed all of its resources to the various sects, but now it seems to be a joke. The people transmitted their voices in disgust, cursing the ancestors of the Heavenly Jade sect. They were angry and jealous, but there was nothing they could do about it, and it was very hard to bear inside. "Gentlemen, would you like to try?" At this point, Qin Yang no longer cared about his face. No matter what, there was no way he would take this risk. If the Devil's Cave really broke out, Qin Yang's big deal was to give up this family fortune of the Heavenly Jade sect and go as far away as he could. Of course, it could still be salvaged now, and Qin Yang didn't want to give up. Although Patriarch Qin's handiwork is large, once we enter the Devil's Cave, we will die 10 deaths, so we are not blessed with any more benefits. The powerhouses of the clans were not stupid, and with their appetites they couldn't eat the benefits in front of them. It wasn't worth it to gamble on this resource with their own lives. Most of all, they couldn't see any hope of winning the bet. After a long stalemate, Qin Yang was also a bit anxious. Could it be that no one was really willing to go in? The laws within the Devil's Cave were very chaotic, so if a strong person was not sent to personally escort the formation boundary spirit bead inside, and was located outside of the large formation to perform divine abilities, it would definitely be impossible to send the formation boundary spirit bead to the proper location. Sending things to death is not something I'm going to do. Although the crowd was greedy, they still maintained their sanity, and could not possibly do such a stupid thing, not to mention that they did not want to wipe their asses for the mess that the Heavenly Jade sect had made. Seeing this situation, Qin Yang's heart was bottomless and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. If no one really entered, Qin Yang would have no choice but to give up the Sky Jade sect as a family business. Clenching his fists, Qin Yang was very reluctant, not wanting his years of hard work to go to waste. Just as the scene became dull, a voice came from the distance. "I'll go." Chapter 86. Lin Changsheng steps into the Devil's Cave, willing to die. "Who?" The crowd heard the voice and immediately turned their heads to look behind them. The visitor was wearing a light-colored tunic, the appearance of a middle-aged man, with a straight and heroic figure. The person who came was none other than the Xianqing sect's patriarch, Lin Changsheng. "Patriarch, what brings you here?" The Grand Elder of the Xianqing sect was in charge of this meeting, and when he saw Lin Changsheng, who had suddenly appeared, he was surprised and went forward to ask. There are some things that someone has to do. Lin Changsheng stepped into the air with his hands behind his back, and his voice landed in everyone's ears like a thunderous tremor, causing many people to lower their heads in shame. You are the backbone of my Xianqing sect. You must not make any mistakes. No. The Grand Elder dressed in grey cloth looked older. His hair was half white. His face had wrinkles, and his tone was decisive and resolutely opposed. My mind is made up. Before he came, Lin Changsheng had already prepared for the worst and finished taking care of things within the sect. No. The Grand Elder blocked in front of Lin Changsheng and said seriously, if the Patriarch really wants to do something like this, then let me go. If I die, it won't affect the Xianqing sect too much, but if something happens to you, the Xianqing sect will definitely be in chaos. Lin Changsheng patted the Grand Elder's shoulder and gave a firm look. Then, Lin Changsheng took the opportunity to point out a finger, causing the Grand Elder's body to be temporarily immobilized. Sovereign, the Grand Elder rolled his eyes vigorously in Lin Changsheng's direction and called out in a trembling voice. The family has made arrangements, so even if I can't come back, there's no need to worry. Lin Changsheng said softly. That won't do. You are the head of a clan. How can you risk your life? Regardless, the Grand Elder still disagreed. Lin Changsheng no longer replied, but walked straight to Qin Yang. Give me the stuff. Lin Changsheng gave Qin Yang a look. Does Patriarch Lin really want to risk his life? Qin Yang was a bit unconvinced. It wasn't just Qin Yang who held a skeptical attitude. All of the powerful people present were like that. Incredulous. If Patriarch Qin doesn't believe it, he can follow this seat in and take a look. Lin Changsheng said in a cold voice. This seat knows itself to be less capable. That's not necessary. After being disliked by Lin Changsheng, Qin Yang did not get angry. After all, Lin Changsheng was going to send himself to his death, and it was tolerable to let him have a few whiny words now. Stuff. Lin Changsheng gestured again. This time, Qin Yang no longer hesitated and gave Lin Changsheng all of the formation boundary spirit beads and the spatial ring that stored the resources. Lin Changsheng turned around and walked to the Grand Elder's body, checked that the spatial ring hadn't been tampered with, put the ring into the Grand Elder's hand, and softly instructed, go back directly later. Don't linger here, lest you be missed. Whether the Heavenly Jade sect gave this resource or not, Lin Changsheng would enter the demon cave. He had just happened to run into it when he came, so of course he had to put the resource away. It was impossible not to want it. Sifu. This moment was a parting of life and death for the Grand Elder, no longer addressing Lin Changsheng as the Patriarch, and his eyes revealed the unwillingness of brothers to part. Just like when you were a kid, you'll do as you're told. Lin Changsheng touched the Grand Elder's head and pursed his lips. When he was young, when his senior brothers were bullied outside, it was Lin Changsheng, who was the eldest senior brother, who stepped in to solve the problem and retrieve the scene. His senior brothers, apart from the elders of the division, only he could beat them up, and absolutely no one else could. Aha! The Grand Elder choked out a sob, his eyes glistening with tears. He understood Lin Changsheng's nature, never repenting what he had decided. If I die, Senior Brother Dawn can temporarily assume the position of sect leader, so you can stay in the sect at ease and become a protector elder in the future. Lin Changsheng's decision had already been notified to the higher echelons of the sect. Even though the people didn't agree with it, they couldn't stop it and were ultimately forced to accept it. After explaining these words, Lin Changsheng clutched the formation boundary spirit bead and prepared to step into the demon cave. Patriarch Lin's great righteousness. We are ashamed of ourselves. The strongest members of each clan clasped their fists in respect. May Patriarch Lin triumph. Qin Yang said loudly with fake benevolence. Patriarch Lin. All the powerful people opened their mouths, uttering various words of admiration, and sincerely wishing for the success of this trip. Lin Changsheng's successful completion of the mission was beneficial to everyone. I entered the Devil's Cave not for you, but for the many beings in the Fu Lu Star territory. The beings living in this frontier are innocent and cannot suffer because of the behavior of certain fools. Lin Changsha had a point, scolding the Tianyuan sect's people with red faces, but had nothing to say in rebuttal. Open formation. Lin Changsheng arrived at the top of the Devil's Cave and bellowed. The powerhouses immediately used their Dao techniques, causing a small passageway to appear above the large formation. At that moment, many demonic chi took the opportunity to surge out of the large formation. Lin Changsheng slapped his palm out, scattering the demonic aura while taking a step inside the formation. Seal. Lin Changsheng stepped into the formation with his front foot, and the crowd sealed the formation with their back foot to prevent the demonic chi from leaking out. Entering the grand formation, Lin Changsheng undid the restraints on the Grand Elder, allowing him to move. Senior. The Grand Elder immediately turned around and looked at Lin Changsheng within the formation, calling out with tears in his voice. Go home. Lin Changsheng said softly. The Grand Elder's nails pierced his palms, and even though he was unwilling to do so, he had to listen to Lin Changxing's instructions and hurry back to the Xianqing sect, lest certain thieves miss this resource. As he was leaving, the Grand Elder gazed deeply at Lin Changxing's figure. For him, this might be the last time, and words could not describe the pain in his heart. Whoosh! The moment he turned to leave, the Grand Elder's heart ached unbearably. However, for the sake of the greater good, he had to stabilize his heart and return home as soon as possible. Lin Changsheng looked down at the mouth of this devil's cave. Its interior was pitch black, like an endless abyss with no bottom visible. Having made preparations, Lin Changsheng plunged headlong into the demonic cave. Boom! In an instant, endless demonic chi surged towards Lin Changsheng, wanting to devour his mind and turn him into a mindless demon. Lin Changsheng used the meditation Dao skill to keep himself calm, blocking the dense demonic chi outside of the body protection boundary. This Lin Changsheng fellow really isn't afraid of death. It wasn't until Lin Changsheng actually entered the demon cave that the crowd of powerhouses believed that it wasn't an illusion. They didn't understand Lin Changsheng's behavior, and even made a secret remark in their hearts about being a little cutie. Cultivation was not easy, let alone a great power like Lin Changsheng at the transition stage. If the Devil's Cave really broke out, it wouldn't be possible to hurt Lin Changsheng. The big deal was to leave the Fu Lu Star domain. He thinks he's a savior, doesn't he? Since Lin Changsheng had already gone in, part of the group didn't have to wear a hypocritical mask and sneer and whisper. If Lin Changsheng can really place the formation boundary spirit bead in the right place, it will help us tremendously. And no matter if we settle the demon cave later on or move away from the Fu Lu Star domain, we'll have enough time. The crowd would not appreciate this favor from Lin Changsheng. When favors go beyond a certain threshold, they are simply ignored by the world because the world can't afford to pay them back and doesn't want to. Chapter 87. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The Devil's Cave, a place of great evil. Even if a Mahayana cultivator enters it, his life is in danger. As a cultivator of the fifth realm of the transitional stage, Lin Changsheng was indeed an extremely strong existence when placed in the Fu Lu Star region, but it was not enough when placed in a prosperous place. Stepping into the Devil's Cave, Lin Changsheng didn't think about getting out alive. It's my destiny. Starting about a dozen years ago, Lin Changsheng often had dreams in which the Devil's Abyss was countless times larger than the Devil's Cave, and the terror was outrageous. Later, Lin Changsheng lifted up his ancestors' graves, many of which were empty, and realized something. How innocent are the living beings in the world? How can they be made to bear this karma? Lin Changsheng did not seek that this move could be recognized by the world, but only sought to have a clear conscience and not to insult the reputation of his ancestors. Boom! The terrifying demonic chi had been eroding Lin Changsheng's body, and it was temporarily blocked by the body protection boundary. However, as Lin Changsheng went deeper and deeper, the demonic aura became more and more dense, making the body protection technique gradually unable to carry him. A part of the boundary had already cracked, and Lin Changsheng's eyes flashed with worry as he turned his head to look at it. Even so, Lin Changsheng didn't intend to turn back. Instead, he sped up his forward speed. This place was like a mouthful of an endless abyss. Darkness swallowed everything, and even though Lin Changsheng used all kinds of Dao techniques and treasures, he couldn't see the whole of his surroundings, and could only use his intuition to judge the direction of the path. Chop! Below, Lin Changsheng saw hundreds of hideous and terrifying skeletons with demonic chi surging towards himself. The moment he was about to touch, Lin Changsheng attacked with a thunderous strike, chopping the skeleton in his way in half, taking the opportunity to break through the barrier and continue on his way. Woo! A sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from the depths of the Devil's Cave. The ghostly voice seemed to have some sort of mysterious power, piercing through the protective boundary and landing in Lin Changsheng's ears. Even though Lin Changsheng didn't want to hear it, he was forced to do so. At first, Lin Changsheng could block the compulsion of the ghostly voice with his own perseverance. However, as time passed, Lin Changsheng slowly became somewhat unable to withstand it. Apprentice son, after your master leaves, you must properly guard the Xianqing sect. Master, where are you going? My master's great limit is approaching. I'm afraid I won't be able to live much longer. No nonsense. Master, you are in the prime of your spring and autumn. There is still a long way to go before your lifespan dries up. The master smiled and did not speak. Shortly afterward, Master Feng Changxian sat down and died. Images from the past came to Lin Changsheng's eyes like a tidal wave. Lin Changsheng's state of mind was affected for a moment, and his eyes couldn't help but moisten for a moment. I don't understand. Why should my Xianqing sect take on this responsibility? Why? There are many forces in the world that are more powerful than my Xianqing sect, and they don't care. How can they let the generations of sages of my Xianqing sect go to their deaths? In a trance, Lin Changsheng saw a fragment of an image from his dream. Originally, the dream was very vague, but now it became very clear. as if he had seen it with his own eyes. At a certain era, two senior members of the Xinqing sect were discussing the matter of the demon abyss. They had obviously awakened their inheritance memories and needed to carry their ancestors' wishes and responsibilities. Do you want to see the world slaughtered? A purple-clad man, older, patiently detached. Don't want to. There was another one dressed in plain clothes, with the word unwilling inscribed on his face, gritting his teeth. If we don't do it for others, let's do it for ourselves. If the devil's abyss is in chaos, this homeland will surely become demonized, and it will be difficult for our old friends and relatives to escape. The man in purple looked into the distance, his tone grave. Elder brother, I'm afraid. The images of the devil's abyss and the inherited memories frightened the plainclothed man. It wasn't that he didn't want to fulfill his ancestors' will, it was that his body was fearful out of instinct. Don't be afraid, elder brother is here. The man in purple walked over and rubbed the veiled man's head, squeezing out a smile. The picture shifts. After a few decades, the purple-clothed man and the plain-clothed man used the superior fake death avatar to conceal themselves from everyone in the Xinqing sect. Then, the two traveled to the imperial prefecture and embarked on this path of destiny. Elder brother, if we can't come back, is there a next life? On the way, the plainclothed man broke the dull atmosphere by asking in order to relieve his inner pressure. Maybe we said that in a previous life. The man in purple snickered. That's bad luck. I've already sent myself to death in my last life, and I still have to go in this one. Upon hearing this reply, the plain-clothed man became bitter, skimming his lips in displeasure. Ha ha ha, the purple-robed man laughed several times, riding the wind in waves. Senior brother. Back then when our senior ancestor inexplicably sat down, did he also go to the demon abyss? The veiled man followed up and asked again. I suppose so. The man in purple looked out into the distance, his eyes complex. On this trip, they knew they were going to die, and there was no way back. Consider it for the sake of your own descendants. Strive for a more peaceful and prosperous world. Within the devil's abyss, Lin Chongqing's eyes blurred, and it turned out that it was the mist of tears that was blocking his vision. By the time he blinked his eyes, he could no longer see the images of the two ancestors. Immediately afterward, a ghostly voice fell into Lin Chongqing's ears. What's the point of you doing all this? The things within the devil's cave wanted to compel Lin Chongqing from continuing deeper. Once the formation boundary spirit bead was activated, the devil's cave would be sealed for at least 100 years. People's hearts are wicked and selfish. Even if you give your life for those people, they won't appreciate it. Retreat. If you turn around now, you will surely leave in peace. The world is so big. With your skill, where can you not go? Why sacrifice away your life? It's not worth it. Various voices came, resembling the teachings of an old man, the seductive voice of a woman, and the cries of a child. Lin Chongqing's speed suddenly slowed down quite a bit, and a terrifying thought inexplicably popped into his head. The world is stupid, and the powerhouses of all the sects are selfish to the extreme. So why do I, Xinqing sect, have to take on this responsibility? Why can they just rest in peace? Why? If it is for the sake of future generations, the big deal is to raise the clan and relocate to a remote corner of the world. Abandonment. The bizarre power within the devil's cave was dissuading Lin Chongqing from giving up this behavior. Lin Chongqing's footsteps paused for a moment, his eyes dazed for a few moments. The will of the ancestors cannot be questioned. Lin Chongqing recovered with a strong mind, the confusion in his eyes instantly dissipating as he set off once again. Just like that, Lin Chongqing hardened himself against the countless demonic sounds and arrived at the depths of the devil's cave. Dang! 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 A ringing accompanied by a special rhythm. The sound resounded in all corners of this dark space. It was as if it were a heartbeat, or the breathing of some being. Lin Chongqing whisked his sleeve and set aside the thick black fog in front of him, and through a gap in the fog, he saw a part of the picture in the distance. Chapter 88. After all the hardships, the mission is accomplished. A mural with 1,000 strange things painted on it. 10,000 demons hideous and shrouded in black mist. Just by looking at it, Lin Chongqing felt his eyes sting with great discomfort. Sir, my slave is in this room. Without paying attention, a delicate woman with no clothes on appeared in front of Lin Chongqing. Her knitted brows and smile all contained a flirtatious flavor. She walked towards Lin Chongqing, her hidden clothes sliding down every inch of her smooth skin, her red lips spitting out fragrance, her bare feet like jade. Demon, die. Lin Chongqing's Dao mind was extremely solid, and without hesitation, he slapped out a palm towards the woman in front of him. With a bang, the body of the charming woman exploded, but not a single drop of blood was spilled. A moment later, a mass of black mist regrouped and blew to Lin Chongqing's side with the bizarre demonic wind. Then, the black mist coalesced together and once again manifested the appearance of a delicate woman. What a cruel heart the official has. The woman lay on top of Lin Chongqing's body, her voice seductive and tingling to the bone. Lin Chongqing struck again, But he still couldn't solve the woman. Officer, this is because you think that slave is not good looking enough? The delicate woman's tone carried a few hints of sultriness, which made people feel pity. It's okay. The slave has some sisters that will surely satisfy the official. As he said that, 3 more beautiful women appeared in front of Lin Changsheng's body, their flavors mesmerizing. Lin Changsheng tried several times, but was unable to break up these demonic illusions, so he could only stabilize his mind and step forward. Before reaching the deepest part of the Devil's Cave, Lin Changsheng must not activate the formation boundary spirit bead. There was only one chance, and if the formation boundary spirit bead failed, the Fulu star domain would be in great trouble. Sir, why don't you look at me? Am I too ugly? A white-skirted woman took Lin Changsheng's left hand and spat fragrant orchids. Husband. The woman in the veiled skirt then stood on Lin Changsheng's right side, seducing in various ways. Lin Changsheng's gaze was clear and he directly ignored the winks. As long as Lin Changsheng's Dao mind lost its concentration for a moment, he would definitely lose himself and sink into this place forever. He was well aware of the demonic creature's means of attacking the mind, and his spirit must not be the slightest bit lax so as not to be exploited. After half an hour, Lin Changsheng still hadn't been charmed and had been walking down along the mural. It wouldn't be long before he reached the end of the Devil's Cave, trespassing in the Devil's domain. If you don't want to die, get lost. The 4 demonic women realized that Lin Changsheng was not subject to seduction and their figures dissipated. And then, they transformed into a hideous-looking demonic phase, blocking Lin Changsheng's path, their teeth and claws flailing, their voices sharp and piercing as they loudly chided. I have no intention of leaving this place alive. It's just one death. What's there to fear? Lin Changsheng cupped the formation boundary spirit bead in his left hand and held a long sword in his right hand. Once things changed, Lin Changsheng wanted to make sure that he could activate the formation boundary spirit bead at the first opportunity, so he held the spirit bead tightly in his hand. Then you can go to hell. The might of the demonic phase was like a monstrous wave that covered and pressed down, engulfing Lin Changsheng in an instant. Engulfed by the endless demonic aura, Lin Changsheng was not timid and kept his composure. Swinging out a sword, he cut open the path ahead. Lin Changsheng didn't intend to tangle with the demons. The task was to deliver the formation boundary spirit pearl to the bottom of the Devil's Cave, and he couldn't be slowed down. Countless tentacles reached out to Lin Changsheng, as if they were chains of laws, wanting to bind Lin Changsheng and trap him to death. Whoosh! Facing the tentacles coming from all directions, Lin Changsheng dodged with great speed. Those that couldn't be dodged were chopped off with the sword in his hand, fighting as he walked towards the depths of the demon cave. A huge demonic phase palm landed on top of Lin Changsheng's head, startling him to the point where his entire body chilled and his soul trembled. Miku! Lin Changsheng bellowed and offered up the innate sword in his hand. The precious sword came out of his hand and rushed towards the palm of the demonic phase, while Lin Changsheng took this opportunity to hurry. If he could, Lin Changsheng was unwilling to give up his precious sword. However, the current situation was too special, and Lin Changsheng had to do this. The precious sword stabbed on top of the huge palm, and the powerful force shook the sword body and started to tremble violently, and it crumbled in a short while. The giant palm continued to fall, bound to suppress Lin Changsheng. The essence sword shattered, causing some backlash against Lin Changsheng, and a strand of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Lin Changsheng couldn't care less about his own injuries and accelerated his pace like crazy. Can't fail. Lives can be lost. The mission must succeed. Adhering to this belief, Lin Changsheng began to burn his lifespan, disregarding everything. The ghostly voice spread throughout the depths of the Devil's Cave, extremely piercing to the ears and hitting the soul. When Lin Changsheng heard the ghostly sound, the qi and blood in his body began to roll over, and his eyes went black, nearly fainting. In the next moment, Lin Changsheng came to his senses, clenching his teeth and holding onto his Dao heart. Along this mural of 10,000 devils, Lin Changsheng finally saw the bottom of the Devil's Cave and was shocked by the scene he saw before him. It was a huge heart, like a 1,000-meter mountain. The black heart, with its veins clearly visible, beats from time to time, making a deafening thud sound. This is it. Lin Changsheng glanced down at the formation boundary spirit bead in his left hand. Just by placing the spirit bead at the location of the Devil's Heart, he would definitely be able to strengthen the seal and buy precious time for the living beings of the Fu Lu Xing domain. Die! Suddenly, that one giant palm blasted away the fog and appeared above Lin Changsheng's head again. This space was already the bottom of the Devil's Cave, and Lin Changsheng had nowhere to escape. Moreover, when he reached his destination, Lin Changsheng couldn't escape. Ice cold for thousands of years, everything is especially quiet. The heart should be quiet. Look at me alone, God. Lin Changsheng used the meditation technique and body protection technique at the same time, forming several body protection barriers around his body and protecting the formation boundary spirit pearl in front of his chest. Boom! The giant palm fell, shattering the body protection boundary like a devastating blow, and directly slapped on Lin Changsheng's body. Lin Changsheng was spitting out blood, several bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were extremely severely damaged. Lin Changsheng carried the blow, gritting his teeth and holding his breath, taking advantage of this time to rush towards the devil's heart. With that, Lin Changsheng glanced down at the formation boundary spirit bead in his hand, which had not been injured by the demonic might of the giant palm. Then, Lin Changsheng activated the formation boundary spirit bead and threw it towards the demonic heart that was close at hand. Buzz! The formation boundary spirit bead activated, forming an internal and external correspondence with the great formation in the outside world. In an instant, the huge palm of demonic might that was about to fall on Lin Changsheng once more stopped in midair, and a sharp, unwilling voice echoed in every part of the depths of the demon cave. Immediately afterward, the giant palm disappeared, and the beating black heart temporarily lost its life. All is calm. Outside, the strongest members of the clans looked at this scene of the demonic aura diminishing and knew that Lin Changsheng had succeeded, rejoicing greatly. As for Lin Changsheng, he was extremely injured, floating in the dark space deep in the devil's cave, his eyes blurring and his consciousness unclear. Dying? As death approached, Lin Changsheng didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and on the contrary, his heart was extremely calm. He was seriously injured and his Taoist heart was damaged. Lin Changsheng no longer had the strength to leave the demon cave. His vitality was draining away. The invisible power in the depths of the devil's cave began to erode Lin Changsheng's mind, intending to assimilate him into a devil. A strand of demonic chi drilled out from the 10,000 devils mural and wrapped around Lin Changsheng's body, wanting to seize his body. Suddenly, a white light appeared from within Lin Changsheng's body, instantly leveling the demonic aura. A demonic creature within the mural let out a miserable cry that echoed through the dark space. It wasn't long before the portrait of the demonic creature became transparent and then completely disappeared, meaning that the strand of demonic thoughts was swept away. What's going on? Although Lin Changsheng's consciousness was blurred, he also noticed the changes within his body and trembled inwardly. Chapter 89, Passing on Memories, Coming Back Alive. A transparent runic mark appeared within Lin Changsheng's body, and as white light appeared, a crack showed above the runic mark. Immediately afterward, the crack spread towards other places. Click! The runic seal shattered and Lin Changsheng's body shook slightly. The fragmented images from his dreams once connected together and all the mysteries were solved. Buzz! With that, Lin Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a golden glow in the depths of his eyes as his damaged roots were being rapidly repaired. That's, Lin Changsheng saw countless sages traveling to the same place, the terrifying place of dreams, the devil's abyss in the imperial state. All of the demonic chi floating within the devil's cave retreated to the side, not daring to approach Lin Changsheng. Passing down memories, revived. Several hours later, Lin Changsheng digested a picture that had been created by connecting it in his mind. His face showed sadness, and a supreme reverence for his forefathers was born in the depths of his heart. Qingzong. At this moment, Lin Changsheng also understood the predecessor of the Xianqing sect and the will of the strong ancestors. Lin Changsheng temporarily had the ability to move his body and looked up at the darkness above. The demonic chi around them wanted to devour Lin Changsheng, but they didn't dare to approach due to the power of the inherited memories. Looking at the 10,000 devils mural on the wall, the black devil heart below, Lin Changsheng clenched his fists. His eyes became incredibly determined as he muttered, "I can't die yet." Thus, Lin Changsheng relied on the sliver of power from his inherited memories to resist the infinite pressure within the demon cave and desperately headed upwards. Several hours later, Lin Changsheng broke through the many difficulties and arrived in the outside world of the demon cave. As the powerhouses of the various clans prepared to leave, they suddenly saw Lin Changsheng's figure and were shocked, suspecting that they had misread the situation. What? Lin Changsheng is actually still alive. How is this possible? By the look of him, he appears to have suffered some injuries. Should we open a gap in the formation so that Patriarch Lin can hurry out? Don't undo the formation for the time being. Perhaps Patriarch Lin has been corrupted by demonic chi and has now turned into a demonic creature. Some people wanted to immediately save Lin Changsheng, but they were stopped by a part of the group. Lin Changsheng stood in the void, expressionless as he looked at the powerhouses of the clans. If they didn't open the formation, it would be difficult for them to come out themselves. Perhaps Patriarch Lin has already been taken over by a demonic thought. Qin Yang of the Heavenly Jade sect commented, "I think this possibility is very high. Since Patriarch Lin was willing to risk his life in the first place, he must have been prepared to sacrifice his life for the greater good of the Zhongshang. We can't hastily release Patriarch Lin, who may have been taken over, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Certain people only cared about their own interests, completely failing to remember this favor that Lin Changsheng had gambled his life away for the sealing of the demon cave. Makes sense. Quite a few people chimed in. Although Lin Changsheng was located within the formation, he could vaguely hear the remarks of the strongest members of the various clans, and a trace of sadness arose within him. Is it worth it? It seemed to be a demonic voice that remained within the heart of the Tao, and it was also like a word of self-questioning. Lin Changsheng slowly closed his eyes, feeling unworthy for the generations of sages. However, after this thought of Lin Changsheng's popped up, the ordinary residents living in the vicinity of the Xianqing sect emerged before his eyes, living peacefully and in a simple manner. There are too many people in the world, and there are always those whose nature is more underhanded than demons. Lin Changsheng's fluctuating heart returned to normal, probably because his own Tao heart was stronger, and it was also unrelated to the inheritance memories. Since he had awakened the clan's inheritance, it meant that he had to shoulder that responsibility of countless ancestors. I have the heavenly illuminating mirror, which allows demons to manifest their original forms. The patriarch of the Dongyi Palace, Du Ruosheng, was wearing a flashy, tight-fitting long dress as she took a few steps towards the front and looked up at Lin Changsheng in the void of the formation. Saying that, Du Ruosheng took out a top-grade treasure mirror and activated the prohibition on top of the mirror to bring it into play. The heavenly illuminating mirror was directed towards Lin Changsheng, and after a quarter of an hour, there wasn't any change, meaning that Lin Changsheng hadn't been seized by the demonic thoughts. Patriarch Lin hasn't been demonized. Hurry up and open the formation to save him. Although Du Ruosheng cared about profit, she wasn't to the point of heartlessness. At the very least, she couldn't be as disgusting as those guys who wanted to put Lin Chang to death. Patriarch Du's heavenly illumination mirror is indeed a supreme treasure, but it's hard to see through that kind of demonic creature with extremely terrifying strength, isn't it? In the crowd, I don't know who said this, presumably because they had a grudge against the Xianqing sect. Yeah, fear not, fear not. Some of the timid ones spoke out. If there really is a demonic creature that can conceal itself from the probing of the heavenly illuminating mirror, do you all think that a demon like that would be trapped by a mere formation? I am well aware of your thoughts, but you must not forget that everything that happens here will be spread to the Xianqing sect once Patriarch Lin is harmed because of us. Think about the consequences. Du Ruosheng swept a glance over the crowd and said in a cold voice. Hearing this, those who had just been there winced. If this matter were to reach the ears of those people from the Xianqing sect, it was guaranteed that they would fight with all the major sects and fish out of water. Thinking of this possibility, the crowd no longer had any blockage and hurriedly opened the formation. Buzz! A gap appeared in the grand formation, and Lin Changsheng took advantage of the situation to get out. After coming out, the strongest members of the clans put on a worried appearance, shushing Lin Changsheng and asking him if his body was alright and if he was injured anywhere. In response, Lin Changsheng ignored all of it. Lin Changsheng walked straight to Du Ruosheng and said in a deep voice, "Many thanks. There's no need to say thank you. I don't have the qualifications." Du Ruosheng shook his head. Besides, if something happens to you because the array is not open, Dongyi Palace can hardly escape the blame. Lin Changsheng stopped talking and headed towards the distance. Not long after, Lin Changsheng returned to the Xianqing sect. The clan was in unison. They were worried about Lin Changsheng's safety, and now they were crying tears of joy and cheering. When Lin Changsheng had decided to enter the Devil's Cave, he had already explained the situation to the crowd, telling them not to wander off, to hold down the clan and shelter this realm. After some talk, the people knew that the Devil's Cave had been sealed for the time being, and that there would be no changes for at least 100 years. Regarding the matter of inherited memories, Lin Changsheng hadn't told anyone. Lin Changsheng was injured, and allowed the elders to deal with the trivial matters within the sect and began his seclusion. It wasn't long before the entire Xianqing sect learned about Lin Changsheng's narrow escape from the Devil's Cave and became furious, wanting to travel to all the sects to demand justice. However, Lin Changsheng had said that he would try not to cause strife due to external factors. Coupled with the fact that Lin Changsheng was currently in seclusion, the elders suppressed their anger and didn't dare to act rashly, waiting for everything to be said after Lin Changsheng came out of seclusion. Daoi Gakuan, the ancient pagoda. Chen Qingyuan had arrived at the 13th floor of the ancient tower. Chapter 90, Heavy Illusion. Leaving the ancient pagoda. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had experienced the extreme challenges of various realms and had broken through all the way to this point. At the 13th level, it was no longer simply the sharpening of the cultivation roots, but the heart of the Tao. Water? Chen Qingyuan looked at the boundless water in front of him, like a sea. Looking down, you can see the water flowing muddy and I don't know how deep it is. Looking up, I don't know where the water comes from or where it goes. Chen Qingyuan stepped on the water and took a step forward, his toes pointing out a ripple. It started out as a small circle, slowly spreading around and then subsiding. The heart is as quiet as water, and here some connection is made with the heart of the way. After probing a bit, Chen Qingyuan had a presumption. Afterward, Chen Qingyuan sat down on top of the water and began to meditate. Eyes closed, waves rippling inside. The waters that had originally been stormy also calmed down, and the turbidity slowly disappeared, allowing the boundless waters to become a bit clearer. Just when Chen Qingyuan felt that he could pass, his consciousness was pulled into a strange space. It was illusionary, yet incredibly real. In the illusion, Chen Qingyuan had turned into a beggar, begging for a living every day, being disliked and beaten from time to time, and living a life of misery. That feeling was especially real, causing Chen Qingyuan's essence to tremble slightly. Unstable inside, the boundless waters rippled and the sky darkened a few points. Soon, Chen Qingyuan adapted to the life of a beggar, suffered a lot from life, and died a few years later because of a plague. His consciousness did not return to his body, but traveled to another illusion. In a new vision, he becomes a prince of some ordinary dynasty, and gives everything he has to fight for power. In the end, he lost out to his blood brother, and was placed under house arrest in a place where he died of old age after living for decades without the company of a single maid or servant, with daily meals being brought to him. In this way, Chen Qingyuan has experienced more than a dozen kinds of life, both good and bad, with a lot of feelings. Power, beauty and fame couldn't affect Chen Qingyuan's heart, even with the countless amounts of extremely high-quality spirit stones. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Huan was surprised. Doesn't this little guy love money the most? Why hasn't his mind been affected in the slightest? Even if he knew that it was an illusion, the laws within the ancient pagoda strike straight to the heart, and it's impossible to be indifferent. Lin Wenxian was also rather strange and became more interested in Chen Qingyuan. Could it be that it was all faked before? Zhao Huan had investigated everything about Chen Qingyuan, and was well aware that Chen Qingyuan regarded money as his life, and often used all sorts of so-called legitimate means to obtain spirit stones. If it's faked, how could it be like this from a young age? There shouldn't be any chance of that. It's not the money that matters to him, it's what he does with it after he gets it. Lin asked Cho to think of an answer. Aha! Zhao Huan agreed with this and slowly nodded his head. The boundless waters within the 13th layer became crystal clear, with calm waters that rarely rippled. But the grind is not yet over. An unknown force dived into the depths of Chen Qingyuan's heart, thus creating a unique illusion. It was as if Chen Qingyuan had returned to the Xianqing sect, living very comfortably and happily with his clan relatives. Suddenly, one day, the demon cave erupted, and the Fulu Xing domain was covered by demonic qi overnight. Countless living beings were demonized, and there were heavy deaths and injuries. It was hard for the Xianqing sect to avoid it as well, and many of its disciples either became a withered bone or a demonic creature. For a while, the sky and the earth were dimly lit, and wailing sounds came from every corner. Chen Qingyuan fought against the enemy alongside the clan and killed countless demons. However, there were too many demonized powerhouses, and the Xianqing sect simply couldn't resist. Chen Qingyuan had seen with his own eyes the tragic deaths of one of his senior brothers, the senior sister who had loved him since he was a child reduced to a devil's plaything, as well as the disciples within the sect turned into puppets. In the end, Patriarch Lin Qiansheng and Protector Elder Dong Wenjun also ended up in misery, and the Xianqing sect became ruins in the blink of an eye. It was as if Chen Qingyuan had been ignored by the demons and had not been attacked. He looked at the corpses within the ruins. His heart was like a knife. His tears could not stop slipping down. His face was pale, and his whole body was trembling and powerless. No, Chen Qingyuan tried to stop this, but in vain. He could only stand in place and tear his heart out, shouting. In an instant, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness returned to his body. Suddenly opening his eyes, 2 lines of clear tears slid down. His entire body was wet with cold sweat. The boundless waters beneath him once again became turbid and rippled with thousands of waves. It was fortunate that Chen Qingyuan had finally seen through the illusion and knew that it was all a fake, and only then did he not lose his mind. Otherwise, he would have definitely been expelled by the power of the ancient tower's laws by now. It took Chen Qingyuan a long time to calm down, and the water gradually calmed down. When he was ready, Chen Qingyuan meditated once again. The new round of illusions was still related to the Xianqing sect, which was inexplicably besieged by various sects, opening up an extremely tragic war. The Xianqing sect had lost many people, and Chen Qingyuan could only watch, unable to do anything. After being sharpened by many illusions, Chen Qingyuan's mind level had risen quite a bit, and was able to sense that everything that was happening in front of him was false. However, Chen Qingyuan's heart still didn't feel good and stung unbearably. The Xianqing sect was his home, and everyone within the sect was his family. Now, he had to watch his family members die with his own eyes. His heart was cut like a knife and he was overwhelmed with grief. After awakening, Chen Qingyuan still couldn't reach the very high level of the state of mind, and failed to pass the barrier, and had to continue to undergo trials and tribulations. And so it was. After 3 full years, the normal flow of time was 3 years, but Chen Qingyuan felt that it had lasted 1,000 years. 10,000 years, adding a vicissitude to his eyes. This level of Dao heart sharpening, which Chen Qingyuan had spent such a long time on, had finally been passed. A wooden door appeared in front of Chen Qingyuan, meaning that he could enter the 14th floor. Chen Qingyuan's demeanor was slightly haggard at the moment, needing a period of time for recovery, and for the time being, he had no intention of pushing open the wooden door. Come out. At this time, a voice fell into Chen Qingyuan's ears. Without waiting for Chen Qingyuan to get ready, a soft force brought him out of the ancient tower. Whoosh! When Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes again, he was already located outside the ancient tower. Zhao Huan, Lin Wenxiao, Song Ningyan. Looking at these three people, Chen Qingyuan then believed that this place was no longer an illusion, and his body stiffened as he made a bow. Senior, you've been in there for 4 years this time. You've gotten quite a haul, and you need to be properly conditioned. For the previous 12 layers, Chen Qingyuan had spent a year, while the 13th layer had taken 3 years. Zhao Huan was worried that something had gone wrong with the two of them, and mandatorily made them leave the ancient tower, or else they would easily lose themselves. Song Ningyan's state was extremely bad. Her eyes were lifeless. Unlike Chen Qingyuan, who still maintained his sanity and was more clear-headed. Looking at this situation, Song Ningyan must have planted her head on the 13th floor and hadn't recovered until now. Can we go in later? Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at the ancient tower engraved with traces of age and asked softly. Chapter 91, 10,000 Years of Child Body. Any disciple of my Daoi school palace can enter the ancient tower a total of 3 times. Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Having seen Chen Qingyuan's performance within the ancient tower with his own eyes, Zhao Huan's attitude was much better and said in a soft voice. Although it was not yet possible to see how high Chen Qingyuan's limits were, it was already possible to learn that his foundation was very solid and flawless. On the contrary, Song Ningyan, that was a big step behind Chen Qingyuan. Whether it was the sharpening of the roots in each realm or the examination on the Dao heart, it was no match for Chen Qingyuan. Of course, it would be hard to find a second demon like Chen Qingyuan when looking at the northern wasteland. Regarding Song Ningyan's performance, Zhao Huan was still satisfied and qualified to become his disciple. After 3 times, you can't go in anymore? Chen Qingyuan asked. Zhao Huan gently nodded. This is a test, and it can also sharpen itself. That's not absolute. If you can reach the top and be recognized by the ancient tower, then there are no restrictions. Standing on the sidelines, Lin asked Cho to say with a smile. And this senior is? Chen Qingyuan arched his hand and saluted. Just like your master, the vice dean of the Daoi Academy, Lin Qiqiu. Lin asked Cho to introduce himself, and his gaze kept on Chen Qingyuan's body, constantly glancing at it. Vice President. At the sound of the voice, Chen Qingyuan was startled and hurriedly bowed with a bow. Greetings to Vice President Lin. You're welcome. Lin asked Cho to have a kind face. Just now you said that once you reach the top, you can enter and exit the ancient tower at will. Is it very difficult? Chen Qingyuan felt that the sharpening within the ancient tower was of considerable help to himself, and if he could enter the cultivation regularly, the rewards would certainly be great. Not very high. When Lin asked Cho to speak the first half of the sentence, Chen Qingyuan's heart was slightly relieved, feeling that there was a lot of hope. However, after the second half of the sentence popped out, it caused Chen Qingyuan's face to change in shock. It's very high. The last person to reach the top was still 20,000 years ago. What? 20,000 years ago? Chen Qingyuan said in shock. Chen kid, old man thinks you have a glimmer of hope of reaching the top. Go for it. Through Chen Qingyuan's previous performance, he was indeed very outstanding, allowing Lin Qiqiu to have high hopes. If Yu Chunran hadn't made the first move, Lin Qianqiu would have definitely put down his face to accept a disciple as well. If he could obtain a suitable heir who could inherit the mantle, he could die in peace later on without any regrets. Forget it. I don't have it in me. Chen Qingyuan didn't dare to speak big words and humbly said, young people, don't be too modest. Be proud when you should be proud. Be arrogant when you should be arrogant. Otherwise, how can you call yourself a young person? But the premise has a point. Do things in your heart. Do not offend the bottom line. Lin Wenxian's temperament was similar to Yu Chenran's. Both were old codgers. Whose elder teaches the young like that? It's a headache. Zhao Huan interjected, and said sternly to Chen Qingyuan, don't listen to old man Lin's nonsense. If you really want to be like what he said, it's easy to get into trouble. Brother, he's the vice president. Is it really okay for you to criticize him like this? Chen Qingyuan stared at his eyes, not understanding why Zhao Huan, an elder, would dare to disregard the vice president. Stealing a glance at Lin asked Cho. He did not get angry and had a smile on his face, as if he was used to the situation and did not care. Disciple knows. Chen Qingyuan suppressed his inner doubts and clasped his fists. Rest for a few days and I will take you on an errand then. Zhao Yichuan was interested in cultivating Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan and decided to teach them well. What is it? Chen Qingyuan subconsciously asked. You'll see when the time comes. Zhao Yichuan did not explain. Mysteriously. Then, Zhao Yichuan took the delirious Song Ningyan and left the ancient tower, still needing to personally make Song Ningyan leave the illusionary realm, preventing the creation of a heart demon and shaking the foundation. Vice President Lin. The disciple will leave first. Before leaving, Chen Qingyuan bowed to Lin Qiangqiu in farewell. Looking in the direction Chen Qingyuan left, Lin Wenxian sipped a sip of small wine. The smile on his face had long since disappeared and he was serious as he muttered. This kid is extremely talented. Is it possible for the Qin clan to return to the peak in this era? There's also that demonic abyss in the imperial prefecture. How exactly should it be resolved? Returning to the Yunqi residence, Chen Qingyuan hurriedly meditated to regulate his breathing. It took several hours before he was truly at peace within himself and was no longer trapped by the illusory scene within the ancient tower. Chen Qingyuan's trip to the ancient tower was extremely rewarding, and his foundation was further stabilized. At the same time, for years of sharpening, he vaguely felt that the realm had loosened up a bit, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the middle stage of the Jindan realm. Cultivating anew, Chen Qingyuan understood that rapidly raising his cultivation was not a good thing. The prerequisite had to be for the foundation to reach the point of being flawless, so that he could walk to a higher position in the future. Letting out a long breath, Chen Qingyuan walked to the edge of the clear lake and stood underneath a willow tree, reaching out to touch the soft willow branches, thinking of his family members who were far away in the Xinqing sect. The illusion within the ancient tower presented the scourge of the Devil's Cave before Chen Qingyuan's eyes, causing him to fidget with a hint of worry within his heart. Chen Qingyuan pushed open the door of Yunqi residence and headed to one of the halls of the Daoyi Academy. Cinnabar Heart Hall. The elders who guarded this place were well informed, and as long as they paid a certain amount of spirit stones, they could learn a lot of the information they wanted. Greetings, elder. Chen Qingyuan walked into the hall and saluted. There is no need to salute. A white-bearded old man was lying on top of a rocking chair, crossing his legs, holding a bushel fan in his hand, with rare fruits and fine wines beside him, enjoying life leisurely and comfortably. The white-bearded old man got up with a lazy face, sizing up Chen Qingyuan for a few moments and immediately recognizing him. His attitude immediately improved and he asked with a smile, so it's the senior disciple of Vice Dianyu. What's the matter with coming to the Tatsu Heart Hall? The disciple would like to inquire about some information. Chen Qingyuan took out a Qiankuan bag from his waist and placed it on the table. Good to know. The white-bearded old man glanced at the Qiankuan bag and smiled brightly. What does senior nephew Chen want to know? The recent news of the Xinqing sect, as well as the matter of the Devil's Cave in the Fulu Star region. Chen Qingyuan said. Wait, old man, look for it. The white-bearded old man walked to the backstage of the temple, which held a lot of jade slips, important news from various star domains, as well as some miscellaneous matters, arranged according to a special pattern. Not long after, the white-bearded old man walked out with a blue jade sketch and handed it to Chen Qingyuan, according to the rules. This information is worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. However, senior nephew Chen has just come to Daoyi Academy, so his first time poking around for information is exempt. Put away the Qiankuan bag on the table. This isn't right. Chen Qingyuan was embarrassed. If you don't put it away, you are not giving face to the old man. The white-bearded old man assumed a displeased demeanor. If the elders have said so, then the disciple will keep it. Many thanks. Sometimes it's the free stuff that's the most expensive. You're welcome. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones only. The white-bearded old man could advance them to Chen Qingyuan as a way to make a good karma with him. After living for so many years, Yu Chunran had finally taken in such a disciple as Chen Qingyuan, and would surely cultivate him properly. Unsurprisingly, Chen Qingyuan would definitely be able to become a giant of a party, and now was the best time to make friends. A strand of Chen Qingyuan's divine thoughts drilled into the blue jade slip and learned of the recent events in the Fulu Star domain. When he saw Lin Changsheng enter the Devil's Cave alone, his heart suddenly trembled, and his brows were filled with a worried expression. Fortunately, Lin Changsheng managed to get out of the demon cave without any danger. After reading it, Chen Qingyuan let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a comment about 10,000 years of child body reached Zhao Yichuan's ears, causing him to lose his temper and was chasing after some elders to beat them up. Previously, Zhao Yichuan was guarding the ancient pagoda and the news was closed. Now, Zhao Yichuan went door to door to inquire, flattening all those elders who had laughed the hardest in the beginning. No? Then we'll beat them together. As a result, screams resounded from a certain area of the Daoyi Academy's boundaries, causing the newly initiated disciples to listen to them with numbness and trembling. Chapter 92 Dean's Pet, Black Python. A few days later, Zhao Yichuan's transmission came. telling Chen Qingyuan to go to the Jade Star Pavilion and wait. The Jade Star Pavilion is located on the west side of the Daoi Academy, suspended in the air and surrounded by clouds. A floating staircase leads from bottom to top to the Jade Star Pavilion. Coming to this place, Chen Qingyuan felt as if he was in a fairyland, looking around at a white cloud, and from time to time, he could also see cranes roaming in the clouds, emitting clear cries. Chen Qingyuan arrived on the front foot, and Song Ningyan arrived on the back foot. The two of them glanced at each other, and Chen Qingyuan smiled politely. How far did you get on the trip to the ancient tower? Song Ningyan was dressed in a white dress with the Daoi Academy embroidered on it. She had a cool temperament that made it hard to get along with her. Secret. Chen Qingyuan put away the smile at the corners of his mouth and pretended to be mysterious, and acting all high and mighty. I don't spoil you. Chen Qingyuan directly ignored Song Ningyan and took out a jug of clear wine, taking small sips as he gazed into the distance, enjoying the view. Go! A moment later, Zhao Yichuan suddenly appeared with a cold face. Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan collected their respective thoughts and followed Zhao Yichuan closely, heading to an unknown place. With a wave of Zhao Yichuan's sleeve, the clouds above the Jade Star Pavilion dispersed, and a white jade staircase appeared, which could not be seen at a glance and led to nowhere. After a quarter of an hour had passed, the group arrived at a hidden space. Zhao Yichuan used a special nodding technique to open a part of the space's prohibition, thus walking in. Inside was a huge open space, with a hint of bloody flavor in the air, and an inexplicable pressure falling on Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan's hearts, causing them to hold their breath and their hearts to tremble slightly. Old Black, hurry up and come out, Zhao Yichuan shouted towards the front. It wasn't long before this space shook, and the void distorted for a few moments. Then, a gigantic head drilled out from the clouds above the 9 heavens, with a hideous snake head spitting out letters. The serpent's head moved, dragging out its massive body, and the clouds on both sides all dispersed, revealing its true form. A gigantic python that was 1,000 meters long, with black scales growing on many parts of its body, and a few raised areas underneath its body that vaguely showed a hint of transforming into a dragon. The black python's body had several wounds that bore a thick layer of scars. Lie back and change your medicine. Zhao Yichuan walked forward and took out some herbs. The black python was honestly lying on the ground, letting Zhao Yichuan toss it around. After taking some time, Zhao Yichuan replaced the black python with a new medicine bag. After checking the injuries, it was estimated that it would be healed soon. Elder Zhao, this is... Such a majestic black python made Chen Qingyuan shiver in his heart after seeing it and asked in a small voice. Dean's pet. Zhao Yichuan walked over and replied. What? Pets? Chen Qingyuan thought that this was some kind of protector god beast or something like that, but he didn't expect that it was actually a pet. Our Dean's fetish seems to be a little weird. Dean disappeared for many years, and Old Black has never been able to leave this area. It's really hard for him. Zhao Yichuan sighed softly, feeling bad for Black Python. What do you mean? Chen Qingyuan asked curiously. It's a long story. It wasn't a secret, and Zhao Yichuan told it like it was. Back then, the Dean was worried about the Black Python causing trouble everywhere, so he locked it up. One day, the Dean suddenly left the Daoi Academy and his whereabouts were unknown. The Black Python was sealed in this space with a special brand engraved on its body, unable to leave. Over the years, the two vice deans had thought of ways to do so, but unfortunately they couldn't get the Black Python out with external forces. Eventually, they came to the conclusion that only when the Black Python itself became strong enough could it break the shackles on its body and leave this area. As a result, the Black Python would try to impact the laws of this space every once in a while, messing up all the injuries afterwards. Zhao Yichuan often came to check on the Black Python, change its medicine and have a chat. Coupled with the fact that Zhao Yichuan was the Dean's personal disciple, the relationship between the two sides became extremely good. Then it is indeed difficult for Elder Black. Chen Qingyuan heard and understood, and looked at the Black Python with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. No need to pity Old Blackie. Better pity yourself. Zhao Yichuan saw the change in Chen Qingyuan's eyes and smiled deeply. Chen Qingyuan had an extremely ominous premonition. Song Ningyan, who was standing at the side, trembled and also felt a trace of uneasiness. Old Black, these two little dolls are the new disciples of my Daoi Academy Palace. I brought them here today because I want you to tame them a bit, and in the meantime, have a bit of fun to pass the boring time. Zhao Yichuan said to Black Python. The Black Python heard and understood, opened its mouth, and let out a hoarse low roar. Got it. As long as the people aren't dead, toss them any way you want. Sharpen them up and show no mercy. On his way out, Zhao Yichuan said one more thing. Good. Black Python nodded in understanding. Hearing these words, how could Chen Qingyuan stand still and hurriedly said, Elder Zhao, I don't think that's necessary. I can cultivate properly on my own. There's no need for a small stove. Song Ningyan glanced at the Black Python with its terrifying pressure. A trace of fear rose in her heart, and she bit her red lips tightly, worrying about the days ahead. However, if she wanted to become Zhao Yichuan's disciple, then she couldn't be afraid, so she didn't dare to refuse out of her mouth. Old Black, this little guy is very naughty. Take care of him more. Zhao Yichuan pointed at Chen Qingyuan and revealed a deep smile. Don't! At those words, Chen Qingyuan wanted to retort. Zhao Yichuan didn't bother to rub his lips with Chen Qingyuan and turned around to leave the area, leaving a residual shadow in its place. Gollum! Chen Qingyuan's throat tightened and he held back his unfinished words. Then, Chen Qingyuan turned his head to look at the black python and squeezed out a smile. Senior, can we discuss this and go easy on him? Boo! The black python answered Chen Qingyuan with a practical action, coalescing a humanoid avatar in a single thought, and slapping Chen Qingyuan 10 miles away, leaving a long trail on the ground. Obviously, the black python had rejected Chen Qingyuan's offer and had to be properly tempered. Thus, Chen Qingyuan was beaten for half an hour, lying on the ground unable to move. Song Ningyan, who had seen this image with her own eyes, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her heart was uneasy. After resolving Chen Qingyuan, it was Song Ningyan's turn. Song Ningyan was lucky. The black python stopped after just a slight lesson. Unlike Chen Qingyuan, who was so miserable. Kid, the wounds you received are superficial. You'll be fine in less than 2 days. 2 days later, this seat will come back to beat you up. Get ready. The black python left behind a sentence, and its huge body burrowed into the clouds and mist, with no trace of it. Chen Qingyuan, who heard this, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. If you want to beat it up, just beat it up. Why do you have to give a specific time? It's not the moment of getting punched that's torturous. It's knowing you're getting punched and not being able to do anything about it. Ugh! Chen Qingyuan's clothes were stained with dust, his nose was bruised and swollen, and he looked at the sky with a miserable look. Chapter 93, Calling the Black Python a Brother. We are brothers. After 2 days, the black python arrived as promised. Without saying a word, it directly headed towards Chen Qingyuan and landed with one tail, knocking him to the ground. Chen Qingyuan has started a new round of painful life, calling for the sky and the earth. Song Ningyan's situation was much better than Chen Qingyuan's, although she was similarly beaten, but not to the same extent. Master must be getting back at him. Looking at Chen Qingyuan, who was being violently beaten up, Song Ningyan was terrified in her heart and couldn't help but think of the image of Chen Qingyuan yelling at which asshole had enacted the list of the Northern Wasteland 10. Even after being beaten up, Chen Qingyuan didn't expose his Holy Dan's bottom card. This was because he knew very well that even if all 3 Dan Saint products were exposed, it would be impossible to change the ending. What's more, the black python wouldn't take Chen Qingyuan's life, and at most, he would only suffer a few superficial injuries, so it wouldn't be a big problem. Not to mention, after being beaten up by the black python, Chen Qingyuan broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation and reached the middle stage of the Jin Dan realm. During this period of time when his cultivation broke through, the black python was unusually quiet and gave Chen Qingyuan up to 1 month to stabilize his foundation. After Chen Qingyuan's cultivation had been stabilized, the black python attacked again, beating Chen Qingyuan to the point where he let out a burst of screams. Brother, you're being too hard on him. Be merciful. Hang in there for your own good. The black python was feeding Chen Qingyuan moves, greatly enhancing Chen Qingyuan's experience in actual combat. Moreover, the black python would point out the location of Chen Qingyuan's brokenness and make a strong strike. In this way, Chen Qingyuan froze and made up for the broken places that might appear in the battle, and his real-world abilities skyrocketed. You beat up that girl too. Don't just do it for my own good. Chen Qingyuan pointed at Song Ningyan, who was watching the show from the side, and said loudly, then both of them will be punched together. The black python laughed and manifested another shadow, attacking towards Song Ningyan. In response, Song Ningyan expressed her great displeasure and stared viciously at Chen Qingyuan. This kind of life lasted for 4 whole years, and Chen Qingyuan's cultivation had risen another step, reaching the late Jin Dan realm. Song Ningyan had also made gains and had reached the late stage of the Yuaning realm. After this period of time, Chen Qingyuan and Black Python's relationship was much better. Counting the time, Zhao Yichuan planned to come over and take a look, unlocked the restraints and stepped in. Zhao Yichuan saw the scene in front of him, and the corner of his mouth gently twitched as a hint of shock flashed through his eyes. On top of a huge open space, Chen Qingyuan set up a huge iron net with a spirit fire burning underneath. The iron net was filled with all kinds of meat, and beside it were all kinds of wine and precious fruits. Black, does it taste okay? Chen Qingyuan sent a piece of roasted meat to the black python's mouth. It's not bad, bake it more. The black python ate contentedly, and a spiritual force lifted up a jar of fine wine and poured it all into his mouth in a single gulp. Okay, as per the black python's request, Chen Qingyuan intended to roast the meat for a little while longer. There are still spirit fruits over there. Brother, you can make do with what you've got first. You're on the road, kid. That's good, Black Python complimented. At this time, Zhao Ichuan came. What is it? A look of confusion. Zhao Ichuan froze for a while, and came with big strides. Old Black, why are you still eating? Mouth full. For so many years, the Black Python had no taste in his mouth at all, except for having enough spirit stones. He wasn't hungry. It was purely gluttony. From a year ago, Chen Qingyuan originally wanted to get himself some delicious food. Who knew that the Black Python had been lured out? And at that time, he was still shocked and prepared to be beaten up. However, the situation was not what Chen Qingyuan thought, only to see the Black Python finish the delicacies on the table in a single gulp. Unable to finish. From then on, Chen Qingyuan began the path of feeding, getting different flavors of food for the Black Python every day. Luckily, Chen Qingyuan liked to taste food, and there were many fresh meat and precious fruits and fine wine and fragrant tea placed within his spatial ring. Take the hand and eat it. The Black Python ate Chen Qingyuan's stuff, so it was really hard to do anything about it. Consequently, for nearly a year only Song Ningyan had been beaten up, while Chen Qingyuan was unharmed, and with his own thick skin and emotional intelligence, he had directly called the Black Python his brother. Never mind. I'm the one who didn't think things through all these years. Zhao Ichuan wanted to say a few words about the Black Python, but on second thought, although he came here every time, he didn't bring anything to the Black Python, and at most, he just chatted and changed his medicine. Zhao Ichuan, who had a 10,000-year-old child body, was so focused on cultivation that he couldn't think of getting food for the Black Python to eat. Most importantly, the Black Python had never mentioned it. So how did Zhao Ichuan know that the Black Python had a need for it? The Black Python had lived in the Daoi school palace since he was a child, and had been locked up in this space not long after he was born. To him, everything in the outside world was strange and new. How could he know that there were so many delicious things out there? In the eyes of the Black Python, the most worthless thing is the spirit stone. This thing he eats every day. In addition to ensuring their own energy needs, there is no flavor. It all made a difference. Or it did. Sweeping his eyes, Zhao Ichuan could see that the two had improved their cultivation and nodded his head in relief. Song Ningyan looked at Chen Qingyuan with a grudging face. This guy had fought with Black Python and hadn't helped himself with a kind word, and he was gloating as he watched himself being beaten up. When I find the opportunity, I'll be sure to toss you around a bit, Song Ningyan secretly said in her heart. It's time to go. Zhao Ichuan carried his hands behind his back and spoke. It's finally time to get the hell out of here. Chen Qingyuan's heart was very happy, but on the surface, he revealed a trace of reluctance. Brother Black, I have to go. The Black Python's mood was also very low. After Chen Qingyuan left, wouldn't he have to eat those stones again? How unbearable. Brother Black, this is all the good stuff I have in my entire body. It's all for you. Chen Qingyuan took out a Tianyuan pouch and placed the few remaining meats and drinks inside. Older brother, you were wronged in previous years. Brother makes amends to you. Don't hold a grudge. Black Python thought about the beginning, and suffered. It's okay. If it wasn't for Brother Black's assistance, it would be impossible for my strength to rise so quickly. I'm too grateful to hold a grudge. How can I hold a grudge? Chen Qingyuan said with a sincere face. Nothing more to say. If you run into any trouble in the future, if you can't beat it, hide for the time being. When old brother I get out of the gate, I'll bring you back to get back your offense. Although the Black Python was old, it was sealed in this place and was not deeply involved in the world, so it did not understand many things in the world. Therefore, the Black Python was accompanied and fooled by Chen Qingyuan for a year, and the two of them became good buddies directly, making a promise from the bottom of their hearts. Good. Chen Qingyuan's heart rejoiced, secretly saying that all these years of suffering had not been in vain. It was worth it. Under more than a year of casual conversation, Chen Qingyuan had gained an extremely deep understanding of the Black Python. Dean has a pet, and that's not just any cat or dog. The Black Python's cultivation had reached the Mahayana stage many years ago. It was a pity that the seal laid down by the Dean was too powerful, and it would take some time for the Black Python to break through. Looking at the image of Chen Qingyuan and the Black Python clinging to each other, Zhao Ichuan froze. Just in these few years, Chen Qingyuan, your kid has snubbed old Black into a brother. This is too outrageous. Zhao Ichuan couldn't accept it and had a slightly rich expression. If this were to allow Chen Qingyuan to stay for some more time, wouldn't the feelings rub off on him? Don't ink. Go. No, we can't let old Black be brainwashed. Hurry up and take Chen Qingyuan away. Chen Qingyuan also said something as he turned around. Brother, hey, when you come out, I'll take you to eat all the food in the world. Really? The Black Python's eyes glowed with disbelief. Of course it's true. We're brothers. Chen Qingyuan patted his chest and assured. The last time Chen Qingyuan said this, It appeared to be directed at Han Shan, and he nearly crippled Han Shan with his lol. It's so nice. I wish I had met you earlier. The very lonely black python felt a touch of warmth. Hurry up. Zhao Yichuan's face was filled with black lines, pulling Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyi away, not allowing Chen Qingyuan to say another word. Early met Chen Qingyuan. You were sold by him, still have to happily count money for him. Alas, old black's mind is not very mature. He has to be taught properly, or else he'll be too easily fooled. Chapter 94 Master. I'm leaving. After leaving, Chen Qingyuan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Serving the black python every day was too much psychological pressure. You kid. Okay. Zhao Yichuan stared at Chen Qingyuan, his tone slightly lower. Chen Qingyuan smiled awkwardly and did not speak. Your master has something for you. Hurry up. If not for that, Zhao Yichuan would have definitely wanted to talk more with Chen Qingyuan and gain a deeper understanding. Yes. Chen Qingyuan bowed, turned around and left, moving quickly and without delay, afraid of being retained by Zhao Yichuan. As Zhao Yichuan's disciple, Song Ningyan of course had nowhere to go but to stay where she was. Since you have entered my sect, then you must be prepared to suffer. Follow me. Although Song Ningyi's current performance was passable, she hadn't really satisfied Zhao Yichuan yet, and had to be tested and sharpened more. Song Ningyan followed Zhao Yichuan closely and began a new round of torture. For the sake of the future, Song Ningyan will not back down. We'll have to bite the bullet and stick to it. Chen Qingyuan returned to the Yunqi residence, changed into a clean outfit, and headed to his master Yu Chunran's residence. Yu Chuanran lived in the White Goose Palace with beautiful scenery. No matter from which angle he observed it, it was a landscape painting that was hard to see on Earth. From time to time, there were geese soaring in the clouds, and there were also spirit fish leaping out of the water. By the lakeside, Yu Chunran sat in an ancient pavilion in the outer courtyard, wearing a dark-colored cloth coat with kind brows. Master, Chen Qingyuan walked outside the pavilion and bowed. Not bad. Looks like you've gained a lot over the years. Yu Duanran sized up Chen Qingyuan for a few moments and nodded in relief. Not bad. Chen Qingyuan gave a simple smile. Come sit down. Yu Duanran signaled a glance. Thus, Chen Qingyuan sat across from Yu Chunran, somewhat restrained. Master, what is the reason you called me over? After a moment of silence, Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but ask. You are told to go on an errand and travel to the eastern lands, Yu Duanran said. The eastern land? Chen Qingyuan's demeanor changed. Very surprised. Master, what am I going to do there? The 5 regions of the sky were divided into the imperial state, the northern desert, the western frontier, the southern region, and the eastern land. Each domain encompasses thousands of star fields, and each star field has tens of thousands of stars. A long time ago, the master owed a favor to a high monk in the eastern lands. A few days ago, that high monk crushed the 2 realms letter symbol and conveyed a message that needed master's help. Since you are my master's disciple, you should go and help my master repay this favor. Right? Yu Duanran said with a straight face. Chen Qingyuan wanted to refuse, but when he saw Yu Chunran's pair of eyes that did not allow for disobedience, he felt a bit intimidated in his heart and politely said, Master, isn't it a bit inappropriate to let my disciple pay back the favor that your old man owes? Is this because you don't want to do your master a favor? Yu Duanran asked rhetorically. That's not what the disciple means. I'm only afraid that my own abilities are insufficient and I'll make a mess of things. Chen Qingyuan's mind turned, and he immediately thought of a reasonable excuse. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you go, you will definitely be able to help. Moreover, if you go there, you will get twice the result with half the effort. In fact, Yu Chunran could see Chen Qingyuan's small mind that he didn't want to go, but didn't point it out. I'm a Jindan stage cultivator. Not so much. Chen Qingyuan felt that master was fooling himself and muttered in a low voice. It's settled and irrefutable. In order to dispel Chen Qingyuan's unwillingness to travel to the eastern lands, Yu Chunran put on a serious demeanor. Okay. The words had been said to this point. Chen Qingyuan knew he had no choice but to harden his head and agree. Seeing Chen Qingyuan agree, Yu Chunran put away his solemn expression and revealed a kind smile. Qingyuan knows best. Good boy. What are you doing with a 3-year-old? Chen Qingyuan's eyes were grim and he wanted to cry. Originally, Chen Qingyuan thought that he would be able to live in peace for a few days. But who knew that he had just left the black python's grasp and had to travel to a new unknown and dangerous place, which was just too difficult. Master, is this trip dangerous? As things stood, Chen Qingyuan had to figure out the specifics of the matter in the eastern lands. Not dangerous, Yu Duanran replied. Hearing this answer, Chen Qingyuan's heart tightened, and he was determined to bring all sorts of life-preserving undercurrents with him, without the slightest negligence. What is it exactly? Can you tell me? Chen Qingyuan asked. You'll see when you get there. Yu Duanran smiled deeply. Master, we can't screw our disciple like this. Seeing the smile on the corners of his master's mouth, Chen Qingyuan's heart pulled out of his chest. What do you mean by pit disciple? Master is doing this for your own good. Yu Duanran stroked his beard and spoke righteously. Do you think the disciples will believe it? Anyway, he had already gotten on the pirate ship. Chen Qingyuan wasn't afraid of Yu Chenran, picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea, drinking it all in one go. The good intentions of your teacher will be clear to you in the future, Yu Duanran said with a smirk. Cut. Chen Qingyuan skimmed his lips with a helpless expression. I don't know how many times I've said this kind of flimflam. How can it fool me? For every word, even every word, of Yu Chenran, Chen Qingyuan would not believe it. Get ready today and leave in the morning. Yu Chenran projected the time. He had to depart as soon as possible without delay. So fast. Upon hearing the schedule, Chen Qingyuan's eyes glazed over. The matter is urgent and time is precious and must not be delayed. Yu Duanran said. The eastern land is far away, and we may encounter a lot of trouble. Won't your old man give a little treasure for defense? The meaning in Chen Qingyuan's words had been expressed very clearly. When you go out to practice, you have to rely on your own skills, and if you have more treasures for defense, it won't serve the purpose of sharpening. Yu Duanran politely declined. Master, you are too stingy. Chen Qingyuan moved to put down the idea of not doing, but thought about it or dry it. An arm can't be twisted, and one must learn to keep one's head down. Besides, there's no shame in bowing down to your own master. On the following day, Chen Qingyuan set off on his journey to the eastern lands at the urging of Yu Chenran. Yu Chenran told Chen Qingyuan the shortest distance to travel and gave a teleportation jade talisman, through which he was able to borrow the great teleportation arrays of the various starfields, greatly reducing the time. According to Yu Chenran's arrangement, Chen Qingyuan would be able to arrive in the eastern lands in a month at most using the great teleportation arrays around the world. In the past, when Chen Qingyuan did not have the conditions of a teleportation array, it would take months to travel across 2 star fields. Now that his family was wealthy, he was able to catch up a lot faster. Master, disciple is leaving. Well, have a safe trip. Master, I'm really leaving. Chen Qingyuan turned back once every 3 steps, his eyes unwilling to give up. He really didn't want to be a laborer. Most of all, he wanted to get some means to save his life from Yu Chenran. Go! Yu Duanran waved his hand. Master, will you miss your disciple? Chen Qingyuan took a few steps and turned back. Will do. Yu Duanran nodded gently. Master. Chen Qingyuan turned back again. This time, not waiting for Chen Qingyuan to finish his words, Yu Chenran kicked over in the air, cursing, "You kid is not finished." Right. Whoosh. Chen Qingyuan was kicked out of the small world of the Daoi school palace and appeared in the corner position of a certain starfield in the northern wasteland. Chapter 95, Traveling to the Eastern Lands, Heavenly Void Treasure Temple. Chen Qingyuan looked at the unfamiliar scenery in front of him. Knowing that he was already far away from the Daoi Academy, his mood was low, and he muttered in a low voice, "The old man is really stingy. He doesn't even give his disciple a little treasure when he goes out." Ugh. Sighing, Chen Qingyuan followed the route given by his master and walked forward at a quick pace. After arriving in the eastern lands, it was said that someone would come to meet Chen Qingyuan, and there was no need for Chen Qingyuan to worry about this. Daoi Academy, White Goose Palace. After sending Chen Qingyuan away, the place instantly became quiet. The smile at the corners of Yu Chenran's mouth gradually disappeared, his expression solemn as he muttered, "My child, this trip to the eastern lands will be extremely helpful to both you and the Green Sect." Since he had accepted Chen Qingyuan as his disciple, Yu Chenran certainly wanted to pave the way for Chen Qingyuan. On the surface, Yu Chenran didn't give Chen Qingyuan any protective magic treasures, but secretly, he left an origin magic seal on his body. Once Chen Qingyuan encountered a life-threatening situation, the origin Dharma seal would definitely activate to protect him. Yu Chenran didn't tell Chen Qingyuan because he wanted Chen Qingyuan to rely on his own abilities as much as possible to solve the trouble, so that he could improve his strength and get a sharpening effect. No matter how beautiful the flowers in the greenhouse grow, they can't stop the wind and rain from destroying them, and they are not useful. Child, if you can gain the support of those old monks in the eastern lands, your life won't be too threatened in the future even if your identity is exposed. Yu Chenran was trying to pull down the Buddhist temples in the eastern lands, and couldn't let the Green Sect shoulder the responsibility of suppressing the Devil's Abyss anymore. That group of old monks boasted of their compassion, but they were never seen to do anything of great merit, and they were parochial and unambitious. Taking advantage of this opportunity for the Eastern Earth Buddhist Temple to send a message to ask for help, Yu Chuanran wanted to make the Buddhist temple stained with this karma. Then there was no way to shirk his responsibility. Monks pay the most attention to karma, so the old monks of the Eastland Buddhist temple never set foot in the imperial state, so that there is no need to pay attention to the affairs of other domains, and just guard this territory of the Eastland. Old monk, even though I have selfish motives, it's also beneficial to the Buddhist temple. If the Buddha temple can seize the opportunity this time, it may be able to obtain the golden light of merit and cultivate a true fleshly true Buddha. Yu Chunran knew the responsibility and cause and effect of Chen Qingyuan, but also to accept him as a disciple, which has the reverence for the Green Sect, as well as the unwillingness to let the Green Sect cut off the inheritance, wanting to use their own weak power to change the situation. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan grasped the road without a hint of slacking. On the way, he encountered some minor troubles, such as being stopped by Starfield robbers and so on, all of which were solved by Chen Qingyuan. After nearly a month, Chen Qingyuan had used the Great Teleportation Formation more than 20 times, and had finally crossed a side of the Sea of Chaos realm, arriving at the land of the Eastern Lands. As soon as he entered the Eastern Lands, Chen Qingyuan saw yellow sand everywhere, and an inexplicable sense of suffocation came over him. The old man didn't say where he was traveling to in the Eastern Lands, so I'm really convinced. Chen Qingyuan had no other way but to stand still and wait. With nothing else to do, Chen Qingyuan found a lush slope with higher ground, set out wine and precious fruits, and slowly savored them. The previous home base was given to the black python, and before he came, Chen Qingyuan had saved some more food to satisfy his appetite. After all, although one couldn't feel hungry all the time by refining the spirit stones and could dispel the grain, life would be a little less interesting. To live in the world, one must eat and drink well. This is one of Chen Qingyuan's life rules. After half an hour, Chen Qingyuan felt an aura coming towards him and looked up. A young monk in a pale yellow robe stepped into the air, tall, with a ring scar dotting his head and a handsome face. If he were a man dressed as a woman, he would definitely be a stunning beauty. Is the monk a member of the Dawi Academy? The young monk clasped his hands together and bowed slightly towards Chen Qingyuan as he opened his mouth to ask. The monk had departed from the temple very early in the morning and had stayed nearby, waiting for the arrival of the people from the Dawi Gakkai. Yes, Chen Qingyuan nodded, and took out a token jade pendant given by Yu Chunran. The young monk took one look at the jade pendant and identified it. Only, there was no joy on the monk's face, but only a strong look of suspicion. And in his heart, he said, how could the Dawi Academy Palace send over a disciple of the Jindan realm? Chen Qingyuan had only used the jade bracelet to conceal the aura of the sacred golden pill and the Dao bone, and his cultivation was revealed. As long as the cultivator was far stronger than himself, he could see through the cultivation. Being too mysterious will in turn cause unnecessary trouble. Poor Monk Dao Duan. I wonder how the monk is addressed. Monk Dao Du inquired. Chen Qingyuan, my master Yu Duanran. Chen Qingyuan introduced himself. So it's the senior disciple of Vice President Yu of the Dawi Academy Palace. Monk Dao Duan knew from his elders that Yu Chunran had taken on a disciple, and it turned out to be the person in front of him. The Academy Palace just let Scholar Chen come alone? Right. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Hearing a definitive answer, Monk Dao Duan was stunned. A Jindan stage cultivator. This is too perfunctory. The relationship between the Eastern Land Buddhist Temple and the Dawi School Palace was quite passable, so there was no need to make it so embarrassing. Instead of having a Jindan disciple come over to make up the numbers, it would be better to just reject it. At once, the atmosphere of this place became dull. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Taoist dust monk and guessed what he was thinking in his heart. After all, even Chen Qingyuan himself was puzzled. If there really was something big, a Jindan cultivator would definitely not be able to do much to help. Although his heart was depressed, Chen Qingyuan was still eating and drinking. If the Eastern Earth Buddhist Temple wanted to drive me away, that would in turn free Chen Qingyuan to just fight his way back home. Monk, come over for a cup of tea? Chen Qingyuan glanced at Taoist dust monk. Not knowing the depth of his cultivation, he could only tell that the other party should be about the same age as himself. No, Monk Dao Duan directly refused and used his secret Buddhist technique to contact his elders to report this matter truthfully. After a discussion among the Buddhist hierarchy, it was decided that Chen Qingyuan would be invited back before saying anything. With the Buddha's understanding of Yu Chunran, it is impossible to do such disgusting things. There must be a deep meaning. Monk Chen, please follow the poor monk to the Heavenly Void Treasure Temple. The strongest force in the Eastern Land is the Buddhist temples, with the Heavenly Void Treasure Temple as the core, and there are a lot of top powers inside. Casually picking out one can make many places shake. Good. Chen Qingyuan collected the tables, chairs, and food and moved forward with the Taoist dust monk. As time was running out, Monk Dao Duan made the Buddhist seal of catching up and led Chen Qingyuan quickly to the Heavenly Void Temple. In just 2 hours, the two of them crossed a lot of star seas and arrived at a plain area. Ahead of them was a huge, pale gold-colored temple that loomed like a mountain. There was a plaque in the void at the entrance of the temple, engraved with 3 words, Heavenly Void Temple. Hundreds of palaces were built on both sides of the mountain gate, and at the center was the Heavenly Void Treasure Hall. Here we are. Go in. Monk Daoduan unlocked the doorway's restriction and stepped forward. Chen Qingyuan was more or less nervous in his heart, not knowing what he would face next. Chapter 96, The Old Monk of Tianshu Temple. Tianshu Temple, solemn and solemn, with monks all over the place, with Monk Daoduan leading the way. Chen Qingyuan arrived at the Buddhist hall without any hindrance. Standing at the entrance, it was visible that the hall was filled with high priests, hundreds of them. Steadying his mind, Chen Qingyuan walked in along with Monk Daoduan. All the senior monks turned their heads to look at Chen Qingyuan, their faces expressionless and their minds hard to guess. In the deepest part of the hall, there sat an old monk in a simple yoke, chanting sutras with his eyes closed and a solemn expression. Abbot, he's here. Monk Daoduan said softly as he bowed towards the old monk with folded hands. Greetings to all the senior monks. Chen Qingyuan bowed towards the front with a serious face, slightly nervous. The senior monks looked at each other, secretly transmitting and exchanging voices, discussing this person, Chen Qingyuan. They were amazed at what was the significance of the Dawi Academy sending over a Jindan realm cultivator. If a Jindan cultivator could solve this kind of problem, why would the Buddhist temple seek the help of others? A very few monks showed a look of contemptuous displeasure, thinking that the Dawi Academy was insulting the Eastern Buddhist temple. However, the abbot of the Heavenly Void Monastery had not yet spoken, and none of the monks dared to speak out in rebuke. Remaining silent, there is no need to be polite when your guest comes to the door. The old monk opened his eyes, stopped turning the Buddha beads in his hands, and rose trembling, his voice hoarse. Being stared at by the old monk, Chen Qingyuan was uncomfortable. This cultivator's name is Chen Qingyuan, and he is the disciple of Vice Dean Yu of the Dawi Academy. Monk Daoduan was the abbot's personal disciple. His status was extremely high, and in the future, as long as he didn't make any mistakes, there was a high probability that he would be the future abbot of the Heavenly Void Temple. The monks learned of Chen Qingyuan's identity and looked at him a few more times. Originally, the monks had thought that Yu Chenran would personally make the trip, and no more than that, he would send a top elder who was well versed in the myriad arts of the Academy Palace. Chen Qingyuan's arrival left them feeling puzzled, as well as a hint of being perfunctory. Scholar Yu is very measured in his actions. This move must have a deeper meaning. All monks must not be delusional. The old monk's dharma name is Xiankong, and his Buddhist teachings are so high that they cover the eastern lands. Yes, the monks didn't dare to think wildly and immediately stopped their distracting thoughts. In fact, the old monk could not see through Chen Qingyuan for the time being and could not figure out what Yu Chenran meant. However, he believed that Yu Chenran would not be perfunctory about it. Thus, the old monk retreated the monks and walked with a hobbling pace to Chen Qingyuan's front, smiling kindly. Scholar Chen, please move. A side hall of the Heavenly Void Temple was very quiet and undisturbed. The old monk and Chen Qingyuan were sitting very close to each other, and there was fragrant tea on the table. A wisp of tea fragrance drifted to the tip of Chen Qingyuan's nose, and his nervousness slowly dissipated. This tea has a calming and centering effect and is not mundane. The old monk in front of him was the leader of the Buddhist sect of the Eastern lands, and one could guess with one's buttocks that he was a supreme powerhouse of the Mahayana stage. Facing such an existence, Chen Qingyuan was more or less uncomfortable. Does your master have a message for you to convey? The old monk went back to the basics, and on the surface, he looked like an ordinary person, with kind brows and very amiable. There's a thing. On his way here, Yu Chenran handed Chen Qingyuan a jade slip, telling Chen Qingyuan to make sure to hand it over to the abbot of the Heavenly Void Temple himself. That jade slip had a special legal seal. With Chen Qingyuan's ability he couldn't unravel it. Only a great cultivator with extreme strength could learn the content inside the slip. Chen Qingyuan took out the jade slip and handed it to the old monk. The old monk looked at the jade slip in his hand. A wisp of Buddha's thoughts entered. Buzz! The jade symbol gently trembled, and Yu Chenran, who was far away in the northern wasteland, got the sensation and knew that the jade simple spell seal had been broken. Old monk, this karma depends on whether you have the guts to catch it. This is a calamity and a creation. Yu Chenran was sitting above the water in the center of the lake, meditating on fishing. Heavenly Hollow Temple, side hall. Chen Qingyuan sat upright and kept quiet. In a moment, the old monk opened his eyes, figuring out what Yu Chenran was trying to say. Looking at Chen Qingyuan once again, the old monk's eyes had a few more distinctive flavors in them. Slightly complicated. At a certain moment, the old monk moved to let Chen Qingyuan leave directly. However, the moment this thought popped up, the old monk immediately cut it off, smoothed his mind, and secretly said, Sin. If he didn't know the origin of Chen Qingyuan's identity, the old monk expelled him, even if he knew it afterward. It didn't matter. It was just that, now that it was known, if it was driven away, it would more or less affect the Tao. As the leader of the Buddhist sect in the eastern lands, The old monk was well aware of this karma of the green sect, as well as the contributions that the green sect had made for the sake of the world's people. Driving away the inheritors of the green sect would not be tainted with karma, but it would certainly cause a hint of damage to the Tao. After all, the Buddhist sect's purpose was to help the world and save people, so how could they drive away the green sect's heir who was carrying great merits? LOL. Old man you're so poisonous with your young tricks. The old monk kept his eyes on Chen Qingyuan and fell into deep thought. What does this old monk keep looking at me for? Chen Qingyuan muttered in his heart, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Very uncomfortable. For the sake of the future of the green sect, it was also for the safety of Chen Qingyuan. Yu Chunran pondered for a long time before deciding to tell the old monk the origin of Chen Qingyuan's identity. With the old monk's character and this friendship, he would definitely not harm Chen Qingyuan, nor would he spread the news. That was why Yu Chunran chose to do so. The green sect had suppressed the devil's abyss for 300,000 years, accumulating merit to an unimaginable level. It was only because the heavenly Tao was blinded by a certain force that it couldn't allow merit to come into the world, causing the green sect's generation to be worse than the next. If the Eastern Land Buddhist sect helped the green sect and became tainted with this karma, they might be able to obtain a not so small amount of creation in the future. Only, the creation is not that easy to take, and comes with great risks. Master, you keep looking at the late generation for what? Chen Qingyuan's entire body was in discomfort and asked in a small voice. The poor monk felt that Scholar Chen had a kinship with our Buddha and looked at him a few more times. The old monk laughed. At those words, Chen Qingyuan let out an awkward laugh and did not reply. Mistress Chen will stay in the guest room for the time being to rest for 2 days. The old monk was going to think about it some more. Good. Chen Qingyuan could not read the old monk's mind. Immediately afterward, the old monk asked Monk Daoduan to arrange a place for Chen Qingyuan to stay. Inside a closed temple, the old monk sat alone under a statue of Buddha, banging on a wooden fish and meditating on the matter. In the past, the Buddhist sect was afraid of that horrific karma of the devil's abyss, and the monks within the sect were never allowed to set foot in the imperial state, so as not to bring a scourge to the Buddhist sect. Now, Chen Qingyuan had come to the Buddhist sect, making it impossible for the old monk to hide, and he had to face this problem head-on. Is Buddhism wrong? The old monk looked up at the golden Buddha statue and muttered to himself. If the Eastern Land Buddhist sect had made the same choice as the green sect back then, the current situation would definitely not be any better, right? Chapter 97, The Devil Under the Buddha's Cauldron. The Buddhist sect has always taken it upon itself to universalize all living beings, and it has indeed allowed countless mundane living beings in the Eastern lands to live in peace, which is worthy of admiration. Once faced with the great trouble of the imperial state, the Eastern Land Buddhist sect knew that their abilities were insufficient and chose to remain isolated. At this moment, Yu Chenran's jade slip said something that affected the old monk's Tao heart. Master Xiankong, if the Eastern Land Buddhist sect cannot save all beings, can it save the green sect's heir who saves all beings? These words have been echoing in the old monk's ears for a long time. Old man you, next time we meet, I'm sure I'll have to thank you. Looking at the entire Dawi Academy, the only person who could wield the hand of the old monk was the dean who had disappeared for 5,000 years. Although the two vice deans were powerful, they could not yet beat the old monk. That's just it. The destiny has arrived. The Buddhas cannot be avoided. The old monk pondered for 2 whole days before finally deciding to dip into this karma. He didn't have the ability to solve the demon abyss, but he had to protect Chen Qingyuan, and couldn't let the heir to the Qing clan be assassinated by the thieves of the world. In addition to this cause of the green sect's karma, there was also no peace within the Buddhist sect. This time, the old monk crushed the Two Realms transmission note, wanting to ask Yu Chenran to come over and do a favor. Using the Dawi School Palace's Zhenzong secret technique to eliminate the demonic barrier and suppress a demon. Although the Eastern Land Buddhist sect was powerful, that devil wasn't simple either. Having been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and still not dead, with the Buddha sect's amazing means, it was also difficult to obliterate him. The Buddhist sect discusses cause and effect. If we can borrow a wisp of the might of the Green Clan from young Master Chen, we will be able to suppress the devil. That said, Chen Qingyuan's arrival was indeed better than any means. The Green sect had suppressed the devil's abyss for 300,000 years, and the inheritors naturally possessed absolute suppression over the devils. Normally, one would need to awaken the inherited memories to be able to exert amazing strength. However, there were many secret techniques of the Buddhist sect that could force the invisible karma out of Chen Qingyuan's body for a short period of time. When the time came, Monk Daoduan stood outside the door of the guest room and knocked gently. Scholar Chen. Ka. The door opened, and Chen Qingyuan stepped out in stride wearing a light white tunic. Please come with the poor monk. Monk Daoduan said with his hands clasped together. Puzzled in his mind, he did not say much and followed closely behind. In the inner courtyard of the Buddhist sect, there stood a huge black tripod, about 100 meters high. The body of the tripod is black, engraved with countless ancient Sanskrit, and left with the mottled traces of age, through the vicissitudes of life. Arriving here, Chen Qingyuan saw hundreds of senior monks sitting and chanting around the giant black cauldron. In the void, a Buddha statue with closed eyes coalesced with great pressure. The old monk stood in front, facing the black cauldron, and a light golden Buddhist light emerged from his body. Go on. Monk Dao Duan gave Chen Qingyuan a look that allowed him to head to the old monk's location. Chen Qingyuan walked slowly with a strong color of suspicion. Master, Chen Qingyuan saluted and bowed. Monk Chen, this is my Heavenly Void Monastery's temple suppressor cauldron, containing supreme Buddhist teachings. The old monk turned his head and smiled at Chen Qingyuan as he explained. 50,000 years ago, an extremely powerful demon appeared in the eastern lands, having refined a lifestyle as a cultivation method, causing billions of living beings to fall. The Heavenly Void Monastery and many of the Buddhist sects' powerhouses stepped in and with great difficulty subdued the devil. Later, the Buddhist sect expended many efforts and failed to completely obliterate the devil, so they had to suppress it under the Buddha cauldron, hoping that they could borrow the power of the Buddha Dharma to slowly get rid of it. Unfortunately, although that devil's physical body was destroyed, the devil's thoughts still existed within the Buddha tripod, and in recent years there have even been instances of the Buddha tripod trembling, possibly about to break out of the tripod. A certain sex-suppressing secret art of the Dawi school palace has a considerable effect on suppressing divine thoughts. Originally, the Buddhist sect wanted to ask your master to take action, but who knows that an unforeseen mistake has brought your master Chen here. After a few words from the old monk, Chen Qingyuan roughly understood the situation. Master, is the demon inside the Buddha cauldron really that terrifying? 50,000 years of Buddhist transcendence had failed to obliterate the demon. This was too terrifying, very frightening, the old monk solemnly said. If the demonic thoughts are allowed to come out of the tripod, countless innocent beings will be victimized in the eastern lands. Latecomer has just become a disciple of the Dawi Academy Palace, and has yet to learn the divine secret techniques in the mouth of the master, so I'm afraid I won't be able to do much to help. Chen Qingyuan's heart is depressed. Things are so serious. The master let himself rush to the eastern land. This is not nonsense. No, Shifu Chen can be of great help. There is a deep meaning in the old monk's words. Chen Qingyuan, who heard these words, was confused, his mind full of question marks. I'm a Jindan stage cultivator. What can I take to help? Chen Qingyuan casually swept a glance at the senior monk sitting near the black tripod. Any one of them was a terrifying figure in the Mahayana realm. In the past, it would have been difficult for Chen Qingyuan to even see one, let alone so many. Not only was Chen Qingyuan perplexed, even the group of senior monks present were confused, their mouths chanting Buddhist scriptures and their eyes involuntarily glancing at Chen Qingyuan. With Chen Qingyuan, a Jindan cultivator, what role could he play, other than the old monk? No one else in the room believed it, including Chen Qingyuan himself. Master, you are joking with the late generation, Chen Qingyuan said. With my junior's ability, not only will I not be able to help, but I will also add to the chaos. You don't have to worry. Follow the poor monk's instructions later and everything will calm down. The old monk gave a reassuring smile and then walked towards the Buddha ding. The Buddha cauldron had a total of 4 feet. And the Sanskrit texts on it were left by the successive Buddhist monks, accumulating extremely powerful Buddhist teachings. Even so, the Buddha cauldron could only barely suppress the demon. It could be imagined how terrifying the demon inside the tripod was, and it was unknown where it came from. Amit Ba. The old monk's left hand pressed on top of the tripod and operated Buddhist techniques, causing the tripod to tremble. The strand of demonic thoughts that had been suppressed within the Buddha cauldron sensed the uneasiness and wanted to break out of the cauldron, emitting a demonic sound that struck the soul, pulling out the dark side of human nature. Good thing to stay here are the high priests, not so easy to be fooled. In the case of unusual cultivation of the monks, at this moment must have lost their minds, fell into the devil. As for Chen Qingyuan, he was not affected in the slightest by listening to the demonic sound and found it very ordinary. Woo! The wind was so fierce that it seemed like a ghost crying out, with dark clouds covering the sky. This frontier of the Heavenly Void Temple's realm was deprived of sunlight and gloomy, appearing unusually depressing and suffocating the soul. Demon, the poor monk already knows your intentions and will not let you plague the world. A few years ago there was a mutation in the laws of the Buddha tripod, and after many speculations, the old monk knew that the demonic thoughts inside the tripod had found an opportunity. In order to prevent the situation from becoming more serious, the old monk of course had to try to solve it by all means. If I break the tripod, I will kill you bald asses. The demonic thoughts no longer hid, directly bursting out a terrifying demonic might. Even with the suppression of the Buddha tripod could not be concealed. Chapter 98, borrowing a drop of blood from the heart of the eyebrow, evoking the will of the green sect sages. The Buddha cauldron shook, causing the ground of the heavenly void temple to become unstable and the ground to shake. Boom! A terrifying devilish might broke through the prohibition of the Buddha cauldron and surged to the 9 heavens, forming a huge black shadow with a hideous and extremely frightening face. This was the projection of the devil's will, and originally, given a few more years, he would be able to break through the tripod. This move was detected by the old monk, and the demonic intent had to be interrupted. A few Buddha seals struck above the tripod, and the demonic thoughts felt an extremely strong pressure, and the black-shadowed skeleton in the sky above let out a piercing shriek, making many of the senior monks feel a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, this void has been blocked off with a Buddhist boundary, otherwise there would have been many innocent beings injured by the devil's might. What a scary guy! Chen Qingyuan looked up at the black-shadowed skeleton, his soul trembling slightly as his eyes showed a hint of shock. All the senior monks chanted the sutra together, and the golden light opened up, clashing with the demonic might. For a while, the heavenly void temple was shrouded in black mist and golden light, presenting an extremely bizarre picture. At times, the black mist prevailed, collapsing several Buddhist halls. At times, the Buddha's light overpowered the devil's might, pressing down on the black shadow skeleton to twist and distort, emitting a low roar. The old monk had laid down a top-notch Buddhist formation, temporarily trapping the demonic thoughts within the Buddha cauldron. The black shadow skeleton in the void seemed to be bound by dozens of golden chains of order, making it difficult to move. The gusty wind whistled and blew fiercely against the formation boundary, causing a few cracks to appear on it. The senior monks didn't dare to have the slightest distraction or carelessness, concentrating on chanting and casting spells. Young monk Chen, the poor monk needs your help. The old monk was bathed in golden Buddha's light, with a solemn face that could not be blasphemed. Ha! Chen Qingyuan was slightly at a loss. What can I help? Borrow a drop of blood from the almsman's brow. With that, the old monk flicked his finger towards Chen Qingyuan's brow. Buzz! Chen Qingyuan felt a stabbing pain as a seemingly ordinary drop of blood drilled out from the location of his brow. My blood, what's the point? Unexplained, bewildered, Chen Qingyuan couldn't understand the old monk's actions. Although the hundreds of senior monks were suppressing the demonic thoughts within the Buddha cauldron, they were able to perceive the matter and were puzzled and hard to understand. Can the blood from the brow of a Jindan cultivator still suppress a Mahayana devil? The abbot must have a deeper meaning for doing this. Perhaps, this little Shifu is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Let's hope that the abbot's action can suppress the devil. If we allow the devil to break open the Buddha tripod and recollect the great world, we will surely smear the living beings with unimaginable consequences. The monks thought secretly in their hearts. Although they didn't have much regard for Chen Qingyuan, they still hoped that the old monk hadn't done anything wrong, and prayed that the demon would be subdued. The old monk placed Chen Qingyuan's brow blood on the fingertip of his right index finger and used his unique secret technique to pull out his karma. Once this is done, it means that the Buddha sect has borrowed the might of the green sect. In the future, if the green sect is in trouble, if the Buddha sect does not help, it will be condemned by heaven. The old monk had already decided that it was time for the Buddha sect to take a step forward, as it had been hiding in the eastern lands for countless years. Whether it was for the purpose of suppressing the demons at hand, or for the sake of universalizing all sentient beings, or for the invisible great merits, it could not afford to hunker down any longer. Go! After casting the spell, the old monk flicked the drop of blood towards the Buddha cauldron. The blood didn't go into the tripod, and there was no abnormality for the time being. The old monk had only connected the karma of the green sect to the Buddhist sect, and whether or not it would ultimately succeed would still depend on Chen Qingyuan. After all, an outsider who wanted to borrow the might of the green sect was delusional. The only way to achieve this is with the permission of the green sect's heir. Little monk, you will say whatever the poor monk says next. Standing above the 9 heavens, the old monk slapped his palm at the black-shadowed skeleton and executed an extremely powerful Buddhist technique to knock it inside the Buddha cauldron. Immediately afterward, the old monk's entire body emanated a golden light as he looked down at Chen Qingyuan below with a solemn plea. Please, good. Although he did not know what this meant, Chen Qingyuan did not reject it and nodded his head seriously. The terrace of Tai Ching. Spiritual laws return to the heart, exorcise evil and suppress demons, protect the body and level the world. 3 calamities and no limits. 6 realms of the law. The old monk folded his hands and slowly spoke. Chen Qingyuan didn't know the origin of the incantation, and with a few puzzled looks he followed and read it out loud. The terrace of Tai Ching. Slowly, Chen Qingyuan's heart became incomparably pure, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. After closing his eyes, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness seemed to go to an unknown and mysterious space. A snowy white, a huge jade platform stood above the 9 heavens, about 10 miles in diameter. The jade platform was divided into 8 pieces, corresponding to the meaning of Yin and Yang Bagua. Chen Qingyuan seemed to be in the center of the jade platform. and as he recited the incantation, the jade platform rotated clockwise. The speed went from slow in the beginning to faster and faster. At a certain instant, Chen Qingyuan saw a figure dressed in white Taoist robes manifest from the edge position of the jade platform. His appearance blurred and not clearly visible. Outside, a bit of white light blossomed from Chen Qingyuan's brow up to the Buddha tripod. Steeply, a middle-aged man in white Taoist robes appeared in the sky above the Buddha tripod, carrying a 3-foot sword with extraordinary valor. Chop! A word like thunder, a sword like the Milky Way. Swish! The sword chi swept away the demonic chi that was dispersed in all corners of the heavenly void temple, and then returned together within the Buddha cauldron, falling on top of the demonic thoughts. Ah! The demonic idea let out a heart-rending howl. Having suffered an extremely severe and heavy blow, causal Tao body, how can it be so powerful? Through the mouth of the Buddha tripod, the demonic thought saw the middle-aged Taoist standing in the clouds, his expression horrified and his body twisted. The so-called causal Tao body is a will that has not dispersed. Normally, the power of this will is far less than when it is alive, very fragile and easily erased. What is this? The senior monks opened their eyes and looked up, dumbfounded. What a strong and righteous aura. A portion of the monks forgot to chant and were shocked by the scene at hand. Is he? Monk Dao Duan turned his head to look at Chen Qingyuan, who was in a state of metaphysics, and a different look swirled in his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was locked within the jade platform, unaware of the outside world. Not enough. Since he had already been tainted with the karma of the green sect, the demonic thoughts within the Buddha cauldron had to be completely resolved. The old monk realized that although the demonic idea was severely injured, it was not yet at the point of certain death. Thus, the old monk once again recited the secret mantra of the green sect, and Chen Qingyuan followed it like a puppet. The supreme realm of nothingness, the phase of the star platform. It wasn't difficult for the old monk to obtain the green sect's Tao secrets. Years ago, the green sect went into decline due to the suppression of the demonic abyss, and the top forces from all sides took over the resources of the green sect, even stealing Tao techniques in secret. A portion of the Qing sect's Taoist techniques were circulated, and after many years, the Buddhist sect of the Eastern lands also obtained a copy of the jade slip by chance. Buzz. Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was trapped in the center of the jade platform, and found that its rotation speed had doubled again. A man in a green shirt with his hands behind his back took a step into the sea of clouds and went nowhere. Outside, the silhouette of the man in green appeared. Chapter 99, Killing the Devil, all the monks saluting. The figure of the man in green blurred as he took a step to the top of the Buddha cauldron and slowly raised his right hand, slapping out a palm. Town. A light-hearted palm directly smashed the already severely injured demonic nemesis into smithereens. Boom! The heavens and earth instantly regained their clarity, and the terrifying demonic might dispersed in an instant. The dark clouds cleared and the warm sun fell to the ground once again. The senior monks of the Heavenly Void Temple looked at the green-clothed shadow and white-clothed shadow that stood high above them with shocked faces. The Eastern Land Buddhist sect had expended countless efforts but were unable to completely obliterate this demonic thought, while the two remnants of the will were able to easily resolve it, appending the worldview of many high monks. It's him. The old monk didn't recognize the man in white Taoist robes, but recognized the man in green at a glance. Although the green-clothed man's appearance was blurred, the old monk believed that he had not guessed wrongly. Within an ancient palace of the Buddhist sect, which was filled with many precious items, there was a portrait of none other than the man in green. It was rumored that a long time ago, one of the top powerhouses of the green sect had come to the Eastern Land Buddhist sect, wanting to use the power of the Buddhist sect to completely level the demonic abyss. However, the leader of the Buddhist sect at that time did not have the vigor to take such a big risk and politely declined the offer. The man in green didn't force himself, and left after drinking a cup of tea. After the green-clothed man left, the young monk who served tea and water to the green-clothed man at that time, with his memory, engraved his appearance. Years later, that painting was collected by the Buddhist sect as a remembrance. Then later on, the leader of the Buddhist sect of that term knew that he was ashamed of the green sect and the Buddha. He didn't dare to gamble on the entire Buddhist sect, so he had to cut off his own roots, get rid of his relationship with the Buddhist sect, and traveled to the Devil's Abyss in the imperial state. So far, the Buddhist leader and the green-clothed man shared the Devil's Abyss and never returned. As for the Buddhist sect in the Eastern Land, it was not tainted with karma and lived a peaceful life, and its legacy has been passed down to the present day, with unfathomable depths. He once argued with a Buddhist ancestor and convinced 100 Zen masters. Ancient texts have said that he once stood above the 9 heavens, suppressing the ancient sect's holy lord with one hand and defeating the great sect's ancestor with the turn of a palm, making it difficult to find an opponent in his life. It was no exaggeration to say that the green-clothed Taoist could be ranked in the top 3 of all the generations of green sect powerhouses, second only to the founder of the sect. The old monk did not expect that this time, by borrowing the might of the green sect, He had actually evoked a wisp of this sage's will shadow, and he was inwardly shocked. With the demonic thoughts removed, the two willful figures in the void quickly dispersed, leaving no traces behind, as if they had never appeared. When it was all over, the crowd was in a trance, and it took a long time for them to come back to their senses. The monks looked at Chen Qingyuan, their eyes changing radically. They all knew very well that both of those two willful shadows had come from Chen Qingyuan's brow. Ba. The monks thought of the image of belittling Chen Qingyuan at the beginning, and bowed their heads in self-condemnation, feeling very ashamed. Certain senior monks have decided to start facing the wall tomorrow for self-reflection. Could he be? Very few of the top monks appeared to have recognized the identity of the man in green as well, their eyes glittering with a strange color. Wanting to speak, the portrait of the green-clothed man had been placed within a Buddhist temple, and that legendary story had naturally been preserved. But several older senior monks looked at the old monk, their eyes containing deep meaning, wanting an answer. The old monk read the meaning in their eyes and nodded slowly. It's hard to be Buddhist. A pedantic old monk sighed. Universalizing all beings, helping the world and saving people. The old monk looked solemn and his voice was hoarse. The Buddhist sect was wrong before. Now the poor monk is in charge of the Tao, so we must not add to our mistakes. The old lineage has sinned. The mind has failed to reach, so I asked the abbot to chastise me. The pedantic old monk knew that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly admitted his mistake. You are punished to enter the world for 10 years, not to use the Buddhist teachings, and to realize life in the body of a mortal layman. The old monk decided to make a difference. Yes, the pedantic old monk nodded. Today's matter, without permission, may not be spread or discussed. Violators will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the Buddhist sect. The old monk swept a glance at the monks. The Buddha's might pressed on the top of everyone's head, and said solemnly, by the will of the law. The monks were puzzled, but did not dare to ask more questions, and nodded and saluted with folded hands. After dealing with these matters, the old monk landed from the void and slowly walked to Chen Qingyuan's face. Son, it's time for you to wake up. Then, the old monk put away the golden body of the solemn and precious Buddha and gently made a point towards Chen Qingyuan's brow, pulling him back to the real world from his metaphysical state. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling his body was very tired. Seeing the old monk standing right in front of him, Chen Qingyuan realized that the Buddha cauldron had become very quiet and the monks were no longer chanting. So he asked softly, Master, has the devil been suppressed? Well, the demonic thoughts have been destroyed, leaving no scourge behind. This time, I was able to resolve this matter thanks to the help of young cultivator Chen. The old monk had kind brows and treated Chen Qingyuan in a very amiable manner, with a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth all the time. I didn't do anything. Chen Qingyuan was dumbfounded. It's enough that you're here. The old monk's words puzzled Chen Qingyuan. However, Chen Qingyuan remembered that his consciousness was trapped in the center of the jade platform. Inexplicably, without knowing the cause. Master, it seems like I just went to a space of consciousness that's hard to describe. What's going on? Regarding this matter, Chen Qingyuan decided to ask out loud. In the future, the young master will know. The old monk had no intention of informing Chen Qingyuan about the green sect, at least not now, so as not to add to the pressure for him. Okay. Mysterious. Monks just like to sell out. Chen Qingyuan no longer pondered over these questions, as his own master had said similar things. That demon from the Buddha cauldron was so terrifying. How could it be suppressed all of a sudden? That's weird. Stranger still, when Chen Qingyuan decided to leave the place, a group of senior monks made way and stood on both sides with their hands folded in reverence. Even monk Tianyuan, who had initially looked down on Chen Qingyuan, had a strong respect in his eyes, as well as a hint of shame. What's the situation? Chen Qingyuan had just taken a step, when he was startled by the scene before him, and didn't dare to drop a step forward, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Chen Qingyuan glanced back at the old monk and inquired in a low voice. Master, how was the demon inside the tripod subdued? The little devotee has a fated relationship with my Buddha and has extremely high wisdom roots. Borrowing the blood from the young cultivator's brow is sufficient to suppress the demon. The old monk replied with a smile. So, on the surface, Chen Qingyuan was expressionless, but inwardly, he had set off monstrous waves. Being related to the Buddha, is it possible that the Buddha sect wants to take me as a disciple? Like some kind of Buddha's son or something? That's why these old guys' attitudes have suddenly changed? That's a pretty high probability. Get out of this place, I don't want to be a monk. Chen Qingyuan winced and walked quickly towards the front, fearing that he would be pounced upon by a group of old monks. Junior monk, your body is weaker now. Walk slowly. The old monk followed closely behind, wondering why Chen Qingyuan suddenly ran so fast. Chapter 100 The Mysterious Beads. Return to Daoi Academy. Walking and thinking at the same time. When Chen Qingyuan first came to the Buddhist sect, the old monk also said, "You have a destiny with our Buddha." Now saying such words, there was no guarantee that Chen Qingyuan would not be made to think more. There's no way I'll become a monk even if I die in this life. Holding this belief, Chen Qingyuan quickened his pace. Why do you feel physically exhausted? Chen Qingyuan felt that his entire body couldn't exert itself. His strength seemed to have been drained by an unknown force, and he didn't know what had happened to him while he was in his metaphysical state. It was only after he had walked all the way to the front hall of the Heavenly Void Temple that Chen Qingyuan slowed his pace. Junior monk, what's the point of walking so fast? The old monk walked alongside Chen Qingyuan with a smile on his face. The senior monks would have wanted to follow, but the old monk pushed them back, forbidding anyone to follow. Master, tell me honestly, do you want me to become a monk? Chen Qingyuan boldly asked. If the little Shifu has that in mind, of course, so it is. The old monk understood why Chen Qingyuan had acted this way and spoke along with this, deliberately teasing Chen Qingyuan. I don't have this idea. How tiring it is to be a monk. Getting up so early every day to recite sutras and chant. It gives me a headache just to think about it. And there are so many precepts. You can't drink alcohol. You can't eat meat. You can't get close to women. The more Chen Qingyuan talked, the more he was determined not to convert to Buddhism. Ugh, that's a shame. Even if Chen Qingyuan wanted to enter the Buddhist sect, the old monk didn't have the guts to take him in. Deliberately saying such words was to tease Chen Qingyuan, and in the meantime chat with Chen Qingyuan, to bring the relationship closer and ease the atmosphere. Master, this matter is closed. May I go? Every corner of the Buddhist sect was solemn, making Chen Qingyuan feel physically ill. There's no rush. Stay for a few more days, the old monk said. The young monks have consumed a lot of spiritual energy this time. They need to rest well. The Buddhists won't force me to become a monk. Chen Qingyuan had no bottom in his heart and asked in a low voice. That won't be the case. Please don't worry. Young monks. The old monk was amused and hurriedly made a promise. That's good. Chen Qingyuan gently nodded his head. Staying for a few more days wasn't out of the question. The poor monk is old and doesn't quite understand the minds of the young. So Taoist will entertain the young monks next. Immediately afterward, the old monk transmitted his voice through the air and called out Monk Taoduan. Monk Taoduan came under orders and stood beside Chen Qingyuan. Accompany young cultivator Chen well. Do not neglect him, the old monk commanded. Yes, Monk Taoist led the way. Even if the old monk didn't say anything, Monk Taoduan would definitely do his best to entertain Chen Qingyuan. If it wasn't for Chen Qingyuan's assistance this time, the demonic thought within the Buddha cauldron wouldn't have been so easily subdued. Scholar Chen, please. Monk Taoduan walked in front, leading the way and introducing the surrounding buildings. For these, Chen Qingyuan was not very interested. Half an hour later, it came to a secluded and elegant guest hall, allowing Chen Qingyuan to stay here and rest. Chen Qingyuan stayed alone in the house and could finally take a good rest. That day, night fell. Monk Dodo knocked gently on the door. Knock knock. The knock on the door reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. Opening the door, he found Monk Taoduan's hands holding a box with a serious expression. Monk Chen, this is a gift from Abbot Tianshu Temple. Inside is a spiritual medicine that can make up for spiritual deficits. There is also a Buddha bead. Please be sure to keep it. Chen Qingyuan took the box with a few skeptical looks. Originally, Chen Qingyuan wanted to inquire about it, but Monk Taoduan didn't give this opportunity and completed his task, bowing with folded hands and turning to leave. Only when Monk Taoduan had left a long way away did Chen Qingyuan close the door of the hall and return to the elegant room where he lived, placing the wooden box on the table. With a few moments of curiosity and suspicion, Chen Qingyuan slowly opened the wooden box. Inside lay a light blue seven-leafed grass, a rare spirit medicine in the world, with the ability to dispel evil thoughts, stabilize the Tao heart, and replenish the divine soul. The wooden box also contained a small, pale yellow, square box. Pick up the small box and slowly start to open it. Inside rested a golden Buddha bead half the size of a fist, round and shiny and flawless. What is this? Chen Qingyuan surveyed the Buddha beads for a long time, not seeing anything unusual. However, since this item was gifted by the Heavenly Void Temple, it was certainly not a mortal object. Moreover, recalling the solemn look on the face of Monk Taoduan just now, Chen Qingyuan surmised that this Buddha bead must be a treasure, and put it away for good. Immediately afterward, Chen Qingyuan refined the spirit herb, and his depleted essence quickly recovered as before. On the following day, Monk Taoduan brought over a specially boiled clear porridge. It doesn't smell, Chen Qingyuan muttered, slightly disgusted. This is the clear porridge specially prepared for the monks. It should not be wasted. Only when Chen Qingyuan finished the clear porridge did Taoist dust monk leave in satisfaction. Drinking the porridge, a warm current entered the organs. Buzz. At a certain moment, Chen Qingyuan felt that his body was hot and dry and hurriedly sat down to regulate his breathing. After a few moments, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes and realized that his cultivation had advanced another step, and it wouldn't be many years before he could break through to the Yuaning realm. The Heavenly Void Temple is too good for me too. Chen Qingyuan was a little embarrassed. During the few days that he stayed at the Heavenly Void Temple, Monk Daoduan often accompanied Chen Qingyuan as he wandered around, and also took a trip to a nearby city with Chen Qingyuan to relax. After recuperating their spirits, and after confirming that Chen Qingyuan's body had left no aftereffects, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Void Temple were then relieved. Thank you for your temple's hospitality during this time. Chen Qingyuan was ready to go back, bowing to the old monk and the group of senior monks in front of him. Junior Master Chen, it's a long way to travel. Be safe. From the very beginning, the old monk had never put on the airs of a top powerhouse to Chen Qingyuan, and was amiable. Master doesn't need to be concerned. Latecomer is leaving. The Buddhist sect treated themselves too warmly, causing Chen Qingyuan to feel uncomfortable, and had long wanted to leave. Little monk, that Buddha bead must be carried with you. It may be able to save your life in critical times. The old monk was afraid that Chen Qingyuan would not pay attention to the Buddha beads and transmitted his voice to caution. The old monk's words came from his ears, and Chen Qingyuan nodded his head heavily. I understand. Thank you, Master. Chen Qingyuan then set off for home. This time when he went back, Chen Qingyuan realized that he had not encountered any trouble or obstacles along the way, and it was unimpeded. Before he came, Chen Qingyuan would occasionally encounter a few groups of Starfield robbers, specializing in robberies. It's too smooth. Chen Qingyuan paid enough spirit stones to use the great teleportation arrays around the world to cross the Sea of Chaos realm and arrive at a certain corner of the northern wasteland. Secretly, the old monk had sent a Mahayana monk to protect Chen Qingyuan's path, and could not let anything happen to Chen Qingyuan in the eastern lands. Regarding this matter, of course, Chen Qingyuan did not know, and thought that it was an outbreak of human character. After spending more than a month, Chen Qingyuan rushed to the core area of the northern wasteland and activated the Identity Jade Token's prohibition. With that, a vortex appeared in front of Chen Qingyuan and he took a step into it. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan had finally returned to the Dawi Academy. Chapter 101, Brother, would you lie to me? Dawi Academy, White Goose Palace. Chen Qingyuan had just returned on the front foot and was brought here by an irresistible force on the back foot. Brat, did things go well? The person who struck out was naturally Chief Master Yu Duanran. By the lakeshore, Yu Chenran was sitting on the surface of the water, fishing, while Chen Qingyuan also stepped on top of the water and saluted. It went relatively smoothly. That's good. Knowing that the Eastern Land Buddhist sect had decided to dabble in karma with Chen Qingyuan, Yu Chenran's mood was very relaxed. In this way, if Chen Qingyuan's identity was exposed in the future, the Buddhist sect would definitely come to his aid, and his safety was further enhanced. By the way, there's something I'd like Master to help me palm off on. With that, Chen Qingyuan took out the Buddha bead and handed it to Yu Chenran's eyes. The moment Yu Chenran saw the Buddha beads, his eyelids suddenly trembled and his hands couldn't help but shake. Freshly hooked fish that got away. Mood swings cause biting fish to slip away. Yu Chenran's eyes stayed fixed on the Buddha beads, and he asked extremely seriously, is this something given to you by the Heavenly Void Temple? Is it given, or borrowed? Here, Chen Qingyuan noticed that there was something wrong with Yu Chenran's face and asked in a suspicious voice, Master, is this Buddha bead very precious? Also, it's alright. Yu Chenran held his breath for half a day, stabilized his mind, and slowly said, since it was given to you by the Heavenly Void Temple, keep it. Don't reveal it until it's absolutely necessary. Yes. Chen Qingyuan received the Buddha bead into his body and continued to pursue. Master, you still haven't said what this Buddha bead is? The last abbot of the Heavenly Void Temple's relics are the only ones in the world. Yu Duanran took a breath and said in a deep voice, what? At those words, Chen Qingyuan's heart jumped as he let out a cry of alarm. The previous abbot's relics, which contained the dharma of a lifetime, were so precious that they could not be measured in terms of worldly goods. Previously, this relic was placed under the Buddha tripod to stabilize the formation and seal the devil. Now that the demon within the Buddha tripod had been completely destroyed, the old monk decided to gift this relic to Chen Qingyuan, thus blessing Chen Qingyuan and forming a good karma. This thing is precious too. Although Chen Qingyuan's eyesight was far inferior to that of the great powers of the world, he was still well aware of what the relics of the Buddhist leaders meant. Master, why don't we return it? Normally, Chen Qingyuan was greedy for money, and that was earned with his own skills, without any pressure. However, this Buddha bead brought Chen Qingyuan great psychological pressure. What a hot potato! Chen Qingyuan was worried that there was some kind of conspiracy. Otherwise, why would such a precious thing be gifted to him? Could it be that this is a ploy by the Buddhist sect? Really wanting me to become a son of the Buddha? No way. Absolutely not. It's impossible to be a monk in this life. What else? This is a rare treasure of the extreme Tao in this world. Keep it. Yu Duanran said with firm eyes. Master, why don't we put this Buddha bead in your place? Chen Qingyuan made a calculation in his mind and gave the Buddha beads to his master. And if the Buddhist sect came to his door at that time, the master would take care of all things. I don't have this blessing. Yu Duanran was envious, but shook his head. You don't even have one. So do I? Chen Qingyuan laughed bitterly. You have. Yu Duanran nodded very seriously. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan froze, actually not knowing what to say. In order to dissuade Chen Qingyuan from returning it, Yu Chunran said once again, silly boy, the Buddhist sect gifted you with the extreme Buddha bead. It is your creation, and also the creation of the Buddhist sect. If you return it, you'll be offending the Buddhist sect instead. Ha! Chen Qingyuan looked bewildered. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. You'll naturally understand it later. Anyway, you only need to remember one thing. The Buddha beads should stay on your own body and not be easily revealed. A fool's errand is a fool's errand. Looking into his heart, Yu Duanran was envious of his own disciple's blessing, not to say the first in the world. At the very least there were few people who could match it. The disciple keeps this in mind. Even though Chen Qingyuan was puzzled, he no longer inquired. Maybe, really, the only way to figure it all out is to wait until you've gone to a certain height. Go rest. Yu Duanran's words were slightly low. Yes, Chen Qingyuan is gone. Dusty Ran was the only person remaining in the White Goose Palace. After fishing for half a day, Yu Chuanran realized that none of them actually took the bait, meaning that the mood still couldn't be calmed. The old monk has really made a big move. Yu Chunran's mind was filled with that Buddha bead and let out a long sigh. This is to tie the Buddhist sect to the Qing sect. One glory for all. One loss for all. The Buddhist sect certainly had selfish motives, mostly wanting to take this opportunity to occupy a place in the imperial state. After all, although the Buddhist sect had great influence in the eastern lands, it was not as important in the other frontiers. The Buddha beads transformed from the previous abbot's relics were enough to cultivate a top Buddhist master and had many other wonderful uses. Yunqi residence, Chen Qingyuan came back and rested for a few days, intending to return to Xianqing's sect to take a look. Counting the years, it's been 15 years since I left home. Once again arriving at the White Wild Goose Palace, Chen Qingyuan voiced his thoughts. Master, I would like to make a trip back to the Xianqing sect. Is that alright? According to the rules of the Academy Palace, you can't actually go back now. However, as the Vice-Dean, it's still possible for Master to make an exception for you. Yu Duanran raised his eyebrows and said, Thank you, Master. When he heard the previous sentence, Chen Qingyuan's heart tightened, thinking that wanting to go home was a difficult task. Hearing that he could go back again, he was in a joyful mood. Just come back early. Yu Duanran laughed. Master, I'd like to check on Dean's pet. Is that okay? This time when he came back from the eastern lands, Chen Qingyuan had brought a lot of local delicacies, which could be rare to come across in the northern wasteland. It's not difficult. You take this talismanic seal and you'll be able to enter. Yu Chunran flipped his palm and handed a palm-sized talisman seal to Chen Qingyuan. Master is so nice. In the future, if your health fails, I will definitely serve you well. Chen Qingyuan said. Get out. Hearing this, Yu Chunran kicked over, directly sending Chen Qingyuan to that one closed space. With the help of the power of the runic seal, Chen Qingyuan opened the boundary restriction on the road and stepped into the Xian realm space, an endless plain with rolling clouds above. Black, I've brought you back something delicious. Chen Qingyuan shouted towards the front. Not long after, the black python, who was originally dozing off, poked out a head from the clouds and mist, a flash of joy in his eyes. Older brother. The scene shifted and Chen Qingyuan took out all of the delicacies and piled them up into a small mountain. The black python looked at the food that he had never seen before, and was so grateful to Chen Qingyuan that his feelings rubbed off on him. Older brother, you are just too good to me. Nothing, as it should be. Chen Qingyuan did not have any petty thoughts. He really wanted to get some good food for the black python. Otherwise he would not have brought it over from the eastern land. After all, the black python has been locked up in this Xian world space for many years, more or less some poor. By the way, Zhao Yichuan came by a while ago and said bad things about you. The black python lay on the ground eating a delicious meal. What did it say? A few moments of doubt appeared in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. He said that you are a little fox, cunning to the core, and told me not to be deceived by your appearance. The black python worked his aura and placed the food suspended in the air on the ground, asking in a serious manner, Brother, would you lie to me? Of course not. We are brothers. Like brothers, Elder Zhao must just be jealous of our relationship. That's why he said bad things about me. Chen Qingyuan patted his chest and said, Makes sense. The black python nodded, then turned around and blinked its eyes. However, I'm a python, and I don't seem to have arms and legs. Chen Qingyuan, Chapter 102, Meeting Morong Wensi again. Returning money. Chen Qingyuan and Black Python chatted for a long time, laughing. No matter how joyful the times are, they will always be in the past. Black, I'll see you next time. It's time for Chen Qingyuan to go. He has to go home. Alright, be careful on the way back. The Black Python already knew that Chen Qingyuan was heading to the Fulu Star domain and said with concern, if you run into trouble, save your life. After brother I leave the gate, I'll beat up all the guys who bullied you. Good. This was a genuine Mahayana demon king. Of course Chen Qingyuan wouldn't refuse, and was filled with joyful gratitude. Looking at the entire Fulu Star domain, and even the many neighboring frontiers, none of them had been able to cultivate a single Mahayana cultivator. Only in the core region of the northern wasteland would the top powers occasionally show up. Leaving the Dawi Academy Palace, Chen Qingyuan stood in a certain void called the Starfield of the Looking Void. The small world of the Dawi Academy was established in the Wangshu Starfield, a very remote starfield, very much in line with the Academy's low profile, and extremely distant from the core area of the northern wasteland. Chen Qingyuan determined the direction towards the Fulu Star domain. Passing through various places, Chen Qingyuan paid the appropriate amount of spirit stones to be able to hitch a ride on the large teleportation arrays connected to each starfield. Although it was very expensive, it won in safety and convenience, saving a lot of time. The land of the Northern Canyon Star Realm. It looks like we'll be going home soon. After a dozen days of rushing, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the North Tsung Starfield. Missing his home. We've come all this way. Why don't we go look for Wu Junyan? Back then, Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan had a battle in mind, but it had to be postponed because of the Dawi Academy. Seriously, having let Wu Junyan down 3 times, Chen Qingyuan felt more or less guilty in his heart. Wu Junyan was the #1 heavenly pride of the North Tsung astral domain, and one of the 10 best in the North Wasteland. His fame had spread to many of the top forces in the Northern Wasteland, and his influence was not small. After thinking about it for a while, Chen Qingyuan decided to make a trip to the Wu family to settle the appointment that he had not been able to fulfill. The Wu family was still very famous in the North Tsung Star region, and Chen Qingyuan knew about it after asking around a little. When I came to the gate of the Wu family, it was heavily defended and solemn. Chen Qingyuan of the Xianqing sect, here to pay a visit to the Wu family. Chan Qing originated from reported sources. One moment. The guards at the doorway were shocked to learn that it was Chen Qingyuan, and after regaining their senses, they hurriedly headed to the inner hall to report. Not long after, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked out quickly, the butler of the Wu family. Greetings, Mr. Chen. The first time Butler Wu saw Chen Qingyuan, he knew it was true and bowed his hand. Chen Qingyuan smiled and returned the greeting. Come in. Butler Wu reached out his hand to show his salute, a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. When they arrived at the meeting hall, the lord of the Wu family personally came out to entertain them, preparing good tea and wine for Chen Qingyuan to savor. What is the purpose of Mr. Chen's visit to my Wu family? The Wu family head, who was Wu Junyan's own father, opened his mouth and asked, I haven't seen Wu Junyan. Could it be that he's not in the mansion? Chen Qingyuan explained his intentions. Junyan left home 5 years ago, and is rumored to have gone to the Tricor Starfield, the details of which are unknown. Speaking of Wu Junyan, Wu's father was proud and depressed. This kid only knows how to cultivate. He doesn't even look for a Taoist couple, so he's worried to death. Moreover, Wu Junyan is so withdrawn that even Wu's father can seldom talk to him and doesn't know what to do. Went to the Tricor Starfield. Chen Qingyuan frowned and thought for a long time. Then, Chen Qingyuan bowed his hand to Father Wu. Since that's the case, then the late generation will take their leave. Have a cup of tea before you go. Father Wu still treated Chen Qingyuan quite politely. After all, Chen Qingyuan's background was not bad, and his own ability was also very strong. No, thanks. Saying a word of thanks, Chen Qingyuan turned around and left. Father Wu kept staring at Chen Qingyuan's back and murmured, Jindan breath, thick qi and blood. Even if this son recultivates, he will still be the top heavenly pride of the world. Leaving the Wu family, Chen Qingyuan found a place to settle down, intending to rest for a day and then make his way in the morning. Inside the house, Chen Qingyuan looked out the window and muttered to himself, Old Wu, this isn't me refusing to fight you, but it's another miss. The Heavenly River Starfield, the Earthly Starfield, and the Human Spirit Starfield were called the 3 core starfields, the core area of the Northern Wasteland. Wu Junyan had traveled to the central region of the Northern Wasteland to find a stronger opponent. For sure, it was impossible for someone like him to remain where he was. Other than Chen Qingyuan, the weakest of the Northern Wasteland 10 were all Yuaning stage cultivators. After all these years, Perhaps someone had already broken through to the transformation god realm. The next day, Chen Qingyuan prepared to depart. At the doorway stood several people, none of them dressed like ordinary people. You are? Chen Qingyuan frowned slightly and opened his mouth to ask. At that moment, a woman came from the rear and the crowd backed up to the sides. Morong Wensi was dressed in a light white dress. Her blue eyes were like jewels, and her skin was fair and glowing. Miss Morong, why are you here? Seeing the visitor, Chen Qingyuan's doubts subsided and he was surprised. This is the North Song Star region. Can there be anything that this girl doesn't know? The Morong family was an ancient clan of the North Song Star region, with deep roots and an intricate intelligence network. The news of Chen Qingyuan's visit to the Wu family and that he had stayed in a nearby city for a night had quickly spread to the Morong family. I mean, is Miss Morong here to see me? Is there something wrong? Looking at the extremely beautifully dressed Morong Wensi in front of him, Chen Qingyuan's heart fluctuated without any fluctuation, while the young men around him looked infatuated. Pay you back. Morong Wensi had long thought of an excuse, flipping his hand and taking out a simple Tianyuan bag, throwing it to Chen Qingyuan who was less than 5 meters in front of him. Chen Qingyuan took the Tianyuan bag, and when his divine mind probed, there were actually only 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones inside. When the two of them entered the deadly domain together, Chen Qingyuan lent Morong Wensi 1,000 spirit stones and made a note that he would need to return 3,000 with interest. At that time, Morong Wensi felt that Chen Qingyuan's entire person was money-eyed. How come that's all there is? Where's the promised 3,000? Chen Qingyuan looked up at Morong Wensi and asked out loud. I've been shy lately, so I'll pay you back this much first and make it up next time we meet. Morong Wensi said with a smile. Chen Qingyuan opened his mouth and pondered. You are the first daughter of the Morong family. How can you be so poor? Ugh, the family's on the verge of unraveling. Morong Wensi sighed softly, looking very miserable. The guards and subordinates standing on the side. Miss, the Morong family is not poor enough for this. How could Chen Qingyuan not see Morong Wensi's small mind? After putting the spirit stone away, he gritted his teeth and made a blood-loss decision. Forget it, seeing as we know each other. Just return the capital. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. That's not good. Hearing this, Morong Wensi immediately became anxious. Chapter 103, Don't try to escape from the palm of my mother's hand. Returning the money is an excuse for Morong Wensi. If you don't have to return it, then how can you have a valid reason to look for Chen Qingyuan in the future? So when Chen Qingyuan said that he didn't have to pay back the interest, Morong Wensi sternly refused. I owe a debt. Of course I have to pay it back. If I don't pay my debts, wouldn't it be detrimental to my reputation? Okay. Chen Qingyuan was at his wit's end, his expression helpless. There's 2,000 left, so I'll owe it first. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back in this life. Morong Wensi's tone eased. Had he known that he would be pestered by Morong Wensi, Chen Qingyuan would not have said anything to charge interest back then. Alas, with things having come to this, there was nothing Chen Qingyuan could do. I'll take the money. It's time to go back. Chen Qingyuan spoke and prepared to take a step forward. Wait, Morong Wensi heckled the accompanying guards back and said softly. This girl came all the way here to pay back the money. Won't you treat me to a cup of tea? Sit down. Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to return to the elegant house and pour a cup of fragrant tea. The two of them sat opposite each other. Morong Wensi took a sip of tea. Didn't you want to make a date with Wu Junyan back then? How come you suddenly disappeared? Not telling you. Regarding the matter of the Daoi school palace, Chen Qingyuan did not want to reveal it for the time being. Cut. Love to talk. Morong Wensi snorted coldly. Does Wu Junyan know the exact reason why he traveled to the Tricor Starfield? The atmosphere in the room was rather dull, so Chen Qingyuan thought for a moment and chatted about Wu Junyan as a way to ease the awkward atmosphere. It's not clear. Morong Wensi shook his head. Okay. Next time I have a chance to run into Wu Junyan, I'll have a good chat with him. Chen Qingyuan was afraid that after the next time they met, instead of catching up amongst friends, they would just go straight to work. Thinking about that kind of picture, Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but have a headache. Did you know about that incident at Dongyi Palace? Morong Wensi said. What is it? Chen Qingyuan's eyes were puzzled. More than 10 years ago, it was rumored that one person had broken through the Dongyi Palace's Yanxue City secret realm and had been ordained as a saintess. Morong Wensi put down the teacup in his hand and his face became grave. So, in response, Chen Qingyuan had no feelings whatsoever. That person is Bai Shixue, your former confidant. The corners of Morong Wensi's mouth rose slightly. Oh, upon hearing this matter, Chen Qingyuan's heart did not fluctuate. Aren't you surprised? Looking at Chen Qingyuan with such a calm demeanor, Morong Wensi was surprised. What's it to me? Chen Qingyuan gave Morong Wensi a look and said blandly. When did you become so nosy? It seems like you've really let go of the past. Very good. Morong Wensi smiled slightly. If there's nothing else, I can leave. With that, Chen Qingyuan assumed the stance of getting up. Sit down. Old lady hasn't finished yet. Morong Wensi glared, her tone unkind. Go on. You old man. I'm all ears. Chen Qingyuan flirted. Don't you have a brother called Han Shan, about whom there's been a lot of fuss lately? Although Morong Wensi's intention was to meet Chen Qingyuan, it was impossible for him to come here empty-handed. So of course, he had brought information with him. Last time it was like this, telling Chen Qingyuan the new list of the Northern Wasteland 10. And this time, it similarly brought extremely important news. The Morong family's intelligence network was the most developed, and Morong Wensi could only use this way to close the distance between him and Chen Qingyuan. If Morong Wensi wanted to, she could also pry out information about Wu Junyan. However, she didn't have the time to do so, so if Chen Qingyuan was willing to bow down and beg her, she could consider it. Oh, what happened to old Han? Chen Qingyuan's face changed slightly as he hurriedly inquired. It may be hard for others to find out, but this girl has gone to some trouble to feel out a little clue. Obviously, Morong Wensi was inviting credit, deliberately whetting Chen Qingyuan's appetite. Count me as owing you a favor. Come on. Chen Qingyuan knew that he would be fooled, but he still promised a favor. The matter of a brother is not to be sloppily dealt with. Alright. Seeing as Chen Qingyuan's attitude was extremely good, Morong Wensi arrived truthfully. Do you know about the Four Sacred Sect of the Human Spirit Starfield? I heard that the Four Sacred Sect is a top power in the Human Spirit Star region, with 4 veins in total, divided into the main vein in 3 branches. There are top powers sitting within it, and it has a deep heritage. Regarding the true first-class forces of the Northern Wasteland, Chen Qingyuan had certainly heard of them. Han Shan is most likely someone from the Four Sacred Sect's main vein. Morong Wensi confirmed this matter through many aspects of inquiry. At that time, after she received the answer, she was shocked for a long time. What? At the sound of the voice, there was a great deal of alarm. How could Chen Qingyuan not expect that his own brother would actually be involved with the Four Sacred Sect? Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan remembered something Han Shan had said back then. It seems that someone found Han Shan and gave him some industries to become very rich, and said that it was a test. Does old Han really have a remarkable background? The more Chen Qingyuan thought about it, the more likely he felt it was. Unbeknownst to him, if one really wanted to compare backgrounds, which of the Green Sect and Doi Academy Palace behind Chen Qingyuan were not crushing the 4 sacred sects? It was just that Chen Qingyuan himself hadn't realized it yet. Hundreds of years ago, the main vein of the 4 sacred sect had a not-so-small upheaval due to a struggle for power, resulting in the deaths of quite a few people, including the first son of the main vein's family head. However, things don't seem to be as simple as they appear on the surface. Decades ago, some hidden guards from the Four Sacred Sect came to our remote corner and have been searching for Han Shan's life story. When the hidden guards were poking around for information, they were discovered by the Morong family's scouts. I didn't care at first, but then a series of things happened and I discovered something interesting. Han Shan's age is very close to the first son of the main vein of the Four Sacred Sect who died accidentally, and recently Han Shan has been surrounded by a lot of strangers, lurking in the shadows, suspected of being protectors of the Tao, and their strength is not weak. Putting all the clues together, Morong Wensi had a bold speculation. Regarding this, she didn't even mention it to the Morong family's top management for fear of getting involved in the whirlpool. Interesting. Chen Qingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, becoming extremely interested in Han Shan's origin. I heard something last month. The second male son of the Four Sacred Sect's main vein left the human spirit star domain, his whereabouts unknown. It's estimated that the second prince already knows about Han Shan's existence, and in all likelihood, he has traveled to the Rhythm Sea Star realm. The Rhythm Sea Starfield was Han Shan's area of residence, the main lineage of the Four Sacred Sect's direct lineage. Without Han Shan's appearance, the second duke would be the future heir. However, the fact that Han Shan was still alive undoubtedly posed a huge threat to the second prince. Even a blood brother looks very weak and vulnerable in the face of power and status. Understood. Chen Qingyuan's eyes gradually sharpened. Miss Morong, thanks. You're welcome, and remember to owe me a favor. Morong Wensi had spent an unimaginable amount of material and human resources in order to find out this information. However, her heart was very happy to be able to help Chen Qingyuan. How about that 2,000 spirit stones don't need to be returned to me, as a way to offset the favor? Chen Qingyuan said tentatively. Never mind, that would be too cheap. Giving a blank stare, Morong Wensi lightly hummed. Human debt is the hardest to pay. Chen Qingyuan's heart was set on his brother, so he didn't chat with Morong Wensi anymore and prepared to depart for the Rhythm Sea Star realm. If he wanted to go home, he would definitely pass through the Rhyme Sea Starfield, and incidentally, he would go to check on Han Shan's recent condition. Morong Wensi was sensible enough to get out of the way and watched Chen Qingyuan leave. Muttering, Chen Qingyuan, you'll never think of escaping from the palm of my mother's hand. Chapter 104, Bluffing. Rhythm C Star Domain. Qianlan Holy Land. Chen Qingyuan stayed at the foot of one of the nearby mountains and took out the sound transmission jade talisman with Han Shan. Old Han, I'm coming. Noticing that the voice transmission jade talisman was flickering, Han Shan examined it and his eyes lit up. It wasn't long before Han Shan dropped what he was doing and ran out in a hurry. It is a great joy to see brothers again. Brother Chen, what brings you here? Han Shan heavily patted Chen Qingyuan's shoulder with a wide smile. Came by to see you. Chen Qingyuan took out 2 jugs of good wine, and the 2 brothers found a place with a beautiful view to settle down, sipping wine and chatting. After chatting for a while, Han Shan mentioned the incident from more than 10 years ago. Weren't you going to make a date with Wu Junyan back then? How come there's no more news? There was an accident, Chen Qingyuan said. What accident? Han Shan asked curiously. I'll talk to you later. Without the authorization of the Dawi school palace, Chen Qingyuan did not want to reveal his identity for the time being, so as not to cause any unnecessary trouble. Okay, Han Shan didn't pursue the question and turned to Sai. Ugh, something's bothering you? Chen Qingyuan had rushed here in a hurry because he was worried about Han Shan's condition, to see if he could help. There is, and it's complicated. Han Shan took a big drink. Tell me, through Morong Wenxi's investigation, Chen Qingyuan actually already knew a rough idea. To make a long story short, I was picked up by my master more than 300 years ago and became a disciple of the Qianlan sacred land. A few days ago, some mysterious people found me and said that I was the first son of the main lineage of the 4 sacred sect. Han Shan kept his eyes on Chen Qingyuan, wanting to see how Chen Qingyuan would react. However, Chen Qingyuan had maintained a bland demeanor, causing Han Shan to not have a single sense of anticipation. Why aren't you surprised? Han Shan frowned and asked softly. I already knew about it not long ago. Chen Qingyuan looked indifferent. Where did you get that from? Han Shan's eyes flashed with a strange aura. He had been covering up this news. Even his master didn't know about it. The Mullen family told me, Chen Qingyuan said. Oh, that's so. The Morong family's ability to spy on information is indeed very strong, so it's not surprising to know. Receiving this answer, Han Shan came to a realization. Looking at the northern wasteland, the 4 sacred sect is a first-class power. If you become the first son of the main vein of the 4 sacred sect, wouldn't that be a good thing? Chen Qingyuan took a sip of wine and expressed his personal opinion. Good fart. Han Shan cursed in a low voice. In the past, I was free to do whatever I wanted as long as I didn't violate my personal bottom line. Ever since the 4 sacred sects people came, they instilled a lot of ideas in me, and said that my master wasn't qualified to teach me, and told me to draw a line in the sand with my master. At that time, I was in a hurry, and if it wasn't for my master's kind heart picking me back up, I would have hung up a long time ago. Did the people of the 4 sacred sect give you a hard time? Chen Qingyuan's eyes became a bit unkind as he inquired. No matter what kind of first-class power he is, my Chen Qingyuan's brother is the only one I can bully. No one else can. Ever since he had formed a brotherhood with the Black Python, Chen Qingyuan's heart had a bottom, and he had not been timid in the face of any of the behemoths of yesteryear. So what if the 4 sacred sect is not comparable to the Dawi school palace? That's not true. Han Shan shook his head. It's just that I don't like those rules of the 4 sacred sect. And I don't even want to compete for power with my peers from the direct line of the main vein. If you don't want to, then don't do it. If you run into trouble you can't solve, call me anytime. Chen Qingyuan said seriously. Calling you is useless. That's the 4 sacred sect. It's rumored that there are top powers sitting inside. And there's more than one. If something really went wrong, it was impossible for Han Shan to pull Chen Qingyuan down. This was his karma and had to be faced by himself. Don't be afraid. As long as you're aggrieved, I'm sure I'll set you right. Chen Qingyuan put his arm on top of Han Shan's shoulder, the corner of his mouth rising. Just brag. Han Shan didn't believe a word of this. The 2 brothers chatted for a long time as they blew in the breeze and enjoyed the scenery. I heard that the second son of the 4 sacred sects main vein might be coming to find you, so be careful yourself. Chen Qingyuan instructed a person to prepare for Han Shan's response in advance. Good. Han Shan's expression stiffened for a moment and he slowly nodded. The second son of the main vein is not Han Shan's own brother. LOL. I've never met you before. Old buddy, I guess you're not coming from a good place. Han Shan couldn't avoid it, so he could only take one step at a time. Old Han, take this. Chen Qingyuan took out an extremely precious jade pendant. Son and mother jade pendant? Han Shan's eyes were puzzled. The son and mother jade pendant. There were 2 halves in total. No matter which piece of the jade pendant was damaged, the other piece would be sensed at the first time and thus crumble. This kind of jade pendant was extremely precious, and if one jade pendant shattered, the other would show the exact location as it crumbled. This item could save lives at critical times, and ordinary clans were simply not qualified to possess it. If you run into insurmountable trouble, Crush the jade pendant and I'll be there in the shortest possible time. Chen Qingyuan slipped the jade pendant into Han Shan's hand, and kept the other piece for himself. This thing is of course from the Daoyi Academy Palace. When he worshipped Yu Chuanran, gave a lot of meet and greet gifts. Among them there are more than a dozen pairs of son and mother jade pendant. Fine. I'll keep it then. Han Shan didn't push back. Old Chen, you've suddenly become so concerned about me, making me a bit uncomfortable. So, Chen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Why don't you beat me up? Otherwise I'm a bit uneasy. With that, Han Shan opened his hands and closed his eyes. Asterisk 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 off. Chen Qingyuan laughed and cursed. Then again, I'm really going to run into big trouble. It must be about the four sacred sect. Can you really solve the problem? It wasn't that Han Shan didn't trust Chen Qingyuan, but he didn't want to pull Chen Qingyuan down, thus harming his brother. In Han Shan's eyes, Chen Qingyuan was only a disciple of the Xianqing sect of the Fu Luxing domain, and although he was honored as one of the Northern Wasteland 10, he ultimately did not have much of a background. Chen Qingyuan patted Han Shan's shoulder, his eyes undeniable. That's fine. I'll keep that in mind. Han Shan nodded heavily, believing that Chen Qingyuan would not do anything stupid and must have unknown cards. I should get back after this long chat. Next time we meet, it's your turn to buy me a drink. This time, the two brothers drank more than a dozen pots of wine, all funded by Chen Qingyuan. Blood loss. Definitely. Han Shan watched Chen Qingyuan leave, his heart warming. Fu Lu Star Domain. Xianqing sect. It is heavily guarded and no outsiders are allowed to enter. Since Lin Chongqing's return from his injury, the matter of the Devil's Cave has been suppressed for the time being, and there won't be any changes in 100 years. The Xianqing sect is worried that some hostile forces will take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Closed the sect. We'll be all visiting friends. All rejected the door. Nothing's going to happen. Chen Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of the mountain and looked at the open clan protection formation with a frown of worry. Chapter 105, Returning to the Xianqing sect. Catching up with old times. Junior Master. It's Little Master. The inner disciple guarding the mountain gate confirmed several times and hurriedly passed the news up. Soon, a gap appeared in the clan protection formation, allowing Chen Qingyuan to enter. Greetings, Junior Master. The disciples immediately saluted, their eyes filled with respect. Well, excuse me. Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly. Then, the news of Chen Qingyuan's return reached the ears of the elders, who hurriedly put down the matters in their hands and ran over with quick steps. Junior brother, where have you been all these years? No bullying. Brat, going out for so many years and not knowing to send a letter back to report peace. The elders were concerned and accusatory at the same time. Chen Qingyuan listened to all of them, not daring to say a single word. After a long time, the crowd calmed down. Regarding Chen Qingyuan's sudden disappearance back then, the elders were very puzzled, and only Lin Changsheng in the entire clan knew the exact reason. However, Lin Changsheng was unwilling to say it, so the crowd didn't ask much. Chen Qingyuan only said that he went to a very safe place, and when he has the opportunity later, he will definitely tell the truth. When the crowd saw that Chen Qingyuan had something to hide, they did not pursue the matter any further. Junior brother, you've already recultivated to the peak of the Jindan realm. Unbelievable. At this moment, an elder finally noticed Chen Qingyuan's cultivation aura. How many years has it been? The crowd made their arcane arts to poke around and let out a gasp of amazement. Worthy of being a junior brother, even if he recultivates, he is equally gifted. Everyone was happy for Chen Qingyuan, revealing smiles from the bottom of their hearts. After making small talk, Chen Qingyuan asked out loud, how come we haven't seen eldest brother? As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the faces of the crowd stiffened and their smiles gradually dispersed. About 15 years ago, when unrest was about to occur in the Devil's Cave underneath the Heavenly Jade Sect's ground, eldest senior brother took the risk alone and temporarily suppressed the Devil's Cave. Although eldest senior brother came back alive, he also suffered heavier injuries, and is still in seclusion. His condition unknown. One of the elders sighed and informed the matter. When Lin Changsheng was injured, the Xianqing sect was worried that some thieves would take advantage of the situation, so they opened their protective formation as a precaution. Eldest brother will definitely be fine. Chen Qingyuan's heart was actually worried, but he still had to show a smile to ease the atmosphere and not let the crowd worry too much. Afterward, Chen Qingyuan went to a more remote guest hall. I wonder if Sister Ghost Doctor is still here. The Ghost Doctor lived here at the beginning, when Chen Qingyuan was compulsorily taken away by Zhao Yichuan, who was dressed in white, and was too late to say goodbye to his master's elders and the Ghost Doctor. Pushing open the door, Chen Qingyuan saw no sign of Ghost Doctor Gongsun Nan. I guess it's gone, Chen Qingyuan muttered. Chen Qingyuan closed the door and returned to his residence. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyuan didn't cultivate behind closed doors. but instead chatted and caught up with his senior brothers and sisters. On top of that, Chen Qingyuan had left most of the resources he had obtained over the years in the mission hall, both so that the disciples and the sect could obtain more spirit stones, and also to serve as a sharpening agent. There is no point in directly handing out resources to everyone. It just feeds an inertia. Any disciple who was capable naturally received more resources. Of course, those who were less talented, Chen Qingyuan did not forget about them, letting them handle tasks that were less difficult and generally did not result in accidents. After finishing these things, Chen Qingyuan laid down on the bed within the cave, intending to rest for a while. I don't realize that it's been 3 months since I came home. Chen Qingyuan couldn't stay in the Shenqing sect for long and needed to return to the Daoyi Academy as soon as possible. On this day, as Chen Qingyuan prepared to bid farewell to the crowd, a voice transmission fell into his ears. Junior brother, back. The voice was soft, with a touch of doting. Eldest senior brother. Chen Qingyuan was overjoyed and swept his gaze around, trying to find Lin Chongqing's figure. Unfortunately, after looking for half a day, he didn't find Lin Chongqing. My brother is still in seclusion, so I can't be with you for a while. Although Lin Chongqing was in seclusion, he was still relatively clear about what was happening within the sect. Everyone thought that Lin Chongqing was in seclusion because he had been injured in the Devil's Cave, but in reality, this was not the case. The injuries sustained within the Devil's Cave were healed within a few years. The reason why he was still in seclusion was because he needed a lot of time to digest the inherited memories. Nowadays, Lin Chongqing's true strength was enough to crush the various clans in the Fu Lu Star region. Elder brother, are you okay? Chen Qingyuan stayed within the cave and said along with this strand of sound transmission law. Everything's fine. Don't worry, Lin Chongqing said softly. That's good. There was no problem with his body. So Chen Qingyuan was relieved. The Duil Gakuan, has it taken you in? This time, Lin Chongqing had detached a strand of his divine thoughts and communicated through the air, the main purpose of which was to find out news about the Daoyi School Palace. Well, take it in, and I become the vice president's apprentice. Chen Qingyuan told the story of the many things that had happened in the Academy Palace, including the letter that Grand Master Shang Guanrong had left in the Academy Palace, promising to allow Chen Qingyuan to be able to worship other people in the Academy Palace as his master. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's narration, Lin Chongqing was quite relieved. Vice President Yu is willing to take you on as a disciple. Then you should cultivate hard and not disgrace Senior Yu. I'll work hard. Just don't worry, senior brother. Chen Qingyuan nodded. Lin Chongqing had already awakened his inherited memories and knew many things about the Daoyi Academy and other things like the back of his hand. He knew that Yu Chunran had taken Chen Qingyuan as a disciple, mostly to shelter him, and was grateful. Qingyuan, Lin Chongqing called out, wanting to speak. Elder brother, what's wrong? At once, an uneasy feeling arose in Chen Qingyuan's heart. In the past, Lin Chongqing used to call him little brother or brat. In Chen Qingyuan's memory, Lin Chongqing rarely called his name so solemnly. Something not so small must have happened. It's fine, Lin Chongqing mused for a long time and let out a laugh. Senior brother, you're definitely hiding something from me. It's not just you. It's also the master of the Daoyi Academy. Chen Qingyuan was eager to clear up the doubts in his heart. When you really grow up, you'll naturally know better. Telling Chen Qingyuan in advance was harmful. If Chen Qingyuan had the ability to awaken the memory of the inheritance, all the doubts would be solved. If he couldn't get the inheritance, telling him would only add to his worries. So he might as well live out his life in peace. That kind of talk again. Chen Qingyuan let out a light sigh. Stay well in the Daoyi Academy. Don't go around inviting trouble. Lin Chongqing instructed. Yes, elder brother. Since Lin Chongqing refused to explain, Chen Qingyuan had no way of knowing, and could only hide all sorts of doubts in his heart. Go on. Lin Chongqing knew that Chen Qingyuan was leaving, and his words carried a few hints of reluctance. Thus, Chen Qingyuan said goodbye to the elders and found an excuse to leave the Shenqing sect. Inside a secret room, Lin Chongqing was dressed in a dark-colored Dao robe, sitting in the void. Ancient Dao patterns etched around him, and from time to time, a few strands of Dao patterns drilled into his body. Junior brother, perhaps this is your last meeting with senior brother. Lin Chongqing planned to remain in seclusion for another few decades before rising and heading to the Devil Abyss in the Imperial Prefecture. This was his destiny as the inheritor of the Green Sect, and he could not shirk his responsibility. Possessing the baptism of inherited memories, Lin Chongqing's cultivation increased with each passing day, and was now on the verge of breaking through the Mahayana realm, and without having to undergo a tribulation. The water had come to the right place, and the foundation was strong. On the way back, Chen Qingyuan ran into someone. Who is it? The current Holy Maiden of Dongyi Palace, Bai Shixue. Chapter 106, Goodbye with Bai Shixue. Things are different. Bai Shixue suddenly appeared, causing Chen Qingyuan to be slightly surprised. Today, Bai Shixue was wearing a light-colored long dress, a crystal necklace, a flawless jade pendant tied around her waist, a bit of vermilion sand on her brow, red lips like fire, and long hair like a waterfall. Her gaze, which had been resting on Chen Qingyuan's body, her eyes swirled with a different color, her mood complex to the extreme. With 4 eyes facing each other, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Images from the past couldn't help but come back to the two of them. A gust of fresh wind came and woke up the two. Something? Chen Qingyuan broke the silent atmosphere, his voice flat and without much emotional fluctuation. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's words again, Bai Shixue didn't have much joy. Her heart tightened as she murmured, "It's fine. Happened to be passing by. I've heard that you've become the holy maiden of the Dongyi Palace. Congratulations. Is it really just a coincidence?" The Fulu Star region was so vast, and Bai Shixue had appeared here on the contrary, drawing people's imagination. "Thanks," Bai Shixue nodded. After exchanging a greeting, Chen Qingyuan prepared to bypass where Bai Shixue was and continue on his way. Back then, the two had already made it clear that everything in the past had been dispersed like clouds of smoke, and the two did not owe each other. Looking at Chen Qingyuan, who was about to disappear from sight, Bai Shixue was somewhat unable to suppress her inner emotions and called out loudly, "Brother Qingyuan!" Sniffing, stopping in his tracks, Chen Qingyuan's body trembled slightly as he turned his back to Bai Shixue. Then, Chen Qingyuan slowly turned around with a cold expression. "Miss Bai, don't forget that you and I have broken our karma. This title you just used. It doesn't seem appropriate." A stabbing pain surged through his heart. Bai Shixue's soul seemed to suffocate for a moment. Her pupils shifted, and her expression was slightly uncomfortable. She was actually very clear that she was the one at fault from the beginning to the end, and it was impossible to go back to the past. It's just that, in that one moment just now, she really couldn't help herself, and that's why she called out the past name. After a few moments passed, Bai Shixue suppressed the emotions deep within her heart and apologized, owing a bow. "I'm sorry, I'm overstepping my bounds. Farewell." Chen Qingyuan didn't want to get too entangled with Bai Shixue and turned around. After Chen Qingyuan had left, Bai Shixue could no longer control it, and 2 lines of clear tears slid down from her eyes. If it was possible, Bai Shixue wished she could go back to those old days. Everything she had now was all given to her by Chen Qingyuan. That year, Chen Qingyuan had told her that this trip to the heavenly abyss would be filled with crises. Instead, she had given a promise that she would wait for Chen Qingyuan no matter how many years passed. However, after only 100 years, she had forgotten her promise and intended to become a Taoist couple with the Sky Jade sect's young sect master, Qin Yutong. It's really ridiculous. For cultivators, 100 years really wasn't long. Certain great powers could take hundreds or thousands of years to close their doors even once. Was it really because his teacher, Yao Susu, had sealed that memory of Bai Shixue's that Bai Shixue was thin-skinned? Never. Yao Susu wouldn't be just an elder if she could cut off a person's affections. All she did was that she could slightly ease Bai Shixue's mood. The fact that things had developed to the point where they were today was down to Bai Shixue herself. She thought that Chen Qingyuan was dead and wouldn't be coming back, so of course she wanted to think about her future. The young sect master of the Heavenly Jade sect was clearly a good choice. At that time, the marriage between the Dongyi Palace and the Heavenly Jade sect had not yet begun, and after Chen Qingyuan had returned, Bai Shixue had every opportunity to change it. However, Bai Shixue did not, and instead did not want to meet with Chen Qingyuan. It was only under Chen Qingyuan's strong attitude that Bai Shixue had to go to the Xianqing sect to break the karma. At the very beginning, Bai Shixue still had a guilty mindset. However, when she confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had become an invalid, her eyes slowly changed from guilt to indifference. Guilty as charged. Looking in the direction Chen Qingyuan had left, Bai Shixue smiled to herself as tears slipped down to the corners of her mouth. A hint of saltiness reached the tip of his tongue. Slowly, the flavor became bitter. It's not the tears that are bitter. It's her heart. It wasn't until Bai Shixue stepped into Yanchua City and went through many trials and tribulations that she truly understood how good Chen Qingyuan had been to her in the past. Unfortunately, everything is finalized. Bai Shixue knew that even if she bowed her head, it was impossible for her to go back to the past. Likewise, she couldn't forgive herself and only wanted to look at Chen Qingyuan from afar. Nothing more. The old her was really thin-skinned. It has come to this, and even if one repents now, it is no longer useful. I'm sorry. Bai Shixue's emotions slowly regained stability, wiping away the tears on her cheeks, her eyes slightly red. In this life, she only had one goal left, to chase after Chen Qingyuan's footsteps. I don't want to be able to renew my relationship with Chen Qingyuan. I just want to be able to see his back. Whoosh! Bai Shixue transformed into a stream of light and returned to Dongyi Palace. To be able to see Chen Qingyuan up close today, her heart was already satisfied. She was originally an ordinary cultivator who met Chen Qingyuan by fate and had her natural talent forcefully upgraded by Chen Qingyuan. Nowadays, Bai Shixue had already claimed to be a heavenly pride on one side, but she was still no match for Chen Qingyuan. Wanting to catch up to Chen Qingyuan's glimpse of his back, Bai Shixue needed to put in unimaginable effort. It's not about me. When he thought of Bai Shixue's demeanor just now, Chen Qingyuan frowned. Although the two of them were only communicating briefly, Chen Qingyuan could feel the changes in Bai Shixue. However, none of that had anything to do with him anymore. Before leaving the Fu-Lu Starfield, Chen Qingyuan had to go to a place, an extremely remote corner, Bright Moon City. The people who lived here were basically mortals, and the aura was so thin that it was extremely rare to see cultivators. Somewhere at the end of a street in the city was a house that had seen better days. Open? Chen Qingyuan was slightly surprised as he watched the door open. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Qingyuan walked in. The person who lives here is the famous Chang'ing sword immortal of the past, whose name is Li Muyang. When Chen Qingyuan had just stepped into Manhwa City, Li Muyang noticed it and opened the gate, waiting quietly. Senpai. Looking at Li Muyang, who was splitting wood at the location of the firewood room, Chen Qingyuan went forward to salute. Sit down. Li Muyang pointed to a wooden stool next to him and said, Good. There were some wood shavings on top of the stool, and Chen Qingyuan gently blew out a breath as he slowly settled down. Why is Mr. Chen free to come here? Li Muyang opened his mouth to ask while chopping firewood. Not long ago, my late generation made a trip to the eastern lands and brought a few jugs of good wine for senior. With that, Chen Qingyuan set the fine wine on the table. Thank you, Your Excellency. Li Muyang looked up at the wine on the table and smiled slightly at the lightness of the gift. Senior is polite. Chen Qingyuan sat upright. The eastern land is the realm of the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Li Muyang quickly finished the work in hand, sat down opposite Chen Qingyuan, opened a pot of wine in his hand, and drank a few large mouthfuls. Chapter 107, The Northern Wasteland 10 Masters Appointment. Not to be missed. No, Chen Qingyuan felt that Buddhist monks were still better. Just don't get aggrieved. Li Muyang put down the wine jug and sized up Chen Qingyuan for a few moments, realizing that his body was shrouded in a mist, as if hiding something. The power of the jade bracelet sealed the breath of the three dancing products. This jade bracelet was a treasure gifted to Chen Qingyuan by the red-clothed girl within the heavenly abyss, and even Li Muyang couldn't break the prohibition and see the real situation within the mist. If I am aggrieved, is it hard to believe that Senior will still help me recover my face? Chen Qingyuan joked. Who knows that Li Muyang did not laugh and said in a serious manner, if the Buddhist sect bullies you, the old man is willing to take this broken sword and step on the golden temple of the Buddhist sect, and have a good chat with the group of vultures of the Buddhist sect. As he said these words, the black broken sword on the ground trembled a bit, as if he was looking forward to being able to blossom with sword power once again. Looking at Li Muyang with such a serious expression, how would Chen Qingyuan dare to doubt it? His heart jumped and he quickly spoke. Don't worry, Senior. I wasn't bullied to such an extent. Li Muyang gave an amiable smile to Chen Qingyuan. Whether it was Chen Qingyuan's identity as the heir to the Qing sect or the fact that he was involved with the Forbidden Zone, it was worth making Li Muyang fight for him. It was just that the Buddhist sect ignored the Devil's Abyss and the Imperial State. If they still dared to oppress the Green Sect's inheritor, even if this person wasn't Chen Qingyuan and was replaced by another inheritor of the Green Sect, Li Muyang would have to go over and ask for a statement. Chang'ing Sword Immortal. This is the strongest sword cultivator in tens of thousands of years. There is no one. Even though Li Muyang had been incognito for 10,000 years, his mythical deeds were still circulating under the sky. Anyone who was a sword cultivator harbored a heart of reverence for him. The latecomer has come here to ask for something. Chen Qingyuan stood up with a few hints of supplication on his face. Your Excellency, please. Li Muyang was dry and thin, had a lame foot, dark skin, and looked like an ordinary bad old man. Is Senior informed about the Devil's Cave underneath the heavenly jade sect's ground? Chen Qingyuan knew that this was a bit presumptuous, but in his opinion, if Li Muyang were to make a move, it would surely be easy to swat down the Devil's Cave. I know. Li Muyang nodded his head, understanding Chen Qingyuan's meaning, and with a tone of voice, he said in a serious manner, the old man will not go to settle the matter of the Devil's Cave. Why? Chen Qingyuan was puzzled. When the time comes, someone will take care of it. Besides, the old immortal has not made a move in 10,000 years, and will not break the path to enlightenment for a small Devil's Cave. Li Muyang made his words clear. All right, it is the latecomer who has been nagging. Chen Qingyuan did not continue to plead and bowed. A trace of doubt arose in Chen Qingyuan's heart. Since Li Muyang couldn't make a move due to enlightenment, why did he say just now that as long as he was aggrieved, he would head to the Buddhist sect to seek justice? Guess it's just a courtesy. Chen Qingyuan gave an answer. Unbeknownst to him, what Li Muyang said was not a lie. If the Buddhists dared to do so, he really dared to draw his sword. For Chen Qingyuan, Li Muyang could give up enlightenment and gamble his life. This had a great deal to do with the girl in red within the heavenly abyss, but letting Li Muyang to solve the small devil's cave, that was really a big deal, completely unnecessary. Besides, after a while, the matter of the demon cave could definitely be solved. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. A small devil's cave is just a small cave. It can't become a climate. When the time is right, the scourge of the devil's cave will definitely be solved. Li Muyang said with a hoarse voice. Really? Chen Qingyuan was worried that after the outbreak of the devil's cave, it would jeopardize the Xianqing sect, which was why he had the cheek to come to Li Muyang. Aha! Li Muyang nodded solemnly. Looking at Li Muyang with such a determined look in his eyes, Chen Qingyuan didn't have the slightest bit of doubt left. That's good. Thank you for informing me, senior. You should be a disciple of the Daoi Academy now. When Zhao Yichuan went to the Xianqing sect to take away Chen Qingyuan, Li Muyang had noticed something. Yes, Elder even knows this? Chen Qingyuan knew that he couldn't hide it from Li Muyang, so he might as well admit it in a big way. In response, Li Muyang just laughed and did not reply. After sitting for some time, Chen Qingyuan uttered words of farewell. Safe travels. Li Muyang eyed it. Before he left, Chen Qingyuan made a bow. The gate was closed tightly. Li Muyang sat on top of the rocking chair, savoring the fine wine sent by Chen Qingyuan, his eyes gazing at the direction where the Xianqing sect was located, muttering to himself, I didn't expect that the current holy lord of the Xianqing sect would be able to awaken the inheritance. Not a bad talent. With Li Muyang's skills, it wasn't difficult to find out these things. After spending enough spirit stones, Chen Qingyuan stepped onto the large teleportation array that left the Fu Lu Star domain, preparing to head to the Daoi school palace. After walking for a few days, Chen Qingyuan found a landing place to rest, intending to continue his journey tomorrow. Inside the inn's great hall, every corner was inlaid with jewels and gold. The people serving the tea were all handsome young women, and the air was filled with the intoxicating scent of wine and tea, which were intertwined and blended together. Chen Qingyuan didn't like this feeling and picked a room that was decorated with a spirit-gathering formation. It's rumored that Wu Junyan and Chang Sunqian of the Northern Wasteland 10 are preparing for a date. Just as he was about to close the door to his room, a message came from within the noisy hall, causing Chen Qingyuan to stop. Wu! Chen Qingyuan froze. In order to find out the information, Chen Qingyuan found the management of the inn and spent a lot of money. The matter of the appointment had just broken out not long ago, spreading to all corners of the northern wasteland in the shortest possible time. It was fortunate that the starfield Chen Qingyuan was temporarily and was not too remote. Otherwise it would have been difficult to find out the news. A battle in half a year. Counting the time it took for the news to reach here, I guess it won't be long. According to reliable information, the two would battle somewhere in the human spirit star realm in a fair battle. Chang Sunqian was the holy daughter of a certain first-class power in the human spirit star region, and Wu Junyan had gone to the core region of the northern wasteland some years ago in order to challenge the demons of her generation. I heard that Miss Changsun has her eyes on Wu Junyan and wants to make a bet. If she wins this battle, she will want Wu Junyan to join her family. The matter of joining the family. Of course, Wu Junyan did not agree. Although Chang Sunqian was the northern wasteland's top celestial pride, his figure was obese and his appearance was ugly. Finally, after some bargaining by Chang Sunqian, the two re-established a bet. If Chang Sunqian wins, Wu Junyan must accompany her to enjoy the flowers and the moon for a period of 7 days. If Chang Sunqian loses, she will never pester Wu Junyan again. In order to sharpen herself, and in order not to be pestered by Chang Sunqian's pestering, Wu Junyan had to agree. Such a powerful thing. If I can't witness it with my own eyes, wouldn't it be one of life's great regrets? Chen Qingyuan figured out the cause and effect, and was eager to see Wu Junyan's expression at this moment. However, Master said that he wants to go back as soon as possible, so this is a bit troublesome. After thinking for a long time, Chen Qingyuan decided to change course. It's not like Master has set a specific time. When I'm done with this great show, it'll only take a few more months at most, so it shouldn't matter. Having made his decision, Chen Qingyuan directly retired from the guest room and headed towards the human spirit starfield with fire and unusual excitement. Chapter 108, The Great War Begins. Opening bets. Human Spirit Starfield. 100 Jade Mountain. This was the place of the appointment between Wu Junyan and Chang Sunqian, and there was only 1 month left until the appointment. Chen Qingyuan rushed non-stop, inquiring all the way, and finally arrived at this place. As far as the eye could see, there was a black mass of people from all walks of life who had come to see the fun. In order not to attract the attention of others, Chen Qingyuan disguised himself, wearing a darker colored cloth coat and a bucket hat on his head, appearing to be a fisherman. The 3 core star fields of the northern wasteland. heavenly river, earthbound, and human spirit. The cultivators here were generally much stronger than the other starfields, and the first-class forces all had Mahayana cultivators sitting in their seats, with deep roots. If Chen Qingyuan exposed the identity of the Northern Wasteland 10, the trouble he would attract would definitely not be small. Thus, it was better to keep a low profile when it was time to keep a low profile, or else the one who would have a hard time would be himself. Master Yu Chuanran had once instructed a sentence that if not necessary, one must not reveal the identity background of the Daoi Academy. Where is that old Wu guy? Chen Qingyuan stood at the foot of 100 Jade Mountain and scanned around, not seeing Wu Junyan's figure. There were quite a few people talking beside them, and Chen Qingyuan moved slightly to listen carefully. It is said that Ms. Nagasun used to be very pretty and colorful. Many people know about this and miss the old Changsun Qian's looks. Why have you now become so stout? The person asking dared not say the word ugly for fear of accidentally offending someone. I got the news from my old man that Miss Changsun got a superior secret method 100 years ago and went off the deep end while practicing it, resulting in a drastic change in her figure and her appearance being destroyed. Alas, it's a pity. In the past, Changsun Qian's talent and appearance were the top in the world, making countless women feel inferior. It's not an easy thing to restore. Perhaps, only when Changsun Qian cultivated the superior secret method to the realm of great accomplishment could she turn the tide and return to her former self. Through the chatter in the crowd, Chen Qingyuan knew a lot of useful information. Changsun Qian was the holy maiden of the Misty Palace, and her status was extremely high. Only, due to her looks, a portion of the Misty Palace's senior management appeared to have moved to replace her. After all, having an ugly woman representing the Netherworld Palace walking in all walks of life was really degrading. After half a month, Wu Junyan appeared, dressed in a white suit with a dusty demeanor standing at the top of 100 Jade Mountain. The crowd looked at Wu Junyan with a few moments of admiration in their eyes. It had to be said that Wu Junyan still sold extremely well, otherwise he wouldn't have made countless women fall for him. The more elegant and cool he was, the more he was able to attract the attention of the heavenly maidens. I'll talk to old Wu when he's done fighting. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to show his face right now, lest Wu Junyan turned the tables on himself. Back then, although Chen Qingyuan was forced and unable to make a date with Wu Junyan, he himself was partly to blame. If he met with Wu Junyan now, he definitely wouldn't be able to sit down and catch up. Chen Qingyuan stayed in a corner, waiting for the day of the appointment to arrive. Soon, half a month passed. A woman in black armor appeared, with a group of cultivators with notable breaths immediately behind her. Changsun Qian, a big and strong ox with a rather ugly appearance. She was holding a dark-colored long axe in her hand and looked very heroic. Fame is not as good as sight. As Chen Qingyuan looked at Changsun Qian who was so dressed up, his eyes froze for a moment, and in his heart, he said, was this girl really good looking in the past? What kind of woman uses an axe as a weapon? That long axe alone could crush a whole bunch of girls. Only old Wu can enjoy this blessing. Right. Chen Qingyuan silently felt sad for Wu Junyan. In the past, Wu Junyan had been drugged by someone who was the holy maiden of a certain holy land with excellent looks. Now, Wu Junyan had made even a girl like Changsun Qian fall in love with him. So charming. Mr. Wu, you are a person who pays the most attention to promises. If you lose, you can accompany me on a 7-day tour, and you may not go back on your word. Before starting the war, Changsun Qian emphasized it. As long as you can win, Mr. Wu will definitely keep his promise. Just accompanying Changsun Qian to enjoy the scenery for just 7 days, Wu Junyan had no psychological pressure. In his eyes, all the women in the world were red powder skeletons, stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. Whether her appearance was worldly or ugly, it couldn't make Wu Junyan's heart fluctuate too much. Good. That's the kind of character I like in Mr. Wu. To say one thing and not another. Changsun Qian's voice is as ethereal and pleasant as a lark. If you close your eyes, listening to her must be a kind of enjoyment. However, the crowd looked at the 8-foot-tall, full of muscle Changsun Qian. A little appetite. Strike. The only way for Wu Junyan to become stronger was to defeat the northern wasteland demons of his contemporaries. When he had accumulated to a certain level, he would be able to travel to the imperial prefecture and stand on a bigger stage. Be careful. As the words fell, Changsun Qian struck, the axe in her hand slashing at Wu Junyan, splitting the void and shattering the head of 100 Jade Mountain. As the battle between the two opened up, the crowd sensed their cultivation auras, both at the peak of the Yuaning realm. A 3-foot sword fell from the sky. Wu Junyan held it in the air, causing the sword to fall into his hands, and blocked Changsun Qian's attack with a sword. Then, Wu Junyan's aura was overpowering, and his powerful aura exploded with the sword's might, setting off a terrifying storm that surged in all directions, causing the crowd of onlookers to take several steps backward. Changsun Qian slashed out an axe, cutting Wu Junyan's sword might in half. The two of them fought in the clouds, and all the clouds in a radius of tens of thousands of miles receded. As the battle intensified, a crack appeared in the sky. Through the crack, thousands of stars could be seen, bright and dazzling, and countless starry substances could be seen floating in the dark and silent space. Not knowing the geometry of the years, as if it would always be like this, hundreds of rounds were fought and no one had the upper hand. Same as the Northern Wasteland 10, strength are at the top level of their age. It is difficult to distinguish between winners and losers in a short period of time. Cultivators who had arrived from various star realms and various sects watched the battle with interest. Quite a few people opened and placed bets. Count me in. Chen Qingyuan also chipped in and bet hundreds of top-grade spirit stones that Wu Junyan would win, as a form of support for his brother. Brother's dress looks simple, but his temperament is extraordinary. I wonder which sect's senior disciple he is. Someone noticed Chen Qingyuan, dressed in brocade clothing and holding a folding fan in his hand. He was graceful and held his fist. It's just a loose cannon. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to expose his identity, and it was safest to keep a low profile. Only those fools are afraid that others do not know themselves. Of course, if you have the power to overwhelm the world, then naturally different. If you don't have that kind of ability, it's still a safe way to live honestly. After all, Chen Qingyuan had spent hundreds of years within the heavenly abyss and had been listed as one of the Northern Wasteland 10. There were not a few people who coveted and hated him. Even casual cultivators may have high achievements in the future. This youth with an unassuming temperament narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that Chen Qingyuan must be lying, and did not break it down as he let out a light laugh. Who is this guy? Chen Qingyuan cursed in his heart. He just wanted to watch the battle in a low profile, unwilling to draw attention to himself. Chapter 109 Changsun Fengye. The victory has been decided. Chen Qingyuan was too lazy to bother with this person, gazing up in the direction of the battlefield as he took out a jug of fine wine and took a few sips. At a certain moment, Chen Qingyuan actually entertained the thought of hoping that Wu Junyan would lose. That way, he would be able to see the image of Wu Junyan accompanying Changsun Xian to enjoy the landscape moon. Fantasizing about this kind of image, Chen Qingyuan was unusually excited, giving birth to a strong sense of anticipation. Mr. Changsun, you're here. At this time, the youth from earlier walked over to the place where the bets were placed, immediately attracting the attention of the crowd, who all rose to salute. Hearing this sound, Chen Qingyuan turned around to look. Sir Changsun, we placed our bets purely for entertainment. We didn't mean any disrespect to the Misty Palace. Please forgive us. The group of monks who opened the disc had the right attitude and were sweating profusely. It's fine. I'm not here for accountability. This young man was named Changsun Fengye, who was Changsun Xian's own brother, and the sacred son of the Netherworld Palace. Both siblings were of the Ethereal Palace's direct bloodline, and both had terrifyingly strong talents. On top of that, Changsun Fengye was also one of the 10 masters of the Northern Wasteland, a double master of one family. Where to place your bets? What are the odds? Changsun Fengye had just been surveying the movement of the crowd and found that this one place was the most lively, so he came over to join in. Ha! The man sitting at the bank froze for a moment. Sir, do you want to place a bet? Nonsense. Changsun Fengye took out thousands of top-grade spirit stones, meaning, bet on my sister to win. Okay, as long as you're not here to pick a fight, everything is fine. The sitting boss breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully handed the stubs of the bets to Changsun Fengye. Listening to the comments of the people around him, Chen Qingyuan probably knew where Changsun Fengye came from. It's a good thing I'm in disguise. Chen Qingyuan was grateful for his resourcefulness and stood to the side, sipping a small drink and putting on an indifferent appearance. Brother, can you buy me a drink? Changsun Fengye seemed to be interested in Chen Qingyuan, and after placing his bet, he walked towards Chen Qingyuan again and said with a smile on his face, "HM?" Chen Qingyuan turned his head and exchanged a glance with Changsun Fengye, hesitated for a moment, but still took out a jug of wine and handed it over. Take it. Thank you. Changsun Fengye opened the cork and took a whiff of the wine. Although this was mortal wine, what he was drinking was not wine, but an opportunity for conversation. How do you call yourself? Brother? Can I not say it? Chen Qingyuan said. Can. Changsun Fengye liked this kind of character of Chen Qingyuan, and his interest intensified a few points. My name is Changsun Fengye, and I am Changsun Xian's elder brother, so it's the sacred son of the Netherworld Palace. Disrespect. Chen Qingyuan arched his hand in a fake salute. Brother, there's no need to put on airs. Your eyes don't have that fawning flavor towards me. Although you are deliberately dressed in ordinary clothes to hide your origins, your aura is not bad and you must not be an ordinary person. Holding a folding fan in his right hand and a fine wine in his left, Changsun Fengye took a sip of the wine after he finished speaking and kept his eyes on Chen Qingyuan, not even really interested in the changes on the battlefield. The Holy Sun must have misjudged me. I'm just a commoner. Chen Qingyuan desperately denied it, fearing that if he said two more words, his identity would be demolished. Brother, count on me to beg you to hurry up. If he could, Chen Qingyuan wanted to pull his legs out and slip away. However, wouldn't that be missing out on the good show? Due to Changsun Fengye, many people looked at Chen Qingyuan with curiosity. Mundane is good, and I want to be one. Changsun Fengye was known to be gentle and refined, provided that he had not offended him. If one was his enemy, one would understand what it meant to be a smiling scholar with vicious methods. According to the gossip, it is rumored that some of the higher-ups of the Misty Palace want to abolish Changsun Qian's position as the Holy Maiden. And the reason why they have been unsuccessful is because of Changsun Fengye's outburst. Those sacred ground executives who proposed to abolish Changsun Qian. Changsun Fengye remembered all of them, and then turned his head and beat their juniors violently one by one. Moreover, Changsun Fengye released a bold statement that if Changsun Qian's position as the Holy Maiden was abolished, he would not be the Holy Son. As a result, those at the top dared not mention half a word about it, and they had a lot of headaches. In order to protect its face, the Misty Palace was right to replace the saint with a saint who had a better image. Changsun Fengye was right to want to preserve his sister's dignity and status. One can only say that it depends on who has the tougher tactics and who has the harder fists. Obviously, Changsun Fengye appeared to be a white-faced scholar, but in reality, he was extremely decisive and ruthless in his dealings. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have been able to securely sit on the position of the Holy Son, pressuring a group of higher-ups into compromising. Rumble. The great battle continued, and the exchanges had exceeded thousands of rounds. Chen Qingyuan looked at the situation in the battlefield and felt that this battle was about to be decided. For some reason, as Chen Qingyuan looked at the sword intent Wu Junyan had used, it had a few familiar flavors, yet it was difficult to describe them. Could it be that old Wu has learned the Taoist arts of the Xinqing sect before? Chen Qingyuan said darkly. That's impossible. Never heard of this thing. Forget it, don't think about it, just ask Lao Wu directly later. In the middle of the battlefield, Wu Junyan picked off the long axe in Changsun Qian's hand with his sword, and avoided Changsun Qian's divine power attack. In the blink of an eye, Wu Junyan flashed to Changsun Qian's side and viciously chopped out a sword. Boom boom! With a loud sound, Changsun Qian's body flew backwards and smashed into the ground, causing a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters to appear. There was a long sword mark on Changsun Qian's shoulder, and the qi and blood in her body kept rolling over, as if she had suffered a not-so-light injury. In the next moment, Wu Junyan stood in the sky above Changsun Qian. The sword in his hand was already out of his hand, hovering at the center of Changsun Qian's brow. The sword was extremely strong and sharp. You lost, don't bother me from now on. Wu Junyan put away his sword, put his hands behind his back, and said in a cold voice, although she lost, Changsun Qian's face did not have the frustration of defeat. Her eyes stayed fixed on Wu Junyan, and an admiration gradually grew within her. I'm not a man who keeps his promises. I'll definitely haunt you in this life. Wu Junyan, you can't run away. Changsun Qian was slightly lost, not being able to have Wu Junyan accompany her on the tour. However, this life was still long. There was always a chance. Wu Junyan was gone, like a white light, to nowhere. Go away. Don't stand here in disgrace. Without much surprise at the outcome of this battle, Changsun Fengye stepped forward and said, Brother, I must catch up with him. Changsun Qian set up a target. The voice is wonderful like the sound of a zither. It is the figure that seems incongruous. With the way you look now, who could look at you? Changsun Fengye said helplessly. Brother, the way Wu Junyan looks at me is very plain and different from the others. As long as I can impress his heart, he definitely won't care about my looks. Moreover, when my cultivation goes further, I will definitely be able to regain my former appearance and won't aggravate him. Changsun Qian said, if you're not ashamed, I'm ashamed to go. Being watched by countless pairs of gazes, Changsun Fengye grabbed Changsun Qian's shoulder with one hand and led her away from 100 Jade Mountain. After this battle, Wu Junyan's reputation went up another level, and all the frontiers were talking about it, deeply admiring him. Wu Junyan's sword skill is hard to find an enemy among his peers. Miss Changsun is such a swashbuckler that she actually lost. The result of this battle just proves that a character like Miss Changsun can only be subdued by Mr. Wu. Various forces began to look for traces of Wu Junyan, wanting to extend an olive branch and form a good relationship. At the same time, Chen Qingyuan exchanged the betting tickets, tucked the spirit stones he won inside his Qiankuan pouch, and hurriedly contacted Wu Junyan with a sound transmission jade talisman. Chapter 110, Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Wu Junyan, who had received the voice transmission, suddenly changed his face, not expecting to be able to run into Chen Qingyuan in the human spirit starfield. It was really unexpected. After contemplating, Wu Junyan and Chen Qingyuan arranged a place to meet, a valley nowhere to be seen, covered in weeds, with poisonous snakes spitting their letters visible in many shady corners. Wu Junyan hadn't been here long before he saw Chen Qingyuan walking in his cloths. Without saying a word, he slapped his palm out. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan had already prepared for this and immediately dodged to avoid it. Rumble. A loud sound was heard, and a huge palm print appeared on one of the stone walls behind Chen Qingyuan. Old Wu, don't be so angry, Chen Qingyuan hurriedly said. You still have the nerve to come and see me. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Wu Junyan had a cold face, and dozens of invisible sword lights coalesced around his body, his aura compelling. If you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have been so gentle just now. With regards to Wu Junyan's temperament, Chen Qingyuan held it very well. Humph. Wu Junyan snorted coldly. Since we're here, let's end that unresolved engagement. Wait, if you want to fight, you have to sit down and have a cup of tea first. Chen Qingyuan's eyes were sincere. If I wanted to break my promise, why would I come to you? Last time you also saw that it was not my wish. I was also forced. In my life, I hate people who betray their trust. Wu Junyan could indeed understand Chen Qingyuan, but his heart was still very unhappy, and he slumped his face in great displeasure. Chen Qingyuan, can I really trust you again? Looking at Wu Junyan in such a solemn manner, Chen Qingyuan's heart tightened slightly. Then, with a very serious expression, Chen Qingyuan slowly nodded his head. Yes. Hearing this answer and thinking of the image of Chen Qingyuan being forced to take away, Wu Junyan's anger slowly dissipated. Then, Wu Junyan waved his sleeve and tables and chairs appeared in front of him. On the table was a pot of fragrant and aromatic tea, as well as 2 teacups. Sit down. Wu Junyan didn't have a single friend in his life, except for Chen Qingyuan, who had an inexplicable sense of trust. When he was with Chen Qingyuan, it was as if he could remove his mask and feel that he was still alive in this world. Old Wu, why are you being pestered by Miss Changsun of the Misty Palace? What happened between you two? Chen Qingyuan took his seat and began to gossip. Didn't want to tell you. Wu Junyan was a little grumpy and gave a cold look. Regarding the matter of Chen Qingyuan being suddenly taken away back then, Wu Junyan did not mention it. He was a very smart person. If Chen Qingyuan didn't take the initiative to bring it up, there must be some taboo, and asking would be in vain. I have something I want to ask you. After the two of them chatted for a while, Chen Qingyuan mentioned the main matter. Did you learn the Xianqing sect's Taoist techniques? What makes you say that? Wu Junyan frowned. When you fought with Miss Changsun, I felt that your sword technique contained a hint of the Xianqing sect's Tao. Chen Qingyuan had a solemn expression. Oh, a flash of color swept across Wu Junyan's eyes. Are you sure? If you don't mind, you can condense a sword intent and let me take a closer look. Chen Qingyuan said. I mind. Wu Junyan's demeanor was indifferent, still holding a trace of resentment towards Chen Qingyuan. Chen Qingyuan was embarrassed. After a few breaths, Wu Junyan snapped his fingers towards his body and a sword intent appeared. Men who talk the talk. Chen Qingyuan looked at this invisible sword intent and scrutinized it, his eyes gradually becoming grave. After a longer period of pondering, Chen Qingyuan could confirm this, that the sword intent really contained a trace of the Xianqing sect's Tao art. Although Chen Qingyuan and Wu Junyan had known each other for many years, the two had never faced each other head-on, nor had they ever seen Wu Junyan fight, so it was only now that they had discovered something so fishy. It's really weird. Why did Wu Junyan's sword skills have a connection to the Xianqing sect? After mulling over the matter for half a day, Chen Qingyuan failed to figure out the matter and opened his mouth with a grave expression and asked, Old Wu, your sword skills shouldn't be from the Wu family. Who did you learn it from? Unspeakable. Wu Junyan whispered. It is rumored that when you were young, an immortal crane landed on the Wu family's territory and took you away. Could it be that? Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan thought of this matter and wanted to speak with a clear meaning. In response, Wu Junyan was not a rebuttal and was silent. In other words, all of Wu Junyan's skills were imparted by an unknown existence. That existence might be inextricably linked to the Xianqing sect. As soon as Chen Qingyuan thought of the many doubts about the Xianqing sect, he felt that he could get some of them answered from Wu Junyan. Wu Junyan seemed to be in deep thought, also pondering why his own Tao arts were involved with the Xianqing sect. At the same time, Wu Junyan remembered the moment when he first met with Chen Qingyuan. Wu Junyan, who had always treated people with indifference, had an inexplicable affection for Chen Qingyuan and was willing to sit down with him to drink and sip tea in a very relaxed mood. Old Wu, do you have any hard feelings? Chen Qingyuan broke the stalemate. I'm not strong enough to speak of that past when I was young. All along, Wu Junyan had gone to great lengths to become stronger, with the aim of gaining the approval of one person. That person was his master. His master had once said that if Wu Junyan had not reached the heights that pushed his peers across the board, and had not cultivated to the realm of the transition stage, he was not qualified to mention his master's name to the outside world, much less speak of that karmic experience. Alright, Chen Qingyuan didn't continue to pursue the question. This topic picked up. The atmosphere of the two people together became a little delicate, for eyes facing each other, both silent. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Qingyuan stopped thinking about these things and took out 2 jugs of fine wine, placing them on the table. Don't think about those bad things. Drink. Wu Junyan wasn't polite either and picked up a jug of fine wine and drank it painfully. After 3 rounds of wine, Chen Qingyuan took the initiative to bring up the matter of the appointment. Old Wu, I have a great deal of responsibility for not completing the appointment back then. Today, since we have come across each other, why don't we make an end of it? Not in the mood for that right now. Next time we meet. Wu Junyan had just fought with Chang Sun Xian and didn't have much intention to fight. Moreover, he realized that Chen Qingyuan's cultivation had risen to the peak of Jindan and would soon catch up. This appointment might as well be left in the future. Just think about it. It's not that I'm not cool with it. It's that you don't want to fight. Chen Qingyuan said loudly. Aha. Wu Junyan nodded slowly. Seriously, I think Miss Changsun is devoted to you. Why don't you just obey her? Not having to fight and easing his relationship with Wu Junyan. Chen Qingyuan joked with a raised eyebrow. Get out. Wu Junyan gave Chen Qingyuan an icy look. Chapter 111, Returning to the Academy. Not being able to do anything about it. I heard that Miss Changsun used to be colorful and only disfigured her face because her cultivation went awry. Old Wu, you are definitely not a superficial person who values looks. Chen Qingyuan just liked to bully Wu Junyan a little bit and was in a good mood. As far as I'm concerned, matters of love are stumbling blocks, not half as beneficial to cultivation. Wu Junyan was like a wooden lump, not close to women. Of course, he didn't have the Dragon Yang's favor either. Then your life is truly uninteresting. If Chen Qingyuan were to let his whole life be all about cultivation and eschew all other interests, he would definitely go crazy. Then again, what do you think of this person, Chang Sun Fangye? Unfathomable. Wu Junyan mused. Chang Sun Fangye, that is, Chang Sun Qian's own brother, the sacred son of the Netherworld Palace. At the same time, he was also one of the Northern Wasteland 10 Masters. Specifically, previously, Chen Qingyuan had met with Chang Sun Fangye and had chatted a few times. Most notably, that guy had taken Chen Qingyuan's jug of wine and remembered it fondly. He is recognized by many as the head of the Ten Jie, and his cultivation may have reached the transformation god realm, far surpassing his peers. Wu Junyan's eyes were sharp and his tone was grave. The head of the 10 Masters is indeed not simple. Recalling Chang Sun Fangye's gentle and elegant appearance, Chen Qingyuan recalled his agreement with the girl in red within the heavenly abyss. Defeat all of the Northern Wasteland 10 Masters of the same name and stand at the peak of the Northern Wasteland's younger generation. Trying to fulfill this engagement is no easy task. If Chang Sun Fangye was the recognized head of the 10 Masters, then Chen Qingyuan's defeat of him should be considered crushing his peers in the Northern Wasteland. Only, Chen Qingyuan definitely couldn't do it in a short period of time. So for the time being, it was better to stop imagining things. When I went to the Misty Palace to invite Chang Sun Xian to battle not long ago, I heard some news. Do you want to hear it? Wu Junyan had been in contact with Chen Qingyuan for a long time, and had also caught the bug of liking to sell secrets. Speak, I'll listen. Chen Qingyuan was intensely interested. Chang Sun Fangye has been investigating your news, and he is very interested in you, Wu Junyan said. At that time, when the new list of the Northern Wasteland 10 Masters came out, you only had a cultivation level of the heavenly spirit realm. A situation like yours has never been seen in the ancient texts. This is a precedent. At the mention of the list of the Northern Wasteland 10, Chen Qingyuan's heart was depressed, because this list had been prepared and promulgated by the Dawi Academy since ancient times. According to the previous rules, Chen Qingyuan could not be selected as one of the 10 Masters if he was related to the Academy. However, Master Yu Chunran knew that Chen Qingyuan's identity as the inheritor of the Qing clan would definitely not be able to live peacefully in this life. So it would be better to push Chen Qingyuan to the tip of the waves of the great world to strengthen his sharpening. Alas, Chen Qingyuan let out a long sigh. It was really hard. Aside from Chang Sun Fangye, there are quite a few people who want to seek you out, defeat you, and take your name off the table. Wu Junyan gloated. I'm sure I won't show my face anytime soon, so let them find it. Only when Chen Qingyuan was strong enough would he show himself to the eyes of the world. As for now, only a fool would go around flaunting it. Wu Junyan smiled without saying anything. It wasn't his headache anyway. The two drank a few more glasses of wine and water and talked about unimportant topics. As dusk approached, Chen Qingyuan said goodbye to Wu Junyan. Old Wu, I'll leave first. Aha! Wu Junyan watched Chen Qingyuan leave. After a long time, Wu Junyan murmured, I think we'll see each other again soon. A kind of intuition from the depths of the soul. Chen Qingyuan had already wasted a lot of time and needed to return to Dawi Academy as soon as possible. I hope that when I go back, I won't be chastised by my master. After spending a month, Chen Qingyuan crossed hundreds of star domains and finally arrived at the Wangshu star domain. The lookout starfield was located in the remote area of the northern wasteland, and there weren't many stronger cultivators or clan forces. The Daoi School Palace's small world was then established in a corner of the Wangshu starfield. Taking out the identity jade token, he activated the prohibition leading to the Academy Palace. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan was sucked in by a vortex. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the arcane world of the Daoi Academy. Brat! Get your ass over here. Chen Qingyuan had just returned when Yu Qinran's voice came to his ears. Done. Listening to Master's tone is not too kind. I'm afraid I'm going to get a beating. Chen Qingyuan traveled to the White Goose Palace with a stiff upper lip. At this moment, Yu Qinran was sitting under a willow tree in the courtyard, sipping tea and living a cozy life. Master, Chen Qingyuan walked over and bowed. You still know to come back. Yu Duanran blared and lightly grunted. Disciple has slightly delayed some time. Please chastise Master. Chen Qingyuan has an excellent attitude in admitting his mistakes. According to the rules of Daoi Academy, new disciples must learn various Taoist arts, and after passing, and with the unanimous approval of the elders group, they can only go out to practice. After all, any disciple represented the face of the Daoi School Palace and could not be sloppy. Indeed, it should be punished. Yu Qinran nodded his head as he followed Chen Qingyuan's words. What a mouthful I am. Chen Qingyuan secretly gave himself a big mouthful. You go find Elder Zhao, Yu Duanran said. Master, Elder Zhao is busy with his official duties. There's no need to trouble him. Chen Qingyuan really didn't want to stay with Zhao Ichuan. It was too depressing. Most of all, Chen Qingyuan was afraid of being put in small shoes by Zhao Ichuan. Go! Yu Qinran waved his sleeve and directly slapped Chen Qingyuan away. Dizziness and general lack of control. By the time Chen Qingyuan's eyes got light in front of him, he realized that he had already arrived at Zhao Ichuan's cultivation cave, and that Zhao Ichuan was standing right in front of him. Meet Elder Zhao. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly saluted. Aha! Zhao Ichuan had already received Yu Qinran's voice transmission and was not surprised by Chen Qingyuan's arrival. Nodding indifferently, behind Zhao Ichuan stood Song Ningyan, dressed in a white dress and as cold as ice. There's something for you to do. Zhao Ichuan put his hands behind his back. What is it? Chen Qingyuan muttered in his heart. Accompany girl Song on her journey to the Heavenly River in the Tricor Starfield. Zhao Ichuan said bluntly. Heavenly River Starfield? Chen Qingyuan was puzzled. What's the point of going there? Resolving a mundane matter, Zhao Ichuan said. Young people should experience more. Letting you accompany girl Song for a walk is also considered to be a kind of sharpening for you. Can I refuse? Chen Qingyuan asked in a small voice. Can't. Zhao Ichuan smiled slightly. Okay. Chen Qingyuan revealed a helpless expression. You can't help it. The specifics, girl Song will tell you. Kid, this trip might not be peaceful. Be prepared. Zhao Ichuan's smile looked very scary to Chen Qingyuan. After explaining these words, Zhao Ichuan left the place, not knowing where to go. Inside the room, only Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan remained, wide-eyed and dull. Don't just stand there. Tell us what's going on. Chen Qingyuan sighed and sat on top of the chair next to him. Chapter 112, No Regrets Even If You Fail. Song Ningyan looked at Chen Qingyuan with a cold expression, took a step to the side, and then took a seat. Originally, Song Ningyan had planned to handle this matter alone, and Zhao Ichuan had agreed. However, Yu Qinran suddenly slipped Chen Qingyuan to Zhao Ichuan, causing Zhao Ichuan to temporarily change his mind. These days, Song Ningyan had been working hard to prove herself, and through her unremitting efforts, she finally gained Zhao Ichuan's recognition and truly became his disciple. Since he had accepted Song Ningyan as his personal disciple, Zhao Ichuan was not ambiguous and decided to give a meet and greet gift. Song Ningyan refused the meet and greet gift and instead made a request. The quest for freedom. Song Ningyan was the first daughter of the Song family, an ancient clan in the Heavenly River Star region. Her talent was extremely high and was highly valued by the family. Only, since ancient times, the Song family has been ruled by males, and a woman, even if she is strong enough, cannot touch the core power, and ultimately can only be reduced to a tool for marriage. The Song family of the Heavenly River Star region was the top of the ancient clans, and its heritage was especially deep. If Song Ningyan wanted to change her fate, the only way to do so was to bet everything on the Daoi Academy. If she could obtain the support of the Daoi Academy, Song Ningyan would be able to escape her established fate. Fortunately, her efforts had not been in vain, and at least now there seemed to be a great deal of hope. I'm a member of the Song family, an ancient clan in the Heavenly River Star region, and have been secretly cultivated by my family since I was a child for the sole purpose of marrying with other forces to consolidate my family's position, enhance my family's strength, and gain benefits from it. Song Ningyan turned her head and locked eyes with Chen Qingyuan, briefly explaining the matter. The Song family of the Heavenly River Star region, They're not small. The strongest ancient clan in the northern wasteland. There was no one. It was hard for Chen Qingyuan to not know. The Song family had marriages with many forces, and their interests were intricate. It was no exaggeration to say that most of the top forces in the northern wasteland, going back tens of thousands of years, had marriages with the Song family. This time I'm going back because I want to sever this karma and restore my freedom. Song Ningyi was blunt. The difficulty of this matter is not small. Chen Qingyuan said, if you're afraid, you don't have to follow each other. Perhaps it was that loneliness in her heart. Song Ningyan didn't want Chen Qingyuan to see her weak side. Back in the family, Song Ningyan wouldn't be as hardened as she was now, and would be restricted in every way. My master and elder Zhao have both given their word, so I can't even think about not going. Chen Qingyuan was a bit depressed in his heart. There was no peaceful life to live for himself. Although the Song family's underlying strength isn't comparable to that of the Dawi Academy, the difference isn't very large. If you were to accompany me to settle this matter, even if you were the vice dean's disciple, you would probably have to suffer. Song Ningyan already knew who Chen Qingyuan's master was, and was taken aback at the time, not understanding what allowed Chen Qingyuan to gain favor with Vice President Yu. Could it be that the Song family dares to kill me? Chen Qingyuan asked. That's not possible. Song Ningyan shook her head. If the Song family dared to lay a deadly hand on Chen Qingyuan, the Dawi Academy would dare to go to war with the Song family the next day. Looking at the northern wasteland, any power that knew of the existence of the Dawi school palace knew the horror of the palace and didn't have the guts to offend it. That's nothing to be afraid of. The corners of Chen Qingyuan's mouth rose slightly. Song Ningyan opened her mouth, wanted to persuade a little more, but the words came to her mouth but could not say it. There is a person accompanied back. Song Ningyan's heart will be more or less some sense of security. After all, even if Song Ningyan had become Zhao Yichuan's disciple, deep down inside, she still had a strong fear of the behemoth that was the Song family. Who is the person the Song family has arranged for you to marry? Chen Qingyuan gossiped, his eyes expectant and curious. After hesitating for a moment, Song Ningyan said in a deep voice, in the human spirit star region, the ethereal sacred land's eldest son Fengye is known by many as the head of the northern wasteland's 10 masters. Who? At those words, Chen Qingyuan's face changed drastically. His pupils contracted, and he blurted out, Changsun Fengye? Not long ago, Chen Qingyuan had only had a fight with Changsun Fengye, and had thought that it would be impossible to have any interactions with him for a very long time. Who knew that he would hear his name again so soon? By the look of you, you know him? Song Ningyan's willow brows knitted. Met once. Chen Qingyuan nodded his head gently. Have a grudge? Song Ningyan asked again. That's not true. The guy had the cheek to ask for a jug of wine. Thinking back to the picture of that day's meeting with Changsun Fengye, Chen Qingyuan said truthfully, begging for wine? Song Ningyan's expression stared. In her impression, although Changsun Fengye was gentle and elegant on the surface, he actually always treated people with some distance. It was impossible to do such a thing. The ancient clan Song family's heritage was indeed powerful, but it didn't dare to underestimate the ethereal sacred land of the human spirit astral region, especially eldest son Fengye, who was the sacred son. Changsun Fengye was known as the head of the northern wasteland 10 masters, and there was no need to say much about his high talent. As long as he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely be a top powerhouse standing at the peak in the future. Using a marriage to form a good relationship with a future top powerhouse would be beneficial to the Song family without any harm. That guy is the strongest demon in the northern wasteland. You won't be at a disadvantage if you marry him. Moreover, looking at the entire northern wasteland, there are as many heavenly daughters who want to marry that guy as there are people. Chen Qingyuan didn't understand anymore where to find such a good Dao couple. Song Ningyan actually wasn't happy about it. I don't like this feeling of being controlled like a puppet, and I don't have much interest in Changsun Fengye, not to mention that he's the head of the Northern Wasteland 10, and even if he suppressed demons from all walks of life in the Imperial Prefecture, disliking it is disliking it. Song Ningyan spoke the thoughts in her mind. As a member of the Song family, you have been given the status and resources given to you by the Song family since you were a child. In this regard, you are duty-bound to marry the Song family and the Netherworld Holy Land, an ancient family with a long history of inheritance. If all the people within the family were as disobedient as Song Ningyan, it would have long since broken down. How could it have its current splendor? I agree with you, Song Ningyan said expressionlessly. If I'm not capable, I'll let my family arrange the future. But since I have a slight chance to change my destiny, why don't I go and put up a fight? If I succeed, the benefits I bring to the family will not be small. If I fail, I will let the clan dispose of me, and I can also give the others in the clan an example of a mistake and make an example of them. According to you, whether you succeed or fail, it's not bad for the Song family, Chen Qingyuan said. Everyone thinks differently. I just don't want to regret it. The status of a Song family woman is too low. I want to fight for it, and I don't regret it even if I fail. For countless years, although the women of the Song family did not lack resources, they were missing that dignity. Either their own strength became strong, or they sought out a Dao partner whose background and strength was not weak. Even if both of these conditions were met, it was impossible for the Song family to allow a woman to hold a core top position. Song Ningyan wanted to do something not only for her own freedom, but also to try and change the pedantic rules that had been in place in the clan for years. Chapter 113, Going to the Song family of the ancient clan. That's funny. Chen Qingyuan understood Song Ningyan's inner thoughts and was filled with interest in this matter. You want to change the Song family's founding rule, unless your strength reaches a height that can crush everything. Otherwise, delusional. Chen Qingyuan said. In life, there are some things one must try. Song Ningyan's eyes hid a lot of emotions and her tone was firm. How can you get an answer until the end? This time when you go back, you want to cancel the marriage between the Song family and the Netherworld Holy Land, right? At first, Chen Qingyuan really didn't want to go out, but now he came to be very interested. Yes, Song Ningyan nodded. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble for doing this? A marriage between two great powers was not something that could be broken just by thinking about it. The interests involved were too great. I didn't dare before, but not anymore. Song Ningyan had gone to great lengths to become Zhao Yichuan's disciple, just to get shelter. Zhao Yichuan wasn't an ordinary elder. He was the personal disciple of the dean of the Dawi Academy Palace. If nothing else, Zhao Yichuan would be the future dean, and Song Ningyan's status would also rise. With this heavy identity, Song Ningyan had a bottom line in her heart. Have a temper. I admire you. Chen Qingyuan watched the fun. Aren't you afraid of being implicated? Seriously, Song Ningyan didn't want to involve Chen Qingyuan. Such a wonderful and good show. It would be the greatest regret in this life if I missed it. Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly. Anyway, he was just a spectator. He shouldn't be held in hatred by the Song family. In that case, then let's leave tomorrow. While the matter of the marriage between the two families had not been finalized, Song Ningyan wanted to settle it as soon as possible. Okay. Chen Qingyuan nodded his head and returned to Yunqi residence to organize his belongings and wait quietly. That night, Master Yu Chunran came. Master. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly invited Yu Chunran to the upper seat and poured a cup of fragrant tea. This time when you go to the Song family, you don't need to be afraid when you run into things. There is a master to back you up. As long as the Song family's group of old guys do not have a problem with their heads, they will not have the guts to lay their hands on you. At most they will secretly make trips, as if they are sharpening their skills. Yu Duanran wanted to push Chen Qingyuan to grow up in the shortest possible time, and there was pressure to motivate him. The future of the Green Sect was very likely to rest on Chen Qingyuan's shoulders. If it was the previous Dawi Academy, the disciples in the door try not to interfere in the outside world, concentrate on cultivation, do their own thing on the line. Now it's different. The Dawi School Palace has accepted Chen Qingyuan. It means that it can't be as secluded as it used to be. Yes, Master. Chen Qingyuan nodded heavily. Disciple will definitely not disgrace your old man. I don't dare to guarantee other places. As long as you are in the northern wasteland and don't do anything that goes against the moral bottom line, my master will be able to cover for you. This assurance from Yu Chunran gave Chen Qingyuan great warmth. Thank you, Master. Chen Qingyuan said with a smile. After the master and disciple chatted for a few moments, Yu Chunran gently patted Chen Qingyuan's shoulder and left at a slow pace. The next day, Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan set off. This trip to the Heavenly River Starfield required crossing hundreds or thousands of starfields, and the journey was extremely long. Along the way, the two were silent, with little to talk about. Walking out of the Dawi Academy Palace, Song Ningyan was wearing a dark-colored long dress, a veil, and her long hair tied with a cloth. Her eyes were very cold, and her body exuded an aura of rejecting people, similar to an ice cube. Chen Qingyuan was dressed in a white coat with an extraordinary demeanor. After continuously rushing for more than half a month, Song Ningyan turned her head to look at Chen Qingyuan. Find a place to rest. Yes. Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan exchanged glances, sensing a hint of something unusual. The two men found the foot of a mountain, took out a white cloth and spread it on the ground, sitting on top of it to rest. The two men were tens of meters apart, and neither of them paid attention to anyone. Song Ningyi closed her eyes and sat in meditation, as if she was organizing her mind. It didn't take long to arrive at the Heavenly River Starfield, and Song Ningyan's heart became very anxious, not as calm as before. This situation was normal. After all, Song Ningyan was trying to rebel against her own destiny and make enemies of the family's hierarchy. Previously, it was just a thought, but now that it was going to be put into action, there was more or less some fear in her heart. From a young age, Song Ningyan had been instilled with the idea of not going against the family, and the trace of fear in her heart was hard to erase. If Song Ningyan wanted to go higher in the future, she had to overcome her fear and stabilize her Dao heart. Let's hope you can take that step. Chen Qingyuan could see Song Ningyan's knot in his heart and secretly muttered to himself. This kind of thing, no one could help Song Ningyan, she could only rely on herself. After resting for a day, Song Ningyan's face looked much better. However, there was still a trace of uneasiness deep within her eyes that was hard to hide. It's time to depart. Chen Qingyuan didn't make snide remarks and solemnly said, not only are you a member of the Song family, but you're also a disciple of the Dawi Academy. Times are different now. Even if the Song family wants to punish you, they will have to weigh the consequences. I'm fine. Song Ningyan gazed deeply at Chen Qingyuan and quickly withdrew her gaze, looking ahead. In this way, after another 10 days, the two finally arrived at the Heavenly River Star region. Using the large teleportation arrays around the world would also take quite a bit of time. The core area of the northern wasteland, the Heavenly River, the Earthbound, and the human spirit, had no difference between high and low, and were at an equal regional level. The aura concentration of the Heavenly River starfield was indeed much stronger than the remote starfield. Ordinary trees that grew extremely thick and tall. Ordinary wildflowers that bloomed beautifully with bright colors. The Song family of the ancient clan was located on top of one of the main stars in the Heavenly River starfield, and the family's buildings, which were 100 times more lavish than earthly palaces, covered an area so vast that one could not see the end of it with the naked eye. The gate was carved out of a piece of jade about 10 meters high, and on either side was a fence. The Song family has a main gate and many side gates. Each entrance and exit has the guards of the clan. Outsiders without invitation and permission may not enter. Missy is back. Song Ningyan had just appeared and was recognized, immediately informing the higher-ups. Song Ningyan, who was standing at the doorway, had not dared to take a step forward. The glimmer of unease in her eyes became more and more obvious. To the world, the Song family is high and mighty, and as the first daughter, she must have endless resources and an honorable position. However, for Song Ningyan, the Song family is a cage. Every corner is very depressing, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was worried that after stepping into the Song family this time, she might not be able to get out again. Could the identity of a disciple of the Dawi Academy really make the Song family compromise? Song Ningyan had no bottom in her heart. To put it bluntly, it was still her own lack of strength. If she had the ability to push everything across the board, there would be no need to worry about these problems, and the entire Song family would have to offer her up. Scared? Chen Qingyuan stood at Song Ningyan's side, arms folded. Song Ningyan was silent. After a few moments, Song Ningyan suppressed her restless heart and exerted all her strength before taking a step with her left foot, so the two stepped through the door side by side. What will greet them? Chapter 114, Unwilling to be a tool of the marriage union. Every corner of the Song family was a scene of luxury. There were specialized 100 gardens with all kinds of flowers in full bloom, captivating the eyes. The forest was overgrown with trees, a greenish color, and there was a crystal clear river nearby, rushing vastly to the east. There were many mountains within the courtyard, about 100 meters high. From time to time, one could see all kinds of rare and exotic beasts, and one could find quite a lot of spiritual grasses on both sides of the jade slate road, growing on their own like the wild grasses outside, unattended. Taking a glance ahead, a huge palace stood side by side, and the palaces in the human world were not even 1/100th of the splendor. Many of the palaces hung in the air, surrounded by clouds and mist, revealing a holy flavor that transcended the mundane. The main hall was constructed in the most massive and splendid manner, with dark red tiles, jade pillars like small mountains, and every inch of it was meticulously arranged and wonderfully picturesque. Each palace has a unique shape, all over the law prohibitions, and the smoke and haze will be locked in the temple's surroundings, presenting a picture of the earth's fairyland scene. Words cannot be described. Inside the main hall, there were about 100 people at the top of the Song family, seated one after another according to their strength. Learning that Song Ningyan had returned and had brought a companion with her, the Song family used the shortest amount of time to investigate Chen Qingyuan's details. A disciple of the Xinqing sect of the Fu Lu Star domain, and a personal disciple of the vice dean of the Dawi Academy. With the Song family's ability, it wasn't hard to find out about this. With the identity of the vice president's disciple, the Song family didn't dare to neglect Chen Qingyuan. A white jade avenue, about 100 meters wide, led straight to the main hall. On both sides of the road stood guards dressed in the same attire, each with a few proud and heroic looks on their faces, with extraordinary apparatuses. The Song family is worthy of being the strongest ancient clan in the northern wasteland, and is rich and generous. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan was astonished by the architectural layout of the Song family. Dawi Academy is not so extravagant, seems very low-key. Less talk, Song Ningyan reminded. This is not outside. Be careful what you say. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Song Ningyan and realized that her face was a little pale, presumably because the trace of fear deep within her heart still hadn't been overcome. It was understandable. After all, Song Ningyan had grown up in such an environment, and it was difficult to uproot the fear rooted in her soul in a short period of time. The two of them stepped over the threshold of the main hall, and what met their eyes was a scene of opulence and splendor. The vast hall, with more than 20 huge white jade pillars supporting the beams, was flanked by exquisite tables and chairs, with 99 seats on each side. The Song family's top management occupied more than half of the seats, and they all looked towards Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan who walked in, their expressions as serious as statues. The atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive and heavy, causing Song Ningyan to feel a hint of suffocation, and her delicate body gently trembled. Song Ningyan quickly stabilized her inner turmoil, doing her best to keep herself calm as she slowly walked forward. In the deepest part of the hall there was a high platform with a chair that symbolized the highest power of the Song family. A middle-aged man, dressed in a long black robe, sat on it. Standard features, eyes like an abyss, slightly yellow skin, and a solemn, unruffled look. He was the current head of the Song family, Song Xiufeng, and Song Ningyan's father. Song Xiufeng had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, and it wasn't until he had secured the position of the family head that he officially got married. And after that, he gave birth to several children. Song Ningyan was the only woman, the first daughter of the main vein. Dad. Arriving at the center of the hall, Song Ningyan bowed towards Song Xiufeng, who was seated high above. Late senior Chen Qingyuan, meet the Song family seniors. Chen Qingyuan arched his hand in salute. Young warrior Chen, please take a seat. Song Xiufeng pointed to the empty seat on one side and revealed a light smile to Chen Qingyuan. Thanks a lot. Chen Qingyuan was not polite and sat down. Many pairs of curious gazes landed on Chen Qingyuan's body, unclear as to what Chen Qingyuan meant by coming to the Song family, and whether or not he represented some sort of will of the Daoi Academy. Song Ningyan stood alone. The pressure multiplied. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times, her hands hidden under her sleeves tightened to the point of turning purple, and she became extremely restless inside. I heard that you've become Elder Zhao's personal disciple. Not bad. Song Xiufeng put away his smile and his expression was so serious that people didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. Song Ningyan pursed her red lips tightly, her emotions tense. Years ago, Song Ningyan had shown her unwillingness to obey the family's arrangements and was chastised by Song Xiufeng. However, Song Ningyan's grandfather was able to understand her, and secretly helped her by asking for an invitation from the Daoi Academy, arranging for Song Ningyan to be able to participate in the Academy's examination ceremony. Song Ningyan's performance was very bright, and she achieved the first place in the examination. And after Song Ningyan's tireless efforts, she passed Zhao Yichuan's many tests and officially became his disciple. Only, that chip wasn't enough. If Zhao Yichuan was the dean of the Daoi Academy Palace, the Song family wouldn't dare to arrange Song Ningyan's future. However, Zhao Yichuan hadn't reached that height of controlling everything, so there was no need for the Song family to worry too much. The old man sent you out of the Song family in the first place, so I can pretend I didn't see it, and it's good to let you go out for a break. Now that the time has come, you shouldn't fool around. Song Xiufeng directly stated his attitude. Even if Song Ningyan became Zhao Yichuan's disciple, he couldn't influence the Song family's layout. Father, I don't want to be a tool of the union. Song Ningyan was silent for a long time and gathered her courage to say. The eyes of the Song family's clan elders jumped, although they knew very well what was in Song Ningyan's heart. It was the first time they saw Song Ningyan dare to say it in front of everyone. This girl's temperament is actually very much like the head of the family. Stubborn enough. It was a pity that Song Ningyan was only in a daughter's body. If she had a male body, she would definitely be able to gain Song Xiufeng's favor. In a few days, Lord Chang, son of the Netherworld Holy Land, will come over, so you guys can meet and familiarize yourselves with each other at that time. Song Xiufeng seemed like he hadn't heard those words from Song Ningyan and said in an undeniable manner. If he could, why would Song Xiufeng not want Song Ningyan to be able to live a free and easy life? As the head of the family, he had to think about the future of the Song family. As a father, all he could do was to find Song Ningyan a good marriage. The ethereal Holy Land's eldest grandson, Feng Yi, was superior in both talent and appearance, and was definitely worthy of the Song family's first daughter. The two families joined forces and swapped resources. Whether it was an ancient clan or a sacred ground sect, all of them needed to develop well and make alliances as much as possible, not letting their feet stay where they were. If they didn't think about progress, even the most powerful force would only be a flash in the pan and couldn't last long. For the Song family to be able to carry on their legacy to this day, and still be able to sit steadily at the head of the Northern Wasteland ancient clan, is to put aside personal affinities and put everything in the family's interest. Father, give me a little more time, and I will prove that I am no worse than anyone else. Song Ningyan went out on a limb and faced her deepest fears head-on, locking eyes with Song Xiufeng, who was sitting high above her, and said aloud. Chapter 115, Are you threatening me? Song Xiufeng kept his indifferent expression, as if nothing around him could make his emotions fluctuate. No matter how strong your personal abilities are, could you still crush the entire northern wasteland? Song Xiufeng didn't get angry and his tone was flat. The more this happened, the more the pressure became sufficient, causing Song Ningyan to gasp for air. Chen Qingyuan, who was sitting on one side, watched the bustle and slightly understood Song Ningyan's suffering, and also figured out why Song Ningyan's character was so cold and didn't like to communicate with people. It's a good thing my elders aren't that strict or I'd have a headache just thinking about it. Chen Qingyuan suddenly felt that the Shenqing sect's senior brothers and sisters were too good to him. I just want to try it. No? Song Ningyan trembled and said. No. Song Xiufeng said indifferently. Not only am I the daughter of the Song family, but I'm also a disciple of Zhao Yichuan of the Dawi Academy Palace. If we want to join forces with the Netherworld Palace, the Song family needs to discuss with the Dao One Academy. Song Ningyan had already obtained Zhao Yichuan's permission, and if she really wanted to be an enemy of the rules that had been set for countless years by the Song family, then she had to be prepared to face all difficulties. When it mattered, Song Ningyan could take out the name of the Dawi Academy. Since Zhao Yichuan had accepted Song Ningyan as his disciple, then he would definitely do his best to protect him. However, this matter was, after all, an internal conflict of the Song family, so Zhao Yichuan was not in a good position to intervene, and could only allow Chen Qingyuan to accompany him. Why did you let Chen Qingyuan accompany you? Of course it was the karma stained on Chen Qingyuan. With Chen Qingyuan's company, Song Ningyan's safety could be sheltered to a certain extent. Song family very few old guys if the eyes are not blind. Even if they do not deduce Chen Qingyuan's Qingzong background, but also know that cannot make bad blood with Chen Qingyuan. Do things will be convergence of some, not even a few years after going out, and then you want to use the name of the Dawi Academy to pressure me. Not a small amount of guts. Song Xiufeng was indifferent, his tone mixed with a few hints of sarcasm. Song Ningyan's lips turned a little pale, not knowing how to go about dealing with this matter. If she couldn't even suppress the background of the Dawi School Palace, then what else could she do? If the dean of the Academy Palace comes forward, my father will let you do whatever you want without saying a word. The Song family only feared the dean of the huge Dawi Academy Palace, Zhao Yichuan. He wants to sit in the dean's position. It's still early. The current him can't make the Song family bow down yet. Hearing these words, Song Ningyan's face turned pale. Song Xiufeng was able to sit steadily in the position of family head and maneuver with all the top forces in the northern wasteland, and his means and heart were far above Song Ningyan's. He was able to see through Song Ningyan's petty thoughts with just a glance. With just one glance, he could see through Song Ningyan's small mind and casually take it. Although Song Xiufeng said something like that, he definitely didn't think so in his heart. That was Zhao Yichuan, whose strength was so strong that even a large portion of the Song family's old men were far inferior. Give Zhao Yichuan some more time, and he would surely become a dean in the future. How could it be possible to offend the future dean of Dawi Academy? Song Xiufeng's brain wasn't pumped? That speech just now was meant to make Song Ningyan get confused and obediently listen to the family's arrangements. If Zhao Yichuan really wanted to stand here, and Song Xiufeng dared to say such words to his face, it was estimated that it would be very difficult for the Song family to rest in peace. With Zhao Yichuan's temper, he would never rest until he had violently beaten up all of the Song family's older generation. Girl, you can't fight your father. The hearts of the clan elders were like mirrors, secretly thinking, knowing that Song Xiufeng was blowing smoke, still not putting Zhao Yichuan in his eyes. What a joke. If they really didn't take Zhao Yichuan seriously, the Song family would have already gone to the Dawi Academy to arrest him. Chen Qingyuan was on the outside of the situation and could see that Song Ningyan was now in a state of extreme nervousness, presumably because the seeds of fear that had been rooted in her soul since she was a child had begun to sprout, and she was at a loss for words. Cough. Chen Qingyuan coughed softly, breaking the dull atmosphere in the hall. Does young warrior Chen have something to say? Song Xiufeng glanced at Chen Qingyuan, and invisible pressure followed. Although Chen Qingyuan didn't have a good feeling about Song Ningyan, when he came, his master Yu Chunran instructed a few words to protect Song Ningyan as much as possible and not to let Song Ningyan be bullied. If it was before, the Dawi Academy would definitely not interfere in the Song family's family affairs. However, since Song Ningyan had now become a disciple of the Dawi School Palace, the palace could not just sit back and watch. It's fine. I just had a bad throat. Chen Qingyuan locked eyes with Song Xiufeng, unafraid of his authority, and was blandly self-assured. I came to the Song family to watch the spectacle, and when things are over I'll go back and report everything that happened to the elders. Is this kid threatening me? Song Xiufeng narrowed his eyes slightly, hearing the implication of Chen Qingyuan's words. The crowd of clan elders had cast astonished and shocked gazes, admiring Chen Qingyuan's courage. He had a lot of guts. How does young warrior Chen wish to report this to the elders of the Academy Palace? Song Xiufeng asked without changing his face. Report truthfully, Chen Qingyuan said. What happens? Then what is reported? At this moment, Song Xiufeng's mood became heavy. If Chen Qingyuan really spread the conversation he adjusted back to the Dawi Academy, Zhao Yichuan's face would be slightly damaged, and it would be a masterpiece. At that time, things would be even more lively once Zhao Yichuan carried a stool to the Song family's front door. Looking at the entire Song family, there were less than 3 old men who could steadily suppress Zhao Yichuan. This did not include the current head of the family, Song Xiufeng. Song Xiufeng would definitely lose if he fought Zhao Yichuan. This is a family matter of my Song family. Is young Master Chen not afraid of offending my Song family? Song Xiufeng's words carried a few hints of threat. Not afraid. The corners of Chen Qingyuan's mouth rose slightly. I'm just telling the elders of the Dawi Academy Palace what happened as it is. That's the mission I came here for. If the Song family wants to deal with me, be my guest. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Although the crowd wanted to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson, they didn't dare to make a move. If they dared to oppress Chen Qingyuan today, Yu Chenran would dare to raise the Song family to the ground tomorrow. Never doubt the strength of the vice president of the academy. That would be big trouble. What a headache. Song Xiufeng pondered for a moment and said softly, young warrior Chen will stay in the Song family as a guest for the time being, and wait until after the Song family and the Misty Palace have reached an alliance before returning to the Dawi Academy Palace to resume his duties. The marriage of the two families is a powerful combination that Song Xiufeng does not want to give up. After this matter was over, Song Xiufeng decided to personally go to the Dawi Academy Palace to apologize and give the academy enough face. As for now, that would be an indulgence to Chen Qingyuan. In other words, putting Chen Qingyuan under house arrest and blocking the space around him, so that Chen Qingyuan couldn't use the Two Realms transmission note or any other means to send a message. Okay, then I'll shamelessly rub a cup of wedding wine. Understanding his situation, Chen Qingyuan had no worries and was full of smiles. Sure, Song Xiufeng smiled slightly. Senior sister, it's actually a good thing for the two families to join forces. Why don't you just nod your head and agree? Chen Qingyuan looked toward Song Ningyan and snickered. Who are you calling sister? Song Ningyan slowly turned her head and locked eyes with Chen Qingyuan. I was initiated before you, so of course you are my senior sister. More seriously, it does. Humph, I don't recognize it. The pressure in Song Ningyan's heart decreased a lot when she was bickering with Chen Qingyuan. Forget it if you don't recognize me. Originally I had another good thing for you. Since you don't treat me as a senior brother, there's no need to give it to you. Chen Qingyuan pretended to be mysterious. Stuff? Song Ningyan frowned. The Song family crowd also developed a few moments of curiosity, always feeling that this Chen Qingyuan kid was a variable that should not be underestimated. When I came, Elder Zhao gave me something and instructed me something. If you can't solve this matter, let me take the item out. Zhao Yichuan knew very well that Chen Qingyuan was a sophisticated guy, and having Chen Qingyuan come to his aid could reduce a lot of trouble. Something like that falling into Song Ningyan's hands might only make things more dire. After all, the Song family was the head of the ancient clans in the northern wasteland, and needed to save face and not just bow down. However, the situation could be very different when things were handed over to Chen Qingyuan. What did Master really give you? Song Ningyan seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and there was a light in her eyes. What's the point of lying to you? Chen Qingyuan said. You? Song Ningyan hesitated for a moment. Calling out a senior brother was just that. It wasn't like she would lose a piece of meat. After thinking clearly, Song Ningyan whispered to Chen Qingyuan. Senior, elder brother, please take the item out. That's more like it. Chen Qingyuan smiled in satisfaction. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan took out the object from his Sumeru ring. Chapter 116 Identity Token. Smoothness of work. A palm-sized black token. The crowd stared slightly, not seeing what it was for the moment. Song Ningyan did the same, her eyes confused. However, Song Xiufeng sitting high up could not sit still. Miso Sound stood up. Face suddenly changed. Pupils contracted. Obviously, Song Xiufeng recognized the item in Chen Qingyuan's hand. Zhao Yichuan's identity token represented his own will. The most shocking thing was that this token was forged by the Dean, and it was rumored that it contained one of the Dean's innate attacks, which was of great significance. Zhao Yichuan actually brought this thing over. This, Song Xiufeng was confused. The look of being in control just now was gone, and his expression was rich. Some of the knowledgeable core clan elders appeared to have guessed the origin of this token as well. Their faces dramatically changed, and a flash of horror flashed across their eyes. What's wrong with the family head? Could it be that this token has an extraordinary origin? Most of the unidentified clan elders noticed Clan Chief Song Xiufeng's unusual look and secretly exchanged voice communications with a bewildered expression. After a long while, Song Xiufeng closed his eyes and forcibly suppressed his inner restlessness. Then, a look of scorn crossed Song Xiufeng's eyes as his gaze coalesced onto Chen Qingyuan's body and he murmured, "Young warrior Chen, do you know what this token means?" "Not quite," Chen Qingyuan said truthfully. "Elder Zhao just explained a few things. And if anyone oppresses his disciple, he asked me to take out the token. He also said that as long as the Song family didn't all turn blind, they would definitely be willing to sit down and discuss things." "Zhao Huan, you guys really don't give face to my Song family." Song Xiufeng took a deep breath, doubling his headache. Originally, Song Xiufeng had planned to settle the matter of the marriage between the two families first, and then personally go to the Dawi Academy to apologize. As the head of the Song family, he had made a special trip to apologize, giving enough face to the Dawi Academy palace, and would definitely not let the situation become serious. However, Song Xiufeng never expected that Zhao Huan would actually let Chen Qingyuan carry the identity token that symbolized his own will. A headache. What a headache. Song Xiufeng felt that this matter had become particularly tricky to handle. If the Song family allowed Song Ningyan to fool around, not only would the Song family's face be damaged, but it would also cause the rest of the Song family's young people to follow suit. In that case, wouldn't the entire Song family be in chaos? This is a precedent that cannot be set. However, if the Song family didn't give Zhao Huan this face, the situation would also become very troublesome. In and out. Not only was Song Xiufeng annoyed by this, but even those old guys who were used to seeing big waves also had a splitting headache and didn't know what to do. The Dawi School Palace does not participate in the Northern Wasteland's mundane affairs, and has a special status. Otherwise, Zhao Huan favors Song Ningyan so much, and in the future, if Song Ningyan doesn't make any mistakes, she can definitely stand firm in Dawi Academy, and it's natural that she can't be united in marriage. Elder Zhao handed over the token to young Master Chen. So what does young Master Chen plan to do with the Song family's family affairs? After thinking for a long time, Song Xiufeng pushed this trouble onto Chen Qingyuan. When he said this, he deliberately emphasized the word family matter. If Chen Qingyuan dealt with it haphazardly, it would give the Song family an excuse not to be afraid of offending the Dawi Academy. In this way, the Song family's face would definitely not be damaged, and they wouldn't have to invite trouble. Worthy of being the head of the family, he took the initiative into his own hands again and let Chen Qingyuan, a brat, take the blame. A very few old guys glanced at Song Xiufeng, their eyes flashing with admiration. Actually, this is not difficult. Although Chen Qingyuan's age was no more than a fraction of any of the old men present, his cunning was no less than that of an old fox. Oh, Song Xiufeng came to be interested, wanting to see what words could pop out of Chen Qingyuan's mouth. I am willing to listen to young warrior Chan's lofty words. The marriage between the two families is a happy event, and it is naturally best if it can come to fruition. However, whether it will work or not, we always have to ask the opinions of the parties involved. In a few days, Misty Holy Land's Changsun Gongzi will be here, so let Changsun Gongzi get to know my senior sister and spend some time alone. If both parties can develop a love affair, all will be happy. If there is no love, it must not be forced. Chen Qingyuan spoke his mind. The crowd was silent as they heard the words. From within Chen Qingyuan's passage, the Song family's crowd couldn't pick too many faults. Both gave the Song family face, allowing the two parties to the marriage to get along, all depending on fate. Without falling short of the majesty of the Dawi Academy, it gave Song Ningyan a certain amount of protection. If Song Ningyan and Changsun Fengye saw eye to eye, this matter would be beneficial to several powers. If the two were not destined to become a couple, the Song family would have something to say to the outside world, and it would be impossible to lose face. This fellow, Chen Qingyuan, is not weak in his work. Song Xiufeng narrowed his eyes and said darkly. Chen Qingyuan had once entered the heavenly abyss, but it seemed nothing to the Song family. Everyone had secrets and chances that belonged to them. Furthermore, the Song family had even more secrets. In a few days, when Changsun Fengyi arrived, Song Ningyan casually perfunctorily said that she didn't like it. In this way, if the Song family still wanted to force Song Ningyan, they would be not giving face to the Dawi Academy. With this move, Chen Qingyuan placed the initiative into Song Ningyan's hands. As for the Song family, if they didn't want to offend the Dawi Academy, they could only pray that Song Ningyan and Changsun Fengye had this destiny. Back then, when Chen Qingyuan had just been initiated, he had thought of taking the opportunity to curry favor with Zhao Huan. Later, Zhao Huan secretly investigated Chen Qingyuan's life and knew him well enough to trustingly hand over the identity token to Chen Qingyuan. With Chen Qingyuan's ability, he would certainly not suffer any losses and would be able to get this matter done properly. If Song Ningyan was allowed to hold the token, she would probably ask for her freedom to be restored straight away. For the sake of face and clan rules, the Song family would have to bite the bullet and refuse even if they knew that they would have formed a bond with the Dawi Academy. No matter what, The Song family was the head of the ancient clans in the northern wasteland, and the issue of faith should not be taken lightly. What does the Song family think? Realizing that Song Xiufeng hadn't spoken, Chen Qingyuan opened his mouth and asked, "Let's follow what young Master Chen said. Whether or not the marriage between the two families will be successful depends on the destiny between the young people." Song Xiufeng never thought that he would be defeated in a young man's body. This kind of feeling could be really hard. As if there was something stuck inside his throat. He couldn't swallow it and couldn't spit it out. Song family patriarch, a deep sense of righteousness, admired by my juniors. Chen Qingyuan put the token away and cupped his fists. After gazing deeply at Chen Qingyuan, Song Xiufeng whisked his sleeves away. A clan elder arranged a guest room for Chen Qingyuan. Not daring to be slow, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan exited the great hall and headed to the location of the guest room. My father is agreeing to this? Although Song Ningyan did not know the ways of the world, she could see that the Song family was compromised and felt a dream. Or else, Chen Qingyuan gave Song Ningyan a look and let out a laugh. When you come out to hang out, if you don't have absolute strength, you always have to leave some face for both sides, and you can't make things too stiff. Senior sister Song, if you weren't born in the Song family, with your one-track-minded personality, it would be easy to offend people. What about you? Haven't you ever offended anyone in your life? Song Ningyan was grateful to Chen Qingyuan, but one size did not fit all. She didn't really like Chen Qingyuan's preaching and disliked it. Chapter 117, let you toss around for a while. Whoever lives in this world has not offended anyone. Although I have offended people, I still live a good life. Unlike you, you don't have a brain and do things recklessly. Let me tell you, if you want to have less trouble in life, bow down to your elders when you need to, and pamper yourself when you need to. It's not like you're an outsider anyway, and you won't lose a piece of meat. Chen Qingyuan said. Humph. Song Ningyan clasped her hands in front of her chest and let out a light hum, powerless to retort. It so happened that Chen Qingyuan saw Song Ningyan with her arms wrapped around her, glanced at her eyes, and muttered in a low voice, although she has no brain, she has material elsewhere. Hey! Song Ningyan suddenly shouted. Chen Qingyuan had the appearance of being a thief, and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. A serious, what? Thank you. Song Ningyan stopped in her tracks and solemnly thanked her. Whoever told me to show up with you as my senior sister? You're welcome. Honestly speaking, the first time Chen Qingyuan heard Song Ningyan say words of thanks, he was more or less unaccustomed to it. It wasn't easy for a heavenly beauty like Song Ningyan to lower her head and say thank you. Forget it. I'm not going to get into a fight with you, seeing as you came all the way over here to do me a favor. Song Ningyan let Chen Qingyuan whine, going in with his left ear and out with his right. After sending Chen Qingyuan to the entrance of the guest room, Song Ningyan turned around and left. This matter hadn't been completely resolved, and Song Ningyan needed to face the elders of her family alone. The guest room was large, and the house was very well equipped, with tables and chairs and benches made from the finest spirit wood. Chen Qingyuan admired every corner of the guest room. Pushing open the closed window, he could see a crystal-clear lake with hundreds and thousands of willows planted along the shore and many golden carp in the water. The scenery is as beautiful as a paradise. That day, it was late at night. In the Song family's inner hall, there were a dozen or so people sitting in the room, all of whom were Song Ningyan's immediate family members. The person sitting at the head of the table was not the family head, Song Xiufeng, but his father, Song Wenxian. Song Wenxian was the previous Song family's lord and one of the Song family's strongest combatants today. He loved Song Ningyan as his granddaughter, so he had the cheek to send Song Ningyan to the Dawi Academy, giving Song Ningyan a chance to seek freedom. Father, this is not going to be easy. You can handle it. Song Xiufeng's tone carried a few accusations. Ha ha ha. Song Wenxian, who had a head full of white hair and many wrinkles on his face with kind brows, let out a cheerful laugh. Regarding what happened in the Great Hall today, Song Wenxian had already known. Now that you're not outside, then you're not the Song family head, but Ningyan's father, and you should be happy for Ningyan. That's true, but this girl Ningyan is too unintelligent. Alas, Song Xiufeng cultivated for 10,000 years before he had Song Ningyan with his wife. Where would he not love it? It's just that, as the patriarch, he must sometimes be ruthless and must not take into account personal feelings. It's all because of that brat Chen Qingyuan. If it wasn't for him, Ningyan definitely wouldn't have the ability to solve this. One of Song Ningyan's own uncles sighed softly. Then again, old man Yu has lived for so many years, seen countless heavenly pride demons, and has never moved to accept a disciple. This time, old man Yu has accepted Chen Qingyuan as his disciple, which really surprised me. Song Wenxian was intensely interested in Chen Qingyuan and wanted to see him with his own eyes. That boy is a little fox, a thief. Speaking of Chen Qingyuan, Song Xiufeng had an uncomfortable feeling. He had been in charge of the Song family for many years, and it was the first time he had been suppressed by a young man. Someone who can be favored by old man, you can't be ordinary. Song Wenxian laughed. Click. Song Ningyan prepared herself mentally for being scolded, and with heavy steps, she pushed open the door to the study and slowly walked in. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, second uncle. Looking at the people sitting inside the room, Song Ningyan saluted and greeted them one by one. Girl, go sit next to Grandpa. Song Wenxian pointed to an empty seat on his side, specially reserved for Song Ningyan. After taking her seat, Song Ningyan was sitting on pins and needles, not daring to look at her father. Song Shoufeng, Grandpa knows your thoughts and is unwilling to become a puppet of the family. Although your father is strict, he treats you extremely well, and has carefully chosen for your marriage, so as not to let anyone suffer. The human spirit star region's ethereal holy lands Changsun Feng Yi. That's a famous heavenly pride of the world. If you can't even look at him, I'm afraid that no one in the entire northern wasteland will be able to get into your eyes. Song Wenxian said in a serious tone. I know that the elders have treated me well, and I also know very well that as the daughter of the Song family, I should shoulder the appropriate responsibilities. If I didn't have the ability, even if I was dissatisfied in my heart, I would never go against the will of the family. Since I have some talent, I want to struggle a bit, and I hope that Grandpa and Dad will understand. Song Ningyan was uncomfortable sitting with the elders and got up. Of course Grandpa understands you, and your uncle and aunt can understand too. As for your father, he's just an old codger, so I guess he doesn't understand you, girl. Song Wenxian doted on Song Ningyan and said with a smile. At those words, the corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Master, it's too strange for you to call your own son an old codger. Song Shoufeng revealed a helpless expression. Father, please, give your daughter a chance to prove herself. Song Ningyan walked up to Song Shoufeng and sincerely requested. If my daughter fails to meet your requirements, she will never dare to rebel again in the future, and will let her father arrange her future life. Saying that, Song Ningyan's eyes reddened and her eyes contained hot tears. Seeing his daughter in such a pitiful state, Song Shoufeng could not be indifferent even if he was stubborn. Just as well, let you toss and turn for a while. Song Shoufeng's taut heartstrings slowly loosened, and with a sigh, he nodded his head in agreement. Thanks, Dad. Song Ningyan cried tears of joy and directly jumped into Song Shoufeng's arms. Here, Song Shoufeng was not the head of a clan, but a father. Tears are glued to me. Step aside. Song Shoufeng pushed Song Ningyan away with a look of disgust. His cheeks slightly reddened, and he coughed softly a few times to cover up his embarrassment. Laughing and cursing softly, Song Ningyan followed Chen Qingyuan's instructions to do her job, and it suddenly felt very useful. Ever stubborn, Pops laughed and didn't blame himself for the behavior. Girl, Grandpa remembers that you never pouted to your father. Looking at this scene, Song Wenxian smelled a hint of something else. Is this the method that brat Chen Qingyuan taught you? In front of a group of elders, Song Ningyan didn't have the ability to lie and bowed her head. Yes, Old Me is getting more and more interested in this kid. Arrange a time for Old Me to meet him. Song Wenxian turned his head to look at Song Shoufeng with interest. Just after saying this, Song Wenxian shook his head. Forget it, it's better for the old man to go over there and take a look in person. Your kid's work is a bit unreliable. Song Shoufeng. On the following day, Chen Qingyuan pushed open the door of his room early in the morning, admiring the courtyard full of flowers and trees, in an exceptionally relaxed mood. Old man, when did you get here? Just after opening the door, Chen Qingyuan saw an old man dressed in rough linen clothes, holding a large pair of scissors and trimming the grass in the yard. This old man's arrival was not half noticed by Chen Qingyuan, and his mind tightened with vigilance. Chapter 118, It's my honor to buy Senior a drink. The old man was none other than the Song family's old ancestor, Song Wenxian. He had long heard that Yu Chunran had taken on a disciple named Chen Qingyuan and was curious. He also knew that Chen Qingyuan was smooth and taught Song Ningyan to learn to bow to her elders. Song Wenxian couldn't wait to meet Chen Qingyuan face to face to see just how far the current young man could be old and cunning. I'm sorry for disturbing your excellency's rest, as I've just been here for a while, trimming the grass and trees in the guest hall garden. Before coming, Song Wenxian disguised himself and deliberately pretended to be one of the Song family's subordinates. Rough linen clothes, a pair of straw shoes, hair is more messy, full of scruff. It's not a problem. Chen Qingyuan took one look at Song Wenxian and knew that he was no ordinary person. I heard that your excellency made the family head suffer yesterday. He is truly a young hero. Song Wenxian put down the tools in his hands, thought of an entry point for the conversation, and said archly, Senior, don't flirt. I have great admiration for the Song family heads. How would I dare to act disrespectfully? Chen Qingyuan clasped his fists in return and hurriedly explained. It's all been rumored, and even though I'm a mere servant in the mansion, I've heard about it. Between words, Song Wenxian deliberately revealed his fake identity, trying to make Chen Qingyuan relax his guard. If Senior is a subordinate, I guess most of the Song family wouldn't dare to make you old. Chen Qingyuan had been mixed up in the world for many years, and his eyesight was extremely poisonous. What makes you say that? At the sound of the voice, Song Wenxian's heart sank with a thud. Secretly thinking that he was dressed in such rags, it was impossible for him to reveal a breakthrough. Elder seniors really love to joke with their juniors. Chen Qingyuan laughed bitterly. The Song family has a deep heritage, and as far as the eye can see it is all Billy. Not to mention other things, let's just say that the jade brick that old senior is stepping on under his feet is something of great value when placed outside. Song Wenxian frowned slightly, temporarily not understanding the meaning Chen Qingyuan was trying to convey in his words. So, Song Wenxian remained silent and continued to listen. According to what old senior said, you shouldn't be dressed like this even if you are an underling in the mansion. Yesterday, when I walked through the gate of the Song mansion, the maids were all dressed in golden wisps of jade, and the guards were all wearing spirit light treasure armor. So what a grandeur. Taking a step back, if there are still some unfavored subordinates in the Song family who didn't receive the clan's gifts, it's also possible. However, it is by no means possible for an unfavored subordinate to be dispatched to the guest house to mow the gardens. The Song family is the head of the ancient clans in the northern wasteland. Even an underling represents the face of the Song family. How could they let an old man dressed in such plain clothes come over? Isn't that a slap in their own face? Chen Qingyuan told the speculation in his heart. This kid seems to have a point. Song Wenxian's eyes suddenly changed when he heard this. Observant and attentive. Plus, this son's talent is extremely high, and there is the Daoi Academy behind him. So his future is unlimited. Having been dismantled in 3 words, Song Wenxian didn't find it funny at all. Reasonable. Since he was poked and prodded for not being an underling, Song Wenxian made another puzzle. His eyes were deep, the corners of his mouth rose, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Mr. Chen might as well be guessing the identity of the old man. Can you do it? Is there a reward? Chen Qingyuan asked rhetorically. Hearing this, Song Wenxian froze for a moment, then smiled. If you can guess 7 out of 10, of course there will be a reward. Song Wenxian had stayed in the clan for many years and was bored to death. Today, when he met with Chen Qingyuan, he was extremely interested. Actually, your old man's identity is not difficult to guess. Chen Qingyuan smiled deeply. You say. Song Wenxian didn't dare to say a word more for fear of exposing another clue. He thought that Chen Qingyuan was definitely swindling himself, and he could not afford to be unguarded. Old sir, you just said that the family head was defeated because of me, and when you said that, your eyes were very flat, without a hint of respect. Coupled with your old man's aura of being in a high position for many years, you are more than likely a core figure of the Song family. To dare to talk recklessly about the affairs of the family head without a hint of respect. It is estimated that the power is no less than that of the family head. As far as my juniors know, the Song clan chief is a great man among men, and the only people in the huge clan who can slightly overpower the Song clan chief are those few unseen old ancestors. Is the latecomer's guess true? Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly. These remarks fell into Song Wenxian's ears, causing him to be greatly shocked. In the short time of a single glance, he himself had been seen by Chen Qingyuan. It was too outrageous. What upset Song Wenxian's heart was that up until now, he still hadn't figured out Chen Qingyuan's bottom line. You kid. Awesome. Song Wenxian held his tongue for half a day, genuinely admiring it. When Chen Qingyuan speculated, he incidentally complimented the Song family head for being a great man of the world. This kind of ass-kissing did not make people feel uncomfortable, but was instead very flattering and secretly joyful. A single look from Song Wenxian when he said family master had given Chen Qingyuan so much information. Song Wenxian was surprised. He hadn't encountered such a young man in years. Song Wenxian was the previous family head and Song Xiufeng's own father. Ask how it is possible that when the old man talks about his son externally, it is with respect. Depression. Failing to tease Chen Qingyuan, he was instead revealed in a single word. Song Wenxian stared at Chen Qingyuan with mixed emotions. Yesterday, Song Xiufeng suffered a defeat, and today, Song Wenxian did the same. Truly worthy of being a father and son. It's probably because of the latecomer's rude behavior in the Great Hall yesterday, which aroused the old senior's interest, and only today did he condescend to come here. Chen Qingyuan's tone was a beat as he continued, snickering, your old man has specially gotten such a costume in order to conceal his identity. It's really hard to do so. With that, Chen Qingyuan took a few steps forward and bowed to Song Wenxian with great respect. Senior Chen Qingyuan, greetings to senior. If there is any rudeness, I ask for senior's forgiveness. You boy. Looking at Chen Qingyuan with such a courteous and respectful attitude, Song Wenxian didn't even have an excuse to teach him a lesson if he wanted to. Never mind. Buy the old man a drink and you'll be forgiven. Song Wenxian blew his beard and glared. Being poked and prodded about the identity of the Song family's top brass so simply was not fun and boring at all. It is an honor to treat senior to a drink. Please come in. Chen Qingyuan stood by the door and extended his hand in salute. Thus, Song Wenxian stepped into the door of the room with large strides. His expression always had a few depressing tones. Things were going completely differently than what he had expected. In his imagination, Song Wenxian had gotten close to Chen Qingyuan as an underling, and then familiarized himself with him. When he found a suitable moment to reveal his identity in a few days, he would be able to see Chen Qingyuan's greatly shocked appearance. Thinking of the great sense of shock that the reversal of his identity would surely bring to Chen Qingyuan, Song Wenxian was very much looking forward to it, and came to the garden of the guest hall at an early hour. However, contrary to expectations, this is not where the matter is headed. After taking his seat, Song Wenxian stared straight at Chen Qingyuan, causing Chen Qingyuan to feel uncomfortable. Chapter 119. It's none of your business if I want to. Chen Qingyuan took out the fine wine he was carrying, poured a cup, and handed it over to Song Wenxian. A cup of turbid wine. Please don't mind, senior. Taking a sip of the wine, Song Wenxian shattered. The wine is a bit poor, but you, as a person, are quite interesting. What Song Wenxian wanted to drink was not wine, but to get to know Chen Qingyuan better by getting up close and personal with him. A latecomer is a mundane person. Nothing interesting. Being stared at by an old man with strange eyes, Chen Qingyuan got goosebumps. To be accepted as a disciple by old man Yu. How did you kid do it? As for the details of the acceptance of the disciple, Song Wenxian had not inquired about the specifics, but only knew that Yu Chunran had suddenly accepted a disciple, which had shocked a lot of people. That's not very easy to say. It's a bit complicated. Chen Qingyuan scratched his head, not knowing where to start. Regarding this matter, Chen Qingyuan was actually somewhat at a loss. He only knew that Grand Master Shangguan Rong had made a trip to the Daoyi Academy hundreds of years ago and had an exchange with Master Yu Chunran. Later, Chen Qingyuan inexplicably entered the Daoyi Academy, and just like that, he worshipped Yu Chunran. That's okay, the old man has all the time in the world. You know what you need to say. Song Wenxian's gesture made it clear that he wanted to get to the bottom of things, or else he refused to leave. That's too bad, Chen Qingyuan muttered in his heart, but of course he didn't dare to say it out in the open. Regarding the causes and consequences of my worship, it's fine to tell senior. However, didn't you say before that there would be a reward? The content of the worship did not involve any secrets. It did not matter if Chen Qingyuan said it. Anyway, this matter was known to quite a few people in the Daoyi Academy. It was just that, before answering Song Wenxian's query, one had to be cheeky enough to ask for the reward for winning. We've got a point. Take it. Song Wenxian gave Chen Qingyuan a look and casually took out a Tianyuan bag and threw it to Chen Qingyuan. Consider this as a meeting gift from the old immortal to you. Many thanks, senior. A smile appeared on Chen Qingyuan's face as he hurriedly put away the Tianyuan bag. When it comes to the matter of worshipping a master, it would have to involve my other master. For the next period of time, Chen Qingyuan roughly recounted the causes and consequences. Song Wenxian listened patiently while frowning. The more he listened, the more he felt strange and not quite right. As a Song family ancestor, he wouldn't specialize in investigating a young man. It was only because he had heard that Yu Chunran had taken on an apprentice that he had paid attention to Chen Qingyuan. However, in Chen Qingyuan's narration, he was originally a disciple of the Xianqing sect of the Fu Lu Xing domain, under the tutelage of Shangguan Rong, and the two masters and disciples had never really met. Hundreds of years ago, Shangguan Rong traveled to the Daoyi Academy. Song Wenxian secretly used his Dao magic to confirm that Chen Qingyuan wasn't lying, and said to himself in his heart, the Fu Lu Star region is located in a remote area, and even if the first-class forces within it are strong, the people who sit in their seats are at most cultivators at the transition stage. How could a mere fairy cultivator find the address of Daoyi Academy, and to be able to talk to old Manu, who is the vice dean? Isn't this bull asterisk? It's not right. It's very wrong. Song Wenxian was in deep thought. After Chen Qingyuan had finished his narration, Song Wenxian had yet to think clearly about the reason for this, lowering his brows in deep thought. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan didn't dare to interrupt out loud and sat upright. No matter what era, strength will always reign supreme. The person who could sit and chat with Yu Chunran must be a top power in the world. In Chen Qingyuan's narration, there was no mention of what had happened between Shangguan Rong and Yu Chunran because he himself was not sure. Kid, that big master of yours is called Shangguan Rong. Right, Song Wenxian said. Right, Chen Qingyuan nodded. This is fishy, we'll have to send someone to check it out. Song Wenxian had a plan in mind. Perhaps Chen Qingyuan and even the Xianqing sect was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. The best way to figure this out was to find Yu Chunran directly and ask him about it. Alright, let's talk for the moment today, and I'll come back to you in a few days. Song Wenxian got up and prepared to leave. Elder, take your time. Chen Qingyuan went out to see him off. Whoosh! In the next moment, Song Wenxian transformed into a stream of light and turned to run outside the Song family's gate. Father, are you going out? Song Xiufeng sensed this and hurriedly flashed to the clouds, appearing in front of Song Wenxian. There's something I don't think is simple, and I want to go and find out. Song Wenxian's face was grave. You don't need to go out personally. Just send any clan elder. Song Wenxian is the pillar of the Song family. Song Xiufeng is more or less worried and cannot afford to lose. Don't worry. You're old man. Although I'm old and strong. And I'm not at the point where my lifespan is about to die. Song Wenxian could see Song Xiufeng's concern and said bluntly. Besides, I'm going to the Daoi Academy Palace to investigate things. Other than me and a few old guys, will the Academy Palace give face to the rest of the Song family? Okay. It turned out to be a trip to the Daoi Academy. Something that the other clan elders weren't really qualified to do. Immediately afterward, Song Wenxian took out the great teleportation talisman, which could span across neighboring star realms. Snap! Song Wenxian crushed the teleportation talisman in his hand and his body instantly disappeared. This is a life-saving treasure. It's a loser. Seeing this, Song Xiufeng was in pain. Even if it was the rich and powerful Song family, it wasn't a simple matter to refine a great teleportation talisman that spanned the starfield. Unbeknownst to him, Song Wenxian had used not one great teleportation talisman, but dozens, in order to get to Daoi Academy in the shortest amount of time. Song Wenxian didn't care about these treasures. If the rest of the clan knew about this, it would probably hurt for a long time. Daoi Academy, White Goose Palace. Yu Chen, who was lying on the surface of the water and resting with his eyes closed, sensed a trace of familiar law fluctuation and slowly opened his eyes. Why is old man Song here? Yu Chen unlocked the prohibition outside the Daoi Academy Palace, allowing Song Wenxian to enter. Afterwards, Song Wenxian navigated his way to the White Wild Goose Palace and sat on his but on Yu Chenran's side, seemingly melting with the water. But in reality, his clothes weren't drenched. Old Yu, we haven't met for many years. I brought a few pots of good tea over. Song Wenxian knew that Yu Chenran just loved to sip tea and pitched in. Don't get close. Something's going on. Without a matter. Yu Chenran knew Song Wenxian's temperament too well and said seriously. We're all old friends. There's no need to get so rusty. Song Wenxian grinned. I heard that you've taken in a new disciple, and I was curious to ask about it. It's a thing. Yu Duanran came to a realization and seemed to smile. Old Yu, didn't you have no desire to take on a disciple? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Voicing his inner doubts, Song Wenxian poured 2 cups of fragrant tea, causing the teacups to float in midair. I do. It's none of your business. Yu Duanran grunted lightly. Then let me change my question. Is the Xianqing sect really just an ordinary sect? And that Shangguan Rong who approached you hundreds of years ago, is he an ordinary cultivator? Song Wenxian didn't like to bend the rules and directly stated the reason for his visit, hoping to get an answer. Chapter 120, this game is getting bigger and bigger. Yu Chenran didn't answer Song Wenxian's query head-on, and lifted the teacup suspended in front of him, drinking the tea in the cup and sighing a sentence. Although the tea is good, it's missing a few arcane flavors. This is the best tea in my Song family, and your mouth is too tricky. Song Wenxian hummed lightly. In response, Yu Chenran smiled without saying anything. Hey, you really won't tell me? In order to figure out the cause, Song Wenxian flew all the way here, consuming a large number of 2 realms teleportation talismans. If he left without getting anything, Song Wenxian was very uncomfortable in his heart. Old man Song, go away. Yu Duanran waved his hand and said softly. Looking at Yu Chenran's serious look, Song Wenxian knew that he couldn't ask anything. With a long sigh, he slowly got up and turned around, walked a few steps. Song Wenxian muttered in a low voice, lousy so good tea. In the northern wasteland are a great. This old boy actually still feel a few points less subtle meaning. Must be deliberately looking for fault. Muttering to himself, Song Wenxian suddenly caught a hint of something, and a few moments of doubt appeared between his brows. Slowly, Song Wenxian began to repeat a phrase, a few less subtle flavors. Less. Boom. Suddenly, Song Wenxian's eyes widened as he heard the implication of Yu Chenran's words. The Xianqing sect is missing a Xian. Then it is the Qing sect. Song Wenxian immediately turned around, his expression stunned and incredulous, wanting to cry out in shock. Old Yu, could it be that the Xianqing sect is? At this time, Yu Chenran interrupted Song Wenxian's words with a solemn expression. Old Song, some words are good to be clear in your heart. Don't say them out loud. Understand? These words meant that Yu Chenran had given a definitive answer. Whoa! Hearing these words, Song Wenxian's head was like being doused with a pot of cold water, forcing those words inside his stomach as he nodded heavily. I understand. Leave me some tea before you go. It's not perfect but it's passable. Yu Duanran put away the serious demeanor from a moment ago and turned into the appearance of an old man in the marketplace and said with a smile, Take it. Song Wenxian's trip was not a false one, and he directly threw the entire tea leaves he was carrying on his body to Yu Chunran with an incomparably complicated look in his eyes. Song Wenxian left the Dawi Academy Palace. His mood on the way was complicated, more excited and joyful. Revealing this matter to Song Wenxian was something Yu Chunran had thought through. One was because he had known Song Wenxian for tens of thousands of years and knew the other party's character well. Secondly, and most importantly, the Song family was able to become the head of the ancient clan in the northern wasteland thanks to the help of the Qing clan. About 100,000 years ago, a certain old ancestor of the Song family had traveled to the imperial prefecture when he was young and became an outer disciple of the Green sect. Later, that old ancestor received help from an elder of the Green sect to solve many of the Song family's problems. At that time, the Song family was at the bottom of the list among the ancient clans. It was only after the Qing clan's help that the Song clan was able to rise rapidly. Later, the Green sect couldn't bear the pressure from the various forces in the imperial state and decided to move out of the imperial state. In order not to expose their whereabouts, the Green sect expelled a large number of outer disciples from the division, which must have had scouts from various forces inside. The outer disciple who was expelled was that old ancestor of the Song family. Then later, the Green sect disappeared from the imperial state, its whereabouts unknown to anyone. The Song family's old ancestor searched for many years, until the moment he sat down and closed his eyes there were no clues, and passed away with regret. His master and fellow disciples were all in the Green sect, and he owed the Green sect a favor he had yet to repay. This matter could only be known by the core of the Song family. Elder ancestor, the children and grandchildren have found the direction of the division for you. Song Wenxian returned to the Song family in a very short time, and went straight to the Song family ancestral hall, looking at the longevity plaque that was placed on top of the shelf and muttering. Although Song Wenxian hadn't witnessed the image of his old ancestor's regretful passing, he had read the bloody book left behind by his old ancestor more than once. Only the head of each family and the protector elder could touch this core and be qualified to know about it. Before the old ancestor passed away, he used blood as ink and wrote an extremely long letter in blood. The content of the letter expressed his thoughts and gratitude to Qing Zong, and hoped that future generations would not forget Qing Zong's help to the Song family. If he could find Qing Zong in the future, he hoped that future generations would help him fulfill a thought, get recognized by the Green sect and become a disciple of the Green sect again. This was the only wish of the Song family's old ancestor. Old ancestor, I will definitely help you fulfill your last wish. Song Wenxian slowly clenched his fists as he made a promise within the shrine. Back then, the Green sect had suffered too many humiliations and injustices. In order to preserve the flame, the Green sect had no other choice but to give up their entire family business in the imperial state. This connection between the Song family and the Green sect, Yu Chunran could certainly find out. After all, the Dawi school palace had survived for a very long time, and it wasn't difficult to find out about this. Foolish boy, may you be able to lift your wings and soar? Recapturing the former glory of the Green sect, Yu Duanran looked into the distance with a gloomy expression and muttered. Since he had become Chen Qingyuan's master, Yu Chunran would be responsible. He had first allowed Chen Qingyuan to travel to the eastern lands and had gotten a statement from the Buddhist sect. Now that he had tied the Song family to a warship, those top forces in the future imperial prefecture would not dare to go easy on Chen Qingyuan even if they knew the whereabouts of the Xianqing sect. Back then, Song Wenxian had the cheek to ask for an invitation letter and sent Song Ningyan to the Dawi Academy. From that moment on, Yu Chunran had begun to count on the Song family, not to talk about calculating, is to find the right time, so that the Song family and Chen Qingyuan firmly tie together. In this way, behind Chen Qingyuan stood the Dawi Academy in the northern wasteland, the Song clan at the head of the ancient clans, and the Buddhist sect in the eastern lands. With these several forces added together, any top sect in the imperial prefecture would have to panic. Unite all the forces that can be united and pave the road ahead so that this foolish apprentice of mine will suffer less. Yu Duanran seems to rarely get out of the Dawi Academy, but in fact, the world's situation is very thorough. If Chen Qingyuan was a little fox, then Yu Chunran was a real old fox who had started laying out his plans many years ago, in order to bring back the glory of the Qing sect and challenge the top forces of the imperial state. This game, it's getting bigger and bigger. With a whoosh, the other vice dean, Lin Xiangqiu, arrived at the White Goose Palace and sat on top of the water with Yu Chunran. Song Wenxian's arrival and departure naturally could not be hidden from Lin Wenxian's eyes. What? Scared? Yu Duanran raised an eyebrow and smiled. Why yes, I haven't fought in years and my hands are itching. Lin asked Cho to take out the wine gourd hanging from his waist and lightly hummed. Two vice presidents. One likes to drink wine, the other likes to sip tea. Just blow it. Yu Duanran gave a blank stare. Old Yu, if you don't give me face like that, if you have the guts, let's have a match. Lin Wenxian was a violent temper. Rude. I'm a civilized man. I don't see eye to eye with you. It was not known whether he was afraid or just too lazy to do anything, but Yu Chenran refused the offer. Cut. Lin asked Cho to put on a smug look. On the other hand, the Song family of the ancient clan. Song Wenxian gathered his emotions and once again headed to Chen Qingyuan's residence. Chapter 121. How about being my granddaughter-in-law? Cultivation breakthrough. The guest hall. Inside the courtyard, Chen Qingyuan was dressed in a dark-colored robe. His long hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin, and there were a few strands of hair at his temples swinging in the wind. He sat under a pavilion, admiring the beauty of the surroundings, and the breeze that came to his face was interspersed with a faint scent of flowers that refreshed his heart. Ta-da-da-da. A slight sound of footsteps came from his side. Chen Qingyuan turned his head while looking. It turned out to be the same old-timer from the other day. Elder, you're here again. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly got up and saluted. I was bored at home and came over for a walk. Song Wenxian was wearing plain cloth clothes. His full head of white hair was very silky, and his beard had been combed. Today's him was much tidier than last time, and his immortal aura was floating. Your old man took a walk and was able to walk to the garden of the guest hall. This reason is too untenable. Of course Chen Qingyuan wouldn't break it down. Smooth as can be. So coincidentally bumped into each other. Old-timer, come in and sit down. Okay. Song Wenxian had originally run towards Chen Qingyuan, and without reserve, she sat down within the pavilion and met Chen Qingyuan face to face. Since knowing that Chen Qingyuan was the heir of the Qing clan, Song Wenxian's heart was unusually complicated, not knowing what attitude to use to face Chen Qingyuan. Too good is definitely not good. Easy to attract the suspicion of others. If it is not good, then it is also not good. The Green sect and the Song family have a great affinity. How can it be bad for the heir of the Green sect? LOL. Sad. Song Wenxian did not tell anyone in the family about the matter of the Green sect, including his own son Song Xiufeng. This matter was significant, and if more people knew about it, it would easily leak out. And the ones who would end up in bad luck would be Chen Qingyuan and the current Shanqing sect. Last time the old man drank your wine. This time try the old man. With that, Song Wenxian took out 2 jugs of fine wine and set them on the table. Thank you, senpai. Chen Qingyuan was not polite and directly poured 2 cups. A toast to you from the late generation. With that, a drink was taken. A warm current surged into the dantian, causing Chen Qingyuan's cultivation bottleneck to loosen slightly. This wine, I'm afraid it's not easy. Chen Qingyuan gazed deeply at Song Wenxian, solemnly rose and arched his hand in thanks. Many thanks to senior for the wine. Don't get all polite. Drink. The more Song Wenxian looked at Chen Qingyuan, the more he liked him, not only for the identity of the Green sect's heir, but also for Chen Qingyuan's own charisma. This wine was carefully brewed by Song Wenxian with a lot of precious spirit medicine, which just corresponds to Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation level, helping you to stabilize your foundation and break through the bottleneck. So the two of them made small talk and drank their wine. After 3 rounds of drinking, Song Wenxian and Chen Qingyuan had gotten acquainted a bit more, no longer as rusty as before, and from time to time, they let out a hearty laugh over a certain topic. Song Wenxian secretly blocked off the guest hall. No one was allowed to probe. Even if Song Wenxian doesn't set up a boundary, no one dares to spy on the old family head's every move. Don't want to die. Kid, you're a young man of great talent. The old man sees you as very agreeable. Why don't you become the old man's granddaughter-in-law? Somewhere along the line, Song Wenxian got the hang of it and thought of this solution. Anyway, Song Ningyan very much didn't want to join forces with the Netherworld Holy Land, and the meeting in a few days was probably just going through the motions. Song Ningyan and Chen Qingyuan were both disciples of the Daoi Academy, so there was plenty of time for them to get in touch, and they might be able to cultivate a bond. If Chen Qingyuan could be adopted as his granddaughter-in-law, then he could be sheltered in name only. Moreover, the relationship between the Qing sect and the Song family could return to the old days, or even be better. On top of that, the Song family and the Daoi Academy could be tied together. As for the karmic crisis of the Green sect, the Song family was willing to take it on because it was a favor that the Song family owed and had to be paid back. Your old granddaughter. Who? This wine is very intoxicating. So that Chen Qingyuan, a cultivator at the peak of Jindan, can't carry it. His eyes are confused, and he stammers his words. Song Ningxian. Song Wenxian hesitated and decided to tell the truth. Who? At those words, Chen Qingyuan's body trembled slightly, rubbing his eyes vigorously as he let out a questioning voice of disbelief. You old man can't be talking about my senior sister. Well, it's your senior sister. Song Wenxian slowly nodded his head. Hearing this affirmative answer, Chen Qingyuan's face hung with a few splashes of red wine halo. The wine dissipated most of the feeling. Miso stood up with a strange expression, eyes shocked. This old man was Song Ningyan's grandfather, so wasn't that the oldest son of the current family head, and the old family head of the Song family? When he came, Song Ningyan had roughly introduced the Song family's situation. Therefore, Chen Qingyuan was still relatively clear about the character relationships. Holy, he's the old patriarch of the Song family. Chen Qingyuan was dumbfounded. He did surmise that Song Wenxian's origins were not simple, and that it was likely that he was some old ancestor of a higher generation. However, Chen Qingyuan had never expected that this old man would be the strongest existence of the Song family. What are you standing for? Sit down. Song Wenxian broke the silence and was amiable. Better yet, standing is comfortable. Chen Qingyuan's body temporarily stiffened, unable to sit down. What do you boys think of the proposal that the old man just made? Song Wenxian could understand Chen Qingyuan's reaction. Chen Qingyuan's mind was a muddle, and he held his tongue for a long time before saying, Senior, isn't the Song family preparing for a marriage with the misty sacred land? Are you kidding me? 2 marriage matters, not buy your kid to stir up the yellow? It is estimated that there is not a single word. This loss, you always have to compensate my Song family, right? Song Wenxian felt very resourceful, putting pressure on Chen Qingyuan. I'm just following Elder Zhao's orders. Everything has nothing to do with me. Chen Qingyuan hurriedly skimmed off the blame. I just came to see the show. How could I get myself into it? Okay, forget it if you don't want to. There's no need to get so worked up. Since Chen Qingyuan didn't have any ideas in this regard, Song Wenxian had no choice but to call it quits. Of course, it was only for the time being. If there was a suitable opportunity in the future, he would definitely not let it go. Former elder, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Chen Qingyuan couldn't sit in the pavilion with Song Wenxian and drink anymore, and planned to go back to the house first to clear his head. Okay. Song Wenxian nodded and watched Chen Qingyuan leave. Back inside the house, Chen Qingyuan gave himself a slap. It really hurt. What a thing to call it. Chen Qingyuan sobered up for a few moments and realized that the bottleneck of his cultivation was loosening to the point where he could not suppress it. Thus, Chen Qingyuan no longer thought wildly and hurriedly sat down in the void and began to refine the spirit wine in his body. Several hours later, Chen Qingyuan's aura changed considerably. When he opened his eyes, one of the sacred golden pills in his body underwent a metamorphosis and emitted the cultivation fluctuations of the Yuaning stage. However, there were 2 other sacred golden pills that did not have any changes. My current realm, is it the Yuaning stage, or the Jindan stage? Chen Qingyuan examined the body's condition, which was bizarre. Perhaps, Chen Qingyuan still needed to make 2 more breakthroughs before he could truly reach the Yuaning realm. Over the next few days, Chen Qingyuan stabilized his cultivation. Externally, he was already at the early stage of Yuaning cultivation, but in reality, he was at a special realm between Jindan and Yuaning. On this day, the ethereal Holy Land in the human spirit star region came to discuss the marriage between the 2 families. Hearing the news, Chen Qingyuan held his curiosity and walked out of the guest hall to watch from afar. Chapter 122 Arrival of the Netherworld Holy Land. An imposing chariot, about 10,000 meters long, was inlaid with many precious jades, with lifelike images of dragons and tigers carved in every corner. There were a total of 100 people from the Netherworld Holy Land present, all dressed in a white coat, as white as snow and untainted by dust. The person in the lead was the Grand Elder of the Holy Land, with white hair and white clothes, immortal in style. On the side of the Grand Elder stood a young man, also dressed in white, holding a folding fan, with a good appearance and elegance. He was the Holy Son of the Netherworld Holy Land, Changsun Fengye, who was known as the head of the Northern Wasteland 10. Your guests are here, please come in. In order to show his respect, Song Shufeng, the Song family head, personally brought a group of people to greet him, and on both sides stood dainty-looking maidservants, dressed exactly the same, very neatly. Patriarch Song is polite. The patriarch personally stepped out to greet him, causing the ethereal palace's Grand Elder to have a glowing face and a wide smile as he clasped his fists and saluted. With a burst of pleasantries and mutual compliments, the top brass of the 2 forces stepped into the Grand Hall together. Chen Qingyuan looked at such an imposing ethereal sanctuary and nourished his praise. Changsun Fengye had already gotten wind that Chen Qingyuan from the First Academy had accompanied Song Ningyan back to the Song family. As for Chen Qingyuan, Changsun Fengye was very interested, because Chen Qingyuan was located in a farther corner. Changsun Fengye swept a glance across the room and failed to see it. However, it is thought that the 2 will meet again soon. Let their young people get along for a while first, and if there is a destiny, the 2 families will join in marriage and develop together. If there is no fate, the Song family and the Netherworld Holy Land can likewise enter into an alliance that won't be affected by the marriage of the younger generation. Song Xiufeng entertained the top echelons of the Netherworld Holy Land and spoke out. To be able to form an alliance with the Song family is a great fortune for my Netherworld Holy Land. The 3 core star fields of the Northern Wasteland are all on equal footing. with no distinction between high and low. The Misty Holy Land had an extremely high status in the human spirit star region, slightly suppressing the other top forces. If the Netherworld Holy Land could ally with the Song family, it might be able to become the leader of the human spirit star region in the future. Similarly, if the Song clan supported each other with the Netherworld Holy Land, it could consolidate its position and promote the development of the clan. We always have to take care of the feelings of the young people. The future belongs to them. We must not force it. Song Xiufeng said. Patriarch Song's words are very reasonable. The Grand Elder was slightly stunned and agreed. Its heart, on the other hand, was very puzzled as to when the Song clan would take care of the thoughts of the women in their clan. It was well known that the status of women in the Song family was extremely low, and marriages had to be arranged by the clan and could not be violated. Hearing Song Xiufeng actually say these words, it startled the right hand of the Grand Elder holding the wineglass to tremble. Regarding Chen Qingyuan's previous actions in the Grand Hall, the Song family had kept it hidden from the public. It was a matter of the Song family's face, so of course, it had to be covered up as much as possible. There are no impermeable walls in the world, but it's unlikely that word will get out anytime soon. Thus, the Song family and the Netherworld Holy Land talked about the cooperation aspects of the two families while drinking fine wine. For example, exchanging secret realm resources, allowing the younger generations of both families to travel to their respective secret realms for cultivation, and so on. Each takes what it needs and develops together. Chen Qingyuan didn't like this kind of occasion and found an excuse to leave the Great Hall a long time ago. One of the Song clan's clan elders received a signal from Song Xiufeng and immediately traveled to the inner mansion, bringing a message to Song Ningxuan. Solemnly, Ningxuan, you try to spend some time with Duke Changsun. The clan has already taken a step back. You can't be capricious anymore. Mr. Changsun has traveled a long way. Ningyan will surely provide good hospitality. Song Ningyan knew the importance of lightness. If she still disobeyed at this moment, she would be slapping the family's face. This clan elder nodded in satisfaction and turned around to head to the main hall. A corridor outside the Great Hall leads to the lake. Changsun Fengye walked slowly, admiring the scenery from all corners of the Song family, secretly saying that it was worthy of being the head of the ancient clans in the northern wasteland, and that the family was indeed rich. My youngest daughter, Song Ningyan, meet Mr. Changsun. Song Ningyan came to spend time with Changsun Fengye according to the family's orders, owing her body to show her salute, her voice clear and wonderful. Changsun Fengye was not surprised by Song Ningyan's sudden appearance and bowed his hand in return with a flat expression. Miss Song, Your Excellency is an honored guest. Why don't you let me show you around? The first time she saw Changsun Fengye, he was indeed handsome and extraordinary, not a commoner. Even so, Song Ningyan didn't develop any favorable feelings. She wasn't using appearance to define a person's good or bad. Let's just say that at the first meeting, Song Ningyan didn't hate Changsun Fengye and looked like a decent person. Alright, then I'll trouble Miss Song. Changsun Fengye understood the arrangement between the two families and had no way to refuse. The two of them walked awkwardly side by side like this, and after walking for half an hour, they had arrived under a willow tree by the lake. From a distance, a beautiful old pavilion stands in the center of the lake, surrounded by growing lotus flowers. Very beautiful. I heard that Chen Qingyuan is being a guest in the Song family. Is that true? After being silent for so long, Changsun Fengye opened up the topic. Who knew that instead of talking about the affairs of the wind and moon, he talked about Chen Qingyuan? Yes, Song Ningyan was stunned. Originally she was still thinking about how she would still cope if Changsun Fengye talked about wind and flowers. Who knew that she would talk about Chen Qingyuan? Her expression was slightly stunned. Could you introduce me? Changsun Fengye turned his head to look at Song Ningyan at his side and requested with a faint smile. I'll have to ask him what he thinks, and wait for him to agree before I can promise Duke Changsun. Song Ningyan said. This is natural. Changsun Fengye slowly nodded his head, perhaps because he was about to meet Chen Qingyuan. Changsun Fengye was in a better mood and opened the folding fan in his hand, gently tapping it. The folding fan rolled up a breeze, blowing the hair on Changsun Fengye's temples, adding a bit of ethereal immortal aura to it. Forgive me for taking the liberty of asking, but what is it that Mr. Changsun wants to meet with Mr. Chen? Song Ningyan didn't know Changsun Fengye's intentions. If he wanted to be unfavorable to Chen Qingyuan, of course he couldn't be quoted. I've heard of him for a long time, but I've never met him before, and I'd love to make his acquaintance. Changsun Fengye said truthfully. No other reason? Song Ningyan asked again. Nope. Changsun Fengye shook his head and smiled lightly. Don't worry, Miss Song. I don't have any ill intentions towards Mr. Chen. I just want to get acquainted. That's good. Song Ningyan nodded gently. Miss Song seems to care about Mr. Chen. When it came to Chen Qingyuan as a person, Changsun Fengye had a lot to talk about. He's from the same sect as me, and technically still considered my senior brother. so of course I don't want anyone to be unfavorable to him. Song Ningyan hurriedly explained. The world did not know that Chen Qingyuan had entered the Daoi school palace, but the Netherworld Holy Land had naturally heard about it. Moreover, in the Academy Palace examination the other day, there were a few people who were disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land, only to be eliminated. So it is. Chang Sun Fengye looked at the lotus flowers in the center of the lake and said softly, actually, Miss Song is like me, more averse to the matter of marriage. I can see that sort of thing in your eyes. You are somewhat repulsed by me, but you have to get along with me because of the family's orders. You resent it too? Song Ningyan was surprised. Chapter 123, I'm not. You've got the wrong person. I'm not interested in women. At least not women like you. Chang Sun Fengye let out a laugh. This time when the two families were united in marriage, Chang Sun Fengye originally did not want to come. However, under the pressure of all the top brass of the Holy Land, he had to come over to go through the motions. Even if Song Ningyan didn't want to find a way to sabotage this marriage, Chang Sun Fengye would still find a way. What do you mean? A woman like me? Song Ningyan no longer put on a small family appearance and glared at Chang Sun Fengye, questioning. What? Does Miss Song expect me to take an interest in you? Chang Sun Fengye said with a smirk. That's not true. It's because what you're saying carries a touch of sarcasm. Hearing this statement, Song Ningyan hurriedly put away the thorns all over her body and let out a light hum. If I want to find a Taoist couple, regardless of their appearance, status, or origin, I will only talk about fate and fall in love with them at a glance. Chang Sun Fengye didn't want to become a tool for marriage. To find a Taoist couple, naturally it was only the one he liked. There's no such thing as love at first sight these days. It's all in the eyes of the beholder. Song Ningyan despised it. Not also. Chang Sun Fengye flapped the folding fan in his hand, fluttering elegantly. I don't agree with your point of view. Physical intercourse is nothing more than bestiality, and cannot be considered a devotion at all. What I seek is the belonging of the soul. Just one glance. I know that person is what I am waiting for her. Ha! So needy. Song Ningyan spat out in a small voice. A woman as bold as Miss Song will naturally not understand. It's fine. I can understand. In Chang Sun Fengye's opinion, a woman like Song Ningyan likes to compete and is not feminine at all. Who describes a woman with bravado? The words were clearly tinged with some sarcasm. Scram! Since she knew that Chang Sun Fengye also wanted to withdraw from the marriage, the two of them hit it off without that awkwardness. Song Ningyan removed her mask and directly gave Chang Sun Fengye a blank stare. Pops, it's not that I don't want to cultivate a relationship as a daughter. It's that Chang Sun Fengye can't see me. Song Ningyan was happy in her heart. The stone hanging in her heart was finally put down. Ms. Song, I'm counting on you for the introduction. Chang Sun Fengye didn't bother chatting with Song Ningyan. It was not interesting. You just undermined me so much. Now you want me to help. Forget it. Song Ningyan stuck her hands in front of her chest, very unhappy. If that's the case, then I'll speak to the elders of both families later. I've fallen in love with Miss Song at first sight, and am very much in favor of a marriage between the two families. Turning his head to look at Song Ningyan, Chang Sun Fengye revealed an evil smile. Hey, you're going a bit overboard. Song Ningyan was taken aback, her face pale. Didn't you say just now that you wanted to find a belonging in your soul? I'm not your type. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if a man as outstanding as me marries one more woman. In the future, when I find a soulful Taoist couple, I can pursue it as usual. Chang Sun Fengye said with a bashful face. Stop. I'm going to do your errand. Wait. Song Ningyan glared, not daring to bet, so she had to bow her head. Go. Chang Sun Fengye nodded in satisfaction. I can't cure you, you little brat. The corners of Chang Sun Fengye's mouth rose. This feeling of victory could be really good. With an extremely depressed mood, Song Ningyan arrived at Chen Qingyuan's residence. Dang, dang, dang. Song Ningyan walked into the guest hall and went straight to the door, knocking on Chen Qingyuan's room door. Hearing the knock on the door, Chen Qingyuan snapped his fingers and opened the door to the room. And then, Chen Qingyuan slowly walked out and locked eyes with Song Ningyan. Is there something wrong with senior sister Song? Since the last time to make Song Ningyan bowed, Chen Qingyuan called senior sister without ambiguity, more and more smooth. The Misty Holy Land's elder son prince wants to meet you, and asked me to come over and say hello to you to see if you're willing. Song Ningyan was used to this kind of character of Chen Qingyuan and didn't dwell on the title of senior brother and sister. No. At the sound of his voice, Chen Qingyuan decisively refused. Just kidding. Meeting with Chang Sun Fengye is not a pit in the brain. Song Ningyan didn't expect Chen Qingyuan to refuse so dryly. Awkwardly in place. Do you have a grudge against Lord Chang Sun? No. Chen Qingyuan shook his head. Then why don't you want to see him? Song Ningyi was puzzled. That guy just doesn't seem like a nice guy. It's better to stay away to be safe. Chen Qingyuan said. Seems like you're not much of a good person either. This sentence Song Ningyan only muttered in her heart, not daring to say it. Alright then, I'll go and rebuff him for you. Song Ningyan nodded her head. Many thanks, senior sister. Chen Qingyuan smiled lightly. When he thought of his previous meeting and conversation with the old patriarch, Chen Qingyuan's heart palpitated. It was better to keep a distance from Song Ningyan, or else he would easily be led by the red rope. What does the old master of the Song family see in me? Why do you want me to be his granddaughter-in-law? Chen Qingyuan had been thinking about this issue and finally came to a conclusion. Handsome, charming and irresistible. Ugh, blame me for being too good. Chen Qingyuan made a wave of narcissism, did not wait for Song Ningyan to finish her sentence, snapped, directly closed the door of the room again. Looking at the tightly closed door of the room, Song Ningyan swallowed back the words that had reached her mouth. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, and she grumbled in her heart. This Chen Qingyuan fellow, he doesn't have the slightest bit of manners. The first daughter of the Song family had become a messenger. Song Ningyan told Changsun Fengye about Chen Qingyuan's unwillingness to meet. Then forget it, and trouble Miss Song. Changsun Fengye sighed softly, slightly disappointed. Afterwards, Nagasun Fengye said he was a bit tired. Song Ningyan led the way, bringing Changsun Fengye to the guest room in the west courtyard that had already been prepared. As for Chen Qingyuan, he lived in the guest hall of the east courtyard, far away from each other. When Song Ningyan left, Changsun Fengye directly walked towards the east courtyard. When he had Song Ningyan bring the message just now, he had left a heart and soul, secretly observing with his Dao magic and knowing where Chen Qingyuan lived. Already knowing where Chen Qingyuan lived, of course Changsun Fengye had to go there personally. Not only are you ranked among the Northern Wasteland 10, but you've also managed to become a disciple of the Dawi Academy. Chen Qingyuan, you're certainly an interesting person. Changsun Fengye liked to deal with such interesting people, so that the bland life could get a touch of fun. East Courtyard, Guest Hall. Chen Qingyuan, who was lying on the bed resting, suddenly sensed a trace of unfamiliar aura slowly approaching, and his brows furrowed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Qingyuan planned to go out and take a look. The door opened and a handsome man in white appeared. Holy, how's this guy? Chen Qingyuan recognized Changsun Fengye and exclaimed inwardly, I am Changsun Fengye of the Misty Palace. Meet Mr. Chen. Changsun Fengye sized up Chen Qingyuan carefully. His eyes were deep, and a smile that made people feel like spring breeze was hanging at the corner of his mouth. He smelled a hint of familiarity from Chen Qingyuan's body, as if he had crossed paths once before. After some careful recall, it dawned on me. Some time ago, during the appointment between Wu Junyan and Changsun Qian, Changsun Fengye discovered an interesting person, dressed in plain clothes and deliberately concealing his appearance. At that time, Changsun Fengye even begged for a pot of wine. I'm not. You've got the wrong person. With that, Chen Qingyuan retreated directly into the house and closed the door to the room. Standing outside the house, Changsun Fengye was messed up in the clear wind. Chapter 124 Extremely Dangerous Character. Changsun Fengye had fantasized about various images of meeting Chen Qingyuan, never imagining that it would be like this. It was rejected by Chen Qingyuan. This guy, he's really different. After holding his tongue for half a day, Changsun Fengye did not get angry, but on the contrary, he became even more interested in Chen Qingyuan. If it were anyone else, how would they dare to treat themselves like this? Mr. Chen, I came here with no ill intent. I just wanted to get acquainted with you, Changsun Fengye said loudly. Inside the house, Chen Qingyuan sat on top of a chair with a helpless expression, whispering to himself, meeting with Changsun Fengye so early is not a good thing. Being able to be recognized by countless people in the northern wasteland as the head of the Tenjie, Changsun Fengye was definitely not as refined as what he saw on the surface. Jealousy. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to cross paths with Changsun Fengye too much, at least not right now. One's own strength is too weak to be careful in everything. If it's inconvenient for Mr. Chen to meet today, I'll visit again on another day when I head to the Dawi Academy. When there was no response for half a day, Changsun Fengye said again. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to open the door to the room. Please come in, Mr. Changsun. With Changsun Fengye's strength and status, it was enough to represent the Netherworld Holy Land. If he really wanted to pay a visit, the Dawi School Palace could not be ignored even though it was in a transcendent position. Sooner or later, he had to meet. Chen Qingyuan could not hide. Thanks a lot. The corners of Changsun Fengye's mouth rose slightly as he took a step inside. The two then sat down in the hall and looked at each other. On the table was freshly brewed fragrant tea. A wisp of tea smoke drifted up from the pot, and a faint scent hit his nose. A reputation is better than a meeting. Mr. Chen is truly handsome and is one of the few handsome men in the world. Changsun Fengye had been sizing up Chen Qingyuan as if he wanted to peel him open and take a closer look, and with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he complimented him. No need for such niceties. What's your business? Chen Qingyuan always remained vigilant and said in a deep voice. When the new list of the Northern Wasteland's 10 masters was created, it was a precedent for Mr. Chen to be ranked among them with a cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm. Later on, Mr. Chen became a disciple of the Dawi Academy, which made me even more surprised and admiring, only seeking to get acquainted with each other, nothing else. To be able to stay within the heavenly abyss for 100 years and still come out alive was already a miracle. Who knew that Chen Qingyuan's performance behind him would be even more outstanding, causing even Changsun Fengye, who was far away in the human spirit star region, to hear about it. It was all an accident. If possible, Chen Qingyuan did not want to be so high profile. However, the more he wanted to keep a low profile, the more he couldn't, as if there was a big hand invisibly pushing Chen Qingyuan to the top of the waves of the great world. It's not an accident, but rather the strength of Mr. Chen. Changsun Fengye opened the folding fan in his hand, gently fanning it and letting out a light smile. I don't have much strength, Chen Qingyuan said modestly. Mr. Chen is too modest. Changsun Fengye believed in his own eyesight and would not look at the wrong person. That kind of stirring from the depths of his soul, looking at the entire northern wasteland, only Chen Qingyuan could do it among his peers. Even the other northern wasteland 10, in Changsun Fengye's eyes, was just a slightly stronger heavenly pride. No big deal. Only Chen Qingyuan was more special, mysterious and unpredictable. His body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of thick fog, so it was impossible to see clearly. We've sort of gotten to know each other, so if there's nothing else, you can go out. As far as I know, Mr. Changsun should be cultivating a relationship with Ms. Song right now, not staying with me. Chen Qingyuan gave an eviction order. Spending time with Changsun Fengye gave Chen Qingyuan no small amount of pressure. Don't look at Changsun Fengye elegant and easygoing. Its bones can't be hidden. Ruthless and ruthless means, strength is unfathomable. With just a glance at each other, Chen Qingyuan knew that Changsun Fengye would be his archenemy in the northern wasteland in the future. Someone like Changsun Fengye was also an existence that stood at the top when placed in the imperial state and should not be underestimated. Last time I drank a pot of wine from Mr. Chen. This time it's my treat. Having met with Chen Qingyuan with great difficulty, Changsun Fengye did not want to leave so early, and without caring about Chen Qingyuan's unkind attitude, he took out 2 jugs of fine, beautiful wine and set them on the table by himself. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's heart sank slightly. These words contained a deep meaning, implying that Chen Qingyuan's disguise had been seen through by Changsun Fengye last time. One must know that Chen Qingyuan had used the jade bracelet to conceal his own aura. It was impossible for countless top powers to see through it, but it was broken by Changsun Fengye with a single glance. How did he do it? Chen Qingyuan's eyes glazed over as he prepared for all sorts of unexpected situations. Luckily, this was the Song family's territory, so it was thought that Changsun Fengye could not possibly make a move. Otherwise, Chen Qingyuan would probably have a headache. Please use it. Changsun Fengye opened the 2 jugs of liquor. No, I personally prefer tea, thanks to Mr. Changsuan's kindness. Chen Qingyuan was worried that there was something wrong with the drinks and refused outright. Song family old patriarch's gift of wine. Chen Qingyuan do not need to worry, because like that level of characters, want to deal with Chen Qingyuan do not need to use underhanded means. A slap on the line. Simple and rough. However, Chen Qingyuan didn't know Changsun Fengye well, so he couldn't afford to be unguarded. Afterward, Chen Qingyuan poured himself a cup of tea and took a slight sip. Okay, Changsun Fengye saw the concerns in Chen Qingyuan's heart, didn't feel embarrassed, and talked and laughed. Then the next time we meet, I'll bring some good tea for Mr. Chen. In fact, what Changsun Fengye had in his space artifacts was tea. He was clear that he had just met Chen Qingyuan. He definitely hadn't been able to gain Chen Qingyuan's trust, and taking out the tea would definitely be rejected, so there was no need to make the situation even more awkward. With that, the two fell into silence, scrutinizing each other, each with a thought. After half an hour, Changsun Fengye's 2 jugs of wine were finished and he slowly got up. The wine is finished. I will take my leave first. Take care. Chen Qingyuan nodded, his expression cold. After Changsun Fengye left, Chen Qingyuan's taut heartstrings relaxed slightly. What an extremely dangerous character. Chen Qingyuan's eyes became very heavy as he muttered. Just now when they were getting along, Chen Qingyuan smelled a hint of danger, coming from Changsun Fengye. One must know that Changsun Fengye had been restraining his aura, yet it still made Chen Qingyuan feel uncomfortable. If Changsun Fengye had revealed his true colors, he would definitely be very terrifying. Funny guy. After this meeting, Changsun Fengye was not displeased by Chen Qingyuan's indifferent attitude. Instead he was very satisfied and looked forward to the next moment of meeting. The first time the two had met, Changsun Fengye had of course not recognized Chen Qingyuan's true identity, but had only felt a hint of something unusual. Adding to this meeting, It was only then that Changsun Fengye made Changsun Fengye surmise it. Even so, it could show how demonic Changsun Fengjial was. Meanwhile, the reception between the Song family and the misty sacred ground was over, and someone suggested that the young people of the two families should spar to liven up the atmosphere and also promote the growth of the young people. Could be. The two powers in charge deliberated and nodded their heads in agreement. Chapter 125, Chen Qingyuan and Changsun Fengye prepare for a cutting competition. Within the Song clan's front hall, a huge circular ring was set up with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The outside of the ring was equipped with a boundary, which could minimize the effects of the Avatar Dao technique and also protect the lives of the people who were fighting each other. This is a friendly sparring match between two families, so don't make a scene. The Song family's juniors and the true disciples brought by the Netherworld Holy Land began to compete, and although there were some minor frictions, the overall situation was still a relatively harmonious one. After several days of trouble, the two families won and lost. As it happens, it must have been secretly arranged by the older generation, so that no one would lose face. The jungle is not about fighting and killing, it's about people. You can fight unless you can hold down the whole world. Otherwise, if you don't have friends, sooner or later, you'll plant your head. Song Ningyan and Changsun Fengye and the others were present, watching the fight in the ring and killing time. From time to time, the front hall emitted bright and complimentary laughter, all of which were the elders of the two families complimenting each other, saying something about having a successor, outstanding natural talent, extraordinary enlightenment, etc. Regarding this kind of scene, Changsun Fengye used to be very uninterested in it, but today it came to be of great interest. By the time the two families had finished their scenes, the course of the bout was nearing its end. Changsun Fengye stood up, drawing the attention of the crowd. Toyo, what's wrong? The Ethereal Palace's Grand Elder asked. Since it's a contest between young men, I'd like to try it. Changsun Fengye scanned the crowd and smiled slightly. The words silenced the room. Many people's faces changed, including the top brass of the two families. Don't fool around. Hurry up and sit down. The Grand Elder hurriedly transmitted his voice to Changsun Fengye, sternly saying, Changsun Fengye made a move. This is not smashing the Song family's scene. Although there were quite a few celestial prides in the Song family, there really wasn't one that could level the playing field with Changsun Fengye. It was precisely because the Song family's current generation was green and yellow. That was why they were thinking of joining forces to prevent a break in the line. Elder, I'm serious. No kidding. Changsun Fengye glanced back at the Grand Elder and did not use voice transmission, but spoke directly. The cultivation of those present was not weak. Even if Changsun Fengye did not politely mention his voice, he could still hear it clearly. Most of the Song family's top brass frowned, secretly wondering if Changsun Fengye didn't know the ways of the world. If the Song family answered the battle, no one would be able to compete with Changsun Fengye. If they didn't, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Song family if it was spread out? Either way, it wouldn't be good for the Song family. For a while, the scene seemed a little stiff. It's not nonsense for me to have a favorite opponent. Since it's a sparring match between young people, then it shouldn't be limited to the Song family and the Netherworld Palace. Changsun Fengye walked towards the direction of the ring and said to the crowd, I heard that Chen Qingyuan from the First Academy Palace is visiting the Song family. Why don't we invite him out to participate in this matter? Wow. At once, there was an uproar in the hall, and the crowd revealed surprised and unusually rich expressions. It was well known that Chen Qingyuan was an extremely special Northern Wasteland 10, and many people were curious about him, and there were even many young celestial pride who wanted to defeat Chen Qingyuan and use him as a stepping stone to the top. The duel between the Northern Wasteland 10 masters was sure to be very exciting, and the crowd's hearts were filled with anticipation. The world had said that Changsun Fengye's strength was frighteningly strong, but no outsider had ever seen it with their own eyes. If this time they could force Changsun Fengye to use his bottom card, it would satisfy the curiosity of his peers. He can beat Changsun Fengye? Song Ningyan originally sat like a piece of wood, her face expressionless. At this moment, her eyes flickered with a strange color as Chen Qingyuan's cynical appearance surfaced before her eyes, and it was hard to imagine the image of Chen Qingyuan in a serious battle. A few days ago, someone went to the guest hall to ask Chen Qingyuan to observe, but unfortunately, Chen Qingyuan refused without hesitation. It was best not to go and join in the fun of something like a fight, and accidentally involve yourself. If Changsun Fengye was not there, Chen Qingyuan would be very interested in going to watch. Mr. Chen is a guest of my Song family, so I'm afraid it's not good to fulfill Mr. Changsuan's request. Patriarch Song Shufeng mused. I'm just proposing. As for whether it will work or not, we always have to listen to Mr. Chen's thoughts. Changsun Fengye was eager to compete with Chen Qingyuan. Even if it was just a simple sparring match, he could still learn more about it. This, Song Shufeng fell into silence, and he actually had a hint of anticipation. It was only that this matter involved Chen Qingyuan, and the Song family must not make any rash decisions. I'll invite Mr. Chen. Maybe he'll agree. Without waiting for Song Xiufeng to speak, Chang Sun Fengye smiled in a light and elegant manner, turned around and headed in the direction of the guest hall. Immediately afterward, a not-so-subtle murmur rang out in the front hall. Not only were the young people excited, but even quite a few of the old guys showed a look of anticipation. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with the Song family. It was all started by Chang Sun Fengye. Song Xiufeng secretly said in his heart that he also wanted to see how much skill Chen Qingyuan, who could be accepted as a disciple by Vice President Yu, actually had. Outside of the guest hall, Chang Sun Fengye was dressed in a white, immaculate suit. Mr. Chen, I'm here again, Chang Sun Fengye said loudly. This guy's a ghost. Chen Qingyuan, who was sitting in meditation and cultivating inside the house, was in a depressed mood. The youngsters from the Song family and the Misty Palace are sparring. It's really boring. I have some itchy hands and have offered to have a friendly sparring session with Mr. Chen. I wonder what Mr. Chen would like to do. Chang Sun Fengye continued. You're sick. I'm not going. Now, Chen Qingyuan couldn't keep silent and cursed. This was not bullying. It was rumored that Chang Sun Fengye had already cultivated to the God transformation realm, while Chen Qingyuan had only just stepped into the Yuaning stage. If it really came down to a battle, unless Chen Qingyuan exposed the bottom card of the 3 Dan sacred products, it was impossible for him to have the strength to resist. The 3 Dan sacred products should never be revealed to outsiders. The consequences triggered would be too terrible. How can Mr. Chen be so grumpy? We are simply sparring. That's all. Chang Sun Fengye was extremely good-tempered and smiled brightly. Why should I fulfill the bad taste of fighting you? Saying anything. Chen Qingyuan does not want to fight. There is no sure thing. This is not to find a crime for themselves. In a battle at the same realm, we will never let Mr. Chen suffer, Chang Sun Fengye said in a hurry. Not going. Chen Qingyuan's voice of rejection came again. Fighting with you won't do any good. Then we can play some bets. As long as Mr. Chen wins, he is willing to give thousands of top-grade spirit stones. If you lose, there is no need to do so. After thinking for a moment, Chang Sun Fengye made a suggestion that was favorable to Chen Qingyuan. Thousands of spirit stones. Who are you looking down on? Chen Qingyuan spat out. Chang Sun Fengye froze. Then what do you want? 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus a top-grade quality spirit treasure. Moreover, no matter who loses or wins, you have to give it to me. If you can agree, I can fulfill your request and spar with you. If the same realm battle, Chen Qingyuan did not have too much fear. Take this time to test the depths of Chang Sun Fengye, and can make a big profit. Why not? It's too much. The corner of Chang Sun Fengye's mouth twitched, secretly saying that Chen Qingyuan was also too greedy. Spirit stones were fine. A top-grade spirit treasure could be a bit of a pain. Just say yes or leave me alone. Chen Qingyuan ate him up and put on an impatient look. After hesitating for a moment, Chang Sun Fengye nodded his head in agreement. Alright, it's a deal. Kid, if you had said that you would fight in the same realm, I would have wanted to fight you without paying a price. Head of the Northern Wasteland 10, let's see how good you are. Having made another profit, Chen Qingyuan opened the door to his room in a happy mood. Chapter 126, Get in the ring and start fighting. One more thing. Since this is just a sparring match, don't make too much of it. This battle will only be fought for a maximum of 500 rounds. And if we fail to distinguish a winner from a loser, we must also stop the battle. Chen Qingyuan only wanted to test Chang Sun Fengye's strength and did not want to fight him to the death just yet. There would be a real battle between them eventually, but never now. Okay, I agree. Chang Sun Fengye didn't want to reveal too much and readily accepted. Thus, the two of them went to the Song family's front hall together. The news of Chen Qingyuan's promise to fight had long since reached the hall, causing everyone to gasp in surprise and anticipation. A fight between 2 Northern Wasteland 10 masters. That was something that was not often seen, and it was also the most controversial 2 of the 10 masters. The higher-ups of the Netherworld Holy Land also stopped blocking and let Chang Sun Fengye do as he pleased. After all, they also wanted to see what made Chen Qingyuan so desirable to the Vice Dean of the Daoi Academy. When Chen Qingyuan stepped into the hall, he immediately caught everyone's attention. A cultivation level of the Yuaning realm is not bad. It said that Chen Qingyuan's cultivation was all but ruined, and it took him just a few decades to cultivate to the Yuaning stage again, so it's really not easy. However, he's still quite a bit short if he wants to level the playing field with the Netherworld Saint Sun. This battle will not only allow us to see what Chang Sun Fengye can do, but also to see the depths of Chen Qingyuan. The people from the Song family and the Netherworld Holy Land were all extremely interested, their gazes constantly sizing up the 2 people standing in the ring with great anticipation. On one side of the seat, Song Ningyan pursed her lips, looking a little nervous. In Song Ningyan's impression, She had never seen Chen Qingyuan put up a fight, and instinctively thought that it was impossible for Chen Qingyuan to have a fight with the long-famous Changsun Fengye. Back then, when he was brutally beaten up by Black Python in Dawi Academy Palace, it was a one-sided beating, and he simply couldn't see Chen Qingyuan's strength. Besides, when she was being beaten, Song Ningyan was too busy to take care of herself. How could she have the heart to pay attention to Chen Qingyuan? I'll trouble the Song family to step in and suppress the restrictions on the ring at the early Yuaning realm. Changsun Fengye bowed his hand in the direction of the Song family's senior management and made this request. Oh, the Song family's elders were slightly stunned, understanding that Changsun Fengye was going to fight Chen Qingyuan at the same realm, and a few moments of admiration arose. Good. With that, a certain elder stepped in and slightly altered the restraints on the ring. Immediately afterward, Changsun Fengye unlocked the unique secret technique on his body and exuded an aura of the early Yuaning realm. As for its real realm, ordinary cultivators could not see it, but there were quite a few top powers present, but they were able to surmise an approximation through some traces, estimating that Changsun Fengye had cultivated to the realm of transformation god. Chen Qingyuan didn't deliberately conceal his cultivation. He just used the jade bracelet to hide the original appearance of the Jindan in his body. This matter regarding the 3 sacred golden dans must not be revealed to the world. At the very least wait until Chen Qingyuan possessed a certain amount of strength before revealing it. A battle at the same realm is somewhat interesting. The friendly sparring match between the two families just now was purely for show, complementing each other. The battle at hand really raised the sense of anticipation in all of them, and they couldn't take their eyes off of it. In the crowd, the old family head, Song Qishan, was hidden in the shadows and was not discovered by anyone. This little guy is an heir of the Green Sect. It shouldn't be as simple as it seems. Song Wenxian's gaze kept on Chen Qingyuan and said darkly. Above the ring, Chen Qingyuan and Changsun Fengye looked at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became condensed. Where is your spirit soldier Dao treasure? In order to show his respect for Chen Qingyuan, Changsun Fengye took out a green-colored long sword. Chen Qingyuan's 2 hands were empty and said softly, there's nothing to take advantage of the weapon. Just make do and fight. That silver spear of unknown origin. Chen Qingyuan did not dare to take it out easily. According to his speculation, the silver spear must be involved in great karma, and must not be taken out without necessity. As for the various weapons within the Sumeru ring, they were all things that couldn't be brought to the surface and were quite unsuitable. Speaking of spiritual treasures, Chen Qingyuan felt that this time, when he returned to the Dawi Academy, he would have to go and ask his master for some. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had only been practicing Dao arts and raising his cultivation, and hadn't had the time to go and pick out a spiritual weapon. What weapon do you use? Changsun Fengye had managed to convince Chen Qingyuan to spar with himself. How could it be so sketchy? It had to be taken seriously. Both. More than 100 years ago, Chen Qingyuan practiced boxing, and was not too skilled in the way of weapons. After being coached by the girl in red, he had become proficient in weapons such as swords, guns and halberds. Sword. Feasible? Changsun Fengye asked. May. Chen Qingyuan nodded his head gently. Years ago when he was in the Fu Lu Star domain, Chen Qingyuan had a battle with Qin Yutong of the Heavenly Jade sect, using a sword technique. However, that matter did not even make it into the eyes of the Northern Wasteland's bigwigs. So naturally, they did not hear about it. I'll lend you a sword. Changsun Fengye took out a black 3-foot sword from the spatial treasure weapon he was carrying and threw it to Chen Qingyuan. Remember to return it to me after the fight. This sword was one of Changsun Fengye's treasured swords and was extremely precious. At the same time, this sword still needed to be polished for a long time and did not recognize its owner. As they watched the black sword fall into Chen Qingyuan's hands, the faces of the Misty Palace's executives changed slightly. This sword came from a secret place, and if it could be restored, it would be one of the sharpest swords in the world. The fact that Changsun Fengye had lent this sword to Chen Qingyuan showed that he was extremely optimistic about him. Over the years, many sword cultivation elders within the Netherworld Palace had made requests to borrow swords for a look, all of which had been rejected by Changsun Fengye. This sword, it's very good. Chen Qingyuan's right hand gripped the 3-foot black sword tightly, and when he looked down, there were a few deep traces on the surface of the sword. Long time ago. Show me what you're really made of and don't let me down. This battle will start. Changsun Fengye put away his usual elegant appearance. The smile at the corner of his mouth has also dissipated and disappeared, becoming very serious. His eyes stern. Chen Qingyuan danced the black sword in his hand a few times, and his cynical demeanor abruptly disappeared. His expression solemn, as if he had turned into another person. It was the first time Song Ningyan had seen such a serious Chen Qingyuan, and she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Clank! As Chen Qingyuan slowly raised his 3-foot sword, a sword chime rang out, the surrounding void distorted, and the sword then pounced on Changsun Fengye in front of him. returning to the realm of simplicity is rare among people of the same age. Chang Sun Fengye saw Chen Qingyuan's sword Dao realm at a glance, and his eyes leaped forward. Sword Dao realm, ascension, human sword unity, returning to the basics, swordless realm. For the younger generation of sword cultivators, to be able to cultivate to the point of human sword unification is already an excellent qualification. To comprehend the sword intent of returning to the basics in just a few hundred years is extremely difficult. Looking at the northern wasteland, the number of sword cultivators of the younger generation who could reach this realm would never exceed one palm. Swish! The sword in Chang Sun Fengye's hand trembled a few times, seemingly excited. Then, he charged towards Chen Qingyuan with his sword, leaving a residual shadow in its place. Chapter 127, Fighting Fiercely. Chang Sun Fengye's second personality. In a flash of lightning, Chang Sun Fengye and Chen Qingyuan made a move at the same time, the tips of the two swords facing each other, not colliding due to the powerful sword momentum, separated by half a foot. Thumbs up. A huge storm formed in the ring, the void around the two men shattered, and the two different sword intentions were testing each other, like water and fire that could not be melted. Just based on the might that erupted from this sword, the crowd knew that both of their sword paths were in the realm of returning to the basics, and were more surprised. Sword Dao genius, a certain elder of the Song family exclaimed. Thud. After a few moments of stalemate, the two fell back due to the powerful clash of sword might. Chen Qingyuan's eyes stared, not surprised by the strength displayed by Chang Sun Fengye. Even this was only the tip of the iceberg for Chang Sun Fengye. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan struck again, his sword coming out like a dragon, his cold light dazzling. Chang Sun Fengye swung his sword out and easily blocked it. And then, Chang Sun Fengye executed a sword technique, and hundreds of sword ons coalesced behind him, all aimed at Chen Qingyuan with an incomparable chill. Edict. As Chang Sun Fengye's cry fell, 100 sword ons fired in unison. When the younger generation saw this scene, they were all frightened. If they were to stand above the ring and fight at the same realm, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to catch a single sword, let alone hundreds of swords. Chen Qingyuan was unafraid, and waited until the sword awnings were forced to within 10 feet of his circumference before making a move. Raising his sword, he made a point towards the front. Buzz! An orb-shaped sword chi barrier appeared, protecting Chen Qingyuan within it. Even if Chang Sun Fengye made a move, he could not break Chen Qingyuan's defense. Rumble! Hundreds of sword lights pierced above the barrier and all of them collapsed, failing to injure Chen Qingyuan in the slightest. After this round ended, Chen Qingyuan turned defense into offense and swept his sword across the room. Wow! The residual pressure that fell on top of the sword chi barrier, coupled with the sword that Chen Qingyuan had swung with all his might, all surged towards Chang Sun Fengye. Since the ring had a range, Chang Sun Fengye couldn't dodge and could only receive it. Boo! In the blink of an eye, Chang Sun Fengye raised his sword and swung it, and even though he blocked Chen Qingyuan's sword, he still retreated back 1,000 meters due to the powerful sword might. The ring had the suppression of the forbidden laws on top of it, otherwise if it was placed outside to spar, the commotion caused would definitely be much greater. Clang! Chen Qingyuan took advantage of the situation and leapt into the air, striking from above. Immediately, the sword intent whistled, startling the senses of many cultivators' swords outside the arena, and they directly came out of their sheaths, buzzing. Come on! Chang Sun Fengye was very excited, and directly made the intention of hard contact, from bottom to top, stabbing out a sword. Rumble! After a positive touch, Chen Qingyuan was slightly in the upper hand, while a sword mark appeared on Chang Sun Fengye's left shoulder, and blood slowly flowed out. A huge deep pit appeared on the floor of the ring, but it was quickly repaired as before by the forbidden laws. The Holy Sun is injured. The Misty Palace's elders revealed a hint of shock. In a peer-to-peer match, it was the first time they had seen a Saint Sun injured, and it was only normal to have such a big reaction. More importantly, under normal circumstances, Chang Sun Fengye could not beat Chen Qingyuan, so the only way to do so was to reveal his bottom card. Regarding certain undercards of Chang Sun Fengye, the Netherworld Palace really didn't want to show them so early. However, since the battle had already begun, the elders had no way to stop it and could only watch the battle silently. Worthy of being the opponent I'm looking at, it really isn't simple. Chang Sun Fengye took a look at the injured area and instead of anger, he smiled. The two fought dozens of rounds again, fighting back and forth. No one could help anyone. The ring had been shattered many times, thankfully with the power of the law of prohibition, or else it would have long since turned into rubble. The crowd watched the battle with rapt attention. If we keep fighting, we won't be able to collect ourselves. That hint of danger became increasingly dense and spread out. Although Chen Qingyuan had injured Chang Sun Fengye, it was only a superficial wound. Can't take it in. Just what I need. Chang Sun Fengye was trying to force out part of Chen Qingyuan's bottom card. Immediately afterward, A slight change appeared on Chen Qingyuan's face. His eyes became red, as if they were seeds, and countless tiny roots grew, spreading to all parts of his cheeks, making him look a bit bizarre. At the same time, a soul-stifling smell permeated out from Chen Qingyuan's body, filling every corner of the ring. Chen Qingyuan, I'm going to be serious. Chen Qingyuan's speaking voice was slightly low, seeming like an ancient beast whispering, majestic and oppressive. You have to come up with real skills as well, or I'll be very sad if I lose my life. A hint of evil flavor, as if a demon that was originally sealed within Chen Qingyuan's body, was released by him. The Holy Sun had indeed gone this far after all. The Misty Palace's senior staff sighed in the depths of their hearts. They really didn't want Chen Qingyuan to reveal his bottom card so early. Chen Qingyuan is truly extraordinary for being able to force out the Saint Sun's second personality. The elders carefully sized up Chen Qingyuan and secretly marveled. What's going on with Mr. Chen Sun? The people of the Song family were not aware of the specifics of Chen Qingyuan, and were surprised and murmuring. The Ethereal Palace's forbidden technique. He's learned it. Song Shoufeng, who was the patriarch, was so knowledgeable that he was only puzzled for a small moment before he came to a realization and showed a hint of astonishment on his face. That forbidden art is rumored to make a pact with a demon, releasing the darkest side of the human body. If harnessed, it can make one's talent and strength 10 times stronger, if not more. However, in the nearly 100,000-year history of the Ethereal Palace, anyone who practiced this forbidden art either died or was consumed by their own dark side and transformed into a demonic body, thus being cleansed by the sect with tears. All in all, the power of forbidden arts was truly terrifying, but the side effects they brought were also very obvious. If Chen Qingyuan's Dao heart faltered for a moment, it would be countered by the forbidden technique, with unpredictable consequences. I'm afraid this is not a good move for your clan. Song Shoufeng looked at the Ethereal Palace's Grand Elder with a grave expression. If this technique was not controlled well, it would be easy to cultivate a powerful evil cultivator with a bizarre personality. This is the Holy Sun's chance. We have no right to interfere. As early as 200 years ago, the Saint's son accidentally learned the forbidden art and controlled it well. If the Saint's son has difficulty controlling this art in the future, the Netherworld Palace will take responsibility for it. Since he had already been exposed, the Grand Elder didn't hide it and was straightforward. It was cultivated 200 years ago, and so far nothing has happened to upset the balance? Song Shoufeng's eyebrows jumped as he asked in surprise. No. The Grand Elder slowly shook his head and glanced at Chen Qingyuan in the ring. His eyes filled with pride and pride. This forbidden art is a disaster for us, but for the Holy Sun, it's like a tiger with wings. After years of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan could switch personalities very well. When he unleashed his second personality, he was bloodthirsty and cruel, and his strength increased greatly. Even so, he retained his sanity and his consciousness would not be consumed by the forbidden arts. Once the forbidden art was greatly accomplished, Chen Qingyuan would be able to completely control the second personality and no accidents would occur. Such a demon! Who can compare to his peers in the Northern Wasteland? If it was really as the Grand Elder had said, Song Shoufeng couldn't think of anyone amongst the younger generation of the Northern Wasteland who could call the shots of Chen Qingyuan. Afterward, Song Shoufeng landed his gaze on Chen Qingyuan. In a battle of the same realm, could Chen Qingyuan carry it off? Whoosh! Chen Qingyuan smiled evilly, instantly arrived in front of Chen Qingyuan, loosened the sword in his hand, and blasted out with a fist. With a boom! Even though Chen Qingyuan had already used his Dao techniques to resist, he was still sent flying a long way, and his body directly crashed into the boundary at the edge of the ring, causing it to flicker with waves of light. It really hurts. Chen Qingyuan stared intently at Chen Qingyuan, who was not far away, knowing that if he didn't reveal something real, he probably wouldn't last 500 rounds. Like a monster, the strength of the second personality of Chen Qingyuan had more than doubled tenfold, causing Chen Qingyuan to feel a tremendous amount of pressure. A sacred golden pill inside his body began to rotate, meaning that Chen Qingyuan intended to reveal a small portion of his true strength. He didn't want to be violently beaten by Chen Qingyuan, he had to get serious. Chapter 128, Come on, beat me to death. With the appearance of Naga Qingyuan's second personality, the situation was turned upside down. The crowd marveled and their faces changed dramatically. Many people stood up straight away, terrified. With only an early Yuaning realm cultivation, the strength displayed by Chen Qingyuan was already no weaker than the peak of the Yuaning realm. If it wasn't for Chen Qingyuan proposing a battle at the same realm, Chen Qingyuan would have definitely been defeated. Everyone was thinking the same thing, including the old family head, Song Qingyuan, who was hiding in the shadows. The Ethereal Palace's forbidden technique. It's incredible that someone actually learned it and can harness it. Song Wenxian knew how terrifying and bizarre this forbidden art was, and marveled at Chen Qingyuan's talent and heart. Even if Changsun Fengye suppressed his realm, Chen Kid is afraid that he will lose. Looking in the direction of the ring, Song Wenxian secretly said, "Admit defeat if you can't beat them. Don't hold on for dear life." Song Ningyan tightened her hands, worried that Chen Qingyuan had been injured in this battle, her eyes flashing with worry as she whispered to herself. Everyone thought that Chen Qingyuan was going to lose, but the next image would shatter their preconceptions, causing them to deeply realize Chen Qingyuan's perversion. Don't blame me for showing no mercy if you play it for real. Chen Qingyuan ate a few more of Changsun Fengye's moves. His whole body swelled up and he grimaced in pain. Don't ever show any mercy. I'd be very happy if you could beat me to death. Changsun Fengye was now like a madman, with a demonic expression and a creepy smile. Beating you to death and still having fun. You have a sick fetish. Sooner or later, he would have to show a little bit of his real skill. Chen Qingyuan simply didn't hide it anymore, and a round of Jindan visions appeared above his head, a flawless golden orb, like a blazing sun, with countless laws flowing through it, each strand of law representing a different path of the great Tao. Miso, seeing this golden pillar vision, the old men sitting on the high ground couldn't keep their cool and got up one after another, looking shocked. Sacred golden pill. The top management of the two families stared with horrified voices. After a moment of shock, the crowd quickly regained their composure. Although sacred golden pills were not common, they were found in every era. Nope, this isn't an unusual holy golden pill, but it's reached the point of perfection. Jindan is categorized into lower, middle, upper, earth, heaven, and holy. Each level in turn has some minor divisions. A sacred perfection Jindan was considered the first of its kind in this era of the northern wasteland. Unbelievable. The crowd carefully examined Chen Qingyuan's Jindan vision and found traces of the flow of the 10,000 laws. Flawless, truly flawless. To be accepted as a personal disciple by Vice President Yu is truly extraordinary. Patriarch Song Xiufeng secretly said in his heart, having an intuitive perception of Chen Qingyuan's talent. To think that he could be in charge of the huge Song family. The foundation he had molded in his youth was only an excellent Jindan of heavenly quality, making it difficult for him to take half a step forward. That half step was like a mote in the sky, and he couldn't cross it even if he tried his best. Song Wenxian didn't tell anyone in the clan about Chen Qingyuan's true origin. This matter was too significant to be revealed for the time being. Secretly thinking, sacred perfect Jindan roots. In the future, as long as they don't die prematurely, they will surely become the strongest batch of existences in the world. The rumored dean of the Daoi Academy Palace was the root of the sacred Golden Dan. One of his people, who swept the northern wasteland without a single opponent, has now disappeared for more than 5,000 years, without knowing his whereabouts. Not bad for someone I've got my eye on. What a thrill! Changsun Fengye's smile was very bizarre, and the densely packed forbidden Dao lines, spreading from the corner of his eyes to all parts of his face, appeared very hideous and horrifying. His voice, like the low roar of a demon suppressed in an endless abyss, which was also mixed with a few ghostly laughter sounds, hit the soul. No wonder Chen Qingyuan smelled the flavor of danger the first time he saw Changsun Fengye. This guy was not a normal person at all. A proper pervert. Hey, I'll show no mercy if you keep fighting. Chen Qingyuan didn't want to expose too many of his cards to see if he could force Changsun Fengye to take half a step back. Hearing such words from Chen Qingyuan, not only did Changsun Fengye not have any fear in his heart, but he was also abnormally excited. His pupils dilating. Don't ever show any mercy. Come on, beat me to death. This guy is a nutcase. What's with the sick demands? Chen Qingyuan really couldn't understand the temperament of Changsun Fengye's second personality, so he had no choice but to harden his heart and fight again. Under normal circumstances, how gentle and elegant Changsun Fengye is, holding a folding fan in his hand and wearing white clothes, as if he had fallen into the mortal world as an exiled immortal. His other side was also an extreme, bloodthirsty and unafraid of death. Even praying for a being among his peers who could beat him to death. You asked for it. Fighting in the same realm, Chen Qingyuan had yet to convince anyone. Thinking about when Chen Qingyuan was within the ancient tower of the Daoi Academy Palace, he had fought his way up. First, he was beaten. Then he consolidated every realm of his own, and froze the opponents evolved by the laws of the ancient tower. Boo! The Jindan vision instantly returned to Chen Qingyuan's body, meaning that he was going to fight in earnest. As for utilizing the power of the vision of the sacred golden pill, that was something that would only be used in a battle of life and death, and it wasn't appropriate right now. Clank! The black sword in Chen Qingyuan's hand quivered with a sound that was like a phoenix singing in the 9 heavens, startling the people present with a great change of expression. Immediately afterward, a strange change also occurred outside the ring. The swords of all the sword cultivators all broke away from the control of their original owners and flew to the edge of the ring, trembling endlessly. Even those sword cultivation great powers with stronger cultivation levels noticed that their own precious swords were experiencing abnormal law fluctuations. In order not to damage the treasure sword's spiritual intelligence, the sword cultivation powerhouses did not dare to forcefully suppress it down, allowing the treasure sword to act instinctively. In an instant, thousands of swords of varying qualities were suspended in the void, sword light rushing into the sky, their might spreading for thousands of miles, nearly lifting off the roof of the Song family's front hall. Go! Chen Qingyuan stood tall and stabbed out a sword through the air. Buzz! A sword light that contained the might of the Jindan root within Chen Qingyuan's body slapped at Chen Qingyuan like a monstrous wave. The thousands of swords outside the ring also stabbed out at the same time. But unfortunately, the might of the sword was all blocked by the boundary and failed to enter it. Even so, such a spectacular scene shocked the crowd, and the expressions on their faces were hard to hide. Miku! Chang Sunfengya's first personality was proficient in the way of the sword. His second personality was not. He had long ago thrown his sword aside and charged forward with a pair of bloody fists. Body work. This path was very arduous, and it was very difficult for a true Mahayana body cultivator to appear in every era. However, if a person can be a Mahayana, his or her combat power is so high that it even exceeds that of a sword cultivator. Physical cultivators, able to forge every inch of their body's skin into a degree of hardness comparable to that of an extremely high-grade Dao weapon. Pulling off a single hair is the sharpest killing weapon in the world. Each punch blasted out could shatter a star, exerting the purest power of the body. Rumble. With a loud sound, the ring directly crumbled and split into pieces. Immediately afterward, thick smoke rolled out, flooding every corner of the ring, making it unclear to the naked eyes of those outside the arena.